What entity possesses no living parents, resides with relatives, dons garments of red, embodies youth, exhibits courage and kindness, faces a destined adversary, and possesses abilities beyond those of ordinary individuals? Indeed, it is none other than Harry Potter. Roy declared emphatically amidst the astonished gazes of those around him. So, who says Harry Potter cannot become Spider-Man? Roy Amichell, a character akin to a whimsical figure from American comics. Whenever a dilemma arose, he would eagerly rise and exclaim, "Ah, I have a strategy." To which the crowd would gasp in alarm, "Stop, we're not at that stage yet." Chapter 1. Alchemy is Patrick Star. In New York, the air of Queens reeked of stale hot dog oil, exhaust fumes, and the oppressive dust of summer. The blistering sun poured down, causing the asphalt to shimmer with waves of distorted heat. Roy sat by the window, his fingers unconsciously caressing a dull golden ring on his hand. This ring, its surface coated in a layer of dust and riddled with fine cracks, appeared as nothing more than a piece of discarded scrap metal, unworthy of anyone's attention. It was the only remnant of Roy's once whole existence. A week prior, his audacious experiment on immortality culminated in a cataclysmic alchemical explosion at the most critical juncture. The outcome, reflected in the glass, was Roy's visage, appearing to be in his mid-20s, with thick black hair and spirited eyes. It seemed as though he had succeeded. Of course, the cost of the explosion was the obliteration of his laboratory, along with himself, casting him into what appeared to be another universe entirely. This conclusion arose from the stark absence of magic in this world. No ministry of magic, no owls delivering letters, no Ilvermorny, nothing of the sort existed here. Conversely, the magical materials that were once relatively accessible in his original world were now utterly non-existent. Roy sighed in frustration. He required those enchanted ores, feathers, and wood to mend his shattered laboratory, and, if any path remained, to find his way home. Zazup! Boom! A sharp explosion erupted from behind him. Roy did not flinch. Instead, he rose and approached a bizarre alchemical apparatus nestled in the corner of the room. The wand and feather, which were meant to levitate, had plummeted to the surface, resembling a pile of mundane debris. It was evident that Roy's experiment had once again met with failure. At that moment, a knock echoed on the door, and a high school student with slightly disheveled chestnut curls and a backpack burst in. "Hi, Mr. Amichell. Oh, are you well? Your experiment seems to have gone awry." Peter Parker, Roy's neighbor and a high school student, placed his backpack on Roy's desk, along with 2 hot dogs in hand. Before Roy could respond, Peter eagerly sat down and shared, "I actually secured an internship with Oscorp. It feels like a dream." "Oh, I still find it hard to believe. They had told me their intern positions were filled, and I was ready to leave when one of the selected interns suddenly backed out. They called me back to participate." Roy chuckled, pulling out his hot dog from in front of Peter, casually inquiring, "Have you tried on the new suit? How does it feel?" Peter immediately sat upright, swallowing his food with difficulty, then exclaimed, "It's incredible. Simply astonishing. I feel as light as a swallow." "Well, how should I put it? It's both lightweight and swift, far less exhausting than swinging on my own. When I was returning down Ingram Street today, I witnessed a robbery, and I swung in. They didn't even notice me. I did this and that, and they thought they could run." Once Peter began to speak, he became animated and lost in his narrative, oblivious to the beleaguered alchemist before him. Roy had no choice but to interrupt. "What about the suit? Let me see the wear on the enchantment." Peter swallowed the last bite of his hot dog and retrieved the red and blue suit from his backpack. Aside from the iconic spider logo, the suit shimmered with faint magical patterns. Roy grasped his wand and infused the suit with magic, causing the previously invisible enchantments to burst forth in a dazzling display of power. This was the enhancement Roy had bestowed upon Peter. Peter leaned in, marveling, "No matter how many times I see it, I still find it unbelievable that there are indeed wizards in this world." "It is wizards, Peter," Roy corrected, "and personally, I believe that wizards are far more scientifically plausible than attaining superpowers from a spider bite." Peter scratched his head. "Oh, well, you make a valid point. I also think this is quite unscientific. Had it not happened to me, I would have thought anyone claiming such was out of their mind. And magic too, Mr. Amichell. Initially, I thought you were one of those charlatans, like those who use crystal balls for divination or claim they can foresee the future. In my world, crystal ball divination and future sight certainly exist. The magical community even has a dedicated course called divination. As for foresight, while rare, there are indeed individuals with unique traits that allow them glimpses of the future," Roy replied casually. He scrutinized the magical circuit's condition in the enchantment, discovering surprisingly little wear. This was peculiar. Roy Amichell's most remarkable achievement was the discovery of a method for enabling mute devices to function. The core principle involved harnessing the fluidity of magic, inscribing specific closed patterns onto alchemical artifacts, infusing them with magic, and setting thresholds. When utilized, the mute device effectively acted as a button, allowing magic to flow through the circuit autonomously. However, the drawback was that since the mute device could not replenish its magic, each use depleted some of the existing power. Moreover, the magic circuits were ultimately not controlled by wizards, and compared to ordinary wizards casting spells, the magic within the circuits dissipated more rapidly. This could perhaps be understood as inevitable during third-party conversion. Yet today, after a full day of use, Peter's suit had sustained less than 1/5 of magical depletion. Roy had only ever witnessed such a phenomenon during experiments with magical creatures. Roy raised his gaze to Peter, suddenly struck by a bold thought. "Peter, are you certain your spider abilities are a result of mutation?" Peter looked up, evidently taken aback by the shift in conversation. His eyes widened in surprise. "Are you saying I don't understand?" Roy glanced at the alchemical instruments on the table, contemplating whether his forthcoming request might be too presumptuous. He decided to speak. "You see, I come from a different world, one where magic and magical creatures exist. I am an alchemist, and through my dealings with various magical beings, it is my belief that what has transpired within you may not be mutation, but rather magic. Much like the young sorcerers of our world, who experience surges of magical energy in their adolescence and gradually learn to harness it, I suspect that a similar phenomenon is occurring within you, albeit manifested differently." Roy paused for a moment, carefully choosing his words. "In my original world, such surges typically lead young sorcerers to adapt to the shaping magic within their bodies, while here, your spider mutation seems to be transforming you into a magical creature." Peter regarded Roy's serious expression, his own demeanor slowly shifting to one of apprehension. When Peter first met Roy, he had witnessed him handle a batch of unusable magical creature limbs. Most were grotesque, featuring blood from unicorns, feathers from night steeds, and the nerves of dragons. At that time, Roy had detached them from the alchemical array, and as soon as they were placed on the table, they disintegrated into ash at a visibly accelerated pace. A shiver ran down Peter's spine. Roy seemed to sense his unease and reassured him. "Of course, your world is not the same as mine. This is merely speculation. If you don't mind, we could conduct a small experiment." Peter wore a bemused expression. "You're not going to place me on the alchemical array like those magical creature limbs, are you?" "Absolutely not," Roy swiftly denied. "Do you really think I would be the mad alchemist who experiments on humans in your eyes?" "But didn't you just say I'm becoming a magical creature?" "That is merely a definition," Roy clarified. "Just as sorcerers and muggles differ in our world, it doesn't imply that sorcerers can indiscriminately slaughter muggles." "All right, come here. I only require a small sample of your blood." The marvel of magical creatures is encapsulated within their entire being. Roy made a small incision on Peter's fingertip with a knife, watching as blood dripped into a glass vial. Peter let out an exaggerated yelp. "Oh, is it over yet? I absolutely detest blood draws. When I had a cold, Aunt May and Uncle Ben took me to the hospital for tests, and I would always devise ways to evade the blood draw. I thought that with my spider mutation, I wouldn't need to endure this anymore." Roy sighed. Peter was surprisingly strong, and he found it challenging to keep him still. Moreover, Peter's recovery was astonishingly rapid, as within moments, the wound had completely healed. Roy glanced at the scant blood at the bottom of the vial. Well, it would suffice for the time being. After all, it was merely a test. He didn't genuinely intend to use Peter Parker's blood for any alchemical experiment. Roy smeared the blood onto the surface of a golden apparatus and retrieved the previously failed experimental materials, arranging them before channeling magic into the array. Peter anxiously observed the incomprehensible device from the side. "Mr. Amichell, is it glowing?" "Yes, and it appears on the brink of explosion." Before a cataclysmic explosion could occur, Roy barely had time to place a hand on Peter's shoulder and activate apparition. Chapter 2, The Ground Azkaban. Following a tremendous explosion, Roy realized his apparition had failed. He felt an intense pressure, far surpassing the discomfort typically associated with apparition. The space seemed to be torn apart and forcefully stitched back together within Roy's vision. A vase on the table shattered, yet the fragments flew through the air as if in slow motion. Subsequently, the explosion released a powerful magical shockwave, obscuring Roy's view with smoke. Instinctively, he reached out to grasp Peter, only to find himself grasping at thin air. "Peter." Furrowing his brow, Roy fumbled for his wand resting on the alchemical apparatus, attempting to utter a spell to locate him. However, the aftermath of the explosion had yet to dissipate, and Roy sensed an erratic flow of unstable magic swirling through the space, with smoke permeating the room. Particularly, he had been too close to the explosion, preoccupied with Peter. He had neglected to cast any protective charms, leaving him momentarily dazed and his ears ringing. Naturally, when misfortune strikes, it seldom arrives alone. Before Roy could recover from the explosion, he caught the scent of burning flames. Goodness! At that moment, Roy considered that using the remaining bit of Felix Felicis on Peter might be the most reckless decision since his arrival in this world. The flames ignited rapidly from the alchemical experiment's explosion, swiftly climbing to the ceiling. Unfortunately, Roy's house was constructed of wood. "Peter, are you still here?" Roy heard no response, and could only hope that Peter had managed to escape using his agile spider abilities rather than being knocked unconscious by the explosion or worse. The immediate priority was to exit the premises. Although wizards possess methods to combat fires, the chaotic magical flow within the house and Roy's compromised state presented a significant risk. If his defensive spells were to fail, he would be unwittingly honored to become the first wizard to perish in flames. A series of rapid crackling sounds erupted from the ceiling. Roy made a swift decision, moving quickly to the entrance and flinging the door open. He was met with a blue-gray sky, rolling hills in the distance, and a faint dampness in the air. What on earth is happening? Is this still New York? Roy was taken aback. This wasn't his home in Wiltshire, England, was it? Before he could celebrate his successful return, several figures clad in crimson robes suddenly surrounded him, wands aimed at him. "Don't move. Drop your wand." Roy halted, gazing at the serious and vigilant faces before him. He recognized one of them, Kingsley Shacklebolt. In Roy's memories, this man was quite formidable, a key figure in the current Ministry of Magic. Kingsley scrutinized the black-haired, blue-eyed man before him, who appeared somewhat familiar, looking to be in his mid-20s. Yet, Kingsley could swear he had never encountered a wizard of this appearance and age. Furrowing his brow, he addressed Roy. "Sir, you are suspected of conducting illegal and extremely dangerous alchemical experiments, resulting in a large-scale magical fire and spatial disturbance, in severe violation of the International Confederation of Wizards Secrecy Act, the Prohibition of Alchemical Abuse Act, and the Wizarding Safety Regulations. Disarm immediately and accompany us to the Ministry of Magic for questioning." Roy glanced around. Noting the presence of about a dozen aurors, it seemed the commotion he had caused was indeed significant. He turned his gaze back to the smoking house. Just then, half of the roof creaked ominously, threatening to collapse. Roy decisively raised his hands. "Very well, do as you please." "Azkaban, temporary detention room." Kingsley inquired with a grave expression. "Name?" "Roy Amichell." Kingsley raised his eyes, frowning as he stared at him. "Are you the illegitimate son of Amichell?" Roy hesitated for a moment. How should he explain this? "I conducted an illegal alchemical experiment, utilizing numerous prohibited alchemical materials, delving into the Ministry's expressly forbidden research on rejuvenation and immortality, and succeeded partially." In light of the endless troubles that would ensue, Roy found it more palatable to simply accept his identity. Roy replied, "Yes." Kingsley furrowed his brow even deeper. "What about old Amichell? And who is your mother? How could the Ministry of Magic be unaware of such a significant son?" "I grew up in France and recently returned to England. I do not know who my mother is. My father claimed I am the product of his alchemical failures." Kingsley's forehead twitched with indignation. That wretched old Amichell, not only causing alchemical explosions everywhere, but also being so utterly irresponsible. "Do you know the whereabouts of old Amichell?" "I'm right here," Roy thought sarcastically, but instead replied, "The alchemical experiment failed, and he was killed in the explosion." "Is that how the fire at Amichell Manor started? Wait. Did he really end up blowing himself up?" Roy Elrose Amichell had not committed any truly nefarious acts. He merely engaged in illicit alchemical research, causing explosions worldwide and occasionally resisting arrest with violence. Well, perhaps that was a bit sinister. Kingsley scrutinized the man before him. "So, the experiment that caused that explosion was not conducted by you, but by old Amichell." "Yes, that is correct," Roy affirmed. "But you have no way to prove it. The scene has been largely destroyed by the explosion. Hence, you still need to go to Azkaban." Roy asked, "All right, but I have one small question. Why am I in Azkaban right now?" "Simply because it is closer," Kingsley explained. "Once it is established that you were involved, you will have to spend a few weeks in Azkaban regardless. There is no need to take you back to London. We can conduct the trial here, and members of the Wisengamot will arrive shortly." Roy sat on the bench. "Will Dumbledore be coming too?" Kingsley seemed to recall something and stood to peek outside. "Oh, he has already arrived." As soon as he finished speaking, The door to the holding room swung open. A tall elder draped in a purple robe appeared in the doorway, his silver beard cascading to his chest. Behind half-moon spectacles, his azure eyes sparkled with a wisdom that seemed to penetrate all. He greeted Kingsley and then politely inquired, "May I speak with him privately?" This inquiry was clearly a polite notification, and Kingsley said nothing, rising to leave. "Good evening, Amichell. Oh, you seem quite spirited." Dumbledore's voice possessed a soothing quality as he slowly took a seat in front of Roy, adopting a familiar demeanor. "It is quite unexpected you may now mock this old man." Roy knocked his shackled wrists against the table, causing the shackles to clatter to the ground. He successfully performed a gesture of surrender. "Well, I knew I couldn't hide it from you. Albus, I merely appear younger." Dumbledore gazed intently at Roy. "The alchemical experiments concerning life are among the most taboo of all alchemical practices, Roy. I had warned you that they are perilous." "Is that the sole reason for your visit?" Roy clearly did not wish to hear such cliches. "Well, you alchemists are all equally obstinate," Dumbledore replied with a hint of exasperation. He raised a finger to indicate a direction. "However, I did not come merely to discuss these matters. Nicholas wrote to inform me that you have borrowed his philosopher's stone." Roy sprang to his feet. "That is slander. How can it be called theft when it is merely borrowing? I intend to return it." Dumbledore gestured for him to calm down. "All right then, when do you plan to return it?" Roy resumed his seat. "Albus, you are an old friend of Nicholas Lamy, correct? How has he been? It has been quite a while since we last met, almost a month, I believe. I miss him dearly. Nicholas is a wonderful friend." What a jest! If he were to disclose that the philosopher's stone had transformed into an ordinary rock during the last experiment, Dumbledore would likely dissect him thoroughly. Dumbledore's eyes narrowed slightly behind his spectacles. "Roy Amichell, what have you done?" Roy's mind raced. He absolutely could not produce the philosopher's stone at this moment. Firstly, it was not with him, but rather in his home, and his home might still be glowing and radiating energy. As for restoring the philosopher's stone, Roy had a rough idea. Now that he had returned to the magical world, sourcing materials would not be overly difficult. He maintained confidence in his alchemical prowess. "Well, I have no intention of concealing anything," Roy began. "The philosopher's stone has encountered a minor issue, and I am currently unable to return it to you, Dumbledore." Dumbledore raised an eyebrow. "I am surprised by your candor, Roy Amichell. However, I believe you might already have a means to restore the philosopher's stone." Roy quickly interjected, "I will need some time. Those alchemical materials are not easy to find." Dumbledore appeared to ponder this for a moment. He clasped his hands over his knees, his half-moon spectacles reflecting a serene yet undeniable authority. "I must remind you, Roy, that both Nicholas and I firmly believe Voldemort will return, and his first target will undoubtedly be the philosopher's stone or you. You may proclaim that the master alchemist Roy Amichell has perished, but those who have seen your youthful visage will surely recognize you. Your talents may very well attract misfortune." Roy wished to protest that he was already rather unfortunate. However, Dumbledore did not grant him the opportunity to speak, continuing on his own. "If you so desire, Hogwarts can offer you sanctuary, provided you agree to one condition." Roy replied, "What happens if I refuse?" "Of course, you have the right to refuse," Dumbledore nodded amicably. "But in that case, Nicholas Lamy may demand compensation for the damage to the philosopher's stone, which would amount to—" He stated a staggering figure that could induce a heart attack. Roy immediately stood, taking Dumbledore's hand in his. "I would be honored to join Hogwarts, Headmaster Dumbledore. Though I have never attended this esteemed institution, it has always been a beacon in my heart. Oh, by the way, may I inquire about my salary?" Dumbledore blinked. He now believed that Nicholas Lamy's assessment of Roy had been quite accurate. The man was indeed neither a wholly malevolent individual nor a paragon of virtue, which explained why he sought to win Roy over in advance. This man's alchemical skills, combined with his ambiguous stance, practically emblazoned the words, "act fast" upon him. Were it not for Roy's obsession with alchemical experiments, his reclusive nature, and erratic movements, he would likely have been automatically recruited long ago. As Dumbledore became lost in thought, Roy had already signed his name on the Hogwarts employment contract he had just received. To be honest, the salary was reasonable, and he would also be provided with a share of alchemical materials, a gesture of Dumbledore's sincerity. As for that condition, he had just asked Dumbledore about it, who simply smiled and said the time was not yet right. This old man enjoyed being cryptic, which did not surprise Roy in the least. At this age, old men were all like this. Nicholas Lamy was no different. Recalling the philosopher's stone, Roy suddenly lifted his gaze. "Headmaster Dumbledore, has the Ministry of Magic discovered any other humans in my residence? Perhaps a 15-year-old boy?" Dumbledore regarded him with a look of surprise. "Before my arrival, The Ministry of Magic extinguished the alchemical flames in your house, yet they made no mention of anyone else being present within. Roy paused momentarily. Had Peter truly departed? Or was it that he alone had returned? For Peter was not originally of this world, and thus could not traverse into it. Chapter 3, The Little Spider Alchemy, is an intricate and arcane discipline, so much so that even Nicholas Flamel would not dare profess complete mastery over it, let alone Roy. Those confounding thoughts were momentarily set aside as Dumbledore concluded his conversation with Fudge, who regarded Roy with the scrutinizing gaze typically reserved for those harboring ulterior motives. Together, Roy and Dumbledore exited Azkaban. Dumbledore produced a portkey, and Roy felt a sudden tug at the back of his navel. The discomfort of the portkey was fleeting, and when he found his footing once more, he was met with an entirely transformed vista. As night descended, the imposing silhouette of Hogwarts Castle loomed beneath the starlit sky, its myriad windows aglow with a warm and mysterious orange luminescence. "Welcome to Hogwarts, Roy," Dumbledore's voice resonated. "I believe you'll find this useful." With a gentle flick of his wand, Roy's tattered, dust-laden black robe was rejuvenated, though its style remained modest. It no longer resembled the garb of a refugee emerging from the wreckage of an explosion. "Thank you for your thoughtfulness, Headmaster." Due to the anti-apparition enchantments surrounding Hogwarts, the two wizards traversed the castle's entrance on foot. They did not enter the Great Hall, but instead walked along a corridor that led to a more secluded area on the castle's side. Here stood a uniquely styled tower, slightly shorter than the astronomy tower, yet sturdier than most. The tower was constructed of dark stone, adorned with vibrant green vines. "This is the Alchemy Tower," Dumbledore introduced. Since the departure of the previous alchemy professor, it has remained unoccupied. The facilities inside may be somewhat outdated, but the space is ample and sufficiently quiet. I suspect you will find it far more resilient than your old residence in Wiltshire, at least at 1 TB, as easily subjected to roof explosions. A glimmer of mischief sparkled in the old headmaster's blue eyes. Roy surveyed the tower. "I hope so." As he pushed open the heavy oak door, a cloud of dust and a faint whiff of sulfur greeted him. The interior of the tower was more spacious than its exterior suggested, clearly enhanced by a spatial expansion charm. The first-floor hall was expansive, furnished with a podium and rows of tables and chairs, surrounded by a scattering of dusty apparatuses, stands, cauldrons, and peculiar glass vessels. In one corner lay a heap of dusty scrolls and books. The second floor housed a sitting room and study, while the third floor contained a dedicated alchemical laboratory and storage room for materials, which you may arrange to your liking. Dumbledore succinctly summarized. "Professor McGonagall will assist you with your detailed onboarding and some basic matters. As for our little conditions, when the time is right, I shall discuss them with you in detail. I wish you a pleasant stay here, Roy." With that, Dumbledore turned and departed, leaving Roy alone to confront the vast emptiness of the tower. Cleaning the premises would not prove difficult, as Hogwarts was home to house elves. Upon summoning them, Roy unceremoniously assigned them the task of tidying up. The creatures with large eyes and pointed ears scurried about on the first floor, while Roy ascended to the second. The light was somewhat better on the upper level, and the dust was less pervasive. With a flick of his wand, he swiftly cleared the area. Roy sank into a chair, finally affording himself the time to meticulously contemplate his circumstances. The first matter at hand was that he had smeared Peter's blood onto the alchemical array, which astonishingly activated, successfully transporting him back to his original world. The second revelation occurred while he was in Azkaban. He inadvertently glanced at a calendar, noting that today was August 7th, 1991. It was noteworthy that the alchemical experiment that had catapulted him to the alternate reality of New York had also transpired on August 7th of the same year, around 6 in the evening. This indicated that despite his recollection of spending nearly a week in New York, not even an hour had elapsed in his original world. The third mystery loomed. Where had Peter gone? Were the events in New York genuinely real, or merely a manifestation of hysteria triggered by the catastrophic failure of his alchemical experiment? Roy pondered deeply, his fingertips unconsciously caressing the ring adorning his left hand. Could it be that Peter Parker was merely a figment of his imagination? Just as this thought flitted through his mind, the ring, its surface marred by fine cracks, suddenly emitted a brilliant light without warning. Roy immediately took notice and swiftly removed the ring. The moment he grasped it, a clear silhouette projected from the ring, landing upon the ground. It was a familiar youthful figure, unmistakably Peter Parker, the very individual Roy had been contemplating. "Oh dear, what on earth just happened? Mr. Mitchell? How'd you get here?" Peter complained while lifting his gaze, only to freeze abruptly. "My goodness, where am I?" His face was etched with disbelief, and after surveying his surroundings, he spoke rapidly. "Oh my, what is all this? An immersive experience? Can those candles fly? And that castle outside, my heavens, it looks so cool." The excitement radiating from a young spider was palpable, compelling Roy to tilt his head back to look at him. "All right, Peter, calm down. I understand your astonishment. Truly, none of this is particularly extraordinary. This is undeniably amazing," Peter exclaimed. "You know, when I was a child, I would fantasize about having superpowers or magic, or perhaps mutant abilities so that I could exact revenge on those who bullied me. Then they would never dare mock me again. Now that you possess spider abilities, have you taken your revenge on them?" Peter scratched his head and leaped down from the ceiling. "Well, actually, no. I worry I might not control my strength properly. I just want them to stop bullying me, but I don't want to send them to the hospital, like those Thompson guys. Besides, if I did that, I wouldn't be able to explain it to Aunt May and Uncle Ben." Roy raised an eyebrow. "You are a good lad, Peter. Your uncle and aunt would be proud of you." Peter smiled somewhat awkwardly. Roy continued, "Well, do you remember the alchemical experiment I conducted that resulted in an explosion? What happened afterward?" Peter pondered for a moment. Let me think. When the explosion occurred, I felt a sensation of being squeezed, as if I were being stuffed into a washing machine. I frowned in contemplation for a moment, and then suddenly, I found myself at your doorstep." Roy inquired, "Ingram Street?" "Of course," Peter affirmed. "Then I wanted to come in and find you, but your house had completely vanished." The little spider wore a bewildered expression. He continued, "No one else could see your house, so I had to return home. I had planned to wander around town tonight to see if I could find you, Mr. Amichell. Just as I was about to don my suit, I felt that squeezing sensation again, and here I am." After listening to Peter's account, Roy fell into deep thought. He contemplated for a moment before saying to Peter, "Close your eyes. I need to conduct a small experiment." Peter responded, "Huh? Another experiment?" He had developed a certain apprehension regarding Mr. Amichell's experimental prowess. Nevertheless, being a well-behaved child, Peter complied and closed his eyes. Roy examined the ring in his hand. An alchemical tool designed to assist in reducing magical energy consumption during the alchemical process. It was evident that this object had undergone a transformation. Roy quickly realized that when he infused the ring with magical energy, while wishing for Peter to return, Peter's figure vanished from before him. However, he soon heard Peter's voice in his mind. "Mr. Amichell, my perspective is so peculiar right now, almost like a ghost." Roy asked, "What do you mean? Haven't you returned to your own body?" "No, my perspective feels as though I am floating behind you," Peter replied. Roy furrowed his brow. This was troublesome. According to Peter's description, upon returning to this world, time in Peter's realm did not halt like Roy's. It continued to progress. It was fortunate that it was still nighttime. But if Peter could not return to his body by tomorrow, the situation could become dire. Evidently, Peter had not thought that far ahead. He was rather delighted, asking Roy all sorts of questions and wanting him to go out for a stroll to see the sights. Just as Roy was about to decline, an owl tapped on the tower window. He rose to let it in, receiving a letter. Upon unfolding it, he discovered it was from the witch Minerva McGonagall, requesting him to visit her office located in Gryffindor Tower, near the Gryffindor common room. "Are you going?" "I'm quite curious. It would be nice to see her." Peter chimed in. Roy, feeling somewhat resigned, acknowledged that he had no choice but to go. "Very well, Peter," he cautioned, "your current situation is rather unique, so do not draw too much attention, especially here." Peter promptly assured him, "Rest assured, Mr. Amichell, I shall merely be a shadow, unseen by anyone but you, right? And I promise to keep my voice down. Well, I shall do my utmost." The night at Hogwarts was shrouded in mystery and tranquility. Although Roy was not entirely familiar with the layout, he figured he could rouse the portraits for directions. Meanwhile, Peter's voice was incessantly animated. "Wow, this place is simply astounding. The moving staircases, the animated portraits, and did that suit of armor just shift? I am beginning to suspect I am dreaming. Hey, is there someone over there?" He continued, squinting. "It looks rather unfriendly." Upon glancing over, Roy observed a tall, gaunt man with a sallow complexion and greasy black hair hanging limply by his cheeks. Standing ominously at the intersection of the corridor, his cold black eyes fixed on Roy with an unsettling glare. Chapter 4. The Little Spider versus Peeves as Roy approached. Severus Snape's lips formed a displeased line. "Ah, Snape's voice dripped with his characteristic sarcasm, the new resident of Hogwarts. It seems Dumbledore remains ever eager to collect an assortment of peculiar vagabonds. Hey, how can you speak like that? Peter protested. Yet Roy remained unperturbed, not even lifting his eyelids. You are right. If Dumbledore were akin to certain narrow-minded individuals, I doubt he would invite former Death Eaters into this institution. Severus Snape, the potions master of Hogwarts, the youngest, though one would hardly guess his youth, of potion masters, a former Death Eater and the head of Slytherin House, was notoriously difficult to deal with. He perpetually bore the expression of someone who felt that everyone passing by, even a mere dog, owed him 500,000 galleons. Given Snape's prowess in potions, many dared not voice their resentment. Roy, however, was different. He could now proudly claim to be the youngest alchemical master himself, undaunted by the esteemed professor. Moreover, previously Snape had belittled Roy's research in his papers, mocking it as merely an endeavor to fit life vests on whales, a thankless task. At that age, it would have been beneath Roy to argue with a man in his 30s, so he had bided his time. Now, however, he seized the opportunity to retort boldly. I am merely devoted to the study of alchemy, unlike some who are content to languish in the shadows, concocting petty tortures, deriving a sense of superiority from tormenting children. You! Snape's voice suddenly escalated, his face darkening, his hand instinctively reaching for his wand. Just as tensions reached a boiling point, a door nearby swung open. Professor McGonagall stood there with a solemn expression, evidently drawn out by the rising clamor in the corridor. Clad in a deep green robe, her hair impeccably styled in a bun, her gaze behind her glasses was sharp and serious. Professor Snape, Professor Amichell. McGonagall strode swiftly towards them, casting a discerning glance at the two. The corridors of Hogwarts were hardly a venue for dueling clubs. Severus, I recall you were on your way to seek out Dumbledore. And Professor Amichell, we still have matters to attend to, do we not? Under the witch's stern gaze, Snape shot a fierce glare at Roy, dramatically flicked his robes, and flitted away like a bat. Wow, how cool! Peter exclaimed in excitement within Roy's mind, presumably referring to McGonagall. Professor Amichell, please follow me, McGonagall said, turning to Roy, her tone somewhat softened, yet still maintaining a professional demeanor. The conversation with McGonagall concluded swiftly, primarily to affirm Roy's intent to join. Arrange a provisional timetable, considering the peculiar nature of alchemy. The official schedule would likely depend on the number of students opting for the course once the term commenced. Outline some fundamental rules of the castle, and provide Roy with a map of Hogwarts along with a list of essential supplies, including a letter granting him access to the castle's Ollery services. Should you encounter any difficulties regarding your studies or daily life, do not hesitate to seek me out. McGonagall concluded, adjusting her spectacles. Additionally, there are some particularly lively ghosts within the castle, such as Peeves. Although typically managed by the caretaker, Filch, it would be prudent to avoid direct confrontation with him, as it would only embolden his antics. Understood, Professor McGonagall, I will be cautious. Roy nodded in acknowledgement as he rose to take his leave. Upon exiting McGonagall's office and descending the staircase, Roy felt a slight easing of his tension. Peter had quieted momentarily, but soon resumed his excited chatter in Roy's mind, marveling at the portraits that dozed and then startled awake, as well as the animated quill on McGonagall's desk. Mr. Amichell, look at that chandelier above us. Doesn't Tia have? Wow, what is that? Roy instinctively glanced upwards to see a rather rotund ghost in a peculiar jester's outfit, adorned with a cap jingling with bells, hovering in the shadows of the corridor's archway. He held what appeared to be a moldy cake, grinning maliciously at Roy. Seriously? Roy thought to himself, pondering whether his recent luck had taken a turn for the worse. Be careful. Peter's voice rang out just as Roy stepped back, narrowly avoiding the moldy cake that nearly struck the hem of his robes. Oh no, my new clothes. Roy grumbled. However, events unfolded far beyond Roy and Peeves' expectations. Just as Peeves cackled and brandished 2 sizable dung bombs, Peter seemed to reach his limit. Oh, all right. I know I need to be discreet, but Mr. Amichell, can I not just punch him? He looks just like that obnoxious kid from the neighboring street who throws stones at passersby. He truly is insufferable. If you manage to encounter him, Peter, do ensure he learns a lesson, Roy remarked, using his wand to clean the stains from his attire. In an instant, Peter was raring to go, charging directly at the ghost. Whoa, who? What is that? The triumphant smile of the ghostly figure, known as Papigi, froze upon his visage, transforming into sheer astonishment. He felt akin to a sandbag, lifted and mercilessly pummeled, until with a resounding crash, he was flung against the wall opposite, his semi-transparent form sending ripples through the air. Dizziness engulfed him, and in a panic, he glanced around, finding naught but the newly arrived dark-robed sorcerer, who regarded him with an expression of morbid curiosity, reveling in his plight. What trickery is this? How dare you mock Papigi? He shrieked in fury, leaping towards Roy in a fit of rage. Hey, who gave you permission to leave? Peter, quick on the uptake, seized Papigi by the collar, executing a firm shoulder throw. Who dares to bully Papigi? Step forth. The wretched ghost howled in agony, his voice reaching a pitch he had never before experienced. Ghosts are immune to physical attacks. Only magic can inflict harm upon them. Yet, the force that gripped him bore no magical luminescence and was devoid of corporeal form. Yet it could genuinely hurl him away. Try this, and this, Peter exclaimed with an exhilarating sense of righteous indignation. Roy observed as Peter charged once more, unleashing a flurry of punches upon the ghost, who had just begun to rise. Although Peter's physical strikes should have been ineffective against the specter, the peculiar vitality of Spider-Man, or perhaps the enigmatic power of the alchemical ring, seemed to render Papigi genuinely fearful, causing him to scurry away in terror. Stop! Stop! The devil! A dreadful devil! I surrender! Papigi cried out in desperation. Help! Felchi! There's a devil! Peter relinquished his grip, and Papigi, now paralyzed by fear, fled like a tattered cloth whisked away by a tempest, vanishing through the wall without a trace, leaving only the echoes of his terror reverberating in the corridor. Roy stood in place, watching the direction in which Papigi had disappeared, an amused expression creeping onto his face. How does it feel? He inquired of Peter. Peter's voice resonated in his mind. It feels somewhat like cold yet resilient jelly, quite peculiar, but exhilarating. He surely won't dare to mock others henceforth. Well, at least he won't bully you again. Chapter 5. Return to New York after a night of tumult. Roy rummaged through the array of instruments and tomes within the alchemical tower, striving to construct a magical array capable of returning Peter to his original form. Peter, meanwhile, observed with a mixture of curiosity and trepidation as the little spider began to grasp the terrifying implications of remaining trapped in this form. Yet, the results were far from promising. Roy understood, well, that alchemical experiments are not merely a matter of arranging a few crystals and incanting spells. Any endeavor lacking established rules necessitates countless adjustments before the possibility of success emerges. Perhaps a specific time or place is required. Roy rubbed his throbbing temples and tossed the yellow crystal back onto the table. After a long night of toil, both he and Peter felt a sense of fatigue. It is possible that my reasoning has been flawed from the very beginning. Your state is quite unique, straddling the realms of soul, projection, and parasitism. Roy focused on the ring before him, which emanated a soft glow in the candlelight. Perhaps the key lies not in the magic circle, but in this very object. Peter, puzzled, remarked, Didn't you previously say its purpose was to conserve your magical energy? That was indeed the case before the experiment, Roy reflected. However, it now appeared to serve as a conduit for our two consciousnesses, possibly even the pivotal medium for this journey. I pondered whether my ability to return was unrelated to the magic circle, but rather due to its absorption of the magical energy released by the explosion, thereby locking onto the coordinates of this world. Peter, still somewhat confused, queried, So, it can transport you back and forth? Like a wormhole from a science fiction novel? Wormhole. Roy recalled a Muggle science program he had once watched on television and shook his head. It's not quite so abstract. It may function more like flue powder or a portkey. This time, it was Peter who seemed lost, as Roy had evidently neglected to elucidate these two terms. Yawning, he suggested, Let us rest, Peter. If I think any further, my brain will turn to jelly. All right, Mr. Amichell. I hope to awaken in my own bed tomorrow. Peter's voice gradually dwindled, laden with fatigue. Roy propped his face on one hand while the other held a quill, scribbling absent-mindedly on the parchment. Although he had declared the need for rest, he was unable to overlook any spark of inspiration that might flicker into his mind. The chill of the Scottish Highlands seeped through the cracks of the window, prompting Roy to tighten his robe. As his consciousness drifted into darkness, the last vague thought that lingered was of the ring's sheen, which slowly dimmed, gradually fading into the night. Beep, beep, the jarring sound of car horns, chirping birds, and the din of voices invaded his ears. Roy turned over impatiently opening his eyes. The blinding sunlight compelled him to squint. No longer did he find himself within the stone walls of the Hogwarts alchemical tower. Instead, he was once again in that very house that had glowed with warmth the previous night. Glancing out the window, he recognized the familiar streets of Queens, and in the distant skyline, the emblem of Stark Tower loomed. "I'm back." Return once more? His first instinct was to check his hand. Before falling asleep the night prior, he had removed the ring. At this moment, the dim ring still rested upon his finger. Yet when he attempted to concentrate as he had at Hogwarts to sense Peter, his mind was met with an unsettling silence. "Peter Parker?" Roy tentatively called out in his mind, but received no reply. As he returned to his own body, "Mr. Amichell," a familiar, vibrant voice accompanied by a knock echoed from downstairs. With a shift of thought, Roy apparat to the door. Peter was startled by the sudden appearance of Roy. "Hey, Mr. Amichell, that was quite a trick. Wait, how are you here too?" Roy replied, "Indeed, I am equally curious about how I found myself here. How do you feel?" Peter pursed his lips, his expression reflecting nostalgia. "It feels incredible, almost like a dream. When I woke up, I was in my own bed, and Aunt May was calling me to breakfast. I almost thought that the castles, the moving staircases, and that mischievous creature from last night were merely a vividly realistic dream. Can you believe it? We actually ventured into a magical realm and returned. It's more surreal than being bitten by a spider." Roy glanced down at his ring, sensing it had reverted to the dull state it possessed when he first arrived in this world. Perhaps this ring truly held the key. He needed further experimentation to confirm this. Roy's gaze drifted towards the distant skyline of the city as a notion began to crystallize. "Since we have returned and seem to be temporarily stable," he turned to Peter, "I require more information and a controlled experimental environment. Do you know of any suitable locations in New York?" Peter blinked. "The Osborn Group's lab? I just secured my internship there yesterday, but I can't bring anyone inside." Roy retrieved his wand from the pocket of his outer robe and pointed it at himself, uttering disillusionment charm. Peter watched in awe as the figure before him vanished instantaneously. "That is so cool." Roy lifted the charm, reappearing before Peter. "Shall we set off now?" "Absolutely. By the way, Mr. Amichell, the advanced laboratory equipment at the Osborn Group is exceptional, 100 times better than what we have at school." Meanwhile, at the New York City hospital, Flint Marco trudged out of his daughter Penny's hospital room. The glaring fluorescent lights illuminated his weary face as he clutched a recent medical bill, the numbers on it resembling a venomous serpent to him and his daughter. On the hospital bed, Penny's pale visage and faint breaths echoed in his ears. All his savings, every loan he could secure, and everything he could sell had been poured into this bottomless pit. Yet, Penny's condition was only temporarily stable. The doctor had warned that the subsequent treatment costs were astronomical. "If you cannot settle the treatment fees within 3 days, Mr. Marco, we have no alternatives. The hospital is not a charitable institution. Perhaps you could try a community hospital. At least their inpatient fees are somewhat more affordable." Flint wandered aimlessly through the hospital corridors, the lights casting a harsh glow on his face, leaving him breathless. What to do? Where could he possibly obtain such a substantial sum of money? Despair enveloped him like icy waters, gradually consuming his very being. At that moment, his gaze swept across a public bulletin board at the end of the corridor, where a freshly posted poster displayed the words Osborn Group alongside a grand recruitment announcement. Volunteer recruitment for the biotechnology division of Osborn Group. Project, Phase 1 clinical trials of a novel bioenhancement agent. Requirements, physically healthy, no significant medical history, ages 18 to 50. Compensation, Flint's eyes locked onto the final line, 30,000 to 50,000, one-time payment, details negotiable. Chapter 6. The birth of the Sandman, the headquarters of Osborn Group, loomed high. Its cold glass, facade reflecting the afternoon sun of New York. On the second basement level, the testing area was permeated with the acrid scent of disinfectant. Heavy isolation doors stood firmly shut, while several researchers clad in white lab coats stood outside, their serious expressions fixed upon the scene within the glass. Flint Marco felt a surge of anxiety. At that moment, he found himself restrained upon a frigid examination table, encircled by incomprehensible machines, as the technicians affixed sensor patches to his bare torso. For the sake of that lucrative remuneration, Flint resolved to proceed. The staff at Osborn Group presented him with a thick waiver agreement. The details of the experiment, incomprehensible to Flint, pertained to some arcane molecular stimulation and recombination. He hastily glanced over it, and upon noticing the figure he desired inscribed in the contract, he unhesitatingly affixed his signature. The experimental chamber was pressurized. Soon, Flint was ushered into a transparent, circular apparatus. He could hear vague voices from outside. Subject's vital signs are stable. Channels 1 through 4 have been activated. Initiating the particle recombination array. Energy resonance preheating completed. Equipment status stable. Subject is in good condition. Beginning injection of inducer 11. The syringe pierced Flint's vein, and an indescribable wave of searing heat surged through his bloodstream, causing the veins on his forehead to bulge. Heart rate response remains within controllable limits. Doctor, shall we increase the power? Yes, amplify the particle fluctuations. Flint's eyes widened in alarm. A guttural gasp escaped his throat, followed by a searing agony that felt as though every cell in his body was being crushed and torn apart. His vision began to blur and distort. Doctor, he appears to be nearing his limits. Should we pause the experiment? Wait, let us record the data first. A scream, more beast than human, erupted from the apparatus, causing the observation glass to tremble subtly. Quick, log this value. Before the command could finish, all parameters on the instruments plummeted sharply. Alarms blared to life, their red lights flashing ominously, filling the laboratory with a cacophony. Vital signs deteriorating rapidly. Inducer experiencing an unknown, potent reaction. Quick, administer a sedative. Oh my God, the syringe has malfunctioned. At that moment, inside the apparatus, the binding straps began to snap one by one. Flint's body convulsed violently in extreme agony. Expanding before the very substance that constituted his form began to separate and disintegrate, akin to a sand sculpture shattered by an invisible hammer. Yet, rather than collapsing into a mass of flesh, he transformed into countless minute grains of sand. The grains surged and amalgamated, but were perpetually unable to fully coalesce, swirling madly amidst the fluctuations of energy. An indistinct, abstract visage composed of quicksand formed and disintegrated upon the surface of the dust, emitting a silent wail of despair. What in the world is happening? The subject has gone rogue. Eliminate him immediately. Wait, doctor, it appears he still retains some semblance of consciousness. The researcher attempted to intervene, but it was too late. The security team, rushing in with submachine guns, found their firepower utterly ineffective against Flint's sandy form. Bullets effortlessly penetrated his granular body, leaving an empty void, yet the grains swiftly flowed back, restoring his shape within mere moments. The terrified crowd cursed, but this action seemed to incite his wrath. A sandstorm erupted. From the cramped confines of the underground level 2, it burst forth in full fury. In a laboratory on the 4th floor of Oscorp Tower, Peter suddenly lifted his head. Mr. Amichell, my spider sense. Before he could finish, a thunderous rumble shook the building, causing beakers and instruments on the table to clatter. Roy looked up, bewildered. What is going on? An earthquake? Warning. A severe security incident has occurred in Sector 2. All personnel evacuate immediately to the nearest exit. Repeat. All personnel evacuate immediately. The cold electronic voice resonated in every room. Roy and Peter approached the doorway, witnessing amidst the chaos a young female researcher being knocked to the ground, the crowd bustling past her as though she were invisible. She struggled several times, but could not rise. Without hesitation, Peter dashed out and swiftly pulled her up. Just then, a towering figure made entirely of sand, over 2 meters tall, appeared at the far end of the corridor, inciting a wave of screams from the crowd. A monster! Help! Run! Goodness! Peter gasped, what is that? An Oscorp experiment? The sandy creature flailed its fists, and the corridor echoed with terrified cries. Roy placed a hand on Peter's shoulder, preparing to use his teleportation ability to whisk Peter away. At that moment, Peter, as if sensing something in advance, stepped back sharply. What are you doing? Mr. Amichell. They need me here. They need Spider-Man. Roy glanced at his empty palm and lowered his hand. All right, but I have a question. Where is your spider suit? Peter's expression froze as he suddenly recalled that he had left the suit at Roy's house the previous night and had not brought it with him. Roy sighed, gripping Peter's shoulder once more before activating his teleportation. With a resounding pop, the two figures vanished from the laboratory. Just as they disappeared, a silver figure streaked through the sky like a meteor, crashing through the glass facade of Oscorp. Stock. Another calm voice resonated as a figure clad in a blue bodysuit emerged from the staircase. Captain America, Steve Rogers, had evidently ascended from the ground floor. He hurled his shield, which struck the Sandman, causing his already inflated form to swell further. Physical attacks inflict minimal damage upon this entity. Beware of its regenerative capabilities. Steve caught the shield as it returned, offering a cautionary reminder. Ineffective? That's because your methods are stuck in World War II. Tony Stark, Iron Man, retorted with a tone dripping with sarcasm. Behold, a brilliant beam of energy, imbued with terrifying heat, surged forth and struck the Sandman squarely in the chest. The sand in the impacted area turned a vivid crimson, hinting at a crystallization process. Effective, Captain exclaimed. Huh, did you see that? The might of technology. You, an antiquated relic, could never achieve such feats. Yet, Stark's triumph was short-lived as he soon paled. The Sandman's colossal form remained intact. The unaffected grains of sand surged like a tide into the molten region. The crystallized sand was swiftly abandoned, replaced by a fresh influx of flowing grains. Simultaneously, the Sandman violently seized a piece of laboratory equipment and hurled it at Iron Man. Stark immediately ascended to evade. Damn it. Is this thing inexhaustible? High temperatures are clearly effective. The target possesses rapid reformation abilities. Your energy impact has an extremely high core temperature. Yet the area of effect is limited and the duration brief, insufficient to encompass its vast and continually proliferating form. Jarvis' voice resonated within the armor. Damn it. I was just about to upgrade the Mark II's weapon system. Captain America shielded the fleeing civilians, deflecting the splintering sand while urging, Stark, this approach won't suffice. We must devise a way to contain it. I'm acutely aware. Easier said than done. Do you think I'm a microwave? Stark shot back while dodging. This thing is vulnerable to high temperatures, but its limited range is hardly effective, unless I can transform the entire corridor into a furnace. Jarvis, do we have any large-scale, high-temperature weaponry plans? Calculating feasibility is low. The Osborn Group is located in a densely populated area of Manhattan. Oh my heavens! Once we neutralize this monstrosity, I shall thoroughly interrogate Osborn about this infernal research. As the battle between the two superheroes reached a stalemate, an unexpectedly youthful yet vibrant voice broke through. Hey, big guy, look over here. A figure clad in a red and blue bodysuit, complete with a mask, appeared seemingly out of nowhere, darting through the flying debris and obstacles like an agile acrobat. He deftly shot a web to ensnare a flying piece of equipment, then flung it toward the Sandman. Bang! The equipment struck the Sandman, causing the grains to scatter momentarily, allowing the device to pass through without inflicting substantial harm. Spider-Man. Stark and Steve recognized the recently active vigilante from Queens, though it was clearly not the opportune moment for pleasantries. Kid, keep your distance. This thing is troublesome, Steve warned. I know. Peter, while using webbing to distract the Sandman, deftly evaded the creature's strikes. Yet, was this endless supply of sand truly inexhaustible? Where could it possibly originate? Could the three of us not engage him in a war of attrition? What do you say? Stark replied with irritation, as a laser penetrated the Sandman's shoulder, igniting a fleeting molten pit. Roy stood in a relatively safe corner, scanning the battlefield with keen eyes. He had been observing this peculiar life form of the Sandman, and though it was a colossal entity, he felt no trace of the essence of a vast living being. Suddenly struck by inspiration, he stepped forward and shouted, Peter, get back. Stark glanced at the strangely dressed man who had appeared seemingly out of nowhere. Hey, what are you? Before he could finish, Roy raised his wand, pointing its tip at the Sandman's massive form, and uttered a spell. Fiend fire. With a roar, a small patch of golden red flames erupted from the Sandman. And before the other three could voice their confusion, that small blaze seemed to inhale oxygen, growing rapidly and consuming the Sandman in mere moments, spreading uncontrollably. Good heavens! What is this? Stark exclaimed as he flew out of the window, aghast at the scene before him. In the corridor, the flames escalated within a minute to an uncontrollable inferno, coiling around the Sandman like a fiery serpent, singeing the sand covering its surface, which began to peel away. Peter and Steve were also fleeing from the licking flames, with Peter clinging to the ceiling, shouting, Mr. Mitchell, isn't this fire a bit too intense? Chapter 7, Flint's Hogwarts Adventure, Part 1. Seeing that it was time, Roy resolved to dispel the fiery serpent conjured by the fiend fire. Essentially, Fiend fire is akin to a summoning spell, distinct from the ordinary fire spells. Its flames possess a semblance of life, capable of incinerating all, thus defying conventional extinguishing methods. Roy's wand traced intricate runes in the air, which appeared as iron chains extending from another dimension, tightening around the neck of the fiend fire, forcibly dragging it back to its original space. Return, Roy commanded, and the runes along with the struggling fiend fire shattered explosively, vanishing into thin air. The rampaging flames in the corridor dissipated, leaving only a chaotic scene behind. At this moment, Peter landed beside Roy, returning to the charred, blackened floor. Is that it? From a moment, Roy conjured that fiery beast to its sudden disappearance. No more than 3 minutes had passed. However, Roy did not respond. Instead, he lowered his head and continued searching. What are you looking for? Stark inquired as he flew back in through the window, filled with questions. Yet the other seemed completely absorbed in his quest. Roy remained silent, fixated solely on his search. As all present gradually began to cast somber glances at Roy, he suddenly bent down and scooped a handful of dusty sand from the ground. Unbeknownst to anyone, he produced a glass bottle and filled it with the sand, securing the cap with satisfaction and giving it a gentle shake. Before any of the onlookers could utter a word, Roy's figure vanished into thin air. When Agent Phil Coulson arrived on the scene, he could only exclaim, "Wait, sir, you cannot take anything from here, all right? Can anyone tell me what on earth just happened? And who was that person?" In Forest Hills, Ingram Street, Roy reappeared in his abode, standing beside his alchemical workstation, where he placed a glass bottle partially filled with sand upon the surface. Upon witnessing the emergence of the sand figure, he had sensed that this entity, composed of sand, was peculiar. Despite its imposing exterior, it emitted an aura of dissonance. Indeed, when Roy summoned the fierce flames, he observed the sand figure begin to shed its crystallized portions. To be precise, it was not a shedding, but rather a separation. Those parts were no longer under his control and began to detach from him. When the fierce flames completely engulfed the colossal entity, the sand figure, in a bid for self-preservation, would inevitably conceal its true core deep within to evade the fire. Much like a ball of ants during a forest fire, Roy's conjecture proved accurate. After dismissing the fierce flames, he discovered a small handful of inconspicuous sand on the ground, barely maintaining its granular state. Upon closer inspection, he noticed a minuscule grain pulsating with a soul's resonance. A soul weapon? Or perhaps a unique life form? Regardless of its nature, Roy instinctively felt that if a magical being akin to Peter could aid him in returning to Hogwarts, then this bizarre entity might also hold potential. Even if it did not, he was nonetheless intrigued by the essence of this peculiar thing. Roy pulled up a chair and sat down, tapping the glass's surface. "What is your name?" After a brief pause, the sand began to shift and coalesce, forming 2 words, Flint Marco. "Is that truly a name?" Roy pondered in surprise. "Are you a human? How did you come to be in this form?" As the sand began to spell out a letter, Roy interrupted it. Observing its slow movements, he contemplated that if this entity was indeed human, it possessed consciousness. If it had awareness, then the spell legitimacy should theoretically be applicable. Thus, he remarked, "I know this may seem somewhat impolite, but I find your manner of communication rather cumbersome. For our mutual convenience." Roy drew his wand and intoned, "Legitimacy." Moments later, he lowered his wand, revealing a pained expression. The memories of a divorced wife, a gravely ill daughter, a lost job, and a shattered self, alongside irresponsible, illegal human experimentation, flooded his mind. At this moment, Roy felt a twinge of conscience. Had he known, he would not have subjected this unfortunate soul to such harsh treatment. Flint had ultimately lost his will to survive. In his eyes, he had transformed into a creature that was neither human nor beast. Not only was earning money out of the question, but he could no longer even see his daughter. Given the circumstances, death seemed preferable, which is why he offered no resistance when Roy captured him. "Well, let us not dwell in despair just yet. There may still be a way." Roy attempted to console Flint. "What ailment afflicts your daughter? Perhaps I can assist. I'm an alchemist." "Primary lateral sclerosis," Flint replied. Roy paused, entirely bewildered. If only Peter were here. He could use his phone to look it up. However, the magical realm indeed possesses numerous healing methods that starkly contrast with Muggle technology, such as potions, spells, or alchemy. Problems deemed insurmountable by Muggle medicine may not be terminal in the world of magic. The notion that Roy himself had conducted numerous alchemical experiments regarding the essence of life flashed through his mind. "All right, Flint Marco, listen to me," he began. "Though this ailment appears dire, the world is filled with wondrous powers beyond your imagination." Clearing his throat, he continued, "For instance, I am an alchemist, and I know many others like me. Wizards, are you familiar with magic? Such as healing spells." The sand at the bottom of the bottle stirred slightly, as if drawn to Roy's words. "Your daughter's illness may seem exceedingly difficult to treat from a Muggle perspective, but there is hope in a magical realm. I know some exceedingly skilled practitioners in this field. They can even achieve immortality and restore youth. The most formidable alchemist I know is over 660 years old and still alive. I am willing to help you." Roy smiled. "What do you say?" The sand began to swirl. "What do you want me to do? I have no money left. I do not require payment, nor are you acting for my benefit, Flint. It is for your daughter." Roy raised his hand, a dull ring pinched between his fingers. "To enter the realm of magic, a modicum of effort is required. This is far simpler for you than acquiring a hefty sum for treatment." Roy's tone remained calm. "I have some ideas regarding the path to that world. Whether you choose to cooperate is entirely up to you." As he spoke, Roy tossed the ring onto the table. The sand in the glass bottle began to flow slowly, as if caught in a struggle. Could he trust this enigmatic man, who could summon terrifying flames and had nearly killed him moments ago, yet now professed a willingness to help, speaking of unheard of magical alchemy? But hope, that thought was like poison, yet also like a refreshing dew. Flint recalled Penny's pale visage and the doctor's frigid pronouncement that he had lost everything. Even his own body had morphed into a monstrosity, with his life wholly in the hands of another. Refusal? What grounds did he have to deny, save for the finality of death? What should I do? The gravel struggled to form letters as Roy offered a faint smile, picking up the ring marred by cracks from the table, twisting open the cap of the bottle, and casting it inside. Fill one of the crevices with your gravel, endeavor to blend in, as if becoming part of its restoration. Flint remained silent. If gravel could indeed be silent, for several seconds, the request sounded both peculiar and perilous. Yet, he did not voice any objections. The quicksand enveloped the ring, and soon, the gravel receded, a tentacle emerging to deliver the ring to the mouth of the bottle. Roy held his breath, observing the ring now adorned with a flowing sand-golden pattern. The previous dullness significantly dispersed. He extended his hand to grasp the ring, concentrating intently, sensing a subtle resonance within its structure, envisioning the tactile sensation of the stone walls of the Hogwarts Alchemy Tower, the scent of sulfur, and the whisper of the winds across the Scottish Highlands. A sensation akin to a pressing apparition soon enveloped him, and Roy felt himself squeezed into the sewer pipe of a Muggle apartment. After navigating several turns, he suddenly felt a weight beneath his feet. The crisp night wind of a late summer dawn in the Scottish Highlands swept over him. The sky had yet to brighten, the table cluttered with parchment, books, and quills, all precisely as he had left it. The deep blue canopy of the sky gradually faded, the silhouette of the castle appearing ever more mysterious and grand in the dim morning light. It had truly succeeded, Roy whispered to himself. His hypothesis was correct. The key to traversing did not lie within the magic circle, but rather in the ring and a peculiar life form. The specifics remained uncertain. This passage was more seamless and stable than before. Roy removed the ring from his finger, focusing his mind, feeling a faint wave of consciousness emanating from Flint's Marco, though it was considerably weaker than Peter Parker's. "Are you feeling all right?" Roy attempted to communicate. Flint seemed bewildered, struggling to comprehend what had just transpired, remaining still for a few seconds. Everything here was overwhelmingly transformative for him. The candles floating in midair, the slowly rotating metallic instruments, specimens submerged in vibrant liquids, and the castle spires barely discernible in the morning's light. Roy sensed his astonishment and smiled. Welcome to the magical realm. Welcome to Hogwarts. An incredulous excitement surged within Flint, as if a scene from a fantastical novel had materialized before his eyes. Yet, alongside the rising anticipation and hope, he felt a creeping sense of worry and fear. His life experiences have taught him that immense surprises often conceal far more terrifying traps. The previous Osborne group exemplified this, and now, could this man who claims to be an alchemist truly offer selfless assistance to a complete stranger who is a monster? Chapter 8. Flint's Hogwarts Adventure. Part 2 soon. Flint found himself devoid of any inclination to dwell on such matters. As dawn approached, Roy received an owl-delivered letter, and then, as if struck by a sudden recollection, he rose and released Flint from the ring. "I must step out for a moment. There are matters to attend to." Roy glanced at the small mound of sand on the table. "Can't you transform into a human form?" "The sand is too scarce," Flint replied. After a moment's contemplation, Roy drew his wand and pointed it at Flint. "Very well. Remain as you are for now. I shall return in a few hours. If you find yourself bored, feel free to explore." A flash of magical brilliance enveloped Flint, and he discovered himself transformed into an octopus made of sand. Roy donned his outer robe and turned to descend the stairs, his voice echoing in the air. "Beware of the tabby cat. Be cautious of the black Batman. And watch out for the old man with the white beard." With that, Roy grabbed a handful of flue powder and declared Diagon Alley. Flames erupted, and Roy's figure vanished. The octopus, composed of granules of sand, cautiously glided along the cold stone walls of the castle. Flint began to regret his decision to venture out. For barely 20 minutes after leaving the alchemical tower, he realized he was lost. Flint pressed himself against the shadows of the corridor, watching helplessly as the staircase he had ascended moments ago faded from view. With no alternative, he had no choice but to maneuver around a snoring fat friar's portrait and continue his ascent. However, his current diminutive form made it exceedingly challenging to navigate. After an indeterminate duration of climbing, Flint finally reached the top of the staircase, feeling both thirsty and fatigued. Although, as a pile of sand, he should have been afraid of water, it seemed improbable for an octopus to harbor such fear. "I require a place to drink," Flint thought. He began to crawl slowly along the floor. Hogwarts, being an iconic castle structure, had doors that were almost impossibly tall, rendering Flint incapable of discerning what lay beyond them. Soon, the sensations of exhaustion and thirst intensified, leading Flint to ponder the peculiar absence of a drinking source in a school. More confounding was the realization that, even as a heap of sand, he could still experience thirst and fatigue. If Professor McGonagall were present, she might have used this as a case study on the peculiarities of transfiguration. Unfortunately, at that moment, no wizard was around, leaving Flint to wander aimlessly through the empty corridors. Flint halted his movements, feeling as though he had passed that peculiar tapestry for the third time. Yet, had there always been a door opposite it? Curiosity piqued, Flint approached and tentatively prodded the door with one of his tentacles, but it remained steadfastly closed. This was no challenge for Flint. He was now akin to an octopus. In no time, he flattened himself and slipped through the crack beneath the door. Behind the door lay a tidy and pristine room, dominated by a small fountain that gushed clear water at its center. Flint could sense an incredibly alluring power emanating from the water. Once he became acquainted with the magical realm, he would realize that the force he felt was indeed magic. There was a reason the giant squid in the Black Lake of Hogwarts could grow over 20 meters long. Of course, Flint was unaware of such matters at this moment. He was simply delighted to quench his thirst. After resting sufficiently, Flint returned to the corridor to continue his exploration. It wasn't too long before he heard footsteps approaching. A man clad in a black robe strode briskly, his cloak billowing behind him, emanating an aura that seemed to demand others to clear the way. In an instant, Flint deduced that this man was the embodiment of Roy's dark bat character. He recalled Roy's warning and quickly slipped into an adjacent room through the door crack. Upon entering, he immediately sensed the room's unusual atmosphere. It appeared to have been neglected for quite some time, with a layer of dust covering the floor and several distinct shoe prints visible. Not far away stood a mirror, draped in tattered curtains, revealing its ornate frame beneath. Flint curiously glanced at the mirror and saw a muted, sandy-colored octopus within, but soon the surface shimmered as if disturbed by thrown stones, causing the octopus to vanish. Flint widened his eyes. The mirror now reflected a sunlit meadow, where a rosy-cheeked, beaming little girl frolicked on the grass. Beside her was the equally radiant Flint Marco himself. He watched in the mirror as the father and daughter chased and played, observing the vibrant and healthy Penny. A wave of complex emotions engulfed him. What was this? Was it a glimpse of the future? Would Penny grow to be so healthy, living happily alongside him? Perhaps he could even get her a dog, as she had once expressed a desire for a pet. Lost in thought, Flint instinctively leaned closer to the mirror, his tentacles flailing in excitement, creating a clattering sound. What was this? A rough, alert voice broke the moment, accompanied by hurried footsteps from the corridor. Flint suddenly snapped back to reality, jumping away from the mirror in search of a hiding place. Meow. But something faster than he was intervened. he heard a cat's meow, followed by a shadow leaping toward him, sinking its teeth into Flint. Fortunately, as a mass of sand, Flint was rather resilient, and the cat did not treat him as octopus sashimi. "Show me, Loris, what have you caught?" A gaunt man, with a sinister visage and a stooped posture, appeared at the doorway. He fixated on the peculiar octopus, which evidently emanated magical fluctuations and bore an uncanny resemblance to an alchemical creation. Whose pet was this? Or which wretched little scoundrel orchestrated this prank? Filch grimaced in distaste, clearly harboring several suspects in his mind. Indeed, it was the Weasleys who indulged in such mindless antics. I knew it. They always left the castle in disarray. Filch pinched the escaping octopus with 2 fingers and muttered as he made his way outside. Hogwarts, Alchemical Tower. Roy's silhouette re-emerged from the fireplace, having just returned from Diagon Alley, laden with purchases. He carelessly tossed the newly acquired dragonhide gloves onto the table, alongside several hefty tomes on the fundamentals of alchemy and a stone that had become quite dusty. After a moment's contemplation, Roy retrieved the stone and stowed it in his pocket. "Flint," I inquired with a few muggle doctors. "Not back yet?" Roy circled the tower, failing to locate the missing Sphinx. He drew his wand and cast a tracking spell. Flint bore the residual magic left by Roy before his departure. Soon, a trace of magic appeared before Roy's eyes. Following its guidance, he found Filch standing by the Black Lake, preparing to release Flint. Roy recalled Professor McGonagall mentioning that the castle's caretaker was called Mr. Filch. He approached, stating, "This is my alchemical creation." Chapter 9. Roy's new home. I never anticipated that the caretaker of Hogwarts would be a mute. Holding the octopus Flint in one hand, Roy pushed open the door to the alchemical tower. How could a mute possibly oversee the sprawling castle of Hogwarts? It was vast, and he was incapable of wielding magic. How could one rely on a mute to manage those tempestuous young wizards? Sometimes, I truly struggle to comprehend what Albus is thinking. Roy placed Flint on the table and pulled out a chair for himself. Flint remarked, "Are you referring to the bat-like man I saw earlier?" "No, that was Snape. Although he is not particularly liked, I believe he is quite aware of his unpopularity. He differs from Albus. However, your daughter's affliction may require his assistance. So it is best we refrain from speaking ill of him." Roy shifted the topic. "I ventured out today to gather information regarding your daughter's ailment. The Muggle doctors I found do not possess extensive knowledge about it. For a more effective treatment, we need to return to New York." Roy was situated in the year 1991, yet another world had progressed to 2008. He surmised that the timeline in that realm might provide deeper insights into Flint's daughter's condition. Once he comprehended the true nature of her illness, he could seek out wizards at St. Mungo's to attempt a cure for Penny. Although he remained uncertain whether he could traverse time with Penny, that was not the primary conundrum at hand. In Queens, New York, on Ingram Street, the air still carries the unmistakable scent of hot dog oil. Roy stands in front of his house, observing Peter and Flint, who are now struggling to maintain a crude, humanoid shape in a sand sculpture, cloaked in a large cape that Roy had enchanted with a confusion spell. As they work together to extract the last second-hand sofa from the bed of a pickup truck. Although Peter could easily handle the sofa alone, Flint insisted on assisting, feeling it inappropriate to merely stand by, and Peter, unable to resist his friend's determination, acquiesced. Roy watched as the two of them, each tiring of the other's presence, elicited a pang of sympathy within him, prompting him to pinch the bridge of his nose. Having resolved to treat Pennymarco, Roy recognized that he would need to remain in New York for an extended period. He quickly realized that his nearly demolished house was ill-suited for long-term habitation. Lacking a house elf, he found himself overwhelmed by the task at hand, leading him to succinctly explain the situation to Peter. Upon learning of Roy's need to renovate his home, Peter exhibited remarkable enthusiasm and a keen familiarity with the second-hand market. "Mr. Amichell, look at this sofa. Only $50. Though the color is, vintage," he exclaimed. "What about this storage cabinet? The pattern seems quite fitting for your workspace, don't you think, Mr. Amichell? Goodness, there's even this model of television available in the second-hand market. It's a steal. You can't possibly spend all your time buried in studying magic, can you, Mr. Amichell? There are plenty of intriguing variety shows on now." Thus, under Peter's guidance, Roy's bare-bones house began to take on a semblance of order. The living room was adorned with a cheap yet clean carpet that Peter had salvaged, featuring the retro sofa, a glass coffee table, and a bulky television. The kitchen was equipped with the essentials: pots, pans, and dishes, although Roy remained skeptical about his culinary skills. The second floor, where Roy's bedroom resided, was far simpler, containing only a bed, a wardrobe, and a workbench that he had levitated from downstairs using a floating spell. You could have mentioned this sooner. I've been moving things for ages. Peter protested. I thought you enjoyed moving things. You seemed quite happy while doing it. Roy smiled. However, Peter soon cast aside the matter, eagerly diving into the task of fiddling with the television's signal cables and the player Roy had casually purchased. Done, Peter exclaimed jubilantly, pressing the television remote. The screen flickered a few times before displaying a clear image, a talk show featuring laughter that instantly filled the room. Hey, do you know how to use the remote, Mr. Amichell? This button changes the channel. This one adjusts the volume. In this, Peter was brimming with excitement when Roy had to interject. All right, Peter, I certainly know how to use a remote. I live in 1991, not 1891, he added. In fact, although the magical realm is somewhat insular, we are aware of the existence of televisions. Oh well. Peter scratched his head and retrieved a flip phone from his bag. A Nokia. Incredibly durable. This way I can contact you anytime. Roy took the hefty metallic square, examining it from every angle. Is this truly the surprise you prepared for me? It's far too extravagant. I cannot accept it. He was acutely aware of Peter's modest means. Although he was uncertain of the current pricing for such devices, he presumed they were not inexpensive. Peter smiled somewhat sheepishly. This is to express my gratitude for your assistance in enhancing the spider suit. And honestly, it isn't as costly as you might think. It's not the latest model. I've already purchased it. So if you decline, it will merely gather dust, which seems wasteful. Very well. Roy attempted a few presses, and the screen illuminated with a blue glow. Can this withstand magical interference? Peter replied, it should, I believe. Although Roy had never encountered such a device before. As an accomplished alchemist, his capacity for learning was exemplary, and he quickly mastered the basic functions of the phone. Oh, it's just saving phone numbers and making calls. After storing Peter's number, he finally departed from Roy's home. It wasn't that Roy was ushering him away. Rather, he needed to return for dinner. After seeing Peter off, Roy closed the door and collapsed onto the sofa in an exhausted sprawl. Flint, who had transformed back into his octopus form and was residing in a glass tank devoid of water, suddenly spoke up. Someone has been watching us all day. I know. However, they likely harbored no ill intentions. Otherwise, Peter would have sensed them by now. Roy sighed. Despite this acknowledgement, the thought of not being able to rest made him feel weary. True to form, before he could catch his breath, a knock echoed at the door. Roy remained seated, merely straightening his posture. The door swung open, revealing a sharply dressed, middle-aged man with sunglasses and a slightly receding hairline. Hello, Mr. Roy. I am Phil Coulson, an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. Chapter 10. The purpose of S.H.I.E.L.D.S.H.I.E.L.D. To sound like an insurance company. Roy did not rise, staying relaxed on the sofa. But I presume you are not here to sell me anything? Coulson replied, certainly not. S.H.I.E.L.D. stands for Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division. We are tasked with addressing certain extraordinary incidents. He stepped into the living room, surveying the space, which contained only a single long sofa that Roy occupied at its center. Noticing this, Roy tossed a cushion onto the floor in front of him. Before Coulson could express confusion, the cushion elongated and transformed into a wooden-backed chair. What a remarkable ability! Coulson exclaimed in admiration. His gaze subtly swept over the newly acquired second-hand furniture in the living room, the peculiar instruments haphazardly arranged on shelves, and ultimately returned to Roy. Regarding the incident that transpired at the Osborne Group that day, we have a few inquiries we wish to pose to you. In truth, my knowledge is rather limited. What would you like to ask? The man's demeanor was gentle, and Coulson's taut nerves relaxed slightly. I shall not beat around the bush, Mr. Amichell. What did you do before you departed from the Osborne Group that afternoon? Roy understood. There is no need for such subtlety. If you wish to ascertain whether I was the one who took the assailant from the Osborne Group, I can tell you quite directly that it was indeed me. I required his assistance for certain tasks. Fret not. With my presence, he shall not wreak further havoc. Coulson fell silent for a few moments, seemingly processing this candid and almost provocative response. He leaned forward slightly, his voice dropping. How much do you know about that assailant? Roy blinked. This was precisely the opportunity to test the capabilities of this so-called shield, so he subtly shook his head. As I mentioned, My knowledge is quite limited. Might you be willing to share some details with me? Coulson nodded. His name is Flynn Marco, formerly known as William Baker. A former construction worker who had been imprisoned for theft and found it challenging to secure stable employment upon release. His only daughter, Penny Marco, is 8 years old and suffers from a rare neurodegenerative disease known as primary lateral sclerosis. Noticing the look of confusion on Roy's face, Coulson elaborated. It is a condition that affects motor neurons. In simple terms, the nerve cells in the brain and spinal cord responsible for muscle movement gradually degenerate and die, leading to ineffective signals being transmitted to the muscles. Patients experience progressively worsening muscle weakness, stiffness, spasms, and ultimately paralysis, swallowing difficulties, and even respiratory failure. Currently, the medical community has yet to discover an effective treatment for this ailment. Roy's fingers unconsciously tapped against the armrest of the sofa as he pondered. So, if those deteriorated nerve cells could be repaired or replaced, would that not cure the disease? Coulson paused for a moment. Theoretically, that should be the case. However, existing medical interventions can only delay disease progression through medication and rehabilitation. Reversing neuronal damage remains beyond even the capabilities of the best neurologists. Yet Roy did not feel disheartened, for he had already conceived several treatment options and merely needed to arrange a visit with the young girl tomorrow to determine which one would be most suitable. Coulson noticed this enigmatic man as particular concern for Penny's situation and could not restrain himself from asking, "Mr. Amichell, will you be treating Flynn Marco's daughter?" "Certainly. I have pledged to save his daughter. In exchange, he must refrain from causing destruction outside." Coulson still harbored some doubts. "Forgive my candor, but I find myself perplexed, Mr. Amichell. According to our inquiries with Iron Man and Captain America, the other two individuals present that day, your powerful flames effortlessly subdued Flint Marco. And now he remains entirely under your control, posing no threat to you whatsoever." Roy was tempted to clarify that it was not as effortless as it appeared. To those unversed in magic, the fierce flames summoned that day seemed indeed formidable. However, had Dumbledore or McGonagall been present, they would have noted the growing turbulence of the flames Roy had conjured. Should he allow them to spread unchecked, the ensuing chaos would be beyond his management. Yet, expressing such vulnerability in front of others was unthinkable, so Roy smiled and remained silent. "Mr. Amichell, given the circumstances, Flint Marco's daughter's illness is of no concern to you. Even if you chose to stand idly by, he would be powerless to resist," Coulson reminded him. Moreover, Flint's assault on the Osborn group resulted in significant property damage. Although there were no casualties, the Osborn group will undoubtedly seek legal retribution. Roy's gaze flickered to the transparent fish tank resting on the corner shelf, and he smiled genuinely this time. "Thank you for your reminder, Agent Coulson, but how does this relate to my willingness to assist a bettered young girl?" Coulson opened his mouth, attempting to frame a response from the perspectives of interest, duty, and reality, only to find that any answer seemed inadequate under Roy's gentle scrutiny. Penny Marco was an innocent child, a patient in need of help. This was indisputable. "Very well. Should you encounter any difficulties, SHIELD will be more than willing to assist you." Coulson handed Roy his business card. "This is my number." Roy accepted the card. Coulson suddenly inquired, "By the way, may I ask, are you British?" "I grew up in Germany," Roy replied without reservation. He was unconcerned about Coulson investigating his background. After all, there was little to uncover. Roy had not entered the country through customs. Strictly speaking, he was currently an undocumented individual. However, most wizards were, in the Muggle world, similarly undocumented. If one were to inquire, they might discover that Dumbledore likely lacked any birth registration, as such matters were often obscured by enchantments for wizards. After bidding farewell to Coulson, Roy exhaled wearily. He yearned to lie down and sleep. The relentless days of time travel, the draining effects of the Fiendfire curse, the mental exertion of studying the ring and conducting alchemical experiments, compounded by interactions with so many individuals, left him feeling burdened, even in his youthful form and with his reserves of magic. However, slumber was not an option just yet. Steeling himself, Roy withdrew his wand and began to murmur lengthy incantations directed at the doorframe and surrounding walls. The tip of the staff emanated a silvery glow, seeping into the surroundings like liquid, tracing ancient symbols reminiscent of runes, which flickered with a faint luminescence before vanishing into the walls. This was Roy's modified version of the Muggle repelling charm. Once activated, anyone approaching the house without Roy's permission or with specific ulterior motives would involuntarily overlook its existence. Unless Roy extended an invitation or the individual possessed the ability to break through this potent cognitive distortion, which, based on experience, was nearly impossible in the Muggle world, they would forever remain oblivious to the house's presence. Chapter 11. The eve of the school year the following day, under Flint's guidance, Roy met Penny Marco. He employed magic to conduct an examination on Penny, and, as he anticipated, her ailment could indeed be treated through magical means. Roy swiftly devised a treatment plan, a potion requiring regular intake, with protective and stimulating materials for neuronal regeneration, including unicorn tail hair powder, essence of mature mandrake roots, and moonstone powder. While there were several regulated ingredients, Roy had his own sources, although he was not particularly adept at potion brewing. Perhaps he could seek assistance from the potions master at Hogwarts, though he already envisioned the difficulty of approaching that bat-like figure. With the school year fast approaching, and his own responsibilities awaiting him, it would be prudent to resolve Penny's potion issue as quickly as possible. Thus, Roy reactivated the ring and returned to the alchemical tower of Hogwarts. Late August in the Scottish Highlands brought an early dusk. Standing by the window on the top floor of the tower, Roy witnessed the sunset casting a warm golden-red hue over Hogwarts Castle, while the Black Lake resembled a vast piece of obsidian, reflecting the castle's silhouette and the evening sky's blush. The castle was no longer the quiet sanctuary of the holidays. House elves had busied themselves, tidying the classrooms and student dormitories that had remained vacant for the duration of the break. Professor McGonagall stood in the Great Hall, sternly directing several floating boxes in preparation for the upcoming opening ceremony. The ghosts were engaged in lively conversation, speculating on how many new students each house would welcome. A vibrant energy reviving within the ancient magical castle. As dinner approached, Dumbledore gathered the professors who had returned early for a brief meeting in the staff lounge. The air was filled with the sweet aromas of mead, toasted bread, and pumpkin juice. "Please allow me to introduce." Dumbledore's silver-white beard quivered with his gentle voice. "Our new member at Hogwarts, Professor Roy Amichell of Alchemy." Roy, clad in a pristine deep blue robe, rose slightly and nodded. His gaze swept across the faces present, the serious McGonagall, the scowling Snape, the affable Flitwick, and to his surprise, a ghost. The faculty at Hogwarts truly was a tapestry of diverse talents. Roy mused to himself. Amidst the collective gaze, a somewhat ethereal voice suddenly pierced the air. "Amichell?" All eyes turned towards the source of the voice, which belonged to Professor Binns. The spectral history of Magic Professor bore a rare expression of confusion upon his translucent visage. He suddenly passed through the table and floated before Roy, gazing at his face with those hollow eyes. A peculiar sense of familiarity washed over him. Binns spoke in a leisurely tone, pondering, "This name and this face, where have I seen them before?" "Long ago, at some alchemy lecture." He paused, squinting his eyes as he scrutinized Roy, seemingly attempting to correlate the young man before him with a figure buried in the recesses of his memory. This scene piqued the interest of all present, as the professors regarded Roy with keen curiosity. Roy, however, was not particularly surprised. As a ghost who had existed for an indeterminate length of time, Binns may indeed have encountered him in his youth. With an unperturbed expression, he nodded slightly at Binns. "Professor Binns, your insight is indeed profound. My father was deeply enamored with alchemy and was active in various alchemical symposiums in an earlier era. He may have visited Hogwarts to give lectures." Binns appeared to have received some confirmation, revealing an expression of understanding. He then drifted off into a state of contemplation or perhaps distraction, slowly floating away. Professor Flitwick, on the other hand, seemed quite animated. "Ah, I remember now. Amichell. This surname resonates through certain circles of alchemy, albeit known for its rather intense notoriety. I had no idea there was a descendant." His gaze towards Roy was filled with curiosity, clearly eager to ascertain whether the rumored Amichell truly lived up to the tales. Before Roy could respond, a stuttering and visibly anxious voice interjected, "Amichell, Professor. Greetings. It is a pleasure to meet you." It was Professor Quirrell, the defense against the dark arts instructor at Hogwarts, who stood up, his head wrapped in a peculiar purple scarf, his complexion pale, and his eyes evasive. I myself am quite interested in alchemy, though perhaps not to the extent of your esteemed lineage." He rubbed his hands together, leaning slightly forward. "I wonder how your father fares. I have heard many legendary accounts of his research, particularly concerning the essence of life. In such a setting, to mention his father's alchemical studies? Roy regarded Quirrell intently, maintaining a polite smile. Thank you for your concern, Professor Quirrell. My father was indeed engrossed in exploring the mysteries of life. However, regrettably, his last experiment met with an unfortunate incident, and most of his research was lost in that catastrophe. What remains are only fragmented and disorganized findings, which hold little value for those of us who are not adept in this field of alchemy. He spoke of it lightly, while perceptibly catching the fleeting disappointment and skepticism in Quirrell's eyes. Roy smiled, adding, I personally focus more on the applications of alchemical creations and the pedagogical aspects of the discipline. At this juncture, Dumbledore skillfully redirected the conversation towards the arrangement for the new term and certain students who required attention. After the gathering concluded, Roy returned to the alchemy tower. The house elves have meticulously attended to the interior of the tower, as per his requests. The teaching area on the first floor has been arranged with desks and demonstration tables, while the second floor's lounge and study have been rendered both tidy and comfortable, adorned with entirely new furnishings. Most importantly, the third floor alchemical laboratory is now brimming with materials and instruments that Roy has brought back from his former abode in Diagon Alley. Roy commenced the organization of his new laboratory, categorizing various crystals, minerals, and magical metals into a storage cabinet enhanced with temperature-regulating and protective enchantments. The vessels upon the workbench gleamed, polished to perfection and arranged with precision. A sense of long-lost tranquility washed over Roy. While sorting through an old chest in the corner, he unearthed a metal object, dust-laden and palm-sized, with a cylindrical brass casing. This relic was a remnant of an early failed alchemical endeavor, intended to create a perpetual light source. Yet it had succumbed to excessive energy consumption and instability, leading to its abandonment. As he gazed upon this failure, an inspiration struck Roy, reminiscent of the bright street lamps illuminating New York's nights. Perhaps it could be repurposed? Chapter 12. A calm start to the school year. This chapter incorporates personal interpretations of alchemy. In the original Harry Potter series, alchemy can only be performed in ancient runes. Here, Latin has been included. The following evening, just before the commencement of the school's ceremony, Roy made his way to Filch's quarters, carrying a parcel. The little abode, nestled beneath the main castle, was dimly lit, permeated by a musty scent mingled with the aroma of cat food. Filch, with a stern expression, was polishing his oil lamp when he noticed Roy's presence, visibly tensing. Professor Amichell, do you have any instructions? Filch's voice was dry and hoarse, his gaze alert. He was evidently impressed by the new professor and his octopus. Do not be alarmed, Mr. Filch, Roy replied in a soothing tone, placing the parcel on Filch's rickety little table. I wanted to thank you for taking care of my alchemical creation the other day. It caused you some trouble. Filch paused, seemingly taken aback by Roy's gesture of gratitude. Roy unwrapped the parcel, revealing the brass lamp he had simply modified and turned a knob at the base. With a soft hum, a brilliant white light erupted from the crystal atop, illuminating the dim room as if it were daylight. Merlin's beard. Filch squinted against the sudden brightness, instinctively exclaiming, It's just a little gadget, Roy explained. It requires no oil, no fire, only a periodic infusion of magic from any source. He turned off the knob, adding, I thought it might assist you in seeing better during your nighttime patrols of the castle. Of course, remember to switch it off during the day to conserve magic. Filch stared at the peculiar lamp, then back at Roy, his lips trembling as he attempted to express his gratitude. But he stumbled over his words, overwhelmed with shock and excitement. His rough fingers gently caressed the smooth brass exterior. He had never received such a valuable gift. After all, it was an alchemical creation. Thank you ever so much, Professor Amichell. Filch was nearly incoherent, and I found myself at a loss for how to repay you. Should any student misbehave in your class, please do inform me, and I shall take it upon myself to deal with them. Roy, feeling helpless, replied, There is no need for such measures. He said nothing further and turned to leave the small cabin. Upon returning to the alchemy tower, he found Flint the octopus crawling about on the first floor. Roy requested that he refrain from reverting to his human form while at Hogwarts, as it would complicate matters with Dumbledore. How is the inventory of materials coming along? Roy inquired. He had assigned Flint the task of accounting for the ingredients needed for Penny's potions, glad to contribute to his daughter's recovery. And Flint did not mind the effort at all. Originally, Roy intended to seek out Snape, But then he realized that Snape was aligned with Dumbledore. If Snape were to learn of it, Dumbledore would also be informed, leading to potential complications. Thus, Roy decided to invest a bit more and commission another wizard for the brewing. After Flint had tallied 3 sets of materials, Roy used Floo powder to venture to Diagon Alley, knowing of a reputable potion shop. He presented the parchment detailing his needs along with the materials at the counter, stating, "I wish to remain anonymous, and I am willing to offer up to a 30% increase in payment." The elderly shopkeeper, with a head of white hair, recorded the time for Roy's collection before he exited the shop. The following day, Hogwarts Castle was adorned by the house elves. Thousands of candles floated above the 4 long tables, illuminating the banners representing the 4 houses. The ceiling was enchanted to reflect the vibrant hues of the autumn evening outside. The professors had already taken their seats at the faculty table. Roy sat beside Professor Flitwick, his deep green robe appearing particularly dignified in the candlelight. The opening ceremony was lengthy and tedious, but at last, the Sorting Hat announced the final new student's house assignment, and the hall erupted in thunderous applause. Dumbledore rose from his seat, reminding the assembly of several school rules. The Forbidden Forest remained off limits, and the corridor on the right side of the 4th floor would be temporarily closed this year. No student was permitted to approach it for any reason. For those wishing to explore at night, he advised caution. Should you be blinded by a sudden bright light, remain calm. It would simply be Mr. Filch fulfilling his duties. Naturally, I personally recommend adhering to the school rules and avoiding nocturnal escapades if you wish to avoid such an experience. His words elicited laughter and whispers among the students. Once the noise subsided, Dumbledore continued, "This year, we also welcome 2 new professors. Professor Quirrell, who will teach defense against the dark arts, and Professor Amichell, who will be responsible for alchemy. Professor Amichell will teach an elective course in alchemy this semester, with limited spots available. Interested students should promptly sign up in the Alchemy Tower." With that, the opening ceremony drew to a close. Overall, Roy found his first evening as a professor at Hogwarts to be quite satisfactory. Alchemy is not a long-standing compulsory subject at Hogwarts. The rarity of suitable alchemy professors in the magical realm is one aspect, while its inherent tedium is another. The study of alchemy necessitates extensive practical engagement, requiring students to possess ample magical reserves, financial support, theoretical grounding, and linguistic proficiency. The authoritative texts in this field are either in Latin or Ancient Greek, and the challenges posed by mastering these languages have deterred many aspiring wizards from pursuing the study of alchemy. Consequently, the first week of a new term presents a rare period of tranquility for Roy. His primary responsibility involves manning the temporary registration desk on the 1st floor of the Alchemy Tower, welcoming young wizards intrigued by this arcane discipline. On the inaugural day of the term, the registration desk appears somewhat desolate. Alchemy's reputation within the magical community is both exalted and fearsome. It is said to possess the power to transmute base materials into gold and bestow immortality, yet is also fraught with peril and endless tedious research. As the morning progresses, only a handful of registration forms lie on Roy's desk, the majority from Ravenclaw, with scant interest shown from Slytherin, Hufflepuff, and Gryffindor. It seems that gathering a small class this year would be a considerable achievement. Roy sets down his quill and massages his wrist. Before him lies a hefty tome of ancient Greek notes, from which he is selecting safe and simple alchemical formulas for his lessons. To alleviate the monotony of this somewhat dreary task, Roy often wanders through the castle, borrowing popular science books recommended by Professor Burbage from the library. Madame Pants has been relatively courteous to him, or listening to Professor Flitwick play music with his teacup. Professor McGonagall remains as stern as ever, yet she occasionally engages in brief exchanges about teaching insights, while Professor Sprout is often busy in the greenhouse, greeting Roy warmly whenever he strolls by. However, concerning Severus Snape, Roy has encountered quite a different narrative. Within less than a day of the term's commencement, the tumult from Potions class has reached Roy's ears. A few Gryffindor students discussing in the corridor mentioned that Snape had made a formidable impression on the house during the first lesson. He mercilessly ridiculed Harry Potter, humiliating him with his characteristic, slick, and frigid tone when Harry failed to answer a particularly tricky question. The young wizard protested vehemently against the unfairness of it. Subsequently, after Neville Longbottom accidentally knocked over a cauldron, Snape further mocked Harry, asking if he believed that not warning him about adding porcupine quills would make him seem cleverer. and then deducting a point from Gryffindor. In just one class, Snape had deducted 9 points, resulting in a significant loss for Gryffindor. Initially, Roy did not give this much thought, as stern professors are not uncommon in the magical world. However, while enjoying tea in the staff lounge, he casually remarked, "I heard that Severus deducted points from Mr. Potter during his first class. What was the reason?" The air fell into a momentary silence as Professor McGonagall set down her teacup, her gaze intently fixed on yesterday's Daily Prophet. Professor Flitwick became absorbed in studying the intricate patterns on his teacup, while Professor Burbage suddenly found herself captivated by the decorative ceiling of the common room. Professor Sprout, with a gentle smile, skillfully diverted the conversation. "Oh, Severus has always held high expectations for his students, particularly in potions, a subject that demands precision." Roy observed the reactions of his colleagues, raising an eyebrow. It seemed that, for reasons unbeknownst to him, his peers were unable to confide directly. Therefore, he resolved to consult Dumbledore. The afternoon sun shone brightly, heralding the first flying lesson of the semester. In a relatively secluded corridor leading to the Quidditch pitch, a group of boys burst into malicious laughter. "Hey, look who it is. Is that not our brave Longbottom? Why venture down such a lonely path? Afraid of falling off your broom and seeking a hiding place to weep?" A voice, affected and drawn out, rang out as the blond Malfoy, accompanied by his 2 towering cronies, Crabbe and Goyle, blocked the corridor. "I'm just in a flying class," Neville stammered, his voice barely above a whisper, quivering noticeably. "Flying class?" Malfoy erupted into exaggerated laughter. "You, Longbottom? I've heard you trip over flat ground. I wager that your broom will toss you off like a troll's wrath." With a dramatic flourish, he and his companions erupted into shrill mockery. Perhaps he wouldn't even manage to call for help. Crabbe chimed in with a deep, resonant voice. Or if he did, it would be futile. Even the broom would disdain him as a fool. Goyle cackled. Neville's face paled further. He lowered his head, clutching his belongings tightly, refraining from retorting, attempting to slip past the wall. Yet Malfoy stepped forward, blocking his path once more. "Why the rush? We have not finished our discussion." With a swift motion, he snatched the book from Neville's arms, carelessly rifling through its pages, making them rustle loudly. "You could blow up a cauldron. Will you plunge headfirst into the Black Lake during flying class to feed the giant squid? Hey, do you wish to know how large the squid is?" Neville felt a tightening in his throat. He yearned to reclaim his book but dared not make a move. "I need to attend class. Professor McGonagall will." Neville attempted to escape, using the impending flying lesson as an excuse. "Oh, Professor McGonagall?" Malfoy raised an eyebrow, feigning fear. "But before she arrives, we still have time to thoroughly examine this book." He deliberately held the book aloft, ensuring Neville could not reach it. "Tell me, wouldn't it be amusing if this book accidentally flew over and struck that suit of armor?" Malfoy pretended to toss the book away. Neville's eyes widened in terror. He knew McGonagall was strict, and he could vividly imagine the dire consequences of arriving at his first lesson without his book. Tears began to well in his eyes. At the moment when Malfoy raised his arm, preparing to hurl Neville's book away, a serene voice resonated behind them. "Books are meant for learning, Mr. Malfoy, not for practicing your throwing skills." Chapter 13, Shield and Sword, Part 1. Malfoy's actions froze in an instant. Roy had appeared at the far end of the corridor, clad in a deep blue robe, his expression notably neutral. His azure eyes, calm yet unervingly piercing, caused Malfoy to break into a cold sweat. He recognized the new potions professor, and the surname Amichell was familiar to him, an exceedingly rare name, last borne by a renowned alchemist of the pureblood circle, well known throughout the wizarding world. Quickly retracting his arm from the throwing motion, Malfoy maintained his habitual arrogance. "Professor Amichell," he said, chin slightly raised, his tone a reluctant courtesy. "We were merely exchanging experiences regarding the flying lesson with Longbottom." Exchanging experiences? Roy approached, his gaze sweeping over Neville, whose eyes were red-rimmed and body trembling slightly, before returning to the defiant Malfoy. "With someone else's textbook? That's quite a unique method of exchange. We were just helping him check the quality of the book." Malfoy's cheeks flushed slightly. "Oh, have you completed your inspection?" Roy extended his hand. Malfoy hesitated, but ultimately, with evident reluctance, handed over the care of Magical Creatures Manual. Roy accepted the book without a glance at Malfoy, directly returning it to the tearful Neville. "Here you go, Mr. Longbottom. The flying lesson is about to commence." And I trust you would not wish to miss Professor Hooch's opening words. Neville, feeling as though he had been granted a reprieve, clutched his book tightly and looked up at Roy with gratitude. Thank you, Professor Amichell. Roy's gaze shifted back to Malfoy. As for you, Mr. Malfoy, take your friends and proceed to the Quidditch pitch immediately. I do not wish for any unnecessary disturbances in the flying lesson due to your tardiness. Furthermore, Slytherin will lose 30 points due to your enthusiasm. 30 points? Malfoy exclaimed in shock. Roy ascended the spiraling staircase towards the headmaster's office. He announced the password. Fizzing Whizbee and the comical gargoyle shifted aside, revealing the staircase that rose slowly. The door to the headmaster's office was ajar. Roy pushed it open and found Dumbledore seated behind his desk, wielding a pair of golden scissors, earnestly attempting to trim a slightly unruly tail feather of Fawkes. Albus. Roy unceremoniously pulled a comfortable high-backed chair closer and casually grabbed a lemon drop from Dumbledore's desk, popping it into his mouth. I have a question for you. Dumbledore set down the scissors, and Fawkes, shaking his feathers, immediately took flight. The old headmaster adjusted his crescent-shaped spectacles, a glint of mischievous light flickering in his blue eyes. What a rare visitor, Roy. I was just contemplating a conversation with you regarding your initial impressions of the new term. Roy rolled his eyes and waved his hand dismissively. I was actually inquiring about Snape. Why does he seem particularly inclined to make life difficult for Harry Potter? It seems that indulging in gossip is a tradition within the French alchemical circles. Dumbledore chuckled softly, clearly surprised by Roy's keen interest in the school's past. Do not keep me in suspense, Albus. Very well, Dumbledore replied, narrowing his eyes as if reminiscing about distant events. The protagonists of this tale involve not only Severus and Harry, but also Harry's parents, James and Lily. The matter is not overly complicated, and Roy soon absorbed Dumbledore's narrative concerning an unlikable child who was mocked and humiliated by a campus star in the presence of his beloved. Wait, Albus. Are you certain you are not mistaken? Lily Evans ended up with James Potter? Roy was taken aback. This makes no sense to him. He could not fathom how, despite James's past as a cruel bully toward Lily, he might have transformed so significantly as to leap to marriage and children. James Potter was a Gryffindor, and the dynamics between Slytherin and Gryffindor during those years were quite telling. Dumbledore sighed softly. The issues between Potter and Snape extend beyond their individual experiences. They persist even now. And what of you, Albus? Roy's expression grew serious as he fixed his gaze upon Dumbledore. What have you done? Many students from Slytherin have parents who are Death Eaters. They have caused immense harm. Roy interjected. Are Snape's parents Death Eaters? Albus, ever since you produced a Voldemort, you seem to have lost faith in the power of education. Dumbledore raised his gaze to meet Roy's profound blue eyes. With a sigh, Roy stood up, his movements slow yet resolute. Albus, you truly are a poor teacher. I should have refrained from delving into such gossip. Roy felt a weight in his chest. He found himself unable to condemn either Potter or Snape. They were merely children when these events unfolded. In Roy's view, children are inherently in need of proper guidance. To simplistically assign blame based on notions of good and evil is a failure on the part of the adults who ought to bear the responsibility of leading and educating. In other words, an adult should not condemn a minor for their misdeeds, deeming them deserving of such treatment. Especially educators, if their actions merely consist of lofty moral judgments upon a child whose ideological framework is still developing, then what right do they have to call themselves educators? Over 7 years at Hogwarts, how could not a single professor have conveyed to Potter the arrogance of presuming someone as a sinner in the pursuit of eradicating evil? Tell Severus that an unrelenting pursuit of power, often pursued by unscrupulous means, frequently culminates in tragic outcomes. Roy's mind was haunted by Neville's fearful yet aggrieved round face. He quickened his pace, determined to speak with Snape. Upon entering the potions office, he found Severus Snape engrossed in grading papers, his greasy black hair nearly cascading onto the parchment. Amichell, you had better possess something of significance to disturb my precious time, Snape remarked darkly, casting a fleeting glance at him. I am certain this matter is of utmost importance. Roy disregarded the acerbic welcome and got straight to the point. I just witnessed Draco Malfoy and his 2 cronies intercepting Neville Longbottom in the corridor. They snatched Mr. Longbottom's textbooks, preventing him from leaving, and subjected him to ridicule and mockery, even attempting to toss his book away for their amusement. And then, Snape's expression remained impassive. even retracting his gaze from Roy as though he were listening to something trivial. Then I intervened and returned the book to Mr. Longbottom. "Oh, our potions professor has grown so weary that he has taken it upon himself to assume the pitiable vice-presidential duties of Professor McGonagall?" Snape scoffed. "Is a minor skirmish between first years worthy of your personal complaint, Professor?" "Minor skirmish?" Roy echoed, his tone remarkably calm. "You mean 3 students intentionally ambushed a somewhat clumsy child, humiliated him verbally, seized his belongings, and aimed to destroy them, and you deem this merely a minor skirmish? Such petty frictions between houses, where the many bully the few, where the powerful humiliate the weak, and where upperclassmen torment lowerclassmen, occur daily." Snape smirked derisively. "Hogwarts has always been thus." Roy inhaled deeply, pinching the bridge of his nose. "Always? Then Dumbledore is mistaken, Severus." He endeavored to keep his tone measured, unwilling to strike at Snape's vulnerabilities further, yet some truths needed to be articulated. Indulging in past wounds to justify present actions, even permitting them to replay in the next generation, is a cycle that is fundamentally flawed. Refrain from your insincere pity. Amichell, you have no comprehension of what transpired in the past. You have no right to judge the present. Roy paid no heed to Snape's outburst, stepping closer to the desk. "I share this with you not to cast blame. Perhaps you have endured such wounds, which merit sympathy and understanding, yet that should not serve as a justification for everything. I have come forth because I witnessed a child enduring unjust bullying. I share this with you, as you are the head of Slytherin, the nominal overseer of the bullies. Should you choose to turn a blind eye to such behavior, or even condone it as a continuation of some tradition in your eyes?" Roy paused, his azure gaze devoid of any hesitation, radiating calmness and resolve. "Then prepare yourself mentally from this moment onward, and do not attempt to prevent my intervention. I harbor no intention of challenging your authority, but I cannot remain a passive observer while such blatant schoolyard bullying transpires beneath my very nose. This is my tradition." "Roy Amichell." Snape stood up in a furious rage, his disdainful glare piercing like a sword. If a gaze could slay, Snape would have inflicted countless wounds upon Roy at that moment. Yet Roy did not afford Snape the opportunity to retaliate. He merely nodded slightly, ensuring that Snape had absorbed his words. Subsequently, Roy turned and departed, as decisively as he had exited Dumbledore's office. Severus Snape, a master of potions enveloped in his own anguish and hatred, had adopted bitterness and indifference as his armor. Anger, once a shield to protect him, had now transformed into a weapon aimed at the innocent. Roy understood the profound origins of that loathing, yet he could not condone its current manifestation. If Snape intended to take no action, then it was up to him to act. Chapter 14, Shield and Blade, Part 2, New York, Midtown High School. Mr. Parker's conduct is utterly unacceptable. Although Mr. Thompson's words were inappropriate, Mr. Parker was the aggressor, and his actions were quite severe. Mr. Amichell, as Mr. Parker's current guardian representative, I implore you to comprehend the gravity of the situation and ensure that similar incidents do not recur. Peter furtively glanced at Roy, his eyes filled with guilt and desperation. He dared not confide in Aunt May and Uncle Ben. Aunt May would be deeply worried, and while Uncle Ben was principled, he would certainly reprimand him harshly for the incident. In a moment of desperation, Peter could only muster the courage to contact Roy. "I understand, Ms. Jones," Roy replied with apparent sincerity. Peter has come to a profound realization of his mistakes and is willing to take responsibility. "We shall ensure he learns from this." Ms. Jones reiterated the school's codes of conduct before finally waving them away. As they exited the office, the midday sun in New York was somewhat blinding. Peter let out a long sigh, his shoulders slumping. "Thank you, Mr. Amichell. I truly appreciate it." Peter's voice was muffled. It was a mere trifle. Roy glanced at him. "However, Peter, the solution lies in seeking the teacher or informing Uncle Ben, not resorting to fists. Let's go and fill our stomachs. You look utterly exhausted." Indeed, Peter was famished. They arrived at a nearby fast food establishment, and upon inhaling the enticing aroma of burgers and fries, much of Peter's despondency dissipated. He ordered a double beef burger, a colossal serving of fries, an apple pie, and a large cup of cola. Watching Peter devour his meal as if he might consume the entire plate, Roy couldn't help but tease, "Slow down. No one is competing with you." "I feel like I could eat a whole cow," Peter mumbled, his mouth full. Roy's curiosity was piqued. "Care to share why you couldn't resist this time? You're not the impulsive child you once were." Peter's chewing slowed as he set down the burger, his fingers absently pinching the edge of the wrapper. He kept talking about Gwen, using the most unpleasant language, making fun of her. Peter's voice dropped. I warned him to be quiet, but he only became more outrageous, even mimicking her gestures. At the mention of Gwen Stacy, Peter's protective instincts clearly overshadowed his usual restraint. Roy nodded thoughtfully, recalling the girl whom Peter would walk home with after school, his eyes always lighting up when she was mentioned. He refrained from probing further, his thoughts drifting to the events at Hogwarts, where two scenarios inexplicably overlapped in his mind, the bullied and the defender. Suddenly, Roy spoke up. I have a student who bears some resemblance to you, yet is quite different. He is frequently bullied and lacks the means to fight back. The last time I encountered him, 3 boys cornered him in the hallway. Peter lifted his gaze, fixated on Roy. Roy continued, do you think I should step in and protect him, just as you did for Gwen? Each time, I could chase away Malfoy, the boy who torments him. Peter pondered for a moment before swallowing his food and responding, I believe it's somewhat different, Mr. Amichell. I possess the ability to fight back, yet I choose restraint. I don't wish to escalate matters or worry Aunt May and Uncle Ben. I know that if I truly retaliated, Thompson and his cohorts would stand chance. However, that student of yours may truly have no options. He might be terrified and unsure how to defend himself. Mr. Amichell, while rescuing him once or twice, is commendable. In the long run, what he needs isn't someone to shield him each time, but perhaps Peter paused, contemplating to teach him to fish, to empower him to grow stronger, or to discover ways to protect himself, just as you enhanced my suit with those magical patterns, making it safer and more efficient for me to assist others. Roy gazed at Peter's youthful yet earnest face, astonished and appreciative. Peter's insights were unexpectedly mature and incisive. Passive protection would not address the root issue, while empowering individuals, both internally and externally, was paramount. You are absolutely right, Peter, Roy said, patting Peter's shoulder. He needs to discover his own strength, whether that be courage, skill, or something else entirely. Perhaps I should reconsider my approach the next time I see him. He glanced at his watch. All right, have you finished? I must return to my residence. Roy's return to New York this time was primarily prompted by the completion of the first batch of potions needed by Penny, Flint's daughter, which he was tasked to deliver. Considering the timing, it was likely that Flint had also returned by now. In the Scottish Highlands, within the corridors of Hogwarts Castle, Harry Potter had just exited the potions classroom, feeling utterly disheartened. Once again, he had been publicly humiliated for stirring the cauldron at an angle reminiscent of a troll wielding a club, resulting in Gryffindor losing 5 points. With his head hung low, he trudged along the corridor. Mr. Potter, a gentle voice called out to him. Harry lifted his gaze to see Professor Roy Amichell, the alchemy instructor, standing a short distance away, clad in a vibrant orange robe and wearing a warm expression. Professor Amichell, Harry replied hastily, his heart racing with uncertainty regarding the professor's intentions. Could you please pass a message to Neville Longbottom? Roy's tone was casual. If he has time this afternoon, I would like him to come to the Alchemy Tower. Of course, Professor, Harry readily agreed, hastening towards the entrance of the Great Hall, where Ron and Hermione were indeed waiting. Ron was attempting to extract a struggling chocolate frog from his pocket, while Hermione was engrossed in a rather daunting tome. Hey, Harry. Ron finally succeeded in capturing the chocolate frog. Did that old bat Snape give you trouble again? Same old story. Harry shrugged, then recalled the matter at hand. By the way, Professor Amichell called me over and asked me to tell Neville to visit him at the Alchemy Tower if he has time. The alchemy professor? Hermione immediately perked up. What does he want with Neville? Ron, equally curious, chimed in. Did he blow up a cauldron in class? Has word reached Professor Amichell? It was a jest, yet devoid of malice. I have no idea. Harry shook his head. But Professor Amichell seemed quite amiable, entirely unlike Snape. Neville. Hermione's keen eyes spotted Neville, who was dejectedly entering the Great Hall with his backpack. Clearly having just endured an unpleasant experience, perhaps he had once again gotten lost on the stairs. The trio approached him, and upon seeing them, Neville appeared to breathe a sigh of relief. Neville, Professor Amichell wants you to visit him at the Alchemy Tower this afternoon, if you're free. Neville's face paled instantly, and his grip on his backpack tightened involuntarily. What? Professor Amichell? Looking for me? He stuttered, anxiety creeping into his voice. But why? I haven't done anything. Except for last time with Malfoy. He recalled how the professor had come to his aid in the corridor, deducting 30 points from Slytherin, and a wave of shame washed over him, causing his cheeks to flush. Malfoy. Ron immediately sprang up. He bullied you again. That jerk. I knew it. What happened? Hermione furrowed her brow. Neville recounted the events of that day in the corridor, stammering as he described how Amichell had sternly reprimanded Malfoy and imposed a penalty. Wow, 30 points deducted. Ron's eyes sparkled with excitement, exclaiming, well done. Professor Amichell is truly remarkable. Hermione analyzed, the professor likely sought you out regarding this matter. He may be concerned about whether you've encountered any further bullying or wish to inquire about the details. Harry nodded, acknowledging that Professor Amichell appeared quite amiable. Neville felt a slight relaxation, yet remained tense. But the alchemy tower sounds terrifying. He seemed to envision a colossal red eye, devoid of a distinct form, manipulating a black cauldron that emitted agonizing cries. Fear not. Ron clapped him on the shoulder. We'll accompany you. We have no classes this afternoon. Indeed. Hermione closed her book. We shall go together. I'm also eager to see what the alchemy classroom is like. The book mentions numerous wondrous instruments. Harry concurred. Encouraged by the supportive gazes of his friends, Neville finally summoned his courage and nodded vigorously. The alchemy tower stood resolutely at the northwestern corner of the castle, away from the bustling commotion of the main fortress. It appeared more ancient and imposing than it looked, its dark stone surface adorned with an unknown vine, and a massive oak door stood tightly shut. Above the doorframe, a line of somewhat faded Latin, worn by the passage of time, flickered in the shadows. Just as Hermione stepped onto the stone steps, she instinctively recited, dissolve, and then congeal, a poetic translation of the alchemical maxim. The three boys gazed at her in bewilderment, to which Hermione elaborated. It signifies that all things must undergo a process of dissolution before they can be reformed and ultimately transcend into a new and superior essence, which is the ultimate principle of alchemy. No sooner had she spoken than a soft click emanated from within the door, which slowly opened inward. Roy stood not far behind the door, his deep blue eyes, reminiscent of the sea, radiating a gentle smile. It is indeed rare to find such a level of knowledge among first-year students. The wisdom of Paracelsus is not something that is explained so thoroughly in just any basic text. May I ask your name? Hermione's cheeks flushed with delight. Feeling a tad bashful, I am Hermione Granger, Professor Amichell. I happened to come across that phrase in an overview of alchemy a few days ago. Roy chuckled softly. Reading extensively is always a virtue. Gryffindor earns a point for your diligence, Miss Granger. He then turned his attention to Neville Longbottom, who appeared pale and rigid, resembling a stake poised to topple. Roy's tone softened. Mr. Longbottom, the purpose of this invitation is to ask for your assistance with a particular matter. He casually pulled out a chair and sat down, continuing, you see, the subject of alchemy has only recently been reinstated at Hogwarts. Yet I find myself in need of an important aide, a class representative. I seek a diligent and patient student to assist me. For instance, one is tasked with collecting and distributing assignments, inventorying experimental materials, and assisting with minor promotional efforts and preparations before the course commences. He surveyed the four young wizards and eventually fixed his gaze upon Neville. Would you be willing to give it a try, Neville? Truth be told, I am quite new here, and my acquaintances within the school are rather limited. However, I have observed your meticulous nature and your resilience in times of adversity. Me? Neville could scarcely believe his ears, a wave of overwhelming panic engulfing him. Class representative? Him, Neville Longbottom. He was the one who often forgot the fundamental spells in charms class, tripped over flat surfaces, and was regarded by everyone as a scatterbrain and a coward. To make him the representative for potions class, he would surely botch every task assigned by Professor Amichell. Not only would he embarrass himself, but also bring disgrace to Gryffindor, and even to Professor Amichell. No, I can't do it, Professor. I simply cannot. He shook his head vigorously, stumbling over his words in a frantic attempt to decline. Now, Neville, don't say that. Harry immediately countered. How will you know unless you try? This is such a wonderful opportunity. Exactly. Ron chimed in enthusiastically, giving Neville a hearty pat on the back. Just think about it. Being a class representative. How cool is that? If Percy found out, he would do everything in his power to join in. Hermione also regarded Neville earnestly. Neville, why not give a shot? I believe the professor wouldn't make a mistake in his selection. The unwavering support from his friends enveloped him like a warm current, momentarily dispelling the panic within. He cautiously glanced at Roy, who smiled gently, his tone resolute. "Mr. Longbottom, the word no should be used sparingly. Every endeavor begins with a first step, does it not? Let's try it out as a small favor for me. If it does not go well, that is perfectly all right. Just do your best. What do you say?" Gazing into Roy's kind blue eyes, which seemed to harbor an infinite capacity for understanding, and then at his three friends who looked at him with eager anticipation. Neville felt his throat go dry, swallowing hard as a flicker of curiosity began to sprout from within. "Well, all right then, Professor. I will give it a try." Roy's smile deepened. "Splendid. Now, I will assign you your first small task." He casually pulled a parchment from the stack on the desk and handed it to Neville. "This is a brief introduction and outline for the potions course, detailing its philosophy, general content, and requirements. I need you to present a small talk to interested students in the Gryffindor Common Room or any other suitable place you deem fit. Just a simple introduction to inform everyone about what this course entails, allowing them to make a more informed choice." As Neville took the parchment and listened to Roy's instructions, his face turned pale once more. "Oh, and to enhance the effectiveness of your presentation, I suggest you simultaneously demonstrate a very simple, yet wholly practical alchemical experiment." Roy approached a nearby materials rack and retrieved several small trinkets, a piece of parchment, a wooden board, a few fragments of crystal, and a silver-tipped pen. This was a rudimentary alchemical enchantment, specifically the temperature-regulating wand enchantment. With a smile, Roy placed the items on the table, showcasing them to the four young wizards. The essence of this enchantment lay in constructing a miniature thermoregulating circuit that directly affected the wand itself. It would automatically balance the temperature while one held the wand, providing warmth in winter and coolness in summer. "Wow," Ron exclaimed first. "My dad's wand is like this." Some wizards sought out alchemical apprentices to enhance their wands with such features. Yet Roy noted that the enchantment's array was quite simple, and they could easily master it. He raised an eyebrow, adding that once learned, they could enchant their family and friends' wands, surely earning their admiration, for after all, it was alchemy. His light-hearted tone succeeded in amusing the four young wizards present. Noticing their eagerness, the red-haired Weasley even began cracking his knuckles. Roy commenced his explanation. This alchemical experiment required no standard incantations. It relied on the power of runes and the alchemical array itself. Roy first took the feather quill and inscribed two basic temperature runes on the parchment, one symbolizing cold and the other representing heat in Latin. It was unnecessary to grasp their detailed meanings. Merely remembering how to draw them sufficed. Next, he needed to combine these two runes to form a closed loop. Taking the wooden board, he inscribed a new Latin symbol, representing balance, which harmonized and stabilized the energies of the opposing elements. He sketched the two runes around the balance symbol on the parchment, emphasizing that the key to success lay in fluid penmanship and uniform arrangement. Roy glanced at the engrossed young wizards and declared, "All right, that's all for the theoretical portion. Now, who would like to lend me their wand for a moment?" Harry immediately offered his wand. Roy accepted it and picked up the silver-tipped pen, explaining this little tool is known as a silver-tipped pen or silver stylus, used for inscribing alchemical runes. Typically, the silver pens available on the market carry a hard rune within them that activates upon infusing it with magic, making the engraving process considerably easier. He continued, "The key to inscribing alchemical runes on the wand is to proportionally reduce the runes you've practiced on the wooden board, ensuring stability when infusing magic and making the incisions shallow yet clear, deep enough to avoid damaging the wand's core." Roy jested. "Otherwise, Ollivander would be quite displeased with me." As he spoke, he swiftly inscribed the rune onto the grip of the wand, his movements fluid as if writing on the parchment. For the final step, he filled the engraving with crystal powder infused with magic. Roy looked up at Harry and asked, "What color do you prefer?" Red?" Harry replied. Roy selected a red fragment of crystal, ground it into powder using a nearby instrument, and proceeded to fill the engraving with it. Another characteristic of the silver-tipped pen is its adhesion, thus you need not worry about the powder spilling out. Roy elucidated as he returned the wand to Harry. "Now, give it a try." Gently touched the center of the rune ring with a hint of magic. Roy observed Harry intently. "Yes, precisely that. Once successfully inscribed, stimulating it with magic will elicit a warming or cooling response, harmonizing with the temperature of your palm." Following Roy's guidance, Harry attempted it, exclaiming in wonder, "This is truly remarkable. It seems quite simple." Ron stroked his chin, deep in thought. Hermione rolled her eyes in exasperation. Oh, come on. You can't even articulate the incantation for Wingardium Leviosa. However, Professor, Neville's anxious voice interjected, this experiment is too intricate. I fear my hands may tremble, or I might inscribe incorrectly. What if I fail? Roy nodded, acknowledging his grounded concerns. Indeed, these are common challenges one might encounter. Now, brave Gryffindors, it is time to showcase your spirit of helpfulness and determination. You may certainly collaborate. Miss Granger, with your strong theoretical understanding, you can assist Neville in grasping the meanings of the runes and the key points for drawing them. Mr. Potter, with your quick reflexes and attention to detail, you can help steady his hand and familiarize him with the pressure needed for practicing on the wood. Mr. Weasley, you can provide moral support and test the environment. How's that sound? The first floor of the tower is available for your practice. Absolutely, Professor. Hermione eagerly responded, already studying the practice board and silver-tipped pen. Leave it to us. Ron chimed in, brimming with enthusiasm. Harry nodded vigorously, picking up another practice board. Don't worry, Neville, we're with you. We'll practice on the board first before using the wand. Roy stood up, satisfied. Excellent. I'll leave this to you. All the materials you need for practice are in the cabinet over there. Feel free to use them. Mr. Longbottom, remember the steps, familiarize yourself with the runes, and stay calm. I believe in you. He rose, encouragingly patting Neville on the shoulder, then turned and ascended the spiral staircase, disappearing from sight. Thus, the trio from Gryffindor formed Neville Longbottom's first tutoring group. The alchemical enchantment experiment that Roy had entrusted to them appeared deceptively simple. Yet, much like an amateur observing a professional artist render geometrical forms, it seemed effortless and straightforward. However, once they attempted it themselves, they discovered it was far from easy. I take back what I said earlier, Ron lamented, his head resting dejectedly on the table. While listening to Roy's theoretical explanations, they genuinely believed it was simple, but in reality, it was fraught with challenges. For instance, at the outset, when combining the 3 Latin words, the distances between the runes fluctuated erratically, arranged haphazardly like a swarm of lost ants. Or when drawing the runes, their pressure varied unevenly, resulting in fragmented lines that failed to form effective circuits. After finally managing to draw the correct shape, when they began to inscribe on the practice board with the silver-tipped pen, either the depth was inconsistent, or Neville's hand would tremble, causing the lines to break. After expending immense effort, they finally produced a result that appeared somewhat acceptable, yet encountered further complications during the infusion of magical energy. Either there was no response whatsoever, or a faint wisp of acrid smoke emanated, reminiscent of charred wood. Perhaps the circuit was incomplete, or there were conflicting elements at play. Hermione scribbled on the parchment, her face betraying evident fatigue. Harry, in anguish, tugged at his hair, while Ron sat nearby, unable to muster even a jest. The air was thick with a sense of despair, like a chilling fog that enveloped the first floor. They had been unable to achieve even a single successful attempt on the practice board, let alone execute the task with their wands. Tomorrow marked the day when Neville was to deliver his presentation, and the mere thought of demonstrating an experiment they had failed to master after an entire afternoon of practice sent waves of nausea through him, leaving his hands and feet icy. He began to regret taking on the task, the immense pressure compelling him to wish for a crevice to hide within. Just as despair threatened to overwhelm Neville, footsteps echoed from the staircase. Roy's figure reappeared, surveying the disarray of practice boards and parchments. The weary faces of the 4 young wizards, and Neville's expression, which was nearly in tears, without a hint of surprise. Alchemy was indeed a tedious discipline that tested one's patience. Theory was one thing, and practice another, with a chasm of experience separating the two. Roy was not at all astonished by their lack of success. The fact that they had managed to remain seated for an entire afternoon was commendable. It's getting late. Children, Roy approached them, his voice as gentle as ever. In half an hour, curfew will commence, and I suspect you would prefer not to see your names on the list of night wanderers so soon after the term has begun. But Professor, Hermione exclaimed, rising urgently. We Haven Tea succeeded even once. Neville, I know, Roy interrupted, his gaze falling upon Neville, who dared not meet his eyes. Neville, mastery of any skill requires time and practice. Failure is the mother of success. You have all shown enough diligence today. Let's call it a night. Pack your belongings and return to Gryffindor Tower immediately. We We shall discuss the presentation tomorrow. His tone was gentle yet imbued with an undeniable authority. Despite their reluctance and anxiety, the four young wizards recognized the truth in Roy's words. With heavy hearts, they began to gather the scattered items on the table, watching them linger, casting glances back as they departed from the alchemy tower, disappearing into the darkness of the corridor leading to the castle's main hall. Roy let out a soft sigh. As night deepened, Hogwarts Castle succumbed to silence. In the corridors, only the faint sound of Filch, with his new lantern and watchful cat, patrolled, breaking the stillness. Tonight, it was Roy's turn for the night watch. He donned a black robe and glided soundlessly through the empty halls. Most areas were utterly quiet, as the students had long since drifted into slumber. As he patrolled near the Gryffindor Tower, he faintly detected a subtle sound emanating from the direction of the fat lady's portrait. Roy treaded softly, approaching the portrait. "Shoo!" He gestured with a finger to his lips, signaling the fat lady, who was about to speak, to be silent. The fat lady instantly understood, her face displaying an expression of impending misfortune for a child, and she silently opened a narrow gap in the door. A dim light flickered through the crack, illuminating half of Roy's face as he peered inside. At that moment, the Gryffindor common room was left with only the last remnants of embers in the fireplace, casting a feeble glow. By the fireplace, four small figures were sprawled across a low table, clearly in deep slumber. Harry rested his head on a spread of parchment, his glasses slipping down to the tip of his nose, while Ron lay directly on the table. Hermione fared slightly better, her head resting on her arms, with a hefty tome titled Fundamentals of Standard Alchemical Runes pressed beneath. Meanwhile, Neville Longbottom had his cheek resting on a practice board, his right hand limply hanging over the edge of the table, a wand having rolled off the floor beside him. The sound Roy had heard was indeed that of the wand clattering to the ground. He stealthily approached, bending down to retrieve the cherrywood wand. Under the faint glow of the embers, Roy keenly observed the grip area of the wand. Upon closer inspection, he noted the lines were rather juvenile, rough, and somewhat askew, with unevenly deep engravings. The starting point was coarse, and the end of the heat symbol had an additional, slight marking, while the central engraving appeared cramped and congested. One could easily imagine the wand's owner trembling like a leaf while attempting the engraving. Roy picked up a silver quill from the table and added a stroke to the crooked magical rune, then placed the wand back on the table in front of Neville, right next to the parchment filled with Hermione's neat handwriting. His gaze swept over the four children. He chose not to awaken any of them, allowing a faint smile to grace his lips as he silently exited the Gryffindor common room. The fat lady's portrait closed behind him with a quiet grace, as if it had never been opened at all. Chapter 16, Shield and Sword, Part 4. Neville, wake up. Neville felt a gentle shaking on his shoulder and, bleary-eyed, opened his eyes to see Ron's enlarged face before him. "You did it, Neville." Merlin's beard. Ron's voice was low yet filled with excitement. "What?" Neville's voice was thick with sleep, struggling to comprehend what was being said. "Look at this." Hermione thrust an object into Neville's hand. It was his wand, temperature-regulating charm. Seeing that Neville still stared blankly at the wand in his hand, Harry chimed in, unable to contain his enthusiasm. "Look, you must have engraved it yourself after we fell asleep last night. We just tested it, and it really responds to the infusion of magic." Neville was instantly awakened, and he immediately examined the grip of his wand with great care. There, he discovered a rudimentary yet structurally complete combination of alchemical runes. With utmost caution, he attempted to channel his magical energy, and a gentle warmth radiated from the grip, dispelling the morning chill. I really." Neville grasped his wand and glanced at his friends, the immense surprise and disbelief washing away all previous feelings of frustration and self-doubt. Just before falling asleep the previous night, he remembered indeed carving the runes, but whether he had succeeded was a complete blank. "This is wonderful. Neville, you did it!" Hermione exclaimed with genuine joy. Harry and Ron surrounded him, cheering enthusiastically, with Ron delivering a playful punch. "Hey, you did it! Cheer up!" Dazed, Neville murmured, I'm not dreaming, am I?" "This is no dream." Harry nudged Neville's shoulder, confirming what Ron had just validated. Ron grinned widely, displaying a cheeky grin. In the common room, an atmosphere of jubilation enveloped them. Hermione glanced at the time, her expression shifting to seriousness. "It's almost 7. This is not the time for celebration." Students will be coming down for breakfast soon, and we must tidy up. Her words jolted the dreamers awake. The four of them hurriedly stuffed scattered items into their bags and restored the tables and chairs to their original state, managing to sneak back to their dormitories just before the first wave of early risers entered the common room. Later that morning, there was a charms lesson, during which Professor Flitwick elaborated on the advanced applications of the levitation charm. However, Neville's thoughts were far from the subtle wrist movements required for the spell. His fingers occasionally caressed the small miracle on his wand, his mind rehearsing the presentation and operational steps for the afternoon. The tension persisted, yet an unprecedented, faint sense of anticipation surged within him. Having succeeded once, perhaps he could do so again in the afternoon. Longbottom? Longbottom? Professor Flitwick, standing atop a stack of books, looked at Neville, who appeared to be lost in thought, with a puzzled expression. Is something troubling you? Startled, Neville nearly dropped his wand. No, Professor. Sorry. I was just a bit distracted. He hurriedly apologized. Very well, focus. The essence of the levitation charm lies in the delicate motion. Flitwick smiled indulgently, not pressing the matter further. At long last, the class concluded, and Neville, along with his trio of friends, dashed out of the classroom, even overlooking Malfoy, who was preparing to approach them with mischief. Malfoy remarked to a nearby student. Did he run away in fear? They hurried towards the alchemy tower, needing to collect the formal materials for their afternoon presentation to ensure everything was flawless. At 3 o'clock, a corner of the Gryffindor common room was hastily cleared to serve as the presentation area. Ron and Harry energetically gathered a number of curious students, while Hermione maintained order with a stack of sign-up sheets. As Neville stepped forward, holding the materials provided by Roy, a hush fell over the crowd, with various gazes fixed upon him. Curious, encouraging, skeptical, astonished, and those merely intrigued by the spectacle. Taking a deep breath, Neville endeavored to recall Roy's gentle and composed demeanor, and began to stammer through his script. This year, the alchemy course had abolished age restrictions, welcoming all aspiring wizards eager to learn. The primary focus would be the fundamentals of alchemical creation and simple enchantment applications, utilizing the text The Alchemist's desk manuscript and the Holy Alchemical Treatise. Initially, his voice resembled a mosquito's hum, yet as he caught sight of his friends' encouraging expressions and the attentive faces of the young witches and wizards below, his voice gradually grew stronger. The course would impart several practical alchemical techniques, all applicable to daily life. Professor Amichell encouraged those interested to visit the Alchemy Tower for further inquiries. Next, Neville announced he would demonstrate a practical alchemical enchantment experiment, the temperature-regulating enchantment for wands. At last, he reached the pivotal demonstration segment. He retrieved the prepared parchment, wooden board, silver-tipped quill, a demonstration wand, and a small pouch of crystal powder. As he gazed at the dozens of curious eyes before him, his heart raced like a drum. He closed his eyes, once more feeling the familiar warmth emanating from the wand, a testament to his success, a source of his courage. Grasping the silver quill, he concentrated on the tactile memory of his last attempt the previous day, inscribing runes on the parchment, then practicing the combinations on the wooden board. Finally, he held his breath, channeling all his focus into the wand. The silver quill descended, meticulously reducing the runes on the parchment, carefully engraving them into the grip of the wand. His hands trembled slightly, yet they were steadier than the previous day. Next, Neville took the red crystal powder, cautiously filling the engravings. In the final step, he raised the wand and, under the watchful eyes of the audience, infused magical energy into the runes. A warmth radiated from his palm, and Neville exhaled deeply in relief. You may observe, he announced, placing the wand on the table. Infusing the magic is all that's required. Ron was the first to dash forward, seizing the wand. It really works. Wow. The young witches and wizards quickly surrounded him, eagerly passing the wand around to examine the magical array. Neville, you can actually perform alchemy. My brother said alchemy is incredibly difficult. Cool. I want to learn alchemy too. It seems far more practical than just a warming charm. Amidst the excited chatter, the Weasley twins materialized from seemingly nowhere, each draping an arm around Neville's shoulders. Hey, Longbottom, you've hidden your talents well. Who taught you those skills? Did Professor Amichell give you special lessons? How long have you been learning? We want to try this too, but we haven't figured out the technique yet. Neville's face flushed a deep crimson, akin to a ripe tomato. But the overwhelming sense of accomplishment and the praise from his peers straightened his posture, and a bashful yet proud smile graced his features. "It's all thanks to Professor Amichell," he replied. The presentation was unexpectedly successful. Seizing the moment, Hermione commenced distributing the registration forms. Under the enthusiastic signatures of the Weasley twins and the remarkable impact of Neville's hidden talents, nearly all the Gryffindors present eagerly inscribed their names upon the forms. Even some upperclassmen, who had merely stopped by to observe the commotion, were tempted by the prospect of showcasing their newfound skills before their elders at home. As the four young wizards, brimming with joy, rushed into the alchemy tower, clutching a stack of completed registration forms, Roy was seated at his desk, sipping tea. "Professor Amichell, we did it!" Ron was the first to burst in, waving his arms excitedly. Neville was incredible. His demonstration was a success. Everyone witnessed it. Countless individuals have signed up. Harry chimed in, placing a stack of forms on Roy's desk. With a radiant smile, Hermione added, "Almost everyone present registered Professor." Neville's demonstration was extraordinarily effective. Roy set down his teacup, a smile gracing his face as he looked at the four exuberant young wizards, his gaze lingering for a moment on Neville's face, which was still flushed yet brimming with excitement and anticipation. "Well done, Neville, and to the three of you as well. I have witnessed your dedication and the fruits of your labor. This is truly remarkable." As Roy picked up a registration form for inspection and glanced at the pile, the corners of his mouth twitched ever so slightly, his smile momentarily stiffening. The turnout far exceeds expectations. However, his expression quickly returned to sincerity. "This is indeed a delightful surprise. Gryffindor earns house points for your outstanding collaboration and successful presentation. 5 points each for Mr. Longbottom, Mr. Potter, Mr. Weasley, and Miss Granger." "Fantastic!" The four cheered in unison. "Professor, I believe there may be interest from Ravenclaw as well," Ron mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. "Indeed, we have yet to approach Hufflepuff." Harry's eyes lit up with excitement. "We have no classes this afternoon. We can still make it," Hermione suggested. The three turned to Neville, querying, "Neville, what do you think?" Gazing at his friends' enthusiastic faces, Neville tightened his grip on his wand and nodded vigorously. "All right, let us go together." The four young wizards dashed out of the tower, energized with unused materials, debating their next destination to promote the alchemy course, their voices gradually fading into the distance. As silence reclaimed the tower, Roy regarded the heap of registration forms on his desk, rubbing his temples in exasperation. This is certainly a significant workload. Alchemy is meant to be taught in small classes. However, how could he possibly dampen the spirits of such eager children? Setting the matter aside, Roy ascended to the sitting room on the second floor, intending to pour himself a cup of tea. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by the sight of Dumbledore comfortably ensconced in his usual armchair, curiously poking at the seemingly lifeless octopus, Flint, in the fish tank. Flint appeared quite tense, his body rigid, limbs curled tightly, desperately attempting to masquerade as a mere pile of sand. Before Roy could utter a word to dismiss anyone, Dumbledore had already raised his head, preemptively speaking. "Roy, I happened to admire the view of the castle from the window just now and witnessed Mr. Longbottom's remarkable presentation. It is truly astonishing to see a child who could barely draw a straight line last night successfully inscribe a stable thermoregulation array overnight." Roy poured himself a cup of tea and naturally took a seat opposite Dumbledore. "I'm not sure what you are referring to, Albus. Mr. Longbottom and his friends have achieved a remarkable feat today through their relentless efforts and experimentation, which deserves commendation." Dumbledore smiled lightly, not dwelling on the matter, but shifting his perspective. "Well then, how long can you support them? What if tomorrow, when they attempt this experiment again, they fail? Will that fragile confidence they have painstakingly built collapse in an instant?" "Failure is quite normal," Roy remarked, blowing on the steam rising from his cup, his tone nonchalant. "Alchemy is fraught with uncertainty. I cannot even guarantee that every experiment will succeed. What matters is action, Albus. Failure is merely a badge of honor for those who dare to act. As for the outcome, let time decide." Dumbledore raised an eyebrow. "As you wish, but Roy, I must remind you, if you do not intend to be as busy as Severus, it would be wise not to let Mr. Longbottom continue his lectures." Chapter 17. Roy's escape. Dumbledore's ominous prediction had come to pass, and Roy felt that his life had recently spiraled into chaos. Neville Longbottom's presentation had been so successful that not only had the Gryffindors been inspired, But the young wizards from Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw had also been swept up by the enthusiasm of the quartet. With even a portion of Slytherin joining in, perhaps they felt that noble purebloods should not lag behind. The enrollment forms were pouring in like snowflakes. Roy gazed at the thick stack of names, estimating the required experimental apparatus and material quotas, and he felt a throbbing in his temples. What troubled him further was the subsequent impact. As he walked through the castle, he could be stopped at any moment by an enthusiastic student, brandishing a wand or an oddly shaped metal piece, inquiring, "Professor Amichell, can my wand be enchanted with an automatic casting rune? Professor, I carved a waterproof symbol on this badge, yet why does it still rust? Professor, I could damage my wand while adding a thermoregulation enchantment. Why can't restoring it to its original state fix it?" Roy was not without patience, but he was inherently an alchemist more accustomed to dealing with instruments, formulas, and tedious experiments rather than a constant barrage of inquiries from inquisitive students. After being bombarded for several consecutive days with a myriad of peculiar questions, many of which stem from a lack of foundational understanding, Roy looked out at the overcast skies of the Scottish Highlands, longing for the simplicity and tranquility of that modest house in Queen's Quarter. At the very least, there he only had to contend with a chatty little spider. "I shall perish if I have to deal with people any longer. Do you miss your daughter?" Roy bid farewell to a young sorcerer consulting him on alchemy, rubbing his throbbing temples as his gaze drifted to Flint, who had disguised himself as a mere pot of sand in the corner. With resolute determination, Roy produced a ring and infused it with magic. The familiar sensation of compression enveloped him, and in the next moment, he found himself in the living room of his home in Queens, New York. Outside, the lethargic chirping of cicadas heralded the end of summer. Absent were the elusive Dumbledore, the inquisitive young sorcerer who might interrupt him with incessant questions, and his colleague, who always seemed to regard him with a gaze reminiscent of a would-be assassin. Roy waved his wand, drawing the curtains tightly shut. He exhaled deeply and sank heavily into his second-hand sofa, ready to relish a few days of leisurely engagement solely with alchemy. Unfortunately, Roy's plan for tranquility lasted less than 48 hours. In the deep of the following night, as he half-heartedly drafted lesson plans, rendered obsolete by the surging influx of students, he suddenly sensed an unusual disturbance. Someone had breached the cognitive distortion and approached his home with a clear intent. One of the presences was familiar. Peter Parker, resplendent in his self-designed magical suit, stood like a beacon in the night. However, the other presence was unfamiliar, and the two were now leaning against each other. Roy's wand slid silently into his palm. He materialized in the shadow behind the door, vigilant and poised. A heavy knock reverberated through the air. "Who is it?" After a brief silence, a deep male voice responded, measured and deliberate. "I mean no offense. There's a child in need of assistance. He said you could help him. His name is Spider-Man." Roy frowned, stepping back a few paces as the door swung open of its own accord. Two figures stood at the threshold. Peter Parker leaned against a tall man clad in a dark red, form-fitting suit, looking worse for wear. His red and blue costume bore several gaping holes, particularly at the left shoulder and side, where the fabric was torn and singed, evidently the result of some explosive force or powerful weaponry. Even more alarming were the deep gashes on his arm, exposing bone, with blood seeping profusely and staining the arm of the man supporting him. The man assisting Peter wore a red and black suit, his upper face obscured by a mask, yet the exposed line of his jaw was resolute, his lips pressed tightly together. Roy's gaze briefly swept over the lenses covering the man's eyes. "Step inside." Without a moment's hesitation, the man in the red and black suit ushered Peter into the house, gently placing him onto Roy's second-hand sofa. Roy closed the door and swiftly approached the couch. Crouching beside it, he disregarded the stranger's wary stance. The tip of his wand glowed softly with a milky light, swiftly scanning Peter's form. Indeed, Peter's injuries were grave, not merely superficial, but accompanied by varying degrees of internal bleeding. Roy first cast several potent hemostatic spells to stabilize Peter's most critical wounds before inquiring, "What happened?" As Peter's wound oozed blood, the flow visibly slowed. He reached up to remove his hood, revealing a pale face and damp hair matted by cold sweat. "Thank heavens you are home, Mr. Amichell," Peter gasped painfully. An unfamiliar stranger beside him continued, "I was tracking a shipment of smuggled arms in Hell's Kitchen with this fellow." The opposing force was exceptionally fierce, He sustained severe injuries and refused to go to the hospital, mentioning you. Roy frowned slightly. What shall I call you? You may refer to me as Daredevil, he replied with a subtle nod. Very well, Daredevil, Roy sighed. Could you elaborate on this Hell's Kitchen you mentioned? His knowledge of New York was limited to Queens and some sensational superhero tales in the newspapers. He was unfamiliar with the intricacies of such a perilous locale. Hell's Kitchen is a neighborhood in Manhattan's West Side, once one of the most chaotic and crime-ridden areas of New York, Daredevil explained swiftly. Gang activity was rampant alongside drugs, human trafficking, and particularly illegal arms trading. Although some cleaning efforts have been made, the deeply entrenched criminal networks remain, especially with a new influx of arms heightening the turmoil. Spider-Man and I are both tracing the origin of this shipment. Peter took a breath, suppressing the pain to add, indeed. We have been monitoring Kingpin S-Men for several days. The rotund individual controlling the underworld of Hell's Kitchen has yielded some results. They are set to transact with another group of sellers this Friday night at the Flying Press on 25th Street. Daredevil remarked, Do you plan to investigate further? Peter struggled to sit up. Absolutely. We must ascertain who is supplying such dangerous weaponry. Those individuals nearly demolished an entire apartment building. Daredevil nodded in agreement. We must thwart their transaction. The consequences of these weapons falling into gang hands would be catastrophic. Roy glanced at the clock perched on the cabinet. It was now early Thursday morning, leaving little time before Friday night. He sighed again. All right, I will accompany you. Chapter 18. The Conspiracy of Obadiah on Friday night. In Hell's Kitchen, the air was thick with the acrid stench of fermenting garbage. Daredevil and Peter, thanks to Roy's healing abilities and his own remarkable recovery, had managed to regain much of their strength and were crouched at the edge of a neighboring building's rooftop, using the cover of discarded solar panels to scrutinize the sole illuminated back door of the printing factory. 2 guards stood at the front entrance, and 3 patrolled the alley. Daredevil's voice dropped to a whisper. His heightened senses detected subtle movements within, the presence of at least 15 individuals concentrated in the main factory area. How do we gain entry? Peter furrowed his brow, his spider sense buzzing incessantly, warning him of the imminent danger gathering below. The commotion of a direct assault was too conspicuous, while stealth was thwarted by the guards' meticulously overlapping lines of sight. Just as Daredevil pondered a high-risk strategy, a figure in a black cloak named Roy, standing behind them, revealed a smile. Why complicate matters? He said, his fingers flickering in the air, tracing swift and fluid motions, only allowing one to glimpse the moonlight reflecting off his ring. Shadow and sound, Roy murmured softly. The 3 present felt a peculiar wave of energy. An intricate circular magic array, approximately 1 meter in diameter, materialized in the air, its core marked by a silver symbol resembling an eye. Soon, a semi-transparent screen unfurled before them, rippling like water. The display vividly portrayed the interior of a printing factory, so clear that even the labels on the stacked ink barrels in the corners were discernible. Remarkably, the sounds accompanied the visuals, as if they stood on the beams of the factory. Wow! Peter could not restrain a low exclamation. Mr. Amichell, how is this possible? Real-time surveillance and audio? When did you set this up? Roy retracted his hand, the silver array steadily suspended in the air. He shrugged, a faint smile gracing his face. I merely sketched this while out buying milk yesterday. Never engage in a duel with an alchemist, kid. Though Daredevil could not see the array's details, the clarity of the sounds resonating in his ears left him profoundly shaken. Such silent, precise remote monitoring capabilities exceeded his wildest imaginings and instilled a sense of wariness within him. He silently committed the name Amichell to memory. Before long, footsteps echoed from the screen. In the center of the vast factory, beneath the stark white light of the emergency lamps, a towering figure named Kingpin leaned on a cane, exuding an air of arrogance, flanked by several menacing subordinates. Opposite him stood none other than Obadiah Stane, impeccably dressed in a fine suit, starkly contrasting with the grimy surroundings. Peter gasped in disbelief. Obadiah Stane, the second in command at Stark Industries? P.S. personally here to broker this black market arms deal? Daredevil's tone grew serious as the conversation continued. This batch of goods is remarkably clean. Fisk. One cannot discern its origins. Stane's voice oozed the smoothness characteristic of a businessman. Kingpin's voice rumbled low. I'm more concerned about what comes next, Stane. You mentioned that as long as our collaboration is pleasant, we might discuss treasures akin to Jericho. Peter inhaled sharply. Jericho? The surface-to-surface missile developed by Stark Industries? What are they planning? Daredevil's expression darkened beneath his mask, his voice grave. It seems our previous assumptions were misguided. This arms shipment is not an external influx. It is an internal theft facilitated by someone at the highest echelons of Stark Industries. Does Antonis Stark know? Or rather, is he himself a participant? Impossible. Peter immediately grew agitated. Mr. Stark is Iron Man. I have seen him, and he is on the verge of shutting down Stark Industries' weapons manufacturing division. How could he possibly be selling arms to someone like Kingpin? It is difficult to ascertain. Obadiah Stane is Stark's uncle, and such a substantial, unmarked arms deal would hardly transpire without the consent or involvement of higher authorities. Daredevil remained steadfast in his perspective. Stark aims to close the weapons division? Perhaps this is merely their way of managing inventory internally? Peter stood up resolutely. I must confront Mr. Stark and clarify this matter. Calm down, young man, Roy interjected. It is premature to draw conclusions at this stage. I know Stark, that flamboyant playboy who perpetually graces the gossip columns, right? It is uncertain whether he is aware, or if he even cares, for that matter. After all, shutting down the arms division would mean severing one of Stark Industries' primary revenue streams, which is no trivial matter. At that moment, the dialogue on the screen continued. Obadiah's voice lowered, imbued with a chilling ferocity. Fisk, I can provide you with that batch of Jericho missiles, but in exchange, you must assist me with a certain task. Kingpin narrowed his eyes, intrigued. Oh? Due elaborati. Obadiah leaned in closer. Tony Stark is too much of an obstacle. Not only does he wish to close the weapons manufacturing division, but he even seeks to dismantle the very foundation of Stark Industries. He must be eliminated. Help me dispose of him swiftly and cleanly, and upon the successful completion of this task, let alone the Jericho, you will have priority purchasing rights for the most cutting-edge weaponry developed by Stark over the next decade. The air within the factory seemed to thicken. Kingpin's fingers tightened around his cane. He remained silent for several seconds before slowly responding. Stane, do you comprehend the implications of this? Murdering Tony Stark? This is not a mere street brawl. You are aware that if this plan were to unravel... Enough. Kingpin abruptly struck the ground with his cane, producing a dull thud that interrupted Obadiah. This matter concludes here for today. I require time to consider this very seriously. The transaction shall be settled in full. Dismissed. Kingpin's subordinates promptly stepped forward, adopting a firm stance. Obadiah's expression darkened significantly, clearly displeased with Kingpin's demeanor. He opened his mouth to speak, but ultimately, under Kingpin's icy gaze, he let out an exasperated huff and turned to leave the factory with his men. As Obadiah and Kingpin departed, the holographic display slowly faded, and the magical array in the air dimmed accordingly. The alley fell into silence, disturbed only by the distant hum of the urban background. Peter exhaled deeply, his tense body relaxing. Thank heavens, Kingpin declined. Mr. Stark's suspicions have been cleared. This is entirely the machination of Obadiah Stane alone. We must urgently inform Mr. Stark. He's in grave danger. The tone of Daredevil softened slightly. Goldman's refusal could be deemed a silver lining, for it indicated he had not yet summoned the audacity to attempt an assassination on Stark. However, Peter, how do you intend to alert Stark? Shall we burst into Stark Tower to inform him that his dear uncle is plotting his demise? What evidence do we possess? Merely the snippet of conversation we overheard. Daredevil sighed, lamenting that we could scarcely explain how we obtained that information. He turned to Roy. Can your device serve as evidence? Roy brushed off non-existent dust from his hands and shook his head. This is merely a temporary observational tool. It cannot record, preserve, or replicate anything. Once the magical energy dissipates, all is lost. Regarding evidence, he glanced towards the printing house. Even if you pursue Goldman's vehicle now, their dealings involve Stark's weaponry, which could only substantiate Obadiah's asset trafficking, failing to directly confirm his murderous intent. Intent, without recordings or footage, is the most challenging aspect to prove. Peter grew anxious. What then? Shall we stand idly by while Obadiah seeks another to harm Mr. Stark? Roy cast a glance at Daredevil, then back to Peter. He said, well, I believe you might consider drafting a stern warning letter to him. If he feels threatened, whether he heeds, it is ultimately up to Stark himself. This, after all, is a power struggle within Stark Industries. Obadiah seeks to usurp control, while Stark stands in his way. Such matters unfold daily in the mundane world. But this time they involve high-tech weaponry and a billionaire. Until something tangible occurs, no one will heed a call to the authorities. Roy continued, "Our objective tonight is to investigate the origins of the perilous arms trade. Now, though we have clarity on the situation and the threat has departed, do you intend to pursue any further actions?" Roy pondered for a moment. "Perhaps I can invite you to Queens for a slice of pizza?" Chapter 19. Who is flying above? Since the incident in Hell's Kitchen, Roy had not closely monitored Peter and Daredevil's subsequent activities. He focused on assessing the efficacy of the potion for Flint's daughter. The results were promising, and the deterioration of her condition had entirely ceased. Subsequently, Roy dedicated most of his energy to drafting an introductory curriculum for alchemy at Hogwarts, finding his life settling into a gratifying tranquility. At least, that was his perception. However, new troubles soon descended upon him. For several consecutive nights, Roy would jolt awake shortly after drifting into slumber. The intricate, web-like protective magical array surrounding his residence was repeatedly and unconsciously triggered by some entity during the dead of night. It was not an act of malicious intrusion, but rather a peculiar energy source flitting above his head, bouncing about. Its intensity was low, yet it was exceedingly bothersome, akin to the loathsome mosquitoes that plague summer nights once the lights are extinguished. By Merlin's foul socks, this existence is becoming unbearable. On yet another disquieting morning, Roy resolutely resolved to stake out and capture his elusive quarry. He was determined to discern who incessantly flitted about New York like a bothersome fly. As night descended once more, Roy eschewed magical concealment, opting instead to wrap his dark cloak tightly around him. Perching atop his rooftop like an owl poised to pounce on its prey, he caressed his wand, gazing towards the neon-lit sky of New York. Soon, the familiar surge of energy manifested once again, drawing nearer and becoming increasingly distinct. It had arrived. Roy abruptly raised his gaze, fixating on a golden-red figure darting swiftly through the night, tracing elegant arcs in the air. The figure soared skyward at times, as if attempting to defy the pull of gravity, then swooped low against the glass facades, akin to a restless meteor circling the heavens. Iron Man, Roy squinted, recognizing the source of his interrupted slumber. His impression of Tony Stark had been shaped solely by the headlines of Playboy billionaires. He had not anticipated the billionaire's nocturnal escapades to be so vibrant. As the golden-red figure again descended past Roy's rooftop, he took action. Without uttering an incantation, he lightly tapped his wand, unleashing a bolt of crimson magic that struck the armor. The suit immediately faltered, akin to a great bird struck by a slingshot, plummeting unceremoniously onto Roy's rooftop with a resounding crash. The helmet popped open, revealing Tony Stark's face, etched with anger and disbelief. His eyes widened as he beheld the man clad in peculiar robes with a brooding countenance before him. "Hey, what have you done? Why did my armor just malfunction?" Stark demanded indignantly. "That is a question I should pose to you, Mr. Stark," Roy replied with a sardonic smile. "Why do you flit about above my house each night, like a headless fly, disturbing my sleep? It has been an entire week. You had better provide me with an explanation, a convincing one, lest I decide to transform you into a genuine fly. What business is it of yours?" Stark shot back, glaring at Roy with incredulity. "The great Stark is testing his new armor. Do you even comprehend what you are doing? You haven't yet explained how you incapacitated my suit." "Oh, wait a moment," Stark frowned. "Have I seen you before? According to historical records, you once worked with Oscorp." Stark's realization dawned. "You are that Amichell. That kid Peter mentioned you." At the mention of Peter's name, Roy's expression softened somewhat, though he still contemplated whether to turn Stark into a fly, to teach him a lesson. "Changing the subject, one tea serve you, Stark," Roy remarked, raising an eyebrow. "Since you are unwilling to speak, I shall take the floor. A billionaire, a brilliant inventor, a superhero unable to find solace in sleep, wanders aimlessly through the streets of New York, too ashamed to confide in anyone, resorting to the pretense of conducting experiments. How pitiful it is that, despite his immense wealth and intellect, he finds himself devoid of companionship during moments of distress, revealing that neither affluence nor brilliance can guarantee fulfillment. Damn it, who dares to say I lack friends?" Stark abruptly rises from the ground, as if ready to throw a punch at Roy. "Go ask the world who doesn't admire Stark. Then why are you flying around here at such an hour? Is it that your wealth has become a burden? Or are you troubled by a date with that movie star tomorrow?" Roy smiles, adding, "And let me remind you, the affection for your money is not the same as genuine fondness for you." "You." Stark rolls his eyes. "Fine, I won't stoop to your level, you eccentric. Do you understand what it means to be a genius like Stark?" "Oh, I see." Roy replies with feigned understanding. "So you believe your concerns are for the greater good, yet your poor social connections leave you unheard, leading you to comfort yourself with the notion that others lack the capacity to engage with your thoughts. Detecting irregularities in your heart rate and blood pressure," interrupts Jarvis. "Silence." "Jarvis," Stark retorts, a forced smile on his face as he turns to Roy. "All right, I'm curious to see what you have to offer. Surely you've seen on television that the great Stark intends to shut down the weapons manufacturing division." Stark pauses, seemingly grappling with how to articulate his thoughts. "Let me put it this way. If you believe your actions are justified, yet many around you advise against them, what would you do? So you wish to cease the weapons division, but your uncle and various other factions oppose you. You desire to hold firm to your convictions while also pleasing your uncle, which is why you find it difficult to sleep." Roy recalls the Hell's Kitchen incident from days prior, connecting the dots. "Damn it. I told you I am not losing sleep." Ignoring Stark's bravado, Roy poses another question. "Why do you want to shut down Stark Industries' weapons division? If I recall correctly, that division significantly contributes to the company's finances." The anger fades from Stark's face, replaced by a sense of confusion. "Because I believe it is the right thing to do. I once thought these weapons would be used to uphold world peace. I thought I was doing good, but I never imagined they would be used against innocent lives." Stark suddenly becomes animated. "The weapons I created have claimed so many lives. I must take responsibility for this. Isn't shutting down the weapons division the correct course of action?" Roy contemplates for a moment. "Do you truly believe that closing the weapons division will resolve the issue? Do you think that the absence of Stark Industries and weapon production will eliminate war altogether?" Before Stark can respond, Roy throws out another question. "Or perhaps you simply cannot accept that you have become the perpetrator, unable to reconcile with the fact that the weapons you manufacture cause harm, rather than the act of killing itself? I wonder, when you're engaged in the creation of weaponry, do you not realize that such contraptions are inherently designed for the purpose of taking lives?" Stark suddenly fell into silence. Roy chuckled softly. "I have an idea that could liberate you from the role of a killer and alleviate your burdens. Would you care to hear it?" "What?" Stark regarded Roy with a skeptical gaze, clearly unconvinced that Roy could conceive an idea that eluded the genius of Stark. Roy revealed a knowing smile, lowered his voice, and rapidly uttered a single phrase. His words were soft and uncomplicated, yet to Stark, they resonated like thunderclaps. Stark's eyes widened in shock, his body instinctively recoiling, as if wishing to distance himself from each word that Roy had uttered. His expression morphed from astonishment to absurdity, culminating in a profound disbelief, as if questioning the very fabric of reality he had just encountered. "Are you out of your mind?" Tony exclaimed, his voice cracking. "This is utterly impossible. This is sheer folly. How could this possibly halt wars?" Roy shrugged nonchalantly, his demeanor exuding a sense of inevitability. "Who said anything about stopping wars? Mr. Stark, what kind of jest is this? As long as desires linger in the hearts of men, wars will be waged for profit. Even in the absence of hot wars, there will be cold wars, trade wars, and technological blockades. Do you genuinely believe that dismantling all weaponry will usher in peace? It is preposterous. Weapons are mere instruments. Greed is the true root of conflict." Roy gazed at Stark. "If you are truly resolute about halting the war machine at its source, I do know of a path that can be taken." Stark turned to Roy, inquiring, "What is it?" "The Soviet Union." At the instant those words fell, Stark felt a chill race up his spine. He shivered uncontrollably. "You are indeed mad. The Soviet Union, that vast, once mighty red empire that has crumbled into ruin on another continent." Stark looked into Roy's blue eyes, which sparkled with a chilling rationality that sent shivers down his spine. The notion Roy had proposed was disturbingly extreme, yet Stark could not deny the potential validity of his perspective. Rather than the second option, "I strongly suggest you contemplate the first proposal I mentioned. It is sure to be a panacea," Roy continued, seemingly oblivious to the audacity of his words. Still offering his well-meaning advice, Stark inhaled deeply. "Very well, I shall consider it seriously." He averted his gaze from Roy and lowered his armored visor. The golden-red suit shimmered under the moonlight, the engines igniting with a brilliant flare, and without a moment's hesitation, Iron Man ascended vertically into the sky, heading directly towards the Stark Tower in Manhattan. Moments later, Roy, tousled hair blown wildly by the winds, rolled his eyes dramatically at the now empty sky. A few days later, an explosive piece of news swept across the headlines of global finance and technology. A revolutionary change. Stark Industries announces auction of its core weapons manufacturing division. Chapter 20. A storm approaches. Tony Stark, the controversial genius, once again astonished the world with his unexpected actions. Stark Industries officially declared its intention to divide its core weapons manufacturing division into 5 independent units, set to be auctioned in early next month. This move is viewed as the final step in Stark's complete divestment from the arms business and a definitive assurance of his commitment to a peaceful transformation. Wall Street analysts offered polarized opinions on this decision. Supporters hailed it as a wise strategy to shed historical burdens and concentrate resources on the development of clean energy, capable of unleashing immense potential. Detractors, however, expressed concern that this could lead to mass unemployment, the uncontrolled outflow of core technologies to unregulated entities, and potentially ignite a new arms race. Stark Industries stock price experienced significant fluctuations today. A bony hand reached for the remote control, silencing the incessantly buzzing television in the corner. "Mr. Amichell, are you also following today's news?" Peter entered Roy's home, his voice echoing as he tossed his backpack onto the sofa, his expression a blend of excitement and anxiety. "It's incredible. I sent it. Who would have thought the weapons manufacturing division could be auctioned off? It's as if they're packing arms to sell at a flea market. It is unimaginable that Mr. Stark would actually go through with such a decision," Peter mused, running his fingers through his hair. "New York has been in chaos these past few days, Mr. Amichell. Hell's Kitchen, Brooklyn, and parts of Queens near the docks. The gangs are like rabid dogs with their tails stepped on, engaging in shootouts, fighting for turf, and competing for resources at 10 times their usual intensity. Daredevil mentioned they're flexing their muscles for potential buyers. I feel the wear and tear on my suit increasing at an alarming rate." Roy sat at the workbench, examining the magical circuits on Peter's suit. Hearing this, he inquired, "Do you need assistance, Peter? I mean, more substantial help, rather than just repairing the magical circuits on your suit?" Peter paused for a moment, then vigorously shook his head. No, no. Mr. Amichell, I truly appreciate it, but this is far too dangerous. Even though you possess magic, your physical condition, well, I mean, if a bullet were to hit you, you would still be injured, especially now that they have brought out high-caliber weapons and some oddly powerful mutants. The risks are too great. The sincerity of concern shone in the young man's eyes. At that moment, the sand in the fish tank containing Flint began to stir unexpectedly. "Peter, if you need any assistance, I can help." Startled by the sudden voice of the sandy octopus, Peter quickly responded, "Mr. Flint, is that you? Just call me Flint. Mr. Amichell's treatment has stabilized my daughter Penny's condition, and there are even signs of improvement. I owe him a debt of gratitude that I cannot repay." Flint spoke with a grave tone. "Mr. Amichell is quite concerned about you, Peter. Since Mr. Amichell is unable to directly engage in these street disputes, I find myself aptly suited for the task. Ordinary bullets cannot harm me, and explosions may not necessarily be fatal." Flint glanced at Roy. "What do you think, sir? I could be of assistance, which is certainly better than remaining confined in this fishbowl." Roy observed Peter's weary and troubled expression before shifting his gaze to Flint. Allowing the Sandman to accompany Peter was indeed a prudent choice. With his formidable, shape-shifting abilities and immunity to conventional firearms, coupled with his experience in the underworld, he possessed a unique understanding of its rules. Furthermore, his loyalty to Roy was unwavering. After all, Roy held the key to curing Penny, rendering it impossible for Flint to betray him or Peter. Roy nodded in agreement. Addressing Peter, "Since Flint is willing to assist, let us permit him to do so. His capabilities are well suited for this endeavor, Peter. Flint, do take care. Penny still needs you." He then turned to Flint. "Understood, Mr. Amichell. I appreciate your willingness to help." Flint nodded vigorously before turning to Peter. "I fear I must first gather more sand, Peter." "Oh, certainly no problem. Shall we set off shortly?" Meanwhile, in Obadiah's office at Stark Industries, the voice on the other end of the line brimmed with excitement and flattery. "Boss, according to our investigation, Hammer Industries, Osborne Group, several overseas investment firms, and even the military are frantically amassing funds. The piece of meat Tony Stark has thrown out is too tempting. Everyone wants a substantial bite." "Humph," Obadiah scoffed disdainfully. "Funds? In this auction, the least significant aspect is the funding." He turned and approached the massive floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down at the Manhattan skyline. There is no need to concern ourselves with those overseas investment firms. The military will undoubtedly eliminate them. As for the others, I have my own means. A glint of malice flickered in Obadiah's eyes. That Na'vi young man, Tony Stark, believes that by preemptively offering him a 20% stake, he can secure his loyalty? That he can have him watch with complacency as he sells off the entire weapons manufacturing division. The entire weapons manufacturing division rightfully belongs to Obadiah Stane. He had witnessed Howard establish it, meticulously stabilized the situation, and built it brick by brick with his own hands. Obadiah inhaled deeply, striving to suppress the surging tide of fury. If it were not for the constant pressure from the military on Stark, the entire weapons manufacturing division would undoubtedly have fallen into his grasp. Did they think Stark could profit from auctioning off the weapons division? What a delusion. He picked up another phone and swiftly dialed a number. After a few rings, a cold voice answered. Stane. It's me, Obadiah responded, regaining his composure. Inform Jean that his time for consideration has come to an end. An unparalleled opportunity has arisen. Stark has set the table, but to feast on the meat, one must first sever all the outstretched claws. Before the commencement of the auction, I shall employ every conceivable means to ensure the vanishing of those covetous onlookers. Deep within the Pentagon in Washington, D.C., a clandestine meeting room exudes a palpable tension. A group of men and women clad in distinguished military uniforms are seated around an elongated table. The lighting is deliberately dimmed, illuminating only the documents at the center of the table and a few stern visages. According to our intelligence, Stark has preemptively allocated a 20% share to Obadiah. A general adorned with 3 stars on his shoulder speaks in a low voice. This cunning fox is intimately connected with Tony Stark and represents our most formidable rival. More troubling is the fact that he is not content with that mere 20%. A civilian, adjusting his spectacles, relays newly acquired information. He has already commenced his maneuvers, likely aiming to exploit the chaos, eliminate other bidders, and even instigate panic to depress the prices, ultimately swallowing the entire Stark weapons manufacturing division. We absolutely cannot allow Obadiah Stane to control more than 30%, let alone the entirety. Another voice resolutely interjects. His greed is insatiable and uncontrollable. Stark's weapon systems must remain in the hands of those who are deemed correct. This is of utmost importance to us. We are all acutely aware that the correct entails ensuring that these powers ultimately serve a higher order, fostering genuine stability. The chaos engendered by Stark's auction represents our prime opportunity to intervene and seize control. The military must emerge as the principal buyer, or at the very least, the ultimate overseer. The general pauses momentarily, lowering his voice further. Temporarily mobilize all reserve funds from the Paperclip project. Reach out to our partners in Europe and the Far East, and simultaneously place the Winter Soldier on high alert. If necessary, eliminate key obstacles to ensure that Stark's weapons manufacturing division flows into our designated hands. The auction must not unfold according to Obadiah's script. The meeting room falls into a profound silence, punctuated only by the low hum of the air conditioning. Soon, a synchronized voice resonates throughout the room. Hail Hydra. Chapter 21. Before the Birth of the Spark, Part 1. Are you saying that a maniac claiming to be the Punisher has recently emerged from Hell's Kitchen? Roy gazes incredulously at Peter and Flint. Peter, shoulders slumped, hurls his spider mask onto the table, producing a dull thud. He bears several new abrasions, and his attire is caked in dust. Indeed, I have never encountered anyone so unhinged. Peter exclaims, indignation coursing through him as he takes a large gulp of water. He seems to kill indiscriminately gangsters, drug dealers, and even those petty street thugs merely loitering about. Daredevil, and I merely sought to avert a bloodbath. Yet he opened fire without hesitation, berating me as a child in bizarre attire, claiming I know nothing of true warfare, dismissing me as an impediment, and instructing me to keep my distance. Roy gasps. That sounds rather unfriendly, doesn't it? And what did Daredevil say? He too urged me to return, stating that I was too young to handle such a situation and imploring me not to involve myself. Peter leaned back against the sofa, expressing his frustration. If they all believe I'm a nuisance and think I am immature, then I shall refrain from participating. Is that acceptable? Observing Peter's sulky demeanor, Roy sighed. Perhaps they're concerned for your well-being Peter. Honestly, I too think you are still quite young. With adults present, why should you bear the burden of resolving such matters? Roy patted his shoulder, suggesting, like a child, pursue the girl you fancy, contemplate what games to play after school, and consider whether your final exams are approaching. Oh, Mr. Mitchell, do you also think I am just a kid? Peter glared at Roy in discontent. Calm down, Peter. Fine. Since you all feel this way, since you all see me as an incapable child, then I shall not concern myself any longer. Do as you please. Infuriated, Peter seemed uninterested in hearing Roy's reasoning. He snatched the headpiece from the table, donned his coat, and stormed out. Roy turned to Flint, who appeared at a loss, and shrugged. At least he didn't slam the door. That's an improvement compared to those teenagers, wouldn't you agree? Flint covered his face with one hand. I just hope Penny never encounters a day like this. Hell's Kitchen, an abandoned auto repair shop. The air was thick with the stench of blood, gunpowder, and motor oil. In the dim light, several corpses lay scattered across the floor. Bullseye leaned against the engine of the only relatively intact car. A trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, his signature target uniform tattered in several places. He fixed his gaze on the figure before him, a specter seemingly risen from hell. Frank Castle, the Punisher. At that moment, Bullseye's mindset was akin to that of a man encountering a ghost. He was merely following orders to eliminate military agents infiltrating New York. He was passing through Hell's Kitchen, unaware of how he had provoked that madman. The Punisher's shotgun still emitted wisps of smoke as he approached Bullseye with a frigid stare, step by deliberate step. Damn it, you lunatic. Bullseye wiped the blood from his mouth, his voice hoarse from rage and pain. Who the hell sent you? What do we do to offend you? Have I ever even met you? We are targeting those chaotic agents. What the hell does this have to do with you? The Punisher disregarded Bullseye's frantic shouts, simply raising his weapon. His movements were devoid of hesitation, the cold intent to kill palpable in the air. Bullseye's pupils dilated. In a sudden motion, he hurled several darts aimed at the Punisher's vital points while attempting to roll away to create distance. Bang! 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 The Punisher's reflexes were astonishingly swift. The shotgun roared, accurately obliterating the darts mid-air. Simultaneously, his other hand swiftly drew a handgun, firing continuously, sealing off Bullseye's escape route. With a sickening sound, a bullet grazed Bullseye's thigh, ripping a large chunk of flesh. He cried out in pain, his movements faltering for just a moment. The Punisher, akin to a meticulously engineered killing machine, seized upon a fleeting moment of vulnerability and lunged forward. The heavy butt of his weapon, slicing through the air with a piercing whistle, was poised to deliver a devastating blow to the target's temple. Should this strike land with full force, the target would undoubtedly meet his demise. In this critical juncture, a thunderous noise erupted as the colossal roll-up door of the repair shop was forcefully torn apart, revealing several massive mechanical tentacles glistening with metallic sheen, slithering forth like gigantic serpents. One tentacle deftly seized the Punisher's descending weapon, momentarily halting his motion with overwhelming strength. Another tentacle ensnared the target, violently dragging him backward. What in the world? The Punisher bellowed, struggling to break free, yet the mechanical appendage's grip was astonishingly formidable. Amidst the swirling dust, a figure clad in a dark green trench coat, adorned with goggles, emerged from the gaping opening. For agile mechanical tentacles extended from his back, two of which were respectively controlling the Punisher and the target. Otto Octavius, the target, startled yet elated, recognized another powerful ally of Kingpin. Dr. Octopus cast a glance at the target. Mr. Kingpin believes you are in trouble. Target, he has sent me to assist you. Attempting to escape, the Punisher roared, trying to break free, but the mechanical tentacle's strength was insurmountable. However, the target was swiftly dragged to Dr. Octopus's side. I have no time for games, brute, Dr. Octopus stated coldly, as two of his ground-embedded tentacles suddenly propelled upward, crashing through the ceiling along with him and the target, vanishing into the night. The Punisher discarded his emptied firearm, panting heavily, and kicked aside a corpse obstructing his path. At that moment, a crimson figure silently descended from the shadows. Landing gracefully not far away, it was Daredevil. He did not approach immediately, maintaining a vigilant distance. You nearly killed the target, Daredevil intoned, his voice tinged with a complex array of emotions. Why? You do not appear to be an enemy of Kingpin, yet you slaughter his subordinates, even daring to confront monsters like the target and Dr. Octopus head-on. What is it you seek? Or rather, whom do you seek vengeance upon? The Punisher slowly turned, his towering figure casting an imposing shadow in the dim light. He did not meet Daredevil's gaze, but spoke in a deep, resonant tone. You wouldn't understand, lawyer. You wear a mask and cling to your absurd rules. Daredevil Matt Murdock's expression faltered momentarily. Perhaps I do not understand, but I know that hatred can consume a person. He stepped forward, imploring, tell me, Punisher, who turned you into this? Whom are you seeking revenge against? After a few seconds of silence, the Punisher's shoulders seemed to tremble slightly. My wife, my children, his voice caught, as if he were summoning every ounce of strength to continue. The gang war unfolded before my very eyes. He abruptly raised his head, his eyes, haunted by pain and vengeance, fixed intently upon Daredevil. You ask whom I seek revenge against? Everyone, every single person involved, all those who instigated this war. They are devoid of innocence. They all deserve death. Chapter 22. Before the Birth of the Ember, Part 2. The fierce tempest of Hell's Kitchen failed to extend into the opulent circles of the upper city. Yet for certain shadowy forces, trouble was quietly approaching in an alternative guise. The military's assassination operation targeting Obadiah Stane had become mired in chaos. Operatives infiltrated New York with meticulous plans, akin to droplets merging into the ocean, only to vanish without a trace. They were unable to breach the walls of Stark Industries, and many perished under bizarre circumstances shortly after entering the city, attempting to establish safe houses or contact informants. The military pieced together a maddening tableau from the intelligence relayed by the agents. Kingpin and his gang resembled hyenas responding to a scent, alongside the recently rampaging Dr. Octopus and other supervillains, whose attacks coincidentally targeted the military's carefully cultivated secret strongholds in New York. Not to mention those unfortunate souls who strayed into Hell's Kitchen, leaving behind nothing but bones. More exasperated than the military were the inner factions of Hydra, who had truly suffered grave losses. Of the strongholds taken down by Kingpin's underlings, at least 7 out of 10 belonged to Hydra, not to mention the heavy toll on the agents. Kingpin paid no heed to military affairs. He had long coveted dominion over New York's underworld, previously restrained by various reasons for making his move. Now, with Obadiah's armed supplies and a substantial piece of prey dangling before him, Kingpin seized the opportunity to act decisively, intent on eradicating all who dared to intrude into his territory without permission. In his eyes, any armed force that dared to reveal its claws on his turf was an enemy. With the auction just days away, Hydra's influence in New York had been severely diminished, leaving them unable to infiltrate or control the situation. Their effective intelligence network was on the brink of collapse. The pivotal figure of Obadiah remained alive and thriving, even gaining more power through his collaboration with Kingpin. After suffering several setbacks, Hammer Industries and Oscorp had quietly withdrawn from the competition, and Obadiah now appeared to be in a position of assured victory. The upper echelons of Hydra were thoroughly frantic. With conventional means of infiltration and assassination having failed, they could not stand idly by while the entire Stark Weapons manufacturing division slipped from their grasp. In a concealed command room within a Hydra secret base, a high-ranking official's voice twisted with fury. Incompetent fools. Activate the Winter Soldier. The beleaguered Hydra leadership made a resolute decision. Target Obadiah Stane and eliminate him at all costs. New York, Stark Tower. The atmosphere in the conference room was tense. Nick Fury's singular eye, sharp as an eagle's, was fixed intently on Tony Stark seated across from him. Mr. Stark, this auction resembles the act of tossing a lit cigar into a powder keg, drawing forth the world's most perilous arms dealers, ambitious schemers, and shadowy monstrosities to New York. Nick Fury's voice was grave as gangsters engaged in a massive shootout, transforming the city into a battlefield. And you intend to auction off the source of all this chaos, as if it were an antique to the highest bidder? Stark's fingers drummed nervously upon the table. Director Fury, please understand, it is those vultures who, drawn by the scent of blood, have come forth on their own accord. I did not summon them. The decision to shut down the weapons manufacturing division was mine. A public auction represents the most transparent and efficient method. What should I do? Discard all these workers and machinery? Stark frowned, adding, moreover, I am aware that many of you do not wish to see the weapons division closed. But I have made my stance clear. I refuse to partake in this unjust war. They desire what I do not, so why not sell it? Is there anything wrong with that? Captain Steve Rogers stood a short distance behind Nick Fury, his brow furrowed. He understood Stark's initial intentions. The closure of the weapons division may have stemmed from a place of conscience. However, the subsequent actions taken by Stark left Steve utterly perplexed. An auction? Then dismantling Stark Industries weapons division to sell it in parts to others? Would this truly prevent those war profiteers from using Stark's creations to commit murder? Perhaps it would. For once sold, it would no longer bear the Stark name. It might become Hammer Industries or something else entirely. Yet, this approach seemed morally dubious. Just as Steve was lost in thought, a glint caught his eye. In an instant, chaos erupted. A shadow, like a wraith, descended from the rooftop, crashing through the glass facade of the Stark Tower conference room. With the force of that shadow, the bulletproof glass shattered like thin ice. The shards, akin to lethal blades of ice, sparkled in the sunlight as they hurtled into the room. "Watch out!" Steve reacted swiftly, immediately discerning that the assailant's target was not Stark himself, but the passage leading to the private lounge where Obadiah Stane had just excused himself to take a phone call. In the moment the glass shattered, the attacker executed an astonishing twist in mid-air, landing with the grace of a cheetah, scarcely pausing. His metallic arm gleamed with a cold light in the sun, and his right hand swiftly drew a large-caliber handgun, unwaveringly aimed at Obadiah, who had just poked his head out from the lounge, startled by the noise. "No!" Tony Stark's eyes widened in horror. He had no time to contemplate who the assailant was or how they had breached Stark Tower's bulletproof glass. He swiftly retrieved a metallic suitcase from beneath the table, which unfolded as if animated, with countless intricate components ascending Stark's legs, seamlessly integrating to envelop him. Within mere seconds, a suit of crimson and gold armor enveloped Tony Stark. Just as Stark lunged toward Obadiah, attempting to shield him with his own body, gunfire erupted. Bang! Bang! The bullets tore through the air. The first grazed the newly clad armor on Tony's arm, igniting a blinding spark upon contact with the pristine metal. The second bullet was precisely aimed at Obadiah's position. In a moment of peril, a round shield descended as if a divine intervention, barely positioning itself before Obadiah. The second bullet collided with the vibranium shield, producing a resounding thud that reverberated through the air, causing the shield to tremble violently, forcing Steve, the shield bearer, to take a step back. Stark, beneath Iron Man's visor, exhaled in relief, as his palm cannon erupted in a blinding white light, aimed at the assailant who had evaded the first shot. No matter who the hell you are, the game is over. Observing the palm cannon being easily dodged, Stark activated the suit's thrusters, propelling himself toward the Winter Soldier. Simultaneously, Steve swung his shield forcefully at Winter Soldier's lower body, coordinating their assault. The three engaged in an electrifying melee. The sounds of metal clashing and fists connecting echoed fiercely through the conference room. The Winter Soldier, facing two opponents, seemed unfazed. He operated like the most sophisticated killing machine, maximizing his physical prowess and honed combat skills. Each strike of his metallic arm sliced through the air, targeting Stark's armor's vulnerabilities and exploiting gaps in Steve's defense. Tony's palm cannon unleashed a relentless barrage, yet the Winter Soldier evaded or blocked with minimal movements. Seizing the moment when the opponent was pushed back by the palm cannon, Steve hurled his shield with a fierce whistle toward the Winter Soldier's face. Simultaneously, he launched himself forward like a released arrow, aiming to grapple. The Winter Soldier reacted with astonishing speed. As the spinning shield approached, he did not flinch, extending his metallic left arm with lightning speed. Fingers splayed. Clang! The jarring metallic collision echoed as the vibranium shield was seized midair by the Winter Soldier's mechanical arm. The tremendous impact jolted his body, causing the floor beneath him to shatter, yet he managed to catch it. However, at the moment he grasped the shield, slightly leaning back from the force, Steve had already lunged forward. His aim was not to reclaim the shield, but to unveil the mask concealing most of his opponent's visage. With a swift motion, Steve's hand, akin to an iron claw, precisely grasped the edge of the mask amidst the Winter Soldier's defense, exerting all his strength to rip it away. The black mask was torn off entirely. Time seemed to freeze in that instant. Steve Rogers, the Captain America, whose blue eyes were typically filled with unwavering determination and conviction, now reflected an indescribable shock and bewilderment. His face, marked by the passage of time, bore sharp contours that told tales of hardship. Thick brown locks fell messily across his forehead, and a shadow of stubble adorned his chin. It was a visage that left Steve breathless. Despite the cold menace that now dominated that face, he would never mistake it. Bucky? His voice emerged hoarse and dry, tinged with a tremor. This name, one he had long believed lost to the icy depths 70 years prior, now pierced his heart like a dagger. The Winter Soldier, Bucky Barnes, upon hearing Steve's call, displayed a fleeting tremor in his icy gaze, a momentary flicker of confusion passing through him like an undercurrent in a dark stream, yet it was but an instant. The alarm of a failed mission blared sharply in his brainwashed consciousness. The opportunity to assassinate Obadiah Stane had vanished, and before him stood the formidable Iron Man and an equally powerful Captain America. The risk of continuing the struggle was too great. Mission failure. A chilling awareness swept through his mind. The last vestige of warmth in Bucky's eyes dissipated, replaced once more by coldness. As he forcefully hurled the shield, he grasped towards the advancing Steve, simultaneously retreating with swift agility. Block him, though stunned. Steve's instincts alerted him to the imminent escape of his adversary. Stark raised his arm, preparing to charge his repulsor once again. Yet Bucky was faster. While retreating, he flung two cylindrical devices from his hand. Boom! Boom! Blinding light and thick smoke erupted instantaneously, rendering all present momentarily sightless. By the time Steve and Stark regained their vision, Bucky had already vanished. Steve dashed to the window, catching a glimpse of a dark figure plummeting like a great bird from a height of 100 meters towards the steel jungle of New York. Just before impact, a rope shot out, expertly securing itself to the opposite building. The figure swung away, disappearing amidst the towering structures, leaving no trace behind. Chapter 23. Before the Birth of the Ember, Part 2, and so it happened. He was hospitalized. The doctor declared that the shock had exacerbated his underlying heart condition. He had aged. Stark sat atop Roy's house, the night breeze carrying a damp chill. The gleaming metal glinting under the moonlight appeared hauntingly desolate. He wore no mask. The usual sharpness and irreverence had vanished, replaced solely by an overwhelming fatigue and confusion. Yet, I discerned that age did not hinder him from conspiring with gold, nor did it impede his orchestration of the incident that befell me in Afghanistan. And it certainly did not quell his eagerness to eliminate me upon my return. Roy leaned against the rudimentary radio stand, silent. The news Stark brought back was heavier than anticipated. Roy Stark turned his head and wiped his face. You previously remarked on my poor social standing, and perhaps you were right. The moment I discovered that Obadiah had betrayed me, I found myself utterly alone, with no one to confide in. Though Pepper has been kind to me, I cannot burden her with such troubles. Happy is a good bodyguard and a loyal friend. Yet this matter is beyond his capacity to manage. Rhodes, that fellow would be eager to push me into a military tribunal, and even Obi, who watched me grow up in diapers, seems poised to stab me in the back. Who can I trust now? Who else? Stark's voice grew somber, tinged with profound frustration. I truly do not know. I believed it was prudent to shut down the weapons division, but at that time, the military and Obi thwarted my intentions, leading me to acquiesce to their wishes and sell the division. Yet now, the auction has devolved into warfare, factions clashing at my doorstep. Obi lies incapacitated. Stark Industries is leaderless, and both S, H, I, L, D, and the military circle like vultures. I feel as though I have accomplished much, but now I realize that my efforts have only exacerbated the situation. Am I truly to hand the weapons manufacturing division over to the military? That would be akin to delivering it directly to the demons of hell. Roy listened quietly, observing the once mighty, arrogant genius now stripped of his facade, merely a pitiable soul betrayed by those closest to him and left in isolation. The night breeze swept through, carrying the distant wail of sirens. Suddenly, Roy spoke. Tony Stark, would you consider exploring an alternative path? Stark raised his head, confusion replaced by alertness. An alternative path? What mad idea do you have this time that is likely to endanger my life? I have yet to settle the score for your last suggestion. Oh, do not be so hasty to dismiss it. I concede that my ideas may occasionally appear somewhat radical, yet you have witnessed their efficacy, at least to some extent. Roy chuckled. Are you not entertained by the idea of those thugs and their military allies getting their comeuppance? Do you not recall the second path I proposed to you? Stark's eyes widened. You have not abandoned that reckless notion. Of course not. Roy raised an eyebrow. I believe you now fully comprehend the lengths to which humanity will go to satiate their greed. Observing Stark's silence, Roy continued, to my knowledge, A figure known as the Punisher has emerged in Hell's Kitchen. His methods are extreme. Yet one thing is abundantly clear. He harbors a deep-seated hatred for the gangs, arms dealers, and drug lords that wreak havoc on lives, essentially, all that he deems evil. I would wager that you, the capitalists who have erected skyscrapers with blood money, rank quite high on his list. Stark furrowed his brow. So what? What do you suggest I do? You could seek him out for a conversation. You want me to approach a highly lethal lunatic who views me as an enemy? What would I even discuss? The caliber of bullet he would use to put me down? Stark's expression darkened. Discussing the potential for collaboration, Roy said calmly, well, I understand that there's a 50% chance that upon meeting, he will either shoot you down and shatter your beautiful armor or bring you down from the skies with an anti-tank rocket. However, there is also a 50% likelihood that he will pause to listen to your words. Perhaps you could persuade him to cooperate, even if only temporarily, or, at the very least, present an alternative form of retribution. Persuade? A madman intent on my demise? What could I possibly rely upon? My personal charm? Or perhaps the profound disdain you both share for the existing order, for those parasites who hide behind the law and power? Feasting on the flesh and blood of the innocent? Roy leaned in slightly, lowering his voice. You require a specific rhetoric that strikes at his core vulnerabilities. The Punisher is indeed extreme, yet he is not foolish. What he is currently doing is enacting the most significant punishment within his capabilities, ridding this city of its vermin. But does this truly hold any meaning for his deceased family? Does it address the tragedies unfolding in this world, ignited by greed at higher echelons? He is merely doing what he believes is right, yet he is well aware that it does not alter the fundamental issues. Stark toy, seemingly weighing the credibility of this insane proposal. Therefore, you must pose the essential questions to him. Only two. First, ask him if exterminating one bug after another in Hell's Kitchen will bring back his wife and children. Will it prevent the next tragedy, akin to his own, from occurring elsewhere in the world? Second, have you considered that your gun may be aimed in the wrong direction? The true perpetrators who instigate wars and exploit them like vampires continue to sip champagne in their mansions. Then, with a hint of seduction in his tone, Roy cast out the most enticing bait, asking if he wished to undertake something more thorough, to make the term punishment truly apply to those bigwigs who deserve to descend into hell. Would he want families, like his own, who have suffered loss due to war and weaponry, to at least have the chance to prevent the recurrence of such tragedies? Stark inhaled sharply. Roy's words detonated like a bomb, igniting something within him that had been temporarily suppressed by immense betrayal and disillusionment. If he refrained from shooting you for at least 3 seconds after you delivered this speech, or merely regarded you coldly without immediately exhibiting the intent to dismember you, then you would have the opportunity to utter your next phrase. I know a path, one not dictated by governmental bureaucracy nor the military's forceful takeover, but rather a true course of justice, a path that allows those truly deserving of punishment to pay the price in a fair manner. The cost is that you must temporarily halt your personal vendetta in Hell's Kitchen, heed my counsel, and embark on a far grander endeavor. And then, Stark instinctively inquiet. Roy smiled, reminiscent of the time he had initially proposed the auction of the weapon manufacturing division, and swiftly divulged the subsequent steps to take. Of course, Roy shrugged, provided he consents. As for how to safely descend before him, allowing him the time to hear your lengthy discourse without immediately resorting to violence, that is a dilemma for you, Tony Stark, to resolve, employing your armor, your eloquence, or the remnants of luck still lingering in your pocket. Stark remained silent for an extended period, the rooftop filled only with the whispering wind. Ultimately, he released a long, weary sigh, as if exhaling all his doubts and entanglements. Very well, he muttered, his voice tinged with fatigue, yet imbued with a resolute determination. You are right, Roy. I find myself teetering at the edge of a precipice. Surrendering this to the military, to Obadiah, or allowing it to be devoured amidst chaos is not the conclusion I desire for Stark Industries. Rather than permit those scoundrels another opportunity to fabricate further tragedies with my technology. He rose unsteadily, casting a glance at the glowing reactor embedded in his chest. The blue light illuminating the remnants of pain in his eyes, while igniting a spark of newfound resolve. Someone must undertake more decisive actions. Even if Stark's voice seemed somewhat ethereal in the night breeze, and even if confronting the Punisher's 50% mortality rate was hardly exhilarating. Nonetheless, It cannot possibly be worse than being sold to terrorists by one's own uncle and nearly meeting a disastrous end. Roy observed Stark's upright posture and the determination mirrored in his gaze, recognizing that a profound transformation had finally occurred within this playboy. "Good luck, Tony," he said, laced with a hint of jest, "but I believe you might truly succeed. After all, you're Iron Man." Stark glanced down at his armor, managing a semblance of a smile. He said nothing further. The helmet sealed shut, and his gold and red figure lingered momentarily at the rooftop's edge before erupting into a brilliant blaze of propulsion, diving into the rich, velvety darkness enveloping New York. As he watched the blue light swiftly vanish amidst the cityscape, the smile faded from Roy's face. He stood for a moment longer, feeling the chill of the rooftop breeze. Then, he retrieved the phone Peter had given him and dialed number. "Matt," he said as the call connected, "it's done. The troublemaker wreaking havoc in Hell's Kitchen. The one raising your blood pressure lately. I found another dilemma to deal with him. No need to thank me." There was a pause on the other end, followed by a low, contemplative response from Daredevil. "How did you manage that?" "I found a billionaire with both wealth and time to spare," Roy replied, swiftly shifting the conversation. "Now on to business. I've taken care of this issue. It's your turn to fulfill your promise. The place you mentioned last time, those individuals with special abilities who dwell in the sewers, what do they call themselves? The Inhumans? Where precisely can they be found now? I am intrigued by the extraordinary beings that possess remarkable abilities. Perhaps they harbor materials that may serve my purposes." Chapter 24. The chaotic auction. The day of the auction for Stark Industries' weapons manufacturing division has finally arrived, amidst the bloody backdrop of overt and covert power struggles. The event is held within the confines of Stark Tower, where a military representative, a general, adorned with gleaming insignia and an air of arrogance, has taken his seat in the prime viewing position. Behind him stand several sharp-eyed officers and civilian advisors, exuding an undeniable aura of authority. As he surveys the surroundings, a barely perceptible cold smirk curls at the corners of his mouth. Obadiah Stane lies in a hospital's intensive care unit, having been diagnosed with a severe heart attack. Major competitors, such as Hammer Industries and Oscorp have, after a period of chaos and assault, wisely or reluctantly withdrawn from the competition. The sparse audience consists mainly of military representatives in white gloves or inconsequential minor buyers, all hoping to snatch a fragment of fortune. Stark, after all, is merely a technical genius, still too inexperienced on the chessboard of power and strategy. The general leans in to whisper to his aide, his tone laced with smug derision. "After all this grandeur, it will ultimately fall into our hands, will it not? Inform the logistics department to prepare the acquisition list. Once the auction concludes, we shall immediately take possession of those 5 core units." Regrettably, Obadiah has yet to relinquish his stake. "Understood," the aide replies respectfully. The general reclines comfortably in his chair, his gaze sweeping over the vacant seats reserved for the Stark Group. Tony Stark, Pepper Potts, and Happy Hogan are conspicuously absent. "Humph," the general scoffs disdainfully. "A mere childish tantrum. Perhaps they feel too embarrassed to witness their prized possessions being claimed by me. Let them be. The authorization documents are already nestled within my briefcase." Once the auction concludes, he instinctively smooths out the last non-existent wrinkle on his uniform sleeve. The auctioneer clears his throat, preparing to strike the gavel that signifies the commencement of transactions. The atmosphere in the hall falls silent, with all eyes fixed on the stage. At that moment, boom! A deafening explosion reverberates as the tempered glass door is violently breached, shards scattering in all directions. A tall figure, clad in black combat attire adorned with a fearsome skull, bursts forth like an avenger returned from the depths of hell, brandishing a formidable shotgun, and strides through the smoke. The Punisher. A terrified scream escapes an unknown individual. Without warning or preamble, the Punisher's weapon unleashes a torrent of deadly fire. Bang, bang, bang. The first shot obliterates the auction podium, along with the exquisite gavel and documents atop it. The auctioneer had already vanished the moment the door was breached. The second shot erupts as a banker in a tailored suit, seated closest to the entrance, is engulfed in a mist of crimson, both man and chair propelled backward. The third shot rang out, shattering a corner of the chandelier overhead, which plummeted towards the crowd below with a chilling wail. There's been a murder. Run for your lives." The hall erupted in screams, cries, and the clatter of overturned furniture, resonating throughout the banquet space. The elegantly attired elite, who moments ago exuded sophistication, morphed into a panicked herd, shoving and trampling one another as they frantically surged toward the exits. "Protect the general," the lieutenant shouted hoarsely, drawing his pistol in retaliation. The trained bodyguards and security personnel swiftly followed suit, unleashing a barrage of bullets that intertwined like a deadly web. "Damn it! Stop him!" The general trembled with rage, witnessing their meticulously orchestrated scenario on the brink of devastation. In this chaotic moment, a figure clad in gold and crimson burst through the side glass, invading the venue. Tony Stark, the general, crouched behind an overturned chair, gazed in disbelief at the iconic armor. "Hey, this isn't a place for your little soir. Iron Man's voice boomed through the loudspeakers, his palm cannon igniting. "Taste this." A beam of energy shot towards the Punisher, who nimbly rolled aside, the blast creating a gaping hole in the floor. Enraged, the Punisher redirected his weapon towards Iron Man, unleashing a torrential hail of gunfire. The sound of bullets ricocheting off the armor sparked showers of flame. Iron Man adeptly dodged and swooped in midair, retaliating with his palm cannon. Yet his aim appeared slightly askew, always missing by mere inches or evaded effortlessly by the Punisher. The two engaged in fierce combat within the hall, energy beams and bullets flying, further ravaging the already chaotic venue. Just then, a louder commotion erupted from outside. Countless flashes illuminated the scene. "Wait, you can't enter." The journalists waiting outside, ignited by the tumult within, disregarded security's attempts to hold them back as they charged in with cameras at the ready. They barely managed to capture the chaotic scene inside, the gunfire, the blurred images of Iron Man and the Punisher locked in battle, before the hellish tableau and the rain of bullets sent them fleeing in terror. "Oh my God, there are casualties. Get out. Everyone out." The reporters cursed their lack of agility, scrambling to retreat, leaving behind an even more chaotic scene. As the pandemonium approached its zenith, a roar more intense than any prior explosion reverberated from deep within the banquet hall, accompanied by blinding white light and billowing smoke. The thick haze instantly engulfed a significant portion of the hall. When the smoke finally dissipated, silence reigned, and the survivors gazed in horror at the devastation. The Punisher had vanished without a trace. Tony Stark, clad in his battle-worn armor, stood amidst the ruins, marked with bullet scars and soot. His helmet lifted, revealing a fatigued and shocked visage as he surveyed the debris, scattered documents, and the lifeless bodies of several key representatives. In a heavy, hoarse voice, he announced to the few stunned journalists remaining, "It is all over. He has destroyed our core data, along with all our manufacturing machinery. Our losses are staggering." That evening, major news networks broadcast this shocking revelation to the world, and Stark Industries stock prices began to plummet once again. In a clandestine military conference room, a bald general, his visage contorted with rage and veins bulging from his neck, bellowed, "You are all worthless. Our meticulously crafted auction, an opportunity we were determined to seize, has been utterly ruined by a madman who appeared out of nowhere. Everything is in shambles. What value does Stark Industries' weapons division hold now? Just a heap of scrap metal." He roared, spittle flying towards his subordinates, who bowed their heads in silence. "Calm yourself, General," a cautious officer interjected. The situation on site was indeed chaotic. The Punisher exhibited completely erratic behavior, seemingly intent on indiscriminate killing and destruction. "Our agents have analyzed the remnants of the footage. Iron Man appeared to have fought valiantly, his armor sustaining significant damage." "Valiantly, my foot," the bald general interrupted sharply. What a coincidence that he was present at the scene. What a coincidence that the servers were precisely destroyed. What a coincidence that the Punisher chose that very moment to invade the auction. This is nothing but a self-directed play by Tony Stark. He never intended to sell. He would rather destroy everything than sell to us. However, a young aide hesitantly spoke up. Stark Industries did indeed suffer tremendous losses. The core data of the weapons division has been obliterated, and the key equipment on the production line has been completely wrecked, making a restart nearly impossible. If he did not wish to sell, why not simply cancel the auction or privately sell to allies? Why create such a spectacle, putting himself at risk and utterly offending the military? Fool, that is his cunning. The bald general retorted angrily. He knows that if he does not sell, we will undoubtedly apply pressure on him. He desires to evade our constant scrutiny while rendering us speechless. Now, not only has he destroyed our assets, but he has also conveniently eliminated Obadiah's faction and our people, all in one fell swoop. This debonair rogue has deceived us all. His chest heaved with fury, his eyes ablaze with the anger of being outwitted. Issue a global manhunt for that so-called Punisher. We must see him alive or dead. Turn over every stone to uncover any evidence of his collusion with Stark. I demand they pay the price. Yes, General. His subordinates, feeling as if a weight had been lifted, hurriedly complied. In a luxurious mansion in New York, Pepper Potts carefully tended to the edge of a deep wound on Stark's arm, where the armor had been torn apart by some sharp blade, exposing flesh beneath. Tony Stark reclined on the sofa, bare-chested, grimacing in pain, his body marred with bruises, a sight both alarming and distressing. Be gentle, Pepper, he winced. Serves you right. Pepper's eyes glistened with unshed tears, a mix of concern and frustration evident in her voice. You have truly lost your mind. Collaborating with that madman was nearly tantamount to self-destruction. Hey, but I am still alive, aren't I? Stark managed to smile, only to wince in pain immediately after. Plans require a modicum of sacrifice. He recalled the precarious task of persuading the Punisher. It was akin to dancing on the edge of a blade. During their initial descent, the Punisher nearly fired his shotgun at Stark's suit. In a frantic rush, he recited the teachings of the Roy Church, each second under the frigid, distrustful, and lethal gaze of the Punisher feeling like an eternity. He endured several harsher blows to prove he was not merely a foolhardy dilettante. Had it not been for the resilience of his armor and the last-minute realization of the Punisher that the true culprit needed to be confronted, he might not have returned at all. Was it worth it? Pepper gazed into his eyes, tears streaming down her cheeks. All for the purpose of dismantling weapons manufactured by Stark Industries? While she understood Tony's aversion to weaponry, she could not fathom why he would resort to such drastic measures. Stark paused, his gaze drifting to the dazzling lights of New York outside the window, his expression a tapestry of emotions. Was it worth it? He was uncertain, yet he recognized that when Obadiah's betrayal, Justin's greed, and the military's covetousness intertwined, the more radical path that Roy spoke of became his only avenue of escape. This route appeared mad, the cost exorbitant, but it might lead to a future where weapons would no longer be abused. Not destruction, Pepper, Stark's voice was solemn, but rebirth. In Queens, on Ingram Street, Roy lounged on the sofa. A news anchor on the television reported gravely on the aftermath of the attack during Stark's auction, as well as the military's outrage and the global manhunt for the Punisher. The screen flashed images of the chaotic auction venue, Stark Industries' weighty statement, and the Punisher's indistinct yet ominously imposing wanted poster. Truly impressive, Roy mused, to think even a hardened character like the Punisher could be swayed by him. New York is truly a melting pot of talent. Previously, there was one who, after just a single visit, could not decipher the Muggle repulsion array he had set up, yet managed to locate his own daredevil, Matt. Now there was Iron Man, Tony Stark, executing his plans with such decisiveness. Roy could not help but marvel at the hidden depths of these Muggles. At that moment, Roy sensed his magical array being triggered once more. Utilizing the residual magic he had left behind, he discovered it was none other than Agent Coulson. Wait, what is going on with these Muggles? How can they so effortlessly unravel the Muggle repulsion array I set? Chapter 25. Roy as first lesson out of a habitual aversion to interacting with agents. Roy resolved to flee back to Hogwarts before Coulson's black car reached the street corner. Coincidentally, he had just completed his lesson plan, and it was time to prepare for his inaugural class. The first alchemy lesson was swiftly approaching. Following a consultation between Professor Roy and Professor McGonagall, the alchemy class ultimately transcended the confines of the academy, organizing students solely by their year of study. The fortunate attendees of the inaugural lesson were the first-year students, who had recently embarked on their academic journey. Within the first floor of the alchemy tower, vast windows allowed the customary mist-enshrouded daylight of Hogwarts to filter in, casting a gentle glow upon the tapestries adorning the walls, each depicting intricate geometric patterns and the celestial movements of stars. Young wizards, clad in robes of various houses, entered the classroom with a mlang of emotions, curiosity, anxiety, and a touch of excitement spurred by the enigmatic reputation of Professor Longbottom. Professor Roy stood poised behind the lectern, dressed in a deep blue wizarding robe embroidered with silver filigree, exuding an air of calmness and focus. His gaze swept across the sea of youthful faces below him, recognizing a few familiar ones amidst the crowd. Neville, nervously twisting his fingers, Hermione, scanning the room, and Harry, who was quietly murmuring to Ron. As the din in the classroom began to subside, Professor Roy initiated the discourse. "Welcome to the realm of alchemy, first-year students," he declared, his voice resonant and steady, imbued with a peculiar penetrating quality. "Before you open your textbooks, grasp your silver quills, or attempt to etch patterns upon the wooden boards, I wish to pose a question." He leaned slightly forward, his gaze intense. "What is your purpose in studying alchemy?" A profound silence enveloped the classroom as the young wizards exchanged glances. What indeed was their purpose? Perhaps Gryffindor students sought to learn something spectacular to overshadow Slytherin. Slytherin students might yearn for arcane knowledge to enhance their prowess. Ravenclaw craved knowledge for its own sake, while Hufflepuff may have simply found the new class intriguing, or perhaps they noticed their peers enrolling in it. Without awaiting their responses, Roy continued, posing rhetorical inquiries. Is it merely to secure a higher score on exams? To embellish your future resumes? To acquire some elusive power that commands the admiration of your peers? Or is it to achieve the fabled transmutation of base metals into gold? Or perhaps to attain immortality? The young wizards instinctively held their breath, captivated by Professor Roy's presence at the lectern. "No." Roy's voice rose sharply, resolute. With a dramatic flourish, he swept his right hand through the air, his movements both graceful and forceful. As he did so, the lighting in the Alchemy Tower's first floor transformed dramatically. Before him, four colossal, luminous three-dimensional symbols coalesced from thin air, gracefully rotating as they ascended. The heavy, ochre-hued cubic apparition bore the swirling patterns of mountains and veins of ore, representing the element of earth. A flowing, silver-glimmering sphere, akin to liquid, appeared to harbor a swirling vortex within, embodying the element of water. An ethereal spiral of pale azure, light and elusive, signified the element of air in alchemy. Finally, a vibrant, fiery crimson cone of flame pulsated with an intense heat, symbolizing destruction and rebirth, representing the element of fire. The symbols of the four elements hovered in midair, their radiance intertwining, instantly captivating the gaze of all the young sorcerers and eliciting gasps of wonder. Roy's voice took on an ethereal quality, resonating as if it were an echo from ancient times. Forget the shallow misconceptions of the uninitiated regarding alchemy. They are but the dust that settles upon the surface of truth. I shall not instruct you on how to acquire worldly fame, nor will I teach you to amass wealth, much less impart the means to achieve immortality. These are not the ultimate aims of alchemy. Leaning forward, Roy's gaze burned with intensity, as though he were imprinting a profound secret into the minds of each listener. What I impart to you is the dominion of the Creator. Once more, Roy gestured with his arm, and the symbols of the four elements began to merge and transform slowly. Earth was melting in the flames, water ascended in steam, and the currents of air guided energy. Simultaneously, the entire scene of the tower's first floor shifted. The surroundings seemed to reverse rapidly, transporting everyone present to the searing banks of the Nile, where ancient Egyptian priests were seen heating or in primitive crucibles within the sanctuary of a temple, blending plant leaves. While the walls bore the earliest alchemical symbols, the scarab and the solar disk, the imagery shifted, revealing the magnificent library of Alexandria, where Greek scholars passionately debated the theories of primordial substances inscribed on parchment, as Aristotle's four causes were introduced into the alchemical framework, merging with Egyptian mysticism. Time flowed once more, bringing us to the exotic city of Baghdad, where Arab scholars diligently penned their thoughts in the House of Wisdom, synthesizing knowledge from Greece, Persia, and Egypt. The texts of alchemical systems flickered in the ether, showcasing intricate distillation apparatuses and visions of calcining furnaces, where mercury and sulfur were endowed with profound philosophical significance. Next, the scene transitioned to a medieval alchemical laboratory, a dim stone chamber with a vast fireplace, where bubbling crucibles occupied the space. Cloaked alchemists, their faces lined with age, busied themselves amidst towering piles of tomes and bizarre instruments. The walls adorned with runes, and the fleeting image of Nicholas Flamel appeared. The young sorcerers were utterly mesmerized, as if they had traversed time itself, witnessing alchemy's evolution from its primitive beginnings through the absorption of Greek philosophical discourse to the systematic and theoretical advancements brought forth by Arab scholars. The immersion and historical resonance of the imagery far surpassed any mundane textbook on the history of magic. When the vision finally settled upon the yellowed pages of an ancient manuscript, its cover opened to reveal a line written in Latin, Roy's voice resonated once more, akin to the tolling of morning bells echoing in every heart. It was the incantation inscribed above the entrance of the alchemical tower, disassemble, and then reassemble. Roy reiterated, his tone imbued with solemnity against the backdrop of the elemental symbols. This encapsulates the core spirit of alchemy, which has traversed millennia of development. We delve into the essence of materials, dissecting and comprehending them. The ultimate goal is not destruction or possession, but rather to reconstitute, transmute, and create anew, achieving a more profound and perfect form through deeper understanding. The historical imagery suspended in the air and the swirling elemental symbols seemed to be drawn back against the wall. As the radiance converged and the classroom returned to its previous state, the young wizards awoke from their reverie, many bearing expressions of shock and contemplation. Alchemy serves as the key to understanding the laws that constitute our world, bestowing upon us the authority to shape matter and create wonders. Roy's gaze swept over all present, and the first step in wielding such power is to remain grounded, commencing from the most fundamental and practical aspects. He approached the side of the podium, where lay an ordinary practice wand, a silver-tipped quill, a piece of red crystal, and a parchment adorned with runes. Do you recall the little trick Mr. Longbottom demonstrated in the common room? Roy glanced at Neville. Instantly, Neville's face flushed, yet under the encouraging gazes of Hermione and others, he instinctively straightened up. The temperature-regulating wand enchantment. Roy lifted the wand, a very basic application of alchemy, yet it perfectly embodies the essence of alchemy, understanding the nature of temperature, designing a rune circuit, ultimately endowing the wand with new characteristics. He refrained from further words, grasping the silver-tipped quill, his motions fluid and steady, akin to the most intricate of machines. Under the watchful eyes of all, he etched a precise and clear set of symbols onto the grip of the practice wand. This will be your assignment for this lesson and the week to follow. I advise you to pay close attention, as I shall not repeat it. Roy set down the wand, his voice returning to its usual clarity. You need to master the drawing and combination of these 3 runes on your practice boards until you can independently and steadily reproduce this circuit and invoke the temperature-regulating effect. In our next class, I will assess your progress. Should you encounter any difficulties, perhaps you may seek assistance from Mr. Longbottom. Roy surveyed the classroom, his gaze skimming over the young wizards still immersed in the grandeur of the earlier demonstration. Well then, let us commence with the practice. The young wizards fell silent for a few seconds before erupting into a low murmur. Hermione eagerly flipped open the alchemy's companion, while Ron quietly complained to Harry about the assignment arriving too swiftly. Neville, on the other hand, gazed at his wand, his eyes brimming with renewed confidence for the challenge ahead. Chapter 26. Who has been abandoned? The afternoons at Hogwarts Castle always exude a certain languor, as sunlight streams through the tall, arched windows, casting mottled shadows upon the corridor's thickly carpeted floor. The staff room is suffused with the aroma of red tea and freshly baked biscuits, accompanied by the relaxed chatter of the professors. I must say, Roy, your alchemy course has proven to be remarkably impressive. Flitwick adjusted his glasses, particularly praising Mr. Longbottom. His patience and perseverance in alchemy seemed to have transformed him entirely. I have heard that a number of students, including some lower-year members of Ravenclaw, now flock to him after class to seek guidance on the intricacies of rune drawing. Professor McGonagall adjusted her glasses, a rare flicker of satisfaction appearing on her otherwise stern visage. Miss Granger has informed me that Mr. Longbottom not only practices with remarkable diligence, but also exhibits great patience when assisting his peers, even when their inquiries are quite elementary. She paused before adding, surprisingly, this includes some students from Slytherin. Professor Sprout, who was meticulously watering a pot of Mimbulus Mimbletonia on the windowsill, turned her head with a beaming smile. That boy Neville. I always sensed a unique resilience within him. I am truly delighted that he has found his confidence. I have always believed he is a remarkable child, particularly gifted in herbology. Listening to the professor's discussion, Roy felt a slight smile tug at the corners of his mouth as he sipped his tea. Neville's transformation had been anticipated. Yet witnessing this change, acknowledged by his colleagues, brought him a measure of satisfaction. The allure of alchemy lies not solely in the transmutation of materials, but in the empowerment it bestows upon individuals. Navigating the familiar corridors of the castle, Roy turned into a passageway, about to embark on the secluded path leading to the Alchemy Tower, when a commotion at the corner ahead halted his steps. It was Neville Longbottom, cornered against the wall by two towering figures, Crabbe and Goyle, the henchmen of Malfoy. Roy's brow furrowed slightly, and he instinctively quickened his pace. Were these two Slytherins resorting to their old tricks? However, as he drew closer, he was taken aback. Crabbe and Goyle did not appear their usual arrogant or malicious selves. Instead, their massive frames leaned forward awkwardly, displaying a sense of unease. Crabbe clutched a piece of parchment tightly, upon which a haphazard array of runes was inscribed. Goyle pointed to one section, his voice deep and uncertain. Longbottom, does the tail of that hot rune need an extra stroke? I've carved it several times, and it hasn't responded. Neville, clearly anxious, pressed his back against the cold stone wall. Yet, upon seeing the parchment thrust before him, he took a deep breath and steadied his voice. Oh, that symbol, its end should not have an additional stroke. You see, it should be like this. He drew his wand from his robe, and, with the tip of it, illustrated the temperature rune on the parchment. The finishing touch must be clean, and the force must be balanced. Ah, I see. Goyle scratched his thick hair, a look of understanding dawning upon him. Crabbe nodded, gruffly expressing his gratitude. Thanks, Longbottom. He paused, his face revealing an exceedingly rare mix of shame and awkwardness. Sorry about before. He quickly averted his gaze, as if the admission had caused a flush to rise upon his cheeks. Goyle hastily concurred. Yes, sorry, Longbottom. We promise we won't act like that again. Neville was utterly taken aback. He stood there with his mouth agape, gazing at the two hulking figures who had once instilled in him profound terror and had mocked his clumsiness on numerous occasions, now inexplicably offering him an apology. His heart raced, and his cheeks burned with heat. He was utterly at a loss for words, instinctively gripping his wand tightly. In this subtly charged atmosphere, Roy's calm voice resonated from behind them. It is commendable to acknowledge one's mistakes, Mr. Crabbe, Mr. Goyle, Roy said, stepping forward, his gaze gently sweeping over the two before finally resting on a still-dazed Neville. However, neither Mr. Longbottom nor any other student shall be subjected to further bullying. It is unequivocally wrong to oppress the weak. Though Roy's tone was not loud, it carried an undeniable weight. Crabbe and Goyle straightened abruptly, their faces flushing crimson as they nodded rapidly. Yes, Professor Amichell. They seemed to have received a pardon, shuffling past Roy like two moving hills, their feet in sync as they hastily fled down the corridor. Neville watched their panicked retreat, then turned to Roy, his expression a mixture of bewilderment, disbelief, and a faint sense of relief. Roy patted Neville on the shoulder, smiling as he said, Actually, I should inquire whether you are willing to accept their apology. You still have the opportunity to voice your feelings. Should you refuse, I shall summon them back. I am fine, Professor, Neville replied quietly. It's just that they seem genuinely confused about that symbol. Roy nodded, perceiving that Neville truly bore no grudge regarding the past events. It appears you have taught them well, Mr. Longbottom. Keep up the good work, he encouraged with a warm smile, choosing not to elaborate further as he turned to walk towards the Alchemy Tower. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the castle, in a desolate corridor near the entrance to the Slytherin dungeon, Draco Malfoy leaned solitary against the cold stone wall. The dim light made it difficult for sunlight to penetrate, with only the flickering torches casting shadows over his pale visage. He pressed his lips tightly together, his slate-blue eyes swirling with irritation, resentment, and an unprecedented sense of loneliness. Moments ago, he had witnessed Crabbe and Goyle huddled together at the entrance to the common room, whispering about some runes that Longbottom had mentioned. As he approached, they immediately fell silent, their gazes evasive, failing to swarm around him as they typically would. What troubled him further was a recent letter from his father, Lucius Malfoy, which bore a stern tone. It urged him to keep a close watch on Potter and Dumbledore's movements while subtly referencing certain inconspicuous individuals who seemed to be gaining prominence in specific areas. The heir of the Malfoy family ought not to lag behind in any regard. This was almost an insinuation regarding Neville Longbottom's commendable performance in alchemy class. It was utterly preposterous. Longbottom? That fool who could trip over flat ground? However, now even his two loyal followers, Crabbe and Goyle, who had always looked up to him, have sought advice from Longbottom. Draco felt an overwhelming urge to smash his fist against the cold stone wall, yet he feared the pain. This sensation was utterly dreadful. His once proud sense of superiority had been shattered by that clumsy Longbottom in a manner he utterly despised, one befitting a mere bookworm. Just wait and see, it is merely alchemy, and he refuses to believe he cannot succeed. Chapter 27. A dismal day for Malfoy. Draco Malfoy lay in the Slytherin dormitory, enveloped in heavy emerald green curtains that shielded him from the world, leaving only a dimly lit magical lamp to illuminate the space before him. The bedspread was strewn with parchment, silver-tipped quills, practice boards, and fragments of crystal, mirroring Malfoy's abysmal mood. "Damn those runes," he muttered, angrily sweeping a ruined practice board to the floor. His hand had trembled, leaving an unintended mark on the symbol representing heat. He had lost count of how many times he had failed. Either the runes were misaligned, the etchings uneven, or the infused magic elicited no response at all. On one occasion, the board had even emitted a plume of black smoke. Images of Neville Longbottom, that silly yet recently celebrated figure, flashed through his mind, accompanied by Crabbe and Goyle's evasive glances, piercing his pride like needles. How could he stoop so low as to seek guidance from that Longbottom? What was so remarkable about that fool? Malfoy gritted his teeth. He could accomplish this on his own. He would not rely on anyone. A pure-blood Malfoy could never be inferior to a Longbottom. A fierce desire to triumph dispelled his drowsiness. He picked up the silver-tipped quill once more, inhaling deeply to steady his hand. This time, he endeavored to cast aside all distractions, focusing solely on the quill's tip. He recalled the fluid rhythm of Roy's demonstration, the precise illustrations of the runes in his textbooks. Time passed in serene silence, the sounds of the Black Lake outside seeming to fade into the distance. Sweat dampened his forehead, yet his gaze grew ever more focused. Finally, as the first light of dawn crept through the window, Malfoy set down his quill. The arrangement of runes on the board, while far from the elegance and fluidity of Roy's work and the balance of the symbols appearing somewhat congested, was nonetheless complete and clear, with etchings that could be deemed somewhat even. Draco's heart raced within his chest. He carefully cradled the board, as if it were a rare treasure. He grasped his wand, channeling a sliver of magic at its tip, and gently tapped the core of the runes. A faint but discernible magical response emanated from the point of contact between the board and the wand tip. He had succeeded. Joy flooded over Draco, washing away all traces of fatigue and resentment. He nearly leapt from his bed, silently shaking his clenched fist in triumph. A flush of exhilaration spread across his pale face. He had done it, relying on no one. Unlike Crabbe and Goyle, who humbly seek counsel from Longbottom, Draco Malfoy accomplished this damned temperature-regulating enchantment entirely through his own merit. After numerous attempts, he felt the reassuring feedback with each infusion of magic, solidifying his confidence. With a sense of pride and eagerness to showcase his achievement, Malfoy carefully stored the practice board. He even began to envision the astonished expression on Roy's face when he presented his work the following day. Longbottom? Oof. On the day of the alchemy class, Malfoy, shedding his usual nonchalance, arrived early and sat attentively in the classroom. The practice board was positioned neatly before him. He sat up straight, his gaze occasionally drifting toward Roy, who was organizing his lesson plan at the podium. When Roy announced the commencement of the assignment review, Malfoy was nearly the first to raise his hand, his eyes gleaming with barely concealed eagerness and a hint of pride. "Professor Amichell, please check mine first," he said, deliberately maintaining a calm tone, though his face betrayed his satisfaction. Roy regarded him with mild surprise, but said nothing as he approached Malfoy's desk. The latter promptly slid the board towards Roy and, with a calculated flourish, infused magical energy into the runic core with his wand. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The board remained unresponsive, the anticipated magical feedback conspicuously absent. Malfoy's smile faltered, a wave of panic washing over him. He intensified the magical output. The tip of his wand, even emitting a faint glow. "Infuse the magic, do not rush," Roy reminded him, having already detected several subtle instabilities within Malfoy's runic design, particularly around the congested edges of the balance symbol, where the flow of magic appeared sluggish. Yet, no matter how fervently Malfoy adjusted his angle or how beads of sweat began to form on his brow, The board that had absorbed his painstaking efforts throughout the night remained obstinately inert, coldly resisting the guidance of his magic. 10 minutes elapsed, and it continued to lie silent. Roy frowned slightly. He acknowledged Malfoy's efforts. Yet the instability of the runic circuit was undeniable, and its failure to operate properly was a reality he could not overlook. Regrettably, Mr. Malfoy, it seems this requires further practice to stabilize, Roy stated calmly. Please keep trying. Next. Malfoy's complexion blanched instantaneously. His fists clenched beneath the desk, knuckles whitening. He watched helplessly as Roy moved on to the next desk, that unrelenting figure rendering all his pride and excitement from the previous night into mere vapor, leaving behind only the cold sting of humiliation and a profound sense of disappointment. He scarcely absorbed Roy's remarks as he assessed the subsequent students, consumed instead by a growing fury within his chest. Until, well done, Mr. Crabbe. Though the lines are somewhat clumsy, the structure is intact, the magical circuit flows smoothly, and the activation effect is stable. Slytherin earns a point. Mr. Goyle, your balancing symbol has shown remarkable improvement since our last encounter, and the stimulating effect has met our expectations splendidly. Excellent. Slytherin earns another point. Roy's gentle affirmation resonated clearly. Malfoy felt as if his mind had been struck by a heavy hammer. Crabbe? Goyle? Those two imbeciles, whom he had always regarded as mere lackeys, responsible solely for providing background support and acting as brutes. They actually succeeded, and even earned points? On what grounds? He observed Crabbe and Goyle, their expressions a mixture of bashfulness and pride at the praise, glancing towards Neville with grateful eyes. And an uncontrollable surge of rage and profound resentment surged to the forefront of his mind. Amichell, he must have done this on purpose, simply because he did not fawn over the class representative like those two sycophantic fools. Simply because he, as a pure-blood heir, despised resorting to such tactics to ingratiate himself. Thus, he publicly humiliated him, awarding points to Crabbe and Goyle. The bell, signaling the end of class, sounded particularly jarring to Malfoy. He abruptly stood, the legs of his chair screeching against the stone floor. Without casting a glance at anyone, he stormed towards the classroom door, his face darkened like a tempest. Oblivious to the presence of Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Neville, who had just been called by Roy to assist in gathering materials. Ouch! Neville was roughly jostled by Malfoy, stumbling back 2 steps and nearly toppling over, his stack of thick books tumbling to the ground. Malfoy, are you blind when you walk? Harry immediately moved in front of Neville. Malfoy halted abruptly, turning back, his pale face betraying unrestrained loathing and contempt. His icy gaze slithered like a viper over Neville and Harry. Get lost, Potter. And you, foolish obstruction. He offered no apology, not a trace of remorse, as though he had collided with mere refuse. With that, he strode out of the alchemy tower without a backward glance, leaving 4 furious young wizards in his wake. As the night deepened in Hogwarts Castle succumbed to slumber, only the moonlight streamed through the high windows, casting crisp shadows. A gaunt figure, draped in a heavy black cloak, cautiously avoided the illuminated patches of moonlight, gliding like a specter through the desolate corridors. It was Draco Malfoy. His complexion was pallid, yet his eyes shone with an unusual brightness, ablaze with humiliation, fury, and resentment. The disgrace he endured during the alchemy class, the betrayal by Crabbe and Goyle, and Neville's foolish yet well-received demeanor gnawed at his heart like a venomous serpent. He needed proof, a demonstration that would compel everyone to regard him with newfound respect, making Roy regret his actions, and ensuring that Longbottom and his friends would pay dearly. Malfoy skillfully evaded the patrolling Filch along with that infernal cat, and, relying on his familiarity with the castle's secret passages, silently slipped into the tranquil library. The heavy wooden door gently closed behind him, sealing off the feeble light from outside. The air was permeated with a distinct, musty scent of aged parchment and books. The restricted section lay deep within the library, secured by a heavy iron gate, adorned with a massive brass lock. Yet, such a barrier posed no challenge for Malfoy. He produced a slender wire, one of the trinkets gifted by his father, Lucius, for emergencies, and deftly manipulated the lock. With a soft click, it yielded. A triumphant smirk appeared on Malfoy's face as he gently pushed the door open and slipped inside. The dim light of the restricted section enveloped him. Prompting Malfoy to draw his wand, and cast a minor Lumos charm. Towering shelves cast deep shadows, and the very atmosphere seemed to freeze, thick with an unsettling chill. Numerous tomes were bound in heavy leather, some shackled by iron chains, marred by mysterious stains. Malfoy moved cautiously, careful not to make sound. He was not here to seek out the nefarious dark arts. He understood all too well the dangers and horrors they entailed. Instead, he sought a particular type of magic, one that could inflict a touch of hardship without leaving a clear trace. Ideally, it would pertain to alchemy. This would prove his superiority over that insipid Longbottom and demonstrate that Amichell lacked discernment. At that moment, Malfoy's gaze was drawn to a tome nestled within the middle of the shelf, unbound by chains. Its cover was a dull yellow, seemingly unremarkable. Yet inscribed in silver lettering was the title The Key of Atlantis. This title evidently hinted at a text related to alchemy. Eagerly, Malfoy pulled the book from its resting place. Chapter 28, Halloween Frights, Part 1. Have you noticed that Malfoy has been acting strangely lately? One afternoon, in the Gryffindor common room, Ron furrowed his brow as he tossed a Bertie Bott's every flavor bean into his mouth, immediately grimacing and sticking out his tongue. He's been lurking around like a goblin, always wandering off alone and seeking out deserted places. Quite suspicious. Hermione looked up from her hefty tome on magical theory, her expression grave. I've been observing him for several days. Not only does he avoid crowds in the corridors, but he also seems disengaged at the Slytherin table. Moreover, he has been repeatedly chastised by Professor Amichell in class. I overheard Professor Amichell speaking with Professor McGonagall, remarking on Malfoy's dismal performance lately. If this continues, they may have to speak with his parents. Neville chimed in, yesterday after herbology class, I saw him heading towards the dungeons alone, without Crabbe or Goyle. See, Ron exclaimed, slapping his thigh. I told you he must be plotting something. He probably intends to cause trouble again. Whatever it is, it can't be good. Harry concluded. We should inform Professor Amichell that Malfoy is up to no good. Meanwhile, in the alchemical tower, Roy was busy sorting a batch of newly arrived moonstones. After listening to the four students chattering and complaining, he paused from his work, a slight frown creasing his brow. Draco Malfoy, Roy reflected on the events of recent classes. Indeed, that boy had been acting quite strangely of late. His assignments were either hastily completed or simply not submitted at all, and he consistently kept his head down, his gaze wandering during questioning. He was undeniably distracted, and his performance in completing assignments was subpar. Roy conceded that their observations were astute, yet without concrete evidence. I cannot take action based solely on speculation and unusual behavior. Hogwarts allows students their little secrets, provided they do not contravene school rules. But he might indeed be violating those rules. Harry exclaimed eagerly. Roy reassured them, saying, well, I shall keep an eye on him. Moreover, Snape is his head of house. Snape will undoubtedly shield Malfoy. Observing the unmistakable distrust on the four faces towards Snape, Roy could only smile helplessly. Nevertheless, he felt it imperative to speak with Snape personally. Uncommonly, in the afternoon, Snape appeared in the staff lounge, seated alone in the shadows of a corner. Roy approached and settled into the armchair opposite him. Severus, since when did Professor Amichell become so concerned for Slytherin students? Snape did not lift his eyelids, merely emitting a brief, cold huff through his nostrils. Clearly, he still bore a grudge from their quarrel at the beginning of term. Roy paid no heed to his derision and continued. Malfoy has been behaving unusually in potions class, repeatedly failing to complete assignments, and according to feedback from other students, his movements are rather mysterious. As his head of house, I believe you should be concerned about Malfoy's recent state. Ha! Snape finally raised his dark eyes, filled with unabashed scorn. Unusual? Incomplete assignments? Amichell, put away your meddlesome tendencies. Draco Malfoy is a Slytherin. He has his own way of handling matters. Teenage boys possess their own thoughts and secrets. That is perfectly normal. Do you expect everyone to be like your prize student, Longbottom, who wears his efforts on his sleeve and displays his meager progress to all? Snape's voice slithered like a venomous serpent. Don't dictate to my students. With that, he turned his gaze away from Roy, as though the latter were merely a distasteful wisp of air. Watching Snape's obstinate demeanor, Roy found himself wishing to strike him. Very well. I hope your way of dealing with things does not bring trouble to anyone, especially your unfortunate students. With that, Roy turned and walked away, leaving Snape grinding his teeth behind him. Time passed swiftly, and soon it was Halloween. The castle was filled with the sweet aroma of roasted pumpkins and the festive clamor, with the corridors adorned with enormous jack-o'-lanterns, within which danced comical, ghostly candle faces. The students engaged in animated conversations, eagerly anticipating the evening's banquet. Roy was preparing for the next alchemical practical class when he realized he required a batch of processed white crystals stored in the underground storeroom adjacent to the potions classroom. Conveniently, he had some materials that needed processing, so he penned a note and decided to send Neville, who was assisting with organizing books in the tower, on an errand. "Neville, could you kindly fetch a box of white crystals from the underground storeroom? It's on the third shelf against the wall," Roy instructed, handing him the note along with the key to the storeroom. "Of course, Professor Amichell," Neville replied, accepting the key and carefully tucking it into his pocket, feeling quite pleased to assist the professor. The underground corridor was considerably colder and more damp than above, with the flickering torchlight casting long, wavering shadows on the walls. A faint aroma, mingling with herbs, wafted through the air. Neville tightened his robe as he approached the storeroom door, when suddenly he heard hurried yet deliberately subdued footsteps echoing from a deeper side passage. Could it be Snape? He instinctively halted, holding his breath, and concealed himself behind a sturdy stone pillar. To his surprise, Draco Malfoy emerged swiftly from the passage. His complexion was pale, lips pressed into a tight line, and his eyes reflected a mixture of anxiety, excitement, and an inexplicable fervor. He clutched a rectangular object tightly wrapped in dark green velvet, resembling a thick tome. Malfoy glanced around cautiously, oblivious to Neville's presence behind the pillar, and hastily made his way towards an underground classroom. Neville's heart raced. What was Malfoy doing alone in the underground classroom at this hour? Moreover, that object he held appeared shrouded in mystery. As Malfoy neared the corner, Neville summoned his courage and stepped out from behind the pillar. "Malfoy, what are you doing here?" Startled by the sudden voice, Malfoy jumped and spun around. Upon recognizing Neville, the tension on his face was swiftly replaced by a strong disdain. "Longbottom?" he scoffed, waving his hand dismissively as if shooing away a fly. "Get lost. Mind your own business." However, Neville was eager to inquire further. "Shut up." Malfoy glared at him menacingly. "Mind your own affairs, Longbottom. Say another word, and you'll regret it." With that, he disregarded Neville and swiftly vanished into the dim corridor. Furrowing his brow, Neville remembered his task to retrieve the crystals for Roy and dared not delay. That evening, the Great Hall was alive with the festivities of Halloween, where Harry, Ron, and Hermione sat together for dinner. Neville joined them, recounting the peculiar encounter he had witnessed with Malfoy earlier that day. "See, what did I tell you? He is definitely up to no good," Ron exclaimed, slapping his thigh. "Carrying something like that out of a place like that in broad daylight and threatening Neville? He must be up to something sinister. He is undoubtedly troubled." Harry felt a wave of unease wash over him. "We must ascertain what he is up to and prevent him from acting recklessly." At that moment, a deep, ominous rumble echoed from the depths of the castle, causing the very ground to tremble slightly. Suddenly, Quirrell stumbled into the great hall, his turban askew, his face ashen, lips quivering, and his eyes brimming with terror. "A troll! In the dungeon classroom! I believe you should be aware of this," he exclaimed before collapsing onto the floor. Following a moment of stunned silence, fear erupted like a flood unleashed. Dumbledore's resonant voice immediately quelled the panic. "Silence." He swiftly directed, "Prefects, lead your respective houses back to your common rooms in an orderly manner. Professors, follow me to the dungeon classroom." Chaos erupted among the crowd, accompanied by shoving and cries. The Gryffindor group quickly assembled, the four friends huddled together, their expressions reflecting a state of bewilderment. Just then, a louder, sobbing scream erupted from the nearby Slytherin ranks. "Draco! Draco is missing!" Crabbe and Goyle's chubby faces turned pale, resembling two startled hippos. "He hasn't been with us all afternoon, nor did he come for dinner," Goyle exclaimed, fearfully scanning the surroundings. Neville's heart sank, and he blurted out, "He might still be in the dungeon classroom." "What?" Harry, Ron, and Hermione turned to Neville simultaneously. Ron immediately scoffed, "Oh, splendid. Let him play with the troll then. Snape's precious prize will surely have a delightful fate." "Ronald," Hermione interjected sternly, her eyes wide with shock and concern. "Even if he is Malfoy, we cannot stand idly by and watch him be killed by a troll." Indeed, Neville's voice trembled but remained resolute. "He is detestable, but he does not deserve death. and I might be the last person to have seen him in the dungeon classroom. I cannot. He took a deep breath as if making a decision. I must go warn him. The troll has just appeared. He may not even be aware. With that, Neville began to push against the tide of people towards the exit. Neville, are you out of your mind? Harry grasped his arm. That is perilous. At the very least, he needs to be informed. Neville's face flushed, but his eyes shone with determination. Very well. Harry made a swift decision. I will go with you. We cannot let you face this alone. Hermione nodded, positioning herself beside Harry. Ron glanced from one to the other, frustratedly tugging at his red hair. Oh, blast it. Well, let's hope the troll doesn't tear him apart before Snape arrives. Ultimately, he could not remain a bystander. As the four of them squeezed toward the exit, two more figures followed closely behind. Neville turned to discover that it was Crabbe and Goyle. Noticing Neville's gaze, the two young wizards scratched their heads. We want to go with you to find Draco. Chapter 29, Halloween Horror Night. Part 2, 6 figures detached themselves from the main group, slipping quietly out of the hall's entrance along the corners, amidst the shouts of the prefects maintaining order. They hurriedly made their way down the cold staircase leading to the underground classrooms. The air hung heavy, thick with dust, dampness, and a primal stench. They moved cautiously, pressed against the wall. Hermione drew her wand and whispered, Neville, where is the place you mentioned? Neville appeared visibly anxious near the potions classroom storeroom. They lowered their voices, resembling a group of frightened rabbits, searching under the flickering glow of the dim torches. At last, Harry keenly detected a faint sobbing sound emanating from a partially open door of an empty classroom. He signaled to the others. Ron abruptly pushed the door open. Draco Malfoy was seated behind a pile of discarded cauldrons and debris, his normally slick hair disheveled and plastered to his pale, sweaty forehead. His expensive robes were covered in dust, with several noticeable stains. At that moment, Malfoy trembled like a withered autumn leaf, hands clasped over his mouth, tears streaming uncontrollably down his cheeks. Upon seeing the figures at the doorway, he nearly leaped in shock. However, there was no time for conversation. A thunderous crash echoed in the corridor, debris scattering. An exceedingly grotesque giant suddenly appeared nearby, towering even above Hagrid. Its gray-black skin resembled rough bark, emanating a foul odor, while its massive form blocked most of the corridor. A comically small head perched atop its thick neck, murky eyes scanning the hallway, instantly locking onto the fresh morsels, unleashing a deafening roar interspersed with drool. The giant raised a massive club, caked with an unidentifiable filth, preparing to strike the nearest Crabbe. Get away from there! Hermione screamed, her wand instinctively raised. Petri Ficus Totalis! Yet, the spell had little effect on the giant, failing to halt its advance. Petri Ficus Totalis! Ron hastily drew his wand, his voice distorted by fear, but similarly, the magic of a first-year wizard proved insufficient to threaten the highly resistant giant. Fortunately, Crabbe reacted swiftly, dodging the giant's attack, though the tremendous force still sent him crashing to the ground. As the giant prepared for another strike, fear cascaded down like icy water in that life-or-death moment. Neville spotted a broken cauldron beside Malfoy. Suddenly inspired, he pointed his wand at the cauldron and shouted with all his might, Wingardium Leviosa. The shattered cauldron soared like a cannonball, striking the giant's arm, holding the club with tremendous force. Arg! The giant let out a furious roar as the heavy wooden club finally slipped from its grasp, crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. Well done, Neville! Hermione suddenly realized the situation and quickly imitated him, levitating another cauldron to hurl at the creature. As the giant was struck repeatedly, its rage intensified, and it flailed its massive hands, smashing everything in its vicinity with a series of thunderous crashes. A wooden barrel that had contained viscous ingredients was knocked over, spilling its gelatinous contents, which splattered onto a hapless Malfoy who had not yet managed to rise, gagging at the sudden onslaught of foul odor. Malfoy was left in a state of utter disarray. Although Ron felt a surge of schadenfreude and longed to mock him, the current circumstances were hardly conducive to such amusement. He was also busy levitating a hodgepodge of materials to strike at the giant. At that moment, Crabbe and Goyle had somehow managed to sneak around to the rear of the giant, and together they toppled a massive shelf laden with discarded tools and experimental remnants. With a cacophonous crash, the shelf struck the giant's back, leaving it dazed and emitting a pained howl, temporarily immobilized. Seizing the opportunity, Ron forcefully placed a medium-sized cauldron atop the giant's head. "Now let us run," Harry shouted, taking advantage of the distraction. Ron and Hermione desperately pulled a bewildered Malfoy along. While Harry seized Neville, the 4 Gryffindors and 3 Slytherins stumbled and scrambled through the chaos, racing out of the classroom and up the stairs as fast as they could. In the relative safety of the upper corridor, they halted, breathless and shaken. Malfoy collapsed onto the floor, his body coated in dust and the thick, dark goo. After catching his breath, he finally began to recover slightly, looking at the others, especially Neville, with a mix of complex emotions. "Well, look at you, Malfoy." Ron could no longer contain himself, pointing at the collapsed figure. "The esteemed young Master Malfoy. I thought the giant smelled foul, but compared to you, it's practically a perfume." He laughed unabashedly, disregarding Malfoy's increasingly sour expression. Harry, initially indifferent, found amusement in Malfoy's current predicament, particularly as his meticulously styled hair was now matted with a repulsive goo, resembling a helmet adorned with rotting seaweed. Now that they were safe, it was time to settle scores. Without hesitation, Harry joined in the mockery of Malfoy. Hermione, wishing to maintain a serious demeanor given the circumstances, found it difficult to resist a smile at the sight of Ron and Harry laughing, and she stifled her amusement, barely managing to keep quiet. However, for Malfoy, their laughter was undoubtedly akin to dousing cold water on a pot of boiling oil. The terror from being chased by the troll had not entirely dissipated, and now he was being so brazenly mocked by those detestable Gryffindors, particularly that weakling Longbottom, whom he had always scorned, now laughing as well. You. Malfoy abruptly lifted his head, his face smeared with goo, flushed with rage, and utterly exasperated. He desperately wished to unleash the most venomous invectives upon those loathsome Gryffindors, especially that Neville. His lips trembled violently, but as soon as he opened his mouth, a wave of nausea surged up his throat. The viscous substance still clung to his face, threatening to trickle down as he spoke. Before he could utter a word, Neville seized the opportunity. "Malfoy, in your current state, it must surely be an improvement over being squashed by a troll." Malfoy stared at Neville in disbelief, as if his throat had been constricted. Neville did not afford him a chance to retort, continuing, "You ought to thank me, for had I truly heeded your advice to mind my own business, I would now be standing aside, watching you and the troll share your lunch." The onlookers were rendered utterly speechless. Even Ron ceased his laughter. They gazed at Neville in astonishment, unable to fathom that the typically timid and good-natured boy could articulate such sharp and irrefutable words. The air thickened for a few seconds, with only Malfoy's labored breathing breaking the silence. His complexion suggested he was on the brink of fainting from fury. Just then, a hurried and heavy footfall approached from afar. "They are here." It was Professor McGonagall's voice, imbued with unprecedented severity. Good heavens! Flitwick's high-pitched voice trembled with fear. Several bright beams of wand light pierced through the gloom. Professors McGonagall, Flitwick, Snape, and others rushed in. Upon seeing the disheveled, panting students sprawled across the corridor, the professor's expressions soured considerably. "Potter, Weasley, Granger Longbottom." Professor McGonagall's tone was sharper than ever, nearly a scream, and Malfoy, Crabbe, Goyle. "Merlin Socks, how did you end up here?" I distinctly recall Professor Dumbledore instructing everyone to return to their common rooms. Flitwick held his forehead, exclaiming, "Oh, children, this is far too dangerous." That troll, Sprout, upon seeing them, particularly relieved to note that everyone appeared unscathed, let out a significant sigh of relief. Snape's gaze fell upon the ragged little wizards, his voice hissing like a serpent. "Mr. Potter and his friends are truly remarkable. Will you ever learn how to spell the word rules? Gryffindor's recklessness has been exhibited to the fullest. Do you have a death wish, or do you believe that the professors enjoy cleaning up your messes?" A group of young wizards found themselves reprimanded by their professors, their eyes turning hopefully towards Roy, who was known for his typically amiable disposition, in the hope that the alchemy professor could rescue them from their predicament. Roy remained silent, his expression far from pleasant, his blue eyes filled with a grave seriousness. Only after confirming that no one was physically harmed did his demeanor soften slightly. "Were any of you injured? Did the troll strike you? Do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? Why did you not inform a professor when trouble arose? Who granted you the audacity to confront a troll on your own?" The young wizard shrank back under his admonishment. It was evident that, at this moment, the alchemy professor had no desire to extricate them from their plight. At last, the heavy sound of footsteps and a booming voice joined the scene. The burly keeper of keys was taken aback by the sight before him. Merlin's beard. Are you all right? Where's the troll? Hagrid, please, Professor McGonagall urged, somewhat exasperated. Handle that. Creature in the classroom. Hagrid nodded and pulled out his pink umbrella. No one was eager to discern how Hagrid intended to deal with the troll, and the professor's expressions darkened with concern. McGonagall took a deep breath, suppressing the urge to deduct points from everyone present, and sternly commanded, "All right, you all must return to your common rooms immediately. No one is permitted to leave tonight. We will conduct a thorough investigation of this incident. Any violation of curfew will be met with the severest penalties." Flitwick quickly added, "Yes, yes. Hurry back and inform your prefects that you have returned safely. Off you go." Chapter 30. The fisherman Dumbledore, the professors returned to the headmaster's office in silence. The spiral staircase creaked softly underfoot, and Fawkes the Phoenix opened his eyes to glance at them before gently closing them again. The only sound in the air was the crackling of burning logs in the fireplace. How could this have happened? McGonagall was the first to break the silence. Her expression still grim, reflecting on Hogwarts' defenses. She glanced at Dumbledore, her unspoken worries evident. Snape leaned against the shadows of the wall, his dark eyes sharply scanning each individual present, finally resting on the silent Roy and Quirrell, the only two newcomers this year. Roy furrowed his brow, equally perplexed. The most troubling speculation that occupied his mind was whether all of this was yet another part of the intricate schemes of the astute headmaster. After all, from his understanding of Dumbledore, the man had a penchant for indirect approaches. Dumbledore calmly accepted the scrutinizing gazes directed at him. His azure eyes glimmered behind his crescent-shaped glasses, and he gently spoke. "Dear colleagues, I trust you are all quite shaken. This matter is indeed grave, yet we require some time to investigate thoroughly. Please, take a moment to rest and regain your composure. Severus, Roy, please remain for a moment." McGonagall, wishing to voice her thoughts further, was silenced by a mere glance from Dumbledore. Though the professors were rife with concerns, they understood that the headmaster had his reasons. Exchanging glances filled with worry and fatigue, they departed, leaving Dumbledore, Snape, and Roy alone in the expansive office. As the door closed gently behind them, the atmosphere shifted from one of solemnity and apprehension to an almost palpable tension. "All right, Albus, there are no outsiders now," Roy said, his irritation evident. "Pray tell, what is the matter? This unfortunate troll certainly did not wander in uninvited. You made a pact with me before inviting me to teach at Hogwarts. Does this pertain to the current situation?" Snape scrutinized Roy closely, unaware that Roy shared a deeper connection with Dumbledore. Despite his years serving alongside Dumbledore, he had never encountered this Roy Amichell. Dumbledore sighed softly. "Indeed, Roy, Severus, more specifically, this matter is linked to Voldemort." At the mere mention of that name, Snape's body reacted imperceptibly, as if jolted by an unseen current. His pallid complexion drained of color, and his breathing quickened slightly. Roy raised an eyebrow, his expression one of knowing acknowledgement. He recalled that prior to his employment at Hogwarts, Dumbledore had hinted that Voldemort was not truly vanquished and would inevitably return to cause turmoil. "We are all aware that Voldemort never truly died," Dumbledore continued. "He lies in wait like a venomous serpent in the shadows, biding his time for resurrection. His singular objective, his prime target, is none other than his gaze fixed intently upon Roy. The Philosopher's Stone." Roy's expression turned sardonic, a semblance of a smile flickering uncomfortably upon his lips. So this is why he is lurking around." Dumbledore's tone grew weighty with significance. "Roy, I recall our last conversation. The stone is in your possession, merely requiring a bit of time and materials to mend its minor issues." The smile on Roy's face froze, swiftly morphing into a demeanor of meticulous seriousness. He cleared his throat. "Ahem, my dear Albus, our esteemed headmaster, considering the disturbance caused by the troll tonight, the students are quite terrified. Should we not first deliberate on enhancing the castle's security? Perhaps upgrading the lights for Filch or Roy Amichell?" Dumbledore interjected, his voice unwaveringly gentle. "What is the current state of the stone? I require it as swiftly as possible." Realizing he could no longer evade the issue, Roy mentally calculated his options. Repairing the Philosopher's Stone? What a jest! Its energy structure had nearly collapsed in previous experiments, and the core alchemical matrix necessitated exceedingly rare materials for reconstruction, such as the crystalline essence of pure flames left in the wake of a phoenix's rebirth, or the exceedingly rare powder from meteor cores, both of which belong to the realm of legends within the magical community, unattainable by mere wealth. Moreover, not to mention that he has been overwhelmed with busyness during this period. Merely dealing with students and preparing lesson plans is already a formidable challenge, let alone scouring the world for those accursed materials. He hasn't even commenced the restoration yet. Gazing into Dumbledore's penetrating blue eyes, which seemed to see through the very essence of one's soul, Roy understood he could not possibly reveal the truth. Informing Dumbledore that the Philosopher's Stone was still nothing more than a useless gray rock would be akin to divulging his intention to celebrate Voldemort's resurrection with fireworks atop the Hogwarts Tower. However, since Dumbledore was so keen on acquiring this wretched stone, why not seize the opportunity to gain some advantages? A bold, or perhaps shameless, idea rapidly took shape in Roy's mind. The flicker of insecurity within him vanished in an instant, replaced by a sincere smile on his face. The Philosopher's Stone, Roy elongated the syllables, indeed resides with me. As for the restoration, progress is being made, but Albus, you are aware that the profound art of alchemy, particularly the restoration of Master Nicholas Flamel's masterpiece, requires more than mere time and patience. Dumbledore's blue eyes, hidden behind his spectacles, fixed intently on Roy, as if he had anticipated the response. Oh, then what hinders our brilliant alchemist's progress? This was precisely the cue Roy awaited. He immediately began counting on his fingers, adopting a tone that was both earnest and slightly exaggerated. Hindrances? Oh, they're plentiful. First, I require at least 3 ounces of pure silver dragon blood, specifically from the breed born on the night of the Norwegian Aurora. Next, a thumb-sized fragment of Phoenix's rebirth flame crystal will suffice. Additionally, I need feathers shed by a unicorn aged at least a century, as well as half a pound of the purest moonstone powder, soaked in unicorn tears, of course. And most crucially, a small leaf from the world tree, or an equivalent substitute rich in the essence of life. With each item he listed, he named rare treasures of the magical realm, some of which existed only in legend. Snape, standing nearby, felt his lips twitch slightly. Although he was not an alchemist, he recognized that Roy was brazenly extorting. Finally, Roy spread his hands, his expression conveying a sense of helplessness that said, "You see, this is truly not my deliberate attempt to delay. Albus, these items are quite elusive. Each one demands substantial expense and considerable effort to seek, authenticate, and procure. You are aware, while I am indeed an alchemist, the salary for my position at Hogwarts is." He intentionally left the sentence unfinished, yet the implication was unmistakable. More funding. And resources, too. Dumbledore listened quietly to Roy's lament, his expression inscrutable. He certainly understood that Roy was asking for an exorbitant price, even suspecting that if Roy were any more shameless, the restoration of the Philosopher's Stone might not have even commenced. However, to be candid, Dumbledore had known Roy long enough to understand his character. This man was only truly good-hearted when he occasionally experienced a pang of conscience, while for the majority of their acquaintance, his demeanor had been remarkably human. At present, the Philosopher's Stone serves as the most critical and irreplaceable bait for drawing out Voldemort. And the price to pay for this seems, unfortunately, worth it. Dumbledore was infuriated to the point of nearly blowing his top. Had it not been for Severus's presence, he would have undoubtedly drawn his wand and given that shameless rogue, Roy, a good thrashing. Roy, with a smile that was polite yet awkward, seemed to have forgotten that he and Nicholas were quite familiar. He was well aware of the general process of creating the Philosopher's Stone, and much of what he had mentioned was irrelevant. He shrugged, feigning helplessness. All right, Albus. However, I must insist that numerous rare materials are indeed required for the Philosopher's Stone. I am not lying about that. Surely, you cannot expect me to fund this from my own pocket. Very well, Dumbledore replied. I can provide you with the materials necessary for repairing the Philosopher's Stone. As for your remuneration, Hogwarts is facing budget constraints, but I can arrange for Minerva to grant you an increase in your special allowances. Roy pouted, slightly disappointed that he hadn't secured the substantial sum he had anticipated. Yet he found solace in the prospect of obtaining some exquisite treasures from Hogwarts' vaults. Deal. Albus, you truly are a man of your word, he said with a grin. as if he had not just failed in his attempt to extort fortune. If all goes smoothly, I promise to deliver the intact Philosopher's Stone to you before the Christmas holidays conclude. Dumbledore nodded, seemingly satisfied with this promise. He then shifted the conversation, his tone growing more serious. Now, regarding tonight's events and Voldemort, Dumbledore's gaze shifted to Severus before returning to Roy. His voice lowered. My previous conjectures may have been overly optimistic. Voldemort is far more cunning and urgent than we imagined. He is eager to make his move. Severus suddenly looked up, his dark eyes fixed intently on Dumbledore. What did you say? He is already within a castle? Where? Roy also furrowed his brow, looking seriously at Dumbledore. Yes, Severus. Voldemort is currently possessing Quirinus Quirrell. Quirrell? Roy pondered for a moment before inquiring. Are you saying that the current Quirrell is actually Voldemort? That seems unlikely. Not quite, Roy, Dumbledore clarified. I am still uncertain of the manner in which Voldemort has attached himself to Quirrell, but he remains Quirrell in essence. I suspect Voldemort is merely residing within Quirrell's soul, seeking to manipulate him to obtain the Philosopher's Stone. He is likely extremely weakened and unable to act. Severus coldly interjected, let us hope it remains that way. Roy couldn't help but cast a disdainful glance at Dumbledore. Yet he has brought a troll into Hogwarts and nearly harmed the young wizards. This evening's monstrous apparition is most likely a diversion orchestrated by Quirrell, or perhaps even Voldemort himself, intended to sow chaos and facilitate an incursion into the corridor on the 4th floor. Dumbledore paused momentarily. Within that corridor lies a temporary substitute I devised to safeguard the Philosopher's Stone. He cast a discontented glance at Roy, his meaning unmistakable. You have absconded with the genuine article, forcing me to employ a counterfeit as bait, yet the fish remains elusive. And I have nearly been robbed of my home. Roy immediately lowered his gaze, scrutinizing the patterns on the carpet, avoiding direct eye contact with Dumbledore. Dumbledore felt compelled to continue. In any case, for a multitude of reasons, I had refrained from disclosing this matter to you earlier. The situation is now abundantly clear. Voldemort's objective is the Philosopher's Stone, and Quirrell is merely his pawn. Roy, I require you to expedite the restoration of the Philosopher's Stone. It is pivotal in luring out and confronting Voldemort. Severus, I need you to double your vigilance regarding Quirrell's every action. Your identity and position afford you the perfect cover to monitor him, yet remain cautious of him, or rather, the entity behind him. We currently lack clarity on the depths of his resources. Snape tightly shut his eyes, gradually nodding in understanding. I comprehend. Roy, too, nodded earnestly. While extorting one's advantage is gratifying, Voldemort's infiltration is no trivial matter. The predicament is more grave than anticipated. Gentlemen, Dumbledore's voice resonated in the tranquil office, laden with an ominous weight, as the bait for fishing was being prepared, and that cunning big fish swam beneath our very noses. From this point onward, vigilance is paramount. Every step is crucial. Chapter 31. Roy's Unfortunate Life, New York. A new batch of potions had been brewed, and Roy returned to his modest abode in Queens, eager to indulge in a few days of uninterrupted tranquility while contemplating how to navigate Dumbledore's fishing scheme regarding the Philosopher's Stone. Fred had accompanied his daughter elsewhere. However, this serenity was soon disrupted. One morning, while Roy was at his workbench calibrating a compass designed to stabilize space, Flint unexpectedly paid him a visit. His expression betrayed a sense of unease. Mr. Amichell, I have recently encountered some peculiar occurrences. What troubles you, Flint? Is there a problem with Penny? Do you require me to reassess her condition? No, it's not Penny. Her condition is stable, Flint hastily refuted, before continuing. It is I've been experiencing very strange dreams. Dreams? Roy set down his tools and turned to face Flint. Yes, dreams that are exceedingly vivid, Flint described, his voice tinged with an indescribable dread. In these dreams, I seem to be trapped within a colossal furnace, surrounded by golden red flames, reminiscent of those you unleashed upon me previously. Then I beheld you wielding a wand, not in the act of rescuing me, but rather in the act of assaulting me. Your gaze was unfamiliar, chillingly indifferent. His voice dwindled, laden with confusion and trepidation. Mr. Amichell, I understand this may sound utterly absurd. You saved me. You saved my daughter. I am overwhelmed with gratitude. How could I dream of you attacking me? Yet upon waking, the sensation of being assaulted felt hauntingly real. I am terrified, fearful that this may signify something ominous, fearful that I might lose control and inflict harm upon you. Roy furrowed his brow, Flint's description sending a shiver through him. The golden red flames were undoubtedly the infamous fiend fire. Yet Flint's account did not resemble a mere nightmare. It immediately evoked thoughts of an ancient curse of malevolent intent from the wizarding realm. This curse did not directly affect the victim, but instead warped the subconscious image of a particular individual within the caster, transforming them into an assailant. Implanting this distorted perception deep within the victim's consciousness or even dreams, inducing extreme fear and suspicion, ultimately leading to potential mental collapse or aggressive actions towards the twisted figure. However, such a curse typically requires the caster to possess formidable mastery of dark magic and to procure a deeply personal item from the victim, such as blood, hair, or a cherished belonging, to serve as a conduit. Flint, being but a mere heap of sand, surely possessed none of these. Moreover, it was uncertain whether such a curse even existed in this world. Do not be alarmed, Flint. Roy's voice remained steady and soothing. Allow me to investigate. Roy drew his wand, its tip glowing with a gentle white light as he directed it towards Flint. He recited an intricate detection spell, the magic unfurling like tendrils, meticulously scanning for any magical resonance that might linger upon Flint. Minutes later, Roy retracted his wand, an unusual expression crossing his face. He had detected no traces of a curse. Flint's body and spirit appeared entirely normal, devoid of any suspicious signs. Yet, this revelation rendered his dream all the more dubious. The situation may be somewhat intricate, Roy admitted candidly. I found no direct source, but I surmise your mind may indeed be tainted by some unseen force. For safety's sake, I will cast a protective enchantment upon you. It will stabilize your mental state and shield you from external disturbances. Roy raised his wand once more, this time invoking a mental protection incantation. Silvery light flowed forth, akin to quicksilver, gently enveloping Flint's form, erecting a formidable barrier around his consciousness. I feel much better. Flint marveled at his own hands, the restless sensation having dissipated. Thank you, Mr. Amichell. Roy nodded. In the coming days, endeavor to rest well. If you're concerned, you may stay here with me for the time being. Refrain from any contact with Penny. Flint readily acquiesced. Indeed, his temporary residence at Roy's was none other than the fish tank perched upon the corner cabinet. The following day, Flint expressed his delight that the bizarre dream had not reoccurred, suggesting that his mental protective enchantments had proven effective. Roy, feeling a slight sense of relief, decided to venture out in search of some essential supplies. He carried a crumpled, eco-friendly bag containing discounted eggs, milk, and a wilted bag of lettuce, his modest spoils for the day. Recently, he had been feeling rather unfortunate. While shopping at the supermarket, a shelf behind him suddenly collapsed. The store manager accused him of causing the incident and demanded compensation, but Roy lacked the funds, as he was unemployed in this world. Consequently, he resorted to a minor magical ruse, narrowly escaping the predicament. As Roy approached the alley leading to Ingram Street, a loud crash erupted as a manhole cover was flung aside. Out sprang a colossal lizard, its massive form covered in dark green scales, standing upright. It ferociously waved its claws, its tail sweeping against the walls and scattering debris. What on earth is this? Roy exclaimed, swiftly sidestepping the flying rubble. Without hesitation, he activated his teleportation spell, vanishing from the alley. Engaging in a magical confrontation with such a clearly enraged creature did not seem prudent. He feared that a mere swipe might lead him to an untimely meeting with Merlin. Moreover, he was still burdened with eggs. Roy continued onward and had just reached the corner of a street when a thunderous crash echoed. The exterior wall of an old hardware store across the road was violently torn apart by several gleaming metallic tentacles. Amidst a whirlwind of wood splinters and shards of glass, Dr. Octopus, clad in a dark green trench coat with four menacing mechanical arms protruding from his back, was locked in a fierce struggle with the Scarlet Vigilante, who was dressed in a tight red suit. The metallic appendages wreaked havoc, creating craters in the ground as the two combatants battled through the debris-strewn streets, leaving chaos in their wake. A swirling shard of metal hurtled toward Roy, and before he could react, his bag was sliced open. The 6 eggs he had just purchased met their heroic demise. Roy felt as though he was being relentlessly pursued and battered by the god of misfortune. At last, he reached his doorstep, only to be startled by an unexpected sight. A radiant figure stood before the entrance of his house. which had been fortified with a powerful muggle-repelling charm. The golden-red metal armor shimmered in the afternoon sun, its sleek lines exuding confidence, while the iconic arc reactor on his chest pulsated with a blue glow. As the visor lifted, the irreverent face of Tony Stark was revealed. Roy dashed to his door, instinctively shielding his fragile wooden entryway. "Stark, what brings you here?" "I don't harbor lost peacocks." Stark forcefully followed Roy inside, surveying the modest abode with keen interest. He elongated his tone, his gaze sweeping over the second-hand sofa, possessing a unique taste. From which defunct establishment was this sofa salvaged? Perhaps from a retro-themed CAF? Stark cast another glance at the cumbersome television. Goodness, is this antique still in service? "Jarvis, please check whether this model could find a place in a museum." According to the records, the production date of this television predates. "All right, Jarvis, no need to continue." Stark interrupted his butler and approached Roy's workbench, cluttered with an array of peculiar instruments, crystals, and metallic components. He casually picked up a metal disc inscribed with runes. "What is this? Is it Latin?" "It doesn't quite resemble it." Roy placed the shopping bag in the kitchen sink with a thud. "Mr. Stark, if you have merely come to critique my living environment and interests, the door is that way." All right. Stark finally moderated his demeanor and moved to the sofa, finding a relatively clean spot to sit, crossing his long legs. "Have you seen the news lately? Regarding the aftermath of my auction?" Following the auction, the military had repeatedly attempted to trouble Stark. To summarize briefly, the military furiously interrogated Stark, claiming that the documentation from the weapons manufacturing division had been destroyed. Did that mean all the machines were destroyed? Stark, with utmost seriousness, affirmed that indeed, all the machines had been obliterated. The military, in disbelief, retorted that it was impossible for the Punisher to have destroyed all the machines. Stark replied that it was feasible. The Punisher had likely destroyed the machines before launching an attack on the press conference. Though the military was aware that Stark was being obstinate, they lacked evidence, as investigations confirmed that the Punisher had indeed been wreaking havoc in New York. Stark insisted that the locations of the Punisher's explosions coincided with Stark Industries' arms manufacturing sites. Their faces turned an irate shade of green. It was utterly spectacular. Stark relished their discomfort, remarking, "Good luck. That fellow is quite slippery." Roy shot him a glance. "You didn't come to discuss this, did you?" Stark smirked. "Well, it's true that I did not." He hesitated, his voice turning somber. "I wanted to ask you about that kind of magic. Your unique abilities, could they save Obadiah? The doctor said he is elderly, and his heart cannot endure much more strain. Without surgery, he might last another half-month. But if he undergoes surgery, his condition may very well not withstand the procedure. You know, he orchestrated the events in Afghanistan, and he has connections with the New York mob. He wants me dead, or at least to vanish forever." Stark's tone was laced with bitterness and confusion, yet I do not wish for his demise. Even though I was furious when I learned of his actions and questioned how he could treat me so, to me, he is like a second father. But now, seeing him lying in that hospital bed, Stark spread his hands, falling into silence. Roy leaned against the table, empathizing with the anguish of betrayal from a loved one. It felt as though a piece of his heart had been ripped away. Roy was about to speak, contemplating a useful suggestion for Stark, perhaps transforming Obadiah into a superversion. Stark seemed to anticipate his train of thought, abruptly lifting his head with a wary expression. "Roy, you're not suggesting another one of those ideas again, are you? I really don't want to witness chaos in New York or a plummet in Stark Industries stock price." Roy smiled. "I do have an idea, but are you truly not interested in hearing it?" Stark furrowed his brow in contemplation. He found Roy's ideas to be rather unconventional. While they often had merit, the side effects were typically considerable. Yet, curiosity piqued his interest, and he reasoned that it was merely a matter of listening. He could always choose not to adopt it. Stark resolved. "All right then, what is your idea?" "You could transform Obadiah into something akin to Jarvis, ensuring he could remain by your side indefinitely, without the risk of betrayal." Stark started in disbelief. "Oh, what a splendid idea," Jarvis chimed in Stark's suit. "Hey, that is not acceptable." Stark quickly countered, emphasizing that his situation with Jarvis was entirely different. Chapter 32. The Growth of the Young Spider's Think Tank, Part 1. As Stark attempted to elucidate the process of creating Jarvis to Roy, a deafening crash resounded. The weathered wooden door of Roy's home, along with a portion of its frame, was forcefully kicked in by an overwhelming force. Splintered wood and dust erupted like an explosion. A man, masked and clad in black athletic wear, burst into the room. "Don't move. This is a robbery." Stark, incredulous, retorted, "Are you serious? Does this place look like it harbors jewels?" Roy was taken aback. The intruder, however, did not hesitate and launched an attack. Armor shield. An invisible magical barrier sprang forth before Roy. The assailant was repelled by the rebound, yet moved with such fluidity reminiscent of a boneless cheetah, deftly flipping midair and using the wall to propel himself forward again. Roy contemplated. This swift and uniquely elastic combat style felt strikingly familiar. Obstacles abound. He waved his wand, deftly evading the barrage of punches and kicks while observing carefully. Stark also began to discern a pattern. The intruder's movements were alarmingly similar to those of the young Spider-Man from Queens that he had analyzed in his database, albeit with heightened aggression. Jarvis analyzed the movement patterns. Stark commanded. The target's movement pattern bears a 927 similarity index to that of Peter Parker, with a 37 increase in aggression and a 15 increase in evasion efficiency. Suggesting a wealthier combat experience, Jarvis responded. "Like Peter, but not quite Peter? Could this fellow be the young Spider's father?" Stark mused as he adjusted his palm cannon to low-power impact mode, firing at the intruder's landing point, forcing him to change direction once more. Roy's eyes sharpened, seizing the opportunity. At the moment when the intruder was momentarily staggered by Stark's shockwave, Roy swiftly pointed his wand at the mask adorning the intruder's face. "Remove your hood." A beam of crimson light accurately struck the intruder's visage. The black mask, which enveloped his entire head, was abruptly torn away as if by an invisible hand, revealing a countenance that made both Roy and Stark's pupils constrict in astonishment. It was a youthful, handsome face, now glistening with sweat and marked by a serious expression. The hair was somewhat disheveled, and the contours bore an uncanny resemblance to Peter Parker, yet the gaze was sharper and more weathered, the lips pressed tightly together, exuding a sense of stubbornness and vigilance. Most importantly, this face was strikingly similar to that of Peter Parker. "Peter!" Stark exclaimed. Disbelief etched across his features as his armor's mask retracted, but he quickly shook his head. "No, who are you?" Roy, too, felt a surge of surprise. Yet he quickly discerned a crucial difference in demeanor. The individual before them exuded a weariness and gravitas far exceeding that of the jovial, somewhat loquacious Peter Parker he knew. The assailant, momentarily taken aback by the unexpected array of strange tactics, halted his movements, breathing heavily as he cautiously surveyed Roy and Stark, who had partially shed his armor. After a few agonizing seconds of silence, he relinquished any notion of further aggression, his shoulders sagging slightly, a weary yet resigned smile gracing his face. "Well, the plan has utterly unraveled." He raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, his voice low and gravelly, imbued with a maturity absent in Peter. "You are far more formidable than anticipated, especially you, Mr. Wizard, and you as well, Mr. Stark. I'm a sorcerer." Roy stepped forward, wand still at the ready. "Now, speak. Who are you truly?" "My name is Ben Reilly," the assailant replied. "You may call me the Scarlet Spider. I hail from an alternate parallel universe." Roy accepted the notion of parallel universes with surprising ease. "So?" Ben's tone carried a hint of resignation. "The Spider-Men across the multiverse have formed a Spider Alliance. We have crossed dimensions because we detected anomalies in the web-slinging events of this universe's Peter Parker, the one you know." "Web-slinging events?" Roy inquired further. "In simple terms, these are pivotal occurrences that every Spider-Man must endure," Ben explained with a serious tone. "These events are often fraught with immense danger, heart-wrenching choices, and the sacrifice of loved ones. Through these trials, a Spider-Man truly grasps the essence of great power and greater responsibility, culminating in a transformation into a genuine guardian. This is an indispensable aspect of earning the Spider Totem's recognition. The most common web-slinging events often revolve around the death of Uncle Ben Parker. It is this anguish of losing a loved one and the regret of failing to thwart crime that shapes the convictions of the vast majority of Spider-Men." Roy paused momentarily, recalling the night he first arrived in this world. Ben Reilly continued, "However, the Peter Parker universe has yet to experience the pivotal web-slinging event. According to our observations, if this critical event is indefinitely postponed, Spider-Man's powers could spiral out of control, and his very existence may conflict with the cosmic Spider Totem. Should he fail to gain the Totem's recognition in due course, dire consequences may ensue, potentially triggering catastrophic chain reactions on a cosmic scale. It is akin to a vital thread pulled taut for too long, destined to snap and tear apart the entire web. Stark inhaltlich. So, you intend to instigate Uncle Ben's demise? That sounds utterly immoral. Of course not. We would never directly engineer death. Ben Riley immediately retorted. Our intention is to create a safe, controlled, simulated environment, striving to obtain the spider totem's recognition at minimal cost. We have been diligently working towards this. Based on our observations and experiments, if we can make Spider-Man realize that with great power comes great responsibility, there remains hope for his loved ones to survive. However, if we refrain from intervening and allow the web-slinging event to unfold on its own, nearly every Spider-Man will face such tragedy. Essentially, we are offering him an opportunity for enlightenment, a substitute for the genuine trauma that might arise from harsh reality. We refer to this as the catalyst event. He hesitated, a look of embarrassment crossing his face as he turned to Roy. As for you, Mr. Roy, we have detected a strong connection between you and this universe's Peter. You're not only his guide, but also a crucial anchor in his life. Theoretically, if you were to find yourself in a seemingly real peril, Peter Parker's character would compel him to exert every effort to rescue you. This would serve as the optimal catalyst for his epiphany. Roy's expression shifted dramatically as the pieces began to fall into place regarding his recent misfortunes. Thus, with a voice strained through gritted teeth, he pointed at himself. So, you mean to say that these incessant minor mishaps I've endured today are your doing? To create an opportunity for Peter to play the hero. Oh no. The hero saving an old man. Ben Riley averted his gaze, a hint of guilt in his demeanor. Well, the plan is sound. We merely wished to fabricate scenarios that appeared sufficiently real to stimulate Peter's potential while ensuring that the actual harm remained manageable, like falling objects, minor explosions, or rogue, cleaning robots, and then guide Peter to rescue you. However, executing it has proven to be foolishly clumsy. Roy candidly remarked, "You had better compensate me for my 6 eggs. Wasting food is disgraceful." "Oh, we sincerely apologize." Roy waved his hand dismissively, then smiled. "However, if you truly wish to make amends with me," he stepped forward, "I'm quite adept at generating ideas. If you allow me to join you, I shall overlook the past." Ben Riley hesitated for a moment. "As you mentioned, my relationship with Peter is quite good. Why not let me give it a try?" Roy pressed on. "Oh, wait." As Stark snapped his fingers in an attempt to capture the attention of the remaining 2, he declared, "Count me in." Riley observed the 2 men before him, who had just moments ago been embroiled in a fierce argument, now eagerly preparing to join the scheme against Peter. He opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. Chapter 33. The Growth of Little Spider's Think Tank, Part 2, at Oscorp. The afternoon sunlight streamed through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, casting elongated beams of light upon the floor. In the lounge area, Gwen Stacy absent-mindedly chewed on her straw, her gaze fixed on Peter Parker, who appeared somewhat preoccupied. Peter was mechanically stabbing at the salad on his plate, his eyes vacant, brows furrowed, manifesting a demeanor heavy with unspoken thoughts. This state of mind had persisted for several days. "Hey, Peter," Gwen set her coffee cup down, the crisp sound drawing Peter's attention. "What's wrong? You seem a bit off lately." Peter snapped back to reality. "Huh? Oh, it's nothing, Gwen. Just didn't sleep well last night." He attempted a smile, though it resembled more of a grimace. Gwen was not easily deceived. She placed her coffee cup down and leaned slightly forward, her striking blue eyes locked onto Peter's. "Come on, Peter, how long have we known each other?" "Ever since you forgot your homework a few days ago and nearly got cornered by Flinch at your locker. You can't fool me. What's going on? Is it Uncle Ben or Aunt May?" Upon hearing Uncle Ben and Aunt May, Peter's expression darkened momentarily, but he quickly shook his head. "They're fine, Gwen. Thank you for your concern." After a brief hesitation, Peter's fingers unconsciously tightened around the handle of his fork. "Actually, it's Mr. Roy Amichell, the neighbor I told you about before." Gwen appeared somewhat surprised. She recalled that a few months prior, Peter had excitedly shared news of a new neighbor moving in nearby, describing him as an intriguing young man. "Did you have a fight?" Gwen inquired with genuine concern. "Not exactly a fight." Peter raked his fingers through his hair. "I lost my temper with him and said some things that might not have been the best." "Why?" Gwen pressed gently. Peter sighed. "He always treats me like a child, the kind that can't do anything. Yet I feel I am not a child anymore. I am capable of many things. I understand he might mean well, but at that moment, I felt quite uncomfortable." His voice carried a hint of frustration. "I can conduct experiments, I can intern independently, and I can accomplish many tasks. I don't understand what distinguishes me from those adults. I can do what they do, and perhaps even better. However, since leaving Mr. Amichell's house, Peter had begun to question whether he might have overstepped. He has indeed helped me a lot, and is certainly older than I am. Should I have spoken to him that way? Peter looked at Gwen, his eyes filled with confusion and a touch of guilt. Gwen listened quietly and then sighed. It's entirely understandable, Peter. At times, I find myself sharing this sentiment. My father invariably regards me as a fragile child in need of constant protection, claiming it is for my own good. Yet, the adults around us seldom take the time to genuinely listen to our perspectives, do they? His protective nature sometimes leaves me feeling suffocated. I occasionally argue with him, but Gwen smiled, somewhat resigned. Engaging in disputes with those we care for brings no joy in victory and even greater discomfort in defeat. Peter nodded in agreement, acknowledging Gwen's insight. Indeed, you speak the truth, Gwen. That is precisely the feeling. Although Mr. Amichell did not reprimand me, a sense of discomfort lingered. Do you think I should find a moment to apologize to him? Of course, if you feel inclined, Gwen suggested. I believe Mr. Amichell would understand. He does not strike me as a rigid traditionalist. Peter pondered her words, which eased his mind slightly. Indeed, Mr. Amichell is not a petty man, and in Peter's recollection, he has always maintained a pleasant demeanor. However, the notion of proactively admitting fault and apologizing poses a challenge for someone of Peter's age, as youthful pride can often rear its head. Just then, the bell signaling the end of the break rang. It was time to return. Gwen stood, patting Peter on the shoulder, urging him not to overthink it. Finding a moment to converse would suffice. Now, let us return to tackle those troublesome petri dishes. Peter also rose. Yes, thank you, Gwen. The two made their way back to their respective laboratory areas. A few days prior, due to Peter's remarkable aptitude and dexterity in biochemistry and material science, he was personally selected by Dr. Connors to join the interspecies gene therapy project team he leads, primarily focusing on lizard serum for limb regeneration. Dr. Connors' laboratory is situated on a higher floor of the Osborne building, boasting expansive views and state-of-the-art equipment. As Peter donned his lab coat and entered the laboratory, he found Dr. Connors standing before a sterile workbench, meticulously observing cell samples within a petri dish. Despite having only one arm, his precision and focus were unaffected. Peter, please record the activity variation curve for sample number 7. Dr. Connors' voice resonated, deep and steady. Certainly, Doctor. Peter immediately immersed himself in his work. The earlier gloom of the lunch break was momentarily subdued by the rigorous scientific atmosphere, though those thoughts still lingered in the recesses of his mind. During breaks, Peter would occasionally steal glances at Dr. Connors. A few days ago, when they were the only two working overtime in the lab, they shared a brief conversation. Dr. Connors inadvertently mentioned the battlefield. In such places, an individual's worth can sometimes equate to the weight of a bullet. His tone was flat, yet Peter sensed a profound sense of loss. The war is over, yet we return adorned with medals and fragmented bodies. Initially, people cast sympathetic glances, but soon, that sympathy transformed into alienation and even discrimination. Connors maintained a serene expression, displaying none of the outrage one might expect. They no longer saw a wounded doctor serving his country, but merely a disabled individual. Peter's heart felt heavy. The doctor's brilliance was undeniable, yet even he found himself marginalized by society due to his physical limitations. This injustice ignited a fury within Peter, deepening his understanding of Connors' unwavering dedication to the research of regenerative serum. This endeavor was not merely a scientific breakthrough. It represented a form of redemption for himself and countless others like him. In that moment, an uncontrollable thought surged forth. If only Roy were here. As a sorcerer, he would surely have a solution. Perhaps a simple incantation could restore Dr. Connors' arm. The doctor would no longer have to endure such pain and disdain, allowing him to immerse himself fully in the research he cherished. This notion made Peter's heart leap, only to be swiftly followed by a profound sense of guilt and discomfort. Not long ago, he had quarreled with Roy and uttered unkind words. Now he sought to ask for his assistance? Was that not utterly spineless? And how would Roy perceive him? Would he think him opportunistic, only remembering him when in need? Peter opened his mouth, gazing at Dr. Connor's somewhat forlorn silhouette, yet the words, "Perhaps I can find someone to help," remained lodged in his throat. All right, Peter. Connor seemed oblivious to any undercurrents. Today's objective was to optimize the serum's stability and reduce its side effects on normal cells. He handed Peter a research proposal. Peter accepted it, forcing himself to suppress the tumult of thoughts and nodded, "All right, doctor." As evening fell, Peter completed the tidying of the laboratory and was about to depart when Dr. Connors called out to him. "Peter," Connors smiled gently, closing the experimental report in his hands. "You've worked hard today. The data analysis was exceptionally well done. You seem preoccupied lately. How about we share dinner? I know a lovely little restaurant nearby that serves exquisite cheeseburgers." Taken aback, Peter quickly replied, "Of course, doctor. Thank you." They gathered their belongings and left the brightly lit Osborne group building together. Connors led Peter with familiarity until they arrived at a quaint, somewhat worn but clean family-style restaurant. The warm yellow lighting, wooden tables and chairs, and the aroma of grease and grilled meat in the air created a comforting ambience. They chose a table by the window, ordered 2 signature cheeseburgers and fries, and awaited their meal. During this time, an old television in the corner was broadcasting local news. Let us continue to follow the mysterious attack that occurred a few days ago in Queens, the news anchor reported solemnly. Multiple witnesses claimed to have seen a large, lizard-like creature rampaging through the streets, causing considerable destruction. Fortunately, there were no reports of fatalities. The police have currently classified this case as vandalism of public property. Yet they have not identified any suspects, nor can they elucidate the origin of the tales regarding the lizard creature. Peter's heart skipped a beat, and the hand holding his cup of water stiffened slightly. The screen transitioned to some indistinct footage, although the specific appearance of the lizard man was obscured. The enormous green form, the tail sweeping across parked cars along the street, and the shattered glass of storefronts, alongside the toppled fire hydrant, firmly captured Peter's attention. Not long ago, he had encountered this very lizard creature, only for it to escape into the sewer. Peter's peripheral vision caught a glimpse of Dr. Connors seated across from him. The doctor seemed equally engrossed in the news, stirring his ice water with a spoon, a frown creasing his brow as he gazed at the television. His expression reflected the confusion and concern of an ordinary citizen witnessing a destructive event, devoid of any unusual reactions. At that moment, the waiter arrived with fragrant hamburgers and fries, breaking the brief silence. Peter took a bite of the hamburger. The juicy beef patty and melted cheese provided a sense of satisfaction that somewhat dispelled the earlier gloom. As he chewed, his mind raced like a wound-up clock, intertwining thoughts of the lizard creature with the regenerative serum he had been studying day and night. Suddenly, he lifted his gaze. "Doctor?" Connors looked up, a fry in hand, his expression gentle. "Regarding your regenerative serum," Peter hesitated, carefully choosing his words. "We have been monitoring its regenerative effects. The trials on mice have shown promising results, but have you discovered any, special or serious side effects during your research? For instance, could it cause some subjects to undergo physiological abnormalities, like becoming stronger, developing scales, or perhaps?" Peter paused, lowering his voice, transforming into a large lizard or something of that nature. As he articulated these thoughts, Peter felt a twinge of absurdity, nervously observing Dr. Connors' reaction. Unexpectedly, Connors first stared in surprise, then burst into laughter, nearly choking on a fry. He wiped the corner of his mouth with a napkin, chuckling as he shook his head, his eyes twinkling with a good-natured jest at his young assistant's fanciful notions. "Oh, Peter, just how many bizarre comic books and science fiction films have you crammed into that head of yours?" Connors' laughter was hearty. Interspecies gene transfer is inherently fraught with uncertainty. But no matter how you approach it, the fundamental differences between humans and lizards are vast. Consider the biological chasm that separates them. This serum is fundamentally a gene induction therapy developed from the remarkable regenerative capabilities of reptiles, such as lizards, aimed at repairing and regenerating human tissue, not transforming people into another species. That is not only unrealistic, but entirely contrary to the project's original intent and ethical considerations. As Connors observed Peter's lingering nervousness, he smiled reassuringly and added, "The primary side effects we have noted thus far, particularly in the unsuccessful test subjects, are the most severe cases of uncontrolled cellular proliferation leading to tumors, or, in some instances, outright failure of regeneration resulting in systemic collapse. In such scenarios, the test subjects would simply perish more rapidly rather than transform into a creature akin to Godzilla rampaging through the streets to wreak havoc on fire hydrants." "Rest assured, Peter," Perhaps you should indulge in fewer science fiction novels. In the realm of reality, rigorous science is paramount. Our objective is to enable those who have lost limbs to embrace life once more, not to create monsters. Peter, gazing at Connor's confident smile, felt the taut string of anxiety within him relax considerably. The doctor's rationale was sound, and Peter himself acknowledged that his previous thoughts had been rather far-fetched. Perhaps that reptilian creature had no connection to the research he was currently undertaking. It could very well be attributed to some other unrecognized variant of abilities. He chuckled sheepishly. "I apologize, Doctor. I merely asked out of curiosity. Perhaps I've been consuming too much sensational news lately and let my imagination run wild." "I understand," Connors replied with a tolerant smile. "Now, let's enjoy our meal before the burgers grow cold." Their dinner concluded in a markedly more relaxed atmosphere. Dr. Connors insisted on covering the bill, despite the somewhat clumsy motion of retrieving money from his wallet with one hand. Finally, Connors patted Peter on the shoulder, and they bid farewell at the restaurant entrance. The doctor mentioned he needed to return to the laboratory to organize some petri dish data that would yield results only in the dead of night. Peter wandered home alone. The evening in Queens was considerably quieter than during the day, with streetlights casting a warm, yellow glow. The conversation from dinner and the images from the news still swirled in his mind, yet the doctor's words had somewhat dispelled the shadows that loomed over his thoughts. He shook his head, resolving to temporarily set aside those troubling matters. As Peter neared his street, he caught a glimpse of something small and swift wriggling at the edge of the curve from the corner of his eye. He halted, focusing intently. It was a lizard. A small, grayish-green lizard darted swiftly past the edge of the drainage ditch before vanishing into the nearby dense holly bushes. Peter stood still for a few seconds, taken aback. He did not feel frightened. After all, wild lizards were not particularly uncommon in the city. However, having just seen the news about the lizard people and having discussed the intricacies of regenerative serum with the doctor, he found the encounter somewhat unsettling. An indescribable feeling of unease brushed lightly across his heart, like a feather. Chapter 34. The Growth of the Little Spider's Think Tank, Part 3. The following morning dawned bright and sunny as Peter and Gwen took the subway to Oscorp. When the train arrived at the station near the Oscorp building, a scene on the platform caused both of them to frown. "Wow, what's going on there?" Gwen pointed at a column at the edge of the platform. There, several lizards of varying sizes were perched, their gray-green scales shimmering under the lights. They appear unperturbed by human presence. Some crawl languidly, while others bask motionless in the sun. Moreover, look over there. Peter has also noticed that lizards can be seen on the advertising stands and in the shadows of trash bins. Their numbers seem markedly increased, and their distribution is quite extensive. Gwen, slightly uneasy, rubbed her arms and pondered. From where have they emerged? It feels as if New York has transformed overnight into a lizard-themed park, which is rather peculiar. Peter nodded in agreement, recalling the lizard that had slithered past his home the previous night, along with the alarming reports of colossal lizard attacks featured in the news. A nagging intuition hinted to him that this was no mere coincidence. He instinctively pulled out his phone and began scrolling through the news. The local headlines boldly proclaimed, "Lizard monster strikes New York again last night. Multiple facilities damaged. Police at a loss." Accompanying the article were several clearer photographs, overturned cars, shredded metal fences, and a close-up clearly showing the traces left by a massive tail. The report detailed the terrifying roars heard by witnesses and the tremors felt beneath their feet when a lizard creature passed by. Peter's heart sank. He sensed that this latest lizard monster was even more formidable than those he had encountered before. Rapidly, he skimmed through the comment section, where panic and suspicion were rapidly spreading online. How terrifying! Gwen leaned in to view the news, her face etched with concern. What on earth could this be? An escaped lab experiment? Or some novel biological weapon? Uncertain, Peter turned off his phone screen, feeling a weight in his chest. It was imperative to stop it. In his mind, he recalled their brief confrontation. The lizard monster had left a profound impression. Its body was encased in tough scales. It possessed incredible strength, a massive physique, and remarkable regenerative abilities. Peter remembered how his fist struck the creature, feeling as though he had punched a thick slab of rubber-coated metal. It merely swayed in response. Even the wounds he had painstakingly inflicted healed almost instantaneously. Conventional means of attack seemed utterly ineffective against it. Dr. Connors was deeply knowledgeable about lizards. Peter suddenly thought it wise to consult him for insights on combating the lizard monster. Lost in thought, They arrived at the vicinity of the Osborne Group building. Peter watched as a lizard darted from the flowerbed corner and scurried into the sewer. Upon entering the Osborne building and donning a lab coat, Peter made his way directly to Dr. Connor's laboratory. The doctor was already engrossed in his work, clad in a lab coat, his left hand deftly manipulating a precise microinjector. His expression focused. "Good morning, Doctor," Peter greeted, deciding to be forthright. He approached Connors, adopting a scholarly tone, and asked, "Doctor, regarding lizards, a question has occurred to me. Do you know of any conspicuous weaknesses they possess? Or is there a particular biological method to effectively subdue them?" Connors paused in his actions, turning his head to gaze at Peter through the lenses of his glasses. "Weakness?" Connors echoed, seemingly pondering the answer, before continuing, "Peter, the lizard is not a creature that needs to be subdued. It is a perfect organism. Consider its formidable regenerative abilities, its flawless scales, its tenacity to survive in extreme environments, and its evolutionary instinct to adapt and optimize its form." Connors raised his one arm slightly, as if embracing an invisible and grand existence. They represent the ultimate form of evolution in nature, epitomizing the pinnacle of life's adaptability. Why seek their weaknesses? We should revere them. Peter stared blankly at Dr. Connors, feeling a sense of alienation and unease from the almost fervent light in the man's eyes. This was a stark contrast to the meticulous, rational, and gentle Connors he had always known. Doctor?" Peter ventured, his throat feeling dry, as if awakened by Peter's voice. The fervor in Connors' eyes quickly faded. He blinked, a gentle expression returning to his face, accompanied by a hint of an apologetic smile for his earlier outburst. "Oh, my apologies, Peter," he said, a touch of embarrassment evident as he adjusted his glasses. "I tend to get a bit carried away when discussing the biological advantages of lizards, you know. The deeper the research, the more one can appreciate the marvels of such creatures." Peter exhaled in relief, managing a faint smile. "I understand, Doctor. They truly are remarkable." As for weaknesses, Connors seemed to recall Peter's original question, returning to a professional tone. "Biologically speaking, lizards are ectothermic animals. They rely on external heat sources to maintain their body temperature and vitality, making them vulnerable to cold. Additionally, while their vision is acute, they possess a significant blind spot located towards the lower rear. These characteristics are commonly observed in the wild." His explanation was clear and comprised entirely of objective scientific observations. Peter clapped his hands together. "Of course. How did I not think of that?" The enormous lizard was still a lizard, and Connor's remarks were information Peter was already privy to. In the face of the colossal lizard creature, however, he had forgotten this detail, focusing solely on overpowering it with strength or speed as he usually did. Perhaps utilizing cold weapons or targeting its blind spot could provide an advantage. Thoughts raced through Peter's mind. As night fell once more, he declined Connor's invitation to dinner after work. "Sorry, Doctor, I have some matters to attend to at home. See you tomorrow." Peter slipped into a narrow alley and donned his spider suit, the mask concealing his identity. He navigated the towering buildings of New York, his webbing tracing elegant arcs across the night sky. Peter deliberately patrolled the areas where the lizard creature had last been sighted, meticulously examining the signs of destruction, attempting to capture any unusual sense with his heightened senses. However, aside from apprehending a few petty criminals attempting to break into vehicles and a drunken man who had robbed a backpacker in the park, he had achieved nothing. The lizard creature seemed to have sensed something amiss and had vanished into the night. Peter stood at the edge of a towering building, the night breeze caressing his suit. He gazed down at the dazzling lights of New York below, contemplating whether to call a night and return home for some rest, especially since he had experiments to conduct the following day. Ultimately, Peter resolved to make one last attempt. He recalled that the last time the lizard had disappeared into the sewers, perhaps he should investigate there. Although the thought of crawling into New York's vast, filthy, labyrinthine underground sewer system was daunting, it was his only lead. With great caution, Peter lifted the heavy manhole cover in the darkness, an indescribable stench assaulting his senses, causing his brow to furrow beneath his mask. Yet, he did not hesitate. Taking a deep breath, which he immediately regretted, he leapt into the abyss below. The manhole cover clanged shut behind him, severing all light and sound from the surface. Peter activated the miniature light on his wrist, a faint beam piercing through the thick darkness, illuminating the viscous, bottomless sewage beneath his feet, with concrete pipe walls covered in moss and grime lining both sides. The murky water rose to his ankles, icy and biting. Peter surveyed his surroundings. Enormous pipes branched out in all directions like the intestines of a monstrous beast in the dark. The distant echo of dripping water heightened the eerie atmosphere. Chapter 35. The Growth of the Little Spider's Think Tank. Part 4. Peter had searched the sewers for nearly an hour, encountering nothing but a few startled rats fleeing in terror. It's like finding a needle in a haystack, he murmured to himself. Perhaps tonight's efforts were indeed in vain. Just as he was about to give up and seek an exit, his light beam swept across the interior wall of the pipe on the left, revealing several fresh claw marks that caught his eye. A surge of energy coursed through him, quickening his heartbeat. He immediately adjusted his course, cautiously following the trail of claw marks. The marks appeared intermittently, sometimes on the pipe wall, at other times along the mud-covered banks. After approximately 5 minutes of tracking, he stumbled upon a relatively open, abandoned pipe junction, seemingly repurposed from an old maintenance site. A dim light filtered from within. Peter held his breath, extinguished his light, and silently approached like a shadow merging with the darkness. Inside the maintenance area, there was no one present. Only a few rudimentary metal tables cluttered with various instruments and equipment. Peter also noticed a row of iron cages in the corner, housing dozens of restless lizards of varying sizes. Their scales glimmered under the emergency lighting, their slit pupils coldly fixated on the intruder. Could it be that the lizards roaming the city had escaped from here? Peter moved closer to the workbench, his gaze finally settling on a disorganized stack of paper documents. He swiftly perused the top few pages, and with each glance, Peter's complexion grew increasingly pallid. It was a research proposal detailing a substance known as gene diffusion aerosol, with the ultimate aim of rewriting human genetics to assimilate all of humanity into reptilian beings. In pursuit of a stronger, more environmentally adaptive new humanity, discarding the frailties, greed, and divisions of humanity, Peter felt a chilling dread surge from his spine to the crown of his head as he read the fervent proclamations within the document. He had to bring this evidence to light. He must thwart this deranged scheme. Peter hastily captured every crucial piece of information he could find on his phone. Then, without hesitation, he began to wreak havoc, smashing all the experimental apparatus to smithereens. At that moment, a furious roar echoed from the entrance, and a colossal green figure emerged in the distance. It was the very lizard creature that had once confronted Peter. "Curse you, insect! What are you doing?" The reptilian creature growled with a deep rumble, its slit-like pupils fixated on Peter, brimming with rage and murderous intent as its chest heaved violently, and its robust tail lashed against the ground, splattering muck everywhere. "Ah, I am merely thwarting your mad plan to annihilate the world." Peter boldly assumed a combat stance. Yet, the lizard man did not immediately charge. Instead, it let out a chilling laugh. "Annihilation? Foolish. I am saving. I am evolving. New genes represent power and rebirth. This is the future humanity deserves." Its voice was laden with fervor and an unyielding fanaticism. "Look at this filthy world, rife with war, disease, and greed. Only by shedding this skin can we attain rebirth. You call it rebirth, but is it not merely the forced transformation of everyone into monsters?" Peter countered. "Then keep this so-called rebirth for yourself." With that, he flicked his wrist, launching a web strand accurately toward the lizard man. However, the creature reacted with lightning speed, twisting away just in time. Little did it know, this was merely Peter's feint. Utilizing the walls and ceiling of the confined space as leverage, he moved like lightning, swiftly closing in on the lizard man's side. Seizing the moment when the creature was preoccupied with blocking the web, Peter gathered all his strength and delivered a fierce uppercut to the lizard man's jaw. The lizard emitted a howl of agony, the unexpected pain evidently inciting its fury. It reached out to grasp Peter, but he leaped into the creature's blind spot. The massive tail swept toward him with tremendous force, compelling Peter to perform a backflip to evade. "Even if you destroy my research, you cannot obliterate the inevitability of evolution." The lizard man glared intensely at Peter. Yet Peter had no desire to engage in further dialogue. He seized a shard of the experimental apparatus nearby and hurled it at the lizard man. The creature raised its arm to block, but a piece of the apparatus sliced open its arm. Seizing this opportunity, Peter drew closer once more and delivered a powerful punch to the lizard man's chest. The lizard man staggered back 2 steps, Seemingly realizing that the odds were not in his favor. Rather than engage further, he abruptly turned and, with a surprising agility that belied his massive form, plunged into a nearby, smaller sewage pipe, vanishing into the depths of darkness. Attempting to flee, Peter quickly pursued him. However, the pipe was narrow and winding, with a swift current, and the lizard man's familiarity with the terrain far surpassed Peter's. Like a colossal python returning to its nest, he adeptly navigated the shadows, disappearing after a few twists and turns, leaving only the sound of rushing water in his wake. Peter halted, his wrist beam futilely scanning the foreboding passages ahead, ultimately striking the damp pipe wall in frustration. Having lost the lizard man's trail, he reluctantly made his way home. That night, Peter found little rest. He dreamt of opening a door to discover that the entire world had transformed into gigantic lizards, scurrying about the streets. In a panic, he returned home to find Aunt May and Uncle Ben, only to realize they too had become large lizards. In a frenzy, Peter dashed into the bathroom, gazing into the mirror, where he was horrified to see that he had also morphed into a sizable lizard adorned with spider-like patterns on his face. Awakening from the nightmare, Peter was drenched in cold sweat, his sheets soaked. Outside, dawn had broken. Osborne Group Laboratory. "Good morning, Doctor," Peter greeted as he entered the lab, as was his custom. Connors looked up. "You're here, Peter. You don't look well. Did you not sleep last night?" "I had a bit of a nightmare," Peter replied vaguely. He was somewhat distracted throughout the morning, nearly making mistakes several times. Finally, Connors halted the experiment, pulled over a chair, and sat down. Concern etched on his face. "You seem unwell, Peter. What is troubling you? Are you facing difficulties?" Peter shook his head. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon a bloodstain on Connor's lab coat sleeve. "Doctor, it seems your arm is bleeding," Peter instinctively pointed out. Connors glanced down. "Oh, that? Losing an arm does make one prone to injuries." He offered Peter a resigned smile. Peter stared at the location of the wound with puzzlement, feeling that it was eerily familiar. Could it be that Dr. Connors was the very mad lizard man he had been pursuing, intent on transforming all of humanity into monsters? With this thought in mind, Peter couldn't help but scrutinize him closely. Yet, Connors appeared so gentle, his eyes filled with scholarly focus and compassion. He was researching regenerative serum to aid others, not to bring about the world's destruction. "May I inquire how you were injured, Doctor?" Peter couldn't restrain himself from asking. "I was up late organizing experimental data last night and accidentally slipped on the stairs, grazing my arm against the edge of a step," Connors replied, his tone natural and candid, tinged with a hint of annoyance at his own clumsiness. You know, losing an arm does affect one's balance. A slip and a scrape seemed plausible enough. Moreover, the doctor appeared utterly unremarkable, bearing no resemblance whatsoever to the reptilian beings I had encountered. Perhaps yesterday's nightmare had left me feeling a tad paranoid. Peter exhaled with a sense of relief and offered, "Allow me to assist you in dressing your wound." "Thank you for your concern, Peter. You are truly a considerate young man," Connors replied with a nod. His gaze returned to the serum synthesis experiment taking place on a lab bench, his eyes shimmering with excitement. "However, this minor injury is inconsequential, Peter. I have splendid news to share. We are exceedingly close to success. The stability of the optimized serum has far exceeded our expectations. At the current pace, we shall complete the final synthesis and preliminary activity validation by today, at the latest tonight," Connors exclaimed, rising from his chair with fervor. This heralded the potential for limb regeneration, transforming the dream of countless individuals into reality. "However, we may need to work a bit of overtime, for my impatience is palpable. Would you care to join me, Peter?" Meeting Connor's hopeful gaze, Peter nodded in agreement. Chapter 36. The Growth of Little Spider's Think Tank, Part 5, in a laboratory. Peter Parker fixated on the last set of rapidly dividing, perfectly regenerating cell samples in the petri dish. A look of relief finally graced his fatigued face. "We succeeded. Dr. Connors, we did it," Peter exclaimed with exuberance. Connors adjusted his glasses, a look of satisfaction illuminating his weary complexion. He patted Peter's shoulder with enthusiasm. "Indeed, Peter, we have achieved complete success. This is a milestone in the annals of human medicine." He paused, his gaze drifting beyond the instruments to the window, where the city lights were beginning to twinkle. "You have worked diligently today. I shall handle the remaining tasks and data archiving. You should return home. Your uncle and aunt must be worried." "But Doctor," Peter started, but Connors interrupted. You have already contributed immensely today, Peter. Truly, go home and relish in your well-deserved victory. Peter, indeed exhausted to the point of barely keeping his eyes open, hesitated before nodding. All right, doctor, but do not work too late. Of course, I shall be mindful. Connors replied softly as he watched Peter remove his lab coat, his gaze following him until the door clicked shut behind him. Upon entering his home, Peter was greeted by the familiar aroma of pizza and the cacophony of the television. Hey, that armrest is my designated spot. Uncle Ben's booming voice resonated, laced with playful discontent. Oh, is it? Did it have your name inscribed on it? Aunt May quipped, attempting to stuff a large cushion into Uncle Ben's favored corner of the couch. Wait, you secretly devoured half of the chocolate cookies I just baked. Peter protested. Oh, that is only because they were too delicious. Uncle Ben laughed, reaching for the cushion, only to be deftly evaded by Aunt May. The two individuals playfully pushed and chased each other like children in the modestly sized living room, their laughter filling the small apartment. Uncle Ben, Aunt May, I'm back. Peter felt compelled to announce. A smile unconsciously spread across his face, flooding his heart with warmth. This was home, the sanctuary he yearned for in times of fatigue. Observing their playful banter, infused with happiness, Peter felt that much of his day's weariness had dissipated in the warmth of the scene. Uncle Ben glanced at him, raising an eyebrow. What took you so long? Peter settled at the dining table, preparing to respond to their inquiries. I was assisting Dr. Connors with experiments at the lab, which is why I returned a bit late. Oh, what's this? It's delicious, he exclaimed, grabbing a piece of sausage and mumbling curiously. It's Nuremberg sausage sent by Mr. Amichell from next door, Aunt May replied with a smile. He said it was one of his favorite dishes from his studies in Germany and brought it over for us to try. Peter felt a pang of embarrassment as he pursed his lips. Oh, I suppose I should thank Mr. Amichell. Is he home now? I remember he mentioned he was preparing for a long trip, so he might have already left. Casting a glance out the window, Peter indeed noticed that the neighboring house was dark, devoid of light. He surmised that Roy had likely returned to that magical world, and when next he returned, Peter resolved to sincerely apologize. After dinner, Peter retreated to his room, alone once more. His mind inevitably drifted back to the unsettling memories of what he had witnessed in the New York sewers the previous day. Although he had personally erased all data and shattered those instruments, unease still gnawed at him. What if that lizard man had retained other information or continued his research? Just the thought filled Peter with a profound sense of impending danger, one that overshadowed his physical fatigue. Rising from his bed, Peter knew he could not rest tonight. The threat of the lizard man loomed, perhaps even closer than he imagined. In the dead of night, once Uncle Ben's snores had settled into a rhythmic pattern, a figure cloaked in red and blue quietly slipped out through the window. Peter inhaled the cool night air deeply and leapt into the darkness. As usual, he navigated through the buildings, his gaze sweeping across every shadowy alley. Soon, he noticed an unusual number of lizards on the streets of New York tonight. They appeared on the roads, walls, and sewer grates, and peculiarly, all seemed to be moving in the same direction. Peering into the distance, Peter realized they were congregating towards the Hudson River. They were drawn to a stronger, shared essence. An instinctive sense stirred within Peter. By following these lizards, he might uncover the whereabouts of the lizard man. He trailed the throng of lizards to the banks of the Hudson River, where an abandoned radio signal tower loomed. Long neglected, the tower, rusted and towering into the clouds, cast a menacing silhouette in the moonlight. Peter silently descended onto the rusted metal platform atop the tower, his voice low and resolute. Enough, lizard man. This must come to an end. The lizard man slowly turned, his massive reptilian eyes fixating on the red and blue figure. A deep, raspy laughter emanating from his throat, brimming with arrogance and mockery. End? Quite the contrary, Spider-Man. This is merely the beginning. A wave of ominous premonition surged within Peter as he locked his gaze onto the lizard man. What have you done? A grand experiment. The lizard man replied with unhurried calm. I believe you're already aware, Spider-Man, that I am researching a genetic aerosol capable of transforming ordinary humans. The experiment is complete, and I intend to release it into the vapor-laden clouds above us. All it requires is a rain of divine blessing. The lizard man grinned widely, revealing his pearly, sharp teeth. A cleansing deluge, birthing a perfect new rain. As the raindrops fall, the genes will disperse into every corner of the city, every slick surface. Anyone bathed in this rain will have their cells embrace evolution. They shall shed their fragile shells and become perfect beings like me, a new race devoid of disease, without weakness. Truly powerful. You've lost your mind, Peter shouted, his body springing into action as he lunged towards the lizard man. I will not let you succeed. Succeed? The lizard man erupted into what seemed to be the most ludicrous laughter in the world, his voice echoing with manic glee. Die Spidermann. Do you not understand? I have already succeeded. No sooner had he spoken than a bolt of lightning dramatically sliced through the night sky. The inky blackness above appeared to be torn asunder, heavy clouds unable to bear the immense moisture any longer. First, a few cold raindrops struck Peter's mask, followed swiftly by an unexpected downpour that cascaded like a waterfall unleashed. Peter stood there, dazed, as the icy raindrops relentlessly washed over his mask, trickling down the red edges and forming tiny streams. Through the hazy curtain of rain, he gazed in despair at New York City, drenched in the torrential downpour. It's impossible. Peter's voice was barely a whisper, more like a soliloquy. I destroyed all your experimental data and equipment. You cannot. Speaking of that, the lizard man's massive figure drew closer through the rain. I owe my success to you, Peter Parker. Peter felt as though he had been struck by lightning. The utterance of that name from the lizard's mouth shook him to his core, more jarring than thunder. You are, a chilling dread seized him, and the subtle fragments of realization coalesced in his mind. Peter's breath nearly ceased as he stared at the monstrous visage before him. Yet he could somehow envision the gentle face of Dr. Connors. It cannot be. How can this be? How can you be Dr. Connors? The reptilian figure gazed intently at Peter's mask, as if it could penetrate the fabric to reveal his pallid visage, and a triumphant smile crept across its face. Indeed, I am Connors. I must express my gratitude to you. Your assistance has allowed me to complete the final experiment today, without which success would have eluded me. Peter, I always said you were a good kid, and it seems I was right, wasn't I? Peter's lips quivered, struggling to reconcile the gentle, esteemed doctor with a monstrous figure before him. What have I done? He murmured, lowering his gaze to his trembling hands. He had become an accomplice, the direct architect of the tragedy that would devastate New York and potentially all of humanity. Connors had now stepped directly in front of Peter, yet he remained frozen, utterly detached from the world around him. Come, Peter, let's embrace the perfect evolution together. Before the words had fully left his lips, Connors forcefully propelled Peter from the tower. Peter plummeted from the pinnacle, akin to a severed kite, descending toward the Hudson River below. In a fleeting moment, before losing consciousness, he experienced the disorienting sensation of weightlessness and the suffocating cold of rainwater filling his mouth. Then, all succumbed to an endless abyss of darkness. Chapter 37. The Growth of the Little Spiders Advisory Council. Part 6. The frigid waters of the river seemed to envelop Peter as his consciousness wrested itself from chaos. He coughed violently, as if attempting to expel the river from his lungs. Upon opening his eyes, he was met not with the inky depths of the Hudson, but with an unfamiliar ceiling. Fully awakened, Peter sprang up from the plush bed, fearfully surveying his surroundings. He found himself in a room brimming with advanced technology, remarkably spacious, characterized by minimalist lines and a cool-tone metallic aesthetic. A vast floor-to-ceiling window revealed the bustling skyline of Manhattan. His spider mask lay carelessly discarded upon the nightstand. At that moment, the automatic door slid open, and a figure clad in crimson and gold strode in. You are finally awake. Tony Stark's voice emerged from the mask speaker, laced with a hint of laziness and jest. How do you feel? It's a miracle your ribs aren't broken. Honestly, discovering you adrift in the Hudson River was the highlight of my weekend. Mr. Stark, Peter exclaimed, seizing the lifeline, neglecting to ponder how he had ended up there. He spoke in a rapid-fire manner. The lizard is Dr. Connors. He intends to transform all of humanity into lizards. He is using the rain to disperse genetic aerosols throughout the city. Everyone will be turned into lizards. We must act immediately. There may still be time to stop him and create an antidote. Peter's words tumbled out in a frenzied rush as he desperately attempted to rise from the bed. But a wave of dizziness forced him back down. He could only watch anxiously as Iron Man regarded him through the mask. After a brief silence, Iron Man spoke. ARVIS. Scan his temperature and brain function. This kid might have taken in water or could simply be delirious with fever. Mr. Stark, every word I utter is the truth. You must believe me, Peter exclaimed as he fumbled for his phone. I have a photograph. Mr. Parker's temperature is normal, and there are no signs of a concussion. Jarvis's calm voice resonated in the room. Stark sighed, and with a soft click, the golden red visor retracted, revealing his face. Peter stared at him, his blood seemingly freezing in that moment. A profound terror pierced his heart like an icy spear. The once handsome contours of Tony Stark's face were now obscured by a layer of dark green scales. His cheekbones were more pronounced, his jawline broadened, nostrils gaping like those of a reptile, and his lips had hardened into a keratinous shell, utterly devoid of any human semblance. The only remnant of Tony Stark's identity lay in his brown eyes, now transformed, with pupils that were no longer circular but cold, vertical slits. Peter felt as if his throat had been constricted, rendering him speechless. He stumbled backward, his body colliding with the frigid metal wall, sending a chill through him. "Why do you wear that expression?" Stark inquired, glancing down at himself. "Is there anything peculiar about me?" "Jarvis, check if this kid is hallucinating due to the cold. I told you we should administer another sedative." "No, it shouldn't be like this." Peter seemed entirely oblivious to Stark's words. He suddenly flipped off the bed, disregarding his frail state, snatched the spider mask from the table, and dashed toward the window. "Wait, Peter, it's still raining outside." Stark's voice called out. But Peter could no longer hear anything. With all his might, he shattered the large floor-to-ceiling window, and the cold wind and raindrops rushed in. He had no time to dress properly. He hastily pulled the mask over his forehead, covering half of his face, and leaped. The icy rain pelted him, intertwining with the fear in his heart. Peter clumsily shot out webbing, his body plummeting like a weight until he finally found a secure grip on the side of a building below, stabilizing himself. Gasping for breath, he gazed at the street. And to his horror, everyone, whether suited professionals, dog walkers, or parents with strollers, had morphed into various forms of lizard people. They no longer possessed smooth human skin, but were cloaked in rough, green and brown scales, their heads grotesquely altered, eyes transformed into slits, and teeth sharpened. Though they still wore human clothing, clutching briefcases, everything exuded an absurdity so bizarre it resembled a grand masquerade ball, where all had been forcibly dressed in the same skin. Peter even spotted a gigantic lizard outside a corner CF, donned in a pink apron, using sharp, clawed hands covered in scales to serve a cup of coffee to another lizard patron. Peter's heart sank to the depths of despair. He scarcely recalled how he had returned to Queens. As he pushed open the familiar door, the warm glow of lights within the house still radiated. "Peter?" A voice filled with astonishment emerged from the kitchen. A figure, slightly stout and cloaked in olive green scales, turned towards him. Sparse white hair remained atop his head, while his forehead and cheeks bore a mosaic of scales, clad in his Uncle Ben's faded plaid shirt. Though his eyes had transformed into slits, they still conveyed the familiar concern, worry, and gentleness as they regarded Peter. "Goodness, Peter, how did you get so drenched?" Aunt May's voice called from the direction of the living room sofa. She hurried over, a half-knitted sweater in hand, her fingers now sharp and adorned with tiny scales. "Darling, weren't you interning at Oscorp? What brings you back so suddenly? And what are you wearing? What is this?" Her gaze was rife with anxiety as she reached out a hand, intending to touch Peter's forehead to gauge his temperature, her gesture imbued with the usual care. Peter opened his mouth, yet no words emerged. He stood before these two relatives who had transformed into lizard-like creatures while retaining all the nuances of their former lives and habits, a suffocating sensation almost overwhelming him. They had become reptilian beings, yet they remembered him as Peter. They were still immersed in their lives. Aye. Peter found himself at a loss for words. "Peter, you look unwell." Just as Aunt May's sharp-nailed hand was about to reach his forehead, he instinctively recoiled as if scalded. "Oh, I'm fine. I just remembered something important I left in the lab. I must return immediately." Peter hastily blurted out, turning abruptly and fleeing through the door, almost in a panic. This left Aunt May and Uncle Ben exchanging worried glances, concern reflected in their eyes. Peter dashed down the stairs and onto the street, the rain mingling with his tears, blurring his vision. The world was reduced to icy scales, distorted faces, and his own sense of dislocation. Disoriented and aimless, Peter wandered, desperate to escape this nightmarish scene. "Peter? Peter, is it you?" A melodic voice called from behind him. He halted as if struck by lightning, gradually turning his head. Across the street stood a figure clad in a sky-blue raincoat, raindrops cascading from the brim and dampening her exposed, scaled cheek. Yet beneath that brim were the beautiful and wise blue eyes of Gwen Stacy, eyes he had gazed into countless times. Even after her transformation into a lizard, Peter could recognize her by her posture, attire, and voice. "Peter, it's really you," Gwen exclaimed with surprise, wanting to cross the street to approach him. "Stay back." Peter instinctively recoiled, his voice hoarse. "Don't come near me. Gwen, please." His reaction stung her deeply. Gwen gazed at Peter, her footsteps coming to an abrupt halt, her blue eyes shimmering with hurt and confusion. Peter felt as though his heart had shattered into a million fragments. Unable to bear the weight of her wounded gaze, he abruptly turned away and stumbled into a narrow alleyway littered with refuse. The stench of decay, mingled with the mud splattered from puddles, oddly provided him with a sense of familiar reality. The final experiment of Connor's was born from his own hands. Peter Parker's meticulous data analysis and molecular simulations had culminated in the synthesis of the ultimate serum. He had believed it to be a beacon of hope, only to unwittingly hand the key to destruction over to the devil. Having spent so much time in Connor's laboratory, he had empathized with Connor's struggles and suffering. He could have discerned the ominous signs sooner. At the moment, Connors exhibited an obsession with the lizard. In any fleeting second before the rain fell, he had the potential to thwart all. Yet he did not. His foolish trust and assistance to Connors had precipitated this calamity. He was the very origin of it all, the architect of this misfortune. It was he who transformed all of New York, his loved ones, and everything he cherished into monstrosities. Delivering a fierce punch to the cold wall before him. He had obliterated everything, ruining the lives of countless individuals. Slumping against the damp, filthy wall, he gradually sank to the ground, the mud seeping into his suit. Cradling his head, his entire being trembled from silent tears. He had wrought this tragedy upon them, yet he remained at a loss as to how to amend it. Roy was absent, and Stark had become a lizard. Perhaps Roy and Daredevil were right. He truly was just a child. He excelled at nothing, only exacerbating the situation. If Roy were here now, what would he do? How would he perceive himself? Peter's thoughts meandered aimlessly. Minutes, perhaps hours, slipped by as time seemed to lose its significance within the depths of despair. Perhaps he needed to take action. He must do something. Since he was the architect of this chaos, it fell upon him to bring it to an end, even if it meant standing alone, even if he had yet to conceive a plan or idea to resolve this catastrophe. But he was Spider-Man. Perhaps only he possessed the ability to salvage it all. Peter slowly lifted his head, rainwater streaming down his cheeks. He braced himself against the wall and stood up. First, he needed to find a safe haven to serve as his own laboratory and base of operations. Taking a deep breath, the damp air mingled with the stench filled his lungs, yet it invigorated his mind. He stepped forward, delving deeper into the alley. Chapter 38, The Growth of the Little Spider's Think Tank, Part 7, Underground New York. Peter, emulating Connors, settled in an abandoned large sewage junction station. In the dimly lit sewer, rusted pipes and moss covered the surroundings, while the air was thick with the stench of decay. Peter dragged a sealed container, once used to transport some industrial liquid, to a relatively dry platform, his makeshift fortress. The entrance was cleverly barricaded with a pile of corroded, discarded gate pieces, leaving only a narrow gap for a single person to crawl through. The arduous process of transforming this underground base forced Peter to scavenge through the refuse of night. Much like a rat, for several nights, he painstakingly bundled the necessary materials with strands of spider silk before dragging them back to the sewer. Illuminated by a few battery-powered emergency lights, a pallid glow enveloped the entire space. He had also salvaged an old laptop, its screen cracked, connected to a similarly dilapidated portable spectrometer, both unearthed from the ruins of an abandoned biotechnology laboratory. In the corner lay several sealed petri dishes, soaking the scales he had collected from the lizard-like citizens on the streets. On the screen, a complex model of a genetic sequence was slowly materializing. To stabilize the receptor binding point reversal, critical inhibitor molecules were required. Peter's bloodshot eyes remained fixated on the screen, having gone days without sleep, deep shadows adorning his pale cheeks. The current research samples stemmed partly from his own involvement in a regenerative serum project, and partly from the data captured that day in the sewer. He could only hope to uncover the potential for reversing the lizard serum from these findings. Yet, fate seemed to conspire against him. That very night, Peter's spider sense abruptly tingled. Suddenly, a thunderous crash reverberated through the air as the massive sealed container he occupied was struck by an unseen force, violently shaking. A colossal fissure split the heavy, concrete ceiling. Debris cascading down like a torrential storm, shattering the petri dishes and sending the spectrometer, still connected to the laptop, flying amid sparks. Reacting swiftly, Peter donned his mask and dove behind the control panel to evade a falling prefabricated slab. Amidst the swirling dust, he glimpsed the true culprit behind the chaos. For enormous, agile mechanical tentacles, sheathed in sturdy alloy, effortlessly tearing open the top of the container. Otto Octavius, Dr. Octopus. Even in his current lizard form, Peter recognized him by those iconic mechanical appendages. At that moment, Otto hovered above the wreckage, his robotic arms clearing away the obstructing debris. His face, often adorned with fervor, now bore a chilling mockery under the stark light of the emergency lamps. "Ah, Spider-Man, look at the exquisite hideout you've chosen. Such unique taste," he taunted, as one of his mechanical arms deftly extended, precisely grasping Peter's shattered laptop. "No!" Peter exclaimed, instantly shooting out a strand of webbing to reclaim his computer. Yet another mechanical arm, swift as lightning, effortlessly swept away the cobwebs while simultaneously grasping the computer, its metallic fingers applying a gentle yet decisive pressure. With a resounding crack, fragments and circuit boards cascaded from the air. Peter watched in horror as the computer was crushed, an indescribable anguish and despair washing over him. Days of struggle and sleepless efforts, the faint glimmer of hope he had just ignited, all extinguished in an instant. Why would you do this? In that moment, Peter yearned to leap up and strike Otto. What does it matter? Scientists are always obsessed with starting over, aren't they? Otto sneered. Oh. Although you probably have no chance of starting over now. Just as Peter was about to erupt, a mechanical arm extended before him, its tip opening to reveal a small aperture through which a rudimentary map was projected directly into Peter's view. "Connors wanted me to convey a message. He is waiting for you. He said he is right there, and if you truly wish to save this new world, you must seek him out personally." Otto leaned forward slightly, his eyes obscured behind lenses, making it impossible for Peter to discern his expression. "Which side are you truly on?" Peter fixed his gaze upon him. "I stand on the side of knowledge, on the side of power." Otto replied with a mysterious smile. "As for the rest, I am not entirely certain." He straightened up, retracting the mechanical arm. "However, I can kindly remind you, little one, if you go, you might die. Think it over carefully." With that, four mechanical arms surged into action, propelling him away, leaving Peter alone amidst the wreckage. The emergency lights flickered a few times before extinguishing completely, enveloping Peter in darkness. He pressed his back against the cold, filthy wall, the acrid scent of burnt circuit boards lingering in the air. Dr. Octopus did not appear to be jesting. Would he truly perish? With no research materials, no equipment, and even no safe haven, what could he possibly use to confront Connors? How could he hope to reverse this catastrophe? Was he merely to survive in the sewers, watching his loved ones and friends live forever with the visage of a lizard? Was there an antidote with Connors? Were Dr. Octopus's words a warning or a trap? A myriad of thoughts swirled within Peter's mind. He recalled Uncle Ben and Aunt May's smiling faces, Gwen's bright blue eyes, and the hurried footsteps of New Yorkers basking in the sunlight. Peter retrieved his phone, the cracks on its screen rendering it even more fragile. He slid down the wall and began typing on the screen. "Dear Aunt May and Uncle Ben, I hope this message finds you well. I love you both so very much, more than anything in this world. Past, present, or future, you're the most important people in my life. Please forgive me for saying this now, and for bidding farewell in this manner. A great deal has transpired recently, perhaps unnoticed by you, but there is a truth I must reveal. The source of it all is my doing. The regenerative serum project, once a source of pride for me, now stands as a testament to my oversight and folly. My excessive trust in Connors led me to assist him in crafting the final formula, making me the unwitting harbinger of calamity. The true weight of this disaster rests upon my shoulders, and I owe an apology to you all. Regarding my other identity, yes, I am Spider-Man. I apologize for concealing this for so long. I understand that this revelation is difficult to fathom and fraught with peril. Yet such concerns pale in comparison to what lies ahead. Connors, the man once known as the lizard on television, awaits me in a certain location. I must meet him. This may be my singular, perhaps final, opportunity to attempt to reverse the chaos. Do not seek me out, no matter what transpires. If I do not return, please continue to live life to the fullest in this new world, and take a moment to appreciate the autumn leaves in Central Park on my behalf. As the possessor of such power, and given that this catastrophe stems from my misjudgment, it is my duty to bring it to an end, a mission I must embrace and fulfill. With great power comes great responsibility. Forever loving you, Peter. Having completed the email, he inhaled deeply. Peter scheduled it for delivery in 5 hours, just enough time for him to reach his destination and allow the dust to settle. Carefully stowing away his phone, he cast one last glance at the space he had once created, now reduced to ruins, as if scrutinizing his own fate. There was no sentimentality, no hesitation. Peter emerged from the shattered tank, navigating the darkness, and resolutely delved into the depths of the vast sewage system, moving silently and purposefully towards the coordinates on the map. Each step felt like a one-way ticket to hell, yet his spine remained unyielding. Responsibility had become the final armor he donned. The coordinates pointed to an unexpected location, an abandoned factory in Brooklyn. Standing outside the door, Peter recognized that his physical condition was far from ideal. He felt feverish. Nevertheless, he had pushed his state to the extreme, sharpening his senses to their utmost acuity. He understood that pushing the door open could lead to a life-or-death struggle. The lizard, Connors, would certainly have laid a trap. Dr. Octopus's warning echoed in his mind. Perhaps a deadly assault awaited him just beyond that threshold. Yet Peter was prepared. He took a deep breath, tensed his muscles, clenched his fists, and activated his spider sense, attuning to any movement behind the door. With a sudden burst of strength, he thrust open the heavy iron door. A wave of savory aromas engulfed him. The sight before him left him momentarily speechless. It was a brightly lit factory, at the center of which blazed a grill, the coals glowing fiercely, laden with thick cuts of ribs, corn, and sausages, sizzling and releasing an irresistible fragrance. Cheerful blues music flowed from an old-fashioned speaker. A few old desks were joined together to form a long table, adorned with a blue checker tablecloth, laden with an array of salads, bread, beer, and bottles of soda. A few individuals gathered around, engaged in jovial conversation. "Oh, Peter, you finally arrived. How splendid. You just in time for the barbecue." Roy beamed, waving at him while holding a pair of tongs in his other hand. "Hey, why are you standing there in a daze? Come in, Peter." Tony Stark, clad in a shirt emblazoned with the word genius, approached Roy, brandishing a chilled bottle of beer. Further in, on the other side of the grill, stood Kurt Connors, casually dressed, holding a platter of grilled corn. Though his complexion appeared somewhat pale, he retained a fully human form, devoid of scales or a tail, and smiled at Peter with a hint of apology. "See, I told you he would arrive around this time." Dr. Octopus, Otto, sat nearby, seemingly unfazed. Peter stood at the doorway, overwhelmed. The aroma of the barbecue, the music, and the faces before him detonated like a bomb on his tautly stretched nerves. It took him a moment to grasp what was unfolding, as a tumult of complex emotions surged forth, crashing through the dam of his reason. He was caught in a tempest of confusion, unsure whether to weep or laugh, feeling a torrent of molten lava surging from his chest to his mind. "You." Peter's throat constricted, the words escaping in a hoarse whisper. In the next instant, anger eclipsed all other emotions. He lunged forward, gripping Roy's collar before anyone could react, his arm trembling with exertion. "Are you playing me for a fool? Is all of this a ruse? Is it amusing to toy with me? You all watched as I was led in circles. You made me look like an idiot." His eyes, reddened from frustration, resembled a cornered young beast, fiercely glaring at Roy. Roy stumbled slightly from the force of Peter's grip, but did not flinch, standing there in quiet composure. His blue eyes radiated the calm and embrace of the ocean. Peter clutched Roy's collar, his fingertips turning white from the strain, gazing into those familiar blue eyes. The pent-up feelings of grievance, fear, and apprehension surged forth like a tidal wave. A choked sob escaped his throat, and he realized tears had blurred his vision. Roy raised a hand to grasp Peter's wrist, causing Peter to tremble suddenly, and he broke down in tears, like a weary child finally finding solace. Roy gently patted his back, whispering, "It's all right, Peter. No one is truly in danger. Uncle Ben, Aunt May, Gwen, everyone is fine. What you witnessed was merely a confusion spell I cast." We endeavor to impart some lessons to you, albeit in a rather ungraceful manner, for which I deeply apologize. Peter's cries gradually subsided into muffled sobs. With a hint of frustration, he slowly pushed Roy away and hastily wiped his face, attempting to erase the traces of his tears. Taking a deep breath, Peter sought to adopt a facade of nonchalance, his voice stiff as he abruptly changed the subject. I intend to devour all the barbecue here, leaving none for you. Stock, Connors, and Otto, gathered around the table, exchanged knowing glances. Peter's forced composure was painfully evident. His petulant words betrayed the lingering resentment he harbored regarding the matter at hand. They all understood, as this was far from a delightful jest. Stark was the first to approach, and as Peter picked up a sausage and shoved it into his mouth, chewing to mask his emotions, Stark cleared his throat. Listen, kid, we need to start from the moment a group calling themselves the Spider Alliance arrived in this world. They first approached Roy, expressing their concerns about your growth. Both Roy and I found their points valid. And then this wizard fellow thought it would be more impactful for you to experience the weight of extreme responsibility firsthand. Roy took over, his tone gentle. Based on the clues we received from each other, we located Dr. Connors in the sewers. At that time, he was teetering on the edge of his lizard persona in great distress. I used magic to mend his arm, persuading him to join us through that means. Connors silently raised his now normal arm, casting a complex glance at Peter. Then, as planned, I brought you into my laboratory, Peter. The fervor I feigned, the deliberately released ordinary lizard, and the clues you later uncovered were all orchestrated to deepen your suspicions, leading you to the conclusion that I am indeed the lizard man. Connors spoke with palpable regret. Afterward, we lured you to the Hudson River, making you believe that everything transpired due to your assistance with my regenerative serum research. However, we were already waiting nearby at the river. The moment you fell in, Roy knocked you unconscious, and we swiftly pulled you out, ensuring you didn't even swallow a drop of water. Stark schulget. Then Roy cast a confusion spell, causing you to misperceive everyone you saw as lizard monsters. Finally, Connors and I sought out Otto Octavius, conversing with him to persuade him to join this scheme, ultimately enticing you to this location. After Stark finished speaking, he surveyed the group. Then, with an air of academic seriousness, he earnestly inquired, So, Peter, after experiencing such a series of thrilling events, do you not find certain aspects rather peculiar? Peter lifted his head, his eyes wide in disbelief. He nearly leapt up, ready to punch the insufferable billionaire before him, who wore an infuriatingly smug grin. He exerted a remarkable self-restraint to suppress the impulse to strike. Strange place? Mr. Stark, I was nearly frightened to death. I thought the entire population of New York had truly transformed into lizard monsters. How can you even ask me if I've noticed anything unusual? This is sheer bullying. Stark, for once, appeared somewhat embarrassed as he glanced at Connors and Otto. Connors rubbed his nose, his gaze drifting elsewhere, while Otto awkwardly cleared his throat and became engrossed in examining the texture of the barbecue. To be fair, all four present were indeed adults. Setting aside the wizard Roy, the other three were leading authorities in the fields of biological sciences, physicists and engineers, and top mechanical engineers and neuroscientists who had orchestrated such an elaborate ruse merely to deceive a high school student. Upon reflection, it did seem rather unethical. The atmosphere grew tense, thick with an uncomfortable silence. Amidst this adult remorse, Peter suddenly seemed to recollect something and let out a terrified shriek. Wait, my email. He fumbled for his phone, his fingers trembling as he hastily unlocked it, quickly navigating to his emails to locate the scheduled message and cancel it. Exhaling a sigh of relief, Roy's gaze inadvertently caught a glimpse of the title on the screen. With just a fleeting glance, he surmised the true significance of the email. Noticing Roy's attention, Peter's face flushed crimson. He tucked away his phone and, surrendering to the moment, muttered, You saw it, didn't you, Mr. Amichell? The truth is, I'm genuinely terrified. If you wish to mock me, go ahead, especially when trapped in the tunnel by Dr. Octavius. I felt as though I was trembling the entire time. It was then that I realized I was not as brave as I had imagined. I aspire to be a superhero, to be Spider-Man, yet I cannot act like Daredevil, charging in without hesitation, aware of the potential for death. I kept pondering whether it was worth it. The thought of possibly dying filled me with dread. He lowered his head, appearing somewhat dejected. However, Roy did not mock him. He stepped forward, his expression earnest. Yet you still came, didn't you, Peter? What compelled you, despite your fear, to push open that door and confront everything here? Peter hesitated momentarily. Because I believe I am responsible for all this, I must bear the consequences. I felt that, at that moment, I might be the only one capable of stopping it. With great power comes great responsibility. It is something I must do. Roy smiled, his expression filled with admiration. Peter, listen to me. Indeed, you are not daredevil. His courage, undaunted in the face of despair, is undoubtedly noble. Yet you, fully aware of your fear, your entire being urging you to flee this place, still choose to confront that overwhelming terror and shoulder the responsibilities you believe you must bear. Does this sense of commitment, tinged with fear, yet resolutely moving forward, pale in comparison to sheer fearlessness? They are not hierarchically different, Peter. Fear is your honesty. Courage is your choice. Peter stood frozen, gazing vacantly at Roy. He noticed the affirmation in Roy's eyes and instinctively glanced around. Stark had set aside his usual sardonic demeanor and offered him a rare, gentle nod. Dr. Connors looked upon him with warmth, exuding encouragement. Even the notoriously difficult Dr. Octopus, Otto, seemed to soften his gaze for a fleeting moment. Four adults faced him, each displaying a strikingly similar expression of admiration and relief. This heavy affirmation only amplified Peter's embarrassment. He recalled how recently he had lost his temper at Roy, accusing him of treating him like a child, and felt an overwhelming urge to dig a hole and disappear. Clearing his throat, Peter attempted to speak, but his voice faltered as if choked. At that moment, a freshly grilled skewer, still sizzling and glistening with oil, was unexpectedly thrust into his hands. "All right, little philosopher. Stop overthinking it." Stark's voice feigned impatience. "Eat up, the meat will get cold." Instinctively, Peter accepted the skewer and took a hearty bite. The rich, savory juices and warmth flooded his mouth, providing a tangible comfort that momentarily alleviated the turmoil within and the heat on his cheeks. Lowering his head, he chewed vigorously, as if finding courage in the act itself. "Actually, I wasn't that angry." Peter's voice emerged, somewhat muffled as he endeavored to sound casual. "At first, I was really upset when I saw you all, but when I realized it was just a ruse and that everyone was fine, no one was hurt." He lifted his gaze, sweeping over the four instigators. His earlier anger vanished, replaced by a clarity and warmth born from surviving the ordeal. "I found that I was actually quite happy." Peter inhaled deeply, finally articulating his true feelings. "Even though you tricked me, discovering that everyone is all right is truly wonderful. Better than anything else." Each word, heartfelt and tinged with a slight quaver, enveloped the four surrounding him in a brief silence. Roy contemplated his response, but before he could utter a word, Stark suddenly elbowed Roy sharply in the shoulder, exclaiming, "Hey, I said this idea was terrible. It's all your fault, you wizard. What have you done to the poor kid?" Caught off guard, Roy winced from the impact and shot Stark an irritated glare. "Tony Stark, if memory serves. This idea was a joint endeavor. Moreover, I've already apologized to Peter, and all this grilling was done solely by me." As you reveled in the antics of Peter, your laughter resonated the loudest. He unabashedly dismantled the facade. The delightful exchange between the two of you was a splendid spectacle, full of playful jostling and witty banter. Connors, observing the duo with a hint of exasperation, silently offered another roasted corn to Peter. Holding the warm corn, Peter glanced at the sparring Stark and Roy, then shifted his gaze to Dr. Octopus, Otto, who sat with his arms crossed, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Unable to contain himself, he took a bite of the steaming roasted meat and burst into laughter. Chapter 40. The master of self-sabotage, the staff lounge at Hogwarts, was suffused with the aromatic blend of red tea, honey, and the fresh herbs brought by Professor Sprout. The afternoon sun streamed through the lofty windows, casting a warm glow upon the thick carpet as several professors seized a rare moment of leisure. Gathered around the fireplace, engaged in light-hearted conversation, Professor McGonagall set down her exquisite bone china teacup, her face reflecting an uncommon sense of ease and anticipation. Saturday marks the Quidditch match between Gryffindor and Slytherin. Upon hearing this, Flitwick took a delicate sip of tea and remarked with a smile, Quidditch, such an exhilarating sport. Though Ravenclaw's match is not until next week. The lads are diligently devising new strategies. This year, Gryffindor's team holds great promise. With Potter on board, his flying prowess is nothing short of extraordinary. McGonagall paused momentarily, adding that she had been closely observing the children's training, and their performance was commendable. Roy, intrigued, interjected, "I've heard Potter is the youngest Seeker. Did Headmaster Dumbledore make an exception for him?" "Indeed," Roy McGonagall replied, setting down her teacup. "Admitting him on special grounds speaks volumes." Yet, Snape's voice echoed through the room, languid and contemplative. He appeared engrossed in stirring his cup of coffee, dark as the depths of a cauldron. Quidditch demands experience, strategy, and a calm mind, rather than the reckless courage afforded by privilege. Slytherin's Seeker, Marcus Flint, is seasoned and well-fitted for the role. After all, the bludgers on the field do not soften their blows simply due to youth. As Snape's words settled in, the atmosphere stiffened, precisely as Roy had anticipated. McGonagall's expression darkened. Professor Sprout, with a cheerful demeanor, interjected, sliding a plate of homemade cookies infused with a gentle laurel fragrance toward the center of the table. "Would you care for a piece, dear?" This year, Hufflepuff has also welcomed new members who are still finding their footing, but the essence lies in participation and the sheer joy of the sport, she said, her round face adorned with a benevolent smile, seemingly indifferent to the underlying rivalry among the houses, more concerned with the delightful treats before them. Roy picked up a cookie shaped like a golden snitch and took a bite, pleasantly surprised by its crisp sweetness. "Thank you, Pomona," he said, looking curiously at the heads of the houses. "Truly, is there a significant disparity in the Quidditch teams at Hogwarts?" The heads of the houses exchanged glances. Yet before they could articulate 1,000 words to showcase their respective houses' strengths, the heavy door of the lounge was abruptly flung open. Crabbe and Goyle burst into the room, their faces ashen and beads of sweat dotting their foreheads, stumbling in with palpable panic that altered the timbre of their voices. Professor Snape." Crabbe nearly lunged forward, almost toppling the small coffee table. Goyle followed closely, exclaiming, Draco, calm down. What happened to Draco? Speak clearly." Snape raised his head. He's on the 8th floor. In an empty classroom, conducting an alchemical experiment," Crabbe stammered incoherently. Goyle nodded vigorously, tears welling in his eyes. "We want to find Draco. And then we saw him. He has only half a body. His lower half is gone." "What?" A profound silence enveloped the common room. The crackling of the fire in the hearth sounded unusually jarring. Professor McGonagall gasped sharply, covering her mouth. Flitwick tumbled from his chair, and the plate of biscuits in Professor Sprout's hands clattered to the floor, scattering treats everywhere. Snape's face drained of color, turning pale. In those suffocating seconds, Roy sprang up from his seat like a coiled spring. "Where?" "The exact location. Take me there now." His voice was resolute, carrying an undeniable command that swiftly eclipsed the chaos around them. Roy seized Crabbe's arm, nearly dragging him along. "Hurry, don't just stand there." Snape, jolted from his stupor, glanced at Roy, and without a moment's hesitation, followed suit. "Merlin." Professor McGonagall quickly regained her composure, her expression grave. "Phileas, go inform Madame Pomfrey to prepare for an emergency. As swiftly as possible. Pomona, you alert Headmaster Dumbledore. Quickly." The corridors of Hogwarts felt cold and interminable. The heavy footfalls and labored breaths of Crabbe and Goyle echoed ominously in the still castle. Roy trailed behind them, his usually gentle countenance now etched with seriousness. He had witnessed countless alchemical mishaps, but such a dire situation involving a first-year student was unprecedented. Snape remained close to Roy, his pallor eclipsing even the castle walls. His customary indifference and sarcasm replaced by a desperate veneer of panic and fury. Draco Malfoy was the son of Lucius Malfoy, a member of the Hogwarts Board of Governors. Should anything happen to him under Snape's watch, the ramifications would be dire. In the 8th floor corridor, a faint scent of sulfur permeated the air. The door to an abandoned classroom stood ajar, a dim light seeping through the crack. Right in there, Goyle pointed to the door, his voice trembling uncontrollably. Without hesitation, Roy gripped his wand and pushed the door open first. Snape followed closely behind, his wand at the ready, prepared to cast healing spells. The sight within the empty classroom compelled everyone to draw a sharp breath. Even the most seasoned professors felt a wave of intense physiological discomfort. Draco Malfoy collapsed onto the cold floor, his body convulsing in sheer terror. His face contorted in fright, emitting a series of intermittent wails. Most chilling of all was the sight of his lower half, entirely absent from the waist down. This was not merely a disappearance. The severed edge was not a clean wound, but rather exhibited an eerie, translucent quality. Through that semi-transparent membrane, one could distinctly observe the writhing innards, the pale muscle fibers, and even the pulsating blood vessels alongside the ghastly whiteness of bone. Merlin's beard. Professor Sprout covered her mouth, retreating a few steps, her complexion pale as she fought the urge to vomit. Good heavens! Professor Flitwick's voice had altered in pitch. Professor McGonagall's face turned ashen, and she stepped forward, suppressing her discomfort. Roy, Severus, he must be taken to St. Mungo's at once. Madame Pomfrey cannot handle this. Snape knelt beside Malfoy, gazing at the tear-streaked face and the repugnant sight of the writhing innards beneath the grotesque cross-section. Even his steadfast resolve faltered, as nausea churned within him. He swiftly withdrew several vials of potions from his robes, attempting to administer them to Malfoy. Yet, the overwhelming fear induced spasms, causing Malfoy to tremble uncontrollably, rendering him unable to swallow. The potion dribbled from the corners of his mouth. Snape's hands, usually steady from years of handling potions and wands, now trembled slightly. Though he was a master of potion-making, he found himself powerless against this horrific injury, wrought by alchemical backlash, teetering between the tangible and the ethereal. Alchemical wounds were notoriously unstable. Any careless movement could inflict irreversible damage. Roy's voice was unnaturally calm, even somewhat detached. Staggering to his feet, Snape retreated a few steps, his gaze landing on Roy. Despite his lack of fondness for Roy, he found himself hoping for the latter's expertise in alchemy. Roy approached, surveying the classroom, quickly noticing a faintly glowing, crooked alchemical array etched into the floor beside Malfoy. The lines of the array were a dark crimson, seemingly a blend of some creature's blood mixed with magical powder, with the core runes radiating dangerous spatial fluctuations. With just a glance, Roy recognized the incomplete Nivian combination, the ethereal phasing spell. He cast a glance at Malfoy, recalling that this alchemical invisibility enchantment, recorded in the Key of Atlantis, had long been discarded by the magical community due to its horrendously high failure rate and terrifying consequences. He was truly tempted to lament Malfoy's audacity and ignorance of his own limitations. However, this was not the time for such reflections. Kneeling beside the array, Roy positioned himself mere inches from the horrifying translucent interface surrounding Malfoy. Ignoring the nauseating spectacle, he pointed his wand at several crucial nodes of the failed array, his movements swift and fluid. Restore. The tip of Roy's wand exuded a golden magic akin to a precise scalpel, swiftly erasing the redundant lines in the magic circle that represented dispersion and concealment. He then waved his wand once more, inscribing a new rune at the heart of the circle where Malfoy had originally made an error. As the second word, manifest, fell from his lips, the complete reversal spell was instantly activated. A brilliant golden light engulfed the entire magic circle, rapidly spreading like a living entity along the transparent cross-section of Malfoy's waist. To the astonishment of the onlookers, a miracle unfolded. The lower half of Malfoy's vanishing body rapidly solidified, becoming distinctly visible as muscles, veins, skin, and bones, all the previously ethereal tissues, reassembled at a remarkable pace. Where the golden light passed, the eerie transparency was replaced by the healthy skin of a youthful boy. In mere seconds, as the golden glow dissipated, Draco Malfoy lay fully restored on the ground, motionless, seemingly in a state of unconsciousness. Roy cast a detection spell upon him. There was nothing grave, merely that the magic circle had linked to a portion of his own magical power, leading to a depletion of energy that caused him to faint. Professor Sprout exhaled a long sigh of relief, almost collapsing against the doorframe. Professor Flitwick, standing on tiptoe, excitedly patted his chest. "Thank goodness you were here, Roy. You were a tremendous help." Professor McGonagall's previously tense shoulders relaxed, her gaze towards Roy filled with awe and trepidation. "Professor Roy truly is remarkable." Severus Snape observed Malfoy's restored form, his taut nerves suddenly loosening, an overwhelming sense of relief nearly causing him to falter. However, he quickly regained his composure, administering a healing potion into Malfoy's mouth. Watching Malfoy's furrowed brow and breathing ease slightly due to the potion, Snape finally lifted his head, his dark eyes fixed on Roy. His lips moved as if to say something, but ultimately he merely managed to utter hoarsely, "Thank you." It was fortunate for the boy that the core rune had not completely collapsed. Otherwise, even Merlin could not have saved him, Roy mused. He sighed, reflecting on how these young wizards at Hogwarts were bolder than he could have ever imagined. Let us hasten to the hospital wing, so Madame Pomfrey can conduct a thorough examination. There may be lingering effects, for alchemical injuries are no trifling matter. Roy's expression turned serious. Moreover, Professor McGonagall, I recommend that, in your capacity as deputy headmistress, you immediately inform all students that any hazardous alchemical experiments conducted without professor approval will result in immediate expulsion. Chapter 41. The misguided Chilo in the hospital wing of Hogwarts. Soft afternoon light streamed through the tall windows, illuminating rows of clean, orderly beds, their snow-white sheets immaculate. The air was infused with the delicate scent of calming potions. Draco Malfoy lay unconscious in a bed by the window, surrounded by a circle of professors and the solemn-faced Madame Pomfrey. The depletion of his magic required him to rest, a protective instinct of his body at play. Madame Pomfrey, after casting a series of intricate diagnostic spells, arrived at a conclusive judgment. Once again, it was an alchemical mishap. Every year, young wizards recklessly engage in alchemical experiments, and I truly cannot fathom what these children are thinking, treating danger as if it were a mere game. Madame Pomfrey was quite displeased. Under Roy's care, Malfoy's physical condition had stabilized, yet had endured significant psychological trauma and severe magical backlash, plunging him into a deep coma, his internal magic akin to a drained pond, utterly devoid of vitality. He required a period of rest and magical replenishment to recuperate. Madame Pomfrey gently draped a blanket over Malfoy and cautiously administered a few drops of a potent magical restorative. Under the watchful eyes of the gathered professors, she expressed her concerns, stating, "I can tend to the physical injuries, but the psychological wounds can only heal with time. This child will likely suffer from nightmares for quite some time upon awakening." The other professors, gazing at the unconscious Malfoy, could only shake their heads in resignation. Snape cast a long, contemplative glance at Roy, stiffly nodded in gratitude, and was the first to exit the infirmary, his dark robes billowing behind him. He likely needed to compose a meticulously worded letter to Lucius without delay. After instructing Madame Pomfrey to inform her immediately of any developments, McGonagall also took her leave. Professors Flitwick and Sprout exchanged a few sympathetic remarks before departing in succession. The once bustling infirmary soon fell into silence, leaving only the comatose Malfoy, the industrious Madame Pomfrey, and Roy standing at the foot of the bed. Madame Pomfrey lifted her gaze towards him, inquiring, "Professor Amichell, do you have any further matters to discuss?" "Oh, certainly, madam," Roy replied calmly. "I would like to confirm once more that there are truly no other latent issues with Draco Malfoy." It was not that he doubted Madame Pomfrey's capabilities. As an alchemist, he understood that the repercussions of forbidden spells often extend beyond the surface. He did not wish for the young gentleman to awaken only to discover he was missing an internal organ or the like. For the moment, there are no additional concerns regarding his physical state. Your reversal array proved quite effective, Professor Amichell. Roy nodded, and just as he turned to depart, the infirmary door creaked open. Quirrell, his head wrapped in a purple turban, peeked in. A deliberately crafted expression of mixed concern and anxiety adorned his face as his eyes darted between the unconscious Malfoy and Roy. "Oh dear, Professor Amichell," Quirrell stammered, "Madam, I just heard that Mr. Malfoy has met with an accident. Such an unfortunate child. So very unlucky. How is he faring now?" Roy replied in a tranquil tone, "Madame Pomfrey has managed the situation admirably. Malfoy is simply experiencing a depletion of magical energy and requires rest." "Oh, thank Merlin." Quirrell let out an exaggerated sigh of relief, patting his chest. "That was terrifying. Indeed, alchemy is not a field for amateurs to dabble in easily. Wouldn't you agree, Professor Amichell?" A subtle smile graced Roy's lips, forming a curve that was neither fully a smile nor a frown. He refrained from responding, simply gazing at Quirrell with an intensity that made him uneasy. Quirrell felt the weight of Roy's azure eyes upon him, causing him to shift nervously as he attempted to break the awkward silence and assert his credibility. Abruptly, he stammered, "Actually, I have dabbled a bit in alchemy myself. I read some books on the subject in my youth." "Oh," Roy raised an eyebrow, his voice maintaining a gentle cadence, seemingly casual yet laced with intrigue. "It appears you possess some unique insights into alchemy. May I inquire, Professor Kiro, regarding the ultimate nature of the Philosopher's Stone? The prevailing theories in the alchemical community currently lean towards the conservation of energy through material transformation and the revision of the laws of phase transition. Which perspective do you support? Kiro took a step back, his discomfort palpable. Ignoring the embarrassment etched on Kiro's face, Roy continued, "Recently, I have been pondering another question. Do you believe that Nicoleme's method of achieving immortality through the Philosopher's Stone is founded on material reconstruction or some form of soul anchoring?" The questions posed by Roy were indeed central and contentious theoretical divergences within the realm of alchemy, each capable of inciting lengthy discourse among those well-versed in the subject. However, Kiro's stammering seemed to worsen. Well, this of course I think. His gaze flitted nervously, avoiding Roy's penetrating stare, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He strained to conjure a few technical terms, but the depth and specificity of Roy's inquiries far exceeded his limited knowledge. Conservation of energy and laws are certainly important, I suppose. As for Master Lemay, his wisdom is beyond my comprehension. His voice dwindled, losing its conviction. Under Roy's calm and gentle gaze, Kiro felt as though he were stripped bare, every awkward utterance and evasive glance laid bare. The air seemed to thicken, suffocating him. In a desperate attempt to redirect the conversation, he stammered, "Actually, I don't quite understand. I just have a bit of interest. Professor Amichell, you are the true expert in this matter. May I visit your alchemical tower to seek your guidance on some alchemical questions when I have the time?" Roy's oceanic blue eyes regarded him, leaving Kiro momentarily uncertain whether the glimmer of amusement therein was one of mockery, jest, or genuine warmth. "Of course, Professor Kiro." Roy's voice remained gentle, even bearing a hint of encouragement. "The path of alchemy is long and solitary. It is indeed a fortunate thing to have a fellow seeker willing to share insights. My tower will always be open to those eager to learn." "Thank you," Kiro exclaimed, feeling as if a great weight had been lifted. "I shall not disturb you further then. Farewell." He hastily departed the room, almost in a state of panic, and as he pushed open the door to the infirmary, a flicker of rage momentarily flashed in his eyes. Roy stood rooted in place, observing Chilo's frantic retreat, and the smile on his face gradually faded. Chapter 42. The greatest fear of Malfoy, the Hogwarts infirmary, exuded an unusual tranquility during the evening hours. The golden rays of the setting sun filtered through the tall windows, casting warm beams of light upon the carpet, while the scent of herbs in the air was somewhat diluted by the evening breeze, leaving only the occasional soft clinking of glass vials. The door swung open, and Lucius Malfoy strode in with purpose. His impeccably tailored emerald green velvet robe carried the chill from outside, and the serpent-headed wand in his hand struck a rapid rhythm against the floor. His well-maintained visage, reminiscent of a marble sculpture, was now marked by evident anxiety. "Draco." Lucius swiftly approached the bedside, bending over to examine his son closely, ensuring that he was not missing any limbs, before gradually straightening up. His piercing gaze swept over Draco's pallid face, ultimately settling on Roy, who lingered in the shadows by the window. Lucius inclined his head slightly, his tone imbued with noble restraint. "I am grateful for your care of my son, Professor Amichell. The Malfoy family shall remember this." Roy merely nodded in acknowledgement, refraining from further words. He was engrossed in reviewing the alchemical notes of Malfoy that Crabbe and Goyle had discovered, although the handwriting was hasty. Certain immature deductions regarding spatial folding runes caused a subtle twitch at the corners of his brow. At that moment, Professor Dumbledore entered the infirmary. The venerable headmaster maintained his calm and gentle demeanor as he approached the bedside, glancing at the slumbering Draco Malfoy. Lucius's gaze shifted to him, the earlier anxiety replaced by a frigid scrutiny. "Headmaster Dumbledore," Lucius spoke icily, "seeing Draco safe brings me some solace, but it does not alter the harsh reality that, under your leadership, my son, the heir of the Malfoy family, nearly met a catastrophic fate within what should be the safest castle, due to a perilous alchemical experiment. Had it not been for Professor Amichell, he might have lost his life. This is nothing short of a shocking dereliction of duty, a profound betrayal to all parents who trust in the safety of Hogwarts. The management of the restricted section appears trivial. How is it that dangerous alchemical materials can be so easily accessed by first-year students? This glaring oversight exposes significant flaws in the current management system. I believe that if this continues, The Board of Governors will have to consider whether Hogwarts requires a headmaster who is more pragmatic and adept at safeguarding students. His words unabashedly targeted Dumbledore's authority. Lucius had long harbored discontent towards Dumbledore's lenient governance. He sought a headmaster who was more amenable to control, one who would facilitate the Malfoy family's infiltration of Hogwarts and the cultivation of their influence. Dumbledore met Lucius's gaze with calm composure. Behind his crescent-shaped eyes, his blue eyes revealed no discernible emotion. Lucius, Draco's safety is the greatest fortune. This incident is indeed heart-wrenching. The professors at Hogwarts are currently investigating how he gained access to the restricted section, and I trust we shall soon have answers. Lucius paused, incredulous. Fortune? Dumbledore, do not place the safety of students upon the nebulous concept of luck. The Board of Governors demands tangible security measures and robust management. The current state of Hogwarts is intolerable. Dumbledore inclined his head slightly, about to respond when a gentle yet firm voice interjected. Mr. Malfoy. Roy closed his notebook and stepped out from the shadows by the window, wearing his customary warm smile. I completely understand your concerns, but I must remind you that my contract with Hogwarts was signed with Albus Dumbledore himself. It explicitly states that as long as he is the headmaster, I shall serve as the potions master. Should he cease to hold that position for any reason, our contract naturally dissolves, and I shall depart from Hogwarts immediately, without hesitation. Lucius fixed his gaze on Roy's unflinching blue eyes, his pale face betraying a slight twitch of his muscles. The surname Amichell itself evoked a certain veiled taboo and power within the realm of alchemy. While he may not fear Roy personally, the ancient alchemical lineage and network that the man might be associated with instilled a profound apprehension in Lucius. He had initially intended to exert pressure on Dumbledore through the board, perhaps to undermine him, but if this were to drive away the enigmatic alchemist, the board would surely be dissatisfied. They sought control, not to lose a valuable resource that could yield substantial benefits for Hogwarts. Lucius suppressed the fury he had feigned. Like a venomous serpent forcibly returned to its bottle, his expression morphed into a cold calculation. Roy observed every nuance of his reaction, glancing at the unconscious Draco in the hospital bed and then at Dumbledore. An idea began to take form in Roy's mind, one that might obligate Dumbledore to him while providing this talented yet wayward young man with an opportunity. How about this, Mr. Malfoy? Roy proposed. Let's each take a step back. Just as he was about to articulate his suggestion, a sudden, violent convulsion erupted from the slumbering Draco Malfoy, who began to murmur incoherently, filled with pain and rage. Draco's consciousness floated amidst chaos, returning to that empty classroom. The liquid in the cauldron bubbled with an eerie violet hue as he concentrated intently on adding the final ingredient to the core of the spell matrix. Just a little more, and he would complete the invisibility enchantment. He sought to astonish all, to make that amicable and long-batten gasp a blinding radiance, accompanied by the excruciating ache of rapidly depleting magic, engulfed him. He felt his body disintegrate like inferior parchment, being torn apart by an invisible force. In terror, he glanced down, witnessing his lower half becoming transparent and dissipating. A scream of dread escaped him as he desperately grasped at the crumbling lines of runes, attempting to reassemble them, yet all was in vain. No, my research, my achievements. In despair, Draco pounded against the intangible barrier surrounding him, while the disintegrating fragments coiled around his arms like venomous serpents, transforming into grotesque monsters that relentlessly gnawed at him. Just as he believed he would be entirely consumed, the scene before him abruptly shifted. The rune beasts that had been tormenting him contorted into the faces of Harry Potter, Ron Weasley, and Neville Longbottom. They surrounded him, their expressions marred by an insipid sympathy that made him nauseous, chattering, "Oh, poor Malfoy, we pity you for your failed experiment. Though your abilities are limited, we shall come to your aid. Indeed, for we are the noble Gryffindors. Why don't you express your gratitude? You ought to be thankful. Get away." Malfoy screamed hysterically, flailing his arms to fend off their faces. "I do not require the assistance of you filthy Gryffindors. Go. Stay away from me. What do you understand? You only mock me. Begone." Yet those faces did not vanish. Instead, they multiplied, with Hermione Granger appearing alongside Crabbe and Goyle, all clamoring to assist him. What was even more terrifying was the sight of his father Lucius and Mother Narcissa standing nearby, gazing at him with an unmistakable, piercing disappointment. Draco, Lucius's voice was chilling. Like a Siberian wind, the heir of the Malfoy lineage, reduced to seeking help from the mudbloods and traitors of Gryffindor. How you have disappointed us. No, no, father, mother. I didn't ask them for help. Draco desperately protested, tears streaming uncontrollably. At that moment, a tall, slender figure emerged behind Malfoy, casting a long shadow that enveloped him. Malfoy turned abruptly to find Roy's cold, indifferent face, which he loathed. Draco Malfoy, Roy's voice echoed in his ears. Your alchemical assignment has once again failed. Malfoy's heart plummeted, descending into an icy abyss. As punishment, Roy's smile twisted into something sinister. I shall transfer you to Gryffindor. Malfoy felt as though struck by lightning, an overwhelming force propelling him toward a suddenly materializing mirror. Terrified, he struggled in vain. Powerless to resist, he staggered before the mirror, suddenly bending down to gaze at his reflection. In the mirror, he was no longer clad in the noble and elegant green robes of Slytherin, but instead donned the glaring red attire of Gryffindor. The hue burned like flames, searing into his eyes and soul. No! Malfoy let out a shrill, pitch-altered scream, abruptly springing up from the hospital bed. His body was drenched in cold sweat, gasping for breath as his heart raced, threatening to leap from his throat. Still in shock, his bloodshot eyes scanned the surroundings. The stark white hospital room, the faint scent of herbs, the astonished yet anxious face of his father Lucius, Dumbledore's furrowed brow, and the pair of deep blue eyes, akin to the fathomless ocean. Mere inches away, Roy stood beside his bed, slightly leaning over him. Draco had yet to fully recover from the overwhelming terror of wearing the red robe. His mind a blank slate. Then he heard the terrifying voice that intended to transfer him to Gryffindor, speaking in a calm and gentle tone. Awake? How do you feel, young Mr. Malfoy? Do you still wish to study alchemy? Chapter 43. Quidditch combined. The autumn sun generously bathed the vast circular pitch, casting a golden glow upon the lush green grass. The high stands were already filled with students from various houses, resembling a swirling sea of colors. The bright gold and red of Gryffindor and the silver and green of Slytherin flags were particularly striking, fluttering in the wind amidst deafening cheers. The rhythmic bangs of cheer sticks and the ebb and flow of laughter. The air was infused with the delightful aroma of popcorn, sweet pumpkin juice, and the exhilarating hormones of young wizards. The Weasley twins hawked quick-escape sweets and portable swamps, drawing throngs of younger students, while Hufflepuffs shared homemade pies, engaging in cheerful chatter. Ravenclaw students seized the last moments to discuss the strategies each team might employ in the forthcoming match. The enormous scoreboard loomed at both ends of the field, the numbers reading 0-0, silently awaiting their inevitable disruption. The faculty seating was situated at the highest point in the stands, where Dumbledore, adorned in a deep purple robe sprinkled with stars, conversed merrily with Professor Flitwick. Professor McGonagall sat upright, her fingers gripping a telescope. Professor Sprout beamed gently, cheering for both teams. Quirrell, wrapped in his purple turban, nervously surveyed the crowd. Snape sat in front of Professor Quirrell, cloaked in black, his expression impassive, lips pressed into a hard line, clearly disinterested in the cacophony surrounding him. Roy occupied a favorable spot beside Professor McGonagall, having exchanged his usual casual robes for a splendid deep blue ensemble. With keen interest, he observed the warm-up players scuttling about the bustling pitch like ants, quietly listening to the conversations of the other professors. Albus, it seems Mr. Potter has adapted quite well to that new broom. Flitwick's high-pitched voice remained clear amidst the clamor, referring to the Nimbus 2000 in Harry's grasp. Indeed, Filius, Dumbledore smiled, his eyes brimming with affection. This child possesses the gifts of his father. Gifts must be wielded with caution, interjected Snape in his frigid tone. Dumbledore raised an eyebrow, unfazed by Snape's subtle jibe. Roy listened with a smile. Severus made a valid point. His gaze swept over Snape's darkening countenance before resting momentarily on the slightly anxious golden head at the edge of the Slytherin warm-up area. Was that Draco Malfoy? Ron, Hermione, and Neville were crammed into the front row of the Gryffindor stands, their hearts racing with excitement for the impending match. Ron nervously nibbled on a pumpkin pasty, his eyes darting to the pitch below, while Hermione clutched a copy of Quidditch Through the Ages, attempting to glean some last-minute tactics for Gryffindor. Neville, cradling his toad Trevor, appeared even more anxious than Harry. Look, Ron exclaimed, his sugar-coated fingers pointing toward the figure at the edge of the Slytherin warm-up area. What's that Malfoy fellow doing down there? Harry had mentioned that Malfoy had been lurking around the pitch daily, likely concocting some nefarious scheme, perhaps even cursing our brooms. The other two followed his gaze, and indeed spotted Draco Malfoy standing at the sidelines, his complexion paler than usual, brow furrowed, as he irritably conversed with Crabbe and Goyle, occasionally glancing up at the teacher's box or inspecting the Slytherin brooms. He wore a standard school robe, resembling an additional pitch supervisor. That's impossible, Dumbledore interjected. All brooms have been inspected by Professor Amichell and have been imbued with protective alchemical magic, Hermione retorted to Ron. Yet, it was evident that she, too, was somewhat perturbed by Malfoy's presence. They continued to watch Malfoy for a moment longer, noting no unusual behavior from him. Let him be, Hermione declared. Since Halloween, he has been considerably more subdued. He noticed we began to avoid him, and it seems he is no longer tormenting other students. Who knows what he is up to all day? Neville added. With a sharp whistle from Madame Hooch, the match officially commenced. 15 brooms soared into the azure sky like arrows released from a bow. The quaffle was swiftly passed among the players, while the bludgers zipped around with a spine-chilling wail. Careening across the pitch, the announcer, Lee Jordan, exuberantly filled the air with his voice. Gryffindor's Angelina Johnson is breaking through, a splendid feint as she passes to Alicia Spinnet. Oh, watch out. Slytherin's Adrian Pusey collides with Madame Hooch, but no whistle is blown. The game continues. Spinnet shoots, blocked by Slytherin goalkeeper Blaise Zabini. The match was fiercely contested, with the score oscillating dramatically. The golden red and silver green figures clashed violently in the air. Thrilling scenes unfolding that elicited gasps and cheers from the stands. Harry soared on his brand new Nimbus 2000, gliding through his teammates with the grace of a fish in water, his keen gaze sweeping across the field in search of that elusive glimmer of gold. Roy watched with rapt attention, occasionally listening to Professor McGonagall's commentary on the players' aerial maneuvers. Seated a bit further away, Quirrell appeared somewhat distracted, his fingers nervously entwined. Suddenly, a disruption occurred, just as Harry executed a dramatic dive to evade a nearly colliding Slytherin chaser and was ascending to resume the hunt for the snitch. His Nimbus 2000 jolted violently beneath him. Initially, it was a mere tremor, akin to encountering turbulence, but swiftly escalated into a wild, erratic sway, as if intoxicated. Harry found himself nearly thrown off, gripping the broom tightly as his body was flung dangerously close to parallel with the ground. What was happening? Professor McGonagall's expression turned grave. What was Potter up to? Snape narrowed his eyes, suspicion lacing his tone, yet a flicker of doubt flashed within his gaze. Oh dear. Lee Jordan's commentary brimmed with astonishment. The broom. It seems to be malfunctioning. What is going on? Potter, can you control it? A wave of astonishment rippled through the stands, the cheers from Gryffindor abruptly ceasing, replaced by murmurs of uncertainty and concern. Harry! Ron and Neville simultaneously cried out, their faces pale. Hermione abruptly closed her book, her expression tense as she fixed her gaze on Harry, who was shaking violently in the air like a leaf caught in a tempest. This was no ordinary flight. His broom was out of control. Hermione's voice trembled with urgency as a realization dawned upon her. Her eyes darted across the audience until they landed on the staff area. Ron, Neville, it's Snape. Look at Snape. He has fixated on Harry, murmuring incantations. It must be him. He is casting a curse on Harry's broom. Without waiting for a response from the other two, Hermione sprang to her feet, pushing through the crowd towards the staff area with swift determination. She had to find a way to thwart Snape. However, just as she neared the passage beneath the staff area, a figure blocked her path. Draco Malfoy had, unbeknownst to her, left the sidelines and stood at the entrance to the passage, his pale face now etched with panic and urgency, too consumed by the spectacle to confront Hermione directly. Move aside, Malfoy. Malfoy shot a frustrated glance at Hermione, his mind preoccupied with the chaos above, his eyes fixed on the uncontrollable broom, his heart racing. All the brooms, whether belonging to the Slytherin team or Gryffindor, had been enchanted for safety by Draco himself, albeit under Roy's supervision for the most fundamental safety mechanisms. If Harry were to be injured in front of everyone due to a broom malfunction, Roy might very well expel him from the alchemical tower immediately. His father would undoubtedly be gravely disappointed, Malfoy could nearly perceive the cold demeanor of Roy, who would likely remark, "It seems you truly lack the talent for alchemy, Mr. Malfoy." "What now, Draco?" Crabbe and Goyle hastily followed, their eyes darting between the perilous scene of Harry above and the pallid countenance of Malfoy. "Shut up!" Malfoy snapped impatiently, his gaze sweeping towards the players' tent adjacent to them, where several spare training brooms were stored. Gritting his teeth, he sidestepped Hermione and dashed inside. The tent was deserted. Presumably, all the students had gone to the stands to watch the match. In the corner, spare brooms and maintenance tools were neatly arranged. Crabbe and Goyle hurried in, panting and perplexed. "Draco, what are you doing?" they inquired, astonished to see Malfoy grasping a broom. "You fools! Of course, I'm going up," Malfoy replied, exhibiting considerable agitation. "But your health," Goyle expressed his concern. Malfoy hesitated briefly. Madame Pomfrey had mentioned he was mostly recovered but advised a few more days of rest. He then lifted his gaze toward the sky, where Harry Potter was spinning wildly on his broom, precariously close to falling. "Damn Potter! Damn broom! Damn task!" A flicker of conflict crossed Malfoy's eyes, yet he was ultimately overwhelmed by a more potent obsession concerning his future. The broom in his hand was the sturdiest-looking Comet 260, and without further hesitation, he bolted from the tent, mounted the broom, and propelled himself off the ground. Whoosh! "Merlin! Look!" Lee Jordan's voice brimmed with disbelief. "Malfoy! Draco Malfoy! He's taken off! What does he intend to do?" The crowd erupted in astonishment, all eyes fixated on this astonishing spectacle. Malfoy, maneuvering the Comet 260, drew near to the wildly spinning Nimbus 2000 that was on the verge of tossing Harry off. The high-altitude winds buffeted Malfoy's slender frame, causing him to sway precariously, just as the Nimbus 2000 jolted violently one last time, nearly dislodging Harry's grip. Malfoy surged from the side, risking collision with the out-of-control broom, and extended his right hand to seize Harry's slipping wrist. "Hold on tight." Malfoy's voice trembled with tension and effort. Remarkably, the instant Malfoy grasped Harry's wrist, the tumultuous Nimbus 2000 seemed to hit an invisible pause. The violent jolting and spinning ceasing abruptly, hovering in midair. Harry, still shaken, leveraged Malfoy's pull to execute a swift maneuver, resuming a stable position on his broom. Breathing heavily, he gazed at Malfoy's pale, sweat-drenched face and said, "Thank you, Malfoy." A hint of embarrassment washed over Harry as he averted his gaze. Avoiding direct eye contact with Malfoy, Malfoy recoiled as if scalded, casting a venomous glare at Harry, a peculiar flush of anger suffusing his pale visage. His voice, sharp and cutting, sliced through the air. "Silence, Potter. Do not flatter yourself. Who would come to your rescue? I am merely here to ascertain whether my alchemical enchantment has been compromised by your foolishness. If you wish to plunge to your demise, do not implicate others." With that, he turned his back on Harry, maneuvering his Comet 260 with a stiff posture, hurtling towards the ground at an astonishing speed, as if fleeing from a contagion. Harry stood frozen, watching Malfoy's hasty retreat, a tumult of emotions swirling within him. Meanwhile, a slight chaos ensued at the staff table. At the very moment Malfoy dashed out to confront Harry, Professor Quirrell, wringing his fingers nervously, emitted a short, involuntary whimper. His body slackened abruptly, collapsing from his seat like a marionette severed from its strings, crumpling to the floor. His purple turban askew, it revealed a small patch of pale, perspiring forehead. At that moment, Hermione Granger, breathless and frantic, rushed to the foot of the teacher's dais. Witnessing the scene of Professor Quirrell's sudden collapse and the startled exclamations from the professors, she skidded to a halt, her face draining of color, eyes wide with terror and disbelief. Had she, in a moment of desperation, unconsciously cast a leg-locking curse towards the teacher's table? Though intended for Snape, had her aim faltered, striking Professor Quirrell instead? Hermione gazed at the unconscious Quirrell, then darted her eyes around to the astonished faces of the professors, particularly Snape's cold, scrutinizing gaze, rendering her paralyzed with fear, tears brimming in her eyes, unable to utter a word. At that moment, a warm hand rested gently on her trembling shoulder. Instinctively, Hermione looked up to meet Roy's gentle, ocean-like blue eyes. He offered her a reassuring, even encouraging smile, his voice soft yet clear, reaching her ears and those of the surrounding professors. "It's all right, Hermione. We all know it was unintentional. Do not be afraid. Professor Quirrell merely, perhaps, became overly excited by the match and fainted from anemia. He certainly will not hold you accountable. Professor McGonagall shot a disapproving glance at Roy before comforting Hermione, saying, "This is not your fault, Miss Granger, do not worry." Then, turning to Roy, she inquired, "Roy, why did you suddenly strike Professor Quirrell?" Hermione exclaimed, "Huh?" Chapter 44, Harry's Extraordinary Adventure, Part 1. In the office of the Hogwarts headmaster, an oppressive silence hung in the air. The swirling silver instruments emitted a monotonous whir, while Fawkes shifted uneasily on his perch, observing the two seated across from one another. Dumbledore, positioned behind an immense desk, spoke in a low, disapproving tone. To reveal your suspicions before Quirrell is akin to illuminating a dark corner with a bright lantern. Roy, he will burrow deeper into concealment or grow increasingly perilous. Our plan requires patience. We must draw the serpent from its lair rather than startle it. Roy raised his gaze towards the window. The surface of the Black Lake resembled a smooth mirror, the moonlight scattering into countless silver scales upon it. He did not immediately retort. His shoulders tensed slightly. After a moment, he turned around, his face devoid of anger, possessing instead an almost indifferent calm. Albus, in alchemy, certain reactions must be controlled, pursuing the optimal solution. Yet sometimes, the reaction spirals out of control and an explosion looms. You tell me, should I patiently await the theoretical optimal solution, or act immediately to push aside the one standing before the magical circle? He did not wait for Dumbledore's response. His gaze fixed upon those penetrating blue eyes that seemed to see into the soul. For me, the answer is unequivocal. The safety of a student outweighs the ephemeral possibilities of 100 or 1,000. Quirrell dares to unleash a troll within a castle full of students, and to cast curses upon Harry's broom in plain sight. Who knows what he will attempt next? I must make him aware that a sword hangs over his head. Should he dare to move, that sword shall fall. This is merely a form of protection. Dumbledore gazed deeply into Roy, as though seeking to penetrate his calm facade and uncover deeper truths. "Roy," he began slowly, his voice imbued with inquiry. "Do you care so deeply for these students because you genuinely value each life? Or is it because you're now a professor at Hogwarts? A role that compels you to care? Is your motivation rooted in your heart or in a sense of obligation?" Roy's lips curled slightly, revealing a smile that was neither fully a grin nor a frown. He stepped forward, pausing before the desk, leaning slightly forward, his oceanic blue eyes meeting Dumbledore's scrutiny unabashedly. "Albus," his voice remained calm, yet bore the chill of tempered ice. "Does the origin of one's intent truly matter? When a doctor saves a patient, is it because of an innate compassion or because his profession demands it? Is it significant? Do you believe that only through the purest and most selfless love can one save another? That intervening with a modicum of selfishness renders the tragedy permissible? It is you, Albus." Roy's gaze sharpened, as if piercing through Dumbledore's carefully maintained facade of tranquility, who prides yourself on your global perspective, orchestrating events in the name of a greater good. Do you believe that because you see further and aim higher, you inherently possess the authority to dictate the fates of others? That you can decide who should bear risks, when, where, and in what manner, even to the point of sacrifice? Is your goodness tainted by an arrogance of control? Dumbledore leaned back, resting against the chair, his head tilting slightly upward. After a moment, he suddenly smiled. "Roy, when you were younger, your views on power and purpose were far more extreme than mine. In pursuit of alchemical perfection, for those ultimate questions of alchemy, you caused Ariana's death." Roy's voice, though not high, cleaved through the silence of the office like a cold bolt of lightning. This was not a question, but a statement, a weighty truth heavy enough to freeze the air. Dumbledore opened his mouth, seemingly poised to refute, to justify, to condemn Roy's cruelty. Yet ultimately, no words escaped his lips. "We have all paid the price." Silence enveloped the entire room. The flames in the fireplace flickered, casting light upon two pairs of azure eyes, equally vivid yet fundamentally opposed in their stances. After an indeterminate period, Roy suddenly spoke. "If you insist on using Harry Potter as bait to lure the venomous serpent Voldemort, then for Merlin's sake, at the very least, provide him with the means to protect himself. A savior exalted to a pedestal, who cannot guarantee even the basic safety of flying on a broomstick. is indeed the most perilous of situations. When one's abilities cannot uphold their title, they cease to be bait and become mere prey, laid bare upon the chopping block. Dumbledore regarded him intently. What do you intend to do? I have an idea. The corridors of Hogwarts Castle exude a languid warmth in the afternoon. Yet Harry Potter felt no sense of ease. He had just been intercepted at the entrance of the common room by Neville, the chubby boy wearing an unmistakable expression of concern. Harry, Professor Amichell asked me to relay a message, Neville whispered. He said there's an issue with your last assignment in alchemy, the floating runic combination. He wants you to see him in the alchemy tower as soon as possible. Harry's heart sank. An issue with the assignment? Although Professor Amichell usually appeared gentle, often adorned with a reassuring smile, his words lacked the sharpness of Snape's barbs. However, students who had attended his alchemy classes privately shared a consensus. In matters of academia, particularly in the intricate and perilous realm of alchemy, this new professor exhibited an almost rigorous severity. His gentleness resembled the calm surface of the ocean, concealing formidable rocks beneath. Being scrutinized by his half-smiling blue eyes was far more unnerving than enduring one of Snape's tirades. With a heavy heart, Harry returned to the common room, where he found Hermione engrossed in the details of a spell and Ron deep in contemplation over a wizard's chessboard. Ron, Hermione, we're doomed. Harry's voice carried a hint of desperation. Professor Amichell is looking for me. He said there's a problem with my assignment. Hermione immediately set aside her standard book of spells, her brow furrowed in concern. Is it the floating runic combination? I remember that combination ISNT particularly complex. Where could you have gone wrong? Was it the connection lines that weren't drawn straight? Or did you mislabel the points of magical infusion? I don't know. Harry admitted, his anxiety palpable. Neville told me there was a problem and that I should go to the tower right away. Well, what are you waiting for? Hermione urged, giving him a push. Professor Amichell may be kind, but he detests procrastination and a lack of seriousness towards knowledge. Harry gazed at Hermione, then at Ron, with a hint of pleading in his eyes. Would you accompany me? He asked. The thought of visiting a professor's office alone, especially under the foreboding anticipation of misfortune, always induced a sense of trepidation and unease in any student. I think I shall abstain. Ron abruptly lifted his head. Startled like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, a fleeting expression of guilt and panic crossing his face. I just remember my transfiguration essay remains unwritten. It's crucial. I must attend to it immediately. His words tumbled out at a rapid pace, his gaze darting restlessly. Ron, Hermione immediately discerned his unease, scrutinizing him with suspicion. What are you avoiding? Didn't you submit your last alchemy assignment without issue? Ron's face flushed crimson, his voice dwindling to a whisper akin to a mosquito's buzz. Well, those days coincided with Harry's Quidditch practices, and I had George assist me with a bit of editing. Oh, Hermione sighed, shaking her head. You're in trouble. Professor Amichell will undoubtedly see through that. He may not have noticed your work yet, but he has already seen Harry's, so yours will likely come under scrutiny soon. With a woeful expression, Ron lamented, that is precisely why I cannot go. What if he happens to see me and remembers my assignment, examining it closely? Merlin, I would be sentenced to detention. Harry, you must go alone. Best of luck, my friend. Just tell him I have a terrible stomach ache. Excruciating. Upon finishing, he seized his wizard chess set and darted toward the boys' dormitory stairs like a startled rabbit, vanishing in an instant. Hermione watched Ron's hasty retreat, a mix of exasperation and amusement evident in her demeanor. With a resigned sigh, she turned to Harry, her eyes brimming with sympathy yet devoid of solutions. Well, I need to find Professor Flitwick shortly, so it seems you must go alone, Harry. Don't worry too much. It may just be a minor issue. Professor Amichell is not unreasonable. Harry surveyed the empty staircase and then met Hermione's encouraging gaze. Taking a deep breath, fortified by a sense of tragic valor, he embarked on the solitary journey to the Alchemy Tower. The tower loomed in the most secluded corner of the castle's northwest, even more profound than the main fortress. The massive oak door stood firmly shut, the indistinct Latin inscription above it seemingly imbued with an ancient weight in the shadows. Harry raised his hand, his fingertips brushing against the cold door knocker. Before he could exert any force, the door glided open silently, as if it had been awaiting his arrival all along. Chapter 45. Harry's Extraordinary Adventure, Part 2. The towering glass F.A. Ade glimmered with a chilling light under the setting sun, the streets wider than one could imagine. filled with vibrantly colored cars emitting piercing honks as they sped by. Enormous electronic billboards hung on the building's exterior, flashing dynamic advertisements and news updates. Harry wandered aimlessly through the streets. He had been meandering in this unfamiliar locale for an entire afternoon. The moment he pushed open the door to the Alchemy Tower, his vision blurred, and he suddenly found himself on the streets of this entirely strange city. He felt utterly disconnected, as if he had been excised from one painting and abruptly affixed to another. The good news was that the language spoken here was English, and Harry soon spotted the stars and stripes fluttering in the street, leading him to realize he must be in America. The cold sent a shiver down his spine. It was then that Harry became acutely aware of his Hogwarts robes, which stood out starkly amidst a crowd clad predominantly in dark puffer coats and heavy overcoats. His black cloak and crimson and gold scarf appeared particularly incongruous and almost ludicrous. Several passers-by cast curious, astonished, and even slightly mocking glances his way. "Look at that kid. Isn't Halloween long past? What a weirdo." The faint whispers drifted into his ears, causing Harry's cheeks to flush with embarrassment. He instinctively wished to shed the conspicuous robe, opting instead for the sweater beneath. However, as he unfastened the buttons, a biting gust of wind pierced through the fabric, raising goosebumps on his skin. It was then that he regretted not recalling that Hogwarts robes were imbued with basic warming charms. Without it, he could hardly withstand the chill of this foreign street. Reluctantly, he tightened the robe around him, raising the collar in an attempt to shield his face, his heart heavy with helplessness and panic. He wandered through this place, which he would later learn was called Brooklyn, for an entire afternoon. Hunger gnawed at him like a dull knife in his stomach. He spotted street vendors selling an array of tantalizing foods, hot dogs, pretzels, while windows displayed mouth-watering pizzas and loaves of bread. Yet, his pockets contained only a few galleons and sickles, and he could not find a single dollar bill among his belongings. He attempted to use magic, but the spells he had learned as a first-year student were insufficient for the intricate task of conjuring human currency, and he had no idea how to locate the magical community in America. For the first time, Harry pondered why Transfiguration did not include lessons on transforming wizarding currency into its human equivalents. As twilight descended, streetlights flickered to life, and the city's neon signs began to blink, only deepening Harry's sense of cold and isolation. He needed to find a way to procure food or seek warmth. Yet he was utterly at a loss. He attempted to communicate with the locals, but perhaps due to his accent, each time he spoke, he was met with requests to slow down or inquiries about what he meant. Just as he felt the weight of despair settling in, a commotion at the street corner caught his attention. A remarkably large man with flowing golden hair, clad in what resembled a theatrical costume of simple leather armor and a shirt, stood on the curb, shouting animatedly at the pedestrians and vehicles around him. "Heimdall, I know you can see me. Open the Rainbow Bridge. I command you. I am Thor Odinson, Prince of Asgard. I shall not be exiled to this diminutive, fragile Midgard world. Father, can you hear me?" The passers-by hurriedly sidestepped him, regarding him with the eyes of those who might look upon a madman or a drunkard, quickening their pace to avoid him. Harry's heart tightened, instinctively sensing that this individual was likely unhinged. He was already burdened with enough troubles and wished to avoid any further complications. Lowering his head and tightening his robe, he resolved to swiftly circumvent the figure across the street. However, he was so preoccupied with evading the burly blonde man and battling the biting cold and gnawing hunger that he failed to notice a shadowy alley nearby, where several young thugs, clad in hoodies with restless eyes, were either standing or crouching. Suddenly, a collision occurred. Harry, caught off guard, crashed directly into one of the tall, slender youths wearing a hood. "Hey, are you blind, you little brat?" The struck youth shoved Harry forcefully, causing him to stumble precariously. The other thugs quickly closed in, around 4 or 5 of them, their eyes clouded, exuding an exhilarating yet menacing aura, with a faint scent of marijuana lingering in the air. They had just indulged in drugs, and Harry's unexpected encounter became their outlet for aggression. "Look at this. A lost little wizard?" Another thug sneered, reaching out to tug at Harry's tie and robe, mocking his attire. "Get lost." Harry, both startled and furious, slapped away the thug's hand and instinctively reached for his wand beneath his robe. His heart raced. "Oh, you got some spirit?" The previously struck tall youth's gaze turned vicious as he swiftly produced a black handgun from his waistband its cold metallic sheen glinting under the streetlight, and pressed it against Harry's forehead. The chilling sensation froze Harry's blood in an instant, every hair on his body standing on end. Merlin, a gun, a muggle weapon. He had witnessed its lethal power while watching television at the Dursleys. It could easily take a life. Its speed might rival that of the killing curse. He wasn't even certain if the shield charm could withstand it. His mind raced, desperately conjuring every protective spell he could recall, but overwhelming fear rendered his thoughts nearly paralyzed. And the hand gripping his wand trembled slightly beneath his robe, cold sweat soaking his back. Hand over everything valuable. Hurry, or I'll put a hole in your head. The thug with the gun snarled menacingly. His companions erupted in eager, sinister laughter, encircling Harry. Just as he believed his fate was sealed, a thunderous voice boomed from across the street. Stop, you vile Midgard worms. How dare you bully an unarmed boy, like a human tank? The burly golden-haired man charged towards them with astonishing speed, radiating an unstoppable force. He gave the thugs no time to react. With a single punch, he sent the gun-wielding youth flying. He truly flew. The thug crashed against a nearby brick wall like a rag doll, sliding down softly, and the handgun slipped from his grasp, clattering to the ground. Immediately, the golden-haired man launched into action, striking with the swiftness of lightning. With a flurry of punches and kicks, accompanied by the sickening sound of bones breaking and the anguished cries of thugs, he deftly dispatched the remaining assailants surrounding Harry, leaving them writhing on the ground in pain. The entire encounter lasted no more than a minute, like a man who had swatted away a few bothersome flies. The golden-haired warrior dusted off his hands and turned to the utterly dumbfounded Harry. With a furrowed brow, his blue eyes ablaze with righteous fury, he seemed to retain a semblance of sanity amidst the chaos. Are you all right, kid? He inquired, surveying Harry's peculiar attire, though his voice remained booming. A note of concern crept in. Those ruffians didn't harm you, did they? Harry, mouth agape, stared at the sprawled and moaning thugs on the ground, then at the man before him, who appeared as if he had stepped out of a myth. His mind momentarily short-circuited. Chapter 46, Harry's Marvelous Adventure, Part 3. Harry glanced at the groaning thugs, then back at the golden-haired giant who claimed to be a prince of the gods. Gradually, his bewildered thoughts began to settle. Regardless of the man's mental state, the fact remained that he had just saved Harry's life. Moreover, in such an alien, frigid, and perilous environment, having a seemingly formidable companion, albeit one whose sanity was questionable, was certainly preferable to being alone. I'm Euphina. Thank you for saving me, Harry stammered, striving to infuse steadiness into his voice. He scrutinized Thor's thin, dusty leather armor and shirt. Aren't you cold? Thor puffed out his chest, attempting to maintain the regal demeanor of a prince, but an untimely chill swept through, causing him to instinctively draw in his neck. Irritated, he waved his hand dismissively. What is this little cold? On the ice fields of Jotunheim, I once. His words were abruptly interrupted by a loud grumble from his stomach, echoing distinctly in the now silent street corner. Thor's expression shifted to one of embarrassment. Observing his discomfort, Harry felt a flicker of camaraderie. Indeed, the cold was inconsequential. He tightened his school robe and sighed in resignation. But the sensation of hunger is truly dreadful. I haven't eaten since the afternoon. Thor nodded in deep agreement. His tone dulled. My friend, you speak the truth. Hunger is a challenge even the warriors of Asgard cannot overlook. I have been stripped of my divine powers by my father and banished to this realm called Midgard, unable to summon my weapon, Mjolnir. At present, I am no different from an ordinary mortal. His blue eyes shimmered with a mixture of loss and longing for his distant homeland. Upon hearing this, Harry's eyes widened in surprise. You two have been cast here. He then proceeded to share his own experiences with the stranger. Upon listening, Thor's rugged face was initially filled with confusion, only to be illuminated moments later, revealing an exaggerated expression of empathy. He delivered a heavy slap upon Harry's shoulder, the force nearly causing Harry to stagger and fall. How remarkably similar are the threads of fate. Thor's voice boomed like thunder, drawing the attention of several passers-by. You two have been exiled to this desolate land, just as I've been stripped of my divine powers by my father. He brandished his fist, his golden hair billowing in the cold wind, exuding a blend of indignation and theatrical fervor. Harry, rubbing his sore shoulder, gazed at the emotionally expressive giant before him, and his inner trepidation faded somewhat, replaced by a touch of absurd sympathy. He managed a wry smile and shook his head. Well, I actually think you might be worse off than I am. He gestured to himself. Although I am unsure how I arrived here, it seems I can still wield magic. He was uncertain whether it was wise to casually demonstrate magic in this unfamiliar place, but at least it was his trump card for survival. Magic? Thor's thick brows rose high, his blue eyes brimming with unmasked skepticism and pity. He leaned in closer, scrutinizing Harry as if he were a pitiable child spouting nonsense. Little one, how could a mere mortal wield true magic? Those are merely tricks that deceive the eye. He straightened his back, pointing to his broad chest with his thumb. I am of the true divine lineage, and had my powers not been stripped away, I would show you what true divine power entails. Harry felt somewhat exasperated, despite being raised by the Dursleys, who instilled in him a belief that magic did not exist. He had long since become immune to the notion that mortals could not wield magic, especially after receiving his letter from Hogwarts on his 11th birthday. The stubbornness of this divine prince rivaled that of Uncle Vernon. I am serious, Harry attempted to explain. I come from, a world of wizards. We learn magic from a young age. Hogwarts is where we are taught to harness it. He noticed the look of a child in dire need of help on Thor's face becoming more pronounced and decided to abandon the argument. Debating with someone who firmly believed himself to be a god of thunder, yet had lost his hammer, about the existence of magic seemed futile. Never mind. I need to find a way back. As long as I can return to Britain, locate Hogwarts or the Ministry of Magic, I should be able to resolve this issue. As he spoke these words, he felt a pang of uncertainty. How far is New York from Britain? How would he cross the Atlantic? He had no knowledge of apparition. And where would he find a portkey? Well, regardless of whether you're a prince or something else, Harry said, rubbing his empty stomach, we need to be practical. We need food. Do you have any money? Like dollars? Thor looked utterly perplexed. Money? Can Asgardian coins be used here? This is all I have. He rummaged through his belongings and produced an ancient-looking coin that shimmered with a peculiar luster. Harry, in a state of despair, pressed his forehead with his hand. He surveyed his surroundings, his gaze landing upon a brightly lit convenience store at the corner, wafting the enticing aromas of hot dogs and coffee. A bold, albeit somewhat embarrassing, idea emerged. Taking a deep breath, Harry lowered his voice and whispered to Thor, I have a notion that might procure us some food. Thor immediately redirected his attention, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Speak. A warrior of Asgard fears no challenge, not even a hunt for Midgardian sustenance. Not hunt, Harry sighed, feeling as though communicating with Thor was akin to conversing across species. You need to appear a bit more disheveled. Disheveled? Thor looked down at his somewhat worn, yet undeniably fine leather armor and shirt, confusion etched on his face. Why would I want to appear so? Because you don't look pitiful enough, Harry exclaimed, nearly exasperated. He pointed at Thor. Look at you. Tall, mighty, exuding an aura of power, albeit dressed oddly. You hardly resemble someone in need of assistance. He then gestured to himself, whereas he indicated his own attire. In this robe, I look like a freak. If we approach for food like this, they will think we are mad and drive us away. Harry pointed at a few genuine homeless individuals huddled in the corners, wrapped in tattered blankets. Do you see that? We need to appear like them. You must look a tad more destitute, a bit more pitiable. He stepped forward, seizing a handful of dirt and dried leaves from the roadside, and without hesitation, smeared it onto Thor's seemingly expensive leather armor. Hey, what are you doing? Thor instinctively raised his hands to shield himself, but, recalling the prospect of food, restrained himself, merely grumbling, my hair. The beard of the All-Father. This is sacrilege. Silence. Think of fried chicken. Think of hot dogs. Harry urged as he tousled Thor's golden locks, whispering now, you will pretend to be my father? Or perhaps an uncle. In any case, a vagabond. I am your child. We are lost, cold, hungry, and penniless, understand? When we enter, try not to speak. Your accent is too peculiar. Let me handle the conversation, and you simply act weak and pitiable. Thor's face flushed crimson. What? Me, Thor Odinson, Prince of Asgard, future ruler of the 9 realms. Pretend to be pitiable, to beg. Impossible. This is an utter disgrace. Enough. Harry interrupted bluntly, pointing at Thor's stomach, which obligingly rumbled like thunder. What distinguishes you from those homeless souls right now? Do you possess divine power? Can you return to Asgard? Do you have a home here? Any money? Or that? Hammer. A barrage of soul-searching questions pierced Thor's heart like icicles. He opened his mouth to retort, but found himself unable to utter a single word. Stripped of his powers, devoid of Mjolnir. In this unfamiliar Midgard, he truly owned nothing, not even a shelter to shield him from the elements. The pangs of hunger gnawed at his pride like the fiercest of adversaries. The tantalizing aroma of fried chicken wafted through the air once more, causing Thor's Adam's apple to bob vigorously. Ultimately, the craving for sustenance, or rather, the instinct for survival, overwhelmed the dignity of Asgard. Very well, Thor managed to utter through gritted teeth, his voice low and laden with humiliation. He endeavored to bend his proud spine and let his shoulders droop, attempting to mimic a feeble demeanor. Yet the result resembled a robust lion striving to fit itself into the mold of a frail lamb, appearing remarkably awkward. Harry, observing Thor's pitiable facade, felt an inner calm, even stifling a chuckle. Nevertheless, he nodded, saying, "That will suffice. Just refrain from speaking later. Remember, we are but a pair of pitiful, lost wanderers, father and son, or perhaps uncle and nephew, but we certainly do not resemble either." They adjusted their appearances. Harry ruffled his robe further, smudging his face with dirt to enhance the disheveled effect. Thor, with his tousled golden locks and armor dusted with debris and dried leaves, strained to maintain that contrived frail posture. They inhaled deeply, embracing a sense of solemn determination akin to that of warriors approaching the battlefield, and pushed open the tinkling glass door of the convenience store, stepping toward the cashier, who regarded them with cautious vigilance. The scent of food was tantalizingly close, yet their success hinged entirely on Harry's eloquence and Thor's masterful performance. In his heart, Thor silently prayed that Odin was not watching. This was indeed a most humiliating predicament. Chapter 47. Harry's Marvelous Adventure. Part 4. The glass door of the convenience store jingled shut, effectively muting the cacophony of the cold wind outside, leaving only the slightly greasy warmth of heated air mingling with the scent of fried food. Instantly, Harry and Thor became the center of attention. The rotund white proprietor behind the counter, clad in an oil-stained shirt, his belly nearly bursting from beneath his apron, scrutinized them with murky, weary eyes filled with disdain and suspicion. "Get out!" His voice rang like a broken bell, dripping with unmasked loathing, denying Harry even a moment to speak. "Damn homeless! Take your little brat and scram. Don't dirty my floor. This isn't a charity station." A heavy weight settled in Harry's chest as he quickly summoned the most pitiful expression he could muster, striving for compassion. "Sir, please, we are merely what? Here, to steal something? Or do you wish to sully my goods with your filthy hands?" The owner interrupted harshly, spittle flying from his lips. "Look at you, reeking of garbage. Get out, now, immediately, or I shall call the police." He pointed toward the door, waving his hand as one might shoo away a fly. Thor Odinson, the god of thunder from Asgard, even stripped of his divine powers, bore an innate pride that burned as fiercely as a blazing furnace. In Asgard, who dared speak to him in such a manner? Not even the most despicable frost giant from Jotunheim would dare to refer to him as refuse. The boss's foul stench and repulsive, filthy hands ignited a spark akin to the ignition of a fuse, instantly detonating Thor's pent-up humiliation, hunger, and fury that had been suppressed throughout the day. "How dare you!" A thunderous roar reverberated through the small convenience store, causing the items on the shelves to tremble. Thor's eyes widened, his golden hair seemingly bristling with rage. The facade of weakness he had carefully maintained vanished, replaced by the ferocity of an enraged lion. With a sudden stride forward, his colossal fist, slicing through the air, struck the cash register with tremendous force. Crash! The acrylic barrier of the register shattered, scattering coins, receipts, and chewing gum in all directions. The boss screamed in terror, his corpulent frame recoiling like a startled pufferfish, knocking over a row of potato chips behind him. "You wretched Midgard worm! You have insulted the dignity of Thor Odinson." Thor bellowed, reaching over the shattered counter to seize the greasy collar of the boss's shirt, effortlessly lifting his hefty body off the ground. "Let me go, you madman! Help! Robbery!" The boss flailed his short, stubby arms in panic, emitting cries akin to a slaughtered pig. "Thor, stop, please!" Harry shouted desperately, attempting to pull Thor back, but the latter's strength was beyond his capacity to sway. The convenience store descended into chaos. Shelves toppled, and products clattered to the floor. Other customers screamed in terror, rushing for the exit. Outside, someone shouted, "Call the police! Hurry!" The blaring sirens approached with astonishing speed. Harry's heart plummeted. Thor, we need to flee. Everyone freeze. Hands in the air. Let him go. Now, or I will shoot. Two tall New York police officers in deep blue uniforms burst in, their guns aimed squarely at Thor, who was still hoisting the shopkeeper. Upon hearing the threat of gunfire, Thor hesitated momentarily. He recognized the peril of such weapons. Yet, his furious gaze remained fixed on the terrified boss dangling in the air, who had soiled himself, showing no intention of releasing his grip. He has insulted the prince's honor. He must pay the price. Thor, put him down. I beg you. They will truly shoot. Harry's voice trembled with urgency, pulling at Thor's arm with all his might. Perhaps Harry's plea had some effect, or perhaps the chilling threat of the officer's weapons finally overshadowed his rage. Ultimately, Thor begrudgingly discarded the limp boss onto the scattered chips and shards of glass as if he were disposing of refuse. Don't move. Get on the ground. Hands on your head. The police commanded sharply, their guns unwavering. Harry complied immediately, understanding that resistance would only exacerbate the situation. He lay on the cold floor, the chill seeping through his robe, his heart filled with despair. Thor stood resolutely like a mountain, his chest heaving violently, with disheveled golden hair and eyes ablaze with indomitable fury. Warrior of Asgard, I shall never kneel in surrender to the enemy. He stubbornly glared at the officers. Get down. This is your final warning. The officer's finger tightened on the trigger. The atmosphere charged to a breaking point. Thor, get down. Listen to them. Harry shouted urgently, his voice trembling. Thor gazed at Harry's anxious face and then at the gun, which could unleash deadly flames at any moment. Ultimately, a profound sense of humiliation overwhelmed the pride of the Prince of Asgard. Gritting his teeth, he slowly lowered himself to the ground, his expression a painful display of dignity being thoroughly violated, like a lion forcibly subdued. Reluctantly, he lay down, placing his hands behind his head. Cold handcuffs snapped around Harry's slender wrists, while another pair encircled Thor's robust wrists, which appeared as though they could easily be broken. They were ushered into a police vehicle, departing from the chaotic convenience store. The owner shouted indignantly from behind, "My store? Make them pay." At the temporary detention center of the New York City Immigration and Customs Enforcement, they found themselves in a narrow, cold cell pervaded by the scent of disinfectant. The walls were a ghastly white, and the floor was gray concrete. In one corner stood a stainless steel squat toilet and a similarly fashioned small sink. Two rigid metal benches were affixed to the walls, serving as makeshift beds. Harry and Thor sat side by side on the frigid metal benches, the handcuffs temporarily removed. Yet red marks lingered on their wrists. It's all your fault, Harry lamented, hugging his knees, his voice echoing in the empty cell. I told you to run, but you had to fight that fat guy. Look where we are now. We've been caught. Who knows how they will treat us? He remembered he was an undocumented minor without even a passport, and the thought of being discovered by the mundane government sent chills down his spine. Thor crossed his arms, a look of defiance on his face, though his bravado had noticeably diminished, his stomach growling audibly. Oomph. It's this wretched hunger that weakens me. We're Midgard as mortal officers to me. If I were well fed, I could easily fell 10 of them. He struck his solid arm, producing a dull thud, as if to validate his claim. And what would you fight with? Your empty stomach? Harry retorted with irritation, casting him a sidelong glance. They have guns. Those things can kill. They're much faster than a wand. You've lost your powers, so stop trying to be a hero. Thor felt a pang of realization, recalling the threat posed by the dark barrel of the gun, which could not simply be resisted by brute strength. Yet, he remained obstinate. A warrior of Asgard would rather die in battle than flee in the face of insult. This is honor. What do you, a mere child, understand? Can honor serve as sustenance? Can it liberate us from these confines? Harry was nearly exasperated to death by Thor's obstinacy. He surveyed the frigid cell, a wave of despair washing over him once again. What are we to do now? Will they send us back to England, or shall we remain imprisoned here indefinitely? He dared not entertain the direst of outcomes. At that moment, the heavy iron door of the detention room creaked open. An expressionless staff member, clad in uniform, entered, bearing 2 trays. Each tray held a rectangular box sealed with plastic wrap. Dinner, the staff member uttered dryly, placing the trays on the iron table before the two and turning to leave, the door locking with a resounding clang behind him. Harry and Thor exchanged glances, each detecting an element of surprise and a flicker of hope in the other's eyes. They nearly lunged toward the table. Harry tore open the plastic wrap, revealing a dry piece of white bread, a small portion of suspicious-looking meatloaf, overcooked peas, and a small box of juice. Thor's portion was decidedly more substantial, with a larger piece of bread, a thicker slice of meatloaf, 2 scoops of peas, and a bigger box of juice. Though the meal appeared far from appetizing, it was a veritable feast for the famished duo. Thor eagerly seized the hefty meatloaf, biting into it with gusto, chewing the oddly textured, overly salty concoction while mumbling, "Though this is leagues inferior to the banquets of Asgard's golden palace, at least it fills the belly." He swallowed contentedly, tearing off a large chunk of bread to stuff into his mouth, the gloom on his face seemingly dissipating with each bite. "Look, lad, at the very least, we won't be sleeping on the streets tonight. There's a roof over our heads." He gestured toward the ceiling of the cell. Harry cautiously took a bite of his bread. Although dry, it was indeed sustenance. He nibbled at the bland meatloaf, feeling a little warmth return to his cold body with something in his stomach. Meanwhile, Thor devoured his meal with remarkable speed, licking his fingers in satisfaction and patting his slightly distended belly, lowering his voice dramatically, perhaps out of fear of being overheard. "Once this prince regains his strength, this tiny iron cage will not contain the warrior of Asgard. I shall take you out." Harry observed Thor's bravado, then glanced at the red marks still lingering on his wrists and the sturdy cell surrounding them, sighing in resignation as he continued to nibble on his bread. Though the future was uncertain, at least they would not suffer hunger or cold tonight. As for escape, Harry mused that perhaps it would be wiser to pray for a more amiable immigration officer come morning. The faces of Hermione and Ron flashed through his mind, along with the warm hall of Hogwarts, and his nose inexplicably tinged with a hint of sorrow. Chapter 48, Harry's Marvelous Adventure, Part 5. The cold metal bench was unyielding to Harry's bones, yet the satisfaction from the meal and the fatigue enveloped him and Thor, lulling them into a deep slumber. Clearly, the beds at the Immigration Detention Center were not designed for comfort. In his dreams, Thor was still mumbling about shattering the glaciers of Jotunheim. Meanwhile, Harry dreamt of soaring freely on his Firebolt 2000 over the Quidditch pitch at Hogwarts, only to be caught by the enormous wings of Snape's bat. As the sunlight streamed through the narrow iron bars of the high prison walls, both were abruptly awakened by the blinding light and the cacophony of footsteps echoing in the corridor outside. Thor shot up suddenly, his abrupt motion nearly toppling Harry from his seat. He vigorously shook his head, his golden disheveled hair fluttering like a lion's mane. Surveying their surroundings, Thor quickly grasped their predicament. "Harry, we cannot remain in this disgraceful cage any longer. The enforcers of Midgard have no right to imprison a prince of Asgard." Harry rubbed his sleepy eyes, feeling the aches coursing through his body. He gazed into Thor's blue eyes, which rekindled with an indomitable fire, a sense of foreboding settling in his chest. "Oh no, the glutton has had his fill and is ready to stir up trouble again." "I know, Thor," Harry sighed, attempting to placate him, "but there are police outside and guard with guns. We cannot just charge out, charge out." Thor erupted with laughter, as if he had heard the most amusing joke. He stood up abruptly, his towering frame nearly touching the ceiling, and thumped his now more pronounced chest. "Look at me, the mightiest warrior of Asgard. Though I may temporarily be without my divine powers, my strength is unmatched by these mortals. Once fed, I could easily sweep aside 100 of these guards as if they were mere straw." He made a grand sweeping gesture, as if truly casting aside an army. "And what of you? Did you not claim to possess magic, little sorcerer?" Thor looked down at Harry, his eyes brimming with encouragement, or perhaps provocation. "Use that little wand of yours to conjure some smoke, or make them dance. Just like in the storybooks. We burst forth, and you return to your school, while I seek my Mjolnir." Harry regarded Thor, contemplating the humiliation he had endured the previous day when forced to kneel before a gun. The absurdity of it all left him at a loss for words. Yet, Thor's words ignited a spark within him. He had to return to Hogwarts. He could not remain here to be labeled as an illegal immigrant or a lunatic. A resolute determination surged within him. Harry drew his wand, inhaling deeply. "Very well, but we must act swiftly. We charge out and run. You cannot linger in battle, Thor. Remember, our goal is to escape." "Huh, now that sounds like a plan." Thor laughed heartily. A voice from the corridor bellowed, "You inside. Quiet down." But Thor was undeterred. He approached the sturdy iron door of the cell, gripping the frigid bars with all his might, his muscles taut and bulging, veins throbbing ominously upon his neck. "Let me out," he bellowed, the sound reverberating like thunder, as Thor unleashed a formidable surge of strength. The iron bars, forged from high-strength alloy and as thick as an infant's arm, emitted a disconcerting creak under Harry's astonished gaze. Two bars were forcibly bent outward, contorted into an opening barely wide enough for a person to slip through. "Quickly, Harry! Crawl through!" Thor gasped, beads of sweat forming on his brow. For the weakened Thor, prying apart iron bars with bare hands was no trivial feat without hesitation. Harry nimbly squeezed through the distorted gap. Thor followed closely, his imposing figure widening the opening further, producing a jarring metallic scrape. The blaring alarm instantly resonated throughout the detention center, flashing red lights frantically. "Prisoner escape. Repeat. Prisoner escape in the sector." The corridor echoed with the shouts of guards and the sound of hurried footsteps. "Come on, Midgard guards. Let the mightiest warrior of Asgard, Thor Odinson, show you what true combat is." Like a frenzied bear, Thor charged down the corridor, colliding with two armed guards rushing to the scene. "Halt! Raise your hands!" The guards shouted nervously, brandishing their batons. Thor needed no weapon. He was like a tiger among sheep, with a hand as large as a paddle. He seized one guard's arm and hurled him into the other approaching guard. Bang! The two collided with a scream, tumbling together as the baton flew far from their grasp. Next, Thor roared with exhilaration, striding forward like an out-of-control humanoid tank. Harry trailed behind, anxious and fearful, his heart racing at Thor's reckless approach. As smoke swirled, in a moment of desperation, he cast a spell at the fire sprinkler heads above the corridor. With a whoosh, cold water mixed with white powder for extinguishing fires, due to Harry's lack of control over the spell, gushed from several nozzles. The corridor was instantly engulfed in a white haze, visibility plummeting. The pursuing guards were drenched, coughing and disoriented. "Well done, Harry!" Thor shouted in delight, seizing the opportunity to knock down another guard who was groping his way closer. Facing numerous obstacles, Harry directed another spell at a guard emerging from a corner. The guard stumbled as if a banana peel had suddenly appeared beneath his feet, falling clumsily to the ground. Thor thrived in the chaos, rampaging through the confusion. He picked up a metal trash can from the corridor and, like a bowling ball, sent it crashing into a line of oncoming guards. Once again, he pulled out the cabinet housing the firefighting equipment, wielding it like a shield to deflect several blows from police batons, leaving the metallic cabinet dented and battered. Meanwhile, Harry, in a fluster, desperately attempted to cast the few spells he had mastered. Wingardium Leviosa. One guard's hat soared to the ceiling. A burst of brilliance. A sudden flash of light dazzled another guard's eyes. Stupefied, it seemed he had misused the incantation, yet the guard did indeed fall, clutching his mouth, perhaps merely startled. The immigration center descended into utter chaos. Papers swirled through the air, the blaring alarms mingled with the guards' cries and curses. Immigration officers, dressed in suits and ties, clutching their briefcases, panicked and fled, their screams echoing throughout the hall. A senior official, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses and immaculately combed hair, peered from his office, just in time to witness a guard being struck against the wall by a metal chair hurled by Thor, causing his glasses to fall and eliciting a terrified scream. God, do the laws of physics not exist? Quick, call for special reinforcements. This is no ordinary fugitive. Thor and Harry, amidst their fray of destruction, primarily Thor's vigorous attacks, while Harry created the chaos, remarkably broke through multiple barriers, drawing ever closer to the glass doors leading to the outside world of freedom. Freedom was within reach. "Charge!" Thor exclaimed, pointing at the door that symbolized liberty. However, just as they were about to touch the glass, a sharp sound pierced the air. Zap! Several blue beams of electricity, akin to a precise fishing net, shot forth from hidden corners of the hall. Thor reacted swiftly, bellowing as he raised the now mangled metal cabinet before him. The current struck the cabinet, erupting in dazzling sparks and a charred scent. Unfortunately, Harry was not as fortunate. A single beam of electricity struck him with pinpoint accuracy, an overwhelming wave of paralysis engulfing him instantly. Harry cried out in anguish, his wand slipping from his grasp as he collapsed to the ground, his body convulsing violently, every hair on end. "Harry!" Thor's eyes widened in fury. Witnessing his companion fall, Thor was seized by rage, wanting to rush to his aid. But more electric beams, like blue serpents, slithered towards them from all directions. Simultaneously, the emergency iron gates around the hall thundered down rapidly, sealing off all exits completely. Several agents clad in black tactical gear, equipped and swift as cheetahs, burst forth from the shadows. Their weapons were no longer batons, but cold firearms. Their movements were synchronized, forming a tight formation that instantly encircled Thor. Though Thor was supremely valiant, stripped of his divine powers and faced with his high-tech electric net and the assault of trained agents, coupled with the need to protect the convulsing Harry on the ground, he found himself in a precarious predicament. He roared, wielding a twisted cabinet as a makeshift shield, toppling yet another oncoming agent. Yet more electric tendrils ensnared his limbs. For Asgard, Thor unleashed a final bellow, striving to break free, but the high-voltage current surged through him in an instant. Even the robust constitution of an Asgardian could not withstand such an intensity of electric shock without the protection of divine power. Thor's imposing form trembled violently. Resembling a bear struck down, his golden hair standing on end, and ultimately, with a roar of defiance, he crashed to the ground, rendered immobile like Harry, leaving only heavy breaths and furious growls in his wake. The target has been subdued. Repeat, the target has been subdued. One adult male, possessing strength far beyond that of a normal human, suspected of supernatural abilities. Another minor male, armed with an unidentified rod-like object capable of creating visual disruptions and physical barriers. Suspected of possessing special powers. Danger level elevated to the maximum. Agent Coulson approached the thoroughly restrained Thor and Harry, crouching down to examine Thor's face. Then picking up Harry's wand, weighing it thoughtfully in his hand, a peculiar smile gracing his features. A voice echoed in his earpiece. "Bring them over, and prepare some hot cocoa for the young one. He appears quite frightened." Several black vans, emblazoned with an eagle emblem, silently halted at the back door of the immigration office. Harry and Thor were cautiously lifted into one of them. The doors closed, isolating them from the chaos outside. The vehicle glided away smoothly, leaving behind a scene of disarray at the immigration center and unsettled staff. Chapter 49, Harry's Marvelous Adventure, Part 6, Cold Metallic Walls. Monotonous, incandescent lights, and a faint scent of antiseptic permeated the air. This place was more upscale than the cells at the immigration office, yet equally stifling. Harry and Thor were seated in two seemingly comfortable chairs, but the specially designed metal shackles on their wrists and ankles tethered them to the floor, unmistakably declaring their status as prisoners. Thor bowed his head, his golden locks cascading down to obscure his face. His broad shoulders sagged slightly, no longer embodying the spirited Asgardian prince, but resembling a lion ensnared in a trap, stripped of all its pride. "Harry," Thor's voice was hoarse, shattering the silence with an unprecedented sense of despair. "I once believed that even without my divine powers, I, Thor Odinson, remained one of the mightiest warriors across the 9 realms." He lifted his gaze, his blue eyes brimming with confusion and self-doubt. "Yet it appears that I cannot even manage to care for myself on this Midgardian planet. I've caused trouble, engaged in battles, and been imprisoned, even dragging you into this mess, Harry." He looked at Harry, his eyes reflecting genuine remorse. "Had I not insisted on confronting that food vendor, perhaps we wouldn't have found ourselves in this predicament. It seems I am forever bringing you trouble." Witnessing this once self-assured man reveal such vulnerability stirred an unsettling feeling within Harry. He shook his head, striving to make his voice sound more relaxed. "Do not say that, Thor. This cannot be entirely blamed on you. Anyone, when suddenly thrust into a completely unfamiliar place, penniless and grappling with a language barrier, would find it exceedingly difficult. If we were like those tourists, possessing, say, an American visa and enough dollars to afford a hotel and indulge in food at our leisure, none of this would have transpired." Thor fell silent for a moment, seemingly digesting Harry's words. He sighed, his gaze drifting towards the bare metallic walls, as if he could penetrate them to glimpse the distant starry sky. "You are a remarkably considerate companion, Harry," he suddenly remarked, his tone tinged with a complex sentiment. "I have a brother named Loki. If only he could possess even half, no, a mere 10th of your candor and kindness." "You have a brother?" Harry inquired with curiosity. "Indeed," Thor nodded, a bittersweet smile of resignation and nostalgia gracing his face. "A brother. Yet, Alas, he has taken great delight in tormenting me since childhood. I adore snakes, and he would transform into one, only to revert at the moment I bent down to pick him up, delivering a swift blow. At my significant celebrations, he would dye my hair a vibrant green, and on one occasion, he impersonated me and nearly sparked a war in Jotunheim. By the father of the gods, he has caused more trouble than you have encountered in your entire life. As Thor recounted his tales, an unmistakable brotherly exasperation seeped into his voice. Harry listened wide-eyed and was soon engulfed by a profound sense of resonance. Merlin's beard, he exclaimed. This sounds strikingly familiar. I have a cousin named Dudley Dursley, who has made it his life's greatest pleasure to bully me. He snatches my toys and chases me relentlessly. Each year, he receives a plethora of gifts on his birthday, while I am left with nothing but an old sock from him. He and his band of friends even bestowed upon me the nickname Poor Potter. Once the floodgates of their shared grievances swung open, they found it impossible to restrain their mutual lamentations. Loki also employs illusions to embarrass me before the entire Asgardian nobility, such as compelling me to perform ridiculous dances. Thor added indignantly. Dudley steals my aunt and uncle's pudding and then accuses me of the theft. Harry retorted, equally agitated. Loki deceived me into thinking our mother was calling me, only to surreptitiously transform me into a croaking frog. Dudley locked me in the cupboard and played terrifying recordings of horror films to frighten me. They exchanged grievances, each recounting tales of their troublesome brothers, as if participating in a competition to determine whose sibling was the more insufferable. In that cold, unfamiliar cell, these two individuals from disparate worlds, with vastly different statuses, unexpectedly discovered a remarkable common language due to their shared experience of troublesome relatives, and the atmosphere grew increasingly animated. However, once all the complaints and humorous anecdotes, now amusing in retrospect, had been voiced, a deeper silence and the weight of reality surged back to the forefront. The vibrant atmosphere cooled swiftly. Harry leaned back against the chair, gazing at the soft illumination of the ceiling, his eyes becoming vacant. Thor, he inquired in a whisper, a subtle tremor lacing his voice. What will this SHLD do to us? Will he perish here? He recalled the films he had seen on the Dursleys' television, depicting secret prisons and human experiments. The faint spark of vitality in Thor's expression faded. He gravely shook his head, his enormous hand unconsciously tightening around the armrest of the chair, the metal emitting a slight groan. I do not know, Harry Potter. The changes on Midgard have been monumental. My father never spoke of such an organization. Their weapons and methods are foreign to me. Yet, by the name of Odin's son, I vow that as long as I draw breath, I shall not allow them to harm you. His tone was resolute, despite the uncertainty that loomed over him. Both men fell into silence, engulfed by an unknown dread of the future. At that moment, there was a soft click. The heavy, seemingly seamless metal door of the cell slid open quietly to one side. A middle-aged man, impeccably dressed in a black suit with a tie, his hairline slightly receded and his demeanor gentle and refined, entered. He wore a professional smile that was perfectly calibrated, holding an electronic tablet in his hand. It was the very agent who had ordered their transfer. He stepped into the center of the room, his gaze sweeping over the tense Harry and the still vigilant yet visibly disheartened Thor. Good afternoon, gentlemen, he said in a warm, courteous tone, as if they were engaged in a business meeting rather than imprisoned. It seems you have been having quite the discussion. Harry and Thor stared at him anxiously, remaining silent. The man, unfazed, glanced at his tablet before lifting his head, smiling as he announced, the paperwork has been finalized. Someone has provided you with a guarantee and covered the necessary fees. You are free now. Free? Harry and Thor simultaneously froze, disbelief etched across their faces. Where do we go? Harry asked hurriedly. Coulson shook his head. Wherever you wish, but you cannot remain here. It would be wise not to wander too far. If you're caught by immigration again, your luck may not hold. Chapter 50. Harry's Extraordinary Adventure 7. The doors of S.H.I.E.L.D. closed slowly behind them, returning the chilly, bustling air of New York's afternoon to Harry and Thor. The two men stood on the sidewalk, somewhat dazed, as if they had just awakened from a bizarre dream, yet the red marks on their wrists from the specialized restraints served as a stark reminder of their reality. Free? Harry murmured to himself, struggling to grasp the veracity of the situation. He pinched his arm. It hurt. Thor took a deep breath. his chest rising and falling as he attempted to reclaim some of the princely demeanor of Asgard, but an untimely gurgle from his stomach shattered the moment. He anxiously rubbed his stomach, his gaze drifting toward an appliance store at the street corner, adorned with a massive screen. The screen broadcasted urgent news, featuring a beautiful female anchor with a serious expression. Breaking news regarding a bizarre falling incident near the town of Puerto Antiguo in New Mexico. The military has completely sealed off the area. Witnesses reported that the fallen object was not an ordinary meteorite, but rather a hammer-shaped entity that could not be moved by any means. Experts suggested that this could potentially be an unknown Mjolnir. Thor's exclamation startled an elderly lady walking by with a poodle, causing her to stumble. He abruptly grasped Harry's shoulder, excitedly pointing at the screen with such force that Harry winced. "It's my hammer. Harry, do you see it? It's waiting for me." Thor's blue eyes sparkled with unprecedented fervor, dispelling all traces of frustration and despondency, leaving only ecstatic urgency. "I must go there immediately." Harry, dizzy from Thor's vigorous shaking, felt a surge of joy for his friend. "That's wonderful, Thor. Will you regain your powers with the hammer?" "Absolutely," Thor declared emphatically. "Once I grasp Mjolnir, the power of thunder shall once again be mine. Then, tearing through space to send you back to your magical school will be a mere trifle." He mimicked a casual ripping motion, exuding confidence. Back to Hogwarts. This promise made Harry's heart race. He glanced around at the unfamiliar surroundings and gritted his teeth. "All right, I will go with you." After all, he was currently penniless and alone, and accompanying Thor to New Mexico was far better than wandering aimlessly in New York. "Huh, good brother." Thor clapped Harry on the back with such force that he nearly toppled over. "Let's embark." "Wait." Harry winced, rubbing his sore back, and quickly caught hold of Thor, who was about to stride westward. "Where's New Mexico? How far away is it?" Thor halted, his expression one of incredulity. "You'll find out when we walk." Harry suppressed the urge to roll his eyes and forcibly dragged Thor to a nearby newsstand, pointing at the hanging map of the United States. "Please, let us take a look first." The two leaned over the map, their fingers moving gradually westward from New York State, traversing a maze of state lines and city names, until they finally located New Mexico in the southwest, which appeared to be quite expansive. "Found it! Right here!" Thor exclaimed excitedly. Harry struggled to locate the scale in the bottom right corner of the map, estimating the distance from New York to New Mexico with his finger, then gasped in shock. "By Merlin's beard, is it approximately 750 miles? Thor clearly had little comprehension of miles, but he could discern from Harry's expression that this was not a short distance. 750 miles? Is that a lot? How long will it take to walk there? A month? 2 months? He pondered the speed at which he could traverse the distance after losing his divine powers. "Walk over?" Harry's voice escalated to a higher pitch. "By the time we arrive, our hair will have turned white, and there are deserts, mountains, and rivers in between. We have no money and no vehicle. How can we possibly go?" Thor stroked his chin, his golden brows furrowing in deep contemplation. After a moment, he suddenly clapped his hands together, startling the vendor at the newsstand, and revealed an expression of sheer brilliance. "Eureka! We can take the metallic serpent of Midgard. I have seen them. They race swiftly across the ground." "A metallic serpent?" Harry paused for a moment, then realized, "You mean a train?" "Yes, precisely that." Thor beamed with pride in his own cleverness. "Let us find a serpent heading west and burrow into its belly. Let it carry us away." Harry found the plan rather crude, yet it seemed to be the only feasible option at hand. It was certainly more realistic than attempting to traverse the North American continent on foot. "All right, but first we need to locate the train station and ascertain which train heads west." Harry began to think aloud. "I recall Pennsylvania Station is the busiest in America. We could head there." However, Thor could hardly contain his excitement and seized Harry by the arm, exclaiming, "What are we waiting for? Just head west when we see it and jump aboard. One step at a time. Warriors of Asgard never fear the unknown journey." Meanwhile, at SHIELD, Agent Phil Coulson lowered his binoculars and rubbed his brow, turning to Roy Mitchell, who appeared to be merely passing through, for a cup of coffee. "Sir, I must reiterate, is it truly acceptable to let them go like this?" he inquired. That individual named Thor single-handedly dismantled 3 reinforced doors at the immigration office and injured 7 guards. And that boy, his abilities, though seemingly some form of illusion, are also quite perilous. Allowing them to roam the streets of New York is reckless. Roy leisurely sipped from his paper cup. The taste far inferior to the house elf brewed tea from Hogwarts. He smiled calmly. Relax, Phil. That hulking brute is essentially a simple-minded, somewhat naive. His thoughts revolved solely around combat, glory, and retrieving his hammer. Harry is a good lad. They won't stir up any significant trouble. Coulson, however, remained unconvinced, but they lack common sense in this world and are severely short on funds. Hunger and desperation can easily drive one to reckless actions. Roy set down his cup and regarded Coulson meaningfully. Thus, I have instructed Flint to follow them. There will be no issues, rest assured. At that moment, the miniature communicator in Coulson's ear crackled to life. He focused intently for a few seconds, his expression shifting to one of incredulity intertwined with a hint of amusement. He lowered his hand and turned to Roy, his tone somewhat dry. The tracking team has reported. They had just climbed over the barbed wire fence of the Pennsylvania freight yard and boarded a freight train that had just departed for Albuquerque, the largest city in New Mexico. Upon hearing this, Roy did not express concern. Rather, he chuckled softly and shook his head. See? I told you so. The simpleton and the clever child. At least they're headed in the right direction and being thrifty. He picked up his coat and stood up. Well, my coffee is finished. The rest is up to Flint and you all. Ensure they arrive safely in New Mexico without alerting the train driver. Coulson watched Roy's nonchalant departure with a resigned sigh and picked up the communicator. This is Coulson. Notify Flint that the target has boarded. Task update. Maintain covert surveillance throughout. Ensure the target's safety and provide basic sustenance assistance if necessary. Repeat, do not let the target discover you. The rumbling of cold steel wheels grinding over the rail joints produced a rhythmic, thunderous noise. Harry and Thor were squeezed into a corner of a car filled with automobile tires, the frigid night wind howling through the gaps of the carriage. Thor attempted to make himself comfortable with a few empty tires, but to little avail. He gazed out at the swiftly retreating, increasingly desolate scenery and sighed. It's quite inconvenient not to have divine powers. In the past, a mere 759 miles would have been traversed in the blink of an eye. There would have been no need for such suffering. Harry curled deeper into his cloak, desperately trying to absorb the meager warmth from its enchantment, his teeth chattering slightly. Listening to Thor's complaints, he internally agreed. Indeed, it's fortunate that we consulted the map. Had we followed your suggestion to walk, we might still be lost in some forest in New Jersey. The freight train, like an unyielding steel serpent, thundered onward towards the distant southwest, bearing with it a grumbling former god of thunder and a shivering young sorcerer. Chapter 51. Harry's Marvelous Adventure, Part 8. The 5-day journey aboard the freight train could hardly be described as comfortable. The cacophony of clanging and clattering was incessant. The cold metal carriage offered no solace, and the night winds sliced through the gaps like knives. They subsisted on the meager rations of compressed biscuits and bottled water. Thor firmly believed this was a gift from Odin, struggling to sleep in contorted positions, their bodies feeling as though they had been dismantled. Finally, they managed to stealthily disembark at a desolate little station, only to confront the vast, arid wilderness of New Mexico. Fortunately, after thumbing a ride along the dusty roadside, a kindly old cowboy driving a battered pickup truck, headed for a ranch near Puente Antiguo, offered them a lift. Observing their disheveled appearance, the old cowboy generously shared some hard bread and beef jerky with them. As the taillights of the pickup truck faded into the dust, leaving them on the outskirts of Puente Antiguo, Harry and Thor appeared to need no further disguises. Thor's once resplendent golden locks had dulled to a dreary gray, tangled and speckled with unknown debris. His Asgardian armor was shrouded in a thick layer of dust, its edges worn and battered, resembling an artifact unearthed from some medieval ruin. The traces of sweat and dried mud marred his face, yet his blue eyes burned with a stubborn light, ignited by the proximity of his goal, sustaining his weary, massive frame. Harry, in a far worse state, found his Hogwarts robes transformed into a shade of grimy charcoal, the hem torn by a sharp metal fragment from the train. His spectacles were smeared with fingerprints and dust, rendering the world a blur. His hair was a disheveled nest, his complexion pale, and his lips cracked from dehydration. Each step felt as though his legs were leaden, each movement a Herculean effort, held together only by the faith of returning to Hogwarts. It was just ahead. I can feel it. MJ, Lenore calls to me, Thor exclaimed, pointing towards a distant area enclosed by makeshift barriers and camouflage tents, his voice hoarse from excitement and fatigue. He strode forward with great strides, nearly dragging his body along. Harry followed behind, stumbling through the soft sand, his lungs straining. At last, he could bear no longer. He stumbled and collapsed onto the scorching sand, his face pressed to the ground, devoid of the strength to move even a finger. "Merlin!" Harry groaned, the grit scratching his face, but he was too weary to lift his head. In the past, when I read the thrilling adventures of thief mage Castor, I yearned for such excitement. Now, I realized that lying in the warmth of Hogwarts, listening to the fat ladies sing, and savoring the house elf's syrupy pies is the true epitome of happiness. He longed for everything within the castle, even the potions class with Snape and the antics of Filch and Mrs. Norris. His only hope now rested on Thor swiftly retrieving that cursed hammer, regaining his divine power, and then, as promised, whisking him back home. He closed his eyes, almost able to smell the aroma of roasted beef wafting from the great hall. At that moment, he heard Thor's incredulous roar, filled with anguish and despair. "No, this cannot be." Harry's heart sank, and he struggled to prop himself up on his elbows to look ahead. There stood Thor at the center of a vast, impact-formed crater. At the bottom lay Amichell, an ancient and weighty short-handled hammer, quietly resting. Thor gripped the hammer's handle with both hands, his muscles taut to their limit, veins bulging in his neck. His face flushed with exertion. He summoned every ounce of strength, emitting a primal roar as he attempted to wrench the hammer from the stone in which it was embedded. Yet, the hammer remained immovable, as if it were not merely a weapon, but rather a part of the very planet, entrenched there since time immemorial. Why? Why can't I lift it? Father, what is the meaning of this? Thor could not accept this grim reality. He frantically endeavored time and again, employing every conceivable angle and posture, even using his feet to push against the nearby stones for leverage. Yet his hammer, which was rightfully his, seemed to have forsaken him entirely, remaining utterly unresponsive. Harry, equally astonished, scrambled down the sandy slope to the pit's bottom. "Thor, what's wrong? Is it broken?" "It's not broken," Thor exclaimed, abruptly releasing his grip and staggering back a couple of steps, his face etched with despair and bewilderment, as if the very world had crumbled around him. "It's that I am unrecognized. My father does not acknowledge me." The immense blow rendered this formidable man looking precariously unsteady. "Let me try." Harry, undeterred, extended his hands to grasp the hammer's handle, his fingers barely able to encompass it, and he strained with all his might. He exerted himself to the utmost, his small face reddening, yet the hammer did not budge, even slightly. What was happening? Harry was equally bewildered. After enduring countless hardships, traversing nearly 2,000 miles, was this the outcome? The hammer lay tantalizingly close, yet beyond their grasp. They were stranded, unable to return home. The two beleaguered companions paced around the hammer like ants on a hot skillet. Thor attempted to recite various incantations from Asgard, which sounded akin to an ancient aria, while Harry even tried to cast a levitation spell at the hammer with his wand, uttering Wingardium Leviosa and several other charms he knew. All proved futile. The hammer lay there, silently mocking their impotence. "It's over, completely over." Thor slumped down beside the hammer, engulfed by a profound sense of frustration. Even his striking blue eyes lost their luster. "I can no longer return to Asgard. I cannot help you, Harry." Harry, too, sank to the ground, tears unspilled. The greater the hope, the deeper the disappointment. Not only could he not return to Hogwarts, but he also found himself accompanying this once mighty god of thunder, now adrift in purpose, in a desert of despair. Just as the two sat in silence, enveloped by hopelessness and the rumbling of their empty stomachs, a jarring alarm suddenly pierced the air throughout the restricted zone. Red warning lights flashed frantically. Unauthorized intrusion. Repeat. Unauthorized intrusion in the restricted area. All units, pay attention. A legion of agents clad in tactical S.H.I.L.D. uniforms surged in from all directions, swiftly surrounding the pit, their dark muzzles and energy weapons once again trained upon them. However, this time, Thor and Harry lacked the strength or inclination to even look up. Thor was consumed by the profound sorrow of being rejected by his hammer, while Harry's mind was clouded with despair over the impossibility of returning. The two remained unresponsive, offering no resistance, akin to quails utterly defeated by fate, having relinquished their struggle. A few agents cautiously descended into the pit, producing restraint devices. Thor and Harry allowed themselves to be handcuffed, resembling two dreamless, despondent souls, as the agents hoisted them, one on each side, and dragged them away from this heart-wrenching place. Thor's gaze remained fixated on the hammer at the bottom of the pit, a weighty object that seemed impossible to lift, until his line of sight was completely obstructed. Harry, in a state of numbness, stared blankly at the ground, yearning for a place to rest, hoping that upon awakening, he would find that all of this was merely a dreadful dream. Chapter 52, Harry's Wonderful Adventure, Part 9, The Temporary Base of S.H.I.E.L.D. The heavy canvas shielded them from the biting cold of the New Mexico night, yet it rendered the air inside stifling. Harry and Thor were seated in two folding chairs, their wrists still shackled in cold metal. Outside the tent, the rhythmic footsteps of patrolling agents and the occasional whisper of radio transmissions could be distinctly heard. Thor hung his head low, his golden locks cascading down to obscure his expression. He seemed utterly devoid of spirit. The previous arrogance, confidence, and even that reckless vitality had vanished, leaving behind a profound sense of despondency. He stared at his shackled hands, unmoving, as if he could glean his lost future from the metallic glint. Harry's mood weighed heavily upon him, akin to being burdened by lead. Observing Thor's state, he felt a pang of sorrow. He licked his cracked lips, attempting to shatter the suffocating silence with words. Perhaps Thor still had other means? His voice was barely a whisper, and he himself found the sentiment feeble. Thor did not lift his gaze. His voice was hoarse and hollow, as if emanating from a great distance. You do not understand, Harry. That is not an ordinary hammer. It is Mjolnir, the emblem of the god of thunder's power. Only those deemed worthy may wield it, and now it has forsaken me. He slowly raised his head, his blue eyes devoid of their usual brilliance, filled instead with profound anguish and confusion. I am no longer the god of thunder. I cannot return to Asgard, nor can I assist you in returning to Hogwarts. We are both stranded. These words fell like the final straw, shattering the remnants of hope within Harry's heart. Indeed, they had endured countless hardships to arrive here, their sole hope resting upon that hammer. Now, with the hammer beyond their grasp, everything seemed rendered meaningless. He too fell into silence, lowering his head to gaze at his tattered robes and soiled shoes, his nose prickling with tears, longing to weep. The tent echoed only with their heavy breaths and the distant sound of patrolling footsteps. Suddenly, a loud bang erupted from outside. What was that? Halt, or we will open fire. The air was pierced by a series of muffled thuds, startled cries, and the sound of bodies collapsing. This was followed by the metallic clatter of weapons hitting the ground and a cacophony of hurried footsteps. Both Harry and Thor, startled by the sudden commotion, lifted their heads, alertly directing their attention to the entrance of the tent. The turmoil was swift, arriving as quickly as it dissipated. Within mere moments, silence enveloped the outside once more. Even the previous rhythmic patrols had ceased. In the next instant, the tent's flap was forcefully thrust open from the outside. Three figures burst into the scene, clad in retro armor that gleamed with a metallic luster, distinctly different from modern Earth styles. They wore heavy cloaks and exuded an air of weary travel and a sharpness that spoke of countless battles. At the forefront was a robust man with short black hair and piercing eyes akin to those of an eagle. Beside him stood an even more imposing figure, a heavily bearded warrior wielding a battle axe. The final member of this trio was a striking blonde warrior, equally adorned in battle gear. Thor, the muscular man, Vandal, spoke first, urgency lacing his voice. We have finally found you. The Nine Realms are in chaos. We need you to return at once. The axe-wielding warrior, Vostag, followed suit with a gruff tone. Indeed, Thor, there is no time to linger. Something grave has occurred. The Allfather Odin has fallen into slumber, and Loki now governs Asgard. We overheard Loki's plan to send the Destroyer to eliminate you, Thor. This would grant him rightful claim to the throne of Asgard. The blonde warrior, Sif, added anxiously, the Destroyer is one of the most fearsome weapons in the treasury of the Aesir. We must take you away from here immediately to hide. Or, Thor finally exhibited some reaction. He slowly, almost painfully, raised his head, his gaze settling on Sif's worried face. Ignoring the news of the Destroyer, he called her name in a voice laden with a heavy weight. Sif. Sif was taken aback. Thor? Look at me, Sif. Thor's voice was soft yet bore the weight of 1,000 burdens. Take a closer look at my current state. The three warriors finally shifted their focus from their urgent quest to find Thor, scrutinizing their friend. Dust-covered, hair disheveled, armor battered, and shackled by crude metal. He resembled a fallen prisoner rather than the resplendent, spirited god of thunder they remembered. Sif widened her eyes in disbelief. Thor? How have you come to be in this condition? Vostag could hardly fathom it. Brother, have you been tormented by these Midgardians? Speak. I shall raise their camp. He brandished his battle axe. Vandal, however, maintained a cooler demeanor, acutely aware of something amiss with Thor's state. Thor, what has transpired? What is wrong with you? Thor inhaled deeply, as if summoning every ounce of strength within him. He raised his shackled hands and pointed toward the direction outside the tent, his voice imbued with profound exhaustion and self-mockery. Did you see the hammer in that pit? The three exchanged glances, nodding in acknowledgement of having seen Mjolnir. Heavily secured when they arrived. I can no longer lift it, Thor stated calmly, as though he were discussing an entirely unrelated matter. An immediate silence enveloped the tent. The expressions on the faces of the three warriors and Sif froze, shifting from urgency and concern to sheer shock and disbelief. What? Vostag was the first to cry out, his voice altered in pitch. Impossible. How could Mjolnir? My father has stripped me of my divine power and exiled me to this wretched place. Thor interrupted him, his gaze vacant, and now even Mjolnir no longer acknowledges me. Perhaps it is not Odin's will, but rather the weapon itself that has chosen to forsake me. He smiled bitterly. Look at me, my friends. I am now but a mortal abandoned by his own weapon, a mere shade stronger than an ordinary Midgardian, utterly powerless. You should return. Tell Loki that there is no need to send any destroyers. I am nothing now. The impact of this news upon the three warriors was greater than hearing of Odin's slumber or Loki's intent to slay Thor. The Thor they revered was the valiant, invincible god of thunder. How could it be that he cannot even lift his own weapon? Just as Sif was about to speak, attempting to rekindle even a flicker of fighting spirit within Thor, a piercing alarm blared, more shrill and urgent than any before, instantly shattering the tranquility of the New Mexico night. In the distance, a heavy, ominous sound resonated, as if a colossal object had cleaved through the night sky and crashed violently upon the vast desert floor. Vandal, Vostag, and Sif's faces turned ashen in an instant. Sif whirled to face the tent's entrance, her voice trembling with fear. He has come. The destroyer has arrived. Chapter 53. Harry's Marvelous Adventure. End. In New Mexico, far removed from the clamor and chaos of the town of Puente Antiguo, lay a desolate expanse. The night wind stirred the sands, caressing the resilient thickets of thorny grass. Several Spider-Men, clad in their iconic red and blue suits, yet distinct in detail, encircled a composed man dressed in a deep blue alchemist robe. This man was Roy. Most of the Spider-Men had lifted their masks, revealing faces etched with confusion, concern, and expressions that questioned what on earth was happening. Hey, listen, Mr. Amichell, a younger voice, belonging to a Spider-Man adorned with a black mesh pattern, spoke first, urgency palpable in his tone. You need to explain yourself. Do you truly know what you are doing? Summoning so many Spider-Men from various corners, claiming to borrow a bit of power? No one has ever dared to do such a thing. Another, more robust Spider-Man, Ben Reilly, whose attire bore a more vintage style and whose gaze was marked by the weariness of experience, crossed his arms, frowning deeply. Amichell, I admire your spirit of exploration into the unknown, but the spider totem is not something you can simply borrow power from. It is the source, the concept, bound to our fates, not a mere battery. What are you truly trying to accomplish? Do you realize that recklessly meddling with this could destabilize not only the entire Spider Alliance, but potentially countless universes? Indeed, my friend, this sounds utterly outrageous. The spider totem is not a bus that one can simply board for a brief ride. The other Spider-Men from various universes nodded in agreement, their voices rising in a cacophony of concern and skepticism regarding Roy's plan. Faced with this anxious assembly of Spider-Men, Roy maintained a serene and gentle smile. He patiently waited for them to quiet down before speaking softly. Relax, gentlemen. He continued in a deliberate manner. I do not intend to interfere with the totem itself. I merely wish to harness a fraction of its emanating power for a small experimental validation. There will be no fundamental harm. I assure you on my character. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the diverse Spider-Men before him. Since the incident with Peter's webbing that brought Ben Reilly to his door, Roy had come to understand that the origin of Spider-Man transcended a mere radioactive spider bite. It was intricately linked to a spider totem that spanned across the multiverse. This implied that such power was not merely a scientific mutation, but entangled with cosmic magic and threads of fate on a deeper level. He had conversed with many Spider-Men, from Peter of Universe 616 to Miles, and from Gwen to Penny Parker. He discovered that while the individuals chosen by the totem varied greatly, there existed remarkable patterns and resonances among them. Roy found it fascinating that not all Spider-Men were Peter Parker, yet they shared certain core attributes: family, experiences, beliefs, and most importantly, character. The totem selection seemed to prioritize essence over origin. That radioactive spider perhaps acted more like a switch, a catalyst, rather than the absolute source of power. Roy intended to test his hypothesis. The outcome mattered little. If he succeeded, it would not only validate his theory, but also yield unexpected benefits. Conversely, if he failed, there would be no significant loss, as he was already operating under a guise of audacity. Thus, he brought Harry from his own world, employing a process somewhat akin to the spell that had initially transported him to this universe, albeit with enhancements to improve stability and precision. As for Harry's return, should he successfully acquire the totem's powers, coupled with Roy's spell, he would undoubtedly find his way back to Hogwarts. If he failed, Roy had contingencies in place. At that moment, a thunderous roar echoed from a distance. Even from afar, they could see a robust beam of energy shooting skyward, briefly illuminating the night. "Good heavens!" exclaimed a rather bookish Spider-Man. "Is there a battle erupting over there? This spectacle is certainly no ordinary weapon. What have you orchestrated, Mr. Amichell?" All eyes returned to Roy, filled with uncertainty and disbelief. Roy gazed into the chaotic sky, his expression remaining innocently serene, and even elegantly shrugged his shoulders. "Me? What can a passing, unarmed alchemist do? That grand spectacle over there, I believe it must be attributed to our esteemed supreme sorceress. She always places great emphasis on efficiency." No sooner had she spoken than a dazzling array of golden sparks began to swirl into existence before the crowd, swiftly expanding into a circular portal. Clad in a resplendent golden robe, the extraordinary bald woman stepped gracefully through the portal. It was none other than the supreme sorceress of Earth, Ancient One. With a casual flick of her hand, the golden portal behind her silently dissipated. She brushed her hands together, as if merely dusting off a speck of dirt, and then turned her gaze to Roy, her tone serene, yet imbued with an all-knowing understanding. "I have redirected the destroyer. The devastation it causes will be contained to a minimum, and the agents of SHLD have been relocated from the core area. The remainder rests in your hands, Roy Amichell." Ancient One's gaze swept over the petrified and astonished Spider-Men nearby, offering a slight nod as a form of greeting. The Spider-Men were bewildered. Ben Reilly, staring at the suddenly materialized Ancient One, and then at the seemingly nonchalant Roy, felt an overwhelming confusion. "Wait, the Supreme Sorceress? What is going on with you, Roy? What are you plotting? Even Master Ancient One has come to your aid?" All the Spider-Men found themselves engulfed in a state of utter bewilderment. The unfolding events had surpassed their comprehension. An alchemist, a minor sorcerer, a Thor of Asgard, a destroyer, 3 valiant warriors from the celestial realm, several Spider-Men, and now the Supreme Sorceress. Wasn't this ensemble a tad excessive for Roy Amichell's modest endeavor? What exactly was he hoping to borrow from the Spider Totem? Chapter 54. Where Do Heroes Go? Part 1. Outside the tent. The suffocating sense of oppression emanating from the destroyer surged forth like a tangible tide. The earth groaned beneath its heavy footsteps, trembling with each step. The SHIEL agents, previously rendered unconscious by the 3 celestial warriors, gradually regained consciousness, only to be met with the sight of the colossal metallic giant exuding an aura of annihilation, advancing step by step. Terror gripped them, and they scrambled to flee, disregarding the prisoners within the tent. Through the lifted tent flap, Harry finally beheld the fabled guardian of Odin's treasury, the Destroyer. Towering nearly 10 feet, it was forged from an unknown dark metal that shimmered with a cold, metallic luster, adorned with archaic and menacing lines. It bore no discernible facial features. Instead, its entire visage was marked by a singular, searing gap that glowed with a fierce orange light, surveying its surroundings with a pure, emotionless will for destruction. Its form was as formidable as a mountain, each step leaving a profound imprint in the dry earth. Its mere presence radiated an overwhelming sense of despairing power. The destroyer, with a casual sweep of its colossal metallic arm, effortlessly uprooted a heavy canvas tent used by S.H.I.L.D. for equipment, casting it aside as one might discard a piece of scrap paper. Instruments and documents scattered through the night sky. Vandal, Volstagg, and Sif gazed at the advancing destroyer, their faces etched with struggle and fear. They understood the terrifying nature of this war machine. Perhaps in his prime, Thor could have faced it, but now they were aware of their dire situation. We must take Thor away. Vandal gritted his teeth, his grip tightening around the hilt of his sword. How can we escape? That monster will not spare us. Volstagg's voice trembled, and even he, a fierce warrior, felt a primal dread in the presence of the destroyer. Sif, observing the increasingly radiant beam of destruction emanating from the destroyer's visage, glanced back at the despondent Thor within the tent. A fierce struggle flickered in her eyes. Ultimately, she stamped her foot resolutely, determination flashing within her. We cannot abandon him. For Asgard. For Thor. We must fight. For Asgard. Inspired by her courage, Vandal and Volstagg suppressed their fears and roared in unison, charging toward the destroyer like moths drawn to a flame. The battle erupted instantaneously. Vandal's sword carved a magnificent arc, precisely targeting the joints of the destroyer. Volstagg's battle axe descended with the force of a mountain-cleaving stone. Sif's spear struck like a viper, seeking the gaps in its armor. Their attacks were swift and valiant, showcasing the exquisite martial prowess of Asgardian warriors. Swords and axes clashed against the destroyer's armor, producing blinding sparks and resounding clangs. Yet, their efforts were utterly futile. The armor of the destroyer was incomprehensibly resilient. Their assaults left not even a scratch. The destroyer, indifferent, continued its steady advance, the orange glow upon its face intensifying. With a casual gesture, the destroyer swatted Vandal aside, sending him crashing into a pile of supply crates, rendered motionless. It then delivered a kick, and Volstagg attempted to block with his axe, only to be sent flying several meters, crashing heavily to the ground, spewing blood, and losing consciousness. Sif, agile in her movements, narrowly evaded a strike, thrusting her spear fiercely toward the glowing seam of the destroyer's face. However, the destroyer suddenly twisted its head, shattering the spear with its indomitable forehead, and retaliated with a punch to Sif's abdomen. She cried out in agony, her body arching as she was hurled back, collapsing at the entrance of the tent where Thor and Harry lay, struggling briefly before succumbing to unconsciousness. In the blink of an eye, the three valiant warriors of the celestial realm were annihilated. Harry witnessed the overwhelming and despairing battle unfold, his complexion as pale as parchment. Gripping Thor's arm, still slumped on the ground, his voice quivered with fear. "Thor, we must flee. That creature is beyond our capabilities. The three of them have all succumbed. Our remaining presence here merely awaits death. We must flee." Thor's body trembled violently. He slowly lifted his gaze, peering over the unconscious form of Sif, to behold the relentless destroyer, akin to a moving mountain, mercilessly crushing all obstacles as it advanced towards them. His eyes swept past the fallen forms of Fandral and Volstagg, ultimately resting upon Sif's pallid visage. Pain, struggle, and a profound sense of bewilderment filled his gaze. Gradually, the bewilderment faded, replaced by an odd, almost serene resolve. He slowly, yet resolutely, pried Harry's grasp from his arm and rose to his feet. His movements were slightly unsteady, yet his spine remained unyieldingly straight. "Harry," Thor's voice was unusually calm, infused with an undeniable strength. "You must run. Leave this place as far away as you can." "What?" Harry could scarcely believe his ears. "Have you lost your mind? You are heading towards certain death. You no longer possess your divine powers. What can you possibly do?" "Scratch it." The destroyer approached ever closer, its visage glowing fiercely, akin to a miniature sun, evidently preparing for another cataclysmic strike. Its target was clear, the tent, or rather Thor within it. Without a backward glance, Thor stepped forward, resolutely moving towards the tent's entrance, positioning his broad back as a barrier between Harry and the destroyer. His voice was deep and distinct, as if not responding to Harry, but rather engaging in a long-overdue self-reflection. "In Asgard, I was revered as the most valiant and fearless warrior. I believed it without doubt. For I am the god of thunder, the prince of Asgard, wielding Mjolnir, summoning thunder, invincible in battle. Yet, I have never contemplated whether my bravery and fearlessness stem from my essence or my divine power, my identity. If one day I lose everything, no longer a god, no longer a prince, reduced to nothing, will I, Thor Odinson, still embody that courageous warrior? He reached the tent's entrance and halted, facing the metallic giant, which exuded an aura of death. The destroyer seemed to sense his intent, its searing orange light fixating on his diminutive figure. Thor slowly turned around, casting one last glance at Harry. The arrogance and confusion that once marked his face were gone, leaving only a tranquility stripped of pretense, even graced by a hint of a relieved smile. Who ultimately is the brave one, the god of thunder of Asgard, the prince, or I, Thor Odinson? Now, I have discovered the answer to this question. The destroyer's face radiated with concentrated light, a devastating beam poised to erupt forth. Thor took a deep breath, abruptly turning around and spreading his arms wide, facing the destroyer, unleashing his final, yet most valiant roar as a mortal. I fight it not for victory, nor to conjure miracles, but because I am Thor Odinson. As his voice echoed, he charged forward like a moth drawn to the flames, recklessly confronting the cataclysmic beam. Rushing toward an adversary he had no hope of conquering. Chapter 55. The Hero's Fate, Part 2. Thor's figure hurtled toward the destroyer, appearing diminutive like a bird flying toward a colossal vessel, embodying tragedy and despair. There was little suspense in the encounter. The destroyer did not even employ its facial annihilation beam. Instead, it casually swung its enormous arm, forged from an unknown black metal, as if swatting away an annoying insect. With a resounding thud, Thor was sent hurtling away by that terrifying force, unable to even graze the destroyer. He soared through the air like a baseball struck with full force, tracing a feeble arc before crashing heavily onto the sandy ground in front of Harry, bouncing slightly before coming to a halt. "Thor!" Harry screamed in agony as he rushed over. Thor lay face down in the sand, his body convulsing violently as he coughed up a mouthful of blood, staining the earth beneath him. His complexion turned ashen, breaths came rapid and shallow, each inhalation accompanied by a dreadful wheeze, revealing the fatal injury to his insides. "Thor! Thor! How are you? Is this truly necessary?" Harry knelt beside him, hands trembling, hesitant to touch him, tears uncontrollably streaming down his face, mingling with the sand that clung to his skin. He had never felt such helplessness and fear. With great difficulty, Thor turned his head, spitting out more blood. His blue eyes appeared somewhat unfocused, yet the corners of his mouth curled into an exceedingly faint, yet resolute smile. "Because I am Thor Odinson." He spoke in a fragmented whisper, almost inaudible. "Father wanted me to understand that I was only brave because I possessed power. Now I shall prove to him that even as a mortal, I'm not one to cower in fear of death." As he spoke his final words, his breath grew weaker, his eyes slowly closing, as if he might cease to breathe at any moment. "Thor, do not sleep. Hold on." Harry, frantic, shook Thor in desperation, striving to keep him conscious, but Thor's breaths grew fainter, life swiftly ebbing from his formidable form. He gazed upon Thor's pale visage, noting the lingering spark of defiance in his eyes, before abruptly lifting his gaze to the metal giant, which was once again gathering its annihilation beam, mercilessly approaching. This could not continue. He could no longer stand idly by as someone so dear fell before him. Taking a deep breath, tears still clinging to his face, Harry's emerald eyes ignited with a resolute determination. He trembled yet stood resolutely, stepping forward with determination, extending his arms to shield the feeble Thor with his own body. He raised his wand, that seemingly laughable and fragile stick, and pointed it defiantly at the seemingly invincible behemoth. Harry's voice quavered with fear, yet resonated with undeniable resolve. "I possess magic. Now, it is my turn to protect you, Thor." With that, he let out a cry, tinged with tears yet brimming with courage, as if to dispel all fear, charging boldly toward the destructor, like a mantis attempting to halt a vehicle, small yet imbued with a fearless will to shatter into pieces. The radiance on the destructor's visage coalesced to a zenith, and a devastating beam of blinding light erupted forth, akin to a spear of judgment, hurtling toward the audacious mortal who dared to challenge it. The threat of death loomed instantaneously, Harry felt as though his blood had frozen, his vision consumed by that blinding, destructive light, rendering everything invisible. However, in that moment of dire peril, his body seemed to awaken with a consciousness of its own. An unprecedented, razor-sharp intuition surged forth. He scarcely had time to ponder before his body instinctively reacted, an exceedingly clumsy yet remarkably effective roll to the side. His movements were astonishingly agile, starkly contrasting his usual demeanor. Boom! The destructive beam grazed the hem of his robe, crashing into the earth behind him and sending clouds of dust and debris soaring. Harry could not discern the attack nor utter a spell. He was driven solely by that sudden, pinprick-like sense of impending danger. He resembled a spider struggling amidst a tempest, sensing peril through invisible threads, executing evasive maneuvers that surpassed his physical limits. Backflips, sprinting, sudden stops, and ground slides, each narrowly escaping the relentless, terrifying onslaught of the destructor. His motions grew increasingly fluid, embodying an eerie, arthropod-like rhythm. Yet, unbeknownst to him, he appeared more like a mortal, instinctively battling for survival, his potential pushed to its utmost limits. Rather than a true Spider-Man. But something vital was still missing. A familiar voice echoed in Harry's ear. Before he could discern its source, a spider, adorned with peculiar patterns, materialized and silently landed on the collar of his neck. Then it bit down fiercely. Ouch! Harry felt a sharp pain at the nape of his neck. Instantly, his consciousness seemed to be yanked from his body, hurled into the vast cosmos. Beneath him, around him, above him, were countless threads shimmering in myriad colors, intricate and ever-expanding, intertwining and separating, forming an immense, vibrant three-dimensional network. It resembled a colossal spider web enveloping innumerable worlds. At the heart of this web looms an awe-inspiring totem in the shape of a spider, composed entirely of pure energy and abstract concepts, lacking distinct facial features. It seems to gaze intently upon everything within the web. Before Harry could comprehend the situation, a chilling and formidable will swept over his body. He felt as though his memories were being swiftly rifled through by an invisible hand. The compartment beneath the dark staircase, Aunt Petunia's shrill voice, the Sorting Hat's proclamation of Gryffindor, the expectant glances and whispers from the wizards at the leaky cauldron, Malfoy's sharp retorts, soaring in the Quidditch pitch. Wandering in this unfamiliar city, cold and hungry, encountering a disheveled Thor who claimed to be the god of thunder, their shared escapades of hopping trains and facing imprisonment. Thor's fearless charge towards the destroyer, and the blood he coughed up before Harry, culminating in that blinding light that nearly engulfed him entirely. The conviction of protection blazed within Harry's soul like the brightest of torches. An unprecedented, boundless torrent of power surged forth, as if emanating from the very origins of the universe, enveloping Harry entirely in an instant. It infused every cell within him, reshaping his flesh, bones, and nerves. In the real world, Harry, instinctively evading with fervor, suddenly found his movements arrested. A barely perceptible aura of energy flickered across the surface of his body. In the next moment, he abruptly lifted his head. He emitted a primal, inhuman shriek, his legs exploding with astonishing strength as he propelled himself off the ground. His body leaped high, as if freed from the Earth's gravitational pull, tracing a perfect arc, soaring to the height level with the destroyer's head, concentrating the entirety of the rebirth and the spider totem's power. Along with all his courage and resolve, he twisted his body, raised his leg, and delivered a spinning kick infused with all his might, striking fiercely at the destroyer's face, ablaze with orange light. Boom! A resounding, thunderous explosion erupted, surpassing any previous collision. A miracle unfolded at this moment. That indomitable destroyer, who had vanquished warriors of the celestial realm and cast Thor aside, was staggered by Harry's kick, imbued with the power of the spider totem, causing its massive head to tilt back, its colossal form faltering for the first time, taking a shaky step backward. Though it was merely a single step, it shattered an insurmountable barrier of power, evoking an unparalleled shock. It worked. Nearby, several Spider-Men, who had been anxiously observing, leaped in unison, exclaiming in astonishment. The power of the totem. It truly is the power of the totem. My God, he actually moved that colossal figure. However, this kick seemed to instantly drain all of Harry's strength. Following the initial surge of the totem's power, he was left utterly exhausted. Harry plummeted from the sky like a marionette severed from its strings. He was falling. The Spider-Man gasped and shot out webs in an attempt to catch him. Yet, someone was swifter. Almost instantaneously as Harry began his descent, a faint crack echoed through the air below him. Roy materialized out of thin air, securely catching the unconscious boy. He glanced down at the lad, who was lost to the world yet breathing steadily, and let out a soft sigh. Roy turned and swiftly carried Harry into a nearby tent, which remained relatively intact. Then, he slowly pivoted to face the destroyer, who had just regained composure, his visage radiating fury. Simultaneously, the figure of Ancient One appeared beside Roy, her vivid yellow robes fluttering in the turbulent, energy-laden winds. "Leave the rest to me." Ancient One's voice was calm, yet imbued with undeniable authority. Roy nodded, his gaze lingering with curiosity towards the tent, as if anticipating something. The Spider-Men gathered around, their expressions a mix of shock and intrigue as they beheld the unconscious Harry and the destroyer, ensnared once more by the golden portal conjured by Ancient One. They stared at Roy in unison. "How did you manage that?" Chapter 56. Christmas Eve morning at Hogwarts bore the crisp chill characteristic of the Scottish Highlands. The crackling fireplace in the Gryffindor common room radiated warmth, yet could not dispel the hazy fog clouding Harry's mind. Seated by the window, he absent-mindedly traced the rough stone wall with his fingers, his gaze fixed on the birds circling above the forbidden forest, while his thoughts drifted to another realm. "Harry?" Ron's voice, tinged with confusion, broke through as he and Hermione approached, breakfast trays in hand. Hermione's keen eyes scrutinized him from head to toe. "Harry, what has been bothering you lately? You seem so distracted." Snapping back to reality, Harry forced a smile, though it felt stiff upon his face. "Me? Me fine. Just a bit tired, I suppose, with the holidays approaching." He lowered his gaze, methodically prodding at the fried egg on his plate with his fork. Harry vividly recalled how he had pushed open the door to the Alchemy Tower, only to be thrust into the icy streets of New York. He remembered the golden-haired, downtrodden figure who claimed to be Thor, the jarring jolts of clinging to a train, the terror of the metallic giant known as the Destroyer in the desert, and Thor's fearless charge alongside his own astonishing leap. Yet, upon awakening, he found himself comfortably nestled in the warm four-poster bed of Gryffindor Tower, with the familiar sights of the Black Lake and castle spires outside his window. Hermione and Ron had said he simply missed dinner, having lingered too long in the Alchemy Tower before being escorted back by Professor Amichell. Was it a dream? A long, vivid dream, with every detail etched indelibly in his memory? Harry discreetly extended his hand beneath the table, his fingertips gently gripping the rough wooden texture below, as if it were destined to be there. He quietly released his hold, his heart thundering within his chest. This was no dream. The first inkling of his abnormality struck him in the washroom. Distracted, he attempted to hang the towel that had fallen to the floor, leaning against the wall, only to find himself suddenly pressed against the ceiling, the cold tiles pressing against his back, nearly causing him to cry out in shock. Fortunately, the washroom was empty that early morning. Like a startled gecko, he clumsily slid down, his heart racing and his back drenched in cold sweat. His strength had become increasingly difficult to control. In potions class yesterday, he had stirred the cauldron's calming potion with his glass rod, as usual, his mind wandering elsewhere. When his hand slipped, crack! The sturdy bottom of the cauldron was punctured cleanly by the glass rod. The green potion began to bubble and spill everywhere. Professor Snape swooped in like a black bat, his cold, dark eyes fixed on the shattered cauldron and the panicked Harry, his lips twisting into a cruel arc. "Harry Potter, what on earth is going on in that feeble mind of yours, as large as a troll's? Or do you believe this pathetic act of destruction will add a touch of theatricality to your dismal potions grade? 10 points from Gryffindor." That chilling voice still buzzed in Harry's ears. At the time, he had been at a loss for words, merely lowering his head to endure the icy gaze. "Harry?" Hermione's voice chimed in again, inquisitive. "Are you really all right? You were lost in thought again. Is the alchemy assignment too difficult?" Harry lifted his gaze to meet hers, taking a sip of pumpkin juice to mask his discomfort, mumbling, "Huh? Oh, it is a bit challenging regarding the rune layering." He caught sight of Hermione's notes, densely packed with alchemical scribbles, and quickly shifted the topic. "By the way, we have alchemy class this afternoon." In the Alchemy Tower, light streamed through the immense windows, casting shifting shadows on the floating rune spheres. Roy stood at the podium, clad in a bright orange robe, elucidating a fundamental energy guiding circuit. His gentle and clear voice resonating throughout the classroom. Thus, when constructing this guiding layer, the curvature at the end of the symbol, lever, must be precise. It determines the fluidity of the energy flow, and any minor deviation could lead to his gaze, like a tranquil lake, slowly swept over the students below, who were either diligently taking notes or deep in thought. Harry's attention lingered on the parchment, where the symbols appeared to dance, yet his mind drifted to the vast desert, filled with swirling sands. What had become of Thor? Had he been taken by S.H.I.E.L.D.? Was the destroyer subdued? Would he truly never return to Asgard? Or was that imposing figure who smiled at him and declared, "I am Thor Odinson"? As Harry contemplated this, a wave of anxiety surged within him. At that moment, he sensed a gaze fixed upon him. Startled, he instinctively grasped his quill and began to scribble haphazardly on the parchment, feigning earnestness in his notes. He felt the gaze linger on him for a brief moment before it gradually shifted away. Roy descended from the podium, beginning to inspect the students' practice. He paused beside Neville, offering a few quiet pointers, which caused Longbottom's face to light up with sudden understanding. He then stopped briefly at Malfoy's desk, critically pointing out that the ending of a rune was not sufficiently crisp. Draco pursed his lips, his cheeks slightly flushed, but unlike before, he refrained from retorting, silently making revisions instead. Moving to Hermione's side, Roy nodded approvingly at her meticulous work. Harry's heart raced. He had hardly paid attention to Roy's earlier instructions. Stealing a quick glance at Hermione's practice board, he clumsily attempted to replicate her work on his own, his fingers stiff with unease. Roy's footsteps halted beside him. Harry felt a tall shadow envelop him from behind. The other's gaze lingered for a moment on the hastily imitated, somewhat disordered arrangement of runes before skimming over Harry's tightly clenched carving tool, his knuckles slightly pale. Time seemed to freeze for several seconds as Harry braced himself for the anticipated critique or inquiry. Yet the expected voice did not sound. Roy merely extended a finger, lightly tapping a crucial point on Harry's board, his tone still gentle. "The connections here need to be stronger, Harry, like this." He did not address Harry's evident distraction, but instead performed a brief demonstration before striding towards the next student. Harry exhaled deeply and silently, his back slightly damp with cold sweat. He quickly focused on revising the rune connection as per Roy's earlier suggestion. After circling the classroom and pointing out issues to several students, Roy returned to the podium. He glanced at the clock on the wall. "All right, time's nearly up," he announced, drawing everyone's attention back. "That concludes today's lesson. It's the final alchemy class before the Christmas holiday. The holiday assignment is the balancing rune you worked on today. Nothing more. Wishing you all a Merry Christmas." Class dismissed. As his words faded, a chorus of cheers erupted in the classroom, with students animatedly discussing their upcoming break, leaving in small clusters. Roy's figure swiftly navigated the winding corridors of Hogwarts, the hem of his deep blue robes stirring a gentle breeze. Outside the castle, the sky had turned completely overcast, leaden clouds hanging low, almost within reach. As he crossed an archway toward the spiral staircase at the other end of the castle, fine, icy white flakes began to drift down from the sky. It was snowing. The first snow of the Scottish Highlands fell quietly and swiftly, soon cloaking the window pane with a delicate layer of white, blurring the twisted, writhing outlines of the willow trees in the distant dark contours of the forbidden forest into a hazy, gray silhouette. Roy's footsteps did not falter. He appeared utterly indifferent to the snowfall as he approached the entrance guarded by the grotesque stone behemoth. "I seek chilled lemon juice," he articulated clearly. The stone creature instantly sprang to life, shifting aside as the wall behind it split in two, revealing a spiraling staircase that ascended into the unknown. Roy ascended until he arrived before a sturdy oak door, pushing it open. The office of the headmaster remained as warm as spring, silverware buzzing and exhaling wispy tendrils of smoke, while the portraits of former headmasters dozed in their frames. Professor Dumbledore sat behind his expansive desk, while Severus Snape loomed like a dark statue, exuding an aura of gloom beside the fireplace, nearly merging with the shadows. Upon hearing the door creak, he turned, his piercing black eyes scanning Roy with sharp intensity. "You are late, Amichell." Snape's voice was low and smooth, laced with habitual impatience. "When do we depart? I trust this unnecessary journey will not consume too much of my time. I have a particularly intricate potion brewing. Tomorrow, Severus, we shall leave tomorrow, Roy interrupted, striding to the fireplace, extending his hand to warm by the flames, as if truly feeling the chill. In Siberia, it is a veritable winter wonderland, capable of freezing one's nostrils solid. Why venture there so early? Do you wish to experience the joy of frostbitten toes ahead of schedule? He shrugged, a rare expression of unabashed disdain crossing his features. Moreover, the wizards there are, for the most part, miserly, with the exception of one who is a veritable hoarder. The last time I attended an alchemy lecture there, do you know how their Ministry of Magic entertained their far-flung guests? With 2 boiled potatoes. Just 2. Not even a hint of butter or salt. By Merlin's beard, I dare say even the house elves in Hogwarts kitchens would weep at such meager hospitality. Roy spread his hands in resignation. Boiled potatoes are, without a doubt, the most detestable food in my life. Dumbledore chuckled softly, his fingertips pressed together. We must foster a greater understanding. The circumstances in that country are rather unique. Their Ministry of Magic has long been marginalized from the mainstream Muggle society, resulting in a sparse, wizarding population struggling for survival. Many essential supplies, particularly food, must be acquired with utmost caution and secrecy from the Muggle world. However, in the Soviet Union, the political climate complicates matters tremendously. The government maintains a conservative and vigilant stance towards the magical community, often bordering on repression. Securing potatoes may very well be one of the few offerings they can provide to guests. Snape let out an almost inaudible scoff, clearly uninterested in the fate of the potatoes or the nuances of hospitality. Thus, Dumbledore continued, his voice taking on a more somber tone, at this year's auction in Siberia. The Soviet Ministry of Magic will present some of their cherished artifacts in exchange for resources necessary to sustain their operations. Masters of alchemy and potion-making from the global magical community will attend. You might see some advantage, he said, casting a deep glance at Roy. Do not forget about the Philosopher's Stone, Roy. The flames in the fireplace crackled, their flickering light reflecting off Snape's impassive profile and Roy's somewhat playful gaze. Outside, the snow fell heavier. Chapter 57. A Christmas journey to Siberia. The heavy snow in the Scottish Highlands had blanketed Hogwarts Castle and the surrounding mountains in a thick layer of silver throughout the night. It was not until noon the following day that the relentless snowfall finally began to thin and ultimately ceased. Sunlight broke through the clouds, casting a cold, dazzling light upon the snow-covered ground. The door to the alchemy tower creaked open, and Roy stepped outside, clad in a thicker, dark woolen cloak edged with an unknown animal's fur, the collar tightly fastened against the impending chill. Severus Snape awaited him at the entrance of the tower, resembling a solid black ice sculpture. His expression was grim, his lips pressed into a thin line, exuding a coldness akin to the surrounding winter landscape. Clearly having waited for some time, Roy appeared oblivious to the frigid glare directed at him, tightening his cloak while speaking casually. Why stand here in the cold? Come inside. Let us use the Floon network. It's the quickest way. With that, he turned and re-entered the tower. Snape's countenance seemed to darken further, yet he remained silent, merely tightening his black robes as he followed suit. Inside the tower's ground floor, the fireplace blazed with a vibrant green magical flame. Without hesitation, Snape seized a handful of Floo powder, stepped boldly into the fireplace, and enunciated the convoluted address. Siberia, Krasnyar's Cry, source of the Yenisei River, Ministry of Magic. With a whoosh, the green flames engulfed him, and he vanished in an instant. Roy shook his head, grasped a handful of Floo powder, and was about to step into the fireplace when a faint, sand-like rustling sound caught his attention from below. He looked down to see the octopus Flint, using its tentacles to nudge his boot, its eyes made of sand gazing up at him. Roy raised an eyebrow, nearly forgetting about him. Do you wish to accompany me? Flint replied, Sir, how many days will you be gone? Roy pondered for a moment, realizing he had no definitive answer. The auction would take place on the first day following Christmas. For now, he was merely going to familiarize himself with the surroundings and catch up with colleagues. He decided to take Flint along, tucking the creature into the pocket of his thick cloak. Then he stepped into the fireplace and scattered the powder of flight. Siberia, Krasnyar's Cry, the source of the Yenisei River, the Ministry of Magic. The Siberian wilderness is both cruel and magnificent. Endless snowfields stretch to the horizon, merging seamlessly with the leaden sky, while the fierce winds whip up the surface snow, producing a haunting wail. Sparse yet resilient coniferous forests, draped in heavy layers of rime, stand silently as if they have endured since time immemorial. The cold here is palpable, penetrating even the thickest garments and piercing to the marrow. This outpost of the Soviet Ministry of Magic, concealed within a seemingly ordinary expanse of forested snowfields, cleverly disguises its entrance as a long-abandoned geological survey station. In stark contrast to the grand, historically rich, or at least tidy magical institutions found elsewhere, this place appears particularly humble and dilapidated. Logically, one would think that wizards endowed with magic should not be this destitute. Yet, the peculiarities of the Soviet context are vividly evident. The extreme isolation from the Mughal society, the repression at an official level, and the acute scarcity of resources, all of these deeply impact the wizarding community here. It seems they have inscribed a style of hardship and simplicity into their magical lives, rendering everything tinged with a sense of makeshift and compromise, as if magic itself cannot entirely erase the feeling of material deprivation. Perhaps it is precisely due to this predicament that the wizards here place great emphasis on camaraderie, maintaining close-knit connections while harboring a complex mix of wariness, inferiority, and a hint of hostility towards outsiders, particularly those affluent wizards from the West. Consequently, many international wizards are reluctant to engage with them, were it not for the considerable buzz surrounding this auction, suggesting that the Soviet Ministry of Magic was reluctantly offering its most treasured possessions in exchange for urgently needed hard currency or resources. It is unlikely that many would venture into this desolate land. Roy and Snape emerged one after the other from a massive fireplace constructed from rough-hewn stones in the main hall of the outpost. The flames behind them quickly returned to their normal orange hue. They were greeted only by a young witch, appearing to be around 15 or 16 years old. Dressed in an obviously ill-fitting, faded old robe, her nose red from the cold. Upon seeing the two professors from Britain, particularly the stern-faced Snape, she appeared quite nervous. Her fingers twisted together as she spoke in halting English, heavily accented, "Welcome, gentlemen. Please follow me." She led them through a dimly lit corridor with rough stone walls. Arriving at the door of a guest room, Roy glanced at his accommodations. The room was rather small, furnished only with a simple hard bed and an old wardrobe. The walls devoid of any decoration, coated with a basic layer of whitewash to prevent dampness. Although it had been cleaned, it could only be described as tidy, bearing no resemblance to comfort. Roy smiled politely at the young witch and gently remarked, "Thank you for your efforts. It's quite acceptable here." His smile seemed to ease the little girl's tension, causing her cheeks to flush gently as she shyly lowered her gaze. Roy casually inquired, "Which masters are attending this auction?" The young witch promptly lifted her head, striving to recall the few names she deemed significant. "There's Mr. Morris from America, Dr. von Heinrich from Germany, and Master Ollivander from Diagon Alley in England." She endeavored to articulate the names clearly. Roy nodded, seemingly indifferent, and asked, "Is Master Nicodemus not attending?" The little witch hesitated for a moment before vigorously shaking her head. "No, sir. I haven't heard his name." "I see. Thank you," Roy replied with another smile. The girl, blushing, hurriedly bowed and scampered away. Snape observed coolly from the sidelines. And only after the witch had departed did he speak in his signature silky yet sardonic tone. "You are quite the eager inquirer, Amichell. Let us hope your social enthusiasm yields us a warmer blanket." Roy offered him a strained smile before shutting the door. He placed Flint's head on the pillow of the hard bed and glanced around the modest yet relatively clean guest room. Roy then walked directly to the window, gazing out at the vast, white expanse of the world, where the wind whipped up snowflakes. He subsequently exited the room. The hall of the stronghold was equally sparse, yet spacious, supported by massive timber beams. Various animal hides and coarse weavings adorned the walls, while a roaring fire in the hearth filled the air with the scent of pine and a precious warmth. At that moment, a dozen or so wizards from around the globe had gathered in the hall, most of them dressed elegantly, standing in stark contrast to the rugged environment. The air was thick with the mingling scent of hushed conversations, cigars, and pipes. Roy soon spotted a familiar figure in the corner near the fireplace, Garrick Ollivander, the proprietor of the wand shop in Diagon Alley, easily recognizable by his signature silver-white hair and moonlit, large eyes. Ollivander was engaged in a low conversation with a French alchemist, who sported a meticulously trimmed goatee and wore a deep purple velvet robe. Roy discreetly moved closer, standing beside a thick wooden pillar, ostensibly admiring a large, somewhat dull-colored bear skin on the wall, while his ears keenly captured their dialogue. "It is truly dire, Igor." The French alchemist shook his head, speaking in a hushed tone imbued with a sense of patronizing sympathy. "I just overheard a local wizard say that there was a severe economic upheaval in the Muggle world of the Soviet Union a few days ago. It seems the entire country's currency has become worthless overnight. Originally, their Ministry of Magic had tried to secretly procure some potatoes and black bread from Muggles. But now that hope has vanished entirely." Ollivander's large silver eyes were filled with concern. "It is dreadful that the wizarding world is troubled over food." "What, their own production?" "Production?" The French wizard scoffed, stroking his beard. "Dear Garrick, this is Siberia, where winter lasts for 8 months of the year. The land is barren, and the harsh climate is such that even the snow weasels cannot survive. The wizards here engage in battles against the Yetis almost annually. How many truly understand the art of cultivation? Not to mention large-scale farming. Their meager yields might barely suffice to fill the gaps between their teeth. I dare say, the supplies in their Ministry of Magic stores could barely sustain the entire wizarding community through this winter. Otherwise, why do you think they're so eager to auction off their ancestral relics? They are utterly out of options, resorting to desperate measures." At this moment, a stout alchemist with a pronounced German accent, Heinrich von Heine, interjected, his tone tinged with a shrewd pragmatism. "Auctioning off items? Will they gain? Money? To them, a galleon may be less valuable than a sack of flour." He surveyed the elegantly attired colleagues in the hall. "We cannot conjure food out of thin air for them." The French wizard, evidently more informed, lowered his voice, brimming with excitement over a newfound secret. "I have heard that the primary format of this auction is barter. They do not seek currency, or it constitutes a mere fraction of their needs. What the Soviet Ministry of Magic truly desires are technologies or items that can fundamentally resolve their issues." "Technologies? Items?" Ollivander inquired, perplexed. "Yes." The French wizard leaned in closer, his voice barely a whisper. "They seek things that can significantly enhance agricultural output. For instance, a potent growth potion formula capable of rapidly maturing crops in extreme cold, or an alchemical array that transforms barren, frozen soil into fertile land. Alternatively, a magical method for efficiently cultivating food on a large scale in this godforsaken Siberia." He spread his hands, contemplating. Addressing the food crisis is their foremost priority. Ancient alchemical manuscripts and rare materials must take a back seat to the necessity of survival. Ollivander shook his head repeatedly. "This is utterly unrealistic, Fran-Ois. Wizards do not dedicate themselves to studying agriculture. That is the realm of house elves and muggle farmers. Our magic is predominantly utilized for combat, healing, alchemy, or wand-making." He instinctively touched the wand box nestled within his robes. Heinrich von Heine let out a derisive laugh. Dripping with disdain, "What a fanciful notion. Cultivating food on a large scale in Siberia? Using magic for farming is nothing but a waste of power and talent. I believe they are so starved that they have concocted such absurd demands." Chapter 58. The Night of the Blizzard, Part 1. The wizards huddled near the fireplace. Whispering among themselves, Sue noticed Roy leaning against a wooden pillar, seemingly admiring the bearskin. His exquisite dark woolen cloak incongruous with the rugged surroundings, and his composed demeanor made him stand out in the crowd. That gentleman, the French alchemist Fran-Ois, squinted, scrutinizing Roy's profile, feeling an odd sense of familiarity. Ollivander followed the direction of his gaze, his silvery eyes lingering on Roy's face for a moment before revealing a look of understanding and a hint of surprise. He gently patted Fran-Ois on the arm, signaling him to wait, then adorned his face with a warm and respectful smile as he approached Roy. "Pray forgive my boldness." Ollivander's voice, imbued with his signature feather-like softness, resonated. "If I am not mistaken, you must be Professor Roy Amichell, the newly appointed alchemy professor at Hogwarts?" Roy turned, a suitably gentle smile gracing his features as he slightly inclined his head. "Mr. Garrick Ollivander, a pleasure to meet you. Your discernment remains as impeccable as ever." It truly is you," Ollivander exclaimed, visibly delighted, as he scrutinized Roy's visage, exclaiming with genuine admiration, "You bear an uncanny resemblance to the young Professor Amichell." It was evident that he held the Amichell family in high regard. "You flatter me, Mr. Ollivander," Roy replied with a smile. his gaze calmly meeting the swiftly converging looks of those around him. Ollivander's greeting rippled through the tranquil atmosphere like a pebble cast into a serene lake. Francois, von Heinrich, and several nearby wizards who had been eavesdropping displayed a range of expressions. Amichell, Francois murmured, his eyes flashing with understanding and caution as he paused his fingers, which were busy twirling his beard. Dr. Von Heinrich's sturdy countenance transitioned from a previously materialistic demeanor to one of scrutiny and evaluation, his brow slightly furrowing. Meanwhile, alchemists and potion masters from various nations exhibited expressions of curiosity, some peering inquisitively, while others regarded him with a subtle detachment and wariness. The surname Amichell carried a certain weight within the alchemical circles, simultaneously embodying strong controversy. Old Amichell's extraordinary alchemical mastery and his research straddling the boundaries of the taboo were well known, and though he had not been officially condemned, the rumors of nearly being apprehended by the Ministry of Magic were far from baseless. These esteemed alchemists, standing at the pinnacle of their respective fields, naturally possessed their own pride and principles, making it difficult to hold pure admiration for a peer, particularly for a young man inheriting such a unique lineage. Their attitudes were notably complex. The atmosphere in the hall subtly solidified for a moment, imbued with an unspoken understanding. Just then, a somewhat stiff yet robust voice shattered the delicate silence, thick with a Russian accent. Esteemed guests. The crowd turned in the direction of a voice to see a middle-aged wizard, clad in a deep gray robe of noticeably coarse material. His face adorned with a dense gray-white beard, standing at the archway leading from the hall to the dining area. He was tall and imposing, yet bore the weariness of prolonged labor, though he now endeavored to muster his spirits. I am Viktor Ivanovich Voroshilov, the Deputy Director of the External Relations Office of the Soviet Ministry of Magic. He puffed out his chest, striving to imbue his voice with warmth. A heartfelt welcome to all who have traveled from afar to our frigid land. He rubbed his hands, reddened by the cold, and continued. Dinner has been prepared. I believe our invited guests have nearly all arrived. Our Minister of Magic has proposed that tonight we gather, indulge in some of our local specialties, and become acquainted with one another. The formal auction will commence promptly at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning in the auditorium. He stepped aside to clear a path and gestured invitingly. His face contorted into the friendliest smile he could muster. This way, ladies and gentlemen, the dining hall is over here. Voroshilov's arrival and invitation momentarily dissipated the subtle tension that had arisen from Roy's identity. The wizards responded in unison, each harboring their own intentions and expectations, and began to move towards the dining area. Some whispered about the earlier discussion concerning the Soviet predicament, while others speculated on the nature of the local delicacies. Humorously considering the renowned potato, Roy also moved with the crowd, and, as he passed a tall window framed with thick glass, he instinctively glanced outside. The snowfall had intensified. Where once the sparse outlines of coniferous trees could be discerned, now a chaotic expanse of white enveloped the world beyond the glass. The fierce wind whipped the feathery snow, battering against the window with a dull thud. In a short span of time, a thick layer of snow had accumulated outside, nearly obscuring the lower edge of the window frame. The only sounds that filled the air were the howling wind and an overwhelming sense of desolation. "Merlin!" exclaimed Maurice, the American potion master, swathed in a thick mink coat. "This snow is truly relentless. Fortunately, we are traveling through the Flu network, or I would be at a loss for how to leave here. I've heard there are extensive anti-disapparition wards in place." The surrounding wizards echoed in agreement, brimming with pride for the convenience of the magical Flu network. The dining hall was slightly warmer than the main hall, with a massive wooden table adorned with a somewhat worn yet clean linen tablecloth. The food had been laid out, and the Soviet Ministry of Magic had evidently spared no effort to host these esteemed guests. Bowls of steaming borscht, though the meat pieces were lamentably scant. Towering heaps of rye bread, several plates of rather muted pickled herring, a small dish of precious caviar, possibly painstakingly brought from the Far East, and the obligatory soft mashed potatoes alongside roasted potato wedges. In this era of extreme scarcity, one might consider it a veritable feast. Roy's gaze swept across the dining hall, and in the shadows of a corner, he spotted an unexpected figure, Lucius Malfoy. The platinum aristocrat was clad in a dark green velvet robe, striving to maintain an air of aloofness even in such a modest setting. Not far away, Roy spotted an elderly man, his hair a silvery white and his features gaunt. The man donned a deep brown travel cloak, archaic in style, yet crafted from exquisite material, with a vibrantly striped scarf casually draped around his neck. At the sight of this man, Roy's heart skipped a beat, and he instinctively considered turning to flee in another direction. However, the elderly gentleman was remarkably perceptive. He detected Roy's gaze almost instantaneously. He abruptly lifted his head, his curious and gentle gray-blue eyes widening in incredulous shock as they met Roy's countenance. "Roy Illas Amichell, is that truly you?" Newt's commander's voice, though not loud, rose slightly in pitch due to his astonishment, thick with the East London accent. "Merlin's beard. It really is you." He hurriedly approached Roy, his eyes fixed on Roy's face as though seeking to confirm a mirage. "How is it that you appear so youthful? Have you succeeded in your experiments?" Roy cursed inwardly and quickly scanned his surroundings, noticing that most individuals remained engrossed in their food and conversation. He realized few were paying attention to their exchange. Instantly, he raised a finger to his lips, signaling an emphatic hush. Newt reached Roy's side, halting abruptly, the astonishment in his gaze unabated, yet his voice dropped to a near whisper. "Roy, what on earth?" Roy swiftly interjected, matching his tone to Newt's subdued volume. "Newt, how did you end up here? Albus never mentioned you would come." Newt chuckled softly. "I arrived on my own accord. I heard reliable reports of a Yeti in this region of Siberia. I've been searching for them for years. This is a rare opportunity." He rambled on, imbued with a childlike enthusiasm. Roy regarded his wrinkled yet vibrant face and sighed in exasperation. "At your age, why venture into such frigid locales? Can't you learn from Dumbledore?" At that moment, Ollivander, Snape, and Lucius Malfoy approached. Ollivander observed Newt and Roy with curiosity, while Snape maintained his customary scrutinizing demeanor. Lucius's gaze lingered on Roy's face for a moment, evidently recognizing him, a flicker of complexity flashing in his eyes. Roy immediately masked his expression, donning a gentle, innocuous smile tinged with a hint of social distance, as though their earlier conversation had never transpired. He quickly instructed Newt, "Keep this to yourself. Don't say a word." Then, he turned naturally to greet the approaching Ollivander. "Mr. Ollivander, how do you find this caviar? It's quite rare to enjoy such a delicacy in Siberia." Roy seamlessly shifted the topic. The wizards predominantly settled according to nationality or familiar circles. Although the long table was laden with food, it was evident that the majority of wizards were not preoccupied with dinner. They stirred the borscht absent-mindedly with their spoons, or symbolically broke off a small piece of dark bread, their gazes occasionally darting towards the elderly minister of the Soviet Ministry of Magic, who sat at the head of the table, clad in a simple gray robe. He appeared weary yet resolute. Eventually, someone could no longer contain themselves. The young wizard Morris, representing the American potion masters, cleared his throat and inquired, "Esteemed minister, we are most grateful for your splendid dinner. Might you be so kind as to divulge some details regarding the special items at tomorrow's auction? It would aid us in our preparations." This question immediately resonated with everyone, and the restaurant fell silent, all eyes converging upon the minister. He set down his wooden spoon, a faint wry smile gracing his lips, just as he was about to respond. Bang! The heavy wooden door of the restaurant was flung open. The young witch Yekaterina, who had previously been their host, stumbled in. Her complexion was ashen, breaths coming in rapid gasps, her light hair disheveled and plastered to her sweaty forehead, and her usually timid eyes were now filled with overwhelming panic. The hem of her faded old robe was smeared with black coal dust and snowmelt. "Minister, this is dire." Yekaterina's voice, sharp with fear, cracked as she exclaimed, "The fireplace. The fireplace in the hall has been destroyed. The flow network is completely incapacitated." "What?" The minister of the Soviet Ministry of Magic, Nikolai Petrovich Sokolov, sprang to his feet, the legs of his chair screeching against the stone floor, his face drained of color. Chapter 59, The Night of the Blizzard, Part 2. The momentary panic on Sokolov's face lasted but a fleeting instant. He inhaled sharply, forcing a calm expression onto his weathered features, his voice deliberately raised to suppress the murmurs spreading through the restaurant. "Silence. Everyone, please be quiet." He clapped his hands decisively. "It is merely a minor incident. Just a minor incident. Our ministry's flow network system, cough, has indeed aged. It has not undergone significant maintenance for over a decade. In such extreme weather, it is not uncommon for it to falter under excessive strain. He endeavored to imbue his voice with confidence, addressing the assembly of the world's foremost masters. Repairing a flue network fireplace is no daunting task for you all. Once the storm lessens, we shall promptly organize personnel for inspection and repairs. There is no need for alarm. However, few were convinced. The worry etched on the faces of most wizards had not dissipated. Rather, their brows furrowed more deeply. Although the flue network system was indeed antiquated, its core magical array remained remarkably stable. While a lack of maintenance over the years could lead to issues, complete destruction on such a sensitive blizzard night, the subtle undercurrents of danger were palpable, stirring unease among these seasoned wizards. An accident? A Soviet elder sorcerer, seated in a corner, clad in a tattered gray robe, with a complexion as dark as the night and eyes as sharp as an eagle's, suddenly rose to his feet. His voice, hoarse yet brimming with indignation, pierced through the air as he pointed a finger at the assembly of foreign wizards. This cannot possibly be a mere coincidence. Nikolai, do not be so naive. These outsiders are surely behind it. They do not wish for our well-being. His gaze, as piercing as a dagger, swept over Lucius, Morris, von Heinrich, and others. What nonsense are you spouting? Morris immediately retorted, jumping to his feet. Are we to blame for disrupting the flying route network? Have we lost our minds? We are trapped here ourselves. In this cursed place, we long to depart as soon as possible. What benefit would it serve us to sabotage the flying network? Several wizards beside him nodded in agreement, their faces etched with indignation at the slander. Indeed, we are the ones in need of the flying network. The German alchemist von Heinrich, his expression grave, chimed in with a harsh tone, rather than casting baseless accusations. Perhaps it would be wiser to conserve our energy and contemplate how to repair it. Is it true that your Soviet Ministry of Magic cannot even manage basic security? The atmosphere in the dining hall became charged with tension, as wizards from various nations glared at one another, suspicion and hostility swirling in the frigid air. Enough. Silence. Minister Nikolai raised his voice sharply. Ivan, cease your unfounded speculations. Mr. Morris, Dr. Heinrich, I implore you to remain calm. This is not the time for mutual accusations. Our immediate priority is to unite and navigate through this crisis. I believe this is merely an unfortunate accident. Tomorrow morning, we shall promptly organize the most skilled wizards for inspection and repair. Weary, he waved his hand dismissively. I trust you all have lost your appetite for dinner. Let us conclude for the evening. Please return to your rooms and remain accessible for communication. We will inform you at the earliest opportunity of any developments. Thus, a meticulously arranged dinner, intended to foster camaraderie, concluded abruptly amidst an atmosphere of oppression, suspicion, and discontent. Most wizards barely took a few bites of food, their faces clouded with concern and calculation as they rose to leave the dining hall, heading toward the meager accommodations assigned to them. Roy, initially disinterested in the potatoes and bland borscht on the table, now felt an even greater lack of appetite. He joined the throng, tightening his cloak around him, and silently returned to his room. The chill within seemed to have intensified since his departure. The fireplace held but a feeble ember, exuding a meager warmth. Outside, the blizzard raged on with a mournful wail, and a thick blanket of snow reflected the faintest glimmers of twilight, casting an eerie half-light within the room. As he removed his cloak, preparing to hang it, his peripheral vision caught sight of something on the pillow of the hard bed, something not flint, but rather a folded, somewhat coarse piece of parchment. Roy's heart skipped a beat. He remembered distinctly that when he left, there had been nothing upon the pillow. He immediately became alert, surveying his surroundings. The room was small and rudimentary, with scarcely any hiding spots. The windows were tightly shut, and the thick layer of snow on the windowsill bore no signs of disturbance. He hastened to the bedside and picked up the note. The paper was unremarkable, a type commonly used in the wizarding world, made of cheap parchment. As he unfolded the note, he found it inscribed with a meticulously crafted yet conspicuously distorted script in English, the ink still fresh. Someone present has violated the International Wizarding Secrecy Act, causing turmoil in the Muggle world, and must pay the price. Identify him, and all the artifacts shall be yours. The writing was cold, devoid of any signature. Roy's gaze lingered on the two lines, his brow furrowing. The breach of the International Wizarding Secrecy Act, leading to chaos in the Muggle world, undoubtedly referred to the economic disaster that had caused the sudden collapse of the Soviet ruble. as mentioned earlier by the French wizard Fran Ois, severing the food supply to the Soviet Ministry of Magic. Could it be that this upheaval was instigated by a wizard present here, violating the secrecy law and meddling in Muggle economics? Was the intent to disrupt the flow network, isolate the external world, and incite panic, forcing those present to expose and turn against one another? Was this hidden individual seeking to manipulate the chaos for their own gain? He cast several spells on the note, all of which yielded no response. Roy's fingers absently traced the rough edges of the paper. He sensed that the author of this note had underestimated the complexity of the situation. Chapter 60, The Night of the Blizzard, Part 3. At dawn, the snow finally ceased. Roy pushed open the narrow window, and a sharp gust of cold air rushed in. Outside, the snow had accumulated to the windowsill. A vast expanse of white reflecting the faint light with a blinding glare, measuring at least a meter in depth. The entire world lay shrouded in a thick blanket of white, silent and still, as if everything had been frozen in time. He tightened his cloak and stepped out of the room. In the corridor, other wizards were gradually emerging, gathering in small clusters and conversing in hushed tones. The atmosphere more tense and anxious than before last night's dinner. Roy encountered Newt Scamander and Garrick Ollivander at the corner. Newt appeared to have had a restless night, his eyes puffy, revealing a blend of concern and an unmistakable anxiety. Ollivander also looked somewhat fatigued, his silver eyes brimming with doubt. As soon as Newt spotted Roy, he quickly approached, lowering his voice with palpable urgency. "Did you receive that?" His eyes flickered, clearly alluding to the mysterious note. Roy immediately silenced him with a glance, shaking his head slightly, his voice soft yet firm. "Newt, tread carefully." He gestured to their surroundings, realizing the inappropriateness of the moment. Newt promptly closed his mouth, though the worry on his face deepened. Just then, Severus Snape and Lucius Malfoy happened to walk down the corridor from the opposite side, maintaining a distance that was neither too far nor too close. Snape remained as grim as ever, wearing the expression of one who feels the world owes him a debt, his dark eyes piercingly scanning Roy and his companions. Lucius maintained an air of superficial elegance, yet his platinum brows were furrowed, clearly revealing his profound displeasure with the current predicament. Neither party expressed a desire for conversation. They silently merged into the throng heading toward the dining hall. The atmosphere of the silent procession was stifling, with only the sound of footsteps on the cold floor echoing through the empty corridor. As they approached the grand entrance of the dining hall, the young witch Yekaterina, tasked with leading the way, instinctively reached out to push open the heavy wooden door. However, as the door creaked open halfway, a piercing, anguished scream of sheer terror erupted, shattering the morning's tranquility. Yekaterina recoiled as if scalded, stumbling back several steps until she collided with the wall behind her, trembling uncontrollably, her face as pale as parchment. She pressed her fingers tightly over her mouth, her eyes wide with fear, staring into the dining hall as though witnessing a glimpse of hell itself. What happened? The crowd erupted into chaos, wizards swiftly converging, crowding at the entrance to peer inside. Roy and Newt hastened forward as well. The sight before them elicited a collective gasp of horror. The long table, which had barely been tidy the day before, was now in utter disarray, cutlery and food strewn across the floor. In the center of the table lay Ivan, the Soviet wizard who had stood up the previous day to vehemently accuse foreign wizards, cruelly nailed to the surface in a grotesque display. His body was stretched in a cruciform position, limbs impaled by thick, ominous metallic spikes that glimmered with a sinister light, firmly fastening him to the heavy wooden table. Most chilling was the sight of his abdomen, where his clothing had been violently torn apart, exposing the cavity within, brutally laid bare by some sharp implement. Dark, congealed blood soaked the tablecloth beneath him, emanating a pungent metallic odor. His eyes were wide open, staring vacantly at the rough wooden ceiling, his face frozen in an expression of excruciating pain and disbelief. The grotesque nature of his demise was harrowing. "Ivan!" A voice filled with anguish and fury erupted from the back of the crowd. The minister of the Soviet Ministry of Magic, Nikolai, rushed forward. This weathered wizard, upon witnessing the horrific scene at the table, turned ashen, his body swaying until he was steadied by Victor, the deputy director of the Department of External Relations, just in time to prevent him from collapsing. Instantly, overwhelming rage supplanted his grief, his bloodshot eyes scanning each wizard present, his voice trembling with fury. Who? Who did this? Who dares to commit such a heinous act within the sacred stronghold of the Ministry of Magic? Panic and dread swept through the crowd, more intense than the fiercest Siberian blizzard. This was no mere shortage of supplies or a disruption in the Flynn network. It was a blatant act of murder, occurring right beneath their very noses. Calm down, Nikolai. The German alchemist Heinrich spoke calmly, though his voice was slightly strained. The immediate priority was to ascertain the truth. We can employ tracking magic to ascertain the last whereabouts of old Ivan. This proposal was met with immediate approval from the majority of the wizards present. Several adept in tracking spells, including Ollivander, who possessed a unique sensitivity to magical traces, promptly drew their wands and cast various locating enchantments upon the dining hall and Ivan's lifeless body. However, the results were far from satisfactory. Ivan's magical trail was nearly imperceptible within the dining hall. This suggested that he had not met his demise there. Rather, he had been slain prior to entering. His body subsequently moved here, akin to the display of an exhibit. Minister Nicola's expression darkened further as he stepped forward to perform a more advanced trajectory retracing spell. A pale golden glow enveloped Ivan's corpse like mist, swiftly following an invisible path out of the dining hall. All eyes were fixated on the magical vapor. The mist flowed through the entrance of the dining hall and along the corridor leading to the accommodations of the foreign wizards. Ultimately, it dissipated entirely outside a closed guest room door, its location seemingly indicating the midpoint of the corridor. "It is your corridor," Victor exclaimed, pointing at the foreign wizards, his voice rife with suppressed fury. "The last trace of old Ivan's life is in the corridor where you are staying. He was murdered there." A moment of silence enveloped the scene. The faces of all the foreign wizards turned a ghastly shade. Confusion, anger, and feelings of indignation mingled. "This is impossible." Morris was the first to leap forward, his face flushed. "What would a Soviet wizard be doing in our corridor in the dead of night? We do not even know him." "Indeed, this must be a frame-up," French wizard Fran Ois sharply retorted. "Who knows if it was one of your own who killed him and then deliberately moved the body here to implicate us, creating confusion." Victor immediately countered in agitation. "Nonsense. Ivan was our most loyal companion. His opposition to the auction was merely for enough." Minister Nikola interjected, cutting off Victor's defense. He painfully closed his eyes, arguing about "this is futile. To uncover the murderer, exonerate the innocent, and provide closure for old Ivan, we must proceed." Taking a deep breath, he cast a piercing gaze over every foreign wizard present. "Now, I request that each foreign guest undergo the thread tracing magic test. We need to examine your activities from last night. The truth will reveal itself." "What? Impossible!" Morris and Fran Ois exclaimed in unison, their faces ashen. Lucius Malfoy stepped forward, his pale visage adorned with an aristocratic chill and haughtiness, his voice as frosty as ice. "Minister Nikolai, if I may be so bold, your proposal is utterly absurd. It constitutes a blatant violation of our right to privacy and is a flagrant affront. What motive do we possess to murder an unknown Soviet wizard? We are unaware of his whereabouts, and the brutality of this act evidently targets him personally. It appears more akin to an internal conflict within your ranks." His icy gaze swept over Victor and several other Soviet wizards. "In my estimation, it resembles the machinations of certain individuals seeking to obscure internal strife or pursue ulterior motives." As he spoke, Lucius abruptly produced a note, coldly presenting it before the assembly. "I discovered this in my chamber last night, and I trust that all present are well aware of its implications. Who can ascertain whether this is not a conspiracy orchestrated by your Soviet Ministry of Magic, deliberately luring us here to stage this elaborate charade?" Lucius Malfoy's accusations fell like a bucket of cold water into a cauldron of boiling oil, igniting the suppressed fury of the Soviet wizards. "You are slandering us." Viktor Ivanovich's face flushed crimson, his finger trembling as he pointed at Lucius. "We orchestrated this. Old Ivan was our most loyal and upright wizard. Who would commit such cruelty against him? It is you outsiders who wish to sabotage this auction or conceal your own sordid secrets." He spoke somewhat incoherently. Minister Nikolai's countenance darkened, his voice low and laden with ire. "Mr. Malfoy, please mind your language. To slander the reputation and integrity of the Soviet Ministry of Magic without evidence is a grave accusation. I demand the truth be revealed. If you are not involved, why deny us the use of magic?" Are you harboring secrets, afraid of exposing some unspeakable whereabouts? As the atmosphere thickened with tension, palpable enough to ignite, Roy Tanwin interjected, "Gentlemen, please, let us remain calm." He stepped forward, positioning himself adeptly between the two factions, his expression a mask of inscrutable tranquility. "Minister Nikolai, Deputy Victor, I empathize with your grief over the loss of your comrade and your urgency for the truth. Mr. Lucius's concerns are not without merit." He surveyed the room, his gaze lingering momentarily on Snape's face, which was etched with derision. "Each of you here is a master in your respective fields, be it potion-making, alchemy, or other branches. Every individual possesses their own research habits, secret formulas, or unique magical techniques. Such information often intertwines with personal privacy and even the safety of one's life. In the absence of concrete evidence pointing to anyone, to indiscriminately employ tracking spells on all is indeed inappropriate and lacks respect." Roy's words served to slightly ease the tense atmosphere. At least it allowed some foreign wizards to feel he stood on relatively fair ground. Minister Nicola fixed his gaze on Roy. "What do you propose?" Roy smiled slightly. "Since no one is willing to reveal their whereabouts, why not opt for a more direct and efficient method? Truth serum, perhaps?" There were several masters of potions present, and concocting an effective truth serum on-site would pose no challenge. We would merely need to pose a few key questions to each individual, such as whether they left their room last night, if they visited the corridor of the foreign wizard's accommodation, and whether they had encountered the deceased, old Ivan. The truth would undoubtedly come to light swiftly. This approach would not only safeguard everyone's privacy, but also allow us to quickly narrow down the suspects. Surely a win-win situation? Upon hearing this proposal, many foreign wizards' eyes brightened. Indeed, truth serum was more acceptable than tracking spells. At the very least, those questioned would only need to answer specific inquiries without disclosing their entire movements. Ollivander, Maurice, and even Fran OIS exhibited expressions of contemplation and approval. Lucius also nodded slightly, indicating his acceptance. However, Victor, the deputy director of the External Liaison Office of the Soviet Ministry of Magic, sprang up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, sharply opposing. "No, absolutely not. Truth serum? Who knows if you foreign masters might conspire to protect one another? What if you collude and fabricate lies? Or employ some unknown potion or magic to interfere with the serum's effects?" "I disagree. This is far too unsafe." Victor's vehement reaction plunged the atmosphere into an immediate stalemate. The foreign wizards, whose expressions had just softened, now wore looks of discontent, their suspicious gazes directed towards the Soviet Ministry of Magic. Nearby, Snape let out a derisive snort. With his arms crossed, his eyes glinted like poison blades as they swept over Victor and Nicola. "Oh, so resistant to truth serum? It seems Deputy Victor is genuinely concerned about the truth coming to light, or perhaps some individuals are merely guilty of treachery." "You." Victor trembled with rage, on the verge of igniting another round of argument. At this suffocating impasse, Newt Scamander, who had been uncomfortably fidgeting and striving to minimize his presence, timidly raised his hand. May I say something?" He nervously swallowed. "This won't work, and that won't work either. We're not getting anywhere just sitting here. The murderer could very well be among us. Who knows if they might strike again?" Newt's words fell like a bucket of cold water over the assembly, reminding them of the cruelest reality. A perpetrator capable of such a brutal murder of Ivan and moving his body was likely hidden within this snowbound stronghold. "Who will be the next target?" Newt continued. "How about we try a muggle method? We can investigate one by one, allowing everyone to recount what they did last night. See if anyone has a witness. While it may not be entirely accurate, it's better than waiting idly. At least it could narrow down the possibilities or reveal some contradictions." A profound silence enveloped the room. After a brief moment, Minister Nikolai wearily rubbed his brow, as if he had aged a decade in an instant. He cast a glance at the covered body of Ivan on the floor, carefully relocated to the corner by the ministry personnel, before surveying the world outside, still ensnared by a thick blanket of snow, resembling a white tomb. With a deep sigh, filled with resignation, he acknowledged the truth in Mr. Scamander's words. It appeared that this was the only course of action left. Continuing to remain at a stalemate would only allow panic to spread, providing the murderer with an opportunity. He raised his head, his gaze sweeping over the assembled crowd. "Everyone, let's move to the hall. We shall question each of you in turn." In the spacious yet austere hall, the atmosphere had grown even heavier than before. The wizards sat in a loose circle, with Minister Nikolai occupying the central position, akin to a judge, while Victor sat beside him. On the central floor, Ivan's body lay quietly beneath the white cloth. Minister Nikolai wearily announced, "Let us begin with Mr. Ollivander. Please recount what you did after returning to your room following dinner last night, up until this morning when you discovered old Ivan." Ollivander's large silver eyes brimmed with concern. "Minister, after dinner last night, I returned directly to my room. Being of advanced age and having endured a long journey coupled with these events, I felt exceedingly fatigued. Therefore, after freshening up, I retired to bed and slept soundly until this morning." Nikolai fixed his gaze upon him. "Is there anyone who can attest to your presence in the room?" Your attendant or Ollivander shook his head. "No, I reside alone. There was no one in my room to provide verification." Next was the American potions master, Morris. He cleared his throat, appearing quite composed. "As for me, I also retired to my room to sleep. This wretched place is both cold and dilapidated. What else could I do?" "Wait," interjected Heinrich, the German alchemist, who sat not far from Morris, a contemplative expression on his face. "If I recall correctly, your room is adjacent to mine, Mr. Morris. I was unable to sleep last night, and, tossing and turning, I distinctly heard the sounds of your door opening and closing around midnight." Morris's expression shifted instantly. He glared at Heinrich with irritation. "Heinrich, you must have misheard." "Aye." He then seemed to recall something, his tone becoming somewhat hesitant. Yes. I do remember getting up in the middle of the night. I kept hearing strange footsteps in the corridor, echoing intermittently, which vexed me. I simply wanted to see who was wandering about at such an hour. However, when I opened the door, there was no one outside, and the footsteps had ceased, so I closed the door and returned to sleep." Morris swiftly countered, "And what about you, Heinrich? Why were you awake at such an hour? Listening for the sounds of my door? Could it be that you were the one creating the disturbance?" Heinrich snorted derisively, stroking his bushy beard. "I have always been prone to insomnia, and in a new place, it is even more challenging to find rest. Is that so strange? Moreover, my assistant Peter resides with me, and he can attest that I spent the entire night tossing and turning in bed, without ever leaving the room." A younger wizard beside him immediately nodded. "Yes, Minister, I can testify." The doctor remained in the room all night. Morris scoffed, derisively remarking, "Humph. Familial testimony. Who's to say if it's true or false?" Minister Nicola furrowed his brow, jotting notes on parchment. Next was Lucius Malfoy. With an elegant gesture, he adjusted his cuff. "After dinner, I engaged in a discussion with Professor Snape regarding the current potion ingredient supply issues. We were quite engrossed, conversing in my chamber until approximately 2:30 in the morning. Professor Snape can corroborate this." He glanced at Snape, who, with a stoic expression, nodded in affirmation. "Indeed." Victor interjected sharply, his gaze piercing towards Snape. Then, "Professor Snape, what did you do after leaving Mr. Malfoy's room and returning to your own? Is there anyone who can vouch for your whereabouts during that time?" The corners of Snape's mouth curled into an exceedingly sardonic smile, his disdainful eyes sweeping over Victor, returning to my own room to sleep. "No one can testify. What is it, Deputy Victor? Are you insinuating that I, a master of potions, would require a hammer and nails to exert effort in eliminating an unfamiliar Soviet wizard, if I wished to vanish without a trace?" He narrowed his eyes slightly, his voice slithering like a serpent's hiss. "I possess 100 potion recipes that would ensure not a single remnant is left behind. Would I truly need to go to such lengths?" His words elicited nods of agreement from the potion masters present, yet simultaneously thickened the atmosphere with an eerie tension. The muscles in Minister Nicola's face twitched, prompting him to refrain from further inquiries. Next was Newt Scamander. The magizoologist appeared exceedingly uncomfortable upon returning to my room last night. I remained by the window, hoping to catch a glimpse of the Yeti. I brought a telescope and gazed for quite some time, eventually dozing off on the windowsill just before dawn. His voice dwindled. No one can attest that my wife was not here. The French alchemist Fran Ois then spoke, his demeanor calm. "Last night, I was engrossed in writing my research journal, documenting my observations from the day and some reflections on the Soviet predicament, which I deemed valuable. I wrote until around 11 o'clock when I felt weary and retired to bed, sleeping soundly until dawn, without hearing any peculiar disturbances." Victor's quill scratched across the parchment, his expression growing increasingly skeptical. Each individual's account seemed impeccably crafted, yet all lacked compelling, decisive evidence. The specter of the murderer loomed ominously over them all. At last, all eyes turned towards Roy. The hall fell into a profound silence, interrupted only by the occasional crackle of the firewood in the hearth. Minister Nicola regarded him. Professor Amichell. It is your turn. What did you do after dinner last night until this morning? Is there anyone who can attest to it? Roy's gentle expression remained unchanged as he calmly faced the scrutinizing gazes of the crowd, even managing a slight smile. He then spoke in a soft yet clear voice that resonated throughout the hall. I went out last night at midnight. Upon his words, the entire hall seemed to fall under a collective spell of astonishment. All eyes, like focused searchlights, converged on Roy. Victor nearly leaped to his feet the moment Roy finished speaking. It was you, Roy Amichell. You killed old Ivan, you cold-blooded murderer. Speak. Why did you do this? In the face of Victor's vehement accusations, Roy maintained his unsettlingly calm smile, even raising his hands innocently, his tone gentle yet tinged with mockery. Deputy Director Victor. Why the rush to judgment? Why not allow me to finish my explanation? His gaze swept over Victor's flushed face before turning to the equally bewildered onlookers. I did indeed go out last night, but it was at the invitation of Minister Nikolai. Instantly, all eyes shifted from Roy to Minister Nikolai. The minister nodded affirmatively. Indeed. I invited Professor Amichell last night to discuss the repairs of the Fluid network. There was a malfunction, and I was quite concerned. Professor Amichell is a renowned master of alchemy, and I believe he might possess unique insights to restore this ancient magical conduit. Thus, after dinner, around 10 o'clock, I used the magical communication whistle in my room, a rudimentary internal communication tool, to summon Yekaterina to fetch Professor Amichell. He turned to the pale and still shaken young, which Yekaterina, standing in the corner. Yekaterina, please confirm this for our guests. Yekaterina, called upon, timidly glanced at Roy, then at the minister and nodded. Why yes, the minister asked me to invite Professor Amichell to the hall by the fireplace. Nikolai continued. That's correct. The three of us, myself, Professor Amichell, and Yekaterina, gathered by the fireplace in the hall, discussing how to repair the Fluid network system until approximately 2 in the morning. Roy naturally added. Minister Nikolai was quite anxious, and we attempted various alchemical stabilization runes and spatial anchoring spells to mend the damaged core magical arrays. Regrettably, the damage was extensive. Despite several hours of effort, we were unable to restore the Fluid network. The hour was late, and I was feeling exceedingly fatigued, as were both Minister Nikolai and Yekaterina, so we decided to return to rest and devise a new plan at dawn. Nikolai concluded. We parted ways in the hall around 2 o'clock. I can testify for Professor Amichell and Ekaterina. Ekaterina and I parted ways at the corridor leading to the accommodation area after leaving the hall together. He turned to the little witch and asked Ekaterina, you went straight back to your room last night, did you not? Sergei, your boyfriend, should be able to confirm. Ekaterina's face instantly flushed crimson, yet she nodded. Why yes, minister. After I returned, I was with Sergei. He can attest that I remained in his room. Minister Nikolai nodded in satisfaction, addressing the assembly. Thus, Professor Amichell and Ekaterina left at my behest, and he was with us until just past 2. A perfectly agreeable expression appeared on Roy's face, but he soon shifted his tone to one of significance. Minister Nikolai is correct. However, an intriguing incident occurred on my solitary return to my own quarters after parting ways with the minister and the others. His gaze swept across the crowd, ultimately landing on a glum-faced Victor. As I was nearing the corridor of the accommodation area, Roy said leisurely, I distinctly perceived a shadowy figure lurking at the entrance. Upon noticing me, the figure hastily retreated into the shadows, its movements remarkably swift. Yet, he deliberately paused, his gaze locking onto Victor's face as if it were a tangible entity. That silhouette, in both stature and motion, bore a striking resemblance to our Deputy Victor. You speak nonsense. Victor erupted, slamming his hand on the table, his finger trembling with rage as he pointed at Roy. Roy Amichell, this is a blatant slander. I never stepped outside last night. I was asleep in my room the entire time. A resemblance? What does that prove? The magical realm possesses polyjuice potion, transformation spells, and countless methods to disguise one's self as another. Who knows if the true culprit simply transformed into my likeness to frame me? Or perhaps you merely misjudged and are deliberately implicating me. Victor's rebuttal was vehement. Roy, unmoved by his fury, displayed an expression that was almost approving. Deputy Victor makes a valid point. he said slowly. The magical world indeed harbors innumerable ways to impersonate another, and the culprit is surely aware of this. Might it not be that they took advantage of this knowledge? His gaze swept over the various wizards in the hall, each bearing distinct expressions. The most perilous places often serve as the safest, inverting expectations, since everyone knows one can disguise themselves. The true perpetrator might dare to act in their true form when all assume they would disguise themselves. Thus, when vague clues, such as a silhouette, point towards them, they can, like Deputy Victor just now, confidently counter with claims of magical disguise to refute and exonerate themselves. It is indeed a cunning strategy. Roy's words pierced through the air like a chilling dagger. Victor's countenance darkened considerably, his mouth agape, as if to articulate a response, yet he found Roy's reasoning nearly flawless. At that moment, he struggled to conjure a more effective counterargument, his lips quivering as he stammered. "You are merely quibbling. You are slandering. Enough. Everyone calm down." Minister Nikolai, perceiving the situation spiraling out of control yet again, hastily intervened to mediate. Professor Amichell has merely presented a clue he observed, and Deputy Director Victor has provided a reasonable explanation. These are all mere conjectures and cannot be regarded as evidence. Debating this matter is futile. He forcefully redirected the conversation. Next, it was the turn of the Soviet wizards to defend themselves. Contrary to the common practice among foreign wizards, who typically reside alone or with a select few, most Soviet wizards were crammed into dormitories, corroborating each other's alibis from the previous night. From the current investigation, the most prominent suspects naturally fell upon those whose whereabouts after 2 o'clock in the morning were inadequately substantiated or whose actions raised suspicions. Morris, he was heard opening the door in the middle of the night, overheard by Heinrich, then was alone. Snape departed Lucius's room at 2:30 and returned to his own alone. Lucius claimed Snape was alone in his room after he left, however. Minister Nikolai and Ekaterina's separation time was very close to Snape's departure from Lucius's room, and both were near the corridor of the accommodation area. Francois asserted he was writing in his journal alone until he retired at 11, with no one to corroborate. Ollivander slept alone in his room, with no proof. Newt observed the snow monster alone by the window, with no verification. Roy returned to his room alone shortly after 2, though Nikolai and Ekaterina could attest to his absence before 2. Victor claimed he was asleep alone in his room, with no verification, and was identified by Roy as having a similar silhouette. This list encompassed nearly all the significant individuals present, each possessing seemingly reasonable, yet ultimately unconvincing alibis. At that moment, Morris suddenly rose, his face ashen. "Enough. I have had it." Victor was seen acting furtively, "and yet you all continue to feign innocence. Merely because we reside nearby, we are to be suspected of murder. I believe your Soviet Ministry of Magic is doing this intentionally sabotaging the Flow network, intentionally killing one of your own, and then framing us, all to keep us here, extort us, or ruin the auction. This is nothing but a trap. I will not partake any longer. I am leaving now. No one shall stop me." Having uttered these words, Morris provided no one with a chance to react, turning on his heel and departing. Chapter 63. The Night of the Blizzard, Part 6. Minister Nikolai and Victor, despite vocally urging him to halt, felt as though they were ensnared by invisible ropes and did not immediately pursue him. The other wizards in the hall, whether from the Soviet side or the foreign contingent, appeared as if under a petrifying spell, merely watching Morris's figure vanish around the corner leading to the entrance. Everyone was tacitly eager to witness how Morris intended to escape from this dire predicament. Where the flight network lay in ruins, the illusion of mobility had been prohibited. And outside, snow accumulated over a meter deep, with temperatures plummeting to several degrees below zero. A heavy silence enveloped the hall, broken only by the crackling of the fireplace and the rhythm of each person's heartbeat. However, this stillness lasted less than a minute. Suddenly, a dull thud, the sound of flesh meeting the floor, echoed from the direction of the corridor where Morris had vanished. The noise was not loud, yet in the oppressive silence, it reverberated in everyone's ears like thunder. What was that sound? Morris. Now, no one could remain seated. Minister Nicola and Victor's expressions changed drastically, and they were the first to rush out. The other wizards promptly followed suit, rising in confusion. Roy, Snape, Lucius, and others hastened after them. Upon reaching the dim corridor leading to the entrance, they found Morris sprawled face down on the ground, his body contorted in a peculiar position, utterly motionless. "Step aside," Minister Nicola commanded sharply, crouching down to carefully turn Morris over. As his face was revealed, his eyes were wide with terror, pupils dilated, lips frothy with a trace of white, his expression frozen in an extreme state of agony and disbelief. There were no visible injuries, no blood. It was as if his life had been instantaneously extinguished. A wizard checked for signs of life, then looked up and shook his head at Nicola. "He is dead." A hush fell over the crowd. Snape pushed through the throng, crouching down as the tip of his wand glimmered faintly, meticulously scanning above Morris's body. Ollivander frowned, cautiously examining the neck and wrists of the corpse with his dragon-hide gloved hands. Moments later, Snape rose, a killing curse. Very subtle, exceedingly malevolent, striking swiftly, resulting in almost instantaneous death. The specific nature of the curse would require more detailed examination, yet the caster's skill was remarkable, leaving scarcely a trace of magical residue. A killing curse. This conclusion was unsurprising. Another life extinguished. Moreover, it had occurred under the watchful eyes of many, in less than a minute after leaving everyone's sight. Claimed by a concealed and lethal curse. Panic spread through the crowd like a thick fog. The murderer was not only ruthless, but also formidable, capable of committing murder invisibly beneath the very noses of all present. He might even be standing among them now, coldly observing the unfolding chaos. Every wizard instinctively took a step back, their wands sliding silently into their hands, casting wary, hostile glances at those surrounding them. Former comrades, as well as the wizards of the Soviet, had now transformed into potential lethal threats. Snape's frigid voice once again shattered the stifling silence, laced with sarcasm and unabashed disdain. "It appears, Minister Nicola, that your Soviet Ministry of Magic is utterly incapable of ensuring the basic safety of those present. Even within your ranks, the suspicion of wrongdoing remains far from eradicated. So, what purpose does our continued gathering serve? Are we merely to await our demise at the hands of curses that come from unknown origins?" Lucius rose, his pallid visage devoid of any expression. "I am weary. Argument and suspicion serve no purpose. They only provide amusement to the unseen murderer lurking in the shadows. I shall return to my quarters. Until the true culprit is revealed or an escape is found, I believe I require some solitude to contemplate." Without waiting for Minister Nicola's response, he turned and strode towards the accommodation area. Lucius's departure acted as a signal, prompting the other wizards to rise with solemn expressions. "I too shall retreat. I need some quiet. This is too terrifying. No one believes in the so-called collective investigation any longer, nor do they trust the security capabilities of the Soviet Ministry of Magic. At this moment, it feels far more perilous to remain in the company of others. Returning to one's own, perhaps not entirely secure, room, locking the door, and clutching one's wand is the sole option that offers a semblance of safety." The crowd dispersed in silence and haste, leaving only Minister Nicola, Victor, and a few Soviet wizards, pale-faced as they confronted the still warm body of Maurice. Roy did not leave immediately. Instead, he walked alongside the seemingly dazed Newt Scamander. As Newt approached the door to his room, ready to enter, Roy suddenly stepped forward, nearly shoving Newt aside as he entered the room with him. "Roy, what are you doing?" Newt stumbled, astonished as he glanced back at Roy, who was closing the door behind him, confusion and anxiety etched on his face. Roy smiled at him, lowering his voice. "Only a fool would choose to be alone right now. If one were to die, no one would know how it happened." Newt opened his mouth to retort, but recalling Morris's grim fate, he swallowed his words. Worrying glances were exchanged between them. "Newt, you must assist me with something," Roy said earnestly. "I can assure you that more than one person was lying in the hall just now, but I cannot point fingers at anyone, or I will become the target myself." "Stop." Newt suddenly raised a hand. "If you want my help, you must first be honest with me about something. You killed Maurice, didn't you?" Roy paused, his gaze dropping to meet Newt's clear eyes, which had remained unchanged for decades. Newt took a step back, eyeing him warily. Chapter 64. The Night of the Blizzard 7. Roy glanced at Newt, blinking in confusion. "What are you talking about?" "Maurice? Why would I kill him? Where's the evidence?" Newt's gaze remained fixed on Roy's deep blue eyes, which bore a striking resemblance to those of another person he knew intimately. In certain moments, Roy's expression exuded a gentle demeanor, almost reminiscent of days gone by. Yet Newt found it perpetually challenging to feel trust and relaxation under the gaze of those blue eyes. You used to say the same while dealing with Grindelwald's followers in Paris, Newt remarked. You claimed you were merely going to have a discussion and asked me to wait outside. What happened? I later discovered that you were not negotiating at all. You deceived me, claiming they had merely fainted, and I only learned the truth through the newspapers. Roy, were you too resolute in your decisions? Too radical? I am at a loss for words, but it seems to me that you never heed anyone's counsel, acting solely on your own thoughts, and that is perilous. A moment of silence enveloped the room. Roy sighed. That was decades ago. Is it truly necessary to dredge up old grievances? Professor Dumbledore remarked that you have changed significantly. Yet I fail to see it. You appear much the same as before. Roy felt overwhelmed. He raised a hand to halt Newt from continuing down this path. Enough. I understand. Let us not revisit past indiscretions. I have never indulged in indiscriminate slaughter, as you well know. Roy paused thoughtfully, his tone softening. I suspect Maurice sabotaged the Fleur network. He may have known about the impending mishap at the auction long before. So you simply killed him? Newt found this difficult to comprehend. Roy sighed again. It is not merely so. A hunch, coupled with some observations. Newt, trust me on this matter. Just as in Paris. Though you may not agree with my methods, I ultimately did not place you and Tina in greater peril, did I? Newt, clearly haunted by the experiences in Paris, tightened his grip on his suitcase, his eyes betraying an inner struggle. In his youth, he had been ensnared by Roy's quiet yet decisive approach, leaving him with significant psychological scars. He believed in Roy's abilities and judgment, yet he clearly could not condone Roy's methods. Finally, he sighed, as if conceding, very well, Roy, I shall place my trust in you for the time being. If only Professor Dumbledore were here. He always knew what to do. Roy chuckled at this, interrupting Newt. Are you thinking of Albus? I wouldn't mind you considering me as him, though I bear a closer resemblance to my mother. Newt shuddered at the sight of Roy's youthful visage and quickly shook his head. Perhaps not. Then, Roy said, his smile fading as he returned to the matter at hand. I need your assistance in your own way. Morris's behavior is peculiar. I am certain he has done something, for he would not be so out of sorts and eager to leave. Please check his room. You should have a key there. Newt pondered for a moment before nodding. Very well. I shall give it a try, though I cannot guarantee I will find anything. Just do your best, Roy encouraged, patting him on the shoulder. I will look elsewhere for additional clues. Stay vigilant, Newt. With that, Roy opened the door and departed, his figure fading into the dimly lit corridor. Newt gazed at the closed door, exhaling a sigh of resignation as he opened his leather suitcase, murmuring softly within, Well, my friends, it seems we require a bit of assistance for a minor reconnaissance task. Remember, we are merely to observe. Theft is out of the question, especially of the glittering variety. After Roy departed from Newt's chamber, he did not immediately venture elsewhere. An instinct compelled him to return to the dining hall, the very place where the body of old Ivan had been discovered, perhaps still harboring some overlooked detail. As he pushed open the heavy wooden door, still reeking of blood, the scene within caused him to momentarily halt. The lifeless body that had occupied the long table had been removed, yet the disarray and dark stains of blood remained startlingly vivid. Amidst this chaos, several figures stood in hushed conversation, almost as if in confrontation. Lucius, Snape, Nicola, Ollivander, the French alchemist Fran-Ois, and the German alchemist von Heinrich. Nearly all the central figures were present. Upon hearing the door creak open, they turned in unison, their gazes settling sharply on Roy at the threshold. The atmosphere instantaneously shifted, becoming exceedingly delicate and tense. Professor Amichell, joined by Minister Nicola, was the first to break the silence, his voice hoarse. We have been awaiting your arrival. There are matters that perhaps warrant a candid discussion. Roy's eyes swept over each individual present, noting the varying degrees of tension, suspicion, and calculation etched upon their faces. However, to his astonishment, despite the palpable tension and his awareness of the imperfections in his own alibi from the previous night, he also recognized that each person present was not entirely innocent during that critical time frame, as they had claimed. Yet, none made an immediate move against him, nor did anyone hastily voice accusations. This peculiar, unspoken calm rendered Roy's expression somewhat enigmatic. What was happening? He had anticipated a scenario where the enemies lurked in the shadows. Yet it appeared that the adversaries believed he was the one concealed while they remained exposed. A gentle smile re-emerged on Roy's face as he stepped into the dining hall. His voice steady. "It seems I have arrived at just the right moment. Have you made any discoveries?" The moment his words left his lips, his gaze flitted towards the vast, frost-laden window of the dining hall, with the swirling snowflakes outside intertwined with the flickering glow of the hearth within. Suddenly, the scene before him seemed to fade into a blurred monochrome. Snowflakes lifted from the ground and ascended to the heavens, while the previously bright sky swiftly darkened. Time rewound to the previous evening. The air, thick with the acrid scent of burnt material, filled his nostrils. Roy Amichell rubbed his weary eyes, peering at the still unresponsive core of the flying route network fireplace. "This won't do," he muttered, shaking his head, addressing the equally fatigued Nicola and the yawning Yekaterina. "The damage is far too extensive for a quick repair. We must conclude our efforts for tonight." Minister Nikolai let out a deep sigh, his face etched with anxiety. "Are we truly trapped here?" he lamented. "Minister, it is already quite late. Nearly 2 in the morning," Yekaterina softly reminded him, appearing on the verge of dozing off while standing. Very well, Nikolai conceded with a weary nod. "Let us return to rest. We shall devise a plan tomorrow. Yekaterina, please escort Professor Amichell back to the accommodation area, and then you two should hurry back." "No need," Minister Roy politely declined. "I can return on my own. It is not far. Let Miss Yekaterina rest early." Nikolai glanced at the weary Yekaterina and, seeing her struggle, did not press further. "Then so be it. Good night, Professor Amichell." "Good night, Minister." Roy watched as Nikolai and Yekaterina departed in the opposite direction before he turned and stepped alone into the dimly lit corridor. The sound of his footsteps echoed in the empty hallway, the sconces casting elongated shadows. Nikolai and Yekaterina walked down the corridor opposite to Roy, rubbing his aching temples. Nikolai's voice was heavy with fatigue. "The flight network is utterly destroyed. The commotion was far too significant. This is not the situation we initially envisioned. We merely sought to identify that scoundrel who violated the confidentiality laws, to hold him accountable, while simultaneously resolving our food crisis." Yekaterina's youthful face bore no trace of timidity at that moment. She countered quietly, her tone even somewhat fervent. "Minister, we have no retreat left. Our food supplies are nearly depleted. If we do not take decisive action, how can we compel them to reveal their true capabilities? How shall we uncover the fiend responsible for our plight?" She paused, her voice rising in intensity. "Old Ivan nearly sabotaged our plans today. He publicly accused the foreign wizards, which will only unite them further and heighten their vigilance. He did so intentionally." Nikolai sighed, his expression complex. "Ivan is merely too stubborn and conservative. He believes this plan is too perilous. The wizards present are not easily swayed, and pressing them might lead to our own downfall. He is convinced we will not locate the one who breached the confidentiality laws." "Not locate?" Yekaterina abruptly halted, turning to face Nikolai, her eyes glinting in the dim light. "Even if we cannot identify the specific individual, as long as we create sufficient pressure and chaos, sowing distrust among them, compelling them to expose one another for self-preservation or gain, we shall surely obtain clues. Even if we ultimately cannot find the culprit. What is wrong with making these privileged foreigners experience the taste of being cornered, uncertain of their fate, and ensuring they pay for the treachery that has led us to this plight? This itself is a form of retribution." Nikolai regarded the young witch before him, her demeanor almost warped by desperation and hatred, and shook his head. "Yekaterina, you are too young. This is merely a venting of grievances, devoid of practical effect, and it will only entangle us in greater peril. Instead of wasting time on this, we should focus on ensuring the auction proceeds smoothly. It may yield something of value." "The auction?" Ekaterina nearly scoffed. "Minister, do you still harbor such unrealistic fantasies about them? Wizards who would toil in the fields?" "Ollivander is correct. Those wizards care not for our ability to cultivate crops. They seek only our ancient manuscripts and rare materials. Even if the auction succeeds, it will only provide temporary respite." "What then?" Nikolai fell silent, aware that a portion of Ekaterina's assertions held truth. The wizards of the Soviet Union were now divided into factions. The radical faction represented by Ekaterina, the peace faction led by Nikolai himself, and the conservative faction headed by old Ivan. Recently, these factions had frequently clashed, with the dialogue between Nikolai and Ekaterina serving as a quintessential example. Deep within, he harbored doubts. At that moment, a somber voice emerged from the shadows behind them. Ekaterina is right, Nikolai. Your indecisiveness is crippling. Engaging in commerce with these foreign wizards will not resolve our dilemmas. Old Ivan stepped forth from the shadows, evidently having overheard part of their conversation, his countenance reflecting disapproval. However, he pivoted to sternly regard Ekaterina. Your ideas are even more perilous. Revenge? Can vengeance sustain us? It will only hasten our demise. Ekaterina turned her head, glaring at old Ivan with fervor. Are we to wait in silence for our end? That scoundrel, violating the secrecy laws, may very well be reveling among those foreign wizards. He single-handedly precipitated the collapse of the Muggle economy, indirectly forcing us into a corner. Old Ivan waved his hand dismissively. What good will it do to find him? Can you kill him? Or hand him over to the International Wizarding Federation? And then what? What will change? Nave? At the very least, he should pay a price. Ekaterina exclaimed sharply. A price? Our cost is already exorbitant. Old Ivan retorted with fury. Enough. Stop the bickering. Minister Nikolai attempted to mediate, his voice laced with a sense of futility. This argument is pointless. Return and rest. We shall reconvene tomorrow. Yet the anger and despair had clouded their judgment. Old Ivan cast a fierce glare at Ekaterina, then looked at Nikolai with disappointment, snorting heavily. Those with divergent paths do not conspire together. If you wish to play with fire, do so at your own peril. With that, he turned a huff and strode away. Old Ivan's anger still simmered as he muttered under his breath, cursing Nikolai's weakness and Ekaterina's madness, oblivious to the follower nearly merging with the shadows behind him. As he passed a secluded corner piled with debris, a blinding, heart-stopping green light suddenly erupted from the shadows. It struck him precisely in the back. Old Ivan's body went rigid, the anger on his face instantly frozen, replaced by sheer astonishment and the rapid dissipation of life. He had no time to utter even a muffled groan before he toppled forward, crashing onto the cold ground, his wand rolling aside, his eyes wide open, unable to comprehend what had transpired even in death. In the shadows, Yekaterina slowly emerged, casting a cold glance at the lifeless body on the ground. Lucius Malfoy had just slipped out of his room, poised for a clandestine meeting. As he rounded the corner of the corridor, he nearly collided with Roy Amichell, who was returning from the direction of the hall. Both halted simultaneously. The dim corridor enveloped them as they locked eyes for about a second. There were no greetings, no pleasantries, not even the slightest acknowledgement. Merely two strangers brushing past each other in the depths of the night. Then, with an unspoken agreement, they both averted their gazes. Roy continued toward his room, while Lucius hastened in the opposite direction, toward a deserted storage room cluttered with old experimental apparatus. Victor awaited him there, his face etched with impatience and irritation. Why did you take so long? Victor murmured, his tone laced with complaint. I was held up by a minor issue, Lucius replied, flicking non-existent dust from his robes with an impassive demeanor. Now, what is the urgency? Are you planning to raise the price? Victor's eyes flickered, yet his tone remained adamant. Lucius, do not patronize me. You are well aware of how much your family has profited from our low-price supplies. We are in dire straits now. Finances are tight. You must increase the price. Otherwise, you can forget about future dealings. A hint of mockery crossed Lucius's pale face. Forget about it. Victor, aside from myself. Which Western wizard would dare engage in such transactions with you at this time? Try finding someone else. You might find yourself apprehended as a spy by your own people by tomorrow. A price increase is out of the question. The original price stands. You can either accept it or walk away. Their voices lowered as they engaged in a tense tug-of-war. Ultimately, Victor seemed to relent, though he departed in a huff, anger radiating from him. Lucius lingered for a moment, gathering his thoughts and composure before gracefully turning to retrace his steps. However, just as he approached the threshold of his room, his stride abruptly halted, bathed in the faint light of the wall sconce at the end of the corridor. He was startled to find a figure sprawled in the shadow outside his door. It was the old Soviet wizard Ivan. His complexion was pale, his eyes wide open. Utterly silent, Lucius's heart plummeted to the depths. He swiftly scanned his surroundings, ensuring no one was in sight, and quickly knelt to examine the lifeless body, clearly a victim of the killing curse. Merlin, Lucius muttered under his breath, his mind racing. Ivan had perished at his doorstep. If discovered, he would be unable to explain himself. The clandestine dealings between the Malfoy family and the Soviet Ministry of Magic must remain concealed, especially in such a precarious moment. Lucius hesitated not for a moment. He swiftly brandished his wand, murmuring intricate incantations as he meticulously erased all traces of magic that might linger around old Ivan's corpse, as well as his own footprints. Subsequently, he employed the levitation charm, silently lifting the heavy body into the air. His gaze swept across the desolate corridor, ultimately resting in the direction of the dining hall. Chapter 65. The Night of the Blizzard, Part 8. Time reverted to the present. The monochrome hues of the dining hall faded away, and colors returned. The scene before Roy regained its clarity. An eerie silence lingered for several seconds, until Minister Nikolai shattered the suffocating stillness. Ladies and gentlemen, he inhaled deeply, scanning the faces of everyone present. At this juncture, there are certain matters that perhaps you ought to be apprised of. He paused, seemingly organizing his thoughts, weighing the consequences. Our Ministry of Magic is not a monolith. Nikolai's voice was low yet distinctly audible in the hushed dining hall. There exist divergent opinions on how to navigate our current predicament. Some advocate for a more conservative approach, relying on our own resources, while others lean towards a more radical course of action. He refrained from naming names, but the implications within his words were unmistakably clear. The deaths of old Ivan and Maurice. Nikolai closed his eyes in anguish. May have been instigated by certain radicals within our ranks, driven to madness by despair. Of course, it is also plausible that the true culprit, a foreign wizard who has blatantly violated the international statute of wizarding secrecy, has sought to silence us or sow discord. He expressed a personal inclination towards the former theory, identifying the extremists within. His tone grew more cryptic, particularly the manner of old Ivan's demise, displayed so brazenly on the dining table, evokes memories of the extreme rhetoric espoused by these radicals. They proclaim that the affluent foreign wizards are akin to diners wielding knives and forks, while our Soviet wizarding community is but the meat upon the chopping block, eagerly prepared for their consumption. Lucius Malfoy slightly raised his chin, gazing at Nikolai. So, Minister, the note that appeared in each of our rooms, accusing someone of breaching the secrecy laws, was also orchestrated by your faction, intended to incite suspicion and chaos among us. Nikolai wearily shook his head, then reluctantly nodded, his expression exceedingly complex. I do not know precisely who placed it, but I suspect it is likely them. I cannot exert complete control over every individual within the ministry, especially in such a desperate situation where many have lost their sanity. Roy, disinterested in the internal power struggles, focused on the tangible issues at hand, inquiring, so, from the outset, this auction was merely a bait? A trap to expose the violators of the secrecy laws or to resolve your internal conflicts? No, it was not a trap from the beginning. Nicola immediately countered, asserting that the auction was indeed genuine. Initially, we merely sought to exchange our dwindling resources for a glimmer of hope, food, or a means to resolve our dire food situation. This was the only avenue we could conceive in our desperation. However, everything has spiraled out of control. We never anticipated that the flight network would be utterly compromised. Such an outcome was never part of our plans. We did not foresee Ivan's demise, nor did we expect that Maurice would also perish. The current circumstances have far surpassed our original intentions. There exists an individual, or perhaps a group, I'm uncertain of their identity, acting in the shadows, exploiting our plans, or possibly harboring their own designs. Moreover, given Mr. Morris's death, it is evident they may continue their sinister actions. Nicola's gaze swept over the assembly once more. This is precisely why I am disclosing this to you all now. I hope we can, at least temporarily, set aside our suspicions and unite to uncover this hidden assailant. Otherwise, we all risk becoming the next targets. Snape let out a derisive snort, his dark eyes brimming with scorn. Unite? Minister Nicola, why should we, outsiders, become embroiled in the internal strife and conspiracies of your Soviet Ministry of Magic? Let alone serve your interests? Discover the culprit? And then what? Assist you in cleansing your ranks? What benefit does that hold for us? Nicola felt the sting of Snape's words, his complexion paling. He opened his mouth, only to realize he had no tangible rewards or assurances to offer in return. With a bitter sigh, he admitted, I cannot promise you any benefits. Yet, if you choose to remain passive, no one can predict what may unfold next. The hidden assailant clearly does not discriminate between Soviet wizards and foreign ones. Morris's death stands as testament to that. Their presence serves no good for any of us present. Identifying them could at least afford us some measure of safety. The German alchemist von Heinrich spoke with skepticism. Minister Nicola, how are we to ascertain that you are not fabricating yet another lie? Another story spun for some ulterior motive? How can you prove the existence of this extremist faction? How can you assure us that you are not merely manipulating our fears for your own ends? Perhaps there is no extremist faction at all, and this is all a self-directed performance on your part? Faced with Heinrich's sharp inquiries, Nicola displayed a profound sense of helplessness. He truly had no substantial evidence to corroborate his assertions. He could not identify any specific extremist member, nor could he elucidate all the doubts raised. Ultimately, he could only exhale deeply. I cannot provide proof. You are right. I possess no evidence for you at this moment. My intention in sharing this with you is not to coerce you into action, nor do I expect you to believe me outright. His expression turned solemn and sincere. I merely feel that, in times like these, it is prudent for you to be aware of the potential risks that may exist. Perhaps it will prompt you to exercise greater caution, whether towards outsiders or among ourselves. As his words fell, the restaurant was once again engulfed in an oppressive silence. Nikolai's confession not only failed to alleviate the doubts, but rather shrouded the situation in deeper ambiguity and imminent peril. Trust had been irrevocably shattered, and each individual was secretly weighing the veracity of Nikolai's statements alongside their own subsequent actions. Ultimately, the discussions within the restaurant dissolved amid suspicion and mistrust. The sorcerers departed with their own ulterior motives, each expression on their faces graver than before, their vigilance almost palpable. The corridor was devoid of conversation, filled only with hurried, watchful footsteps and the swift opening and closing of doors. Each person hastened back to their respective chambers, as if the flimsy wooden doors and rudimentary locks could offer a modicum of security. Time trickled slowly amidst the stillness and tension, while the relentless blizzard outside seemed to isolate this stronghold from the rest of the world entirely. It was not until dusk that dim light filtered through the frost-laden windows, casting a somber hue of bluish-gray across the corridor. Suddenly, a frantic and urgent knocking shattered the silence outside Roy's room. He approached the door and asked, "Who is it?" A voice, tinged with tears, emerged from outside. Ekaterina, in distress, exclaimed, "Professor Amichell, something terrible has happened. The minister has instructed me to inform you that there has been another death." Roy opened the door to find Ekaterina's face ashen, her pale eyes filled with horror. "What transpired?" "Speak slowly," he inquired, his gaze sweeping the empty corridor. "It's Deputy Director Victor, and that German, Heinrich, they are both dead," she stammered. Roy followed Ekaterina as she hastily led him to the scene of the incident. In the corridor, other sorcerers were roused from their rooms, peering out to see the grave expressions on Roy and Ekaterina's faces, and they too began to follow. The lifeless bodies of Victor Ivanovich and Dr. von Heinrich lay in the middle of the corridor, not far from Victor's door. Both were sprawled on their backs, their bodies rigid, faces frozen in expressions of astonishment and agony from the moment of death, their eyes wide open as if witnessing something utterly inconceivable. There were no visible wounds, no traces of blood. The air was thick with a chilling, heart-pounding aura, a potent residue of dark magic that had yet to dissipate. Minister Nikolai was already present, crouched beside Victor's body, his complexion ashen. Victor had been his trusted assistant, and his demise was undoubtedly a tremendous blow to Nikolai. Other sorcerers arrived in succession, and upon seeing the two corpses, particularly Victor's, they collectively gasped in shock. Panic spread like a contagion once more. "It's the death curse," came the grave voice of Ollivander. With a clean and decisive technique, Severus Snape's cold voice echoed as he crouched beside Heinrich's lifeless body. The tip of his wand glimmered with a faint light, meticulously probing the scene. "What is this?" Snape's sharp gaze swept over the edge of Heinrich's robe, where he noticed a neat tear magically severed near the heart. The edges of the tear still resonated with a faint trace of magical energy. Here, too, Lucius's voice emerged from the vicinity of Victor's body, pointing to a similar magical incision on Victor's robe. Minister Nicola suddenly lifted his head, spotting the mark, and swiftly drew his wand, casting a complex revealing charm over the tear on Victor's chest. Buzz! A soft golden light enveloped the incision. Moments later, the glow dissipated, clearly revealing the residual magical traces at the edges, an exceptionally pure wave of magical energy directing straight towards Roy. "What is this?" Nicola exclaimed, his voice laden with shock. He proceeded to cast the same spell on the tear in Heinrich's body. The result was equally alarming. The magical residue pointed directly at Snape. Roy Amichell, severe as Snape. Minister Nicola stood abruptly, his finger accusingly directed at the two distinctly revealed traces of magic, his voice trembling with rage and sorrow. "What do you have to say for yourselves? This is irrefutable evidence. You killed Victor and Heinrich." Instantaneously, all eyes turned towards Roy and Snape. Roy furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the magical trace, while Snape merely scoffed, brimming with derision and contempt. "This is slander." Snape's voice was as sharp as a poisoned icicle. "Nicola, has the Siberian wind dulled your wits, or are you the true mastermind behind this? Who leaves traces of their own magical presence when committing murder, as if eager for others to discover their identity? This is the height of absurdity." Stepping forward, Roy maintained a serious demeanor. "Minister, consider this rationally. If Professor Snape and I were to commit murder, would we be so foolish as to leave our magical signatures in such a clumsy manner? Furthermore, what motive do we have to kill Victor and Heinrich? They bear us no ill will. Clearly, someone has intentionally imitated our magical characteristics, or has somehow extracted and transferred our magical residue to frame us. We can examine their wands," Ollivander suggested. "If they truly cast the killing curse, the wands will retain a record." Without hesitation, Roy offered his wand. Though Snape's expression was dark enough to drip with water, he also solemnly surrendered his wand. Holding both wands, Ollivander closed his eyes in concentration, delicately sensing their memories and magical fluctuations. After a brief moment, he opened his eyes and shook his head at Minister Nicola and the assembly. "The wands are clean. Professor Amichell and Professor Snape have, of late, refrained from casting any dark spells, particularly the notorious killing curse." Mr. Ollivander's conclusion undoubtedly absolved Roy and Snape of the most direct suspicion. However, the Soviet wizards were not appeased. "Clean. Magical residue has been detected. Mr. Ollivander, are you certain your wand analysis is accurate?" A young Soviet wizard exclaimed with fervor. "Indeed, they must have employed some method to obscure the memories of their wands." Another echoed. "The magical residue is irrefutable evidence. Minister Nicola, we cannot let them escape. Victor must not have died in vain." The crowd began to stir, and a wave of indignation swept through the Soviet wizards. Several hot-headed wizards even drew their wands, aiming them at Roy and Snape. "Halt!" Minister Nicola shouted sternly, attempting to regain control. Yet his voice was drowned in the sea of outrage. Victor's death seemed to have ignited the long-suppressed despair and hostility of the Soviet wizards towards foreign practitioners. Observing this, the foreign wizards grew tense, hastily brandishing their own wands. Lucius's gaze was icy. The tip of Snape's wand began to emanate a menacing glow, while Fran Ois and Ollivander retreated cautiously. The situation spiraled into chaos. A brawl was imminent. Just as the tension reached its zenith, clang! A deep bell tolled unexpectedly throughout the stronghold. The sound seemed to emanate from all directions, resonating within the very depths of each individual soul. Then, upon the cold stone wall, opposite the positions of Victor and Heinrich's bodies, the once rough surface morphed as if carved by an invisible chisel, revealing lines of twisted, deep crimson letters, as if inscribed in blood. "In the name of ancient covenants and oaths, betrayer of vows, your transgressions are laid bare. The time of judgment has arrived. Blood debt must be repaid with blood." All wizards present, whether the enraged Soviets or the vigilant foreigners, were rendered speechless by this sudden and eerie manifestation. They instinctively ceased their actions, fixating on the flowing blood letters upon the wall. At that moment, Lucius suddenly appeared agitated. "It is indeed the doing of your Soviet ministry. You wish to frame us." Minister Nicola, Ekaterina, and all the Soviet wizards wore expressions of utter shock and bewilderment. This was not part of their plan. Who the devil is responsible for this? Chapter 67. The Night of the Blizzard End. Minister Nicola gazed at the words on the wall, attempting to clarify. "This is not our doing. We are utterly unaware of it." Yet his voice faltered in the face of overwhelming panic and suspicion, quickly drowned out. "Enough!" Nicola, put away your tricks. A wizard shouted first. More intimidation. More frame-ups. Don't you Soviets have any new tactics? Victor is dead. Heinrich is dead. Who will be next? Are they truly intent on exterminating us all? Exclaimed Francois, the French alchemist, as his wand pointed menacingly at Nicola. Let's fight back. For the vengeance of Deputy Director Victor. The young Soviet wizard could no longer restrain himself, bellowing as he brandished his wand with fervor. Disarm. A foreign wizard, quick on the draw, unleashed a crimson beam that struck him instantly. The Soviet wizard's wand flew from his grasp, and he collapsed into unconsciousness. In another direction, amid the chaos, an unknown assailant cast a spell. A red light zipped through the crowd, hitting a Soviet wizard retreating into a corner. Without a sound, he crumpled to the ground. Armored protection, all petrified, shattered to pieces. It was as if a powder keg had been ignited. Long-simmering fears, rage, and mistrust erupted in an instant. In a narrow corridor, spells burst forth like uncontrolled fireworks, intertwining and colliding, producing the cacophony of magical detonations. In the midst of the turmoil, Ekaterina was struck by a stunning curse from an unseen direction, collapsing to the floor. Ekaterina, her boyfriend, Sergei, cried out, attempting to rush to her aid. However, in that fleeting moment of distraction, he was hit squarely in the chest by another unseen repelling curse. He gasped, akin to a kite severed from its string, hurtling backward to crash against the cold stone wall, sliding down to the ground, unconscious. The scene spiraled into utter chaos, with spells flying indiscriminately. Screams, roars, and the explosive sounds of curses collided in a tumultuous symphony. Roy moved through the chaotic throng like a wraith. With deft flicks of his wand, he skillfully deflected several stunning and disarming curses aimed at him, most of which originated from agitated Soviet wizards. His expression bore no semblance of urgency. Rather, he appeared almost nonchalant, as if he were merely going through the motions rather than engaged in battle. He cleverly utilized the crowd's cover and the confusion of spells to navigate quietly toward the rear of the assembly. The disorder served as his finest veil. Several Soviet wizards attempting to intercept him found their efforts easily thwarted or were inadvertently repelled by spells flying from nearby. At last, he seized an opportunity. With a swift motion, he slipped through the chaotic core like a slippery fish, vanishing into the dimly lit corridor. In a secluded corner, Newt's commander clutched his suitcase anxiously. Upon seeing Roy, he exhaled in relief. Well done, Newt, Roy smiled. Have you made any other discoveries? Newt promptly opened his suitcase, and a furry creature with a long nose peeked out, clutching an ancient-looking metal ring adorned with sapphires. I found this in Morris's room. Newt lowered his voice. It is indeed a key, but we are uncertain of its designated teleportation point. Roy took the ring, feeling its cold surface and sensing the spatial magic pulsating within. No worries, I can adjust its transmission coordinates. He produced his silver-patterned pen, its tip gleaming with a faint light. Roy cradled the ring in one hand while deftly inscribing a series of minuscule, intricately structured alchemical runes on the inner side of the ring with the other. The runes glimmered softly, swiftly merging with the ring's existing magical framework. There we go, Roy declared as he tossed the ring back to Newt. Its destination has now been altered to Hogwarts. Activating it will enable an immediate return, though the time for its use is not yet upon us. Subsequently, Roy took the lead, heading towards the accommodation area. Although Newt was perplexed by Roy's intentions, he kept close behind. The corridor echoed with distant sounds of spell explosions and roars, yet here it remained relatively tranquil. Roy and Newt moved like phantoms, swiftly traversing the deserted passageways. Upon reaching Dr. Heinrich's door, Roy found it locked. He drew his wand, not uttering a spell, but simply tapping the door lock gently. A barely perceptible wave of magical energy passed through, resulting in a soft click as the door swung open. Newt stared in astonishment at Roy's silent, wandless unlocking technique. Yet Roy did not grant him the luxury of inquiry and stepped inside. Heinrich's room was tidy, with few items scattered about. Roy circled the room a few times, prompting Newt to question, "What are you doing?" Then he observed Roy approaching Heinrich's bedside, lifting the pillow to retrieve a piece of parchment. Newt leaned in for a glimpse, but before he could discern any details, Roy folded it away. "This is evidence of Heinrich's violation of international confidentiality laws," Roy explained. Newt furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. But Roy offered no further elaboration. He pocketed the parchment and turned to leave. They then proceeded to Morris's room, where Roy effortlessly unlocked the door once more. Inside Morris's nightstand, Roy discovered a ledger meticulously detailing substantial transactions and galleons. He organized the parchment and ledger within the inner pocket of his cloak, a meaningful smile gracing his face. All the evidence is in place. Now we can approach Minister Nikolai to negotiate terms. Negotiate terms? Newt was even more bewildered, as chaos still reigned outside. Precisely amidst the turmoil, Roy replied, his familiar gentle smile returning. By presenting this evidence, we will demonstrate that Heinrich and Morris are responsible for the violations that have left the Soviet Union in dire straits. This serves not only to vindicate the innocents, but also to aid the Ministry of Magic in their quest for justice. More importantly, we will prove that the Soviet ministry is not merely being unreasonable, but has legitimate grievances. In return, should Minister Nikolai not bestow upon us the champions who have aided in unmasking the true culprits and clearing the innocent, all the items from this auction as a token of gratitude and recompense? Newt, my old friend, what does Minister Nikolai desire most? Identify the perpetrator who violated the confidentiality laws, plunging the Soviet magical realm into dire straits. We now hold two irrefutable pieces of evidence. However, they are deceased, leaving no one to attest to the authenticity of these items. Roy interjected, precisely because they're no longer alive, no one can assert that these items are false. Moreover, this is the evidence you witnessed me retrieving from their quarters. Can it possibly be fabricated? Newt gazed at the expression of righteous fervor on Roy's face. In recalling his adeptness in picking locks, he could not suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth. He felt as though Roy had once again ensnared him in a vast, intricately crafted trap. Chapter 68. A new chapter, December 26, 1991. On the eve of Christmas that year, the sky was overcast, with delicate snowflakes drifting down as a biting chill swept across Moscow's Red Square. Above the Kremlin, the red flag emblazoned with a hammer and sickle, which had flown for 69 years, gradually descended under the scrutiny of countless scrutinizing gazes. An era concluded amidst both silence and tumult, marking the end of a grand journey filled with ideals and controversies. The torrents of history surged forth. Yet for every living soul, whether wizard or muggle, life must persist. Deep within the icy expanses of Siberia, in the stronghold of the Soviet Ministry of Magic, the dust finally settled. Roy presented the pivotal evidence he had discovered to the weary Minister Nikolai, who might now be more appropriately referred to as the head of the Russian Ministry of Magic. The evidence was compelling, coupled with the leads Nikolai had already discerned and some private deductions made by Roy. All fingers pointed swiftly toward Ekaterina, who was mentally on the brink of collapse due to injury and fright. Under immense pressure and the effects of a truth serum, Ekaterina confessed to being the murderer of the elder Ivan Petrovich. Her motive stemmed from a fierce argument that night, wherein she believed the elder Ivan intended to betray them to foreign wizards. Enraged by his conservatism and cowardice, she resorted to the unforgivable curse. The deaths of Maurice, Victor, and Heinrich were also attributed to her. Despite her frantic denials of any connection to the latter three, the panicked wizards, both Russian and foreign, sought a resolution to quell the turmoil and largely inclined towards attributing all these tragedies to this deranged, previously convicted witch. She was swiftly apprehended, awaiting the stern repercussions of magical law. For the wizards, the truth had perhaps ceased to hold significance. Ekaterina became a necessary sacrificial pawn to quell this international uproar and maintain stability within the Ministry of Magic. Lucius Malfoy, with his astute political instincts, quickly established connections with the new leadership of the Russian Ministry of Magic, which was in a transitional power vacuum and in dire need of external support and resources. He successfully negotiated a highly advantageous, long-term exclusive trading agreement for potion ingredients. The wealth and political capital of the Malfoy family will ascend to new heights as a result. Roy, serving as the pivotal figure in unveiling the truth and restoring order, has gratifyingly acquired the majority of the core auction items from the Soviet Ministry of Magic, ancient alchemical manuscripts, rare materials, and forbidden artifacts that embody lost knowledge and power. Without a doubt, he emerges as the greatest victor of this affair. Though Newt's commander harbors lingering trepidation regarding the upheaval, he ultimately finds his desires fulfilled. Guided by a benevolent local, He glimpses from a distance the magnificent and graceful forms of a migrating herd of Siberian yeti amidst the snow-clad mountains after the blizzard has subsided. This astonishing discovery fills him with exhilaration, prompting him to prolong his stay in Russia to track and study this enigmatic creature. Gathering further material for his forthcoming book on the Yeti, Garrick Ollivander, alongside several skilled wizards adept in alchemy and magical circles, has, after the situation has stabilized somewhat, successfully repaired the damaged flint network. The green flames ignite once more in the hearth, rekindling a long-lost hope for re-establishing connections with the outside world. Severus Snape also received a share of rare and costly potion ingredients from Roy as previously agreed upon. However, he expresses no gratitude, maintaining a stern demeanor and muttering under his breath with the most acerbic words he can muster about the extreme unreliability and unpleasant surprises of Roy's entire plan. While awaiting the stabilization of the Floon network in preparation for their return to Britain, Ollivander could not suppress his curiosity. I still do not comprehend. It is peculiar that she admits to killing Ivan, yet staunchly denies the murders of the other three. It is illogical, especially considering the curse in Morris, which does not seem to be within the grasp of a young witch. At this remark, Roy and Lucius exchanged a discreet glance, their faces adorned with a mysterious, tacit smile. Snape, keenly perceptive, immediately furrowed his brow, his dark eyes brimming with suspicion. He was convinced that Roy, the cunning fellow, was concealing critical information regarding the true causes of death of Morris, Victor, and Heinrich, particularly the eerie blood markings and the precise method of their demise. Faced with Snape's probing gaze, Roy merely shrugged nonchalantly, his customary enigmatic smile gracing his features. Severus, sometimes matters need not be made too clear. Isn't it rather pleasant as it stands? Everyone has obtained what they desired, order has been restored, and the perpetrator has been brought to justice. Knowing too much can often become a burden, don't you think? Before parting, Minister Nicola firmly shook Roy's hand and quietly expressed, "Thank you, Professor Amichell. Your assistance in eliminating our internal traitor has provided us with a satisfactory explanation to present externally." Roy smiled in response. "Merely a matter of mutual benefit, Minister. I hope your future endeavors may proceed with greater ease." He paused, seemingly casually inquiring, "Have you found a solution to the food crisis?" A complex expression, tinged with hope yet laced with resignation, graced Nicola's countenance. The Soviet Union had dissolved, and the new leaders in Moscow appeared to adopt a seemingly amicable stance. "We resolved to expedite the relocation of the Ministry of Magic's headquarters back to Moscow. Once there, in proximity to the epicenter of power and resources, we would surely devise a means to procure sustenance. After all, the times had irrevocably changed." Roy nodded, opting for silence. He turned and stepped into the rekindled flames of the Floon network. Hogwarts. The flames surged and whirled, casting aside the bitter cold and chaos of Siberia. In the hearth of the Hogwarts Alchemy Tower, Roy's silhouette emerged, his cloak's inner pockets brimming with weighty, invaluable spoils. Roy gazed out of the tower's window. Snow continued to fall upon the Scottish Highlands, though not as harshly as in Siberia. One era had drawn to a close, while another had commenced. The old order had crumbled, and new rules were quietly being established amidst the ruins. Glory, ideals, struggles, conspiracies, and survival had all transformed into silent footnotes upon the pages of history, while the living must continue forth, bearing their respective scars and triumphs. Both the Muggle and magical realms had turned the page to a fresh and uncharted chapter. Chapter 69, meanwhile, at the New York Presbyterian Hospital, an imposing medical giant situated in Manhattan's Upper East Side, renowned for its cutting-edge facilities, the gathering of America's foremost medical experts, and staggering bills. The afternoon air on the surgical floor was permeated with the sterile chill of disinfectants, while outside, the bustling streets of Manhattan thrived. At this moment, Dr. Stephen Strange found himself engulfed by an overwhelming sense of absurdity. Having just completed a complex coronary bypass surgery, he was poised to savor a belated lunch of an extravagant organic salad and black coffee when a group of uninvited guests, clad in black suits and exuding an air of formidable authority, burst in. Leading them was a striking red-haired woman, athletic and captivating, who introduced herself as Natasha Romanoff. Trailing behind her were several equally stern-faced male agents, their identification badges emblazoned with the emblem of a soaring eagle, indicative of S.H.I.L.D. Doctor. Strange was entirely oblivious to the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense and Logistics, merely finding the name ludicrously lengthy and the agents egregiously presumptuous. "Dr. Strange?" Natasha inquired, handing him a stack of documents. "We require your immediate assistance for a critically injured individual. His identity is sensitive, and his injuries are severe. However, you need not fully heal him, only stabilize his vital signs to ensure he remains alive until our specialized medical personnel arrive. Cost is not a concern." Strange's gaze was rife with skepticism and impatience. He had encountered numerous self-important relatives and officials attempting to meddle in medical procedures. But it was a rarity to have such audacious individuals intrude upon a physician's private space with such peculiar demands. Strange suppressed his fury, swiftly glancing at the photographs of the injured and the preliminary report nestled within the file. The patient bore a massive penetrating abdominal wound, multiple organ ruptures, severe internal bleeding, comminuted rib fractures, and suspected spinal damage. For an ordinary individual, such injuries would have long since warranted a meeting with the Almighty. "Ms. Romanoff," Strange's voice was frigid, as he felt himself mocked. "You deliver a nearly shredded corpse to me, and then ask me to stabilize his vital signs? Frankly, this is a gross misuse of precious medical resources and my time. Given his current condition, it would be miraculous if he survives the transport. Stabilize his vital signs? How many vital signs does he have left?" This is an affront to medical knowledge. He could almost envision the ghastly scene on the operating table. Natasha remained unfazed, merely reiterating, "Do your best, doctor. Stabilize him. Our professionals will arrive shortly." Strange scoffed, striding toward the operating room with purpose, mocking as he walked. "I am a professional here. I can assert that even divine intervention would not save him. Do you think medicine is some sort of science fiction? By the time your professionals arrive, he will have already been queued in the morgue. Purely a waste of time." Strange felt a profound disdain for the ignorance displayed by this group of agents, filled with contempt for their rudeness, arrogance, and foolishness. "Very well. For the sake of financial compensation," he muttered to himself. Inside the operating room, under the stark, white light of the surgical lamp, a golden-haired man lay on the table, his horrifying wounds and the alarming readings on the monitor corroborating Strange's assessment. The situation was worse than he had imagined. He couldn't help but suspect that this man had been retrieved from the train tracks by that so-called S.H.I.L.D. He immediately organized his team for an emergency rescue, though deep inside, he harbored no hope. From his experience, this was a battle destined for failure. Just as he was engrossed in the futile efforts to staunch the bleeding and maintain circulation, the door to the operating room swung open once more. This time, a man with striking blue eyes clad in a loose, deep blue robe entered, accompanied by an agent Strange had encountered earlier, who had identified himself as Phil Coulson. "What are you doing?" Strange furrowed his brow sharply. "You are compromising the sterile environment. This is tantamount to murder. This is an operating room in the midst of an emergency, not a conference room for you agents." "Who is he? Your professional?" Strange scrutinized Roy, his brow knitting tighter, as if gazing upon a flying pig. "You just waltz into the operating room? Do you even understand what sterile procedure entails? Do you possess a medical license? This is New York Presbyterian, not your playground." Strange felt his authority and expertise as a leading surgeon being egregiously trampled upon. Roy's gaze swept over the sarcastic Strange, a twitch at the corner of his eye betraying his irritation. This physician exuded an oddly familiar aura, sharp-tongued, intolerant of others' foolishness, and self-assured in his professionalism. Was he not akin to Snape? Roy was particularly adept at dealing with such individuals, choosing to disregard Strange's biting remarks as if he were invisible, and he proceeded directly to the operating table. Coulson, understanding the unspoken agreement, refrained from intervening, merely gesturing for Strange to remain calm. Unfortunately, this gesture held no sway over the enraged doctor. Roy lowered his gaze to Thor's pallid face and the gruesome wound on his abdomen, contemplating the situation. It seemed manageable. "I can save him." "Save him?" Strange was nearly apoplectic, now questioning whether the man before him was a delusional lunatic. He pointed at the precarious data on the monitor. Thor had suffered over 3,000 milliliters of internal bleeding. A third of his spleen was shattered, his diaphragm was torn, and his 12th vertebra showed signs of fracture. His blood pressure was nearing undetectable levels. Turning to Natasha, he exclaimed, "Which psychiatric institution did he escape from?" "This is murder. If you wish to save this man, you had best make this lunatic leave at once." Roy paid no heed to the clamor around him. From the pocket of his robe, he retrieved a small crystal vial. The viscous liquid within was deep and presented a peculiar, ominous shade of green. And he uncorked the bottle with determination. "Stop. What are you administering to him? Unapproved substances are absolutely forbidden. You are practicing medicine illegally." Strange's voice rose sharply as he attempted to intervene. Coulson stepped in front of Strange, his tone calm yet firm. "Dr. Strange, please trust us. Mr. Amichell is our specialist." Roy had already grasped Thor's chin, carefully pouring the entire vial of potion down his throat. As the thick liquid slid into Thor's gullet, it seemed to possess some form of vitality, emitting a faint hissing sound. "You will kill him." Strange's furious admonition faltered, his voice caught in his throat. He, along with every medical professional in the operating room, stood frozen in disbelief. Before their eyes, the horrific wound that had marred Thor's abdomen, exposed and ghastly, began to visibly writhe and regenerate with astonishing speed. The torn flesh appeared to be smoothed and stitched by invisible hands, while the ruptured internal organs rapidly healed as if rewinding a tape. On the monitors, the piercing alarm indicating dangerously slow heart rhythms ceased, replaced by a rapid resurgence of heart rate and blood pressure, defying all physiological expectations. In mere seconds, that lethal wound had healed completely, leaving only a faint, slightly darker scar as evidence of its existence. Thor's ashen complexion transformed with remarkable rapidity, regaining a healthy hue, while his previously weak breaths grew steady and robust. He even slightly furrowed his brow, emitting a sound of discomfort. "This is impossible," Strange muttered in a daze. His esteemed medical knowledge and years of clinical experience utterly shattered in that moment. Instinctively pushing Coulson aside, he rushed to the operating table, donned a fresh pair of sterile gloves, and with trembling fingers, reached out to touch the almost vanished scar on Thor's abdomen, feeling the firm healing of the underlying tissue. He then glanced up at the life signs monitoring data, which remained as stable as a textbook. The expression on his face shifted from anger and disdain to profound shock and bewilderment, as if his worldview was collapsing before his very eyes. Just then, Thor suddenly opened his eyes, coughing violently as if awakening from a nightmare, followed by a thunderous retch. "Ugh, who fed me foul socks?" Chapter 70. Strange. The absence of human medicine from that day forth, Stephen Strange, the foremost neurosurgeon at New York's Presbyterian Hospital, found himself engulfed in an unprecedented state of chaos. In the ensuing days, he was plagued by a loss of appetite and an unusual mental fog during surgeries, almost making a mistake during a simple suturing, narrowly avoiding disaster thanks to a timely reminder from his assistant. The absurd scene from the operating room replayed incessantly in his mind, the grotesque wound healing in mere seconds, the near-death giant suddenly sitting up to complain about the unpleasantness of the medicine, and the insincere smile of the man in the blue robe, all intertwined, forming a violent assault on his lifelong belief in scientific rationality. This is impossible. It defies all known laws of biology, physiology, and physics. Wound healing requires time, cellular division, tissue regeneration, and the resolution of inflammation, all bound by insurmountable natural laws. What was that green liquid? Magic? How could magic possibly exist in this world? Strange felt as if his solidified worldview, built over 30 years, had been struck by a heavy hammer, not shattering immediately, but now riddled with spiderweb-like cracks, threatening to collapse at any moment. Even at night, he was tormented by dreams. As soon as he closed his eyes, he envisioned the blonde giant not only healing instantly, but also jumping down from the operating table to perform a series of deep squats in his pristine operating room, then clapping him on the shoulder with a booming voice, saying, "Doctor, I feel fantastic. Your medical skills are truly remarkable." Meanwhile, the man in the blue robe and the red-haired female agent stood nearby, expressionless, applauding. Strange jolted awake from these nightmares, drenched in cold sweat, his heart pounding like a drum. He began to doubt himself. Was it the overwhelming mental strain from consecutive high-intensity surgeries that had induced hallucinations? Or was it a rare, undiagnosed brain condition affecting his cognitive functions? He even began to scour medical literature, searching for neurological disorders that could lead to such vivid hallucinations. At last, on a certain afternoon, he undertook an action he had never envisioned himself doing. He accessed the internal system to schedule an appointment at the psychiatric department of New York Presbyterian Hospital. He was greeted by a physician clad in a white coat, donning golden-rimmed spectacles. Strange articulated his symptoms as objectively and calmly as possible. Persistent anxiety, difficulty concentrating, loss of appetite, and recurrent dreams that were absurd yet strikingly vivid. He deliberately obscured the specific content of these dreams, focusing solely on the distress they caused him. Following a series of standard questionnaires and interviews, the psychiatrist set down his pen and spoke in a measured tone. Dr. Strange, based on the evaluation results, you do exhibit some symptoms of anxiety, likely related to the recent excessive work pressure. However, there are no indications of typical psychotic disorders, such as hallucinations or delusions. Your cognitive functions and reality testing abilities remain within normal limits. Normal limits? Strange nearly blurted out the absurd details of his dreams, but his final vestige of pride restrained him. He sought a scientific explanation instead. Doctor, if I were to say that an individual repeatedly witnesses or dreams of events that utterly defy the laws of physics and biological principles, and they're so realistic that one cannot distinguish. The psychiatrist raised an almost imperceptible brow at this. He swiftly scribbled something on the medical record, then tore off a sheet of the examination form and handed it over. I understand your concerns, Dr. Strange. Sometimes extreme fatigue and stress can indeed trigger exceptionally realistic experiences. However, to thoroughly eliminate any possibility of organic pathology, albeit a slim chance, I recommend a brain scan to see if there are any subtle issues we might have overlooked. The physician's tone remained calm, yet there was a hint in his gaze that perhaps the mind of this fellow doctor warranted examination. Accepting the lightweight yet burdensome examination form, Strange's last shred of hope dissipated. Even the psychiatrist believed he might need to examine his own mind. He did not pursue the scan. He was acutely aware that the issue did not lie within the structure of his brain. The problem resided in that afternoon, in that operating room, with that man in blue robes and that damned potion reeking of foul socks. It had pierced through the solid scientific worldview he had painstakingly constructed over half a lifetime. Like a bullet, he needed to leave this place, immediately at once. The following day, Strange submitted a leave of absence request to the hospital, utilizing all accrued vacation days. He provided no detailed explanation, only stating that he required personal time to recalibrate. Although the hospital administration was taken aback by the decision of this workaholic, they nonetheless approved it. He needed to distance himself from the scalpel, the scent of antiseptic, and all reminders of that fateful afternoon. He sought a tranquil place to reevaluate this world, or perhaps to attempt to forget it. On the afternoon of the first day of his vacation, sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows of his Manhattan apartment. Yet, Stephen Strange found himself unable to relish this moment of leisure. He sat on the leather sofa, a cup of coffee long since gone cold before him, his gaze unfocused as it drifted over the towering skyline outside. The image of the blond man rising from the operating table, along with the disingenuous smile of the man in the blue robe, continued to replay stubbornly in his mind. Agitated, he rose to open a window for some fresh air. As he approached the window and rested his fingers on the frame, something unusual, a flash of white, caught his attention. Wedged within the exceedingly narrow gap between the glass and the metal frame was a small, rigid card. Strange furrowed his brow. He resided on the 28th floor, with no balcony or protruding structure outside from which such an object could have been placed, no matter how strong the wind. It seemed impossible for a card to be inserted so precisely, almost parallel to the minuscule crevice, without falling. This defied the laws of physics, a thought that only served to heighten his irritation. He retrieved the card, noting its peculiar texture. It felt icy to the touch yet remarkably resilient, resembling a thin metal sheet or specially treated leather, though it was surprisingly lightweight. There were no ornate designs, only a simple yet bizarre line of printed text. Azkaban Agency, dedicated to resolving your troubles. Below, it was an address located on a street in Queens. Absurd. Strange let out a scoff, instinctively preparing to discard the enigmatic card into the trash. Azkaban? It sounded like a name plucked from a second-rate fantasy novel. Resolving troubles? A classic line from charlatans, targeting the desperate and mentally fragile. Stephen Strange believed in science, in evidence, in logic. Such mystical nonsense held less value in his eyes than spam mail. Yet his hand hesitated in midair. His gaze returned to the impeccably sealed window frame. How had this card come to rest here? On the 28th floor, with no ledge. A strong gust would only have blown it away, not ushered it in, unless someone had employed some exceedingly precise tool or utilized a method beyond his comprehension. This thought involuntarily reminded him of the incomprehensible emerald potion from a few days prior and the instant healing of a fatal wound. He felt a twinge of concern. Indeed, he was troubled. Rationality loudly warned him that this was foolish, irrational, perhaps even dangerous. Yet another, more powerful emotion, one that had been suppressed for many days, overcame him, a thirst for answers, an obsession to discern whether it was he who had lost his mind or the world around him that had gone mad. He needed to know. He had to know, even if it is merely to demonstrate that this is an utter deception, to finally dispel that damned, incessant dream and self-doubt. Well, he faced the empty apartment as if issuing a challenge to himself, stating, "I shall go investigate to discern the tricks employed by these charlatans." Chapter 71, The Azkaban Agency, Part 1, Queens, New York, Ingram Street. The streets outside remained as boisterous as ever. The sense of vehicular exhaust and late summer dust seeping through the gaps of the window. Roy was engrossed in a collection of alchemical components, which emitted a peculiar blend of metallic and herbal fragrances. His fingertips were dusted with silvery powder as he meticulously adjusted the runes on a brass compass. Done. Peter Parker's voice resonated with youthful exuberance. He burst into the living room like a small cannonball, hurling his backpack onto the retro-colored sofa with a muffled thud. "Mr. Amichell, they have all been dispatched." Peter's voice was vibrant and exhilarated as he shared the news of his flyers being placed in every conceivable location in New York that might harbor a hint of concern. Lampposts, bulletin board crevices, CAF message boards, and the enigmatic doorways of antique shops. He had even managed to tuck a few near Star Tower, guaranteed to be elusive and undeniably eye-catching. Roy lifted his gaze, massaging his somewhat throbbing temples, and observed Peter's flushed face, animated by excitement, his eyes sparkling like jewels. This boy was unnaturally energetic, as if he possessed an inexhaustible reservoir of vitality. "Well done, Peter. I hope those individuals do not mistake it for a newfangled prank." A wry smile tugged at the corners of Roy's mouth. Perhaps there would be some response. Peter plopped down onto the sofa, seized a glass of water from the table, and gulped it down before gasping. "But Mr. Amichell, do you truly believe that this Azkaban agency can be established? It sounds, well, rather unique." He scratched his head, casting a worried glance at Roy. Would the residents of Queens accept an agency with such an unusual name? Roy set down his ring, his gaze sweeping across the makeshift home he had assembled with magic and second-hand furniture. He sighed, "We must at least give it a try, Peter. I cannot continue to depend on confusion spells and living off old savings." He paused, his tone tinged with self-mockery. "Besides, my resources are dwindling." Upon his arrival in this unfamiliar universe, a few misguided thugs, underestimating him, attempted to rob him. The outcome was, of course, that they learned a harsh lesson from Roy's simple spells, leaving them in tears. Not only did the money they stole end up in Roy's pocket, but he also acquired their meager earnings, which served as a welcome settling-in fee. This unexpected windfall sustained his initial expenditures in the procurement of alchemical materials. But after several months, coupled with the enchantments for Peter's suit, purchasing daily necessities, and acquiring second-hand furniture, his funds had nearly evaporated. Wizards also require sustenance, particularly in a place devoid of a universal currency for the magical community. Agent Coulson from SHIELD mentioned that his superior sought to recruit him, offering a generous salary to become a consultant. However, Roy politely declined, stating he could not be on standby 24 hours a day. He had his own research to attend to, classes to teach at Hogwarts, and moments when he simply wished to be unoccupied. He only promised to assist SHIELD during particularly challenging situations, as they had indeed been of assistance during the incident involving Harry. Thus, Roy turned his gaze back to Peter, smiling as he suggested, "I think establishing a small consultancy might be a viable solution. After all, the worst that could happen is a lack of clients. And we can always devise another plan." As for the name, a mischievous smile crept upon his lips. "Do you not think Azkaban carries an aura of intimidation?" "Cool. Peter was instantly convinced, his eyes shining brightly. "Mr. Amichell, is there anything I can do to assist? I could be your assistant." Observing Peter's eager demeanor, Roy could not suppress a chuckle. Like any caring elder, he deftly shifted the subject, saying, "We can discuss assistance later." "Peter, how did you fare in your final exams? I recall you mentioning they were this week." At the mention of exams, a flicker of joy appeared on Peter's face. "Oh, that? It should be fine. I feel the questions weren't too difficult." "That's good to hear," Roy nodded, yet the conversation did not linger on academic achievements. His gaze deepened as he asked, "Peter, excelling in your studies is commendable. However, I wish to inquire about your aspirations after high school. Do you have any plans for the future?" Peter's smile faded, replaced by a hint of confusion. He scratched his head, pondering earnestly. Dr. Connors mentioned he hopes I can attend a good university after graduation and work as an assistant in his lab. He believes I have great potential. My internship at Oscorp went well too, and Gwen suggested we could apply together to Empire State University to study biology or engineering. He counted off the paths others had outlined for him, his voice dwindling until he faltered. Roy observed him quietly, gently shaking his head. "Peter, do not concern yourself with what Dr. Connors envisions for you. What Oscorp can offer are Gwen's plans. While those are all commendable, they are not the crux of the matter. The essential question is, what do you truly wish to pursue? Setting aside the identity of Spider-Man and the expectations of others, what does Peter Parker genuinely yearn for at the core of his being? To become a leading scientist, an engineer, or something else entirely? You must have a direction." Peter found himself at a loss for words. Since becoming Spider-Man, his life had revolved around combating crime, aiding others, concealing his identity and his studies, all of which filled his days to the brim. The future? He seemed never to have taken a moment to genuinely reflect on what kind of future he desired as an ordinary boy named Peter Parker. Should he delve deeper into biotechnology, or pivot towards materials engineering? Or perhaps he was momentarily at a loss for words. Those elaborate visions painted by others seemed enchanting, yet none resonated as the clearest answer within his heart. He opened his mouth, yearning to articulate something, but each choice felt insufficient to wholly convey his nebulous desires. Just as Peter sank into contemplation, Roy was poised to guide the conversation further when a series of knocks echoed, interrupting their discourse. "Is someone at the door?" Peter was jolted back to reality, instinctively glancing toward the entrance. Roy raised an eyebrow slightly, signaling for Peter to investigate. Peter hastened to the door and pulled it open, revealing a stranger standing outside. The man appeared to be in his 30s, tall and lean, dressed in a crisp light blue Oxford shirt with the collar casually unbuttoned. His trousers were tailored dark casual pants, complemented by a pair of suede loafers. His hair was meticulously groomed, yet at that moment his brow was furrowed, and his piercing gaze seemed capable of penetrating the soul, his thin lips pressed tightly together, and his jawline taut. This man was none other than the neurosurgeon Stephen Strange, recently shaken by a profound existential revelation. Chapter 72, Azkaban Agency, Part 2. Upon seeing a young man at the door, Strange's brow immediately contorted into a deep furrow. Peter, keenly attuned to the stranger's displeasure and scrutiny, quickly deduced that this might be a client seeking Roy's services, and called out, "Mr. Amichell, someone's here for you." He stepped aside, casting another glance at the striking yet unfriendly visitor. Although curiosity tugged at him, he ultimately retreated, aware that this was Roy's client. Strange's gaze swept over the departing youth, honing in on Roy, who had risen from sofa. In an instant, Strange froze. Could it be him? That face, that peculiar robe, and those infuriatingly pretentious blue eyes. It was the man from the operating room that fateful day. It's you. Strange's voice was low, laced with incredulity and suppressed fury. He felt ensnared in a meticulously constructed trap, its center embodied by this oddly robed individual. The bizarre card, this peculiar agency, and the man before him. Was this a scheme directed at him, or was there some unfathomable purpose behind it? Roy, observing Strange at the door, was momentarily taken aback. He evidently recognized the sharp-tongued, imposing doctor from the operating room. Raising an eyebrow in surprise, Roy remarked, "Oh, it's you." He gestured toward the chair opposite the sofa. "Please have a seat." "So, Dr. Strange," he recalled the name introduced to him by Coulson. "What troubles do you seek the Azkaban Agency to resolve?" Strange yearned to shout, "My trouble is you, and that damned potion you concocted." However, this was utterly undignified, entirely inconsistent with his identity as Stephen Strange. He inhaled deeply, compelling himself to remain composed, and stepped inside, choosing to stand before Roy rather than taking a seat, as if scrutinizing a perplexing case in an operating room. Strange's voice was taut. "I am here to ascertain one matter. What did you do to that blond man in the operating room that day? What did you administer to him? His injuries defy the principles of physiology, trauma, and all known medical doctrines. What exactly was it? Magic? Does magic truly exist in this world?" The last few words escaped his lips with great difficulty, as if acknowledging such a possibility inflicted profound anguish upon him. Roy observed Strange's feigned composure, which could not conceal his emotional turmoil, and found it somewhat amusing. He shifted to a more relaxed posture, leaning back against the sofa, his fingers lightly tapping the armrest. "Dr. Strange," Roy replied in a calm tone, "if this world can host genetically mutated beings, individuals capable of transforming into lizards, and those who can traverse walls like Spider-Man, not to mention alien pantheons you have yet to comprehend, then why can there not exist a system of power you refer to as magic? It is merely another set of rules that extends beyond your current understanding." "Rules?" Strange's expression darkened further. "Rules can be observed, measured, and repeatedly validated. What you did that day lacked any observable intermediary processes. Devoid of the time for cellular division or signs of inflammatory response. It simply occurred. What sort of rules are these? Are they miracles or sorcery?" "It is neither a miracle nor sorcery," Roy corrected him. "The substance that healed him was a potion. You may perceive it as a magical medicinal product infused with unique energies, akin to the medications utilized by ordinary individuals." "Potion," Strange murmured, repeating the term as if encountering the name of a rare ailment for the first time. The word itself seemed imbued with an aura of mystery and antiquity, instantly igniting his scholarly curiosity. "What are its components? What is its mechanism of action? What is its molecular structure? Does it stimulate some undiscovered stem cells? Or does it expedite information transfer at a quantum level? What are its efficacy range, side effects, and contraindications? Has a double-blind, controlled trial been conducted? Is its production process standardized? What is the source of its energy?" Questions bombarded Roy like a rapid-fire barrage. He found himself overwhelmed. He was merely an alchemist, skilled in material transmutation, energy flow, and artifact enchantment. Many of these inquiries regarding the detailed pharmacology of potions, molecular structure, and compatibility with modern medicine ventured deep into his knowledge blind spots. Moreover, would there truly be sorcerers dedicated to studying such matters? It was as absurd as asking an artist to elucidate the chemical bonds of pigment molecules. "Stop! Stop!" Roy could not help but raise his hand to halt Dr. Strange's academic bombardment, a rare expression of helplessness and headache crossing his face. "Dr. Strange, I am not a professor of potionology, nor am I a researcher in your modern medicine. The effects of potions are grounded in the laws of magic and the flow of energy, not something that can be wholly elucidated by the test tubes and microscopes in your laboratory. Some phenomena exist and are effective, yet their underlying reasons may be far more arcane than you can fathom. So, you merely know how to utilize it, yet remain utterly oblivious to why it is effective?" Strange's voice dripped with evident disappointment and skepticism. "This is nothing short of a sacrilege against knowledge. To know the how without understanding the why? How can this be deemed medicine? It is nothing but the sorcery of a primitive era. You cannot even articulate its most fundamental principles of operation. This is profoundly unprofessional. You scarcely comprehend what you wield, or rather, you are merely employing unverifiable mysticism to mask your intellectual deficiencies." Strange disdainfully curled his lip at the thought of someone who knew so little about their own powers. Roy found himself somewhat exasperated by the obstinate and arrogant doctor, his annoyance further ignited by the latter's condescending attitude. "Stop!" Roy abruptly rose, interrupting Strange's rapid-fire inquiries. He took a deep breath, pointing at the space beneath Strange's feet. "Doctor, please remain still." Though dissatisfied, Strange complied, his expression one of skepticism, as if daring Roy to unveil another trick. Roy retrieved a small pouch of shimmering, otherworldly powder from the inner pocket of his robe, magical dust interspersed with fragments of rare silver. He began to circle Strange, moving swiftly with a peculiar rhythm while his wrists danced, deftly scattering the luminous powder across the floor. The dust formed a complex circular pattern, approximately 2 meters in diameter, centered around Strange. The lines were fluid and ancient, imbued with geometric beauty and an aura of mystery. Upon contacting the ground, the powder seemed to activate, emitting a faint yet steady silvery glow. Chapter 73. Strange Journey into Wonderland, Part 1. Strange felt as if he had been thrust into a high-speed centrifuge. His insides violently stirred and compressed by an invisible force. The scene before him warped and shattered, transforming into a nauseating kaleidoscope of colors. He struggled to breathe, his stomach churning violently, and just as he attempted to voice his questions, an overwhelming wave of dizziness and nausea surged upon him. As the brilliance dissipated and he found his feet firmly planted on the ground, albeit feeling as though he was treading upon cotton, Strange could no longer contain himself. Leaning against a cold metallic barrel, which Roy had evidently prepared in advance, he began to retch violently. He felt as though he might expel his very bile. His complexion turning ashen and cold sweat beading on his forehead, his trembling hand clutching the barrel's rim. "What have you done to me?" Strange managed to lift his head, directing his weary gaze with all the strength he could muster at the seemingly composed Roy, his voice hoarse, filled with anguish and fury. Roy shrugged casually, his tone relaxed. "Oh, do not be anxious, Dr. Strange. It is merely a minor side effect of time travel, a slight sensation of spatial distortion. It always feels a bit bumpy the first time. You will soon become accustomed to it." Naturally, he refrained from revealing that he possessed a more refined method of teleportation, especially after Strange's earlier bravado. Strange felt a wave of darkness wash over him in his frustration, yet the overwhelming physical discomfort left him devoid of the strength to retort, forcing him to lean against the cold wall of the barrel, gasping for breath. Once he regained a semblance of composure, he began to survey his surroundings. This was certainly not the dilapidated little room in Queens. The lofty stone archways towered above, and enormous metallic instruments, shimmering with an otherworldly glow, filled the space. Peculiar star maps and various desiccated specimens of unknown creatures adorned the walls. The air was thick with the mingled scents of sulfur, herbs, and aged parchment, creating an atmosphere that seemed to have been plucked straight from the pages of a fantasy novel. "Where on earth is this?" Strange found it hard to believe. "My office," Roy replied, dismissing him as he commenced rummaging through a corner of the alchemical tower, cluttered with bizarre items. After a cacophony of clinks and clatters, he unearthed a stick that appeared to be crafted from a dark wood with a unique grain, simply whittled down. The surface of the stick bore no embellishments, save for a small yellow crystal embedded at the tip. "Here," Roy said, thrusting the stick into Strange's hands, who was barely upright. "A replica, an alchemical tool I fashioned in my early years. It is serviceable at best." Strange instinctively grasped the unremarkable stick, feeling its slight weight and the warmth of the wood. "What is this? A fire poker?" "We typically refer to it as a wand," Roy elucidated, not producing his own wand but instead extending a finger, which glowed softly with white light. He infused the replica wand with a measure of magic until the yellow crystal radiated brightly. "This will allow someone like you, devoid of magical prowess, to wield spells. Observe closely, this is the incantation." Before Roy could finish, a small burst of bright sparks erupted from the tip of the stick, briefly illuminating the air before extinguishing. "This is the cessation," he declared, withdrawing his finger, causing the wand's glow and hum to vanish instantaneously, reducing it once more to an ordinary stick. "Well then, the wizarding crash course is concluded. You may commence your journey to Hogwarts." Strange held the wand, feeling that Roy was speaking utter nonsense. This seemed less credible than a child's toy water pistol. Could this truly be considered instruction? Yet, after Roy finished speaking, he turned away, engrossed in unfurling a scroll of parchment inscribed with indecipherable runes. Within the ancient and majestic stone corridors of Hogwarts Castle, sunlight streamed through towering stained glass windows, casting a kaleidoscope of colors upon the floor. A fine dust floated in the air, mingling with an indescribable aroma reminiscent of aged parchment and herbal mixtures. Strange donned a voluminous, somewhat antiquated black wizard's robe, hastily acquired from the Roy Tower. With no other options provided by Roy, the garment fit loosely, accentuating his slender frame. Clutching a rudimentary wand, he paced the empty corridor, his brow furrowed in confusion and irritation, utterly perplexed by Roy's intentions. What was the purpose of bringing him to this peculiar place, handing him a mere stick, and then abandoning him? Was this truly a means of alleviating his troubles, or merely an invitation to greater chaos? The walls flanking the corridor were adorned with animated portraits, their subjects curiously observing this unfamiliar figure. Ghosts glided through the walls, bringing with them a chilling breeze that sent shivers down Strange's spine. He felt like a sane individual intruding upon a psychiatric institution, surrounded by an atmosphere steeped in the bizarre and incomprehensible. At that moment, the heavy wooden doors lining the corridor swung open with a resounding thud, as if shattering some form of stagnant enchantment. A throng of youth clad in black robes surged forth like a tidal wave, their cacophonous chatter instantly filling the space. They engaged in animated discussions about classes, Quidditch, assignments, and the latest confections from Honeydukes, brimming with youthful exuberance. Strange felt as though he were a solitary rock submerged in a sea of students, utterly out of place. Instinctively, he stepped back, cautiously scrutinizing these oddly dressed young individuals. Emerging from one of the doors was a tall man in a similar black robe, his greasy hair and sallow complexion lending him a sinister air. He exuded an aura that commanded distance, causing the surrounding students to part as if Moses had parted the sea, their expressions tinged with awe or fear. This man was Severus Snape, his sharp gaze immediately honing in on the incongruous figure among the crowd. His brow furrowed, as if he had encountered a giant intruding upon a gathering of goblins, and he strode purposefully toward Strange, blocking his path. Snape scrutinized him from an elevated stance, despite Strange's greater height, his thin lips pressed into a cold, unyielding line. "Who are you?" Snape's voice was low and wary. "What are you doing here? This is Hogwarts Castle, not a place for visitors." Strange felt increasingly unsettled under Snape's penetrating gaze. It had been a long time since anyone had dared question him in such a manner. Suppressing the urge to feel affronted, he endeavored to explain succinctly, "I am Stephen Strange, brought here by Roy Amichell. He, wanted me to have an experience here, and then he just left me." As he uttered Roy's name, an undertone of abandonment suffused his tone. "An experience?" Snape's brow knitted even tighter, his expression brimming with distaste. His gaze swept over the rudimentary wand held by Strange, and his brow imperceptibly arched as he noted the tattered robe draped over the other, clearly ill-fitting and not belonging to him. Roy Amichell Snap murmured the name under his breath, his tone thick with palpable irritation. What foolish antics was that brain, filled with alchemical equations and explosives, up to now, bringing outsiders into the castle at whim? His attention refocused on Strange with a scrutinizing glance. "Strange, is it? A distant relative of the Lestrange family?" Strange hesitated, wisely opting not to respond. At that moment, he overheard the hushed conversations of passing young wizards. "Have you finished your potion essay? Professor Snape requires an analysis of the stabilizing effect of moonlit grass juice in the elixir of life. Don't remind me. I always struggle to control the dosage of fire lizard blood when brewing the anti-inflammatory potion. Nearly blew up my cauldron." Potions. The word struck Strange like a bolt of lightning. This was precisely the realm he yearned to explore. He scrutinized Snape, instinctively sensing that this was indeed the renowned potions master spoken of by those students. Without hesitation, Strange inquired, "You are the potions professor here?" Snape paused momentarily, clearly taken aback by the abrupt shift in conversation. "Severus Snape, professor of potions at Hogwarts," Snape stated coldly, his tone still haughty, yet tinged with a hint of perplexity. He was indeed a figure of considerable notoriety in the magical community, albeit not entirely for good reasons. How could this person, wand in hand, appear so utterly oblivious to common knowledge? Where had Roy found him? Was he truly a distant relative of the Lestrange family? Seemingly unfazed by Snape's icy demeanor, Strange seized the opportunity as if at an academic conference, propounding a question that had long lingered in his mind. "Professor Snape, I am profoundly intrigued by the potions you employ. In conventional medicine, the mechanisms of drug action typically involve receptor binding, enzyme activity modulation, or gene expression regulation. What about potions? What are their foundational principles?" Snape raised an eyebrow, seemingly surprised that the other would pose such a question, yet it remained within the realm of his expertise. He snorted derisively and responded at a rapid pace. "Muggle medicine always seeks answers beneath the microscope, dissecting complex issues into tedious fragments, receptors, enzymes, genes. Potions do not operate in such a manner. Their mechanisms are not predicated on so-called individual molecules, but rather on the interactions occurring between the entirety of the magical field and the primal forces of the materials involved. Each ingredient possesses unique magical attributes. Unicorn hair powder, mandrake juice, even a strand of dragon heartstring, all carry irreplicable symbols. When they're meticulously combined in the cauldron, a wizard's magic will draw these symbols together, forming a new and stable effect field. This phenomenon can alter the velocity of blood flow, distort neural signals, and even rewrite the stability of the soul. In other words, Muggle medicine merely compels cells to adhere to physiological laws, while magical potions possess the ability to redefine those very laws. This is the realm forever beyond the reach of Muggle medicine. Strange discovered that his counterpart was indeed far more proficient than that fellow Roy. Yet he still had numerous inquiries. If a potion can expedite wound healing, is its mechanism one of stimulating fibroblast proliferation at an accelerated rate? Or does it act directly upon the extracellular matrix? Snape furrowed his brow and glanced again at Strange. Only Muggle doctors become ensnared in the minutiae of cells and matrices, as if the human body were merely a collection of mechanical parts awaiting repair. For instance, the efficacy of white fresh essence does not stem from rudely urging fibroblasts to divide. Rather, it derives from a life magic embedded in the root of the mandrake and the steadfast symbols of dragon liver powder. Together, they conjure a magical field of effect that recalibrates the body's self-healing directives. Snape paused, noticing that Strange seemed to grasp only a fraction of this, and thus elaborated. Indeed, fibroblasts will divide, blood vessels will regenerate, and the matrix will be replenished, but these are merely the outcomes. The true mechanism lies in the potion's ability to awaken the primitive healing patterns latent within the organism, prioritizing healing above all metabolic demands. Strange nodded and continued to inquire. Logically speaking, all medicines follow a dose-response curve. An overdose results in toxicity. Do magical potions adhere to this principle? Or does their toxicity arise from an entirely different mechanism? Furthermore, antibiotics can lead to drug-resistant strains. Could magical potions similarly develop a form of resistance? For instance, if a wizard continuously consumes a specific potion, will it lose its efficacy at some point? Snape emitted a non-committal sound through his nose, refraining from directly answering Strange's questions, though his demeanor seemed to soften slightly. You possess a certain aptitude for potions. This peculiar wizard, brought here by Roy, appeared utterly oblivious to the fundamentals of magic, perhaps even a hapless victim of deception. Yet, the inquiries he posed unexpectedly touched upon deep principles of potion-making that even Snape had not previously contemplated with such clarity. He regarded Strange anew. Amichell has brought you here, yet abandoned you without guidance. Truly, Snape lamented Roy's unreliability, though this time it felt more like a statement of fact than sheer disdain. That fellow Roy, though a troublesome nuisance, occasionally possesses a keen insight that is frustratingly astute. Ultimately, Snape made a decision. He cast a cold glance at the ridiculous wand and ill-fitting robes Strange held, a faint smirk curving his lips in sardonic amusement. "Follow me, Mr. Strange." Snape turned, his dark cloak slicing through the air behind him, regardless of Amichell's intentions, allowing an unknown individual, completely ignorant of Hogwarts, to wander the castle was unacceptable. You must meet with Headmaster Dumbledore to inform him of Amichell's latest exploits, and we shall discuss how to proceed with you. Perhaps it would be delightful to vex Roy a little more, Snape thought darkly. He ceased his idle chatter, turned, and his black robes billowed like the wings of a bat, signaling for Strange to follow. Though Strange felt a twinge of regret at the interruption of their potion discussion, he understood that meeting the enigmatic headmaster of this mysterious place might be paramount. Gripping his wand tightly, he hastened to keep pace with the figure that resembled a shadowy bat. Chapter 74, Strange's Dreamlike Journey, Part 2. As Harry, Ron, and Hermione encountered a hurried Neville in the corridor, they instantly detected an unusual aura emanating from his anxious yet somewhat curious expression. "Have you heard?" Neville whispered, his eyes wide as if he had just witnessed a giant creature performing a dance. "A new teaching assistant has arrived. At Professor Amichell's." "A teaching assistant?" Ron mumbled through the last bite of his sandwich. "What does that entail?" "He's the teaching assistant for the alchemy class," Neville explained, a look of mixed sympathy and confusion on his face. "His name is Stephen Strange. I just passed by the alchemy tower and saw him speaking with Professor Amichell." "Speaking?" Hermione keenly noted the hesitation in Neville's tone. "Were they arguing?" Neville nodded. It was that Mr. Strange who was speaking. His voice was quite loud, and he sounded particularly irate. It seemed he was complaining about something being a waste of time, utterly illogical, and that he shouldn't be here at all. Professor Amichell sat behind his desk, toying with a gray stone, his face beaming with a smile, not uttering a word. Not a word at all, Harry mused, sensing that this was rather uncharacteristic of Roy. Indeed, Neville affirmed. Later, Professor Amichell noticed me. He pointed to his ears, and his smile grew even more enigmatic. Then he gestured towards a pile of materials that resembled a small mountain, emitting peculiar wisps of smoke, and said something to Mr. Strange. Mr. Strange's expression darkened further. Yet he angrily walked over to begin sorting through those items. Oh, poor soul, Ron chuckled gleefully. It seems Professor Amichell has assigned him quite the task. Those materials were meant for Neville to organize, weren't they? Neville nodded sheepishly. Professor Amichell said the new assistant needs to familiarize himself with the materials. It's fundamental. And he appeared quite energetic. Within the alchemy tower, Roy had cast a spell of silence around himself, creating a precise barrier of 1 meter. Strange complaints, laden with a distinctly muggle tone, reached him as a muffled buzz, akin to distant sounds filtered through a thick wall of cotton, utterly failing to disrupt his study of the magical stone in hand. Observing Strange's increasingly furious and frustrated countenance, which grew more agitated due to the lack of response, Roy felt an inner calm, even a hint of amusement. He certainly understood the professional demeanor and habitual need for control of this muggle's top surgeon. Yet this was Hogwarts, his alchemy tower. The most effective way to quiet Strange is to keep him occupied, particularly with tasks he deems beneath him. It is not that Roy deliberately instructs Strange. To be fair, Roy possesses a commendable temperament, rarely losing his composure and exhibiting considerable patience. However, Strange's multitude of issues is overwhelming. Moreover, each of Roy's responses seems to invite a cascade of further inquiries from Strange. Roy patiently elucidates the symbolic guidance and the significance of intuition in the flow of energy within alchemy. Yet, as soon as Strange hears the initial segment, he scoffs dismissively. Intuition? This is nothing but the dregs of medieval alchemy. Without mathematical models, without reproducible experimental data, how can you assure the reliability and universality of the results? This is a mere amalgamation of empiricism and mysticism, hardly worthy of being called a scientific theory. Roy, maintaining his composure, explains the unique properties of magical energy as distinct from physical energy, as well as the historical lineage and intrinsic logic of the alchemical symbolism. Strange seizes upon a new angle. Symbolism? Are you referring to those peculiar engravings inscribed at the bottom of the crucible? What specific known physical constants do they correspond to? Or the energy field distribution functions? How can such an ambiguous symbolic system guide precise operations? What is the margin of error? What is the fault tolerance mechanism? As the dialogue progresses, Roy feels his patience evaporating like the essence of mandrake in a crucible under Strange's relentless barrage of questions. Consequently, he decides to temporarily abandon the conversation. Fortunately, the class time soon arrives. Roy Amichell stands before the podium, adorned in his orange robe, his demeanor warm and inviting. Beside him stands the ashen-faced Stephen Strange, resembling a crucible on the verge of explosion. All right, children, Roy's voice is light and cheerful. Today we shall continue our exploration of the stable structure of basic magical circuits. Remember, the foundation of alchemy lies in balance and transformation. He gestures toward the complex geometric figures on a blackboard. These runes are the cornerstone of guiding energy flow. Turning to Strange, his smile unwavering, he requests, Assistant Strange, please assist me in maintaining classroom discipline. Ensure that everyone focuses on the materials at hand and my explanations, and refrain from using these precious resources for, well, other pursuits. Additionally, please keep a vigilant eye on these materials to prevent any stones or powders from inadvertently slipping into someone's pocket. A meaningful pause follows as Roy scans the eager faces of some young sorcerers below, noting that a few of the materials are integral components for prank boxes. Quite amusing, but also easily misplaced. Strange huffs through his nose, arms crossed, chin slightly raised, casting a glance over the class that conveys a mixture of impatience and a silent, is this really necessary? He feels an acute sense of dissatisfaction. Watching over a gaggle of children, preventing them from playing with materials, stopping them from pilfering, tasks befitting a kindergarten aide, and yet he is expected to assume this role? It is utterly humiliating. Dr. Strange, who can master even the most intricate neurosurgeries, surely should be able to keep an eye on a handful of children. However, The potential for chaos and unpredictability inherent in younglings, particularly those who have grasped the art of magic, evidently exceeds even his formidable understanding. Roy commenced his lecture. Initially, the classroom maintained a semblance of tranquility. Yet, as Roy turned to illustrate a complex rune on the blackboard, a wave of suppressed laughter erupted from the corner of the room, accompanied by the subtle clattering of desks and chairs. Two Gryffindor boys were engaged in a silent contest beneath their table, vying to see who would succumb to laughter first. Dr. Strange immediately directed his signature, chilling glare towards them. The boys, taken aback, quickly straightened up as if nothing had transpired. Roy continued his exposition, speaking at a measured pace, yet imparting a wealth of information. Where he paused to demonstrate a pivotal step. The previously hushed classroom was suddenly filled with the rustling of small notes. Like butterflies with wings, the scraps of paper swiftly traversed the desks. Dr. Strange furrowed his brow, his sharp gaze sweeping across the room like a searchlight. The transmission of notes abruptly ceased, and the culprits feigned innocence, fixating on the blackboard with clumsy performances. I reiterate, Roy's tone remained gentle. He did not look up, but continued to manipulate the brass disc in his hands, emphasizing the crucial points of rune combinations and the taboos regarding material handling. I will only explain this once. Should you misinterpret or overlook any detail, the consequences may transform your alchemical array into mere fireworks or something far worse. The responsibility lies with you. This statement doused the flicker of mischief in the room, and genuine silence finally enveloped the classroom. Dr. Strange exhaled slightly, relieved. It seemed Roy's authority as a professor still held some weight. However, during the next class, as the third-year students entered the room, the real challenge began. Chapter 75, Dr. Strange's Wonderland, Part 3. The third-year students were evidently far bolder. Among them, a pair of red-haired twins, whom Dr. Strange later learned were named George and Fred, quickly captured his attention. From the moment they stepped through the door, their eyes were glued to several translucent crystals on the desk, shimmering with unstable violet light, the very core material of the prank box that Roy had mentioned. While Roy elaborated on the more complex connections of energy nodes, Fred and George acted like two seasoned moles, appearing to listen attentively while silently communicating beneath the table. George pretended to adjust his quill, inadvertently knocking a hefty reference book off Fred's desk. With a loud thud, the pages scattered. "Oh, my apologies, Professor." Fred immediately rose, feigning contrition as he bent down to retrieve the book. In that instant, George's fingers, deft as the most skilled of thieves, swiftly snatched two pieces of violet crystal, concealing them within the ample sleeves of his robe. The movements were swift and precise. Apart from a few Gryffindors sitting nearby, who struggled to suppress their amusement, nearly no one noticed. Strange caught the sound in Fred's rising form, fixating on him like a hawk on its quarry. Upon realizing that Fred was merely retrieving a book, and there was no ulterior motive, Strange felt a slight easing of tension, yet his instincts whispered that something was amiss. His gaze shifted to George, who wore an expression of innocent bewilderment as he stared at the blackboard, nodding earnestly as if profoundly agreeing with Roy's discourse. Strange's suspicions deepened. He approached them discreetly, halting beside Fred and George's desk, looking down upon them from his elevated position. "Gentlemen," Strange's voice was frosty, "please empty your pockets." Fred and George simultaneously adopted expressions of extreme innocence and confusion. "Assistant Professor? Our pockets? Why?" "Do not play the fool," Strange replied with impatience. "I have witnessed your antics. Remove the contents of your pockets. We truly have nothing." George protested, his tone one of indignation. "Indeed, Assistant Professor, you cannot wrongfully accuse the innocent." Fred chimed in. The surrounding classmates began to emit soft chuckles and coughs, creating an oddly charged atmosphere. Strange felt his authority being undermined. His cheeks flushed slightly. Yet he suppressed his anger and resolved to inspect them personally. "Stand up," he commanded. Reluctantly, Fred and George rose, slowly revealing their outer robe pockets, which contained only a few candy wrappers, some nuts, and a crumpled Quidditch trading card. "See, Assistant Professor, there is nothing," Fred declared, spreading his hands wide. Strange remained unconvinced, his gaze falling upon the inner pockets of their robes. He extended his hand, gesturing for them to reveal their contents themselves. Just as Fred's hand reached for his inner pocket, George let out a resounding sneeze. "Achoo!" With the sneeze, a round, faintly odorous sphere tumbled from George's sleeve, landing squarely on the toe of Strange's polished shoe, erupting into a small cloud of yellow-green smoke. "Oh, I am terribly sorry, assistant professor. It was unintentional. I have a cold," George exclaimed in a flurry, scrambling to wipe Strange's shoe. Strange recoiled in shock from the sudden, foul stench, grimacing in disgust. Amidst the chaos and distraction, Fred's hand darted lightning fast into his inner pocket, seemingly in search of a handkerchief, but instead produced a piece of amethyst. "Oh dear," he gasped as the stone slipped from his grasp and rolled to Strange's feet. "How did this end up in my pocket?" Fred stared at the stone in astonishment. "Goodness, it must have accidentally fallen in earlier." "Professor, assistant professor, I truly did not mean to." He bent down to retrieve it. Strange gazed at the crystal lying at his feet, then shifted his attention to Fred's earnest expression, tinged with a hint of fear. As he caught a whiff of the faint odor emanating from the tips of his shoes, a surge of indignation coursed through him. He felt like a fool, ensnared by two impudent youngsters. George's earlier sneeze had been a deliberate act. Fred's accidental drop had also been intentional. They were mocking him. "You too," Strange exclaimed, his fingers trembling with anger as he pointed at the crystal and then at Fred's pocket. "Where's the other one? You must have another in your pocket." "They're ISNT. Truly, they're ISNT, sir," Fred protested, emptying his inner pocket to reveal its emptiness. "You must have misjudged, sir," George added, wiping his nose. "Perhaps it was the lighting? Or maybe you're just tired." The scent of alchemical materials can indeed distort one's judgment. Laughter erupted around them. At that moment, Roy's calm voice emanated from the podium. He seemed entirely unperturbed by the commotion below, merely conducting a routine classroom inquiry. "Mr. Wesley, could you elucidate the 3 types of energy dissipation phenomena that typically arise when Werner crystals are used in magical circuit nodes under conditions of insufficient purity? Furthermore, how might one rectify these issues with auxiliary materials?" Fred immediately straightened, a flush of embarrassment creeping across his face. He had not paid attention during the previous lesson. How could he possibly respond? Roy set down the brass disc in his hand, his customary gentle smile fading slightly, replaced by an expression of serene scrutiny. He stepped down from the podium, the sound of his footsteps echoing distinctly in the suddenly quiet classroom, each step seemingly in sync with an invisible rhythm, silencing the laughter that had filled the room moments before. Even Fred and George instinctively lowered their heads, refraining from their usual playful demeanor. Roy approached Strange, nodding to him before turning his steady gaze upon the Weasley twins. "Fred Weasley, George Weasley," he stated, his voice calm and devoid of reproach, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. "It seems your study of the properties of Werner crystals has not ventured beyond the confines of classroom content." Fred and George exchanged glances, George instinctively opening his mouth to defend themselves. "Professor, we were just—" Roy interrupted them, extending his hand with his palm, facing upwards towards the twins. "Please surrender the other Werner crystal that belongs to the classroom materials immediately. Do not make me repeat myself." Under Roy's unwavering gaze, the twins' momentary bravado evaporated. They sensed that the professor was genuinely displeased this time. Though his tone remained gentle, there was no hint of mirth in his blue eyes. Fred curled his lip in reluctant disdain as he retrieved another gleaming purple crystal from an exceedingly concealed inner pocket, one that Strange had certainly not touched moments before, and dutifully placed it into Roy's palm. "Thank you," Roy acknowledged, accepting the crystal without a glance and casually passing it to Strange, who stood nearby, instructing him to return it to the materials table. Strange stiffly accepted the crystal, his knuckles whitening from the pressure. Although the materials had been reclaimed, the humiliation he felt was far from alleviated. While Roy seemed to have rescued him from embarrassment, the entire episode only served to amplify his sense of inadequacy. As an adult, he found himself outmaneuvered by 2 adolescents, ultimately relying on another to retrieve what was lost. The gazes of the surrounding young wizards, whether imbued with curiosity or sympathy, pricked at his sensitive nerves like needles. He was Stephen Strange. He had not come here to serve as a babysitter for a gaggle of children, nor to be the subject of their mockery. Roy, seemingly oblivious to Strange's rigid demeanor, turned to the class, his tone regaining its previous calmness. "All right, the interlude has concluded. Remember, any deviation from the classroom theme is a waste of both your time and mine." He turned back to the lectern now. "Let us return to our discussion on the stability of energy nodes." Chapter 76, Strange in Wonderland, Part 4. The subsequent lesson was an excruciating ordeal for Strange. He stood in the corner of the classroom like a frigid statue, his expression dark enough to conjure rain. He watched as Roy confidently elucidated concepts from the lectern, observing the young wizards, especially the two red-haired boys, oscillate between focus and distraction, while peculiar materials were passed among the students. All of this heightened his agitation and sense of alienation. At last, the bell rang, and the students surged from the classroom like birds released from a cage. Strange immediately strode to the front, not waiting for Roy to tidy up his belongings before abruptly speaking, his voice laced with suppressed ire. "Roy, I believe this position is ill-suited for me." He deliberately emphasized the word ill-suited. Roy halted his actions and looked up, his cerulean eyes calmly assessing Strange. As if piercing through the facade of embarrassment and anger he was desperately attempting to conceal. "Oh." Roy's tone was devoid of turbulence. "Is it due to the overly spirited antics of the Weasley boys? They do have a penchant for jesting, which can indeed be somewhat irksome at times." "No." Strange sharply interjected, almost instinctively, as if admitting that he was perturbed by the children's antics was more difficult to bear than the teasing itself. He straightened his back, striving to maintain a tone that sounded calm and professional, adopting a condescending scrutiny. While their behavior may be juvenile, is not the crux of the matter. The real issue lies within this alchemy class itself. He gestured towards the bizarre assortment of ores and powders on the lectern. "What am I here to do? Enforce discipline? Distribute materials? Prevent the young wizards from pilfering stones? This holds no value for me personally. I possess no magical prowess, nor can I master alchemy. I am unable to verify the authenticity of your claims. I stand here as an outsider, a mere interloper." His voice, tinged with suppressed emotion, rose slightly. "As this was nothing but a waste of my time." Roy quietly listened to Strange grievances. Once he finished, Roy remained silent for a few moments. Then he nodded, his expression devoid of any offense or displeasure, instead accepting Strange's reasoning with remarkable composure. "I understand." Roy's voice was gentle, even imbued with a hint of understanding. "Indeed, if one cannot perceive and wield magic, the essence of alchemy is but a castle in the air, rendering one's presence here rather meaningless. It was my oversight to have neglected this point." Strange gazed at Roy, who calmly accepted his resignation, and an unnamed anger flared within him. Yet he found himself at a loss for words, standing there with a strained expression. Roy collected the last few ores into a leather pouch and secured it. Then he lifted his gaze, his deep blue eyes once again fixed on Strange, carrying an almost imperceptible curiosity. "Tell me, where do you wish to go?" Strange opened his mouth, momentarily rendered speechless. "Potions?" Although Snape had answered his question, he recalled Snape mentioning that the brewing process also required the harmonization of magical energy. Without magic, he would forever remain a theoretical observer, unable to touch the core. Moreover, Strange recalled the gentle yet unfathomable face of the white-bearded headmaster. Roy was the one assigned to him by Dumbledore. Could he simply decide to leave? It seemed Roy had seen through his concerns, his demeanor still exuding warmth. His tone as casual as if discussing the weather. "Do not worry about Albus. My relationship with him is quite amicable, and I can certainly make this small decision. How about this?" He interlaced his fingers on the table, leaning slightly forward, proposing a plan. "I shall arrange for you a position as a patrol assistant. How does that sound? The duties are fairly simple. You would wander about Hogwarts Castle, familiarizing yourself with the environment. You may sit in on transfiguration, charms, divination, or herbology classes, whichever piques your interest, as long as you do not disrupt the lessons. If you wish, you could assist our castle caretaker, Mr. Filch, in maintaining order, such as preventing students from running in the corridors or reminding them to steady themselves on the winding staircases. I will speak to the professors and Filch in advance. They should not mind." As Strange listened to Roy's proposal, his taut nerves relaxed slightly. This plan sounded far more liberating, sparing him from the embarrassment of being toyed with by a group of children, granting him the privilege of free movement and the opportunity to audit classes of interest, thereby uncovering more about this mysterious world. Although assisting the castle administrator may not seem particularly prestigious, it is certainly preferable to being trapped in the alchemy tower, enduring tribulations. He weighed his options rapidly. Despite his lingering discontent, it appeared that there were no better alternatives at present. After a moment of contemplation, he inclined his head slightly. It seemed acceptable. "Very well. Roy broke into a smile, beginning to organize the materials on the podium. He deftly categorized the ores, powders, and peculiar plant roots into various containers. As he retrieved a diamond-shaped crystal, approximately the size of a pigeon's egg, which radiated a fierce crimson glow reminiscent of flowing lava, Strange's gaze was instinctively drawn to it. The stone exuded an ineffable aura, ancient and pure, imbued with immense yet gentle power. Strange even felt a slight warmth emanating from the fingers that grasped the imitation wand. "What is this?" Strange could not help but inquire, a hint of curiosity coloring his tone, unbeknownst to him. Roy paused momentarily, as if just recalling that he was still holding it. He casually weighed the red crystal in his hand, as if tossing an ordinary coin, his tone nonchalant, as though introducing a mere pebble. "Oh, this? It's called a philosopher's stone." "Philosopher's stone?" Strange squinted, feeling as though he had encountered that name somewhere before. However, his time in this world had been too brief. After pondering for a moment, he could not recall where he had glimpsed it. It was likely not of great significance, so he set it aside in his mind. Roy continued, "By the way, there's one more thing. As a patrol assistant, you must pay attention to certain specific areas of the castle, such as the corridor on the right side of the 4th floor. That area is off limits. Without the permission of Headmaster Dumbledore, no one is allowed to enter. If you observe any student from any house attempting to approach or enter that corridor during your patrol, you must immediately stop them, drive them away, and—" Roy's eyes gleamed with a mischievous glint. "Be sure to deduct at least 50 points from their respective house to teach them a lesson." Strange nodded. "No problem." "All right. While I have the time," Roy adjusted his collar, "I shall go find Dumbledore to formalize your new position, and—" He patted the pocket containing the Philosopher's Stone. "Return this little nuisance to him. It's too conspicuous in my possession." Chapter 77, Strange Dreamland, Part 5. The Hogwarts Great Hall is always brimming with vitality in the early morning. Golden sunlight streams through the towering windows, illuminating the long dining tables and the airborne dust motes, mingling with the savory aroma of sizzling breakfast sausages. Owls flap their wings, delivering mail and the daily profit from far and wide, eliciting bursts of excitement among the young wizards. At the staff table, the professors are also enjoying their breakfast. Professor McGonagall is engaged in a hushed conversation with Professor Flitwick, while Professor Sprout cheerfully spreads a generous layer of butter on a slice of toast. To the left of Roy sat Strange, and to the right, Snape, his face adorned with a habitual, albeit slightly impatient, false smile. His gaze intently fixed on the fried egg before him, as if he were entirely oblivious to the words spoken by Strange beside him. At the Gryffindor long table, Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Neville were gathered together. With his mouth stuffed with bacon, Ron mumbled indistinctly to Harry, "If you ask me, it has to be him." He was the only one reciting spells at that moment. "Who else would wish to see you fall from your broom?" Hermione furrowed her brow, carefully stirring her porridge. Logically speaking, Professor Snape is the prime suspect. He possesses both the motive and the opportunity. She paused, glancing at Harry. "You seem rather unfazed, Harry." Indeed, a month had elapsed since that heart-pounding moment during the Quidditch match. Initially, Harry had been filled with rage, convinced that Snape was the culprit. However, he soon found himself traversing into another realm, where numerous events unfurled, and upon his return, he discovered he had acquired a peculiar power. These matters occupied his mind entirely, and unraveling them proved far more captivating than merely lamenting Snape's actions. Of course, he still harbored a deep disdain for Snape. The absence of time for complaints did not imply that Harry intended to disregard the incident. Had it not been for Malfoy's timely intervention, Harry pondered whether he might have plummeted to the ground and broken a leg or an arm. Although Madame Pomfrey could easily mend such injuries, the pain would undoubtedly be severe. Having finally devoted time to mastering this newfound power, which he intended to name the Potter Power, Harry resolved to reflect on the events of that Quidditch match. Angry? He swallowed a sip of pumpkin juice and wiped his mouth. "Of course I'm angry. Snape actually tried to make me fall from my broom." Neville interjected quietly, his voice tinged with uncertainty. But if it truly was Professor Snape, why would Professor Roy suddenly attack Professor Quirrell? This question plunged the four into a momentary silence. At the time, after Quirrell had collapsed, Roy had stood up apologetically, wearing a look of sincere regret, claiming he had been anxious and inadvertently harmed Professor Quirrell, expressing his remorse. Yet, everyone present found the situation rather peculiar. After all, Quirrell and Roy were separated by two professors. How could one accidentally bypass Flitwick and Snape to strike Quirrell? Perhaps, Hermione speculated, there was some undisclosed personal vendetta between Professors Roy and Quirrell. Harry shook his head. I doubt it. Professor Roy has such a gentle temperament. Who doesn't he regard him as a kind-hearted soul at Hogwarts? He paused, adding, except, of course, for Snape. Neville nodded in agreement. Professor Roy never loses his temper, even with someone as difficult as Professor Snape, and he always maintains a smile. From Roy's perpetually cheerful demeanor and amiable disposition towards everyone, it is quite unimaginable that he would harbor any deep-seated animosity towards the stuttering, seemingly timid Quirrell, to the extent of mistakenly injuring him in such a public setting. Suddenly, Ron's eyes gleamed with a spark of inspiration as he nudged Neville with his elbow. Aren't you the representative for Professor Roy's class? Why not inquire with him? He might divulge some insider information. Neville hesitated. Me? Asked the professor. Isn't that inappropriate? What is there to fear? Ron urged, just feigned curiosity. Mention that we've been discussing the Quidditch match and are somewhat puzzled about Professor Quirrell's collapse. Hermione concurred. Indeed, Neville, it could yield some intriguing insights. After all, Professor Roy has always been quite kind to you. After much encouragement from his friends, coupled with his own genuine curiosity about the matter, Neville finally nodded. All right, I'll give it a try. I'll visit him in the Alchemy Tower after breakfast. Post-breakfast, with a heart full of trepidation, Neville made his way to the Alchemy Tower. Along the way, several familiar classmates greeted him, including Crabbe and Goyle from Slytherin, who were awkwardly attempting to conceal a package of chocolate frogs beneath their robes as they made their way to class. Upon noticing Neville, they clumsily offered him a smile, a gesture of acknowledgement. He observed that Draco Malfoy was not among them. Ever since that fateful Halloween, Malfoy seemed to have taken on a solitary existence, no longer accompanied by his loyal henchmen, and had ceased to stir up trouble. Reflecting on the fact that Malfoy had even assisted Harry during the Quidditch match, Neville found himself questioning whether perhaps Malfoy was not as malevolent as he had once believed. However, this nascent flicker of altered perception regarding Malfoy was abruptly extinguished the moment he reached the entrance of the Alchemy Tower. The door was ajar. Just as Neville prepared to knock, he heard a familiar, languid tone from within, accompanied by another voice he was loath to hear, elongated and drawn out. He cautiously peered inside to find Draco Malfoy standing before a glowing alchemical array, wielding a silver engraving tool and meticulously adjusting the runes along the edge of the array. Roy stood behind him, one hand casually nestled in the pocket of his black robes, while the other gestured occasionally to provide guidance. Here, the curvature needs to be more natural, Draco. Roy's voice resonated with a rare, clear note of admiration. The flow of energy should not be forcibly constrained, but rather guided. Excellent. This idea of layered structure is quite ingenious, indicating your understanding of foundational runes surpasses that of most. You indeed possess a remarkable talent for alchemy. Malfoy's profile appeared somewhat pale, yet the corners of his mouth betrayed an involuntary upward curl, revealing a glimpse of genuine excitement befitting his age, rather than the usual smirk or derisive grin. Neville found himself frozen in place, blinking in disbelief. How could Malfoy be here? Professor Roy also provided him with special guidance and praised his talent and ingenuity. Neville suddenly felt that Malfoy was as insufferable as ever. Chapter 78, Strange Dreaming in Wonderland, Part 6. With an inexplicable sense of grievance and resentment, Neville approached Professor Roy's desk, cluttered with peculiar instruments and materials. He pressed his lips together and gently placed the hefty alchemical reference books he had been holding onto the table, although he attempted to soften his movements. The dull thud of the pages and the tension etched on his face betrayed his inner frustration. Roy, who was engrossed in examining the magical diagram drawn by Malfoy, lifted his gaze upon hearing the sound. His expression instantly brightened with his characteristic gentle smile. Ah, Neville, good morning. What brings you here? He seemed entirely oblivious to the discomfort on Neville's face, taking a deep breath to quell the pang of jealousy that arose from witnessing Malfoy receiving guidance. Neville endeavored to sound merely curious. Professor, during breakfast, Harry, Ron, Hermione, and I discussed the last Quidditch match, and we were a bit perplexed about why Professor Quirrell suddenly collapsed. We wondered if there might be some personal animosity between you two. He carefully scrutinized Roy's expression. Malfoy, too, perked up, his slate blue eyes glimmering with curiosity. Roy's smile remained unchanged, yet his gaze seemed to deepen with contemplation. He straightened up, wiped his hands, and spoke in a tone as casual as if discussing the weather. Personal animosity? That's unfounded. Neville, you're reading too much into it. There's indeed no personal grudge between Quirrell and me. He paused, seemingly to bolster his credibility, and added, as a matter of fact, Professor Quirrell had previously sought me out to discuss certain alchemical matters. However, as he uttered this, an unmistakably disdainful expression flickered across his lips, uncontrollably revealing a profound contempt. It was a pure, unabashed disdain, as though merely mentioning Quirrell's name filled him with irritation and disdain. This expression was far too evident. Not only did Neville catch it, but even Malfoy, feigning to tidy up tools while actually eavesdropping, noticed it clearly. The two exchanged a moment of stunned glances. Professor Roy's reaction was anything but devoid of personal animosity. It was a blatant distaste that they had never witnessed from the usually composed Professor Roy towards anyone. Realizing that his composure had slipped, Roy swiftly restored his gentle demeanor, as though the fleeting contempt had never occurred. He waved his hand dismissively. Enough of this speculation. That incident was merely an accident, and we shall leave it at that. It was clear he wished to end the discussion, effectively signaling that further inquiries would yield no results. Since Professor Roy remains tight-lipped, we must seek alternative avenues for our investigation. As the two pondered how to unearth the latest gossip, an earth-shattering explosion erupted without warning, causing the entire alchemy tower to tremble violently. Not far behind Roy, an alchemical instrument resembling a miniature astronomical device suddenly detonated. A blinding white light, accompanied by searing shockwave and acrid smoke, spread rapidly. Countless tiny metallic fragments and shards of crystal shot forth like bullets. The tremendous shockwave overturned several tables in close proximity, sending heavy alchemical tomes and jars crashing to the ground. The wall was blasted open, leaving a charred cavity the size of a basin, with smoke still curling from its edges as debris cascaded down. Merlin's beard. Neville and Malfoy were so startled by the sudden explosion that they instinctively crouched down, shielding their heads just in time to avoid the flying shrapnel. Roy reacted with remarkable swiftness, brandishing his wand almost instantaneously as the explosion occurred, conjuring an invisible barrier that shielded him and the two students from the brunt of the shockwave and debris. However, surveying the chaos, with smoke billowing and a gaping hole marring the laboratory, even Roy's typically placid demeanor revealed a grimace of frustration and dismay. Oh, my fourth steady-state observation device. He sighed, gazing at the smoldering wreckage and shaking his head. News of the gaping hole in the first floor of the alchemy tower spread through Hogwarts like wildfire. The young witches and wizards buzzed with excitement, embellishing the tale until Professor Amichell nearly blew the tower to smithereens became the most popular version. Naturally, this news reached Stephen Strange, who was fulfilling his duties as a patrolling teaching assistant within the castle. He hastened to the scene, eager for the spectacle. Standing outside the blasted entrance of the alchemy tower, which Roy had magically sealed, though the charred marks and shattered bricks remained conspicuous, he observed Roy, covered in dust and debris, clearing the wreckage, a sardonic smile creeping across his lips, unmistakably gleeful at the misfortune. TSK, 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 Strange remarked, arms crossed. His voice pitched just right for those within earshot. It appears our esteemed master of alchemy excels in the study of explosives. I can't fathom why you would establish that office of yours when you could have easily amassed a fortune studying explosives. Roy, directing several brushes with his wand to automatically sweep up the debris and dust, looked up upon hearing the remark. Spotting Strange, he donned that disarmingly gentle smile. Almost infuriating. Oh, it's Dr. Strange. It seems you are quite diligent in your patrols, arriving at the scene of the incident so swiftly. He gestured towards the scattered parchment rolls, dust-laden and stained with an indeterminate liquid, alongside metallic shards and peculiar mineral powders. Since you are so concerned about my experiments, why not come in and lend a hand? Organize these materials into categories, so you need not complain to Felch about the tedium of patrolling. Strange had intended to continue his mockery, yet as his gaze swept over the scattered parchments, curiosity was piqued. After a moment's hesitation, he furrowed his brow and stepped inside, carefully avoiding the puddles and the still smoldering spots on the floor. He casually picked up a charred piece of parchment, its edges singed, densely inscribed with Latin and intricate geometric symbols, accompanied by hasty annotations. He endeavored to decipher the content. As an educated physician, his Latin was commendable, yet the specialized terms and symbol combinations left him perplexed. He could only barely piece together a few recurring phrases: life, soul, sacrifice, along with vague descriptions regarding energy cycles, material transformations, and stability thresholds. Strange's frown deepened. Life? Soul? Sacrifice? What on earth are you researching? He placed the parchment down, his sharp gaze fixed on Roy, his tone grave yet tinged with an imperceptible wariness. Life? Soul? Sacrifice? This hardly sounds like a legitimate alchemical study. Roy, directing a small shovel to sweep a pile of glimmering powder into a jar, heard Strange's inquiry, but did not pause in his task. He turned his head, a smile still gracing his face, as if Strange had merely inquired about the weather. Oh, Dr. Strange has taken an interest in alchemy? These are merely foundational energy field theoretical models, nothing remarkable. Energy cycles of life, transformations of material forms, quite common topics. Really, he said, dismissively. As for the sacrifice? Roy picked up a charred metal fragment, examined it briefly, then tossed it aside. That is merely an archaic term for a specific energy transfer process. Do not read too much into it. His evasive demeanor only solidified Strange's conviction that Roy was concealing something. Beneath that nonchalant exterior lay a mystery that instinctively unsettled Strange. You are deceiving me, Strange said coldly, staring into Roy's seemingly fathomless blue eyes. Roy merely smiled, offering no reply, and resumed directing another brush to clear the ash from the ceiling, leaving Strange to his thoughts. Chapter 79, Strange in Wonderland, and observing Roy's overly casual demeanor. Strange silently committed those Latin phrases to memory. He resolved to refrain from further inquiries, as they would likely yield no fruitful answers. Instead, he decided to visit the Hogwarts library the following day, determined to explore every conceivable keyword he could muster. In those ancient, dust-laden tomes of alchemy, one might discover the faintest glimmers of truth. This evening, Strange had a more pressing task at hand, a nightly patrol. He inhaled deeply, striving to concentrate, recalling the incantations taught by Professor Flitwick during his charm lessons. Gripping his rudimentary wand, he tentatively whispered the spell into the dim corridor. Lumos. The yellow crystal at the wand's tip flickered laboriously, reminiscent of a faulty light bulb, before finally stabilizing to cast a feeble halo of light, barely illuminating the ground beneath his feet. The edges of the glow blurred, projecting his wavering silhouette onto the stone walls. The effect paled in comparison to that of a true wand, yet for Strange, who had successfully conjured magic for the first time, a fleeting and indescribable sensation of peculiar delight coursed through him. He dismissed further thoughts, raising his dim lantern as he ventured deeper into the profound night of Hogwarts. His footsteps echoed through the empty halls, his gaze warily scanning each darkened corner. The camera slowly panned upward, surpassing Strange's figure, the weak light illuminating the cobwebbed and dust-laden vaulted ceilings. In the shadowy recesses of the ceiling corner, which his Lumos spell had overlooked, a figure pressed against the stone wall, stealthily poised like a gecko. It was Harry Potter. He had nearly merged entirely with the shadow, with only his keen green eyes glimmering in the darkness. Thanks to his peculiar Potter prowess, his body adhered to the rough stone walls like an insect, his movements astonishingly light, not even stirring a mote of dust. He watched as Strange faded into the corridor with his meager light, a silent smile curling at the corners of his lips. With this ability, nocturnal escapades transformed from perilous ventures into splendid opportunities to uncover the castle's secrets. The professors on patrol would never consider glancing up to check for anyone on the ceiling. He flexed his wrist, preparing to slip in another direction, where it was said that the trophy room housed amusing animated portraits at night. However, just as Harry deftly rounded the next corner, poised to embark on the short passage to the trophy room, a muffled sound emanating from ahead caused him to abruptly halt, instinctively pressing himself against the wall. Shrinking into the deepest shadows, moonlight streamed in through a tall arched window, outlining two confronting figures. It was Snape and Quirrell. Severus Snape, clad in black and resembling a great bat, was gripping Quirrell's tattered purple robe collar with a pale, yet powerful hand, nearly lifting him off the ground. Quirrell appeared utterly disheveled, trembling violently, his stutter worsening to the point of incoherence, tears seemingly on the verge of spilling. Did you truly believe your pathetic tricks could deceive anyone, Quirrell? Snape's voice was as frigid as poison-laden ice, each syllable imbued with an unrelenting chill and unabashed disdain. Even from such a considerable distance, Harry could feel the oppressive coldness enveloping him. I do not comprehend what you are saying, Quirrell's voice trembled, punctuated by sobs and halting breaths. Snape abruptly yanked him closer, their noses nearly touching, his voice lowered to a menacing whisper akin to a serpent's hiss. Yet, despite Harry's heightened hearing, he managed to capture a crucial fragment. You and that Roy Amichell are of the same ilk. Do not presume that your petty antics can elude my gaze. Harry's heart raced. Professor Roy? Why would Snape associate Quirrell with Professor Roy? And to label them as kindred spirits? What clandestine dealings transpired between them? Remember my words, Quirrell. Snape's voice was icy and piercing. Do not act rashly, or I shall make you regret ever stepping foot in Hogwarts. With that, Snape disdainfully shoved Quirrell aside, as if discarding something foul. Quirrell stumbled backward, colliding with the frigid stone wall, gasping for air, his face a mask of terror. Snape cast a cold glance at him, his black robes swirling, as he strode purposefully into the shadows below the staircase. On the platform remained Professor Quirrell, crumpled against the wall, shaken and softly sobbing. Harry pressed himself against the ceiling, his green eyes flickering in the darkness, his mind racing. Snape's words detonated like a bomb in his consciousness. Amichell and Quirrell are of the same ilk? Engaged in clandestine activities? Snape was warning Quirrell against impulsive actions? This contradicted his prior belief that Snape sought to harm him. Suddenly, Harry recalled Neville mentioning earlier that day the fleeting look of disdain on Roy's face when Quirrell's name was mentioned, and how Roy had abruptly attacked Quirrell on the Quidditch pitch. Now, Snape threatened Quirrell late at night, drawing parallels between him and Professor Roy. All clues suddenly pointed in a direction they had never seriously considered. Quirrell. A chill crawled up Harry's spine. Was it truly not Snape who had orchestrated the events surrounding the Quidditch incident? Instead, could it be this seemingly timid, stammering Professor Quirrell? The thought sent a shiver down Harry's spine. He had to immediately share this astounding revelation with Ron, Hermione, and Neville. Taking a deep breath, Harry prepared to leave this place of turmoil and head to Gryffindor Tower. Just as he turned, an exceedingly faint, bone-chilling sensation, akin to tiny steel needles, suddenly pricked the back of his neck. Though fleeting, it sent a jolt of fear through him. He whipped around, his gaze darting like lightning towards the empty corridor where Quirrell had just vanished, now only illuminated by moonlight and shadow. Who? Was it Quirrell? Or someone else entirely? Harry, feeling a surge of trepidation, dared not linger and swiftly made his way towards the Gryffindor Tower. Chapter 80. The plot begins to gradually unfold on the afternoon of the following day. A chill pervaded the air at the edge of the Forbidden Forest. Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Neville were huddled together in Hagrid's warm yet somewhat cluttered hut, where the crackling flames in the fireplace dispelled the winter's chill. Fong's large head rested on Neville's lap, emitting a contented snore. Thus, last night, I recounted in a hushed tone the confrontation I witnessed between Snape and Quirrell in the corridor, including Snape's remark that you and Roy Mitchell are of the same ilk, along with that icy warning. You went out at night without us, Ron exclaimed, his indignation directed not at the truth revealed, but at Harry for his solitary escapade, his voice rising in pitch. Neville, clutching Fong's neck, murmured in agreement, Yes, Harry. That's rather inconsiderate. Now is not the time for this, Ron. Hermione interjected, cutting through Ron's focus on the nighttime adventure. She turned to Harry, her brow furrowed, her cheeks flushed from contemplation and the warmth of the fire. This is crucial, Harry. If Snape was warning Quirrell not to harm you during that Quidditch match, then it is likely that Quirrell, not Snape, poses the true threat. But why? Neville inquired, perplexed. Why would Quirrell want to harm Harry? He seems so timid. He struggled to reconcile the stuttering, garlic-scented Quirrell, who had been incapacitated by a troll, with the notion of someone attempting to murder Harry. Hagrid, seated in his large chair, mending a pair of worn dragon-hide gloves, lifted his gaze at this, his thick beard quivering. Ah, Quirrell. He has become rather peculiar. He wasn't like this before. He was quite a thoughtful young man, albeit a bit of a bookworm. But ever since he returned from his trip to Albania, was it for research? He seems to have transformed entirely. They say he encountered a vampire or something over there. Poor fellow. He shook his head and continued stitching his gloves. Or perhaps Snape is merely venting his frustration at Quirrell. Ron insisted, maintaining his perspective, viewing everyone with suspicion. Quirrell is stuttering and timid, a perfect outlet for his ire. His remark about being of the same ilk might simply be an insult, ignoring Ron's obstinacy. Hermione astutely seized upon another point. Wait, Snape said you and Roy Mitchell are of the same ilk? That's odd. Professor Mitchell has shown nothing but disdain for Professor Quirrell. We all witnessed his contemptuous expression when he mentioned Quirrell. How could Roy and Quirrell be of the same ilk? This question plunged the four into silence, for the contradictions were far too numerous. Snape's warning, Roy's hostility, Quirrell's transformation, everything seemed entangled in a perplexing web. Sighing, Hagrid set aside his needlework and advised the little ones, I suggest you refrain from making unfounded speculations about the professors. It is rather impolite. He paused, seemingly recollecting something, and murmured to himself, however, when it comes to alchemy, old Amichell certainly possesses a peculiar temperament. Young Amichell must have inherited it from his father. Old Amichell? Neville's interest was piqued, and he inquired with curiosity, Hagrid, do you know Professor Amichel's father? Was he also a student at Hogwarts? Hogwarts? Hagrid shook his head, reminiscing. No, he seems to have graduated from Durmstrang. Quite a formidable alchemist indeed. Many years ago, he visited Hogwarts to give a lecture. Ah, it was at the behest of Professor Dumbledore. I was still a student then. My impression of old Amichell was that he appeared quite amiable, always smiling. Hagrid hesitated for a moment. I never had direct dealings with him, but I recall an incident where he had a heated argument with Dumbledore outside the headmaster's office. He was quite fierce in his speech. Later, upon seeing me, his demeanor and gaze made me rather uncomfortable. Neville's eyes widened in astonishment. Professor Amichel's father? He even argued with Professor Dumbledore? This revelation sparked a profound curiosity regarding Roy's background. Indeed, Hagrid murmured, I don't know the specifics of their quarrel. It's all ancient history. However, young Amichell seems far more approachable than his father. Although, Hagrid scratched his head, seemingly contemplating his words. There are moments when he bears a striking resemblance to his father, despite their keen interest in the Amichell family gossip. The four friends realized that class was fast approaching and hastily bid farewell to Hagrid, braving the cold winds as they made their way to the castle. On the path leading to the main building, Harry was still processing Hagrid's remarks and the shocking revelations from the previous night, his mind wandering. Just as they hurriedly passed through an archway, Harry, distracted, collided solidly with a figure emerging from a side corridor. Ouch! Harry stumbled back. Watch where you're going, came a distinctly irritable and impatient male voice. It was strange. He frowned, brushing off the arm that Harry had bumped into, barely acknowledging them, and tossed off a reprimand before continuing briskly towards the alchemy tower. He had just exited the library, clutching several hastily scribbled notes. Strange's mood was darker than the weather at Hogwarts. He had spent the better part of the day in the library, nearly exhausting all the resources in the general reading area regarding alchemy, semiotics, and ancient rituals. The entries concerning life, soul, and sacrifice were either entirely absent from the public literature or were vague, filled with metaphors and philosophical musings that offered little clarity. They utterly failed to support the detailed operational descriptions found in the experimental notes he had perused. When he attempted to inquire about these terms from Madame Pants, the librarian, she immediately lifted her head. The eyes behind the lenses scrutinized him like those of an eagle, their expression grave. Mr. Strange, if you seek detailed accounts regarding these matters, they reside in the restricted section of the library. The tomes contained therein are perilous, rife with distorted knowledge and malevolent curses. Without a special authorization from Professor Dumbledore or the relevant subject professors, no one, not even the teaching assistants, is permitted to borrow or consult them. After Mrs. Pants concluded her statement, she lowered her head and resumed organizing her index cards, as if dismissing a troublesome matter, stumbling into a wall of denial. Strange became increasingly convinced that Roy's studies delved into nothing less than extraordinary alchemy. It was undoubtedly a realm fraught with taboo and danger. He resolved to confront Roy directly, at the very least to glean some insights. He hastened towards the alchemy tower. Just as he was about to step onto the relatively secluded corridor leading to the tower's entrance, a figure caught his attention. A silhouette, swathed in a thick purple scarf, was furtively and hastily entering the grand doors of the alchemy tower. Strange recognized the name. It must be Professor Quirrell, the Defense Against the Dark Arts instructor. Chapter 81, Quirrell and the Philosopher's Stone, Part 1. Quirrell had recently been enduring a most dismal time. Ever since the debacle involving the troll on Halloween Eve, everything had spiraled into further misfortune. Not only had his original plans made no progress, but he had also drawn the watchful gaze of Snape, whose dark eyes pierced him like icy daggers, constantly pricking at his spine. Yet, more agonizing than Snape was that wretched Roy Amichell. The mere thought of Roy ignited a conflagration of humiliation, envy, and sheer loathing within him. To Quirrell, Roy was the epitome of a hypocrite, an arrogant fool who, bolstered by a modicum of talent and a privileged lineage, regarded others with utter disdain. That perpetually gentle smile upon his countenance appeared repulsively insincere to Quirrell. His seemingly amiable tone dripped with condescension, every utterance a patronizing gift of pity. Quirrell firmly believed that all of Roy's dazzling alchemical knowledge, his seemingly secure position at Hogwarts, and even Dumbledore's occasional favor, were merely the fortunate outcomes of a fortunate birth. Had he, Quirrell, possessed a father as illustrious as old Amichell, a figure who could command the winds in the alchemical realm, he too would have had access to those invaluable resources and guidance, and his accomplishments would undoubtedly eclipse that superficial individual. Why should Roy be allowed to look down upon him with such disdainful eyes? Simply because he bore the Amichell name? This simmering resentment gnawed at Quirrell's soul day and night, intensifying his hatred for Roy. The very type of individuals he loathed most were those inherently fortunate, those who flaunted their talents, as if their existence was solely to underscore his own unrecognized abilities and ill-timed fate. However, what tormented Chilo the most was the necessity to suppress his overwhelming hatred. The enigmatic master residing within him exhibited an unusual fascination with Roy Amichell. This master held Roy's knowledge of taboo domains in high regard, perceiving him as possessing immense utility and potentially a significant pawn in future endeavors. Thus, an order was issued. Chilo was compelled to regularly and proactively approach Roy, endeavoring to extract information or, at the very least, maintain a superficially amiable relationship. This meant that Chilo had to muster the courage to periodically force himself, with a feigned smile, into the loathsome alchemical tower to confront the man he despised to the core. Each meeting was a prolonged, public humiliation for him. He could almost foresee Roy's seemingly polite yet distinctly aloof demeanor, the veiled barbs hidden within their conversations, and the occasional flash of undisguised disdain and impatience in those blue eyes. He resembled a jest delivered unto himself, fully aware of the other's contempt, yet still wearing a forced grin, striving to fulfill the task assigned by his master. Today, he returned once more. Chilo tightened his purple scarf as if it could offer a modicum of protection and approached the imposing entrance of the alchemical tower once again. His objective today was unequivocal. He needed to elicit even a fragment of information from Roy regarding the Philosopher's Stone or certain profound and forbidden alchemical practices. He pushed open the heavy oak door leading to the laboratory, and a mingled scent of sulfur and peculiar herbs assailed his senses. Roy stood with his back to the entrance, engrossed in the intricate apparatus before him, clad in his customary black robe. Adorned with stains from various obscure materials and slight scorch marks, his precision and fluidity of movement remained unhampered. He delicately grasped a small piece of unstable, green glowing substance with a mithril tongs and placed it into a slowly rotating, rune-engraved glass vessel. Instantly, a hissing sound erupted from the container, accompanied by a waft of mist that illuminated the focused contours of his profile in a flickering glow. Chilo swallowed hard, mustering the most ingratiating and innocuous smile he could conjure, cautiously edging closer, fearful of disrupting Roy's experiment. "Ah, Professor Amichell," he stammered, his voice quivering with a sycophantic tone. "You are engaged in such exquisite explorations once more. It is truly awe-inspiring." Roy did not turn around, nor did he so much as twitch an eyebrow. His entire focus remained on the changes occurring within the vessel, and he merely waved his empty left hand dismissively, akin to shooing away a bothersome fly, signaling Chilo to be silent. Chilo's smile faltered, frozen upon his face. Taking a deep breath, he endured the humiliation and attempted once again. This energy fluctuation seems to pertain to some core principles of ancient energy transformation, does it not? I wonder if it relates to the research conducted by Mr. Nicolamere in recent years. He deliberately referenced the creator of the Philosopher's Stone, hoping to spark a conversation. Roy finally displayed some reaction this time. He slightly inclined his head, casting a cold glance at Chilo, his expression betraying his irritation at the interruption. Silence. Chilo. His voice was steady yet imbued with an undeniable authoritative tone. Unless you wish to personally experience the explosive effects of this unstable alchemical product, which could potentially clear half this room. Chilo recoiled in fear. Cold sweat instantly soaking his forehead beneath the turban. He shut his mouth, standing anxiously in place for a moment, observing Roy as he fluidly operated, recorded, and adjusted the instruments. As time ticked by, both his patience and courage dwindled, while the weight of his master's task bore down on him like a whip. At last, during a brief pause after Roy completed a phase of his work and picked up a towel to wipe his hands, Chilo seized the opportunity as if grasping a lifeline, stepping forward for the third time, his voice tinged with urgency and higher in pitch. Professor Amichell, I merely harbor great respect for your research and yearn to learn even a fraction, if only the surface. Roy finally turned completely around to face him. The usual indifference in his striking blue eyes had vanished, replaced by a mocking smirk that bore no warmth. Learn? Roy scoffed lightly, a subtle curve forming at the corner of his mouth. Chilo, have you ever considered taking a course on how to maintain basic silence or recognize the unwelcome expressions of others? I dare say that would prove far more beneficial than your, shall we say, disastrous, superficial understanding of alchemy. At the very least, it would prevent you from resembling a clumsy giant stumbling into a precision instrument room, utterly useless apart from being an annoyance and a source of noise. His words struck like a poisoned dagger, piercing directly into Chilo's most sensitive and insecure nerves. You. Chilo's face flushed a deep crimson, as if all the blood surged to his head, a profound sense of humiliation and rage nearly overwhelming his reason. He trembled with fury, fingers curling as he longed to draw his wand and unleash a curse upon this arrogant individual. How dare he speak to him in such a manner? By what right? Just as the thread of his reason threatened to snap. A sharp pain and a chilling warning emanated from beneath his turban, close to his scalp, as if a venomous snake was biting into his nerves. It was his master. That presence was reminding him, warning him, commanding him to restrain himself. This surge of fear doused part of his anger, yet it also sparked a fleeting moment of clarity. A thought surged into Chilo's mind. If he could not approach or extract a response, then he must create an opportunity away from prying eyes, conducive to addressing the matter at hand. He forcibly suppressed the venomous retorts nearly spilling from his lips, the muscles of his face twitching as he contorted a distorted, unattractive smile. Yes, you are indeed right in your criticism. It is my foolishness, my intrusion. Chilo spoke hastily, his voice trembling under the weight of suppressed emotions. But, however, I have recently stumbled upon some remarkably ancient traces within the Forbidden Forest. Yes, the Forbidden Forest. It appears to be remnants of a long-lost alchemical laboratory. The runes are exceedingly peculiar, and the residual energy is equally extraordinary. I believe that only an expert like yourself is qualified to assess this discovery. Might you be available this weekend? I will be delighted to escort you there. It is assuredly more valuable than remaining in the laboratory. He spoke in one breath, his heart racing, fueled by both fear and the thrill of this impromptu, malicious scheme. Roy was clearly taken aback by this abrupt turn of events and Chilo's fervent demeanor. He frowned slightly, scrutinizing Chilo from head to toe. He had little faith that Chilo could uncover any genuine relics and wished to spend not another second in the company of this bothersome individual. However, he was eager to dismiss Chilo quickly so that he could return to his experiments. Ancient alchemical ruins? Roy smiled and nodded. Very well, Chilo. If this will prevent you from haunting me like a vengeful spirit, we shall discuss it over the weekend. For now, at once leave. He gestured towards the door, as if banishing something unclean. Splendid. Until the weekend, I assure you, you shall not be disappointed. Chilo exclaimed, practically bowing as he exited the laboratory, gently closing the door behind him. At the very moment the laboratory door clicked shut, a figure shifted in the shadows at the corridor's bend. Stephen Strange stood there, his brow furrowed. He had actually been there for a while, but had scarcely heard a word. One could say that Roy maintained a commendable reputation. When he began to mock Chilo, he had cast a silencing charm, only lifting it once Chilo had finished speaking. Thus, Strange had only caught the last few enthusiastic phrases of Chilo's invitation to Roy, mentioning the ancient alchemical ruins, along with Roy's final, impatient yet affirmative response. Doubt clouded Strange's features. What could possibly necessitate the use of a silencing charm? Moreover, during his brief time in this world, Roy and Chilo appear to be rather unfamiliar with one another, even less so than Roy's interactions with Snape. Strange watched as Chilo nearly jogged away, exuding an oddly unsettling excitement. His suspicions deepened. These two were undoubtedly up to no good. Chapter 82. Chilo and the Philosopher's Stone. Part 2. Strange felt a sense of unease. At that moment, the heavy oak door of the alchemical tower creaked open from within. Roy Amichell emerged, seemingly having just concluded his work, a hint of weariness gracing his features, yet his blue eyes remained clear. Upon seeing Strange at the door, he appeared slightly surprised, followed by his customary, gentle smile. "Dr. Strange? Out patrolling at such a late hour? Truly commendable." His voice rang with the same warmth as always, even laced with a hint of praise. The sudden encounter sent a jolt through Strange's heart. He forcibly suppressed the momentary panic, instinctively straightening his spine as if he had been caught in a transgression. As his mind raced, he recalled the setbacks in the library, the forbidden words associated with life. Soul and sacrifice. Questions nearly tumbled from his lips. What exactly are you researching? What conspiracy are you plotting with Chilo? Yet, as the words lingered on the tip of his tongue, he caught sight of Roy's calm demeanor, his eyes seemingly able to pierce through the soul. Strange swallowed the words back down, instinctively aware that revealing his suspicions would be unwise. He could not allow Roy to sense his burgeoning doubts. Thus, Strange managed to force a somewhat stiff smile, stating dryly, "It's nothing, Professor Amichell. I merely happened upon this area while on patrol to ensure everything is in order. Since all appears well here, I shall continue my inspection elsewhere." With that, he nodded hurriedly and turned, striding briskly down the corridor, his footsteps almost frantic, as if something were pursuing him from behind. Roy remained rooted in place, not immediately returning to the tower. The gentle smile on his face slowly faded, his ocean blue eyes watching as Strange hurried figure vanished around the corner. He stood quietly at the entrance of the tower, the evening breeze stirring the hem of his robe, casting a long, indistinct shadow behind him. Night had fully descended upon Hogwarts. The castle had succumbed to slumber, the daytime clamor replaced by a profound silence. The torches along the corridor walls flickered, casting erratic halos that illuminated the portraits on the stone walls in a dance of light and shadow. The cold moonlight filtered through the high stained glass windows, casting mottled and serene patterns upon the floor. In the distance, the faint, mischievous laughter of Peeves could be heard, only to dissipate into the labyrinthine depths of the corridors. The entire castle resembled a vast, breathing ancient sanctuary, concealing countless unknown secrets. Strange wandered aimlessly through the empty corridor, the dim glow of the luminescence barely illuminating the ground beneath his feet, amplifying the shadows that loomed around him, as if countless eyes were hidden within. His thoughts were a tangled mess. Though he hailed from another world, with only a rudimentary understanding of magic, he was no self-pitying saint. Indeed, he could be somewhat arrogant. Yet he was a doctor. The instinct to save lives and prevent harm was ingrained in his very being. This school housed so many young students, innocent, boisterous, perhaps even a bit bothersome, but they should never be entangled in any unknown peril. They were blameless. If Roy Amichell were truly exploiting Hogwarts resources and cover to conduct some perilous, even nefarious forbidden research, the consequences of such actions spiraling out of control would be unimaginable. He could not stand idly by, fully aware of this potential danger. Of course, this all hinged upon the accuracy of his suspicions. What is of utmost importance now is to uncover evidence and ascertain Roy's true intentions. Strange felt an unprecedented sense of helplessness in this entirely unfamiliar domain. His esteemed knowledge and experience appeared utterly futile. Lost in his thoughts, he instinctively moved in accordance with his patrolling habits. Before he realized it, he had turned onto a relatively secluded staircase, where the surrounding air seemed to grow more silent and solemn. He lifted his gaze and discerned the sign indicating the 4th floor at the corridor's entrance. His steps faltered as he recalled Roy's prior admonition. The corridor on the right side of the 4th floor was off limits, and without Professor Dumbledore's permission, no one was permitted to enter. Just as he hesitated to approach, an exceedingly faint rustling sound, accompanied by hushed voices, wafted from the dim depths of the corridor on the right side of the 4th floor. He immediately halted, straining to listen. Indeed, there was a sound, Could it be some audacious student, disregarding the prohibition, daring to venture here in the dead of night? Strange's nerves instantly tensed. With his brow furrowed, and without a moment's hesitation, he quietly adjusted his steps and swiftly yet silently moved toward the source of the sound. He was determined to discover which reckless individuals dared to intrude into an area explicitly forbidden even to professors after curfew. Chapter 83. Chilo and the Philosopher's Stone, Part 3, in the depths of the right-side corridor on the 4th floor of Hogwarts, before the forbidding door marked no entry, Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Neville were awkwardly and slowly huddled together like sardines beneath Harry's invisibility cloak. The edges of the cloak occasionally lifted, revealing a few mismatched shoes and a small portion of a robe. The confined space caused Hermione's hair to brush against Ron's nose, nearly prompting him to sneeze. Nervously clutching the hem of Harry's robe, Neville muttered, "We really shouldn't be here. We really shouldn't." "I'll say it one last time, Harry." Hermione's voice emerged from beneath the fabric, laced with uncontainable anxiety. "If we get caught, we will be expelled. Perhaps even worse. Just think about what Professor McGonagall would say. Consider the school rules." "But Hermione," Harry retorted eagerly, a stubborn gleam in his green eyes, "I saw Snape come out of that door. Sneakily." Professor Dumbledore explicitly stated at the start of term feast that entry to the corridor on the right side of the 4th floor is strictly forbidden. Why would a professor sneak in here? Ron vigorously nodded in agreement, his voice muffled as he echoed, "Exactly. Snape is definitely up to no good. Perhaps he is concocting some scheme. This is precisely the kind of thing he would do, right?" Nervously, Neville interjected, Maybe we should tell the professors? They won't believe us." Harry and Ron retorted in unison. Harry added, "Snape is a professor. We are merely students, and we have no evidence. What if we truly have erred? What if we have misjudged him? Then we would be the fools, spreading rumors and slandering the professor." Harry harbored an unspoken conviction within. It was the power of Potter that fortified his belief in his own capacity to confront the situation. After all, he was the boy who lived, was he not? Just then, a voice, elongated and dripping with mockery, echoed from a short distance behind them. "Illegal, nocturnal escapade, and daring to trespass into forbidden grounds? Should I commend your bravery or lament your foolishness, Potter?" The four of them were instantly startled, instinctively huddling together. The invisibility cloak was tugged, resulting in a jarring collision between Harry's forehead and Ron's nape, while Neville let out a short gasp, quickly silenced by Hermione's hand over his mouth. In a state of panic, they turned to see Draco Malfoy standing alone in the shadows a few paces away, his gray-blue eyes sparkling with a triumphant gleam, akin to a cat that had caught the tail of its prey. Ron's face flushed crimson with rage, even in the dim light. "Malfoy," he hissed through clenched teeth, "have you been following us? You are utterly shameless." Hermione frowned. Neville's expression turned dark, and Harry's heart plummeted to the depths. It was over. Malfoy would undoubtedly rush to inform Snape or Filch. "What do you intend to do?" Hermione was the first to speak. "Are you going to report us?" "Don't forget, you are out after hours, too." Ron immediately echoed, "Exactly. Even if we are caught, you would face punishment as well." However, to everyone's surprise, Malfoy leisurely approached them, his tone oddly peculiar. "Report to the teachers?" How utterly dull. The four of them were taken aback. Malfoy's next words left them utterly astounded. "I won't report you, but on one condition. I want to join you." "What?" Ron was the first to scream, his voice cracking. "Don't even think about it. Who knows what scheme you are plotting? You might be a spy sent by Snape." Harry furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Malfoy as he weighed his options rapidly. If he refused, Malfoy would certainly inform on them. If he acquiesced, it seemed Malfoy had no immediate reason to betray them. Did he? "You promise?" Harry locked eyes with Malfoy, attempting to discern the truth within them. "You swear not to tell, and once inside, you won't cause any trouble?" "Harry!" Ron grasped Harry's arm in disbelief. "Are you out of your mind? Trust him. He is undoubtedly lying. The moment we step inside, he will turn around and sell us out." Malfoy scoffed, "Of course. I keep my word. I swear it on the Malfoy name. Is that satisfactory?" With that, he deliberately shot a taunting glance at Ron. Ron was so infuriated that his hair seemed to bristle. "Look at him. He is definitely lying. His father is a governor. Even if he gets caught, he might be let off lightly, while we would be expelled." Hermione pressed her lips tightly together, evidently sharing the same doubts as Ron. The gaze of the four converged sharply upon Malfoy, laden with distrust. In that glaring spotlight, an unnatural pallor suddenly swept across Malfoy's face, his eyes wavering slightly, seemingly attempting to evade their scrutiny. Abruptly tilting his head, he lowered his voice. "Hey, don't make a fuss. It seems there are footsteps." "Don't try that, Malfoy." Attempting to change the subject, Ron scoffed immediately, deeming it yet another of his schemes. However, Harry's ears perked up with keen alertness. His expression shifted dramatically as he seized Ron, who was still fuming, his voice taut like a bowstring. "Stop talking, Ron. There are truly footsteps. Run." At that moment, from the far end of the corridor, distinct footsteps echoed closer, accompanied by a moving glow. Clearly, someone was approaching with a lantern. Panic seized everyone instantly. "Quick!" Harry hissed, disregarding Malfoy, as the 4, or perhaps 5, hastily wrapped themselves tighter in the invisibility cloak, stumbling towards the dark depths of the corridor. Strange held his breath, advancing swiftly towards the faint sounds and indistinct voices. The noises emanated from just beyond the corner, suggesting more than one presence. He quickened his pace and rounded the corner. Not far ahead, the air seemed to distort unnaturally. Several indistinct figures were huddled together, attempting to move stealthily. However, their technique was evidently lacking. Or perhaps there were too many of them, revealing their flaws. "Stop! Leave that place immediately," Strange warned sternly. Yet, his caution appeared to have the opposite effect. The concealed group was evidently startled by his voice, accelerating hurriedly, yet their internal coordination faltered, resulting in a clumsy retreat, with muffled gasps and collisions echoing from within. "He is coming! He is coming!" Ron exclaimed anxiously beneath the cloak. It felt as if the oppressive footsteps were drawing ever closer behind them. "The door! It's locked!" Harry frantically pushed against the massive wooden door. "Let me try. Alohomora." Hermione's voice trembled, yet the incantation rang clear and effective. With a soft click, the lock yielded. "It's open. Quickly in." Harry yanked the door wide. The 5 children crammed together, including the most unwilling yet more frightened Malfoy, tumbled into the darkness behind the door like sardines packed in a can. Harry was the last to rush in, slamming the door shut with a resounding thud. Strange watched, wide-eyed, as the door swung open and then slammed shut again, a tightening sensation gripping his chest. These audacious youngsters had truly ventured inside. He immediately quickened his pace. The 5 children inside leaned against the frigid door, gasping for breath as their hearts raced, nearly leaping from their chests. The relief of survival had yet to wash over them. A nauseating stench, a foul amalgamation of beastly musk and decaying flesh, assaulted their senses, almost suffocating them. Suddenly, a deep, thunderous growl reverberated through the darkness, accompanied by the heavy sound of iron chains scraping. In the dim light, they beheld an unimaginably colossal shadow standing in the center of the room. 3 pairs of eyes, as large as brass lanterns and gleaming with malevolence, snapped open, locking onto the unwelcome intruders. It was an enormous 3-headed dog. Merlin's beard. Ron uttered a near whimper, his legs trembling uncontrollably. I don't want to die here," Malfoy stammered, his complexion pale, the remnants of his former arrogance obliterated by sheer, primal terror. The 3 heads of the beast unleashed a deafening cacophony of barking, saliva dripping from its fangs. It lunged forward, its massive claws slicing through the air toward them. "Dodge!" Harry shouted, his own fear palpable, yet instinctively positioning himself in front of his companions. He leapt aside with astonishing agility, narrowly evading the first head's vicious bite. Simultaneously, he seized a piece of debris from the ground, striking forcefully at the eye of the middle head. "Hey, big fella, over here," Harry called out, attempting to divert its attention and buy time for his friends to escape. He utilized his extraordinary speed and balance to navigate perilously among the claws of the monstrous hound. Yet, the creature was too immense. Its range of attack was vast, and the 3 heads coordinated their movements with alarming precision. No matter how nimble Harry was, he found himself in constant peril, narrowly avoiding the razor-sharp fangs that grazed his robe on several occasions. After a series of harrowing near misses, Harry was about to be caught by the left head's jaws. "Obstacles abound," Neville shouted through gritted teeth, rushing forward. An invisible barrier suddenly sprang up between Harry and the dog's head, though it was shattered almost instantly by the 3-headed beast. It had granted Harry a fleeting moment to retreat. Seizing the opportunity, he rolled to the side. Yes. Use magic, Hermione exclaimed, as if awakening from a trance. Swiftly drawing her wand, flames erupted. A burst of fire shot toward the monstrous dog. However, one of its heads merely shook in annoyance, extinguishing the flames as if its magical resistance was extraordinarily high. Ron followed suit, casting spells haphazardly, but they were deflected by the creature's thick fur and magical resilience. Malfoy, his face contorted with rage, even attempted a dark curse he had surreptitiously learned, but it merely tickled the beast, inciting its fury even further. At that moment, outside the door, Strange heard a tremendous roar, the sound of impact and the terrified screams of children, causing his expression to change dramatically. No longer hesitating, he took a step back and then, with all his might, crashed against the door. Bang! A gap was forced open, causing Ron and Neville, who were bracing against it, to stumble back. Seizing the opportunity, Strange swiftly slipped inside. Upon surveying the scene within, his scalp tingled and his blood pressure surged. "Get out!" He bellowed at the four children closest to the door, reaching out to grasp one by the collar, roughly shoving the stunned Ron, Hermione, Neville, and Malfoy out into the corridor. Just as he pushed Malfoy through the door, he looked up to see one of the giant dog's paws descending with tremendous force towards the black-haired boy still attempting to draw its attention. Strange's intrusion had evidently distracted Harry, who instinctively glanced towards the entrance. That moment of distraction was sufficient. Bang! The heavy paw struck Harry's shoulder with brutal force, and Strange could almost hear the distinct sound of bones fracturing. Harry let out a terrible scream, propelled away by the overwhelming force, seemingly on the verge of falling into another gaping maw. Strange's pupils constricted. He had no time to think. He lunged forward, scooping the writhing, pained Harry into his arms. Using the momentum from his forward rush, he rolled on the ground, narrowly evading the lethal bite while straining towards the open doorway. As he tumbled out, Strange kicked back, forcefully slamming the heavy wooden door shut, effectively sealing the deafening roar and horrific stench within. In the corridor, they were momentarily safe. Leaning against the closed door, Strange cradled Harry, whose face was pale from excruciating pain, beads of cold sweat dripping down. He looked at the four trembling young wizards before him, still shaken and visibly frightened. His head felt heavy and his temples throbbed. Meanwhile, Harry's fractured shoulder twisted at an unnatural angle, blood rapidly soaking through his robes. Ignoring any potential abrasions to himself, Strange immediately bent down to assess Harry's injuries. Just one glance, with his expertise as a top-tier surgeon, made him gasp in shock. Harry's left shoulder displayed an exceedingly unnatural collapse and distortion. The jagged edges of shattered bone were even piercing through skin and fabric, blood quickly staining the dark cloth a deeper crimson. The intense pain rendered Harry's small face as pale as paper, his lips devoid of color, and his forehead beaded with sweat. His body twitched uncontrollably from the agony, his teeth biting down hard on his lower lip to stifle any cries. Though broken whimpers still escaped from his throat, a comminuted fracture, accompanied by an open wound, with blood loss occurring rapidly. Strange made a swift assessment. Immediate action was required to staunch the bleeding. Chapter 84. Chilo and the Philosopher's Stone, Part 4. Strange clutched Harry tightly and nearly sprinted into the Hogwarts infirmary, followed closely by a group of pale-faced, shaken individuals. He was consumed with urgency. As a distinguished surgeon, he understood all too well the implications of Harry's shattering open fracture. Even under the most advanced medical conditions in his world, it could very well result in lifelong disability, chronic pain, or even crippling consequences. Such a fate was unbearably cruel for a mere 11-year-old child. Madame Pomfrey! Madame Pomfrey! Emergency! Strange's voice echoed through the vast medical wing, tinged with an unusual urgency and anxiety. Madame Pomfrey, still in her nightgown, was roused from her slumber and hurriedly emerged from her resting quarters, her face a mixture of drowsiness and concern. "Merlin, what has happened?" Upon seeing Harry in Strange's arms, pale and with his shoulder a bloody mess, her brow furrowed deeply, Strange gently laid Harry upon a hospital bed and spoke in rapid succession. Crushing fracture, open wound, suspected bone shards piercing major blood vessels. I've initiated emergency pressure bandaging, but immediate debridement is imperative. His words faltered as he observed Madame Pomfrey lean in to examine Harry's injuries. To his astonishment, instead of an expression of heightened alarm, she appeared to exhale a sigh of relief and muttered softly, "Thank goodness, it's just a bone issue." Just a bone issue. Strange could hardly believe his ears or eyes. Such an injury would warrant immediate admission in any ordinary hospital. It would require the most skilled surgeons performing hours of intricate surgery, the insertion of steel plates and screws, followed by a lengthy and painful rehabilitation process that might not guarantee complete recovery. Yet, Madame Pomfrey merely turned to her cabinet and retrieved a bubbling, murky potion, deftly prying open Harry's mouth and carefully administering it. "Here, Mr. Potter, drink this. It might be a bit unpleasant, but it is essential," she soothed Harry, who was barely conscious. Harry unconsciously swallowed a few mouthfuls, his entire face contorting in agony as he emitted a pained groan, as if he were consuming molten metal rather than medicine. "What is this? What have you given him?" Strange could not restrain himself from stepping forward. "This is bone regrowth potion," Madame Pomfrey replied calmly, observing Harry's reaction as she explained. "It is specifically designed to treat severe bone injuries." Interestingly, the early prototype of this potion was concocted by one of Mr. Potter's ancestors, Linfred, a true genius in potion making who invented many useful remedies. Although the process can be somewhat uncomfortable, the effects are absolutely flawless, leaving no lasting side effects. Strange stood in stunned silence. Before his very eyes, it appeared that Harry's distorted shoulder was gradually, albeit slowly, realigning itself, though this process was evidently accompanied by immense suffering. Leaving Harry convulsing and moaning unconscious upon the hospital bed, Madame Pomfrey calmly wiped her hands as if merely tending to a minor scrape, assuring that he would peacefully slumber and awaken full of vitality the following morning. Now, her stern gaze swept over Ron, Hermione, Neville, and the distant Draco, who were all peering anxiously at the door, along with Mr. Strange, who all needed to return and rest. The ward required tranquility. Mr. Strange exited the infirmary somewhat dazed, his esteemed medical knowledge and experience shattered within those brief moments. The grievous injury, capable of altering a life, was here merely a trivial matter resolvable with a somewhat uncomfortable potion? He was lost in contemplation until he nearly tripped over the lingering young wizards at the doorway. It was then that Mr. Strange was jolted back to reality, observing these four who had nearly caused calamity, their faces now reflecting both fear and concern. A surge of anger and responsibility finally eclipsed his astonishment. "Is everything fine?" Mr. Strange's voice was icy. "You five, wandering at night and trespassing into forbidden, perilous areas, have resulted in a fellow student's serious injury. 50 points from Gryffindor, 50 points from Slytherin. Each of you." The specifics of the detention penalties he would relay to Professors McGonagall and Snape, who would determine the consequences. "Now, immediately, return to your dormitories and sleep. If I see any of you lingering in the corridor for even a second longer, I shall not hesitate to summon Mr. Filch for a discussion." The expressions of the four fell instantaneously. Hermione and Neville gasped in shock. Each losing 50 points was a devastating blow to Gryffindor's house cup. Ron wished to protest, but upon seeing Mr. Strange's grim visage, he ultimately fell silent, swiftly leading the still sniffling Neville and the visibly distressed Draco away. After the commotion, the corridor returned to silence. Mr. Strange stood alone at the infirmary's entrance, yet he felt no inclination to return to his own quarters. At that moment, he fiercely resisted facing any wizard. The ease with which magic resolved issues that ordinary folk labored tirelessly to manage left him feeling insignificant. His lifelong pride in his medical knowledge and skills seemed trivial in this world. The corridor was shrouded in darkness as Mr. Strange lingered in the dense blackness. It was not until a voice from a nearby portrait remarked, "I wish to sleep now, sir. Would you kindly not stand here?" that he slowly retrieved his wand, attempting to conjure a lumos. However, after several attempts, the wand remained unresponsive. Mr. Strange noticed the yellow crystal at the wand's end had dimmed, its magical essence seemingly exhausted. He recalled Roy mentioning that when out of magic, he should seek him for recharging. Strange inhaled deeply, suppressing the turmoil within him, and turned to stride purposefully towards the alchemy tower. He was uncertain whether Roy was awake at this hour, but he could not afford to ponder it further. His heart was laden with frustration, confusion, and an ineffable sense of indignation. He desperately sought an outlet, and the individual who had ensnared him in this bewildering realm was undoubtedly the most suitable confidant. Approaching the heavy door of the tower, he rapped upon it with force. On the second floor of the tower, Roy Amichell lay ensconced in soft feather pillows and blankets, adorned with a somewhat comical orange plush nightcap, deeply immersed in slumber. The incessant, impolite knocking abruptly yanked him from his bizarre dreams. He grumbled irritably, struggling to sit up, the pointed tip of his nightcap askew. Who could it be at such a late hour? Roy, bleary-eyed, donned his robe and descended the staircase, wearing a countenance that reflected his annoyance at being disturbed. Upon opening the door, he found Strange standing there, his expression even more dismal than his own. Roy raised an eyebrow, a wry smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Dr. Strange? What a rare visit, to knock on a Professor S. door at this hour. I trust you possess a sufficiently compelling reason. Your wand appears to have lost its magic. Strange replied tersely, extending the cold wooden wand towards him. Without further inquiry, Roy accepted it, his fingers gliding over its surface. A glimmer of light flickered, and the crystal at the wand's end soon regained its vibrant luster. He returned the recharged wand, expecting Strange to take his leave. However, Strange remained, his dark demeanor unchanged, showing no inclination to depart. Roy sighed, rubbing his temples. It seemed sleep was a distant prospect for the night. Reluctantly, he stepped aside. Gumin, he returned to the room and casually pulled 2 chairs closer. Seat. Speak, doctor. What calamity has shattered your worldview this time? Strange entered silently and took a seat. He caressed the revitalized wand, deliberating for a considerable time before finally speaking. His voice hoarse. I just sent a child to the medical wing. His shoulder is crushed with an open wound. In my realm, that would likely ruin a child's life. Roy listened in silence, refraining from interjecting. Strange paused, seemingly gathering his thoughts, as well as suppressing his emotions. I understand that magic is wondrous. I know it can accomplish many incredible feats. Yet, every time I witness injuries and ailments that render us powerless, which you so effortlessly and almost dismissively resolve, it feels profoundly unjust. He lifted his gaze to Roy, his eyes intricate with complexity. This is unfair, Roy. Especially when I realize that your world is isolated from that of ordinary people. You possess the capacity to accomplish so much more, to rescue countless souls and alleviate immeasurable suffering. Why then do you choose to remain hidden, guarding your castles and secrets? Is this not a form of arrogance and a squandering of potential? Roy listened quietly to Strange's somewhat rambling complaints and inquiries, refraining from immediate rebuttal. Only after Strange had finished did he exhale softly. For millennia, the wizarding world has largely existed in this manner, Strange. Roy's voice was calm. It was insular, fearful of change, cloaked in secrecy and self-serving. You are correct in your observations. Indeed, there are those who yearn for reform, who aspire to dismantle barriers. Yet, we are beset by too many old souls. He chuckled at his own irony. The longer one lives, the greater the fear of change. The more inclined one becomes to cling to the familiar order. The intricate web of interests and millennia-old traditions ensnares the magical realm like iron chains. Unless someone can magically alter the thoughts of everyone overnight, it is challenging to persuade them to relinquish their comfort zones and privileges. Roy's gaze deepened. To integrate into Muggle society, that would require the old aristocrats of the magical world to leap from a closed, narrow pond, where we reign supreme, into a vast, unknown ocean, fraught with uncertainties, where the rules are no longer dictated by us. Many aspects of our existence, status, power, lifestyle, would be reshuffled. Do you truly believe those who revel in the benefits of the current order would willingly abandon it all? Strange gazed at him in silence. Suddenly, Roy shifted the topic, asking, "Do you know why I brought you here, Strange?" Strange lifted his eyes, awaiting the answer. Roy's voice lowered slightly, yet resonated with undeniable strength. Because the old guard will ultimately pass away, yet there remain so many students at Hogwarts. Those who control education truly hold the future of a race in their hands. Change may never commence with our generation, but it can germinate in the next. His gaze fell upon Strange, laden with meaning. Strange, your anguish and discontent may very well be what the future requires. Chapter 85, Quarrel and the Philosopher's Stone, Part 5. The relentless snowstorm that had persisted for several days finally abated, revealing a sky of crystalline azure. Sunlight bathed the thick blankets of snow on Hogwarts Castle and the expansive grounds, reflecting a dazzling white light, while the air remained crisp and invigorating. The snow blanketed every pathway, crunching softly underfoot. However, for the 5 young wizards trudging through the knee-deep snow to Hagrid's hut, it was hardly a pleasure. Harry, Ron, Hermione, Neville, and the reluctant Malfoy navigated the snowy path toward Hagrid's abode, laboriously making their way through the deep drifts. The frigid snow occasionally seeped into their dragonhide boots, or, in Ron's case, his less waterproof, ordinary boots, leaving them chattering their teeth in discomfort. Merlin sucks. This path is utterly unmanageable. Ron huffed, his nose reddening from the cold. At least it wasn't snowing anymore, or it would have been even worse. Hermione struggled to maintain her balance, while Malfoy cautiously selected his footing. Not missing the opportunity to taunt, "Watch your robe, Weasley, don't tear it again. Your mother doesn't have the funds to buy you a new one." Ron, incensed, contemplated hurling a snowball at him, but restrained himself, considering the potential consequences and the deep snow beneath his feet. Upon finally reaching Hagrid's hut and pushing open the wooden door, a wave of warm air, redolent of burnt flour and honey, enveloped them. Hagrid was busily crouched before his enormous fireplace. "Oh, you lot are here," he exclaimed joyfully upon seeing them. "Just in time. I've freshly baked raw cakes. Come and have a taste." The children, having endured the cold trek, were immediately drawn to the warmth of the food and surged forward. Ron, the quickest among them, seized a still-hot raw cake and took a hearty bite. Crunch! The sound was piercing enough to make one wince. Ron's motion froze instantly, his expression contorting grotesquely as he slowly opened his mouth to reveal a small, bloody baby tooth. "Merlin!" Hermione gasped. "Huh!" Malfoy burst into merciless laughter. "Merlin Weasley, your tooth was knocked out by Hagrid's cake. You're going to turn into a toothless old hag." Ron covered his mouth, feeling both pain and rage, his face flushing to match the color of his hair. Had it not been for the throbbing pain in his mouth and Hagrid's presence, he would have surely lunged at Malfoy. "Shut your mouth, Malfoy," he shouted, his words muffled. "Less chatter, Malfoy," Neville interjected, attempting to mediate as he offered a handkerchief to Ron and cautiously set down his own piece of cake, which he had nearly bitten into as well. Harry, feeling a pang of empathy, quietly placed his own rock cake back on the plate. He was well aware of the weapon's potency, though he hadn't anticipated this particular one to be so exceptionally hard. Just as the atmosphere in the hut grew warmer due to Ron's dental mishap, the wooden door swung open once more, letting in a gust of cold air. Standing at the threshold was Stephen Strange, clad in a heavy black coat, his expression still somewhat stern, as if reluctant to be present. He had not intended to supervise the detention of these little giants. That was the responsibility of the heads of each house. Yet, after a restless night, he could not shake the memory of Quirrell's invitation to Roy. The more time Strange spent with Roy, the more he sensed an enigmatic depth to the man. Most of the time, Roy presented himself as a caring and charming companion, an attentive listener with a gentle demeanor. His blue eyes, reminiscent of a tranquil sea, effortlessly disarmed one's guard, while his handsome, elegant appearance proved to be deceptively alluring. Yet, when one looks beyond the surface, Strange could always sense an underlying aura of danger, akin to the tumultuous currents that lurked beneath the serene azure of the sea, capable of engulfing everything in their path. He could not ascertain whether the weekend rendezvous between Chilo and Roy in the Forbidden Forest was connected to the student's confinement this evening. Yet an inexplicable anxiety compelled him to attend. He needed to ensure the safety of these students, while he also harbored a modicum of curiosity about the legendary unicorn. Hagrid, upon spotting Strange, expressed surprise but quickly greeted him with enthusiasm. "Strange, you've come too? Splendid. Are you interested in unicorns as well?" Strange murmured a vague acknowledgement, offering little explanation. Hagrid, however, was elated, believing he had found a kindred spirit, and eagerly began to educate. "Oh, unicorns! Such pure and beautiful creatures. Their fur, their blood, their horn are all wondrous things. Of course, tonight we are merely on a quest to find a poor, injured creature." The young wizards had entirely forgotten the punitive nature of their confinement, wholly captivated by the adventure in the Forbidden Forest and the search for unicorns, their faces aglow with excitement and anticipation. As darkness enveloped the sky, the towering trees at the forest's edge loomed like black giants in the snow, their branches resembling gnarled claws reaching for the star-speckled night. The group ignited lanterns and, under Hagrid's guidance, ventured into the Forbidden Forest. Hagrid led the way, his massive hound Fong eagerly darting at his feet, sniffing the ground. Strange trailed silently at the rear, vigilantly observing his surroundings. With the formidable presence of Hagrid and the imposing Strange, the young wizards felt emboldened, their initial trepidation swiftly supplanted by curiosity. They resembled a troop of freshly liberated monkeys, unable to contain their whispers, glancing around in wonder at everything the forest had to offer. Look at that glowing mushroom. What kind of tree is that? The branches are so peculiar. I think I heard the sound of wings flapping. What is that? What kind of plant is that? Ron exclaimed, pointing at a cluster of softly glowing pink berries in the darkness. Goodness, you don't even recognize a bubotuber, Weasley? Is your family S.A. 1,000 magical herbs and fungi merely a prop for your table? Malfoy seized the opportunity to mock. Ron, bristling with irritation, the place where his tooth had just fallen out still ached, retorted, "Of course I know what it is. I just didn't see it clearly." "Come on, your garden probably only has gnomes in it," Malfoy sneered. "Malfoy, can you please say less?" Neville attempted once more to mediate. Malfoy haughtily huffed and turned his head. Yet, after only a few seconds of silence, he pointed at another spot where Ron was staring. "That is clearly a Niffler's burrow." "You foolish Weasley." In fact, Malfoy, Hermione immediately countered with seriousness. Niffler burrows usually exhibit more pronounced spiral patterns, and they should be dormant at this time of year. That is far more likely to be an abandoned fluff nest. Malfoy's face flushed momentarily, feeling the sting of embarrassment as Hermione publicly pointed out his error. Ron, unable to contain his glee, erupted into laughter. "Quiet down, children." Hagrid had to turn around and remind them in hushed tones. For many creatures in the Forbidden Forest despise noise, and one should not provoke them. The young wizards reluctantly settled into a semblance of silence. The night in the Forbidden Forest was far from silent. Beneath their feet lay a thick carpet of decaying leaves, yielding softly with a rustling sound as they stepped upon it. Occasionally, distant calls from unknown creatures echoed, along with the sounds of scuttling, and further away. The howls of wolves could be heard. Hagrid mentioned that they belonged to a werewolf pack deep within the forest, but they were unusually subdued tonight. The dense canopy obscured most of the moonlight, leaving only the lantern's glow to carve out a small, flickering halo in the darkness, illuminating the winding path beneath their feet and the peculiar, watchful shadows cast by the trees on either side. The air was cold and damp, infused with the distinctive scent of earth and decaying vegetation. Amid this somewhat oppressive and mysterious atmosphere, Fong, who had been sniffing around ahead, suddenly halted. The fur on his back bristled, and he emitted a low, warning growl towards the dark depths of the forest. "Shoo! Fong! What is it?" Hagrid immediately stopped, raising his lantern with caution, tightening his grip on his massive crossbow. Everyone held their breath, anxiously gazing in the direction of Fong's fierce barking. The darkness loomed thickly, as if concealing something ominous within. Chapter 86, Quirrell and the Philosopher's Stone, Part 6, time briefly rewound, before the last rays of the setting sun were completely engulfed by the night. Quirrell, filled with a complex mix of excitement, tension, and a sense of vengeful anticipation, arrived early at the designated spot deep within the Forbidden Forest where he had arranged to meet Roy. This small clearing, surrounded by ancient oaks, seemed to have a thinner layer of snow than elsewhere. Quirrell murmured to himself, his voice trembling with exhilaration. He crouched down, awkwardly tracing a complex alchemical circle onto the exposed, frozen ground with his trembling fingers. The lines were twisted and ancient, imbued with an ominous aura. With each stroke, he meticulously checked to ensure there were no errors or omissions. The purpose of this circle was not to inflict harm, but to bind and control. Any being that stepped within its confines would be forcibly restrained. More importantly, its core function was to inscribe a hidden mark deep within the soul of the imprisoned, inducing a subconscious inclination to obey the caster, akin to the Imperius curse, yet more subtle and enduring, an obscure branch of alchemy. After all, what respectable alchemist would spend their days pondering how to manipulate others? ISNT manipulation your forte? Quirrell's lips curled into a twisted smile, his mind brimming with fervent thoughts. To defeat you in your most favored domain, to make you taste the humiliation of your own craft. That would be perfection. This is sufficient to demonstrate my superiority over you. He firmly believed that this obscure magical array would easily deceive Roy's keen eyes. The thought of that man, who always wore a gentle smile as if he had everything under control, trapped within the array, struggling in agony, and ultimately begging him with tears, filled Chilo with an unprecedented sense of triumph. He meticulously concealed the completed array with illusion spells and shielding charms, ensuring that it left no trace on the surface. Then, he rose, tightening his thick purple scarf, standing like a rigid statue at the edge of the clearing, eagerly awaiting the arrival of his prey. Time passed slowly. The light in the forest quickly dimmed, and the chill seeped in. Chilo transitioned from hopeful pacing to anxious glancing, finally succumbing to cold fury. 5 o'clock to 6 o'clock. 6 to 7, 7 to 8, 8 to 9, the night in the forbidden forest had fully descended, with only the mournful whispers of the cold wind rustling through the treetops and the distant rustling of unknown creatures. Not only had Roy Amichell failed to appear, but there was not even a shadow in sight. Chilo's expression darkened severely in the darkness. Had he been played? That hypocritical, sanctimonious scoundrel had actually stood him up? How dare he? A wave of humiliation and the fury of being mocked nearly clouded his mind, just as he trembled with rage, on the verge of cursing aloud. A cacophony of footsteps and a dog's warning growl approached rapidly from a distance. Someone was coming, and there were quite a few of them. Chilo's heart sank, and he quickly realized the urgency of his situation. He could not be discovered here, especially after setting up such a nefarious array. In a panic, he waved his wand, conjuring a swirling, ominous black mist that enveloped his head and face, obscuring all his features. In the next moment, Hagrid, carrying a large windproof lantern, 5 tightly huddled young wizards, and the recently arrived assistant Strange pushed through the underbrush into his line of sight. Both parties were taken aback, momentarily frozen. Hagrid and Strange immediately displayed wary expressions, fixating on this strange figure that had suddenly appeared deep within the forbidden forest, shrouded in black mist. The young wizards huddled together in fear. Chilo cursed his misfortune inwardly. 2 adult wizards, one of whom was a half-giant. He hesitated, uncertain whether to eliminate the threat immediately or flee. Hagrid's not-so-bright mind finally caught up, realizing that this individual was likely not a benevolent presence. He abruptly spread his stout arms wide, shielding the 5 young wizards behind him like a hen protecting her chicks, and growled softly, "Run." Quickly back to the professors. The children, startled by his shout, turned to flee. Seeing this, Chilo instinctively commanded in a shrill voice, "Do not run." At the same time, he waved his wand, sending a binding spell toward the fleeing group. Hagrid roared, his massive form effectively blocking much of the magical onslaught. The half-giant's innate resistance to magic, coupled with his attire crafted from the hides of magical creatures, played a crucial role. He merely staggered, not completely immobilized. However, strangely, position behind him was far less fortunate. His understanding of magic was still rudimentary, limited to evading flying projectiles. Upon witnessing the gleam of light approaching, his instinct was to dodge as one would from a bullet. Yet, he grossly underestimated the swiftness and precision of magic. The light twisted like a nimble rope, deftly ensnaring him and tightening instantaneously. Strangely emitted a muffled grunt, bound tightly by the magical force, rendered utterly motionless. Chilo's gaze immediately fixated on the captured Strangely. A sudden recollection struck him. This individual was personally escorted to Hogwarts by Roy. Their connection must be significant. A malicious idea swiftly formed in his mind. He aimed his wand at the helpless Strangely. "You. Signal Roy Amichell. Immediately summon him. Otherwise, I shall take your life." Strangely struggled momentarily, realizing it was futile, and could only respond with resignation. "I don't know any communication spells." "What?" Chilo found this utterly preposterous. "You are a wizard. How could you not know such fundamental magic? Do you look down upon me? Are you mocking me?" He felt a surge of indignation, a desire to inflict profound pain upon his adversary. Yet, reason dictated that luring Roy was of paramount importance. Thus, under the bewildered gaze of Hagrid and the 5 young witches and wizards, the scene turned increasingly bizarre as a black wizard, holding a hostage, began to frantically teach. "Fool! Concentrate your thoughts. Focus on that wretched Roy Amichell. Point your wand to the sky, flick your wrist like this, and recite the incantation. Is that so difficult? Hurry." Strangely appeared somewhat at a loss with this unexpected turn of events, yet under the threat to his life, he attempted to gather his focus. Fortunately, his capacity for learning was remarkable. Soon, a faint silver light emanated from the tip of his wand, trembling as it ascended into the sky, heading towards the castle. Having sent the signal, strangely exhaled, casting a wary glance at the figure before him, and added, "But I must inform you, I am not particularly close to Roy Amichell. I cannot guarantee he will come for me." This statement, to Chilo, sounded like Strangely was making excuses for Roy in his final moments. Such loyalty ignited Chilo's jealousy and resentment towards Roy to a fever pitch. Silence. Chilo shrieked, the dark mist swirling violently in response to his agitation. He will come. That hypocritical do-gooder would never pass up the chance to play the savior. He abruptly turned, aiming his wand at Hagrid and the children who were attempting to stealthily move. "You are not to move either. Whoever dares to budge, I shall kill him immediately." Chapter 87. Chilo and the Philosopher's Stone, Part 7. Before long, the tranquil sound of footsteps echoed from the depths of the forbidden forest. All eyes turned toward the source of the sound. Roy emerged, parting the low-hanging branches with haste. He appeared to be in a great rush. Still clad in his somewhat comical orange plush bathrobe, carelessly draped with a dark travel cloak. His disheveled black hair and the expression of annoyance on his face suggested he had been forcibly roused from a warm slumber. Upon catching sight of Roy, Chilo was nearly overwhelmed with the urge to laugh, but he constrained himself, unwilling to reveal any weakness. "Amichell." Chilo's voice pierced through the dark mist, striving to sound hoarse and menacing as he pressed his wand firmly against the temple of the immobile Strange. "If you don't want your dear friend to meet an unfortunate fate, come over here obediently." Notrix. Strange, serving as an unwilling shield, felt a wave of exasperation wash over him, acutely aware of the tremor in Chilo's wand, betraying his excitement. Roy halted, his drowsy blue eyes scanning the scene. The bound Strange, the anxious Hagrid shielding the children, and the trembling young wizards, before finally resting on Chilo, shrouded in darkness. The impatience that had marked his expression swiftly transformed into one of profound resignation, as if he were observing a petulant child. As his gaze inadvertently swept over the seemingly empty patch of snow before Chilo, the latter's heart leapt into his throat, pounding furiously. Had he discovered the concealed secret? Yet, Roy's attention swiftly returned to Chilo's face, or rather, the swirling darkness surrounding him, his expression betraying no sign of awareness. Chilo's heart soared with elation. He had indeed overlooked it. His clever ruse had succeeded. This arrogant fellow was finally about to fall into his trap. "Drop your wand," Chilo commanded sharply, his voice tinged with excitement. Roy raised an eyebrow, seemingly finding the demand rather tedious, but he complied, drawing out his wand and casually tossing it into the nearby snow. Chilo eagerly summoned Roy's wand to his hand, gripping it tightly. With control over his opponent's wand, he felt a surge of confidence. "Now, approach me slowly. Stand before me. No sudden movements. Otherwise, I shall take his life immediately," Chilo reiterated, pressing his wand more forcefully against Strange. Perhaps Chilo's display of anxiety and urgency revealed a hint of cowardice, for Roy unexpectedly smiled, an enigmatic grin that flickered in the dim light of the lantern. He raised his hands in a gesture of appeasement, his tone almost soothing. All right, Quirrell, take it easy. I will comply with your wishes. Just do not harm Dr. Strange." As he spoke, he gradually and deliberately approached Chilo. Strange was in close proximity to Chilo, and from his angle, he could glimpse the fringes of the dark mist enveloping Chilo's head. He distinctly observed the corners of Chilo's mouth twitching upward in a maliciously triumphant smirk, a grotesque arc of satisfaction. Something was amiss. This was undoubtedly a trap, although he had previously harbored doubts about Roy. Witnessing Roy's actual approach rendered Strange's earlier assertions of indifference utterly false. He had no desire to owe Roy a favor, nor did he want to see Roy injured because of him. "Roy, stay back." Strange gritted his teeth and shouted, "There's a trap here." Silence. Chilo, incensed by the sudden warning, forcefully kicked Strange aside, sending him sprawling. At that moment, all his attention was fixated on Roy, who was nearly upon him. Now is the time. A frenzied glimmer ignited in Chilo's eyes as he lunged forward, seizing Roy's robe collar with a fierce grip, exerting all his strength to yank him toward the concealed center of the alchemical array. "You've been fooled, Amichell," Chilo shrieked, simultaneously unleashing his magical energy to activate the meticulously arranged alchemical array beneath his feet. A resonant hum erupted, and blinding light burst forth from the snow. As countless intricate silver runes spiraled upward like serpents brought to life, coalescing into a dazzling cage that completely engulfed Roy, who stood at the center. The formidable binding force and the power of the soul imprint began to take effect. Chilo trembled with excitement, eagerly anticipating the expressions of terror, pain, and desperation that would soon grace Roy's face. However, amidst the mesmerizing brilliance of the magical light, Roy exhibited none of the distress or panic Chilo had anticipated. He did not struggle. Instead, he lowered his head slightly to observe the array beneath him, which was frantically working to confine him. Then he slowly raised his gaze. Through the radiant, swirling runes, Chilo met Roy's eyes. In those oceanic blue depths, there was no fear, no anger, not even surprise. Only a chilling smile, as if he were an audience member witnessing a poorly executed performance whose conclusion he already knew. Roy's voice pierced through the hum of the array with clarity, like an ice pick plunging into Chilo's heart. Quirinus, do you not even check the author when reading? The smugness on Chilo's face froze. As if doused with a bucket of ice water, a bone-deep chill coursing from his feet to the crown of his head. Yet there was no time for Chilo to reflect. In the next instant, he found himself utterly immobilized. It felt as though an immense, irresistible will had seized control of his body, rendering him incapable of lifting even a finger. Indeed, this exceedingly insidious and obscure soul manipulation array was none other than Roy's creation from years past. In the realm of alchemy, who among the serious researchers would spend their days pondering how to manipulate the souls of others and imprint their will? Such a perverse engagement with the essence of life, trampling upon the freedom of the soul, undoubtedly belongs to the domain of absolute taboo alchemy. Thus, a question arises within the alchemical circles. Whose name resonates with infamy in the field of forbidden alchemy, inciting disdain and annoyance, relentlessly challenging the boundaries of ethics and rules, and transforming frivolity into an art? The answer is evident. Who else but our beloved Roy Elrose Amichell? Moreover, if Roy, currently ensnared at the center of the magical array, yet appearing as leisurely as if in his own living room, were to assess the array replicated by Chilo, he would likely bestow upon him a mere 4 words: lack of finesse. Had Chilo approached his scheming with a modicum of rigor, perhaps he would have perused a few more pages in that tattered tome, where he would have encountered a prominently bolded warning, possibly accompanied by a skull icon, in the subsequent notes section. The core principle of this array relies on the soul of the caster as a bridge, forcibly constructing a conduit to control the target soul. The soul strength of the caster, commonly referred to as bandwidth, must significantly exceed that of the target to successfully establish and maintain a stable connection. Should the caster's soul strength be inadequate or vastly inferior to that of the target, the array's energy will backlash, subjecting the caster to the agony of failed conduit establishment and the tumult of the target's soul's information flow. Use with caution. In simpler terms, wish to control another? First, assess whether your own soul possesses sufficient fortitude. If it does not, and you still wish to engage, brace yourself for backlash, as you may find yourself rendered a fool by the information surged from the target's soul. Roy felt a profound confusion upon witnessing Chilo's arrangement of the array. It is worth noting that the mind of Quirinus Chilo was already burdened by a fragment of Voldemort's soul. This is akin to a computer whose memory and processing capacity are already subpar, yet it attempts to forcibly install an oversized, high-energy consuming malicious background program, the Voldemort fragment, resulting in a pitifully diminished soul bandwidth. Chilo's soul bandwidth was already considerably narrower than that of a typical wizard. In such a state, Chilo daringly sought to employ this bandwidth-draining array to attempt control over Roy. Roy genuinely wished to inquire, "Chilo, has your mind been ravaged by Voldemort? Who taught you such a self-destructive assault? This is beyond mere overestimation, is sheer folly." The consequences arrived instantaneously. Chilo felt as though his soul had been thrust into a rapidly spinning, spiked, grinding wheel. He sensed his memories, thoughts, and even every notion being violently torn apart, as if a disheveled book was being ruthlessly flipped through. Countless fragmented images, sounds, and emotions erupted uncontrollably. The childhood frailty, the mediocrity experienced as a student at Hogwarts, the yearning for formidable power, the despair governed by fear within the Albanian forest, and the anguish and distorted loyalty stemming from Voldemort's possession. All these elements were ruthlessly rifled through, scrutinized by an irresistible external force. Yet, The examiner exhibited a glaring disinterest in the tome entitled Quirinus Quarrel. The pace of this examination was alarmingly swift, imbued with impatience. The objective seemed not to be the acquisition of information, but rather a sheer exercise in inflicting a debilitating psychological torment. Quarrel emitted a sound that was more beastly than human, a wail filled with extreme agony. That sound pierced through the dark mist, sharp enough to send chills down Hagrid's spine and terrify all the young wizards, even causing Fong to tuck his tail tightly. Mere seconds later, the agonized cries abruptly ceased. Quirrell's body, like a marionette with severed strings, toppled backward with unnerving rigidity. His eyes bulged almost out of their sockets, bloodshot and frantic, his throat emitting gasping sounds. While his body convulsed violently upon the snow, akin to a fish out of water, before he succumbed to complete unconsciousness. Chapter 88. Quirrell and the Philosopher's Stone, Part 8. Though Roy indeed intended for Quirrell to taste the bitter fruit of his own making, he remained composed and discreetly cast a silencing charm just as Quirrell's heart-wrenching wail was on the verge of reaching a deafening crescendo. An invisible barrier enveloped Harry, Ron, Hermione, Neville, and Malfoy in an instant. For them, Quirrell appeared to merely convulse a few times within the glow of the magical circle before collapsing, leaving them utterly bewildered. However, strangely, situated closest to Roy and Quirrell, was not so fortunate. He remained ensnared by Quirrell's binding curse, utterly immobilized. Thus Quirrell's screams, akin to the lamentations of a tormented soul from the depths of hell, forcefully penetrated Strangely's eardrums, etching themselves deeply into his psyche. In the days that followed, this nightmarish scream would echo in his ears as he drifted into slumber, causing even this seasoned surgeon, accustomed to life and death, to awaken in a cold sweat on multiple occasions. Days later, within the walls of Hogwarts Castle, in Professor Flitwick's charms classroom, the diminutive Professor Flitwick stood atop a stack of thick tomes, having just concluded his exposition on the repairing charm. All right, children, theory forms the foundation of magic, but practice is the singular path to mastery. Now, take out the pieces of parchment I inadvertently tore apart and attempt to restore them with the repairing charm. He winked playfully, urging them to focus, with a wrist motion that was both gentle and resolute. The classroom was immediately filled with a chorus of incantations and the rustling of paper. Professor Flitwick nimbly leapt down from the book pile and trotted to the back of the classroom. Strangely, furrowing his brow, stared at the heap of parchment fragments before him. Try to recall the wrist movements Flitwick had just demonstrated. Dr. Strange, with his head tilted back and a warm smile gracing his face, inquired of Professor Flitwick about his feelings regarding the clarity of the restoration spell's magical guidance. Was there anything unclear? Strange raised his gaze, a hint of fatigue lingering on his features, yet his eyes were intensely focused. The principles are quite clear, Professor Flitwick. It's merely that when attempting to channel that energy, I find it somewhat challenging to control with precision. Professor Flitwick encouraged him with a nod. That is entirely normal. The delicate manipulation of magic requires time and practice. You are performing splendidly, Mr. Strange. He genuinely admired. In truth, when Strange first approached him, expressing a desire to commence his studies from the ground up alongside first-year students, Professor Flitwick was taken aback. How could an adult wizard, particularly one personally brought by Roy, be entirely unfamiliar with the most fundamental spells? However, Flitwick's emotional intelligence compelled him to bury this curiosity deep within. His modest stature was accompanied by wisdom that refrained from prying into the privacy or peculiarities of others. Since Strange was eager to learn and exhibited such earnestness, Flitwick compassionately consented to guide him. What further astonished him was Strange's remarkably swift learning pace. The foundational principles clicked into place with ease, and his mastery of spellcasting movement surpassed that of the average wizard, marking him as a natural prodigy in the art of spells. Instructing such an astute older novice imbued Flitwick with a profound sense of accomplishment. Taking a deep breath, Strange concentrated intently. He drew upon the focus he employed during surgical procedures to replicate Professor Flitwick's movements, the tip of his wand tracing a perfect arc in the air. A gentle white light shimmered, and the scattered fragments of parchment before him swiftly coalesced, as if guided by invisible hands, transforming into a smooth, complete sheet with nearly invisible tears. Marvelous. Professor Flitwick praised. Perfect. Mr. Strange, An entirely standard restoration spell. I knew you could do it. As a graduate of Columbia University with both a Doctor of Medicine and a Doctor of Science, Strange's capacity for learning was inherently superior. Additionally, Professor Flitwick's explanations, tailored for 11 and 12-year-old wizards, were so comprehensively simplified that even a border collie in the back of the classroom could grasp them. If Strange were to struggle with comprehension, it would indeed be a remarkable anomaly. Upon the successful conclusion of the spellcasting class, Strange gathered his belongings and hastily proceeded to the Transfiguration classroom. However, the Transfiguration lesson did not unfold as smoothly. If mastering spells had somewhat restored his confidence as an academic, Transfiguration delivered a significant blow, nearly shattering the newfound confidence he had painstakingly rebuilt. In truth, since that night in the Forbidden Forest, Strange had set aside a portion of his pride as a top scholar among ordinary individuals. Beginning to confront the distinct challenges of the magical realm, he began to attempt understanding, accepting, and even striving to learn. However, relinquishing and fully embracing are two distinct matters. Deep within his subconscious, Strange retained a hint of disdainful arrogance. Such trivial magic, even children aged 11 or 12 could master. Could it truly be beyond Stephen Strange? The harsh reality delivered a resounding slap to his face. Indeed, he could not master it. Transfiguration was entirely different from charms. If charms constituted precise commands accompanied by energy guidance, Transfiguration resembled a forceful distortion and redefinition of the world's rules. Professor McGonagall's explanations always carried a philosophical undertone, emphasizing the essence of form, inner conviction, and the projection of will, which sounded to Strange like an enigmatic riddle, shrouded in mystery. Before classes commenced, Professor McGonagall had gravely assured him, "Mr. Strange, Transfiguration is the most rigorous and scientific of all our magical disciplines. It demands diligent effort and a profound understanding of the rules." At that moment, Strange wholeheartedly agreed, brimming with anticipation. Yet, he soon discovered that the so-called rigorous science espoused by Professor McGonagall seemed to exist within an insurmountable chasm of comprehension when compared to his own understanding as a PhD from Columbia University. While he could somewhat grasp the notion of transforming a matchstick into a needle as a microscopic adjustment of material form, despite being utterly clueless on how to achieve this through willpower, now Professor McGonagall demanded they turn a lively little mouse into an exquisitely patterned silver snuffbox. What did it mean to believe a mouse could metamorphose into a snuffbox? Strange's rational mind roared in madness. A mouse is a mammal, possessing flesh, bones, organs, and a complex life system. A snuffbox is a metallic object. These are fundamentally two entirely different material forms and modes of existence. This contradicted the principles of conservation of mass, conservation of energy, and all the scientific foundations he understood in biology and material science. He endeavored to follow Professor McGonagall's instructions, concentrating intently. Waving his wand at the curious gray mouse, sniffing his fingers in the cage, and loudly uttering the incantation, "Vera Verdo," the mouse merely squeaked twice, tilted its head, and then resumed nibbling at the edge of the cage. It didn't even change a single hair. Strange felt like a fool casting spells into thin air. He attempted again, this time focusing with greater determination. First, he envisioned an image of a silver snuffbox in his mind, imagining the mouse's fur transforming into cold metal, its tail shrinking into the box's hinge. However, the mouse seemed to find his wand-waving amusing, pausing its nibbling to curiously regard him with its beady black eyes. Strange's expression darkened. Undeterred, he tried several more times, yet the result was always the same. The mouse merely seemed more agitated by the brilliance of the incantation, with no alteration in its form whatsoever. Not far ahead, at a table slightly askew, a familiar figure was engrossed in casting spells. Hermione Granger's voice resonated with confidence. The mouse within her cage underwent a swift transformation amid a gentle glow, contracting and solidifying until, in an instant, a delicate, smooth silver snuffbox lay quietly within the confines of the cage. Hermione had successfully transfigured the mouse into a snuffbox. Strange recognized her as the Gryffindor girl he had previously apprehended during her nocturnal escapades, renowned for her academic excellence. At that moment, she bore a hint of pride and satisfaction as she showcased her achievement to Professor McGonagall. A rare expression of approval flickered across McGonagall's stern visage. "Well done, Miss Granger," An impeccable transformation. 5 points to Gryffindor. Hermione beamed, eliciting a chorus of envious whispers from those around her. Strange felt a warmth rising to his cheeks. Having been outshone by an 11-year-old girl, one whom he had witnessed learning the fundamentals of the repairing charm alongside him in class. Just then, the bell rang, signaling the end of the lesson. As Professor McGonagall announced the conclusion of class, students began to gather their belongings to depart. Strange, frowning at the mouse that seemed to mock him, prepared to leave this disheartening place. Suddenly, a familiar figure sauntered through the back door of the classroom. Roy, clad in a deep green robe, wore an air of nonchalance, akin to someone taking a leisurely stroll post-meal. His gaze swept across the room, immediately landing on Strange and the still, lively mouse before him. Roy raised an eyebrow, a smile that Strange had grown quite accustomed to spreading across his face. He approached Strange, lowering his voice with a hint of malicious glee. The allure of magic lies in the power of belief, Stephen. Do you truly think deep down that this furry little creature can transform into a sleek box? He gestured toward the mouse and Hermione's shimmering snuff box. Strange shot him an exasperated glance. It's easy for you to say. How am I supposed to believe in something that defies the laws of physics? Roy chuckled softly, surprisingly refraining from further mockery, instead adopting a sincerely earnest tone. All right, as a mere mortal who has been exposed to the magical world for less than a month. You've done remarkably well, truly, Stephen. You are indeed worthy of the title Dr. Strange. He emphasized the word doctor. Although Strange recognized Roy's high emotional intelligence, he couldn't help but feel a slight easing of his tense disposition. The acknowledgement from a powerful wizard alleviated some of his frustration. At that moment, Roy, as if performing a sleight of hand, produced an object from within his robe and presented it to Strange. It was a small glass vial containing a swirling, nebulous substance of deep azure, reminiscent of a liquid galaxy, slowly undulating within. Strange instinctively took the vial, its surface chilling to the touch. He scrutinized it with suspicion, inquiring, "What is this?" Roy lowered his voice conspiratorially. "A vial of curses." "What?" Strange nearly dropped the test tube in alarm, but Roy, quick on his feet, snatched it just in time. "I was only jesting," Roy chuckled, placing the vial back in Strange's palm. "Just a reminder, in the realm of magic, one should refrain from handling unknown artifacts. Although this is not a curse, who can ascertain which might be?" Strange regarded him with a silent glare, feeling his fist clench slightly. Roy, sensing the gravity of the moment, pointed to the swirling azure substance with a more serious tone. "All right, no more jokes. This is actually a compilation of Chilo's experiences." "Chilo's experiences?" Strange confusion deepened. "Yes," Roy nodded. "I extracted his valuable insights on transfiguration and enchantments from his school days through alchemy. Pure experiences, devoid of the chaotic elements he later accumulated. It might be of some assistance to you." Noting the lingering skepticism in Strange's eyes, he added, "The usage is simple. Mix it into warm milk before bed. Theoretically, it will enhance your understanding of magic. Of course, results may vary." Strange gazed down at the slowly swirling azure within the vial, then back at Roy's gentle smile. His emotions a jumbled mix. Having concluded his explanation, Roy turned to leave but paused, as if suddenly recalling something, and casually asked, "By the way, Stephen, how many vacation days do you have left?" Strange was momentarily taken aback before instinctively responding, "About 30 days. In the United States, top-tier teaching hospitals like the Elderly Association typically offer physicians 3 to 4 weeks of vacation, excluding weekends." Strange had not used all his leave last year, and combined with this year's allocation, it totaled 30 days perfectly. Roy nodded, his expression unchanged, as if merely confirming an inconsequential fact. 30 days, he murmured to himself. Calculating the timeline, Strange realized he had already been there for over 20 days, and in 4 or 5 days, Roy would need to return him to New York. Coincidentally, he also needed to return to deliver the 3rd round of medication to Flint's daughter, Penny, while checking on her recovery status. Chapter 89, Chilo and the Philosopher's Stone, Part 9. As Roy exited the Transfiguration classroom, his peripheral vision sharply caught a glimpse of a purple robe's hem fleeting around the corridor's corner, swiftly vanishing into the shadows. His habitual gentle smile remained unaltered, although the curve of his lips deepened slightly, hinting at an inscrutable amusement. Nevertheless, Roy did not linger and continued on his way. Concealed behind the stone wall, Chilo's heart raced as if it might burst, his back pressed tightly against the wall. Useless. Worthless. Upon seeing him, do you merely cower like a frightened goblin? The rasping voice of Voldemort roared directly within Chilo's mind. You have brought upon me an unprecedented humiliation. Chilo, accompanying this mental thunderclap, was an agonizing torment, as if countless blazing needles were piercing every nerve ending within him. Ugh! Chilo clutched his head violently, his body uncontrollably sliding down the wall to the floor, emitting muffled cries of anguish as tears and mucus streamed forth. It was an excruciating torment. His master could cast this horrifying spell upon him without even the need for a wand. He curled up in the frigid corner, trembling violently. After what felt like an eternity, the dreadful pain gradually receded like a receding tide, leaving behind an overwhelming sense of exhaustion and terror. This was not merely Voldemort's inherent brutality, though he was indeed ruthless. It was a consequence of the horrifying encounter he had previously endured. The illustrious heir of the Dark Lord had never anticipated that Chilo, in his folly, would attempt to confront a master of alchemy with alchemy itself. When Roy's soul energy surged through the array and forcefully invaded Chilo's essence, Voldemort was jolted awake, glancing briefly before nearly soiling himself. The vast, frigid soul energy, potent enough to shatter all, instilled within him a long-forgotten fear. Voldemort desperately recoiled his soul fragments into the most remote corners of Chilo's consciousness, even at the cost of expending his already precious strength to erect barriers for his protection, fearful of being discovered and crushed by Roy. The outcome was that he had become exceedingly weakened, with his control over Chilo fluctuating precariously. Chilo himself fared little better. Whether it was due to the frostbite sustained after being left unconscious in the snow that night, or the violent probing of his soul by Roy, he awakened with a plethora of ailments. He occasionally drooled uncontrollably, his hands trembled slightly without his command, and the muscles in his face would twitch nervously. What began as a practiced stutter to disguise himself had morphed into a genuine speech impediment, rendering communication even more challenging than before. If Chilo could endure the physical and mental anguish and humiliation for the sake of his esteemed master, then when, a few days later, during his own dark arts defense class, he struggled to stammer through the explanation of a simple defensive spell, an unexpected warmth, accompanied by foul odor, began to flow down his pant leg, pooling onto the floor of the podium in an embarrassing puddle. Chilo stood frozen at the podium, his face turning ashen. The young wizards below exchanged puzzled glances, followed by one who caught a whiff of the odor and began to murmur. Soon, all eyes were fixated on the puddle and Chilo's drenched trousers, expressions shifting from confusion to utter shock and disbelief. Ultimately, it was unclear who first succumbed to a brief, derisive laugh. As if igniting a fuse, the entire classroom erupted into an uncontrollable cacophony of laughter. Chilo's face gradually turned crimson. He could feel the warm, soiled liquid trickling down his pants. Moments later, an overwhelming sense of despair engulfed him like a tsunami. Oh! He let out a shriek that resembled the cries of a maddened beast, stumbling and careening out of the classroom door amidst the astonished gazes of his peers and their even louder laughter. Despite Professor McGonagall and other arriving professors' attempts to suppress the chaos, the news of Professor Chi Lo's unfortunate accident in class spread through Hogwarts with astonishing rapidity, as if it had sprouted wings. In the corridors, the Great Hall, and the common rooms, students and the chattering portraits exchanged excited whispers. Did you hear? That Chi Lo in the defense against the dark arts class. Merlin. He actually. Students pointed and jeered, no longer referring to him as Professor Chi Lo, but mockingly dubbing him that pants-wetting Chi Lo or the weirdo. In the Hogwarts library, a serene and solemn atmosphere prevailed, interrupted only by the soft scratching of quills on parchment and the gentle rustle of turning pages. Tall bookshelves loomed like silent giants, casting deep shadows, while the air was thick with the unique scent of aged pages and leather bindings. Strangely, seated at a long table, was engrossed in several hefty tomes on charms and transfiguration. He had intended to discuss the key points of transfiguration that Professor McGonagall had covered that day with Hermione. He had to concede that the girl possessed a greater grasp of certain magical concepts than he did. By chance, he encountered Harry, Ron, and Hermione, who were diligently working on their assignments, alongside Neville, who was perusing an alchemy book. since the incident in the Forbidden Forest. Although Roy had not provided any explanations, they all instinctively understood that Qi Lo was not a benevolent figure. Ron, distractedly flipping through a copy of standard spells, surreptitiously stuffed chocolate frogs into his mouth and mumbled, "I just don't understand what he intends to do. Why target Harry initially? And why later try to harm Professor Amichell?" Harry furrowed his brow. Striving to recall, he seemed to harbor a particular hatred for Professor Amichell, perhaps even more than for me. I distinctly remember the venom in his tone when he mentioned Roy's name in the Forbidden Forest. Neville nodded vigorously. Thank goodness Professor Amichell is formidable. Otherwise, that night in the Forbidden Forest could have been perilous. Hermione appeared even more contemplative, resting the tip of her quill against her chin, her brow furrowed. But surely, there must be a reason behind all this. Qi Lo, he must have some motive for his actions. What does he seek from Harry? And what does he desire from Professor Amichell? Listening to the discussions of the young sorcerers, Strange's gaze inadvertently swept over a chocolate frog card that Ron had carelessly tossed onto the table. The amiable old wizard depicted on the card smiled and nodded at him. Strange's attention fixated on the text beneath the image. Nicholas Flamel, renowned alchemist, the only known creator of the Philosopher's Stone, approximately 665 years old. He shares the blessing of immortality with his wife, Perilous, due to his extraordinary achievements. The mention of the Philosopher's Stone caused Strange's pupils to constrict sharply. This term struck a critical chord within his mind. He raised his head, interrupting the children's discourse. "Wait, do you know about the Philosopher's Stone?" Hermione, almost instinctively, responded with the fluency of a classroom scholar. Professor McGonagall mentioned it. The Philosopher's Stone is an alchemical artifact of remarkable magical power, capable of transforming any metal into pure gold and producing elixirs of immortality that grant eternal life to the drinker. The most famous one was created by Mr. Flamel, the only recognized successful creator to date. However, Strange found himself less attuned to Hermione's subsequent words. If there was anything about Roy that would undoubtedly provoke Quirrell's envy, it was the Philosopher's Stone. Strange speculated that Quirrell's interest in Roy was likely to obtain the Philosopher's Stone, which Roy had not surrendered to him, but instead entrusted to Professor Dumbledore. Hence Quirrell held a grudge against Roy, although there were still gaps in his reasoning. Strange felt this was the most plausible explanation. Drawing a deep breath, he leaned slightly forward and, in a hushed tone barely audible to their small group, asserted with conviction, "Quirrell is after the Philosopher's Stone." In a corner of the library, 5 heads, 1 large and 4 small, huddled together, whispering. Strange lowered his voice, speaking rapidly. As it stood, the Philosopher's Stone seemed the most likely explanation. An object that could grant eternal life and boundless wealth was sufficient to drive anyone to madness. Hermione's expression turned grave. If he truly seeks the Philosopher's Stone, he certainly will not relinquish it easily. Harry asked, "What will he do next?" Strange replied, "Given today's events, I surmise he has reached his breaking point." Hermione asserted with certainty, "Then it is highly probable he will act again tonight." Neville hesitated, but the location of the Philosopher's Stone. Harry suddenly raised his head, a glimmer of realization shining in his emerald eyes. In all of Hogwarts, there's only one place most likely. The 4 of them, Strange, Hermione, Harry, and Neville, exchanged glances, silently reaching a tacit understanding, and nodded in unison. Only Ron remained bewildered, his mouth stuffed with chocolate frogs, mumbling, wait, what riddle are you solving? Where is it? What are you talking about?" Hermione sprang to her feet, her face radiating determination. "We must act immediately. Time is of the essence. We shall split up, Mr. Strange, and I must inform Professor Dumbledore. Harry, you and Ron should notify Professor McGonagall. Neville, you go to the Potions Tower to find Professor Amichell. We must be swift. We cannot allow Quirrell to succeed." In the deep, shadowy corridors of Hogwarts, the flickering torches on the walls cast a wavering, golden glow, barely dispersing a stubborn patch of darkness. A mad fervor burned in Quirrell's eyes. He had had enough. He was weary of donning that cowardly, stuttering mask every day, tired of groveling before that wretched, hypocritical Roy Amichell, exhausted by the snickers of foolish trolls behind his back, fed up with this useless body and the ceaseless pain. Soon, he would assist his master in obtaining the Philosopher's Stone. The great master had promised him everything he desired. Quirrell could almost hear the frantic beating of his heart within his chest, feel the boiling of his blood accompanying his hurried steps. He raced through one familiar corridor after another, his silhouette flickering in the torchlight's dance upon the walls. The fluttering edges of his robe brushed past corners adorned with ancient patterns. Mr. Strange and Hermione emerged breathlessly around a bend. They nearly sprinted up to the 8th floor of the castle, arriving at the entrance guarded by the familiar stone beast. Without pausing to catch her breath, Hermione urgently shouted the password at the stone creature, Lemon Snowball. Fortunately, the stone guardian sprang to life, nimbly stepping aside. The wall behind it silently parted, revealing a spiraling staircase that ascended. Quickly, Hermione called, as she and Mr. Strange hurriedly ascended the stairs. They hastened to the door of the headmaster's office. Mr. Strange, moving with greater speed, unhesitatingly pushed the door open. The office appeared as usual, with various intricate silver instruments spinning on the desk, emitting wisps of smoke. The portraits of past headmasters seemed to doze within their frames, yet upon closer inspection, many eyes curiously peered through the gaps of their lashes at the intruders. However, they did not see a familiar figure. Hermione's shoulders slumped as she took a deep breath. Professor Dumbledore was not in his office. Professor McGonagall's office was meticulously organized, the desk immaculate, with quills neatly arranged in their holder and a stack of graded papers orderly piled in the corner. Yet Professor McGonagall's high-backed chair stood empty. Ron anxiously ran his fingers through his red hair. Where could she be at this hour? Harry furrowed his brow and suddenly slapped his forehead. The staff lounge. She might still be discussing matters with the other professors. Let's check there. The two immediately exited the office, gently closing the door behind them, and then turned to hasten down the corridor towards the staff lounge. As the two hurriedly rounded a dimly lit corner, they collided head-on with a towering black figure, seemingly emerging from the shadows. A cold, pallid hand shot out with the precision of a vice, gripping Harry's collar, while another hand firmly pressed down on Ron's shoulder, the immense force compelling them to a sudden halt. Severus Snape loomed over them, his countenance dark and bat-like, his black eyes glinting with a chilling and displeased light. His voice was low and slick, brimming with unmasked menace. Potter, Weasley. He nearly spat their names. If your brains, stuffed with that insipid fluff, can still recall even the most fundamental of school rules, you would know that less than 5 minutes remain until curfew. His grip on Harry's collar tightened slightly. I suggest you turn around immediately and scurry back to Gryffindor Tower on those underdeveloped little legs of yours. Perhaps you might just evade earning your house an unprecedented deduction of 50 points before the fat lady closes the door. No, Professor Snape. Though Harry felt the constriction constricting him painfully, a surge of urgency overshadowed his fear of Snape. He struggled, speaking rapidly. We're not out for a midnight stroll. It's Quirrell. Professor Quirrell is going to steal the Philosopher's Stone. It's in that forbidden area on the 4th floor. The moment Neville's words fell, Professor McGonagall's grating ceased. He squinted his blue eyes, scrutinizing the panicked Neville. Neville? Calm down, speak slowly. How do you know this? Neville nodded vigorously, nearly in tears. It's true. Mr. Strange deduced it. Hermione said Professor Quirrell would act tonight. They went to inform the headmaster and Professor McGonagall, and I was sent to tell you. Very well. McGonagall decisively set down the quill in his hand. Regardless of how you came by this information, the matter is indeed grave and exceedingly perilous. He seized the dark travel cloak draped over the chair. Follow me. Without delay, McGonagall strode purposefully toward the oak door of the Alchemy Tower. The heavy wooden door was forcefully pushed open by a pale, emaciated hand. A nauseating stench of beastly musk assaulted them. In the dim light, the enormous, three-headed shadow began to stir. 6 eyes, akin to yellow lanterns, suddenly opened in the darkness, gleaming with hunger and ferocity, deep growls emanating simultaneously from the 3 throats. As if the very air trembled. Quirrell, trembling, extracted a somewhat crude harp from within his robes. Chapter 91. If you were granted 3 wishes, Part 1. Quirrell stood beneath the immense shadow of the 3-headed dog, his heart racing as though it would burst from his chest. He placed the harp on the ground and cast a simple enchantment for automatic play. An invisible hand began to pluck the strings, producing a soothing lullaby. The formidable 3-headed beast, Cerberus, gradually succumbed to a heavy drowsiness. The ferocity in its 6 menacing yellow eyes replaced by a languid weariness. The 3 heads began to sway, as if inebriated, their colossal eyelids drooping heavily until, at last, they succumbed to a chorus of nearly simultaneous snores. The thunderous rumble of its snoring reverberated through the floor, causing it to tremble slightly. It had fallen asleep. A twisted smile of triumph crept across Chilo's face as he cautiously navigated around the immense creature, lifting the trapdoor it had been guarding, and without hesitation, leapt into the abyss below. The ensuing challenge was not particularly arduous for Chilo, who was eager to prove himself, albeit under the sporadic, albeit often irate, guidance of Voldemort. As he plummeted through the trapdoor, he sensed that he did not descend vertically for long. Rather, he glided into a slanted, smooth, and slimy tunnel, picking up speed. During his descent, he quickly murmured a series of simple protective incantations, enveloping his robes in a faint magical sheen that, while not entirely mitigating the impact, at least spared him from grievous abrasions. With a resounding splash, he landed in a heap of soft, damp material that emanated a faint odor of decaying organic matter. Darkness enveloped him, pierced only by a sliver of pale light filtering through the trapdoor above, faintly illuminating the myriad of undulating, deep green, vine-like entities around him. Devil's Snare. This common magical plant was known for its aversion to light and fire, and it harbored an intense fear of warmth and dryness. Without delay, Chilo cast a fire spell. Where the flames and heat reached, the vines recoiled sharply as if seared by a branding iron. Feeling a loosening around him, Chilo seized the opportunity to roll away, escaping the densest area of the Devil's Snare and stepping into the next chamber, in stark contrast to the previous dark and damp space. This room was remarkably spacious and lofty, reminiscent of a cathedral's vaulted ceiling. The sole source of illumination came from the cold moonlight streaming through a narrow window high above, as well as the countless buzzing, metallic-hued objects flitting about within the chamber. Thousands of keys, adorned with gossamer wings resembling those of dragonflies or bees, swarmed the room like a tempest, swirling, colliding, and creating a dazzling silver storm. Their rapidly vibrating wings produced a cacophony that coalesced into an overwhelming din. At the far end of the room stood a heavy, seemingly impenetrable wooden door, graced with a massive, ancient brass lock. Chilo quickly comprehended the challenge at hand, to find the correct key to unlock the door. With the aid of magic, he swiftly grasped one of the keys and inserted it into the lock with a decisive thrust. Following this, he was confronted with Professor McGonagall's colossal wizard's chessboard. Relying on his rudimentary chess skills and Voldemort's occasionally impatient directives, Chilo sacrificed several pieces but managed to precariously reach the other side, bearing a few bruises from the errant stones that had struck him along the way. He was acutely aware of the next challenge awaiting him, a formidable obstacle of his own creation. Quirrell had effortlessly subdued it with a spell, which hardly warranted mention. However, Snape's logical reasoning puzzle proved to be the most arduous trial. 7 vials of potions, varying in color and size, were meticulously arranged upon a stone table. Beneath one of the potion bottles lay a parchment, weighed down. While the previous challenges could be approached with magical knowledge and foundational prowess, this scene undeniably presented a conundrum that wizards found most challenging: reasoning. Quirrell, trembling, picked up the parchment, which bore a riddle inscribed in elegant calligraphy, outlining how to navigate through the flames, with clues hidden within the potions. Cold sweat immediately beaded on his forehead. His mind, already fatigued from prior exertions, was further muddled by physical agony and Voldemort's incessant urging. He endeavored to concentrate on the verses, yet the words twisted and danced before his eyes. Advance and retreat, poison and safety. The nettle brew left and right, Quirrell muttered, feeling as though his head might explode. Voldemort's thoughts hissed like a venomous serpent, brimming with palpable impatience and rage. Hurry, you fool. Utilize that brain of yours, stuffed with nonsense. Or simply drink it and test your fate. We have no time. The excruciating pain loomed as if ready to strike again. Quirrell, startled, felt his panic escalate. He paced around the stone table, his eyes darting among the 7 vials, transparent. Purple, green, blue, black, red, and the smallest, an inky black. The smallest is not poison. It must serve a purpose, he muttered, quaking as he grasped the tiniest vial, filled with a clear liquid. Yet the riddle left him utterly perplexed. Left and right, the nettle brew, he glanced at the 2 identical purple vials. How to distinguish between them? Lacking any logical basis, a fleeting moment of desperation struck him. He seized one of the purple potions and glanced at the largest, the red one. The riddle indicated that the largest would cause one to retreat. Forget it, Quirrell resolved, shutting his eyes and tilting his head back. He poured the purple potion down his throat. The liquid was icy, with a peculiar taste reminiscent of a blend of mint and metal as it slid down. In an instant, he felt an exhilarating chill enveloping him. Yet it was not painful. Rather, it served to cool his body, which had been heated by anxiety and fear. Cautiously, he took a step forward, tentatively extending his hand towards the ethereal violet flames. Miraculously, he felt no harm. The flames passed through his arm like a mere illusion. Could it be right? Quirrell was elated beyond measure, scarcely able to believe his fortune. Without a moment's delay, he plunged headlong into the violet fire. Emerging from the flames, he found himself in a vast, circular stone chamber. At its center stood a magnificent, jewel-encrusted mirror of Arist. Chilo's heart raced, and his breath grew heavy. He approached the enchanted mirror step by step, greedily gazing at its surface. Within the mirror, he beheld his reflection. No longer was he the pitiful creature, drooling and trembling, mocked by all. Instead, he saw himself adorned in a splendid purple robe, wielding a scepter of power, revered by the masses. Then, he watched as his mirrored self smiled, slowly revealing a vivid red, alluringly radiant magical stone from within his robe. Almost simultaneously, he felt a sudden heaviness in the pocket of his robe. Trembling, Chilo reached inside and touched a hard, warm object. He had escaped. The magical stone, the legendary magical stone. At that moment, it lay quietly in the palm of his hand, emanating a gentle yet potent glow. Success. Master, we have succeeded. Chilo, overwhelmed with emotion, spoke incoherently as tears and saliva flowed uncontrollably. Well done, Quirinus. A cold, hoarse voice, hissing like a serpent, echoed from the back of his head, filled with uncontainable ecstasy and desire. Now raise it close to me. Obeying, Chilo tremblingly lifted the magical stone high, bringing it close to the back of his head. Wrapped in a purple scarf, in an instant, a blinding red light erupted, illuminating the entire stone chamber as if it were a sea of blood. A tremendous energy surged like a vortex into the soul that clung to the back of his head. Ah! Chilo let out a cry of agony, feeling as if his soul was being torn apart. The power of the magical stone was overwhelming, nearly bursting his already battered body. The red light intensified and ultimately, a blurred, twisted black smoke was violently expelled from the back of Chilo's head, hovering in midair, frantically absorbing the energy of the magical stone. The black mist rolled and expanded in the red light, gradually taking form. First, it manifested as a vague, grotesque shape the size of an infant, then quickly elongated and grew. The horrifying sound of bones cracking echoed throughout the stone chamber as a pallid skin enveloped it. Finally, a tall, slender, and pale man descended gracefully to the ground, standing before the collapsed Chilo. He flexed his newly formed, elongated fingers, feeling the surging, far more potent magical energy within, and a cold, cruel smile spread across his face. His scarlet, serpent-like eyes slowly turned towards Chilo, who lay on the ground, trembling from exhaustion. Rise, my loyal servant. The voice of Voldemort was no longer weak. It became clear and frigid, filled with a sense of satisfaction. You have done well, exceedingly well. Chilo struggled to rise, kneeling at Voldemort's feet, trembling with excitement, stammering. Master, congratulations. You have been reborn. Voldemort regarded him with satisfaction, slowly raising a hand, his pale, slender fingers gently caressing the magical stone, reveling in the boundless power it contained. You have bestowed upon me this invaluable treasure, granting me a rebirth and even greater power. Quirinus, I ought to reward you. Voldemort spread his hands and inquired, Speak, what is it that you desire? I can fulfill 3 wishes. Chilo was nearly overcome with excitement. Having awaited this day for far too long, countless thoughts flashed through his tumultuous mind. Power, wealth, strength, restoration of health. Yet ultimately, all these aspirations coalesced into the visage of one man, Roy Amichell, the architect of his endless humiliation, the one who had reduced him to this wretched state. The very person he yearned to trample beneath his feet, to witness him weep in despair. Were it not for Roy, he would not find himself in such dire straits. All his suffering stemmed from that man. A potent mixture of hatred and jealousy corroded his sanity like venom. He sought revenge. He longed to strip Roy of his most cherished possessions. Chilo abruptly lifted his head, and in his excitement and stammering, his words became fragmented, yet could not conceal the malice within. Master, my first wish. I desire the life of Roy Amichell. His status, his talents, everything that is his. It should all belong to me. I shall reduce him to nothing. Voldemort's scarlet serpent-like eyes narrowed slightly, seemingly unperturbed by Chilo's envy-laden request, even finding it somewhat amusing. A cruel smile curled upon his lips. As you wish, Queerness. Chapter 92. If given 3 wishes, Part 2. The moment Voldemort acquiesced, Chilo's consciousness plummeted into an abyss. Engulfed by an endless darkness and a sense of descent, he felt akin to a fallen leaf, spiraling amidst a violent whirlpool, with all perception growing blurred and distant. After an indeterminate span of time, the disorienting sensation of free fall finally ceased. With great effort, he managed to pry open his heavy eyelids. What greeted his gaze was not the opulent nursery befitting a master alchemist's lineage, but rather an aged wooden ceiling adorned with intricate carvings, showing signs of mildew at the edges. The air was permeated with a faint dustiness, a rather unpleasant amalgamation of decaying wood and some peculiar herb. Chilo, or perhaps he should now be referred to as Little Roy, was taken aback. This environment appeared quite dissimilar to the grandeur he had envisioned befitting the Amichell surname. There were no industrious house elves bustling about, no chimes of expensive magical toys, and even the room's temperature felt somewhat chilly. However, he quickly suppressed this flicker of doubt. It mattered not. He thought excitedly in his infant body. This is merely temporary. I am now Roy Amichell. I have ample time. Once he matures and reveals astounding talent, he shall effortlessly earn the old Amichell's recognition and favor. At that point, resources, status, and fame will all be within his grasp. He shall achieve far greater accomplishments than that damned Roy. However, reality swiftly began to reveal its cold and cruel fangs. Time passed in the blink of an eye, and a decade had slipped away. Chilo, or rather Chilo bearing the identity of Roy Amichell, was now 11 years old. These 10 years had unfolded as a long and desperate nightmare, bearing no semblance to the noble life he had once envisioned. The formidable and powerful Father Amichell, who he had yearned for to provide unwavering support and guidance, had never materialized. He even began to question the very existence of this man. The so-called Amichell family was not a prestigious lineage of alchemical wealth, but rather a long-forgotten, decayed household situated in Germany. They resided in an ancient, dilapidated tower, teetering on the brink of collapse, devoid of servants or even respectable visitors. The only companion in his life was his mentally unstable mother, Mrs. Amichell. At times she was lucid, while at others, she succumbed to a state of confusion and madness. In her moments of clarity, she would gaze at him with a mixture of guilt, anxiety, and a peculiar fervor, occasionally handing him some stale bread. However, more often than not, she was lost in her own world, completely oblivious to her son's existence. Chilo had nearly starved, frozen, or fallen from the rickety stairs more than once due to her neglect. He learned to solicit food from her during her lucid moments, to drag heavy blankets around his frail body for warmth, and to avoid the perilous corners of their crumbling abode. Coldness, hunger, loneliness, and fear became the deepest imprints of his childhood. Countless times, on frigid nights, he curled up in a corner, drawing upon memories of the past, both his yearning for power as Chilo and his hatred for Roy, to muster a flicker of courage to endure. He gritted his teeth, persisting through it all, placing all his hopes on turning 11. Soon, it would be upon him. He reassured himself, his eyes, enlarged from prolonged malnutrition and lack of sleep, burning with a fanatical light. All he needed was a letter from Hogwarts, a chance to enter the magical realm. He could escape this wretched place. He would find old Amichell. He would soar to great heights. Surely, Roy had experienced something similar. He must have reunited with old Amichell after entering the magical school and then found his path to success. It had to be so. He clung desperately to this final, solitary hope, like a drowning man grasping the last straw, sustaining himself through the suffocating despair of reality. The scene shifts back to the stone chamber at the end of the right corridor on the 4th floor of Hogwarts. Roy, Snape, Strange, along with Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Neville. The 7 of them formed a half circle, each displaying a distinct expression as they gazed at the center of the stone chamber. Quirrell stood rigidly before the mirror of a Reist, resembling a soulless puppet, his gaze vacant, with a peculiar smile frozen on his lips, as if lost in a beautiful dream. However, the smooth surface of the mirror reflected not his innermost desires, but rather the grim reality of Roy's life unfolding deep within his consciousness. The decaying tower, his mother's madness, the chilling solitude, and the endless struggle. Roy casually tossed a vibrant red philosopher's stone in his hand, as if playing catch, sending shivers down the spines of those nearby. When they had rushed in moments earlier, they had witnessed Quirrell entranced by the mirror. Snape immediately raised his wand in suspicion, fearing Quirrell had already succeeded in setting a trap. Yet, Roy stepped forward, examining Quirrell's state and the mirror closely, then suddenly smacked his forehead, revealing a look of dismay, as if realizing a mistake. Oh no. It seems I have inadvertently mixed up the genuine Philosopher's Stone meant for Dumbledore with a trivial alchemical experiment of mine. This is problematic. Professor Quirrell appears to have been drawn into the illusion of this alchemical product. What shall we do? Snape fixed his penetrating dark gaze on Roy, his face a canvas of skepticism. Seemingly oblivious, Roy sighed theatrically. Given the circumstances, it appears we must activate the contingency plan. Let us delve into the depths of Professor Quirrell's heart to uncover his true desires, for therein lies the key to extricating him. Thus, under the watchful eyes of the others, the mirror began to reveal Quirrell's deepest longings, his overwhelming jealousy and resentment towards Roy, culminating in his anguished cry. I want his life, his talents, his status, everything about him. Upon hearing Quirrell's venomous wish, Roy merely raised an eyebrow, a smirk playing on his lips. Oh? This desire is quite manageable. I can fulfill it. He placed his hand upon the mirror's surface, channeling his magic into it. Consequently, the scene before them unfolded. Quirrell was now experiencing the life of Roy, the very life he had yearned for. To be candid, everyone present, save for Roy himself, was filled with curiosity regarding the enigmatic and formidable alchemical professor's past. Snape's ears twitched imperceptibly, while Strange was utterly engrossed. Yet, the harrowing vision Quirrell was undergoing starkly contrasted with their preconceived notions of a master alchemist's childhood. Unable to contain himself, Strange pointed at the trembling figure in the dilapidated tower, gnawing on a crust of bread, and quietly inquired of Roy, "Is any of this true? Did you truly experience such hardship in your youth?" He struggled to find the appropriate words. Even Snape cast a sidelong glance, clearly awaiting an answer. Roy continued to toss the enchanted stone, his gaze sweeping across the reflection in the mirror. The playful smile at the corner of his mouth faded slightly, yet his tone remained lighthearted. It's a mixture of truth and falsehood. My mother is indeed not in the best of spirits, at times lucid and at others confused. Our family is not particularly affluent. One might even say we are experiencing a decline in fortune. He paused, a subtle softness entering his voice, though his eyes turned cold. However, my mother loves me dearly. During her moments of clarity, she has never neglected me, nor has she ever treated me poorly. She has given me everything she could offer. Roy's gaze shifted to the reflection of the small Chilo, forgotten in a corner, suffering from cold and hunger. A hint of icy mockery crept into his voice. As for him, why does he have to bask in my mother's love? Not even in a dream. Strange listened in silence, momentarily at a loss for words, before finally commenting, "You truly are." He shook his head, but the atmosphere in the room lightened noticeably due to Roy's words. Harry gazed at the frail reflection of Chilo in the mirror and suddenly asked in a hushed tone, "What about after entering the magical school? Will everything get better?" "We can't let that vial." Harry frowned, pondering for a long time without finding a fitting insult to express his disdain, ultimately resigning himself to silence. Roy narrowed his eyes, as if lost in some distant memory. He gently shook his head, his tone becoming somewhat elusive. "You should all know that I did not study magic at Hogwarts." He tossed the enchanted stone and caught it deftly. "I received my education at Durmstrang. As for that place..." He seemed to weigh his words carefully before revealing a significant smile. "I can only say that I've managed quite well." His gaze returned to the tormented reflection of Chilo, his tone reverting to its previous levity. "As for this Professor Chilo, who longs to experience my life, how he will fare at Durmstrang, I cannot say." Strange shot Roy a disapproving glance. "No spoilers, let us continue." Chapter 93. If You Were Given 3 Wishes, Part 3. The long-awaited acceptance letter that Chilo had yearned for arrived one dreary afternoon, delivered by a black owl. He eagerly tore open the envelope, only to find that the familiar Hogwarts crest was absent from the parchment. Instead, there was a distinct shield emblazoned with a fierce two-headed eagle, its talons gripping a stylized stag's head, surrounded by Cyrillic letters that he could not comprehend. Cold and angular in form, at the top of the letter, it was elegantly inscribed, Durmstrang Institute of Magic. Durmstrang? Chilo paused. This was not what he had anticipated. Yet, a wave of joy surged within him. He had certainly heard of Durmstrang, although this magical academy was located far in the north and known for its rigorous approach. That mattered little. What was important was that he could finally escape this wretched, dilapidated tower and step into the magical world. He firmly believed that as long as he could escape this wretched place, his true talents and fortunes would undoubtedly reveal themselves. The ever-distracted Madame Amichell seemed momentarily stirred upon beholding the unique school emblem, her gaze flickering with a brief clarity. Trembling, she grasped the acceptance letter, scrutinizing it for an extended period before raising her head, and, with an unusually grave and even fearful tone, addressed Chilo. Listen, dear child, Durmstrang is no easy institution. Renowned for its instruction in the dark arts, its regulations are dreadfully stringent. Nestled in northern Europe, its precise location is veiled by magic, rendering it uncharted. I know that many students, and even some professors, are genuine dark wizards. Once you arrive, you must remain discreet and avoid trouble. However, Chilo, intoxicated by overwhelming joy and boundless aspiration for the future, could scarcely heed her warnings. He dismissed Madame Amichell's words as mere ramblings. Dark wizards? Stringent rules? Precisely. Such challenges were fitting for his destined identity as Master Amichell. He was destined to rise above. And how could he fear such obstacles? With exuberance, he packed his scant belongings, feeling that his turning point had finally, at long last, arrived. Yet, it was evident that he had, once again, rejoiced too soon. The day of formal enrollment swiftly approached. The castle of Durmstrang stood majestically amidst desolate, yet magnificent fjords and snow-capped peaks, constructed entirely of imposing black stones. Its architecture colder and more oppressive than Hogwarts. While the castle appeared somewhat smaller than Hogwarts, its structure was akin, comprising a principal fortress and several towering spires. However, upon entering the castle's interior, Chilo was struck by an acute discomfort. The lighting was exceedingly dim. Many long corridors were devoid of torches or windows, engulfed instead by an endless darkness that seemed to devour all. Students were compelled to illuminate their paths with flickering wands or other means. The air was thick with an odd amalgamation of rust and remnants of potions, creating a peculiar odor. The tapestries adorning the walls predominantly depicted scenes of war, hunting, and ominous rituals, starkly contrasting the lively landscapes of Hogwarts. As Chilo traversed the ranks of newcomers, he initially held his head high, striving to embody the airs of a scion from a pure-blood family. He cast disdainful glances at his classmates, who donned heavy, fur-trimmed robes, their robust physiques towering over his. Eyes sharp and guarded, he thought, a bunch of mediocrities. Once I locate Madame Amichell and demonstrate my alchemical prowess, they will all come to curry favor with me. However, such ostentatious pride was swiftly shattered by the harsh realities within a mere week of school. During this time, he failed to exhibit any remarkable alchemical talent. The alchemical practices at Durmstrang diverged significantly from those at Hogwarts, focusing more on practicality and aggression, involving a plethora of hazardous materials and dark symbols. In this realm, Quirrell's fragmented knowledge acquired through self-study and his misguided sense of innate talent proved utterly futile. His frail physique, a consequence of prolonged malnutrition, and his feeble magical prowess rendered him pathetically inadequate in practical classes, overshadowed even by the average students. During the charms lesson, his flickering lumos spell emitted only a faint glow, akin to that of a firefly, barely illuminating the darkness and eliciting derisive laughter from his peers. In potions class, his clumsiness led to frequent mishaps, whether it was knocking over his cauldron or misplacing ingredients, resulting in noxious fumes that filled the air. Most critically, in the dark arts practical, a class that truly exists at Durmstrang, he struggled with even the most fundamental incantations, his magical output woefully inadequate. His slight stature and pallid complexion were overshadowed by an obnoxious, pretentious arrogance reflected in his gaze. Soon, Quirrell became the target of disdain for both upperclassmen and those brutish pure-blood students who revered strength. On one occasion, he was violently shoved from behind in a pitch-black corridor. Crashing to the ground and scraping his knee against the frigid stone, tears streaming down his face from the pain. In the darkness, he heard the malicious laughter of a few upperclassmen. "Hey, look who it is. Our esteemed Master Amichell, eating dust on the floor. Need a bit of light, my lord? Too bad your lumos is as useless as dog excrement." Following that, someone cast a fire spell near his feet, the searing flames almost singeing his robes, prompting him to scramble away in terror as the laughter faded into the distance. In the enveloping darkness and fear, Coral groped along the cold walls, limping towards the exit. During potions class, a pale, sullen boy accidentally knocked over Coral's cauldron, splattering him with a corrosive potion that instantly blistered his hand, causing him to cry out in agony. The boy merely glanced at him with indifference before informing the professor. "He is far too clumsy." The professor merely frowned and tossed Coral a bottle of cheap burn ointment. Considering the matter resolved, on the most harrowing occasion, while attempting to peruse some basic spellbooks in a corner of the library, he found himself encircled by 3 towering fourth-year students of Nordic descent. They seized his books, hurling cruel taunts regarding his accent, his frailty, his shabby attire, and his laughable surname. Amichell? Never heard of it. Is that a family of mudbloods? They even brandished their wands menacingly at his throat, threatening to subject him to a grotesque curse that would contort his entire skeletal structure. Coral was paralyzed by fear until the librarian's impatient rebuke, "Stop shouting in here," managed to disperse them. Coral had not refrained from attempting to resist or seek help. Once, summoning his courage, he approached a stern transfiguration professor, stammering out his experiences of bullying. The professor merely cast a frigid, emotionless glance in his direction, impatiently interrupting him. "Durmstrang reveres strength above all, Amichell. If you cannot even protect yourself and instead come whining to the professors like a blubbering infant, I suggest you gather your belongings and return home at once. Do not squander our time." With that, he waved him away as one would shoo a fly. Despair washed over Chilo like a cold tide, slowly drowning him. There was no display of the anticipated talent, no adulation akin to that of a star surrounded by admirers, nor any privilege conferred by the Amichell surname. Only unending bullying, indifferent neglect, and an ever-deepening sense of fear. The grand avenue he had envisioned leading to success and power now revealed its cruel, grotesque reality, a thorn-laden, treacherous path riddled with traps and malice, stretching into an indistinguishable horizon. Chapter 94. If you are granted 3 wishes, Part 4 within the room, the image in the heiress magic mirror continued to swirl, vividly reflecting the bullying and isolation Chilo endured at Durmstrang. That frail figure trembled in the cold, dimly lit corridors. Humiliated in class, shoved and ridiculed by towering classmates, the scenes were disturbingly authentic. Roy observed the images in the mirror, shaking his head as he remarked in a flat tone, "Durmstrang's educational approach is profoundly meritocratic. Especially in my time, the principles of supremacy of strength and survival of the fittest were taken to the extreme." He paused, seemingly recollecting something, and quickly added, "However, the good news is that I was among the top achievers in that meritocratic system. If anyone looked upon me with disdain or attempted to lay a hand on me, as if caught in a fleeting reverie," Roy ceased to fidget with the stone, "I would cast them into the river behind the castle, which would freeze over in winter, and then unleash a precise freezing spell upon the surface, ensuring they would unfortunately miss an entire day's worth of classes and have ample time to contemplate their existence upon the ice. Thus, few dared to provoke me thereafter." Strange winced at this, unable to restrain himself from interjecting, "What if they died? Hypothermia, drowning, or being frozen in the ice and asphyxiating?" His instincts as a physician made it difficult for him to accept such a crude method of handling matters. Roy smiled. "They won't die. The quality of Durmstrang's robes is quite good. Basic warming charms are standard. Moreover," he gestured with his fingers, "I merely freeze them at the waist on the surface of the river, rendering them immobile like an ice sculpture, not plunging them directly into the icy waters to turn them into blocks of ice. At worst, they might catch a cold and spend a few days in the infirmary." Nearby, Ron's eyes lit up as he suddenly slapped his forehead. "What a brilliant idea. We could use this on Mal." His words were abruptly halted as he caught the disapproving gazes of Roy and Strange, the slightly awkward looks from Harry and Hermione, Neville's terrified head shake, and the instant frigid glare from Professor Snape. Neville, with a pang of conscience, quietly attempted to smooth things over. "Surely Malfoy doesn't deserve such a fate." Harry furrowed his brow in contemplation and nodded, his tone tinged with complexity. Although he was indeed quite detestable before, always seeking to provoke and speaking harshly, if he can maintain his current demeanor. Perhaps he is not so bad after all. He seemed to be grappling with a reassessment of Malfoy. Snape's inscrutable gaze slowly swept over Harry, Neville, and Ron, imbued with a hint of subtle surprise, scrutiny, and an array of emotions that were difficult to decipher. Ultimately, his gaze settled heavily upon Roy. Roy, perceptive to this scrutiny, turned his head and met Snape's eyes. In that fleeting moment of connection, the oceanic depth of Roy's blue eyes reminded Snape of another individual. Roy merely glanced at him coolly before turning away, silently resuming his tossing and catching of the red stone in his hand, as if nothing had transpired. The others continued to watch intently as the scene in the mirror advanced, suggesting that time had indeed passed. Kyrick's days at Durmstrang had not improved. Rather, they had deteriorated further due to his ill-timed arrogance and the growing fear and resentment surrounding him. The image shifted to a bleak evening by the castle's rear, where the Durmstrang lake appeared even more profound and frigid than that of Hogwarts. Once again, Kyrick found himself cornered by a group of students. This time, their mood seemed particularly malevolent, or perhaps they simply sought a more exhilarating diversion. They easily overpowered the frail Kyrick, callously stripping him of his enchanted warm robe and casting him, exposed, into the icy waters. The frigid lake enveloped him instantly, the biting cold piercing his skin like a multitude of needles, causing his teeth to chatter and nearly choking him. He flailed desperately to reach the shore, only to have several pairs of heavy, booted feet press down on his head and shoulders repeatedly, pushing him back into the frigid depths. "Let me go," Kyrick sputtered, gasping for air, his desperate struggles torn by humiliation and fear. The students on the bank erupted in raucous laughter, reveling in his misfortune. "Look, our little Amichell is winter swimming. I heard his family was once quite formidable. Now he resembles a drenched dog. Hey, alchemy genius, turn some gold for us to see." Ha ha ha. At last, Kyrick's reason shattered under the unbearable cold, humiliation, and despair. With a surge of desperation, he summoned all his strength to shove away the feet pressing down upon him, lifting his pale, contorted face, glistening with water, and let out a hoarse scream towards the crowd on the shore. "Do you know who I am? Do you know who my father is? You will regret this. I am the greatest alchemist. You will pay for this. I swear I will." The students on the shore were momentarily taken aback, only to erupt in an uproarious laughter that seemed capable of lifting the roof off. What did he say? Alchemist? Has this boy lost his mind in the cold? Or has he taken in too much water? It appears he needs something warm to rouse him. One of the leading boys, tall and imposing, displayed a malicious grin and began to loosen his belt. "Cool me, brothers, let us give our esteemed alchemist a bit of warmth. Help him regain his senses and face reality." The others immediately understood, bursting into even more vulgar laughter as they mimicked loosening their belts. Chilo's eyes widened in terror as he witnessed this humiliating scene that surpassed his imagination. He wanted to scream, to curse, yet he could not produce a coherent sound due to overwhelming fear and cold. A warm, foul-smelling liquid splashed over his face and head. Chilo completely broke down. He opened his mouth to emit a silent scream, but was inevitably inundated with mouthfuls of filthy urine. Disgust and humiliation instantly shattered his last defenses. Unable to swim and too afraid to leave the shore, he struggled futilely amidst the icy lake water in disgrace, as if plunging into an inferno. No, this should not be happening. This is not what I desired. He screamed inwardly, his soul trembling. Power, authority, respect, all of this should be mine. Why? Why have I fallen to this state? In the depths of despair and agony, he clutched at the last thread of hope, desperately calling out within, "Master, great master, please save me. I beseech you, rescue your pitiful and loyal servant. I am willing to give everything. I implore you." Just as his desperate cries reached their pinnacle, the entire world seemed to hit pause. The splashing droplets froze in midair, the malicious grins on the students' faces became rigid, the urine suspended in an eerie yellow arc, and even the biting cold appeared to be frozen. A tall, gaunt man, pale-faced with crimson pupils, silently materialized on the frozen lake's surface, standing before the naked and disheveled Chilo. clad in a magnificent black robe, as if from another realm. He was unaffected by the surrounding filth and clamor. It was Voldemort. His cold, serpent-like gaze looked down upon Chilo, who trembled in the water, his face marked with soiled tear tracks. His voice was calm, yet laced with icy derision. "What troubles you, Chilo? Is this not the life you have longed for?" "The life of Roy Amichell." Chilo abruptly lifted his head, seeing Voldemort's figure as if it were his only salvation. Tears streamed down his face, his voice sharp and distorted from overwhelming emotion and grievance. "No, Master, this is not at all as I imagined. It should not be this way. Pain, humiliation, weakness. This is not power. This is not what I desire. I do not want this. I no longer desire the life of Roy Amichell. I implore you, take it back. Save me." A faint, cruel smile, as if everything were within his grasp, appeared on Voldemort's face. He asked, in a voice that resembled a devil's whisper, "So, are you prepared to make your second wish?" Quirrell, seizing what seemed to be his only hope, nodded frantically, tears mingling with the grime on his face. Yes, the second wish. I wish to make a wish." His eyes sparkled with an insatiable yearning for immense power and a profound loathing for his current predicament as he hoarsely cried, "I wish for Dumbledore's life. Albus Dumbledore. He is the most formidable white wizard, the headmaster of Hogwarts. Everyone respects him, fears him. If I could possess his strength, his status, everything will be well. It must be. I shall never be bullied again. I will make all who look down upon me pay dearly. Master, I beseech you, grant me Dumbledore's life." Chapter 95. If You Had Three Wishes, Part 5, Outside the Mirror in the Room. Upon hearing Quirrell cry out that name in despair, the onlookers displayed a variety of expressions. Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Neville wore looks of disbelief, even offense. Snape's lips curled into a remarkably sardonic smirk. Strange furrowed his brow. Evidently disgusted by Quirrell's bottomless greed, Roy exhibited a subtly nuanced expression, gently clicking his tongue and shaking his head, as if lamenting Quirrell's foolishness and arrogance. "Dumbledore's life?" Roy repeated softly, a meaningful smile gracing his lips. "Though Albus himself is not present to fulfill your wish," he shrugged. His tone as casual as discussing what to have for dinner. "I am somewhat familiar with him. I can indeed provide this experiential service." He pressed his hand once more against the cold surface of the mirror of Ariste. The surface rippled like a lake disturbed by a stone, creating strange waves. "Then as you wish, Quirrell. Experience the youthful days of the greatest white wizard." In the mirror, Quirrell's consciousness once again sank like a stone into a cold, black sea, pulled downward by an endless whirlpool, losing all sense of perception. When he finally managed to open his eyes, he found himself standing in a sunlit corridor. Surrounding him were students clad in Hogwarts robes, laughing and playing, the familiar castle layout, yet with subtle differences as if viewed through the lens of time. He looked down at his hands, youthful, long, and strong. He felt an unprecedented surge of magic coursing through him. This overwhelming power flowed like a warm tide through every limb and sinew, each cell brimming with vitality and energy. A stark contrast to the frail body he had previously inhabited at Durmstrang. He was nearly overwhelmed with joy. Power. This was the power he had longed for. The power of Dumbledore. He quickly gleaned from the whispers and memories of those around him that it was now the year 1896, and he was Albus Dumbledore, a fourth-year student of Gryffindor at Hogwarts, recognized by professors and peers as the most outstanding and gifted student. Quirrell, now the young Albus, felt an overwhelming euphoria. As he walked through the corridors, he could sense the envious, admiring, and slightly jealous gazes cast upon him. He reveled in the sensation of being the center of attention, relishing the ease with which he mastered complex spells and achieved remarkable results in examinations. He felt he had finally found the right path. Becoming Dumbledore was indeed his wisest choice. A colossal ecstasy and sense of superiority clouded Quirrell's mind. He felt as if he had ascended to the clouds. Looking down upon everyone, believing himself to be the finest, he felt entitled to act as he wished, disregarding the opinions of others and the rules of the house. He arrived late, left early, openly challenged professors in class, and displayed blatant disdain towards classmates who fell short of his brilliance. Such behavior quickly incited discontent among his peers, particularly those from Gryffindor. Gryffindor valued courage and camaraderie, not arrogant genius. Gradually, his classmates began to distance themselves, gossiping about him and deeming him strange and loathsome. Yet Quirrell was utterly indifferent. He scorned those who shunned him, viewing them as envious mediocrities. Soon, a new circle of companions formed around him, predominantly from Slytherin. These cunning Slytherins astutely discerned the underlying discontent and yearning for validation within the brilliant young Dumbledore. They deliberately approached him, flattering him with sweet words and coaxing him. "Oh, Albus, your ideas are truly unique. Those fools simply do not comprehend you. Indeed, Muggles are a base species, deserving only to be ruled by wizards. Your father, Percival Dumbledore, was entirely justified in his attacks against those vile Muggles. We fully support him." This struck a chord deep within Quirrell. Having endured humiliation at the hands of students from Durmstrang, he harbored a twisted hatred towards the weak and an intense longing for a sense of superiority that would elevate him above others. This doctrine of wizard superiority perfectly catered to his pathological need for compensation. Encouraged and flattered by these newfound friends, Quirrell's actions became increasingly reckless. He began to openly mock and belittle students of Muggle descent in the corridors, and even carelessly cast curses towards a Hufflepuff student during Charms class. Ultimately, an inevitable conflict erupted. During an intense debate concerning perspectives on the history of magic, Quirrell found himself embroiled in a vehement altercation with several Muggle-born students from Hufflepuff House. Encouraged by the jeers and provocations of his peers, Quirrell brazenly cast malevolent curses upon these Muggle-born individuals. The repercussions of this incident were profoundly detrimental. To compound matters, perhaps due to his obsession with mingling among these friends and propagating his extremist ideology, or perhaps due to an ever-growing sense of emptiness and anxiety within, Quirrell's academic performance had recently plummeted. In a crucial examination, he even received several unprecedentedly low marks. The confluence of these factors ultimately drew the attention of Phineas Black, the then headmaster of Hogwarts. After a thorough investigation into the events, Headmaster Black, along with the entire faculty of Hogwarts, rendered a decision that, at the time, seemed exceedingly harsh and, indeed, rare. Quirrell was mandated to take a leave of absence to reflect upon his actions. This news sent shockwaves throughout the halls of Hogwarts. A temporary expulsion from the school is one of the gravest condemnations of a student's character within the magical educational system, a stain almost impossible to erase. For Quirrell, who had once basked in the brilliance of Dumbledore's genius, this was undeniably a devastating blow and a profound humiliation. Clutching the letter of suspension, Quirrell stood pale in the headmaster's office, absorbing the verdict as if struck by a thunderbolt. He could not fathom why. As one of the most exceptional students endowed with formidable power, he had fallen to such a fate. How dared those lowly Muggles and inept professors treat him in such a manner? Chapter 96. If you were granted 3 wishes, Part 6, though being ordered to take a leave of absence was a heavy blow for any student, Quirrell felt no inclination for introspection or regret. Instead, he was consumed with indignation. Hogwarts, Phineas Black. He seethed inwardly, cursing them for daring to treat the great Dumbledore in such a way. When I become the most powerful wizard and seize control of everything, I shall ensure that you pay dearly for today's decision. With this twisted sense of vengeance, he gathered a few belongings and returned to his home in Godric's Hollow. Upon pushing open the slightly worn door, he was taken aback by the sight that greeted him. The living room was shrouded in dim light. A woman, clad in a simple long dress, her face haggard yet faintly reminiscent of her former beauty, sat weeping in a rocking chair by the fireplace, dabbing at her incessantly flowing tears with a handkerchief. This was none other than his mother, Kendra Dumbledore. Hearing the sound of the door, Kendra abruptly lifted her head. Upon seeing Quirrell enter, a flicker of surprise and panic crossed her swollen eyes, and she hastily rose. "Albus? Merlin, is it not the middle of term? What are you doing back? What has happened?" Her voice was thick with nasal tones and lingering sorrow. As Chilo gazed at Candela in her current state, an inexplicable irritation stirred within him. He unceremoniously cast his luggage onto the ground and grumbled indignantly. That foolish Phineas Black at Hogwarts. He has the audacity to suspend me temporarily, all because I expressed some, shall we say, unique insights and had a trivial squabble. He knows nothing of genius. He deliberately conceals the true reasons behind his conflict with the Hufflepuff students and the extreme remarks regarding blood purity, crafting himself into a figure of unjustly treated brilliance. After venting his frustrations, he finally noticed Candela's distress and, feeling somewhat impatient, inquired, "What is the matter? Why are you crying?" Candela, clutching the suspension notice, wept more fiercely. Shaking her head, her voice choked with emotion, she lamented, "Oh, Albus, my poor child, how could this happen?" It seemed she wished to articulate something further, yet the weight of sorrow and anxiety nearly overwhelmed her. At that moment, a slender, elongated figure emerged silently from the shadows of the living room. The newcomer appeared to be around 20, remarkably youthful, clad in a well-tailored, high-quality dark traveling cloak, looking as if he had just arrived. He possessed a head of thick, slightly wavy black hair and a pair of strikingly blue eyes reminiscent of the ocean, their gaze akin to a colossal wave threatening to engulf anyone who met it. "Roy Amichell," Chilo exclaimed, eyes widening in disbelief, instinctively retreating a step and nearly tripping over his own luggage. Those eyes were all too familiar to him. They mirrored those of the Roy Amichell he remembered, who always wore a disingenuous smile. It was impossible. How could Roy be here? The young man, upon hearing Chilo's exclamation, slowly turned his cold blue eyes towards him, appraising him with a dispassionate gaze, as if evaluating the worth of an object. Then, a perfectly polite, yet utterly devoid of warmth smile graced his lips. "Ah, I presume you are Percival and Candela's son, Albus Dumbledore? It is a pleasure to finally meet you," he intoned, his voice low and smooth, like cold silk gliding over skin. Yet, despite the words of praise, his tone lacked any semblance of respect, tinged instead with a subtle hint of mockery. Chilo was taken aback, suddenly realizing that his mother, Candela Dumbledore, had dark-colored eyes, not blue. As he regarded the man before him with those striking azure orbs, he may have never met his father, Percival Dumbledore, who was imprisoned in Azkaban for attacking Muggles. But Candela's reaction and the striking similarity of these eyes made it abundantly clear from whom this distinctive blue gaze had been inherited. Candela appeared to be somewhat awkward and anxious, her voice trembling as she quietly explained, "Albus, this is Mr. Roy Amichell. He is your father." At this juncture, she seemed to struggle immensely, as if reluctant to concede to this reality, her voice dwindling to a whisper. "He is, in a sense, your brother. He has found us." She vaguely bypassed the most crucial word, yet the anguish and humiliation etched on her face were unmistakable. Chilo's mind raced, ultimately grasping the truth. The year was now 1896, and the young man before him could not possibly be the Roy he knew. It could only be Roy's father, the legendary old Amichell. In England, it was not particularly rare for fathers and sons to share the same name. However, Chilo never anticipated that Roy would possess such a secret and never-before-mentioned familial connection to the Dumbledore lineage. Even more unsettling was the uncanny resemblance between the two, not only in appearance, but also in their seemingly courteous, yet ultimately arrogant and hypocritical demeanor. Roy's icy blue eyes remained fixed upon Chilo, as if they could penetrate the fa-ade of Albus Dumbledore and glimpse the soul of Quirinus Chilo within. That gaze sent an inexplicable chill deep into Chilo's bones, as if all his secrets and shortcomings were laid bare before the other. When a mirror of Ariste clearly reflected the young man emerging from the shadows of the Dumbledore family, the onlookers in the stone chamber collectively gasped, their breaths caught in a state of shock. Strange abruptly turned his head, his gaze shifting between the young face in the mirror and Roy, his expression etched with disbelief. He rubbed his face, as if to confirm he was not seeing things. "Is this your father? You look so remarkably alike." He found himself at a loss for words to describe the astonishing similarity. Roy caught the fallen magical stone, his fingertips gliding over its warm surface. Upon hearing strange words, he merely tilted his head slightly and offered a smile. "That is the wonder of magic, is it not?" Severus Snape, however, furrowed his brow tightly. His obsidian eyes, sharp as a scalpel, scrutinized Roy beside him, then shifted to the young, old Amichell in the mirror. Snape's lips pressed into a rigid line, refraining from any commentary. Yet the aura of suspicion surrounding him was almost palpable. Harry could not suppress a low exclamation, his emerald eyes wide with astonishment. "Wow, truly. You look exactly alike." He glanced from the mirror to Roy, his face brimming with wonder. Ron and Neville nodded vigorously in agreement from his side. Hermione murmured softly, "Indeed." Aside from the slight differences in hairstyle and temperament, Their features seem to have been molded from the same dye. The expression of dominant genetic traits is truly astonishing. Chapter 97. If you were granted 3 wishes, Part 7. The onlookers continued to observe the scene reflected in the mirror. Roy swiftly clarified his purpose for approaching the Dumbledore household. It was not a matter of seeking kinship, but rather to reclaim several ancient alchemical manuscripts that had been passed down through the Amichell family. Addressing the sorrowful and apprehensive Kendra, he spoke with as much calmness and gentleness as he could muster. Madam, those manuscripts represent the scholarly achievements of the Amichell lineage, a heritage of my maternal family. In earlier years, my mother had some acquaintance with Percival Dumbledore. However, following the calamity that befell the Amichell family, she departed in haste, leaving those manuscripts in his temporary custody. Now that Percival has passed, it is time for these items to return to their rightful owner. Kendra appeared somewhat flustered by his straightforward request, rising awkwardly and avoiding his gaze. Yes, I believe I have indeed seen some old parchment adorned with intricate symbols, but I do not know where Percival placed them. I require time to search. Chilo, overhearing this exchange, felt his heart leap. The alchemical manuscripts of the Amichell family. The legacy? A wild thought struck him instantaneously. Could it be that Roy Amichell's future ascent to the status of a master alchemist was reliant upon these ancestral texts? The more he contemplated, the more convinced he became of this truth. If he could obtain those manuscripts and study them diligently in due time, he too would surely become a formidable alchemist, much like Roy Amichell. No, he would surpass him, for he now possessed the talent of a Dumbledore. Moreover, if the manuscripts were in his possession, the future Roy Amichell would lose his greatest support. This notion sent a thrill of excitement coursing through him, rendering him almost incapable of coherent thought. Upon hearing that Kendra seemed inclined to locate the manuscripts for return, Chilo sprang up as if someone had stepped on his tail. Vehemently protesting, "No, mother, you cannot give them to him." He turned to Roy, striving to project the authoritative demeanor typical of a Dumbledore, though it appeared rather ludicrous under the other's indifferent gaze. His voice cracking with agitation. "These items are my father's legacy. They belong to the Dumbledore family. By what right do you claim to take them? What evidence do you have to substantiate your claim? We should not relinquish them." However, Roy had not come to negotiate terms with them. At Chilo's opposition, the last vestiges of feigned politeness vanished from his blue eyes, replaced by a chilling, almost cruel indifference. "It is regrettable to hear you say that." Roy's voice remained utterly undisturbed as he leisurely extracted his wand from within his robe. The tip emanated a gentle luminescence. Yet to me, these artifacts were my mother's heirlooms, imbued with profound significance. Since you are unwilling to return what rightfully belongs to its owner, he raised his chin slightly, his tone abruptly chilling. "I shall have to take it back myself." No sooner had the words left his lips than he offered no time for a reaction with a flick of his wand. A tremendous, invisible force erupted instantaneously. The heavy oak furniture, the tomes on the shelves, and the decorative items in the corners of the living room were swept away as if caught in a tempest. The room was transformed into utter chaos in an instant. Chilo stood in disbelief, unable to fathom that someone would dare to act within the abode of Albus Dumbledore, the future eminent wizard, with such blatant aggression. "How dare you?" Chilo, both shocked and furious, instinctively drew his own wand in an attempt to intervene. However, Roy did not even deign him a glance. With a casual flick of his wrist, a streak of crimson light flashed. Bang! Chilo barely discerned the nature of the spell before he felt as though an invisible hammer had struck him squarely in the chest. He was sent reeling backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily against the stone wall with a dull thud before crumpling to the floor, his wand slipping from his grasp. Chilo was engulfed in agonizing pain, his vision darkening, struggling to breathe, unable to even utter a moan. Amidst the cacophony, a small boy, appearing no older than 8 or 9, with disheveled hair and a bewildered expression, darted out from an inner room. It was Aberforth Dumbledore, Albus Dumbledore's younger brother, merely 9 years of age. Upon witnessing the disarray of the living room, his brother slumped against the wall, and his mother confronted by a strange and perilous wizard. His face paled in terror. Roy's gaze swept over the emerging Aberforth. Noticing the child, he hesitated momentarily, the motion of raising his wand faltering. In that fleeting moment of uncertainty, a frantic Candela screamed, throwing herself before Roy, pleading, "Please, I beg you, Mr. Amichell, do not harm my child." Roy felt Candela's arms clutching him tightly, and he looked down at the tear-streaked face of the desperate mother. Casting a sidelong glance at the pained Chilo curled against the wall and the bewildered Aberforth, a complex emotion flickered in his eyes. He refrained from further aggression, instead slowly, yet with an undeniable force, extricated his arm from Candela's embrace. He adjusted his slightly disheveled cuff and extended a long, clean hand towards Candela with calm assurance. "The alchemical manuscript, madam." His voice regained its previous courteous warmth. "Do not worry. Once I have retrieved my belongings, I shall leave this place at once." In the fleeting moment captured within the mirror, the ruthless strike of old Amichell and the sight of Coral being instantly sent flying left the onlookers in the stone chamber utterly astonished. Harry's eyes sparkled with excitement, his voice barely containing his enthusiasm as he exclaimed, "Wow, what was that move? It was magnificent." He knocked him away in an instant. Involuntarily mimicking the motion of a wand, it was evident that he yearned for such an elegant and decisive method of subjugation. Beside him, Ron nodded vigorously, his expression one of agreement. "Exactly. That's how you deal with someone like Quirrell. Just look at his arrogant demeanor. It's infuriating." Strange furrowed his brow slightly, observing the young man in the mirror acting so decisively against Quirrell, who was clearly still a boy. His tone carried a hint of disapproval. "Well, I admit, Quirrell is indeed bothersome, but isn't it a bit excessive for your father to resort to violence against a child?" The ethical standards of his profession as a doctor made him instinctively uncomfortable with such brutality, even when directed at the detestable Quirrell. The named Roy's habitual calm smile seemed to stiffen momentarily, revealing a trace of barely perceptible awkwardness. He cleared his throat, touched his nose, and attempted to explain, mainly Quirrell provoked him first, and his attitude was quite atrocious." He paused, his gaze sweeping over the true 9-year-old Albus, sheltered behind Kendra in the mirror, and his tone shifted subtly. Moreover, the actual circumstances were not as depicted. He appeared to weigh his words carefully. "In truth, Albus did not prevent my father from taking the manuscript. He understood that those items did not belong to the Dumbledore family. Thus, the conflict portrayed in the mirror never occurred. Overall, it was a rather amicable gathering." He further elucidated, "This alchemical artifact predicts and presents potential developments based on the desires, fears, and inherent character flaws of the person ensnared within it. Quirrell's greedy, selfish heart, filled with unfounded arrogance, led him to portray Albus as obstructive and provocative, while my father, well, given his character, would indeed opt for the most straightforward and effective means to resolve such direct provocations and obstructions, which is not entirely unexpected." Roy lowered his head, examining the yellowed alchemical manuscripts before departing from the Dumbledore residence without looking back, leaving behind a scene of chaos and 3 individuals still reeling from shock. Quirrell clutched his painfully aching chest, struggling to rise from the ground. He gazed at the vanishing figure of Roy and then at the disarray surrounding him, akin to a home ransacked by thieves. A profound sense of humiliation and fury surged within him once more. Not only had he failed to safeguard those crucial alchemical manuscripts, but he had also been vanquished with ease, treated like refuse. He was a Dumbledore, a future great wizard. How could he endure such treatment? The pent-up malevolence within him compelled him to turn towards Candela, who sat beside him, silently weeping while embracing young Abuphis. "It's all your fault," he bellowed at Candela, his voice laced with venom. "Why did you give him the manuscript? Why do you fear him so much? Do you not comprehend what that is? It is power. It is our chance for redemption, and you simply relinquish it to him." Candela was taken aback by his sudden and malicious accusations. She raised her gaze, incredulity etched upon her face as she beheld her son, contorted with rage and ferocity, as though confronting a complete stranger. How could the wise, gentle, and considerate Abuphis she remembered transform into this monstrous visage? Her lips trembled, tears cascading silently down her cheeks, yet she found herself utterly speechless. The sight of Abuphis instilled within her an overwhelming sense of dread and desolation. "Abuphis, how could you say such things?" she stammered, her voice quivering with helplessness and sorrow. The 9-year-old Abuphis, witnessing his mother being so harshly reprimanded by his brother, felt his small face flush with indignation. Though fear gripped him, the instinct to protect his mother eclipsed his trepidation. He broke free from Candela's embrace, akin to an enraged little lion, and charged forward, forcefully shoving Chilo while shouting, You shall not insult my mother. You villain, you are not my brother. Chilo, completely unprepared for such an audacious affront, perhaps dismissing the 9-year-old altogether, was taken aback, stumbling and landing unceremoniously on the ground. This fall ignited a conflagration of pent-up anger and frustration within Chilo, obliterating his last vestige of reason. Why? Why does Hogwarts dare to expel me temporarily? Why does old Amichell presume to injure me and seize the manuscript? Why does this insignificant little brat presume to push me? I am a Bufus Dumbledore. I possess unparalleled talent and strength. Everyone should respect me, fear me, obey me. What has become of this world? Is it merely because I am not sufficiently hypocritical, not adept at feigning pretense? I have endured humiliation for so many years. I have borne countless sufferings and indignities, all for the hope of becoming powerful one day, to do as I please and no longer endure the scorn of others. Why must I, already armed with power, still endure such indignities? How dare a mere child challenge me? You seek death. Chilo's eyes instantly filled with bloodshot fury, his expression contorted like a demon. Rising from the ground, he instinctively drew his wand, pointing it at the very Abufus who had just pushed him. No, Abufus, don't, Candela screamed, her heart wrenching as she lunged forward, shielding her younger son with her own body. Yet it was too late. A blinding magical radiance erupted from the tip of Chilo's wand, originally aimed at Aberforth. At the last moment, Candela shielded him with her own back. Bang! The spell struck Candela squarely on her back. She emitted a brief, painful groan, her body convulsing violently. Her gaze instantly vacant, and she collapsed to the ground, motionless. Mother! Aberforth cried out in a heart-wrenching wail, throwing himself onto his mother. Mother! Please wake up! Mother! The child's anguished cries stirred nearby wizarding neighbors, who rushed to open their doors, filled with confusion and concern. Outside, hurried footsteps and anxious inquiries echoed. Mrs. Dumbledore? What happened? What was that sound? Aberforth? Are you crying? What's wrong? The knocking grew frantic. Chilo, wand in hand, stood frozen, staring at Candela lying on the ground and Aberforth weeping inconsolably, his mind blank. His hands trembled violently. He never intended to kill. He only meant to teach that insufferable little brat a lesson. He never meant. A wave of immense fear and panic seized him. What to do? I've been discovered. I will be caught. I will be sent to Azkaban. No, absolutely not. Just then, Aberforth, nearly collapsing from despair, heard the voices outside. And like a drowning man grasping for a lifeline, he scrambled to his feet, stumbling toward the door, desperate to seek help. He had to open the door. He wanted those outside to come in. They would witness everything. They would know it was him. No, don't open the door. Chilo's rationality was utterly consumed by fear, and he screamed in a high-pitched voice, with only one thought racing through his mind. Absolutely. I cannot be discovered. He raised his wand once more, this time without thought, without aim. Driven solely by the primal impulse to eliminate the threat, he unleashed the powerful magic that belonged to Dumbledore. A cold, deathly green light, reminiscent of a call from the depths of hell, tore through the air, striking precisely at the back of Aberforth's heart as he lunged for the door. Time seemed to freeze in that moment. Aberforth's running halted abruptly, his small body quivering slightly, unable to utter a single scream, like a marionette whose strings had been cut. Collapsing to the ground, never to make another sound. Only the increasingly frantic knocking and the worried calls of the neighbors remained. At that moment, the sound of a key turning in the lock echoed from outside. A little girl, clad in a pristine white dress and cradling a large bouquet of freshly picked, dew-laden wildflowers, timidly peeked her head in. She was Ariana Dumbledore, just returning from playing in the garden. Her pale little face bore an expression of bewilderment, as if she were puzzled by the crowd gathered at the door. Mother? Aberforth? Brother? What game are you playing? She quietly inquired, tinged with curiosity. Her gaze fell upon the living room, where her mother, Candela, lay motionless on the floor, her brother Abufus sprawled silently at the doorway. And Chilo stood at the center of the room, wand in hand, his expression a mask of malice. The delicate bouquet of pristine wildflowers in Ariana's arms slipped from her suddenly loosened fingers, petals scattering like shattered butterflies, drifting silently to the cold ground. Chapter 99. If you were granted 3 wishes, Part 9. The moment the bouquet fell from Ariana's hands, an eerie silence enveloped all those present. Even Harry, Ron, and others, who had long harbored disdain for Chilo, found themselves momentarily speechless, their faces betraying their discomfort. Hermione covered her mouth in shock, and Neville's complexion turned ashen. Ultimately, it was Strang who broke the oppressive stillness. His countenance was grim. As a doctor, he had witnessed the spectrum of life and death. Yet witnessing a domestic tragedy born of jealousy, rage, and madness, particularly involving innocent victims, ignited a fierce indignation within him. He inhaled deeply, as if to dispel the weight upon his chest, his voice hoarse. He is truly a scoundrel, a veritable scoundrel. Indeed, Ron immediately echoed, his small face flushed with anger. How could he possibly unleash such venom upon his own family? It's more terrifying than a Dementor, absolutely unforgivable. Hermione concurred without hesitation. Harry clenched his fists, emerald eyes ablaze with fury, fixated on the figure of the culprit reflected in the mirror. Neville pursed his lips, his gaze at Chilo's image filled with rage. Amidst the cacophony of indignation, Roy shook his head and sighed. In truth, when Chilo first attacked Abufus, he did not employ the killing curse from the unforgivable spells. He narrowed his eyes slightly, resembling more an ordinary offensive spell, perhaps a variation of a stunning spell or a pain-binding curse. Roy paused, seemingly gathering his thoughts to elucidate to these young wizards, who had yet to fully comprehend the darker aspects of magic. However, when the darkness within a person, fueled by anger and a desire for destruction, accumulates to a certain extent and is unleashed without restraint, magic, this ethereal force, becomes more honest than the wizard wielding it. An ordinary repelling charm, driven by extreme malice, may transform into a lethal explosion spell. A simple binding curse might evolve into a torturous tearing of flesh. Moreover, in certain extreme circumstances, a curse not originally intended for lethality, under the caster's uncontrolled rage and a fervent wish for the target's obliteration, can spontaneously evolve into the most deadly and efficient form, akin to the effects of the killing curse. He turned to face the varied expressions of those around him, his azure eyes reminiscent of an ocean brewing with turmoil. A scoundrel may cloak themselves in plots and disguises, seeking to don a fade of nobility, even deceiving the entire world. Yet they can never attain the essence of the exalted through deceit, for their hearts lack the capacity to bear the weight and responsibility that such power entails. When trials arise, magic, or rather, their intrinsic nature, will strip away all fades, revealing the most authentic and grotesque truths. This utterance was akin to a chilling key, instantly unlocking a latch within Strain's heart. He suddenly froze, ensnared in silence. Snape's gaze fleetingly skimmed across Roy's profile once more. His lips twitched as if he wished to articulate something. However, he ultimately refrained, tightening the folds of his dark cloak as if to merge deeper into the shadows. Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Neville exchanged glances, sensing that Roy's words bore deeper significance, seemingly transcending mere explanations of Quirrell's actions to elucidate some fundamental essence of magic and humanity. Yet, being still youthful and inexperienced, they could not fully grasp the weight and profundity behind those words, only dimly aware that their spirits had grown heavier. The group continued to read on. The tragedy in Godric's Hollow sent shockwaves through the entire British wizarding community. Aurors arrived at the scene almost instantaneously following the alarm, utilizing the Flu network and apparition to swiftly regain control of the situation. From the frenzied accounts of neighbors and the irrefutable evidence at the scene, they quickly pieced together the horrifying reality of Quirrell's brutal murder of his own brother, which led to their mother's demise. When Quirrell was roughly shackled in heavy magical restraints by the Aurors, he had already succumbed to utter despair. His eyes were vacant, his body trembled, and he murmured repeatedly, "It shouldn't be like this. It shouldn't be like this. I am Dumbledore. I should be great. How could this happen?" The murder of a family member is an unforgivable crime in the wizarding realm, leaving little room for reprieve. The trial at Wisengamot afforded him almost no opportunity for defense. The final verdict was the kiss of the Dementor. The day of execution arrived. In the depths of the chilling, desolate execution chamber of Azkaban, Quirrell was firmly bound to a stone chair, cold iron chains securing his limbs. The atmosphere was thick with suffocating despair. From a distance, the ghastly breaths of the Dementors could be heard, slowly being drawn closer. As the horrifying creature, cloaked and possessing the mouth that devours souls, approached. The icy touch of death almost brushed against his lips, and Quirrell's terror of mortality finally overwhelmed him. He abruptly awakened from that semi-maddened state, unleashing a heart-wrenching scream. "No! Master! Great Master! Save me! I beg you! Your loyal servant implores you! Grant me one more chance!" As if in response to his desperate plea, time froze once more. The nauseating, frigid breath of the Dementor hung, suspended in the air. The tall, gaunt figure of Voldemort reappeared within the frozen moment like a specter. His scarlet, serpent-like eyes reveled in the grotesque display of Quirrell's tear-streaked visage. His voice smooth and venomous as a serpent. "What troubles you, Quirrell? Is this not the life of Dumbledore you have longed for? The illustrious life of the great white wizard, Albus Dumbledore?" "No, Master, it is not," Quirrell cried out, grasping at the hem of Voldemort's robe like a drowning man clutching at his last hope. "This is not what I desire. It is too painful, too terrifying. I do not want it. I no longer wish for Dumbledore's life. I beg you, grant me a third wish. My final one, please." Voldemort appeared to relish Quirrell's pitiful demeanor, feigning contemplation for a moment before slowly nodding, his tone patronizing as he replied, "Very well. In light of your success in retrieving the Philosopher's Stone for me, speak forth your third and final wish, Quirrell." Having been granted this opportunity, Quirrell found himself ensnared in a web of unprecedented turmoil and despair. He must choose wisely. He needed a life without fail, a life that commenced flawlessly, unfolded smoothly, and culminated in resounding triumph. No, perhaps the conclusion was not paramount. Both Roy and Dumbledore enjoyed triumphant endings, but what significance did that hold? Thus, the beginning was more crucial, for it constituted the baseline of his existence. He slumped against the icy ground, his mind racing as he began to repeatedly contemplate and sift through the lives of every accomplished wizard he knew. Severus Snape? Of a similar age. He had been rumored to be impoverished during his schooling, his demeanor grim, and he often clashed with his peers. Leading a tragically dismal school life, he was essentially a second Roy, Filius Flitwick, with his fairy lineage. He was diminutive in stature and likely endured mockery and ostracism during his school years. Minerva McGonagall? Firstly, he had no desire to become a woman, and secondly, McGonagall did not seem to have been the most illustrious figure during her academic tenure. Quirrell felt immense frustration. What he sought was a perfect life, a life that, from the very outset, was marked by nobility, extraordinary talent, widespread admiration, and a smooth journey devoid of blemish or suffering. Did such a wizard exist? Wait, someone who began with a distinguished status, notable talent, and was well received. He pondered deeply, and suddenly, a name flashed through his mind like lightning. Could it be Harry Potter? The boy who lived, renowned from birth. The Potter family, while not the epitome of aristocracy, belonged to an ancient pure-blood lineage, well-off and evidently gifted, excelling in all subjects, and managing to escape the clutches of the Dark Lord. Most importantly, he had garnered the love and attention of the entire wizarding world. From his arrival at Hogwarts, he had become the center of attention. This was the epitome of the perfect life he yearned for. But Quirrell cautiously lifted his eyelids, stealing a glance at the pale-faced Dark Lord before him, whose lips curled into a semblance of a smile. Harry Potter was the Dark Lord's greatest adversary and a thorn in his side. To assert in his presence the desire to transform into Harry Potter, it seemed as though Voldemort had seen through all of his inner turmoil. The smile on his face became even more amiable, his voice laced with persuasion. "Do not fret. Quirinus, you have aided me. You are indeed a benefactor. Whatever request you make, I shall fulfill it." Upon hearing this, Quirrell felt as though he had swallowed a calming potion. Truly, the great master possessed a magnanimous spirit. He mustered his courage, lifted his gaze, and with eyes full of yearning and obsequiousness, he stammered his final wish. "Master, I wish for the life of Harry Potter." Chapter 100. If you were granted 3 wishes, Part 10, Harry Potter, tense and fixated on the mirror within the stone chamber, suddenly gasped, nearly choking on his own saliva. "Cough, cough. WH what? Me?" He erupted into a fit of coughing, his face flushed crimson, his emerald eyes brimming with disbelief. Beside him, Ron, Hermione, and Neville were startled, hastily patting his back to ease his distress. Merlin sucks. Has he lost his mind? He He wants to be Harry, Ron exclaimed in shock, while Hermione gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment. Harry, are you all right? Neville inquired, his expression a mix of confusion and fear. After a struggle, Harry managed to regain his composure, his expression still rather peculiar. He raked his fingers through his tousled black hair, his tone laden with complexity, Merlin's beard. He actually chose me? He recalled the years spent in the Dursleys' cupboard, tormented by Dudley and his gang, subjected to the scorn of neighbors, and isolated from his peers. Harry felt a peculiar blend of emotions. If Quirrell were aware of the true nature of existence beneath the so-called savior's aura, he might not have made such a choice. Roy turned to Harry, his tone gentle. Harry, would you permit him to experience your life? He gestured towards the enchanted mirror. Though this is merely a manifestation of his deepest desires and fears, it will inevitably touch upon your genuine experiences. Should you object to your privacy being invaded, or simply wish to deny this scoundrel the chance to live your life, I can intervene in the enchantment at this moment, allowing him to select another wish. Harry paused, taken aback by Roy's earnest solicitation of his opinion. The feeling of being regarded as an equal, his wishes respected, left him momentarily flabbergasted. Almost instinctively, he waved his hand, speaking with conviction. No, it's fine, Professor, I don't mind. He chuckled softly, adding, to be honest, I am quite curious to see him meet misfortune. Reflecting on his past experiences, Harry felt entirely justified. It was the Dursleys who had acted unreasonably, not he. What was there to hide? If Quirrell truly desired to experience it, then let him do so. It would serve as a fitting revelation of a life that the savior he envied had endured before stepping into the magical realm. Roy nodded. Very well then, Harry. I require a small favor from you. Concentrate and recall the most vivid fragments of your childhood memories, and gently infuse your magic into this mirror. He gestured towards the mirror of Ariste. It need not be excessive. A mere trickle will suffice. The alchemical array will capture these shards of memory and construct corresponding experiential scenarios. Taking a deep breath, Harry closed his eyes, striving to focus his mind. Unpleasant memories surged forth. The narrow, dark confines of the cupboard, Dudley's fists and taunts, Aunt Petunia's cold glares, Uncle Vernon's furious roars. The poignant realization that the only gift on his birthday was Dudley's old socks, and the incessant stigma of being an outcast. A tumult of complex emotions coalesced within him. Following Roy's guidance, he endeavored to channel these fragments into his wand, albeit with limited control, and vaguely directed them towards the mirror. The surface of the mirror rippled gently, akin to the delicate undulations of water. Within the frozen expanse of time, Voldemort's face emerged, adorned with a cruel smile that suggested the triumph of a sinister scheme. As he nodded at Quirrell, who was prostrate on the ground, as you wish, Quirinus, may you enjoy the experience. Quirrell's consciousness once more succumbed to that familiar sensation of plummeting, as if cast into a lightless abyss, sinking deeper into the frigid and absolute silence. Time passed, though he could not discern how long, before the sensation of falling abruptly ceased. Before he could even open his eyes, a thunderous, violent banging reverberated through the air, as if attempting to shatter the very door, sending tremors through his skull. Simultaneously, a woman's shrill, piercing voice cut through the chaos. Harry Potter, you lazy bone, you wretched freak, get up and make breakfast. Do you wish to starve us all? Quirrell, now in the guise of young Harry, jolted awake in terror at the sudden noise, his eyes flying open. Before him lay an exceedingly cramped space, with a low ceiling and faint light filtering through the cracks. He found himself lying in a small area beneath the stairs, barely large enough to turn around, reeking of mold and dust. The bed beneath him was unforgivingly hard, as if merely a thin mat had been laid down. What is happening? Where am I? He pondered, instinctively raising a hand to rub his eyes. At that moment, he felt something fuzzy crawling on his face, itchy and obstructing part of his vision. Instinctively, he reached up to touch his face, and his fingers encountered a furry creature, numerous legs writhing against his skin. Quirrell's pupils dilated in horror. He swiftly snatched the creature from his face, bringing it closer to inspect. A palm-sized spider, covered in hair and endowed with 8 round, glistening black eyes, flailed its pincers in desperation between his fingers. Quirrell shrieked in terror, as if scalded, and with a frantic motion, he hurled the spider away. Outside the mirror, Ron emitted a scream that echoed Chilo's in intensity. He leaped back in shock, his face ashen, trembling fingers pointing at the mirror as though the spider had crawled onto his own visage. A spider, so enormous. Merlin, keep it away from me. Hermione rolled her eyes in exasperation, pulling him sharply. Ron, calm down. It's in the mirror, not real. Harry observed the entrance of his childhood companion in the reflection, his expression growing more nuanced. He muttered softly, I didn't actually feel much at the time, and that spider was rather small. He awkwardly touched his nose. Chapter 101. If you were granted 3 wishes and... The winter in England was damp and dreary. At dawn, the cupboard felt as frigid as an ice cellar. Chilo shivered uncontrollably, clad only in an oversized, faded shirt and a pair of thin, ill-fitting trousers, clearly discarded by Dudley, lacking even a decent pair of socks. During his time at Hogwarts, despite being unappreciated, he at least had the warmth of magical spells, and his office was cozy. He had never experienced such penetrating cold that seeped into his bones. Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia would never provide him with a proper winter coat. He could only rely on constant movement and curling up in the cupboard to endure the chill. Every day before dawn, he was roused by Aunt Petunia's sharp banging on the door and her scathing insults, sleepily crawling out of the cupboard, his hands and feet stiff from the cold, to prepare breakfast for the entire family, frying greasy bacon and sausages, brewing coffee, toasting bread, and setting the table. He had been pampered in the wizarding world, accustomed to house elves attending to his needs. He had never performed such menial tasks. The splattering hot oil from the bacon seared his thin arms, and maneuvering the heavy frying pan was an arduous task for him. He also had to meticulously manage the timing, ensuring Dudley's favorite runny egg was perfect, Uncle Vernon's toast was golden and crispy, and Aunt Petunia's coffee was just the right strength. Any misstep would invite a torrent of scorn, derision, or even a slap or the deprivation of a meal. Lazy, clumsy, you can't even manage this simple task. This bacon is overcooked. Do you want to choke me? The coffee is as weak as dishwater. Did you add too much water again? Wasting things. Even if he managed to meet the bare minimum, the Dursleys would invariably nitpick and belittle him, as if insulting him were a necessary prelude to their meal. Chilo could only bow his head, enduring it all, his stomach twisting with hunger and anxiety, yet he dared not taste a morsel first. After breakfast, he would shoulder Dudley's tattered, worn-out backpack and walk to the nearby public school. For Chilo, the Muggle school was a different realm of hell. He was utterly ignorant of all Muggle subjects, mathematics, spelling, history, and natural sciences. He is indeed a wizard. He has studied ancient runes, potion-making, and the history of magic, yet he has never been acquainted with multiplication or photosynthesis. The teacher's inquiries appeared to him as incomprehensible as a foreign script, his exercise book marred by glaring red crosses and failing marks. Furthermore, his glasses, which had been accidentally shattered during rough play by Dudley and his entourage, were now precariously held together by transparent tape. The lenses riddled with cracks that rendered the blackboard a mere blur, exacerbating his struggles with learning. Initially, the teacher may have felt a flicker of sympathy, but under the influence of the Dursleys, who were resolute in their belief that Harry was an irredeemable fool and a nuisance, she soon adopted a laissez-faire approach, turning a blind eye to his plight. During recess and after school, it became a time of entertainment for Dudley and his gang. They mocked his tattered glasses, ill-fitting clothes, and dismal academic performance, bestowing upon him unflattering nicknames, shoving him in the corridors, seizing his already meager lunch snacks, and even locking him in the supply closet for cleaning materials. Though he attempted to resist, threatening them with the few curses he could recall to the Muggle children, it was merely a ludicrous mumble, inciting even greater derision and bullying. His frail body and weak constitution offered no advantage in the face of Dudley's corpulence. Each day after school, rather than finding respite, he faced an unending cycle of chores: cleaning, mowing the lawn, washing the car, preparing dinner, and doing the dishes. He spun like a whipped top, tirelessly toiling, yet receiving no acknowledgement, only criticism, insults, and occasional corporal punishment. At night, when he was finally permitted to crawl back into that cold, cramped cupboard, he was left with scarcely enough strength to think. His body ached as if it were falling apart, his stomach gnawed by hunger and the tension of a meager dinner that he had scarcely touched, while his spirit was numbed by the relentless humiliation and fatigue of each passing day. He lay sprawled on the thin mat, his gaze vacantly following a plump spider as it leisurely traversed the gap in the wooden boards above him. He lacked the energy to harbor resentment, to dream, or to plan for the future. staring blankly at the spider. His eyes were devoid of emotion. The once fervent desire for power, status, and admiration had been extinguished, worn down to a mere flicker by the monotonous grind of daily exhaustion and the harshness of reality. It became evident that when one is engulfed by extreme physical fatigue and relentless mental oppression, there remains little strength to indulge in fanciful ambitions. At that moment, only the simplest, most primal thought lingered in his mind. Let him sleep, for he was utterly fatigued. Life moved forward like rusted gears, laboriously and sluggishly grinding under the oppressive and rigid rhythm of the Dudleys' household. Poor Harry had long lost count of the countless dreary days and nights spent within that cupboard. Each day unfolds as an unending cycle of toil, reproach, hunger, and cold, alongside the isolation and torment endured within the school walls. His frail physique has become even more emaciated, and his gaze grows increasingly vacant and numb, resembling a soulless marionette, mechanically executing commands. The once vivid memories belonging to Quirinus Quirrell, fragments of magic, Hogwarts, the Dark Lord, alchemy, power, and ambition, have become increasingly blurred and distant under the relentless grind of daily exhaustion and harsh reality, as if shrouded in a thick layer of dust, rendering them intangible. Occasionally, after completing all the household chores and being permitted to retreat to the cupboard, in the fleeting moments before succumbing to a deep slumber, he would curl beneath the cold blanket, gazing at the rough patterns of the wooden boards overhead, as absurd thoughts would uncontrollably flash through his mind. Does magic truly exist? Are those images of wand-wielding, spell-casting, and soaring through the skies merely hallucinations brought on by hunger or a result of a damaged mind? Could Voldemort, Roy, Albus Dumbledore, and Hogwarts all be a protracted and bizarre dream? Has his brain concocted an eccentric world to escape the agonies of reality? This notion sent a chill deeper than the frigid air of the cupboard coursing through him. He shivered violently, shaking his head vigorously in an attempt to dispel these dreadful thoughts. No, it cannot be. Magic must exist, he fervently reassured himself, as if clutching at the last thread of hope. I just haven't reached the right moment yet. Yes, I am not yet 11. On his 11th birthday, an owl would surely deliver the letter from Hogwarts. Dumbledore would know he was trapped here. He would come to rescue me. Yet, when he pondered what he would do then, his mind fell into a haze of confusion. What would he do? Report the Dudleys' misdeeds to Dumbledore? Vengefully retaliate against Dudley and his cronies with magic? Prove to everyone that he was not a freak, but a noble wizard? Regain his strength to settle accounts with Roy? Or continue serving the great Dark Lord? These thoughts, once his driving force, now seemed so feeble and even somewhat ludicrous. He could hardly remember why he had been so fixated on these ambitions. His greatest desire now was merely to sleep undisturbed by the cold or scolding, to enjoy a hearty meal, and to possess a warm piece of clothing. Just as his thoughts spiraled into chaos and uncertainty, a resounding bang echoed. Bang! Bang! The cupboard door was pounded upon by a hefty hand, causing dust to cascade down. The thunderous, irritable roar of Vernon Dudley penetrated the thin door. Boy, where have you been? Get out here. Shine my shoes. Should I catch even a speck of dust, you shall not dine this evening. The sudden roar sent a jolt through Quirrell's body, causing him to spring upright as if by instinct. All his fleeting thoughts were instantly banished by the familiar, fearsome shout. Here it comes. Uncle Vernon, he rasped in response, hastily scrambling out from the cupboard, neglecting to brush the dust from his hair, and hurriedly scurrying toward the storage room where the shoe polish and brushes were kept. The confusion and doubt that had plagued his mind moments ago were swiftly replaced by a more immediate and tangible dread. The fear of going hungry if he failed to polish Uncle Vernon's shoes to a flawless sheen, bright enough to reflect the terror and humility etched on his small face. Observing Quirrell in the mirror, utterly at the mercy of the Dudleys, like a frightened bird with its will to resist entirely extinguished, the onlookers displayed a variety of expressions. Harry was the first to shake his head in disbelief, a flicker of incomprehension crossing his emerald eyes. This Quirrell is astonishingly weak. It seems he's been utterly cowed by the Dudleys. He recalled his own childhood, where, despite his fear of Uncle Vernon's bellowing and Dudley's fists, there had always been a spark of defiance within him, a covert rebellion that never ceased. In contrast, the Quirrell reflected in the mirror appeared so submissive, as if his very soul had been drained away. Hermione pondered thoughtfully. Could it be the relentless setbacks and blows he has endured that have led to this? His aspirations of becoming Professor Amichell, then Professor Dumbledore, had both culminated in experiences of far greater failure and anguish than he had anticipated, even resulting in tragedy. This profound psychological disparity and trauma might have obliterated his willpower, plunging him into a state of learned helplessness. Her tone held a hint of uncertainty, yet predominantly expressed astonishment at Quirrell's fragile psychological resilience. Dr. Strange, arms crossed and brow furrowed, remarked, "His mental state is undoubtedly abnormal. From a medical and psychological perspective, prolonged exposure to high pressure, fear, denial, and extreme fatigue can lead to severe cognitive distortions, impaired reality testing abilities, and even dissociative symptoms, such as doubting the reality of the magical world, perceiving it as mere fantasy." He shook his head. While he presently resembles a patient suffering from post-traumatic stress disorder rather than a sinister dark wizard, I must assert that he is entirely to blame for his plight. Roy, listening to their discourse, maintained his customary gentle smile. Casually tossing and catching the philosopher's stone, he slowly remarked, "Perhaps it is his subconscious belief that the meager achievements he has attained are solely the fruits of his own perseverance and effort in the face of adversity. Quirrell stubbornly believes that individuals like Dumbledore or myself succeed merely due to superior lineage, innate talent, or fortune, the so-called alignment of favorable circumstances." He paused, his gaze sweeping over Chilo, who was awkwardly polishing his shoes in the mirror, and a deeper smile crept upon his lips. Thus, when he personally experienced the reality that those who appeared to benefit at his expense were, in fact, leading lives far more dismal, constrained, and powerless than his own, his worldview and meager sense of superiority crumbled entirely. "Do you know what this signifies?" Ron, somewhat bewildered, scratched his head and curiously inquired, "What can this possibly signify?" In response, Strange instinctively scoffed, "It signifies that he is utterly worthless." He shook his head and added, "It indicates that he is a deluded individual, believing himself to be exceptional, yet displaying a glaring disconnect between ambition and ability. He attributes all failures to external factors while arrogantly claiming all successes as his own, embodying the quintessential mindset of a loser." Strange seemed to recall some unpleasant memories, furrowing his brow, much like those classmates I encountered during my schooling years who, upon failing an exam, would lament the difficulty of the questions and the teacher's bias against them, yet when they fortuitously succeeded, would consider themselves chosen by destiny, possessing unparalleled intellect. Upon hearing this, Ron instinctively recoiled slightly, muttering under his breath, "Why do I feel as if this is somehow directed at me?" The crowd held its breath, intently focused on the Elysian mirror. The images within the mirror began to flash by at an unnatural and unsettling speed, as if an invisible hand had pressed the fast-forward button. The monotonous life of the Dursleys, the bullying at school, Uncle Vernon's rants, Aunt Petunia's harshness, and Dudley's tormenting. These scenes rushed past in a relentless, overlapping cycle of despair. Strangely, the colors in the mirror were rapidly fading, becoming increasingly dull and gray, reminiscent of an old silent film. Chilo's expression grew more vacant and numb, his movements increasingly mechanical, as if he were a puppet devoid of soul, operating on a predetermined script. He remained completely oblivious to the fact that, from a certain moment onward, his height and appearance had ceased to change. Time seemed to have frozen around him, trapping him eternally in this tormented, unending childhood, a day repeating endlessly without escape. "What is happening?" Hermione asked anxiously in a whisper. "It looks so strange." Neville's voice trembled. Ron, too, swallowed nervously. He seems to have turned into a robot. Even Strange furrowed his brow, his keen intuition warning him that something was amiss. Snape's brow furrowed tighter, his sharp gaze shifting from the eerie, dim, repetitive images in the mirror to the seemingly composed Roy beside him, his voice low and grave. "Amichell, what on earth is going on?" The smile on Roy's face faded slightly, yet he did not directly respond to Snape's query. Instead, he raised a finger elegantly to his lips, signaling for silence. Gazing into the enchanted mirror, a piercing glint of focus, sharp as that of a hawk, flickered within his eyes, as if he were anticipating something. "Hush, it's coming." His voice was barely a whisper, almost inaudible to anyone but himself. In that fleeting moment, the figure of Quirrell, frozen before the mirror, suddenly convulsed violently. Without warning, A thick, inky plume of black smoke erupted from the back of his head, twisting and rolling ominously. This dark mist emanated an exceedingly chilling and malevolent aura, as though it had coalesced all the malice of the world. Upon its arrival, the temperature in the stone chamber plummeted, causing the flickering torchlight to dim significantly. "Retreat. Everyone, withdraw immediately. Keep away from the mirror." Roy's voice rang out with an undeniable command. "Strange. Move the children to the wall. Do not let it touch you." Strange reacted with remarkable swiftness, spreading his arms wide, like a hen shielding her chicks, swiftly ushering Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Neville behind him. The group stumbled back to the far corner of the stone chamber, nervously watching the swirling black mist. At that very moment, Roy sprang into action. He tucked the red stone into his pocket, rubbed his hands together, and swiftly gestured outward. With the motion of his fingers, an intricate web of luminous geometric pathways radiated from the cursed mirror, intertwining and expanding like threads woven by unseen hands. A highly complex and precise structure, composed of countless shimmering geometric figures and alchemical symbols, blossomed upon the ground like a flower of light. The brilliance of the alchemical array was intense yet not blinding, resembling the cool glow of moonlight, illuminating the entire stone chamber as brightly as day and ensnaring the tumultuous black mist firmly at the center of the array. Hiss! The black smoke emitted a piercing, inhuman shriek as if seared, thrashing violently, colliding repeatedly against the inner walls of the luminous barrier, sending ripples of energy cascading outward. It was unable to breach the seemingly delicate, yet profoundly unyielding shield. It was only then that Roy exhaled slightly in relief. He steadied his breath, brushed off non-existent dust from his hands, and turned to the visibly perturbed Snape. A relaxed, almost teasing smile graced Roy's face. "As you can see, Severus, a rather unexpected boon." He gestured towards the writhing black mist within the alchemical array, a rather lively fragment of Lord Voldemort's residual soul. "It appears that it is less than fond of Quirrell's orchestrated immersive experience of Harry Potter's childhood, thus opting for an early exit." His tone was as light-hearted as one would use to describe a mischievous pet. Snape silently tightened his grip on his wand, watching Roy with keen vigilance. Roy raised both hands in an innocent gesture. "I must declare in advance that this array is quite robust, exceedingly so." Snape continued to regard him, silent and watchful. "Thus, we find ourselves ensnared, and once this magical array is shattered, Voldemort shall make his escape. So, Severus, is it now time for vengeance to be exacted, and grievances to be avenged?" Chapter 102. The manifestation of thought before Roy's words faded into silence. Severus Snape had already raised his wand. In his dark eyes burned the icy flames of revenge, suppressed for over a decade. Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed a flurry of piercing silver light, akin to the scythe of death, deftly slicing towards the dark mist. This was his own creation, an exceedingly perilous dark magic, known as the Shadowless Curse. A piercing shriek erupted from Voldemort's lingering soul, a sound of anguish and wrath. A substantial portion of the dark mist was violently severed, its edges twisting and churning as if severely wounded. Though weakened, the instinct to fight remained, compelling it to hastily evade Snape's relentless and ferocious onslaught. "Severus Snape." From the depths of the mist, Voldemort's voice erupted, filled with rage and incredulity. "You traitor! How dare you?" In response, Snape unleashed an even more concentrated and vicious barrage of spells. At that moment, Voldemort's essence was indeed at its most fragile. He had expended considerable magical energy to shield himself from Roy's soul power, and his recent forced detachment from Quirrell's crumbling consciousness had only exacerbated his plight. As Snape wielded his wand, phantasmal afterimages trailed behind, compelling Voldemort's essence into a state of utter disarray, barely able to coalesce into form. Realizing the threats directed at Snape were futile, Voldemort abruptly shifted his focus to Roy, who appeared to be leisurely paddling in the background. "You too." The mist surged toward Roy, demanding, "Who are you?" Voldemort sensed a hint of familiarity emanating from Roy's magical essence. Before Voldemort could finish his inquiry, Roy, without even raising his wand, simply lifted his hand, fingers curled, and the radiance of the array surged brilliantly. A series of silver chains, composed purely of alchemical runes, materialized as if imbued with life, striking the dark mist with tremendous force. Crack! Voldemort's lingering soul emitted a heart-wrenching wail, nearly shattered by the blow. Amidst this excruciating pain and impact, Voldemort seemed to grasp a fleeting, distant fragment of memory. He halted abruptly, the crimson light flickering violently, as if recalling an event long forgotten. "It is you." The mist erupted in a near scream, filled with disbelief and horror. "It is you, Roy. You have indeed uncovered that taboo secret." Roy narrowed his eyes, refusing to grant Voldemort the opportunity to complete his thought. Without hesitation, he raised his hand, and the center of the array erupted in blinding white light, a pure wave of energy crashing forcefully against Voldemort's essence. Boom! The dark mist emitted a brief, agonized wail, instantly dispersing into countless wisps of nearly invisible black smoke, aimlessly drifting within the array, desperately attempting to coalesce anew. Moments later, the dark mist struggled to coalesce once more, albeit in a noticeably diminished form, its hue significantly muted and the malevolent aura it emanated greatly weakened. In this instant, Voldemort finally grasped the reality of his frail condition. It was utterly impossible for him to confront simultaneously a wizard of Snape's caliber and an alchemical master like Roy. If he continued to linger in this predicament, he risked being entirely obliterated in this very place. In a state of despair and madness, he made a decision that appeared cunning yet was fundamentally foolish. He abruptly shifted direction, like an arrow released from its bow, plunging back into the body of Quirrell, who had stood motionless before the mirror of Ariste, his gaze vacant. At this moment, Quirrell's consciousness had been deeply eroded by the alchemical array, trapped within an endless cycle of Harry Potter's childhood nightmares, utterly devoid of self. His body resembled a soulless shell, defenseless and reduced to the most basic physiological instincts. Voldemort's lingering essence encountered no resistance as it effortlessly re-entered Quirrell's skull, reclaiming the body he had once scorned but now regarded as his sole lifeline. Quirrell's body jolted violently, and his hollow eyes were instantaneously filled with two familiar, malevolent crimson glows. He stiffly raised his hand to grasp his fallen wand, and from his throat emerged Voldemort's voice, imbued with murderous intent. "You shall all perish." He brandished his wand, attempting to unleash curses upon Roy and Snape. Avada Kedavra. Crucio. However, it was evident that Voldemort was disoriented, or rather, driven to the brink of desperation. He overlooked a critical flaw. Despite possessing a tangible body, which allowed for the preservation of his soul fragments and the casting of spells, it also meant he was burdened with conspicuous physical vulnerabilities. For instance, he moved sluggishly, his target loomed larger, and he was subject to fatigue. Furthermore, a body that had been neglected in physicality, long subjected to fear and oppression, and recently ravaged by alchemical spells, could exert only a limited combat capacity. Snape and Roy displayed an astonishing synergy without the need for communication. Snape lightly tapped his wand, and a silent shield charm effortlessly deflected the erratic, diminished green spell. Roy, on the other hand, paid no heed to the curse directed at him. He merely sidestepped slightly, allowing the red light to graze the hem of his robe before crashing into the stone wall behind him, leaving a charred mark. Snape and Roy exchanged a knowing glance, their understanding instantaneous. Stupefied, Snape's icy voice resonated as a brilliant red light shot towards Voldemort. Incarcerous. Almost simultaneously, the tip of Roy's wand unleashed a serpentine stream of magic that entwined around Quirrell's legs. Voldemort manipulated Quirrell's body, clumsily rolling to the side, narrowly evading Snape's stunning spell, only to be firmly ensnared by Roy's binding curse, crashing heavily to the ground. "Damn it!" Voldemort roared in fury, attempting to sever the ropes with his wand. Yet, the second wave of attack from Snape and Roy had already arrived. Once again, the flawless synergy of the stunning spell and the binding curse sealed off every possible angle for him to evade. Voldemort might dodge Snape's stunning spell, but he could not escape Roy's binding curse. Any attempt to block Roy's spell would inevitably result in being struck by Snape's stunning spell. After just a few exchanges, Quirrell's body was bound tightly by a mass of magical ropes, rendered immobile, and his wand was flung away. "You shall not confine me," Voldemort screamed in madness. In the next moment, a much dimmer cloud of black mist forcefully emerged from the back of Quirrell's head once more. He attempted to abandon this useless flesh once again, transforming into his misty form to escape. However, as soon as the mist detached from Quirrell's body, it collided with an invisible yet immensely resilient wall, bouncing back violently. It darted left and right, only to discover that all directions had transformed into an impenetrable fortress, unable to escape the half-meter radius surrounding Quirrell's body. What is happening? The black mist shrieked in terror. What have you done? It abruptly looked up, only to find Roy standing before him, wearing that chillingly gentle smile. In his hand, he held a dripping red stone, exuding an alluring yet perilous aura, poised to press it down upon the ensnared mist. No! Voldemort immediately began to struggle fiercely. He had witnessed Quirrell's fate upon touching that stone, knowing that if he were to come into contact with it, he would likely be drawn into that infinite loop of nightmare, trapped without escape. The instinct for survival ignited his last reserves of strength. He controlled Quirrell's bound body, unleashing an astonishing force, abruptly swaying to the side. By a hair's breadth, he narrowly evaded the stone in Roy's grasp. In a state of panic, Voldemort, like a puppet that had lost its balance, crashed stiffly into the back of the Elysian mirror. With a resounding thud, unexpectedly, the mirror did not shatter. Instead, it rippled like the surface of water, instantly devouring the black mist that was dissipating from Quirrell's head. In the next moment, Quirrell's body, now devoid of Voldemort's lingering essence, suddenly softened, collapsing to the ground with a thud, his eyes rolling back, completely losing consciousness. The stone chamber fell into a profound silence. Snape, alert and gripping his wand, cautiously approached, gently prodding the incapacitated Quirrell with his foot, frowning as he turned to Roy. Is he trapped within the mirror? Roy nodded, a smile gracing his lips. With a flick of his wrist, the vibrant red gemstone vanished as if it had never existed. Naturally, Roy casually clapped his hands, as though he had just accomplished a trivial task. Voldemort believed that the stone in my possession was the true trap, desperately trying to evade it. In truth, he approached the mirror of Arist, gently tapping its icy, smooth surface with his fingers, producing a clear, resonant sound. That stone was merely a carrot I used to frighten him into making a choice. The real threat had long been laid out within the mirror itself. He turned around, winking at Snape and the anxious onlookers, Strange and the young wizards in the distance, a cunning smile playing on his lips. After all, a mirror capable of discerning the depths of one's heart and reflecting their deepest desires is not something that can be easily replicated with a mere counterfeit. Chapter 103. After Voldemort's fragmented soul was successfully confined within the mirror of Arist, the tense atmosphere in the stone chamber began to ease. Snape still gripped his wand tightly, vigilantly watching the seemingly calm mirror, as if fearing that Voldemort might suddenly break free. He scrutinized the smooth surface, which at that moment reflected only his own taut, pale face and the walls of the room, revealing no trace of the soul of the fearsome Dark Lord. Once he was reasonably assured that Voldemort would not burst forth from the mirror, he allowed himself to relax slightly. The next question was how they would escape from the alchemical barrier Roy claimed to be unbreakable. After a moment's hesitation, Snape tentatively cast a moderately powerful, disarming spell at the alchemical barrier encompassing them. The spell struck the silvery light wall, creating ripples like a stone cast into a deep pool, yet the barrier remained utterly unmoved, its brilliance undimmed. Snape furrowed his brow, attempting several more advanced spells specifically designed to break through protections and wards, but to no avail. The alchemical barrier was sturdier than he could have imagined, and he found himself at a loss for an effective solution. He couldn't help but cast a glance at Roy, who was nonchalantly pacing around the mirror of Arist, occasionally leaning in to examine the patterns on the frame, tapping the surface to listen intently, even pulling out a small notebook to jot down notes at a rapid pace. Appearing thoroughly engrossed in his scholarly pursuits, oblivious to Snape's futile attempts, Snape was left to study the barrier alone, laboring fruitlessly for quite some time, beads of sweat beginning to form on his forehead. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Roy subtly glancing his way, and it finally dawned on him that the professor was deliberately enjoying his predicament. A wave of embarrassment surged through Snape, and he felt an unusual flush rise to his pale cheeks. Amichell. Snape's voice emerged as if squeezed through clenched teeth, imbued with a chilling fury. How on earth can this damned alchemical array be dismantled? He raised his wand slightly, its tip menacingly aimed at Roy. ready to unleash a deadly spell at the slightest provocation. It seemed that Roy, finally shaken from his reverie, lifted his gaze to meet Snape's murderous expression, a semblance of an apologetic smile dawning on his face. "Oh, my apologies, Severus, I forgot to mention. The defensive mechanism of this array is unidirectional, primarily designed to prevent whatever is inside from escaping. It is quite simple to disrupt from the outside." His eyes scanned the room, ultimately landing on Dr. Strange, who was striving to diminish his presence. With a cheerful gesture, Roy pointed, "You see, Dr. Strange, could you kindly cast any minor spell toward the barrier?" Strange hesitated momentarily, filled with uncertainty, yet complied, raising his wand and releasing a faint beam of basic magical energy, a skill he had recently acquired from Professor Flitwick, albeit still lacking proficiency. The feeble light struck the barrier, causing it to burst like a balloon pricked by a needle. The once formidable alchemical barrier flickered momentarily before dissolving into countless shimmering motes that vanished into the air. Snape's fingers, gripping his wand, turned slightly pale from the exertion. He felt utterly foolish for having prepared for a fierce confrontation, akin to a bumbling giant. The others, in a concerted effort, averted their gazes from Snape's ashen complexion, suppressing laughter with tightly pressed lips. With the array dismantled, attention naturally shifted to Quirrell, who lay unconscious on the ground. Roy gently prodded Quirrell with his toe before gesturing to Snape with a nod of his chin. "Severus, would you mind lifting his hood to take a look?" Snape shot Roy a sharp glare, his eyes clearly conveying, "Why don't you do it yourself?" Afraid of getting dirty or disgusted. However, after a deep breath, he refrained from voicing his thoughts. It would be childish to quibble over such trivial matters with Roy. With a stern expression, he reluctantly pinched the edge of Quirrell's hood with 2 fingers, holding his breath as he abruptly yanked it away. Instantly, an ugly visage emerged, pale, contorted, with indistinct features, resembling a melted wax figure. Sparse hair could be seen, along with nostrils that quivered like fissures. Ugh! Ron was the first to succumb, gagging audibly. "Merlin!" Hermione exclaimed, covering her mouth, her eyes wide with horror. "What in the world is that?" Harry couldn't help but furrow his brow in disbelief. Neville's face paled, and he instinctively tightened his grip on his wand. Despite being mentally prepared, everyone could not help but gasp in shock upon witnessing the true form of that object. Emitting exclamations of distaste, Roy leaned in closer, scrutinizing it with an unabashed expression of disdain on his face. "Well, our second-generation Dark Lord. Your taste in aesthetics is truly unimpressive." He shook his head as if recalling something. In comparison, the first Dark Lord, Gellert Grindelwald, disregarding his ideologies and methods, could easily outshine him in terms of personal taste, perhaps by a considerable margin, at least from England to France. Strange, while finding the sight exceedingly unsettling, felt his professional curiosity as a neurosurgeon piqued. He suppressed his nausea and moved in closer, furrowing his brow as he meticulously examined the junction between that face and the surrounding scalp tissue, attempting to comprehend how this phenomenon, which contradicted all anatomical knowledge, had come to be. How had this formed? How were the blood vessels and nerves connected? This defied all logic. Just as he was engrossed in observation, nearly succumbing to a meditative state of medical contemplation, suddenly, the grotesque, contorted face opened its once closed, shriveled eyes wide. There were no whites, only 2 inky black, bottomless pupils that brimmed with endless malice and coldness, abruptly locking gazes with Strange. Strange jolted awake from the bed, his heart racing violently, cold sweat beading on his forehead. The horror of those eyes opening at the back of his head seemed to linger on his retina. He took a few deep breaths, steadied himself, and finally realized he was lying in the bed of a guest room at Hogwarts. Outside, the rare bright sunlight of the Scottish Highlands streamed through the ancient window frames, casting warm patches of light on the stone floor. The air was imbued with the unique freshness and tranquility of the morning. It was a beautiful day, marking the day of his departure from Hogwarts. He sat up, massaging his still throbbing temples, instinctively reaching for the familiar, slightly worn black wizard's robe draped over the back of a chair at the foot of the bed. Having grown accustomed to this attire over time, his fingertips brushed against the coarse fabric, causing him to pause for a moment before chuckling at himself and gently setting the robe aside. From his suitcase, he retrieved a crisp, light blue Oxford shirt and well-tailored dark casual trousers, meticulously dressing himself and tying the laces of his suede loafers. The reflection in the mirror revealed once more the visage of Stephen Strange, the neurosurgeon from New York, though his eyes seemed to harbor something ineffable. Taking a deep breath, he pushed open the door and stepped out. Awaiting him outside were two figures. Albus Dumbledore, adorned in a violet robe adorned with star and moon patterns. His long silver beard shimmering in the sunlight, wore his customary warm smile. Roy stood beside him, clad in a long, deep blue robe, similarly smiling at him. "Good morning, Dr. Strange," Dumbledore greeted warmly, his blue eyes scrutinizing him through half-moon spectacles. "Have you been enjoying your time at Hogwarts?" Strange paused, his gaze dropping to the elongated shadow cast by the sunlight on the ground, responding calmly, "Quite well, Headmaster. Hogwarts is indeed special." He raised his eyes again, adding with a hint of barely perceptible jest, though if it were a tad safer, the experience would likely be even more delightful. Roy immediately nodded in agreement. His tone light. "Exactly, Albus, I have suggested that to you before." Dumbledore chuckled heartily, his laughter resonant and devoid of any embarrassment or anger at their teasing, as if it were an intrinsic part of Hogwarts' charm. "Ah, a touch of adventure and surprise always makes life more memorable, does it not?" Strange did not dispute this, his gaze drifting past the two towards the scenery outside the castle corridor. In the distance, on the lush Quidditch pitch, several small figures on broomsticks were joyfully chasing the fluttering golden snitch, their laughter and shouts wafting gently on the breeze. Sunlight bathed them, infusing the scene with vibrant life. After observing for a moment, he softly remarked, "I have yet to experience a flying lesson." Dumbledore smiled at him. "Would you like to try it now? I believe Madame Hooch would be more than willing to make an exception for you." Strange shook his head, a faint smile curving his lips. "No, thank you. I lack athletic prowess. I would probably just fall, and that would be quite embarrassing." He preferred to keep his feet firmly on the ground. The three of them strolled along the corridor, gradually making their way towards the Alchemy Tower. As they approached the tower entrance, they spotted 5 figures waiting there. Harry, Ron, Hermione, Neville, and Draco Malfoy. Ron and Malfoy seemed to be engaged in a hushed argument over some trivial matter, glaring at each other, while Neville anxiously glanced between them. Harry was the first to notice the 3 approaching professors, promptly nudging Ron with his elbow and exchanging a knowing glance with Malfoy. The quarrel ceased instantly. Hermione stepped forward first, a faint blush adorning her cheeks, holding a beautifully wrapped box in pink paper. "Mr. Strange, we heard you would be leaving us today, so we prepared a small gift." She hesitated, her voice dropping to a whisper. "Thank you for saving us that night." Harry also stepped forward, presenting a flat gift wrapped in gold and red striped paper, his green eyes sincere. "Thank you, Mr. Strange." Ron muttered, "Even though you deducted 200 points from us," but still handed over a bulging bag wrapped in purple paper. Neville whispered, "I hope you find this useful." He presented a slender gift, wrapped in paper adorned with botanical designs. Even Malfoy awkwardly stepped forward, holding 2 delicate glass vials, unwrapped, and thrust them forward with a somewhat brusque tone. "Here." Strange, slightly taken aback, accepted the gifts and, under the eager gazes of the children, began to unwrap them one by one. Hermione had gifted him the latest edition of Encyclopedia of Magical Theory, its pages meticulously lined with numerous annotated sticky notes. Ron presented a generous assortment of the most popular treats from Honeydukes, along with a complete set of renowned wizard trading cards. Harry offered a finely crafted silver chain, from which dangled a miniature, lifelike golden snitch, its wings fluttering as if alive. Neville gifted a seemingly ordinary quill, whose shaft shimmered with faint alchemical runes. He explained that this pen could automatically record spoken words, never requiring ink. Malfoy contributed 2 potions. One was a clear liquid, exuding a refreshing herbal aroma, while the other was a deep violet concoction that looked rather perilous, labeled as live hell brew. Malfoy smirked, adding, "This sleeping draught was provided by our headmaster, Professor Snape." The accompanying card contains usage instructions and precautions. He mentioned he had potions class this morning and wound tea be coming. Strange paused, holding the vial of live hell brew, recalling a previous, exceedingly brief and awkward conversation with Snape, during which he had lamented his persistent nightmares and difficulty sleeping, joking that it might be a common affliction among their kind. He was astonished that the seemingly aloof man had remembered and even prepared a gift. "Thank you all," Strange expressed, cradling the unexpected and eclectic array of gifts, a complex wave of emotions surging within him. He lifted his gaze, scanning the faces of the little wizards who had once caused him considerable distress, and sincerely expressed his gratitude. Then, his eyes fell upon Roy, who appeared indifferent, and raised an eyebrow. "So, where's my gift, Roy?" Roy turned his head, looking at him in surprise, as if he had heard something utterly absurd. "What? You're asking me for a gift? I returned you whole and even gained 2 pounds. Isn't that the best gift?" Strange clicked his tongue in dissatisfaction. "Miser." Dumbledore watched their banter with a twinkling smile. Eventually, they entered the core chamber of the alchemical tower, adorned with intricate magical circles. Sunlight streamed through the high stained glass windows, casting vibrant shadows upon the rune-covered floor. The magical array was prepared, energy flowing languidly between the runes, emitting a deep, resonant hum. Before the formal activation of the alchemical array, Roy's smile diminished slightly as he turned to Strange, his azure eyes now imbued with seriousness. "Strange," he began, "you once remarked that sorcerers remain stagnant, clinging to their own treasures, reluctant to extend their magic to aid ordinary people. This is indeed a fallacy." Strange nodded in acknowledgement. Roy continued, "Now, let us suppose, if I may hypothesize, that one day you truly acquire a power or knowledge that surpasses that of mere mortals. Yet in that moment, you discover that the majority of ordinary individuals harbor fear, rejection, and even hostility towards beings such as yourselves. Would you still adhere to your initial conviction and choose to assist them? Would you even protect them?" Strange fell silent for a moment, rather than delivering an impassioned promise. He pondered deeply before responding slowly. "It is challenging for me to make absolute assurances regarding matters I have not genuinely experienced. However," he lifted his gaze, "I have always believed that regardless of the abilities I may acquire or the form I may take, I will, in essence, remain human. I comprehend the complexities of a human race." Roy regarded him, unusually devoid of his characteristic smile, and nodded in agreement, choosing not to elaborate further. He stepped back, raising his hands as the alchemical array erupted into brilliant light, engulfing Strange's figure. In the fleeting moment before the familiar sensation of time and space swirling around him, Strange distinctly heard Roy's voice cutting through the hum of energy. "That is sufficient. Go forth, Stephen, and embrace the magical era that is rightfully yours." Following a wave of intense dizziness and weightlessness, Strange felt himself thud heavily against the hard, frigid ground, a jolt reverberating through his bones. He pressed his forehead, struggling to open his eyes, which had been overwhelmed by the blinding light. His blurred vision settled on a figure ahead, a woman clad in a vibrant yellow monk's robe, her head shaved to a gleaming shine, turning towards him as she seemed engaged in some task. Chapter 104. Alchemists are also impoverished in the winter of New York. The biting wind howled through the glass canyons of skyscrapers, swirling fragments of paper and dust around street corners, striking the hurried faces of pedestrians. The streets of Manhattan remained bustling. Yellow taxis honked aggressively, navigating through the somewhat muddy slush, while drivers appeared indifferent to the ear-numbing cold, solely focused on completing their fare before the next passenger arrived. Delivery riders maneuvered dangerously between congested traffic on their electric bikes. Their presence was unaffected by the temperature, driven only by the insatiable hunger of the city. Clad in suits, people hurried along, clutching steaming cups of coffee, phones pressed to their ears, their exhaled breaths mingling with urgent words dissipating into the frosty air. Massive electronic billboards showcased the sun-drenched beaches of Hawaii, yet their brilliance failed to illuminate the thin blanket beneath the homeless curled up at the subway entrance. In Queens, the hues of winter appeared even more mottled. The snow on Ingram Street had been ground into a grimy, blackish slurry by the relentless passage of wheels, stubbornly accumulating beside the curbstones. The red brick apartment buildings appeared older than usual, their sills adorned with a few pallid, hardy plants that seemed devoid of vitality. The hot dog stand at the corner continued to emit plumes of steaming white vapor, its proprietor clad in a heavy down jacket, stamping his feet as he sold food capable of providing momentary warmth to the innards of a sparse clientele. Suddenly, a dull thud echoed, accompanied by a peculiar cloud of green smoke that billowed from an unremarkable house on Ingram Street, only to be abruptly curtailed by a swiftly shut window. Coughing violently, Roy felt tears sting his eyes. He was choking on the aftermath of a minor alchemical mishap. He waved his wand. attempting to disperse the smoke with a basic breeze charm, but to little avail, as it only intensified the swirling vapors. The air within the house was thick with an impenetrable fog, a strange pale green powder cloaking everything in sight. "Damn it," he muttered under his breath, ensuring the window was securely closed. At that moment, Roy felt an immense sense of relief for having preemptively dealt with that bothersome smoke detector on the ceiling. It had been a well-meaning suggestion from Coulson during one of his visits, cautioning Roy to install it. For failure to do so could result in a fine that he could hardly afford, all while Coulson watched with a smile. Roy had grown weary of the detector's overly sensitive nature, which would blare at the slightest hint of smoke, prompting him to disable it. In hindsight, that had proven to be an astute decision, for had it been functioning, the shrill alarm would have summoned fire trucks, inevitably leading to yet another exorbitant fine he could scarcely bear. The mere thought of such astronomical penalties made Roy's stomach churn, a discomfort surpassing that of his coughing lungs. Straightening up, he surveyed the chaos of his workbench and the lingering smoke in the air, feeling a wave of dejection wash over him. Times had indeed been tough lately. In fact, they were exceedingly strained, as if he were on the brink of poverty. The galleons were of no use here, and the dollars seemed to vanish from his pockets like a curse, swiftly dissipating in the extravagant milieu of New York City. "I should have swallowed my pride and asked Strange for a consultation fee," he muttered in frustration. "Knowledge may be priceless, but it certainly could not be exchanged for hot dogs and meat pies." Reflecting on his earlier, aloof demeanor when he had left Strange with some cryptic remark, Roy wished he could cast a curse upon his former self. He envisioned countless green bills adorned with Franklin's visage sprouting wings, mocking his pretentiousness as an alchemical master as they soared into the unknown. In this moment, Roy was compelled to summon his wits and devise a plan. His gaze inadvertently drifted toward a small, glimmering piece of yellow metal nestled in the corner of his workbench. Transmute the stone into gold. For a masterful alchemist, this task posed little challenge. He required no magical stone. The process would merely be more cumbersome. A small dollar bill, adorned with two devilish horns, appeared by Roy's left ear, brandishing a red pitchfork and whispering temptingly, "Just do it, Elrose. Do you not desire dollars? A veritable mountain of dollars? Spend them however you wish. Have you not recently coveted the chemical apparatuses utilized by Muggles? How can you procure them without funds? For the noble pursuit of alchemy." Yet, at that moment, a diminutive Peter Parker, crowned with a shining halo and blessed with wings, materialized at Roy's right ear, solemnly advising, "Mr. Amichell, this is truly unwise. In America, the sudden emergence of a vast quantity of untraceable high-purity gold is perilous. It is akin to dancing in the face of the FBI, the Department of Homeland Security, and those financial crime enforcement networks. They possess an array of anti-money laundering and anti-precious metals smuggling statutes. Transactions exceeding $10,000 necessitate the presentation of identification and a registered social security number, and they will keep a vigilant eye on you. Without identification, without a social security number, without transaction history, they will not inquire about the origin of the gold. They will demand to know where you are from. Then your troubles will multiply." Roy lacked legal status in the United States. Was he to claim he hailed from another universe in Wiltshire, England? Had no social security number, and no tax records. He was a veritable ghost in the populace. Should he dare to enter a gold store with a self-forged gold bar, he could anticipate not the shopkeeper's surprise and cordiality, but rather a covert call to the authorities, followed by a barrage of questioning, investigation, and even detention. He was not entirely helpless. Yet, well, Muggles were indeed formidable, and Roy wished to avoid unnecessary complications. With a sigh, he waved his hand to disperse the devilish dollars, which were engaged in a playful skirmish with the angelic Peter. Thus, what he primarily required was not gold, but rather a legitimate identity. Without it, he would forever remain in the shadows when interacting with the ordinary citizens of this world, unable even to possess a bank account. Amidst the chaos, Roy rummaged for a while and finally unearthed a finely crafted white business card from beneath a pile of parchment. It bore the succinct inscription, "Phil Coulson, Bureau of Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics. In order to avoid starvation, or worse, incarceration in a Muggle prison for attempting to purchase hot dogs with magically conjured gold." Roy endeavored to power on his mobile phone, only to discover, perhaps due to the lingering magical magnetic field of alchemy, that the Nokia refused to awaken. Chapter 105. The purebred Anglo-Saxon, regardless of Roy's persistent pressing of buttons, the screen remained a void of darkness, unresponsive. He attempted a restart, removed and reinserted the battery, employing every method he could conceive, yet this antique remained as silent as a brick. Indeed, misfortune seems to befall me at the most inopportune times, as my phone has chosen this moment to fail utterly. With no other option, I resolved to borrow a phone for Peter. Stepping out into the biting wind, Roy knocked on the door of the Parker residence. He was uncertain whether Peter was at home, as the winter break had commenced at his school, and to save money, he had taken a part-time job at a fast food restaurant. Fortunately, Peter happened to be free this afternoon, relishing a brief respite. Upon hearing Roy's request, Peter readily handed over his phone with a cheerful demeanor, exclaiming, "No problem, Mr. Amichell, feel free to use it." The young man wore a bright smile, excitedly chattering, "After a few more shifts, I'll have enough money to buy a gift for Gwen." However, he soon scratched his head, displaying a classic expression of a tech-minded youth in distress. "What should I get her? I haven't quite decided yet. I feel like I'm developing a case of decision paralysis." Roy stepped aside to call Carlson, succinctly articulating his needs. On the other end, Carlson did not hesitate, indicating that a face-to-face meeting was necessary, and instructed him to wait nearby. After ending the call, Roy returned the phone to Peter. Noticing the young man still troubled over gift ideas, Roy casually suggested, perhaps a necklace, earrings, scarf, or handbag would be suitable options. However, after a moment of contemplation, he added, "The key to gift-giving is to cater to her preferences. It's best to discern what she truly likes or what she may be lacking. A gift that resonates with her heart carries the most significance." Peter's eyes lit up, finding this advice quite insightful. He immediately thanked Roy. "Thank you for the reminder, Mr. Amichell," and dashed back to his room, seemingly eager to call Gwen and subtly inquire about her tastes. Roy did not wait long at the somewhat antiquated entrance of Peter's apartment before a discreet black Chevrolet glided silently to a stop before him. The passenger window rolled down, revealing Phil Carlson, who nodded at him, saying, "Get in, Mr. Amichell." Roy opened the back door and noticed a striking red-haired woman seated in the front passenger seat. With her vibrant locks and graceful profile, she exuded an undeniable charm. Roy's memory served him well. He recognized her as A.S.H. agent named Natasha. Once he settled into the car, Carlson started the engine and remarked, "Your timing with that call was impeccable. We have a matter for which we could use your assistance." Then, as if recalling something, he added, "Oh, right, regarding the consulting fee you helped us with earlier. That request has been approved." Roy was taken aback. Their S.A. salary? This was indeed a pleasant surprise. The woman in the passenger seat, Natasha, cleared her throat gently and interjected, "Yes, it's been personally authorized by our director." She paused, glancing at Roy through the rearview mirror. "However, the director would like to meet you first." Hearing that there was compensation involved, Roy's spirits brightened considerably, as this was precisely what he needed at the moment, and he readily agreed. The vehicle meandered through the streets of New York, ultimately entering an inconspicuous underground parking garage. After passing through several security checks, they arrived at a facility belonging to S.H.I.L.E. Roy followed Natasha and Carlson as they traversed the impeccably polished corridor, arriving at the door of an office. Carlson pushed the door open, and Roy entered behind him. The office was quite spacious, adorned with minimalist furnishings that exuded a sense of advanced technology. A man dressed in a long black coat, with an eye patch covering one eye, stood with his back to them, gazing out of the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows that framed the cityscape beyond. Upon hearing their approach, he slowly turned around. Roy instinctively halted, his gaze darting between Natasha and Carlson, his expression shifting to one of peculiar surprise. "Your director is A." Although Roy swiftly swallowed the word, it did not escape Natasha, who stood closest to him. She cast a keen glance at Roy, her green eyes flashing with a fleeting, elusive nuance. In a bid to secure his crucial consulting fee, Roy quickly summoned his reservoir of emotional intelligence. A gentle, slightly apologetic smile emerged on his face, and he seamlessly continued. "What I meant to say is that I did not expect the director of S.H.I.L.D. to appear so vigorous and youthful. It is indeed quite unexpected and impressive. It is an honor to finally meet you, Director Fury." He offered a slight nod, his demeanor impeccable, as if the earlier strange expression had been a collective mirage. Coulson's gaze resolutely fixed on the corner of the ceiling where the fire sprinkler was located, as if he were studying its structure. Meanwhile, Natasha appeared engrossed in examining her nails, seemingly having discovered that the patterns contained the mysteries of the universe. The two maintained an unspoken agreement, playing the role of oblivious statues. Nick Fury solitary, I scrutinized Roy with piercing intensity, his body leaning back slightly against the chair, fingers rhythmically tapping on the smooth surface of the desk. It was unclear whether his expression conveyed belief in the flattering words or an intent to summon security to expel this fanciful alchemist. The silence stretched for several seconds, oppressive and nerve-wracking. Finally, Fury appeared to decide to bypass the awkward pleasantries, plunging directly into the matter at hand. He leaned forward, his singular gaze imbued with a sense of urgency. Mr. Amichell, let us forego the formalities. I am Nick Fury, the director of SHIELD. In fact, I have been keeping an eye on you for some time. Your abilities are both unique and formidable. Isaac is in need of your assistance. He paused, adding a statement he evidently believed would resonate. Rest assured, the compensation will be substantial. Roy immediately adopted an almost sanctified, altruistic posture, straightening his back, his tone sincere and solemn. Director Fury, you flatter me. The shield stands steadfastly by the side of humanity, safeguarding the peace and tranquility of this world. It is indeed a personal honor for me to contribute, however modestly, to such a noble cause. To speak of monetary matters seems rather pedestrian and wholly unnecessary. This declaration was made with resolute righteousness, causing even Coulson's lips to twitch imperceptibly. A moment of silence enveloped the office, interrupted only by the rhythmic tapping of Fury's fingers on the desk. Roy's expression of lofty idealism remained unchanged, as he seamlessly continued with the latter part of his statement, as though recalling a trivial matter. By the way, Director Fury, if it is not too much trouble, could you settle that small consulting fee from earlier? I have encountered a minor cash flow issue concerning the procurement of experimental materials. Chapter 106. How could one possibly compare to Thor Odinson? Nick Fury's loan, I seemed to narrow slightly. A subtle awkwardness filled the air. He decisively bypassed the topic of remuneration and redirected the conversation. Mr. Amichell, the primary reason for your summons today pertains to the colossal armor destroyer that appeared in New Mexico. Fury continued. This destroyer previously fell in the deserts of New Mexico and was fortuitously engaged by Harry Potter, who had unexpectedly acquired the power of the spider totem. Although his kick was impressive enough to make it stagger, the actual damage inflicted was minimal. Its true suppression was chiefly due to the Sorcerer Supreme, Ancient One. Subsequently, it was covertly retrieved by SHIELD and is currently stored within this highly secured facility. Nick went on, according to the being who claims to be Thor Odinson, this entity is the ultimate weapon of the All-Father Odin, forged from the unique URU metal of the Celestial Realm. It sounds remarkably formidable, and we hope you can examine it, more importantly, to see if any beneficial technologies for humanity can be reverse-engineered from it. Since you are here on Earth, it would be remiss not to leave something behind. Fury regarded Roy with a serious expression. Roy pondered, URU metal? With all due respect, Director, I have never encountered such a metal and cannot assure you of my findings without conducting a thorough analysis. Very well, Fury replied, rising from his seat. Let us proceed now. Soon, Roy, accompanied by Fury, Natasha, and Coulson, arrived at a heavily guarded underground warehouse. The immense wreckage of the destroyer lay quietly upon a platform in the center of the warehouse, and even in its dormant state, its colossal form emanated an unsettling aura of pressure. Roy approached, scrutinizing the remnants of the destroyer with keen interest. He extended his fingers, gliding over the frigid metallic surface, and proceeded to cast several detection spells. A faint magical luminescence danced across the surface of the URU metal. Marvelously intriguing, the material sparked a glimmer in Roy's eyes as he scrutinized it closely. It was indeed extraordinary, possessing an exceptionally hard texture. More importantly, it exhibited an extraordinary affinity for and conductivity of magical energy, rendering it the quintessential alchemical substrate, undoubtedly a splendid find. However, to gain a deeper understanding of its properties and potential applications, extensive research would be required. Reluctantly, Roy withdrew his hand, contemplating the possibility of reforging it. Beside him, Nick crossed his arms, timely interjecting, "Mr. Amichell, let us not forget that this is, after all, a precious asset of Asgard. We are merely its temporary custodians. While research is permissible, it is advisable that you act swiftly. Ultimately, we may need to return it." He emphasized the word return. Roy blinked in feigned confusion. "What? We have to return it?" Fury nodded gravely. "Although Odin has succumbed to slumber, Asgard remains a formidable power, wielding interstellar forces beyond our imagination. To directly retain their supreme weapon could potentially incite unnecessary interstellar disputes. While they did send their superweapon to Earth without prior notice, we are, after all, mere mortals." He sighed resignedly. Roy sighed in tandem, embodying a similar sense of helplessness. Then he casually inquired, "By the way, Director, you mentioned that the All-Father Odin has fallen into slumber? Who is currently in charge of Asgard?" "According to Thor Odinson, the affairs are presently overseen by his brother, Loki Odinson." "Oh, Loki Odinson." Roy nodded thoughtfully, seemingly struck by inspiration. "Might we formally petition this acting king to lend us the destroyer?" Nick raised an eyebrow. "And why would he lend it to us? We share no significant rapport." Roy shook his head, his tone earnest. "Director Fury, based on our current understanding, the destroyer, upon its unlawful entry into Earth's atmosphere, was regrettably intercepted by the Earth's guardian, the Sorcerer Supreme, Dr. Strange. At the time, humanity presumed it to be a malevolent entity, triggering widespread panic across the globe. Dr. Strange, in his duty to safeguard Earth, was compelled to intervene. Following that intense confrontation, the destroyer, alas, vanished without a trace. We express our profound regret and sincere apologies regarding this matter." He paused before continuing with a smile. "However, humanity has always been a peace-loving race within the cosmos. The occurrence of this incident is something both Earth and Asgard wish to avoid. Therefore, in the spirit of maintaining peace and friendship across the 9 realms, we are willing to make the utmost concessions. We propose to temporarily offer a living, intact Thor Odinson, albeit currently without his hammer, to Asgard as collateral, in exchange for the temporary rental of the destroyer, thereby conveying our heartfelt apologies. I wonder if Lord Loki Odinson would find this arrangement satisfactory?" Nick feigned contemplation. "Would compensating with a Thor Odinson not leave him dissatisfied? Might he consider us to be merely going through the motions?" Roy's eyes widened in disbelief, as if he had encountered an utterly preposterous notion. "How could that be?" "Director Fury, consider this. Thor Odinson is the legitimate prince of Asgard, a noble god of thunder, a true heir. Is it conceivable that a living prince holds less value than a cold, lifeless weapon of war? Frankly speaking, compensating with a prince for a mere weapon, if one were to calculate it meticulously, we would find ourselves at a loss." Upon hearing this, Nick Fury's solitary eye fixed intently on Roy for several moments. Roy's blue eyes sincerely met Nick's gaze. In the silent warehouse, the two exchanged an unspoken understanding, and their lips involuntarily curled into subtle smiles. "Mr. Amichell is indeed the exceptional advisor our S.H.I.E.L.D. requires. Too kind, too kind." Natasha rolled her eyes beside them and silently mouthed to call some in. Chapter 107. Loki Odinson Asgard, the Golden Palace. Light filtered through the gilded columns, casting a splendid and mottled glow upon the mirror-like floor. This is the epicenter of all magnificent legends, the supreme sanctuary revered by the 9 realms. Loki Odinson stood upon the terrace of the observatory, his slender fingers gripping the cold railing tightly, his knuckles paling. Just moments ago, he discovered that the warriors 3 had clandestinely traversed the Rainbow Bridge to Midgard. It was evident they were seeking the exiled and powerless Thor. This alone was enough to vex him. Compounding his distress, the ultimate weapon he had dispatched to Earth, intended to bestow upon Thor an unforgettable lesson, had inexplicably severed all contact after a brief activation and a fleeting sensation. "Loki?" A gentle and concerned voice called from behind him. Queen Frigga had entered, her elegant silver gown trailing gracefully as she approached Loki, gently grasping his somewhat cold hand. "You seem a bit preoccupied, my child." Frigga scrutinized Loki's profile, her brow furrowing in concern. "Is the burden of your responsibilities weighing too heavily?" Loki swiftly masked his irritation, turning to clasp his mother's hand. "It's nothing, mother. Perhaps I'm just a bit fatigued." Frigga's elegant brows knitted together with worry as she tenderly patted the back of his hand. "If only Thor were here, he would surely share some of your burdens." sparing you from shouldering such a heavy load alone. As she spoke, her gaze drifted into the distance, as if she could pierce through the realms to glimpse Earth. I wonder how Thor fares in Midgard. The All-Father has stripped him of his powers. He has never experienced such a plight throughout his life. I truly worry for him. Yet again, Thor. Listening to the unmistakable concern and worry in his mother's voice, Loki felt an unnameable fire flare up within him, gnawing at his reason like a venomous serpent. He forcibly suppressed the surging emotions, maintaining a facade of calmness. Why did everyone's gaze invariably gravitate towards Thor? Even his mother, while expressing her care for him, could not refrain from mentioning that boorish brute. He was reminded of the palace guards he had encountered on his way. Those two sentinels had acknowledged him with merely a slight nod, failing to offer the respectful salutation and exclamation of Your Highness that they accorded Thor in the past. It was as if he were merely a temporary substitute, a trivial shadow. Throughout his life, no matter how diligently he had worked to surpass that brother, who only knew how to wield a hammer in magic and strategy, the accolades he received would forever pale in comparison to Thor's glory on the battlefield, where he smashed the skulls of foes. The adulation and admiration of the masses seemed eternally fixated upon Thor Odinson. The nobles, warriors, and even commoners reserved their cheers and loyalty solely for him. Loki felt as if he would forever remain a vague shadow beside Thor. A somewhat clever, but ultimately inconsequential imitation. A knot of frustration lodged itself in his chest, nearly suffocating him. He could no longer linger here. Listening to his mother's longing for Thor and feeling the omnipresent gazes that compared him unfavorably to his brother. I'm fine, mother. Please do not worry. Loki withdrew his hand from Frigga's grasp, his tone laced with a subtle distance. I have some matters of state to attend to. I shall take my leave. After bidding farewell to Frigga, he departed the stargazing hall, the golden corridor stretching beneath his feet, only adding to his sense of suffocation. The destroyer was missing. The three warriors had gone to Midgard, and Thor was there. He intended to witness firsthand what sort of life the once mighty Thor, now stripped of his divine powers and reduced to a mortal, could lead in Midgard. Of course, he would also seek clues about the whereabouts of the destroyer. In a highly classified warehouse of SHIELD in New York, an unusual hum of energy permeated the air, intermingled with the sharp screech of metal being forcibly cut. The enormous frame of the destroyer was secured within several restraint mechanisms. Roy stood nearby, directing a few visibly anxious agents as they operated various oddly shaped tools. These were cutting devices that Roy had temporarily enchanted, their tips shimmering with unstable magical radiance as they struggled to slice through the supernaturally resilient structure of URU metal. The third energy node on the left, yes. Right by that fissure, be careful. Don't let the energy backflow. Don't worry about damaging it. If it breaks, it's not our concern. Roy's gaze swept over the shell of the destroyer. We need to dismantle it as completely as possible. 8 pieces should suffice for initial research. In the distance, the colossal form of the destroyer had been dismantled to a significant extent, with several primary limbs affixed to various stands, glinting with a shadowy metallic sheen. The Ancient One stood quietly beside Roy, her bright yellow robe undisturbed by the energy-laden breeze. She watched the scene before her with keen interest, her calm gaze imbued with a touch of pure curiosity, as if observing a fascinating experiment. Roy, even amidst the task at hand, found the opportunity to engage in casual conversation, asking without turning his head, "By the way, how is Strange faring lately? Has he adapted to life in Kamartaj?" The Ancient One replied, "He is learning the most fundamental spells and dimensional perception, making commendable progress. His resilience and comprehension far surpass those of ordinary individuals." She paused, as if recalling something, and inquired, "The little wooden stick you gave him is quite intriguing. It seems to significantly stabilize the user's mind, assist in channeling magical energy, and even store power. The sorcerers of Kamartaj find it novel, but Strange treats it like a treasure, allowing no one but me to touch it." She turned her gaze to Roy. "Is such an item feasible for mass production? If so, it would greatly benefit beginners." Roy continued his directives without missing a beat. It shook his head upon hearing her, only to nod shortly thereafter. His tone carried a hint of weariness, as if he were speaking from experience. "Technically, yes, but the process is quite cumbersome, requiring precise magical engravings and resonance calibrations for each material. more troublesome than trimming the claws of a dozen fire dragons. In my previous life in the magical realm, I produced a batch, and the sight of that magic circle makes me feel nauseous. He sighed, seemingly recalling a regrettable phase of his life on the assembly line. Perhaps when I find the time, I could devise a simpler, more user-friendly method for mass production. At that moment, the Ancient One suddenly tilted her head slightly, as if sensing a subtle ripple in the fabric of space that was imperceptible to ordinary beings. A knowing expression graced her tranquil face. "It has arrived," she murmured softly, her gaze appearing to penetrate the thick walls of the warehouse, looking towards the distant horizon. "Loki Odinson, whom you have been awaiting, has set foot on Earth." Roy cast her a sidelong glance with a smile. "Shall we proceed as planned?" The Ancient One nodded, and in an instant, her figure vanished. Meanwhile, Loki, having just arrived on American soil, felt a familiar energy fluctuation, his destroyer. Chapter 108, Pride and Prejudice, Part 1. Following the unique energy signature of the destroyer, Loki effortlessly located a seemingly ordinary, yet heavily fortified, grand building. He easily sensed a protective energy shield enveloping the structure, a smirk of disdain curling at the corners of his lips. Such rudimentary tricks could hardly deter the god of mischief. With a flicker of his form, he melded into the shadows, and in the next moment, he had teleported inside the building. The source of the energy was deep within. Loki silently approached a closed door before him. Within the confines of the chamber, there was no sign of the anticipated colossal metallic form of the destroyer. Instead, it was a room replete with advanced technology. At its heart, a holographic projection showcased an intricate three-dimensional array, the energy flow patterns of which Loki instantly recognized as one of the internal core structures of the destroyer. A few individuals gathered around the holographic display, their faces etched with concern. The one-eyed black man, who appeared to be the leader, pointed at a specific node within the array, his tone grave. "Why is the energy flow stagnated here? What exactly is the issue?" Another middle-aged man, his receding hairline betraying his age and clad in a suit, furrowed his brow in distress. "The technology of Asgard is simply too advanced. Our current theories cannot fully decipher it, rendering us incapable of a solution." At that moment, a red-haired woman turned her gaze towards the black-haired, blue-eyed man standing nearby, her tone imbued with appropriate reverence. "Master Amichell, you hail from the ancient realm of magic. As one of the greatest sorcerers and alchemists of modern times, do you have any insights into this conundrum?" The man referred to as Amichell stroked his chin and sighed theatrically. "Alas, while I indeed consider myself one of the greatest sorcerers and alchemists of modern history," he unabashedly emphasized these words, "I must confess that this array from Asgard, with its exquisite complexity, presents a significant challenge even for me. The obstruction in the energy flow must stem from a logical fallacy in the construction of the circuit. But where precisely? Perhaps it lies in this section, and that one?" He gestured to several critical nodes on the holographic image. Loki, concealed at the doorway, instinctively nodded in agreement. Indeed, he had discerned that the issue resided within one specific minor rune sequence among the areas indicated by the others. The one-eyed black man pressed further. "Then, Master Amichell, which specific aspect requires adjustment?" The man's expression grew serious as he feigned contemplation for a moment before confidently pointing to an erroneous node. "It must be here. The energy patterns are inversely nested at this point, causing an overall blockage." Loki felt an overwhelming urge to shout, "Wrong. Fool. It's not there. It's the adjacent interface rune of the secondary energy channel that is inscribed incorrectly." However, the one-eyed black man and the balding gentleman immediately wore expressions of epiphany, exclaiming in unison, "I see. Truly, you are the greatest sorcerer and alchemist of modern times. Your insight is unparalleled." A wave of indescribable agitation surged within Loki. "What are these mortals doing?" the black man inquired. "So how should it be modified?" Roy began to make alterations to that incorrect node, only to further entangle the energy pathways. Loki's brow furrowed in frustration, his mind racing. "No, that is utterly wrong. Such changes will only lead to a complete short circuit." Upon completion of the modifications, the array flickered intermittently. Rather than functioning smoothly, it grew dimmer, on the verge of extinguishment. Once again, a cloud of sorrow enveloped the faces of the crowd. Others began to anxiously inquire, "Why is this happening? Why is it still not working?" The man with the receding hairline pondered thoughtfully. "Master, Could it be that there are hidden issues elsewhere? Roy stroked his chin, nodding in agreement. Indeed, that is quite possible. Allow me to take another look. As he spoke, he was about to venture down yet another erroneous path. Enough. Loki, possessing a certain pretentiousness that intelligent individuals often cannot avoid, could no longer endure the occurrence of such foolish mistakes before his eyes. He could not tolerate a group of self-righteous mortals fumbling in his domain of expertise, and so egregiously at that. A flicker of emerald light flashed, and he instantly deactivated his invisibility, materializing in the room. Stop. You foolish mortals have completely misunderstood. It is not as you think. In a fit of exasperation, he strode forward, unceremoniously brushing aside the slightly bewildered Roy. His fingers swiftly and precisely tapped on the holographic projection, correcting the minor runic error and adjusting the flow of energy. Instantly, the entire magical array began to operate smoothly, emanating a soft and stable glow. Oh my God! The members of S.H.I.E.L.D. exhibited profound astonishment at that moment. Roy was the first to recover, pointing at him. Who are you? How do you comprehend the secret runic array of Asgard? And can you modify it correctly? A glint of insight flashed in Nick Fury's single eye as he gravely uttered, This individual is unfathomable. Natasha and Coulson immediately entered a mode of adulation. This is remarkable. How is this accomplished? Loki surveyed the astonished mortals, particularly relishing the awe reflected in their gazes towards his knowledge, which greatly satisfied his vanity. He raised his chin with restrained pride and introduced himself. I am Loki Odinson, Prince of Asgard, the god of mischief. Such a trivial runic error is child's play for me. I did not expect Midgard to have fallen so low. Though he spoke with an air of nonchalance, the admiration from those before him alleviated much of the pent-up frustration within. He even felt an inexplicable sense of joy, his expression softening considerably. Roy, slightly taken aback, quickly smiled after a brief moment of astonishment. So, it is the esteemed Prince Loki of Asgard who graces us with his presence. How remiss of us not to have prepared a proper reception. Nick Fury immediately chimed in. Yes, indeed, it is our honor to have your esteemed guidance, your highness. Natasha and Coulson swiftly gathered around, engaging in a harmonious exchange, showcasing the pinnacle of human flattery. Your highness's understanding of runes is truly exquisite. That demonstration just now has opened our eyes. The wisdom of the god of mischief is indeed well-deserved of its reputation. Loki had never experienced such an affair. In Asgard, he was eternally cast in Thor's shadow. Never had he been so exalted and praised in such a manner. Though he maintained an air of arrogance and aloofness upon his face, the corners of his mouth betrayed him, curving upwards uncontrollably. He exerted considerable effort to keep his expression indifferent, uttering dismissive words about the pleasantries of mortals. However, his body, honest in its responses, allowed itself to be half-pushed, half-invited into the lavishly decorated lounge. Amidst the flattery and eager inquiries from the gathered crowd, he reluctantly sat down, and before he knew it, he had unwittingly addressed several technical questions regarding the Annihilator's array. In Chapter 109, Pride and Prejudice, Part 2, the lounge was filled with the rich aroma of coffee. Loki indulged in earthly pastries, enveloped in just the right amount of flattery, the fleeting pleasure almost causing him to forget his original purpose. It was not until he neared the end of a platter of pastries that a flicker of clarity returned to his mind, reminding him of the mission at hand. He placed the exquisite porcelain cup down, the base clinking crisply against the tray, and his expression shifted to one of scrutiny. Enough of the idle chatter. Where's the Annihilator? Where have you hidden it? Nick, Roy, and Natasha exchanged glances. With a subtle wave of his hand, Nick signaled to Natasha and Coulson, who understood without words and quietly exited the lounge, gently closing the door behind them. Only Loki, Nick, and Roy remained in the room, and the atmosphere grew somewhat tense. Loki felt an alarm ringing in his mind. The earlier buoyancy from the flattery quickly dissipated, and reason returned, making him realize that matters were perhaps not as straightforward as they appeared. Director Fury leaned forward, his hands clasped on the table, assuming an exceedingly sincere posture. Your Highness, we deeply regret the situation regarding the Annihilator. Here is what transpired. When it descended upon Earth, it did so with great fanfare. and we mistakenly identified it as a highly threatening, unidentified flying object, inciting public panic. The Earth's protector, the supreme sorcerer, Master Wong, felt compelled to intervene due to his responsibility to protect the planet, leading to an unavoidable, intense conflict. Afterward, the Annihilator vanished without a trace. We have mobilized extensive resources in our search, yet to this day, we have found nothing. Humanity harbors no intention of offending the majesty of Asgard, and we extend our most sincere apologies for this unfortunate incident. Loki's brows furrowed deeply, a flicker of anger flashing in his green eyes. This narrative was riddled with inconsistencies. He was almost certain these mortals were deceiving him, just as he prepared to unleash his wrath, intending to show this one-eyed man the consequences of his misdeeds. Roy timely interjected, his voice gentle and imbued with a peculiar, soothing quality. "Your Highness, please temper your wrath. We are aware that your quest for the whereabouts of the Annihilator is not the only pressing matter on your mind. There is, no doubt, a matter of even greater significance concerning your brother, Thor Odinson." He paused slightly, gauging Loki's reaction, before continuing, "To express our utmost regret and our goodwill towards Asgard. Particularly towards you, your Highness, we are willing to temporarily place a complete and living Thor Odinson in your care. What do you think of this compensation proposal?" Loki opened his mouth, instinctively wanting to say, "Thor Odinson is inherently a prince of Asgard. Why must you entrust his fate to me? What nonsensical chatter are these Midgard mortals uttering?" Before he could articulate this sardonic retort, Nick seamlessly interjected, his tone imbued with reverence. Or at least it seemed, although the loss of the destroyer is a significant regret for both of us from another perspective, it may not be entirely unfavorable. For Earth has welcomed a true deity in you, your Highness Loki. The profound wisdom and exceptional mastery of magic you have displayed today have left us mere mortals utterly in awe. Rather than stating that Earth has lost the destroyer, it is more accurate to assert that you, your Highness, have, through your own charisma and power, secured the opportunity to showcase the unparalleled glory of Asgard, particularly your own, upon this new stage called Earth. Loki found himself momentarily at a loss for words, unable to counter such flattery. The anger that had begun to swell within him was doused like a flame splashed with lukewarm water. Though it had not extinguished, its fervor was subdued. Rationality warned him of deception lurking beneath the surface. Yet emotionally, he felt the urge to respond with indignation, fearing it might make him appear easily manipulated. Thus diminishing his stature, Loki resolved to maintain some semblance of dignity and teach these cunning mortals a lesson. He furrowed his brow, preparing to unleash his carefully cultivated ire, when suddenly, Nick Fury's phone rang at the most inopportune moment. He wore an apologetic expression, gesturing to Loki and Roy. "Excuse me, urgent communication." With that, he briskly exited the lounge, phone in hand. Only Roy and Loki remained in the room. As the door closed, silence enveloped them once more. Without Nick Fury's incessant interruptions and flattery, Loki's astute mind finally began to function normally. He mulled over their previous exchange, growing increasingly uneasy. What did it mean that Earth had lost the destroyer? The destroyer was, after all, an entity of Asgard. What do they mean by placing Thor in his care? Thor was undeniably of Asgard too. These Midgardians were indeed full of cunning schemes. He had nearly been ensnared by their sweet words. Loki's expression shifted from cloudy to stormy, his icy gaze piercing through Roy, who maintained his ever-present smile. At that moment, Roy's smile remained inscrutable, leaving Loki perplexed as to what thoughts lay behind it. Cautiously, Loki refrained from speaking immediately, waiting for Roy's explanation or to see how these Midgardians would twist their arguments. Roy met Loki's scrutinizing gaze and gently shook his head, as if he could see through all of Loki's inner turmoil. He chose not to further dwell on the issue of the destroyer and Thor's allegiance, but instead pivoted to a seemingly unrelated inquiry. "Your Highness, I have already met your brother Thor. What do you think of your brother as a person?" Loki remained tight-lipped, his emerald eyes brimming with vigilance. He was uncertain of Roy's sudden mention of Thor. Was it some new trap? Roy, seemingly indifferent to Loki's reticence, continued speaking, his tone as flat as if stating an objective truth. "In fact, even without your input, I can surmise how the outside world, or rather, the majority, would evaluate him. Thor Odinson is, in a societal sense, an exceptionally commendable individual. He He is forthright, formidable, sincere to his friends, willing to protect the weak, possesses a righteous character, and demonstrates a considerable breadth of heart. Setting aside his powers as the god of thunder, in terms of character alone, he can indeed be regarded as a good man in every sense. Roy lifted his gaze. Although he exhibited a slight impulsiveness and recklessness, no one is without flaw. And such imperfections do not wholly negate his commendable qualities. At this juncture, he paused slightly, his eyes fixed on Loki, as if he had pierced through to his very essence. His voice lowered, akin to the seductive whisper of a devil. Your Highness, there exists such a person. Always by your side, serving as a reference, a benchmark, a focal point. He radiates his effortless light and warmth like the sun, drawing all eyes and accolades. Having coexisted in the same space with him for so many years must surely feel suffocating at times. Wouldn't it?